A bizarre game descends upon the world, and right from the start, you're gifted 9 wives, but they all turn out to be SSS-rank rulers of the supernatural. Other players were still struggling, forced to go on blind dates just to survive, while I woke up in my rented room. You received a system notification. Your marriage contracts with 9 SSS-level partners have taken effect, with maxed out favorability. I became the only exception among all players. Each of my wives was a being capable of destroying heaven and earth. My name is Lin Yuan, an ordinary person who just finished the game Mysterious Love. This game requires strategizing against terrifying female ghosts in various eerie worlds, with a difficulty level that breaks the skies, and it took me a full 2.5 years. I've conquered 9 SSS-ranked female ghosts, and today I finally cleared the game. But just as I was about to exit the game, my phone suddenly erupted with a black and red light beam that engulfed me. This beam of light pierced the heavens, tearing through the firmament. A cold, grand voice resounded throughout the world. Detected that Blue Star meets game standards, loading the eerie marriage game template. Permission override successful. The next moment, approximately 15,000 players worldwide vanished into thin air. There's only one of me in Dragon Country, while other nations like Eagle Country and Bear Country have hundreds or even thousands. The system announced the core rules. Players represent their respective countries and enter a bizarre world to engage in marriage matches. Success brings rewards to their country, while failure results in punishment. The game process will be broadcast live globally in real time. When I regained consciousness again, I found myself standing in the eerie lobby of an inn. Everything here is exactly the same as in the Ghost Love game I completed. Player Lin Yuan, your current location is Eastern Mysterious Domain Miao Corpse Escort Inn. The system has detected that you are the only one to have cleared the Ghost Love game. Your game save data has been perfectly inherited. Your marriage contracts with 9 SSS-level partners have taken effect, affection level max. Hint, you don't need to perform blind date missions. Your beloved wife Ji Tiannu has sensed your arrival and is rushing over at high speed. I realized that those 9 SSS-level goddesses who once made my life miserable are now all my wives. Starting at the peak, living off soft rice. There are still dozens of players in the inn, panicked and pale-faced. At this moment, a waiter who looked like a zombie with talismans stuck all over him walked over, his voice hoarse as he scolded everyone to go to the backyard for the matchmaking event. His fierce and menacing appearance frightened the players into silence. However, when he saw me, his attitude did a complete 180. He instantly slid to his knees before me, forcing an obsequious smile on his face. "Oh my, Master Lin, you finally arrived. Your servant has prepared a luxurious deluxe suite for you." The players were all dumbfounded, and the live chat exploded with reactions. So envious, jealous, and resentful. The shop assistant swiftly changed his expression, reverting to a ferocious demeanor toward the other players, baring his jagged fangs as he menaced them. "Keep yapping and I'll rip your tongue out for a snack." The players were scared out of their wits, all scrambling toward the backyard. I guess the waiter's flattery was entirely because of my good wife. After all, this corpse driving in happens to be the territory of one of my wives. As expected, living off a woman's success is the meta strategy. I sighed to myself. The matchmaking ground reeked strongly of decay, the floor littered with broken bones and tufts of hair. The players, stunned by the sight before them, abruptly halted in their tracks. A dozen figures stood, sat, crawled, or even hung around the matchmaking square, each one enough to send Saiyan points plummeting. There was a pregnant woman with a heavily protruding belly, a female ghost in white with only her upper body, and a bloated, bluish monster. This was no matchmaking event, it was clearly a monster den. "Kids, run for your lives." With a panicked shout, the players scattered in all directions. This angered the beauties, and the malevolent spirits lunged forward to attack. The player Le Van Dung from Vietnam has been dragged underground and devoured by the D-class eerie-bound Boneclaw. Marriage matching failed. The affiliated country is about to suffer a D-class punishment, frequent geological disasters within Vietnam's borders. Immediately after, the live broadcast showed earthquake-like disasters occurring within Vietnam. High-rise buildings collapsed, bridges broke, ground subsided. Only then did the players realize that the penalty of death is real. In the matchmaking square, the shadow of death looms over the surviving players. At this moment, an Indian player stepped forward, choosing a C-class anomaly named the Gu-Witch Insect Demon at the center of the matchmaking square. "Beauty, let my precious essence flow into your body quickly." The words of the Indian player Kumar left everyone astonished. The Gu-Witch Insect Demon, however, seemed quite intrigued by him. Name, Gu-Witch Insect Demon %% level, C-class %% status. She is waiting for a brave male partner to forge a marriage vow, pass her trials, and you will win her favor. The sorceress insect demon said to Kumar, "Want to give me your essence? That's fine, but first let me check your physical condition. If you can last a quarter of an hour without being drained by my little spiders and remain conscious, you'll pass the test." As soon as she finished speaking, her bloated abdomen released tens of thousands of colorful little spiders, surging toward Kumar like a tidal wave. Kumar's agonized screams echoed throughout the matchmaking ground. Within just over 10 seconds, the screams abruptly ceased. When the swarm of spiders retreated, only a desiccated, unrecognizable corpse remained in its place, gnawed beyond recognition. The Tianzhu Kingdom player Kumar failed in marriage with the C-class entity Guanv the Insect Demoness. The affiliated country is about to face a Class C punishment. A disaster of eerie mutated spiders has erupted within the territory of Tianzhu, with highly venomous spiders spreading uncontrollably. Audiences worldwide witnessed the major cities of Tianzhu engulfed in a spider frenzy through the live broadcast. Hurry! Find the F-level ones quickly. That lame female ghost. I choose her. The surviving players rushed like mad towards the weakest, least threatening low-level anomalies. They discovered that once a partner was chosen, the other anomalies would not attack. In the face of life and death, there was no room for being picky about a partner. Ding! Congratulations to the Indian player Purna for successfully matching with the E-class anomaly, the Broken Wraith. The affiliated country receives rewards, national mental resistance plus 2%, sleep quality improved. Ding! Congratulations to Amit from the Tianzhu Kingdom for successfully marrying the D-class eerie and irritable giant lizard. National reward obtained, citizen physique plus 5%, strength plus 3%, irritability plus 10%. For a time, players from the Tianzhu Kingdom kept announcing successful marriages one after another, leaving global audiences utterly astonished. Chapter 4, Tell that old lady I'm no coward. As everyone knows, when it comes to perversion, if we rank it by severity, it roughly falls into mild, moderate, severe, and Indian. Matchmaking Plaza. Just as a white player stood frozen before a slime-like E-rank monster, utterly at a loss, a Tianzhu player came running over excitedly. Hovering behind him was a bizarre, meter-tall Xuanyuan soul with eyes. Hey bro, you gonna take this slime monster? If not, give it to me. This Indian player was an untouchable, without a name. But spectators, impressed by his performance, nicknamed him Shoepad Indian. White player. A few seconds of silence. Just then, Sockpad Indian was about to pull down his pants. The white player immediately shouted to stop him. You get the hell out of here. This slime monster is mine. That's human nature for you. When you can't stand something, the moment someone else tries to take it, you scramble to grab it back. And with so many wolves and so little meat. There are dozens of surviving players, but only a handful of marriage candidates at the Corpse-Yin matchmaking plaza. If anyone gets a bargain, it won't be that Indian guy. It's just a slime monster, grit your teeth and get on with it. On the other side, Tanaka Kenji, a player from Sakura country, had also found a match. And it's a D rank. The difficulty isn't as dangerous as a C rank. Stronger than F rank or E rank. Hello there, Kojawa? Tanaka Kenji walked to the corner of the matchmaking area. No sooner had he spoken. The hunched-over, wrinkled old woman with nearly toothless gums who had been squatting there immediately turned around. Her name instantly appeared on the attribute panel before his eyes. Name, Mitani Kafu. Rank, D class. Status, she is troubled by a work mistake. Assist her in completing her task to marry her. Yudari Kanbu? Tanaka Kenji froze. Among the many bizarre names in the land of cherry blossoms, this one was truly in the realm of the comical. Yudari literally means toilet washroom. Fundoshi refers to a loincloth. So this old woman's job was washing toilets and underwear for people. And Tanaka Kenji caught a whiff of an overpowering stench. Only then did he notice. The old woman before him was guarding a cesspit bubbling with yellowish-brown foam, filled with unidentifiable floating matter. Hello, young man. The old woman croaked hoarsely with a laugh. Who'd have thought this old hag would get a chance to go on a blind date? Ha ha ha. Kenji Tanaka. He glanced around. The eeriness of the matchmaking field was palpable. Aside from the two C-rank options that no one dared choose, the rest had been snapped up by players. If he had a choice, Tanaka Kenji would have bolted with a train strapped to his back in an instant. Then, the old woman issued a request. I have a few pairs of undergarments that fell into the cesspit. Could you retrieve them and wash them clean for me? Tanaka Kenji. The people of Sakura Nation. Tanaka Kuan. For Sakura Nation, hang in there. Though it kinda makes me queasy, if it's Tanaka Kuan, he'll probably handle it. Good luck, Tanaka Kuan, ugh. In the end, Tanaka Kenji still forced himself to endure the nausea and rummaged through the cesspool. He even accidentally fell in. Only then did he find those tattered loincloths. After washing up, he finally completed the task. But the real show was just about to begin. Haha, what a fine young man. The old hag chuckled eerily, then laid down on the ground. Come on, I'm ready. Grade D anomaly Yudari Fundoshi has issued a marriage proposal to you. He stared at the system prompt that appeared before him. Then glancing at the withered, disgustingly ugly old hag lying beside the dung pit, seemingly unfazed by the stench. Tanaka Kenji was trembling all over. Not far away. He was agonizing over whether to discuss the software hardening project with this non-human entity before him. GUH? 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 Wave after wave of retching sounds drew everyone's attention. Players and viewers in the global livestream witnessed a scene so shocking it would forever haunt their memories and shatter their worldviews. By the cesspit, an old woman, A little girl bent over it, busily sewing away. Occasionally vomiting. Ugh. Immediately after, many players followed suit and vomited too. Damn, you're a real bastard, you little Japanese bastard. You're a real bastard, damn it. If it were me, I'd rather die. Ding. Congratulations to Japanese player Tanaka Kenji on successfully marrying D-rank anomaly Matarai Fundoshi. Nation rewards, significantly enhanced cleaning skills, mastery of underwear laundering, and specialized wastewater treatment technology. Additionally, Tanaka Kenji also acquired several talents and skills. Talent. Immunity to filth D. You possess extreme resistance to filth, potent toxins, and plagues. Skills. Water manipulation D rank, control water currents to attack. Foul bomb D. Condenses the filth within your body to unleash a stinking toxic gas bomb that inflicts continuous poison damage on enemies. At least there's a reward, it boosts my strength. And it brought some benefits to Sakura country. Wah, tell my auntie I'm not a coward. Kenji Tanaka collapsed onto the ground, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. I survived. This is good enough. Ugh. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and vomited again. Same sky, different scenery. At this moment, corpse carrier in, sweet tea on the finest room in the house. Lin Yuan leaned lazily against an ornate wooden chair. Several fair-skinned maidservants, delicate in appearance yet unnaturally pale, attended to him with utmost care. Sir, is the pressure just right? A maid knelt beside him, using her cool, delicate hands to massage his legs with just the right amount of pressure. Master Lin, try this, it's a demon fruit, a specialty of the Corpse-Yin Realm. Another maid tenderly offered him dried fruit. Two more maids held feather fans, gently wafting cool breezes. Such bliss here, who needs shoe? Lin Yuan squinted contentedly, reveling in this decadent service. He glanced at the system panel displaying the player death broadcast and the penalty notice for his nation. Lin Yuan merely shook his head slightly. After the materialization of the eerie affair game, it seemed a national fortune mechanic had been added. However, Dragon Nation had only one player, Lin Yuan. Perhaps a perk for the sole player to clear the game? Fine by me, at least it spares the nation from reckless newbies rushing in to die and dragging it down. Lin Yuan then opened his attributes panel, his gaze settling on the Bound Companion section. Notice, your beloved wife Ji Tiannu has detected your location and is breaking through the barrier to reach you. She will arrive shortly. Please wait patiently. Would they meet soon? A hint of anticipation curved Lin Yuan's lips. The thought of that outwardly cold yet inwardly warm, domineering yet fiercely protective drought-demon goddess sent a wave of warmth through his heart. But for Lin Yuan, it wasn't about lusting after beauty that would be beneath him. After all, the feedback rewards from marrying an SSS tier companion would be nothing short of earth-shattering. This is all for the rise of the Dragon Nation, absolutely not for lusting after beauty. Chapter 5, Mess with me, and you're messing with cotton. Matchmaking Plaza. Tanaka Kenji, a fellow Japanese player, and Kim Myong-jun, a Korean player, were huddled together, commiserating over their shared misfortune. Notably, Korean player Kim Myong-jun's match was also D-tier. But this bizarre appearance was actually a kimchi crock. Upon successful matchmaking, the rewards for Korea were complete guide to delicious kimchi recipes, plus 50% kimchi vegetable yield. Achieving kimchi freedom sent the Korean nation into ecstatic celebration. Gurgle gurgle. The kimchi vat bubbled eerily. It glared maliciously at the 20 or so players on the matchmaking platform who hadn't found partners. Humans, pickled, they taste the best. Beside it, Grade D anomaly Mitsuhashi Kanbo cackled eerily. Ha ha ha, they don't have any weird companions anyway. They're all weak humans, easy targets. At these words, Tanaka Kenji and Kim Myong-jun paled in shock. You're going to kill them? Why? The two anomalies, however, replied with surprise. Because we are the uncanny. Anomalies crave the flesh, vital energy, and even the souls of living beings. This is also one of the ways they enhance their power. After learning all this, Tanaka Kenji and Kim Myong-jun exchanged glances. Suddenly, it all clicked. No wonder the abnormal entity matchmaking game subtly urged players to find partners and form contracts before it even began. Players without the protection of the abnormalities were essentially walking meat pigs. They had no chance of surviving in the treacherous world of the anomalies. Are we really going to do this? Kim Myong-jun hesitated. Tanaka Kenji's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve. If we don't do it, the other players will do the same. He glanced at the players around them who had successfully paired up. Those strange beings were whispering among themselves, likely discussing how to divide up the remaining 20 or so players. Hungry, so hungry. One of the creatures licked its crimson tongue. Forget it, I'm eating first. Wait. What are you doing? The players without strange companions were horrified. Control your wives. Private matters, I can't control that. Kenji Tanaka sneered. You were all laughing at me just now, weren't you? The moment he spoke instantly resonated with the other players whose marriages were haunted by strange entities. I'm trudging through this hell, forcing myself to sell my soul just to survive. You BYDs just stand by and watch the show. Anyway, if the weirdness eats you, I'll get stronger, consider it collecting interest. All of you die. Immediately after. A dozen or so monstrosities mobilized, joining this bloody feast. Room Tian at the corpse conveyor inn. Lin Yuan was about to rest. Suddenly, the system began broadcasting player death notifications one after another. This doesn't add up. The matchmaking event should have ended by now. There hadn't been any player deaths for ages, why so many all at once? After a moment's analysis, Lin Yuan reached a conclusion. It seemed those players, under some strange influence, had begun turning on each other. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew thick and dense outside. Then came the sound of footsteps. Bang bang bang. Kenji Tanaka from Sakura Nation and Myeonjin Kim from Bangzi Nation kicked the door violently. Kid from the Dragon Nation, open the door. Open up now. Their faces twisted into vicious grimaces. Behind them, 2D rank anomalies radiated murderous intent. After dividing up over 20 unmatched players with other anomalies, they had devoured several players but remained unsatisfied. Now they set their sights on Lin Yuan, who also lacked a marriage partner. Damn it, why isn't this kid opening the door? Hurry up. The other anomalies are closing in. We need to take this Dragon Nation guy out now. Bang! 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 The two pounded furiously on the door. Meanwhile, the 2D class anomalies began to exert their power. Damn it, you little Japs and Koreans think you can hog the spoils? Almost forgot about that Dragon Nation brat. Hurry over there, don't let those two beat us to it. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Nation brat was acting so cocky earlier? Now I've got an anomaly too. Just wait and see how I'm gonna make him suffer. A dozen players, each wielding their own anomalies, rushed upstairs upon hearing the news. To them, Lin Yuan inside the room was nothing more than the final dessert. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Wood chips flew everywhere. The massive door of the heavenly chamber, crafted from centuries-old darkened wood, finally gave way under the combined assault of several eerie figures. At that moment, their gaze upon Lin Yuan was like that of butchers eyeing fish on a cutting board. Clearly, after slaughtering several players and feeding their essence to the monstrous entity, he had descended into utter madness. Wait! We haven't agreed on how to split this Dragon Nation player yet. The Indian player hurriedly intervened. Tanaka Kenji and Kim Myeonjun exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. According to their initial plan, they would split him in two. But now with so many people, there weren't enough pieces to go around. However, Lin Yuan showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he methodically dressed himself. Still putting on airs when death is imminent? Tanaka Kenji seethed with rage. Just as he was about to strike Lin Yuan down. I'd like to see who dares touch old man Lin? A savage roar, accompanied by hurried, heavy footsteps, echoed from outside the door. The innkeeper of the corpse conveying inn, accompanied by the waiter and over a dozen zombie servants, rushed in. The innkeeper was a C-grade supernatural being. Specifically, a formidable iron-skinned zombie among the stronger C-rank entities. Plus a dozen D-grade zombie assistants. The expressions of players like Kenji Tanaka and Myeonjin Kim changed drastically. The quickest to react was the old hag's anomaly, Motoyasu Kitsune. Shopkeeper, why stir up such a fuss? Her face stretched into a smile. It's just a human. No need to get worked up. Hearing this, the zombie shopkeeper was both shocked and furious. You fool! Have you lost your mind from cleaning toilets all day? Do you even know what you're doing? But then he remembered how Yushir Hadori had scrubbed the corpse carrier inn's toilets and washed its underwear for decades. The zombie innkeeper sighed deeply. His icy gaze swept over the dozen or so players, including Tanaka Kenji and Kim Myeonjun. You old hag, kill these dozen or so worthless humans around you immediately. Then kill yourself immediately. We'll handle the rest of the weirdos. That'll settle this matter. Ha! The latter froze upon hearing this. Shopkeeper, you haven't lost your mind, have you? According to Yudachi Kanbu's understanding, the law doesn't punish the many. With so many of us weirdos here. Logically, the shopkeeper, who never liked trouble, should have chosen to smooth things over. Why the sudden change of heart? Hurry up, stop dawdling, the shopkeeper began to urge. Suddenly, at that very moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure as if emanating from the divine realms themselves sufficient to extinguish all life and freeze time and space. Like an invisible tidal wave, it descended without warning from the heavens, instantly enveloping the entire corpse conveyor inn. Too late. The zombie innkeeper swallowed hard. He shot a sympathetic glance at Yuzurashi Kafu. You old hag, now you won't even get a decent death. Thud. The next second, the zombie shopkeeper's knees buckled and he collapsed to his knees. The shop assistant behind him and all the zombie clerks knelt in unison. Their bodies shook like sieves, not daring to lift their heads. Their very souls wailed and trembled under this overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Lin Yuan had just finished dressing and stretched lazily. Long before these two idiots had the audacity to show up, he had already received a notification from the system. Your partnered drought goddess Xuanyuan has begun locking onto the corpse carrying in coordinates and is rapidly descending. And now, the time remaining until his wife's arrival was. Estimated time of arrival 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Lin Yuan's smile grew even broader. Mess with me, and you're messing with a tough nut to crack. But my wife is as tough as nails. Oh wait, she's more like a 3-body fleet level tough nut. Big trouble's coming. Chapter 6, Honey, they're bullying me. What's so funny? A wave of intense unease washed over Kenji Tanaka. I'm laughing at the Japanese for their lack of strategy, the Koreans for their stupidity, and the Indians for only knowing how to ride lizards. Lin Yuan chuckled. 3, 2, 1. Countdown, 0. Crackle. A terrifying roar that seemed to tear the entire world apart. Not within the room, but from the sky above, the entire corpse conveying in. The night sky was brutally ripped open by a force of unparalleled might, forming a crimson-gold spatial fissure that stretched across the heavens. Within the rift blazed an endless, crimson-gold divine flame hot enough to incinerate all things. Terrifying heat. Devastating divine might. Descending like the end of the world. Within tens of thousands of miles of the corpse conjurer in, every strange phenomenon was utterly terrified by the lingering shockwaves of this divine might. All sounds ceased. Time seemed to freeze completely in that instant. All players, global viewers. With eyes frozen in awe, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Within that crimson-gold spatial fissure tearing through the heavens. Amidst the endless divine flames that consumed all ages. A figure of peerless grace and perfection, beyond any description, slowly stepped forth. The system immediately displayed her entry. Name, drought-demon goddess Xuanyuan. Rank, SSS class. Identity, sovereign of the Miao realm, one of the ancestral founders of the undead, ruler of the vast crimson wasteland. At this moment, she stood like a lofty goddess of creation, her icy phoenix eyes sweeping emotionlessly over all who knelt below. Kenji Tanaka, Minjun Kim, and over a dozen other players and monstrosities long since cowering in paralysis, soiling themselves in terror, were nothing but insignificant specks of dust. Yet, when her gaze finally settled upon Lin Yuan, who was waving to her, that icy chill capable of freezing time and space instantly melted. In their place came searing tenderness, bone-deep longing. An overwhelming possessiveness that craved to merge completely with the other. Swish! Her figure vanished instantly from where she stood. The next second, she materialized beside Lin Yuan. Husband! That coquettish cry left everyone speechless. No way! An SSS tier supreme ruler calling Lin Yuan husband? Wait! Lin Yuan had just entered the game like any other player, hadn't he? When did he manage to win over the drought goddess? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Xuanyuan's jade-like hand gently caressed Lin Yuan's cheek. I was slightly delayed along the way and arrived a bit late. I hope my husband will forgive me. Her voice was so sweet it could melt ice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Are you all right? Lin Yuan grasped Xuanyuan's warm, delicate hand, his heart surging with emotion. You've arrived just in time. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xuanyuan finally relaxed. But Lin Yuan pouted, they bullied me, wah. Xuanyuan's delicate brows shot upward, murderous intent boiling once more in her beautiful eyes. Her icy, piercing gaze, sharp as blades, landed on the players from Sakura Country, Bamboo Country, and Tianju Country already cowering on the ground like wet rags. And behind them, upon their equally trembling, bizarre companions who could barely maintain their forms. You vile vermin, dare you disturb my husband? Her voice was flat, yet it contained a rage powerful enough to incinerate the heavens. Quick-witted Tanaka Kenji and Kim Minjun tried to kowtow for mercy, only to find themselves unable to move even a finger. Damn it, bro, you should have told us you had someone watching your back. If we'd known this earlier, why would we have courted death? But now, it was too late for excuses. Xuanyuan didn't even bother to glance at them again. Her crimson lips parted as if pronouncing a divine decree, uttering a single word. Destroy. No earth-shattering roar. No dazzling light effects. It felt like a gentle breeze had just passed by. Tanaka Kenji, Kim Minjun, and over a dozen other players along with their bizarre companions, the hand-washing cloth, kimchi jar, Shuinsol, giant lizard third sister, and others. Instantly, like bubbles, they vanished without a trace. From soul to flesh, from cause to concept, they vanished utterly from this world. Even the chance to enter reincarnation was severed. After completing this, Princess Haim furrowed her beautiful brow. With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, an invisible divine force swept through the room, purifying every trace of impurity. As for you lot, Xuanyuan turned her gaze to the zombies kneeling before her. She was about to unleash her wrath. Lin Yuan promptly intervened. He explained that since arriving at the Corpse Conjurer Inn, they had received considerable hospitality, and the shopkeeper had even rushed to their aid earlier. Xuanyuan relented. Then, she turned her gaze back to Lin Yuan. Her gaze instantly softened, becoming tender as water. Husband, this place is far too filthy and unclean to be worthy of your presence. I shall take you back to the palace. Very well. Lin Yuan rose willingly. Then, Ji Tiannu's jade-like hand swept lightly through the air before her once more. Space unfolded like a scroll, parting to reveal. A magnificent, colossal palace loomed in the void, ablaze with fiery crimson gold divine flames, radiating boundless majesty as it slowly materialized from the spatial passage. This was the divine palace of the drought goddess, the Crimson Earth Palace. Ji Tiannu took Lin Yuan's hand with the utmost naturalness. Fingers intertwined, palms warm. Under the stunned, reverent, and speechless gazes of billions of viewers in the global livestream. Hand in hand, they walked side by side. Like a divine king and queen surveying their domain. Strolling with effortless grace into the burning phantom of the Crimson Land Palace. Their figures gradually fading into the endless divine light. The spatial fissure slowly closed, as if the earth-shattering descent of the divine maiden had never occurred. Dead silence. Dead silence. Then, in the very next second, the system announcement reverberated across the entire blue star. Thunderous as a bolt of lightning, it blared. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan for becoming the first player in the bizarre marriage game to forge a marriage contract with an SSS tier partner. This achievement is nothing short of lightning fast. The world rejoices. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan and Goddess of Drought Ji Tiannu for forging a sacred marriage pact. As a citizen of Dragon Nation, he has earned an SSS tier mythic reward. Reward 1, Primordial Fire Seed Drought-Demon's True Flame. Successfully infused into the core of the Dragon Nation's desert region. Accompanied by fusion-class energy technology, resolving all energy issues in one fell swoop. The tech tree will ascend exponentially. Blue Star. Western Desert of Dragon Nation. A crimson gold flame erupted in a blinding burst of light. At a secret facility. A nuclear fusion reactor, once merely a theoretical model, sees its energy output values skyrocket exponentially. The impossible was becoming possible. Yet controllable nuclear fusion technology was merely a minor effect brought by the true fire of the drought-demon. The greater wonders lie ahead. Reward 2, Xinnon Grass Divine Grade Seedling X1. Has automatically taken root and sprouted at the Dragon Nation's special cultivation base. Within 1 year, its descendants will spread nationwide. Effect dramatically extends the average lifespan of citizens. Most incurable diseases, including cancer, become treatable. Comprehensively optimizes the genes of all crops, leading to explosive yield increases and leaps in quality. Reward 3, Crimson Land Domain Partial Authority. The western deserts of Dragon Nation will receive permanent divine blessing from the drought demon. Effects, climate automatically optimized supergiant rare strategic mineral veins generated underground. Broadcast ends. The world erupts in excitement. The nation's 1.4 billion citizens erupt in unprecedented celebration. Chapter 7, Global Admiration, Dragon Nation's Ascension, Emperor Lin Yuan. Across the Dragon Nation, 1.4 billion citizens, men, women, young, and old, all rejoice and cheer. Holy crap! SSS tier mythic rewards? Primordial Fire Seed? Fusion energy technology? Cures for cancer? Explosive crop yields? Super mineral veins? This is defying the heavens. Lin Yuan, forever the god. Online and offline, countless people were so overwhelmed they could barely speak, years of pent-up emotions finally erupting in this moment. At this moment, at the specialized cultivation base, the Xinnon grass seedlings broke through the soil, radiating vibrant vitality. The surrounding researchers tended to them with the utmost care, as if nurturing infants. This tiny seedling would one day revolutionize the health and longevity of the Dragon Nation's citizens. At this very moment, in the western desert regions of Longua, empowered by divine authority, the crimson gold true fire of the drought demon blazed like the rising sun. Researchers watched the energy readings on their instruments skyrocket like a rocket, shattering theoretical limits one after another. Overwhelmed with emotion, they trembled and wept tears of joy. The entire nation was immersed in a joy unprecedented since its founding. Meanwhile, across other nations of Blue Star, the scene was entirely different. Eagle Nation, White House. Brightly lit, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a tomb. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Don slammed his fist hard on the table, his face turning ashen. Dragon Nation has only one player, yet they get an SSS tier reward? Our country has so many people, how come we still can't match up to just one of them? This is unscientific. The advisors fell silent, none daring to respond. Finally, it was Vice President Fat Vance, who had recently served as the Pope's right-hand man, who offered encouragement. Your Majesty, no need to fret. We Eagle Wing players have made new progress. The King of Understanding inquired with surprise. Elaborate. Not long ago, our player Big Arm contracted in a class companion in the Miao Xuanyuan continent, and it's a guardian of the witchcraft cult. Fat Vance was immensely proud of this. Moreover, Big Arm has truly embodied the spirit of Eagle Sauce players by uniting many others. They've established a guild called the 5% Club in this bizarre world and are preparing to sell witchcraft insects to other players. Upon hearing this, Dong Wang first felt a surge of delight, then grew suspicious. This guy, why does his name sound vaguely familiar? Ahem. Fat Vance leaned in and whispered a few words. The Don suddenly understood. Turns out this muscle-bound dude was a bodybuilding influencer in their eagle-wielding community. He specialized in teaming up with a bunch of synthetic meat musclemen to peddle steroids and Nine Dragons tech. Who'd have thought that even after arriving in this bizarre world, this guy Paiyang still couldn't kick his old habits and went right back to his old tricks. But here's the thing, if he ditched that overpowered Dragon Nation kid and somehow ended up contracting an SSS tier companion. Among all the players, Eagle Chow's Muscleman had the strongest contracted partner. And so, the Don and his crew immediately held a press conference, fully showcasing the Japanese barbarian victory doctrine, proclaiming, the winner is still us, Eagle Nation. Meanwhile, in other nations such as India, Japan, and South Korea, were filled with wails of despair. Players who married bizarre partners faced death, which not only punished their nations but also caused the system to revoke previously granted rewards. For instance, in Sakura Land, the death of Kenji Tanaka triggered another earthquake. The Koreans, who had just achieved kimchi freedom, fell back into kimchi famine and were further punished by the system with reduced grain yields. After experiencing such extreme highs and lows, they were all engulfed by endless envy, jealousy, and resentment. These were 3 SSS tier mythic rewards. What earth-shattering changes would they bring to the Dragon Nation? The rise of the Dragon Nation is now unstoppable. The world's landscape, at this very moment, has quietly shifted. The mysterious world, Miao territory. The Crimson Earth Palace. A majestic, ancient palace, ablaze with the eternal crimson divine flame, floats suspended between heaven and earth. This was the abode of the drought goddess, Ji Tiannu, a place of pilgrimage for the Miao Jiang's countless zombies and all manner of strange beings. At this moment, the gates of the Crimson Earth Palace swung wide open, as if welcoming its true master. Lin Yuan followed Ji Tiannu as they stepped into the palace. The sight before him left even this veteran player of the eerie love game speechless. The palace's interior was vast beyond imagination. The floor was paved with an unknown dark red jade, while the walls bore murals depicting ancient battles between gods and demons, radiating an aura of vast and overbearing power. Most awe-inspiring of all, rows upon rows of terrifying figures stood solemnly on either side of the palace. On the left stood dozens of zombie kings clad in crimson gold armor, their eyes burning with silver flames. Silver-eyed zombie king S-Rank. Each possessed power capable of obliterating a modern metropolis with ease. On the right stood 3 even more colossal beings, shrouded in viscous blood-tainted aura, their eyes crimson as blood diamonds. Red-eyed zombie Emperor SS-Rank. Merely standing there, the pressure they emitted was enough to suffocate S-Rank powerhouses. Beyond these elite combatants, thousands of grotesque undead zombies transformed into maids, guards, musicians flocked about in myriad forms. The moment Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu stepped into the Grand Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Hail the Emperor. Every undead and strange being, regardless of rank, knelt on one knee in perfect unison. Their voices merged into a thunderous torrent that shook the heavens. Their gazes toward Ji Tiannu brimmed with fervent adoration and reverence. Their gaze upon Lin Yuan, however, held a hint of curious scrutiny, yet more profoundly, it carried a submission born from the depths of their very souls. For he was the master's chosen soul companion. His aura instantly reached its zenith. Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet his expression remained impassive as he calmly accepted the homage of all the undead. The feeling of living off someone else's generosity was indeed plain and simple and utterly tedious. My lord, are you satisfied with this place? Ji Tiannu turned her head, her icy phoenix eyes holding a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation. Like a little girl showing off her treasured toy to her beloved. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Ji Tiannu then dismissed the attendants, leaving only 3 SS-rank red-eyed zombie emperors and 10 S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings standing guard on either side. She took Lin Yuan by the hand and led him to the throne at the hall's far end, where crimson divine flames blazed. Today, here, you and I shall truly forge an eternal bond. Ji Tiannu's voice carried a solemn tone. With a light flick of her jade-like finger, a drop of crimson gold blood, imbued with terrifying power, flew from her fingertip and hovered before Lin Yuan. This is the essence of my very being. Absorb it, my husband, and our divine souls shall become one, never to be parted. Lin Yuan hesitated not, opening his mouth to swallow the drop of essence blood. Boom! An indescribable, scorching power instantly exploded within his body. It felt as though it would set his entire being ablaze. At the critical moment, Ji Tiannu extended her jade-like hand, gently pressing it against Lin Yuan's back. A gentle yet vast divine power surged in, guiding the raging essence of the drought-demon. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Yuan and SSS tier companion Ji Tiannu on completing the marriage ceremony. Detecting excessively vast partner power. Initiating optimization absorption. Lin Yuan felt as if his entire body had been thrown into a forge, his limbs and bones crackling and popping. His aura surged upward. F rank. E rank. C rank. B rank. A rank. Finally, it stabilized at the peak of a rank. Along with that came additional talents and skills. Chapter 8, Witchcraft Cult's Gift, Underworld General. You have acquired the talent. Blessing of the Crimson Land A, affinity with fire and earth elements, significantly enhanced resistance, robust physique, and strong recovery. Domain Perception A, significantly enhances mental perception within the Miao domain of companion Jitian Nu, granting partial resistance to domain-based forces. Divine Emperor's Blessing A, massive boost to all attribute resistances, heightened insight, improved luck, and accelerated cultivation speed. You have acquired the skill. Mastery of Crimson Flames A. Rock Armor Technique A. Dread of the Fallen A. Huff. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him and the profound, mystical soul connection with Jitian Nu. His heart swelled with boundless pride. A rank peak. Though still light years away from his wife's SSS tier, he was undoubtedly in a league of his own among all current players. How do you feel, my husband? Jitian Nu asked tenderly, her eyes brimming with affection. Lin Yuan stood up, flexing his limbs as his joints cracked with a crisp pop. He could feel it, a single punch from him now could easily obliterate a tank. Awesome. Lin Yuan grinned, his gaze burning as he looked at Jitian Nu. Feeling Lin Yuan's intensely aggressive gaze, Jitian Nu's flawless cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively looked away. Even the ancient drought goddess, who had lived for untold millennia, now carried a hint of bashful shyness, like a maiden tasting forbidden fruit for the first time. It's getting late. Jitian Nu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Husband, shall we retire? The zombie kings and emperors standing guard on either side of the grand hall had already withdrawn silently at Jitian Nu's subtle signal. The vast palace was now empty except for Lin Yuan and Jitian Nu. And a massive jade bed, large enough to accommodate dozens lying down, covered in blood-red roses. Red candles flickered, casting an intimate glow. Lin Yuan approached Jitian Nu, gently lifting her delicate chin. Their eyes met. Their gazes were filled with deep affection. My lady, Lin Yuan murmured softly, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. In the next instant, he swept the peerless divine maiden into his arms and carried her toward the bed adorned with the alluring blooms of the red spider lily. Bathed in the glow of dragon phoenix red candles, two figures slowly collapsed, silk quilts billowing, curtains drawn low. A scene of unparalleled beauty unfolded. System notice, the wedding night scene contains adult content. The live stream has been automatically blocked for your viewing safety. Bystanders? Damn it, paying for content and still can't watch it? So stingy. Treating me like I'm Japanese or something. The next morning, Lin Yuan awoke refreshed from the large bed. His PK class physique, combined with the nourishment of Jitian Nu's primordial power. Despite the prolonged battle the night before, he felt not a trace of fatigue now, but rather brimming with energy. Jitian Nu still slept soundly in his arms. Stripped of her usual aloof and domineering demeanor, her sleeping face was serene and breathtakingly beautiful. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, like a lazy kitten. Lin Yuan couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. As if sensing his touch, Jitian Nu murmured softly, instinctively clutching him tighter. Her crimson lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. Husband. Her soft, dreamlike murmur sent a ripple through Lin Yuan's heart. Just then, a respectful knock sounded at the palace door. My lord, breakfast is ready. It was the voice of one of the 3 SS-rank red-eyed zombie emperors. Lin Yuan carefully moved Jitian Nu's arm aside and dressed himself. Pushing open the chamber door, he found it already crowded with zombie maids in attendance. They carried trays of delicacies never before heard of or seen. There was the 1,000-year ginseng soup, radiating a potent life force. Crystal clear earthfire nectar, imbued with pure energy. And dragon heart phoenix marrow, cooked with the heart of an unknown exotic beast. Any one of these delicacies, if brought to the outside world, would spark fierce competition among countless powerful beings. Yet in the Crimson Earth Palace, these were merely the daily breakfast fare for Lin Yuan, the Emperor Lord. Jitian Nu, draped lazily in a crimson gold gauze, naturally wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan from behind. Dine first, Lin Yuan murmured, casually picking up a fragrant pastry and offering it to Jitian Nu's lips. Jitian Nu took a small bite, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with contentment. Their sweet interaction was the envy of all who witnessed it. After all, every character Lin Yuan had conquered in the eerie love game had inherited his memories. Their affection for Lin Yuan was maxed out. Like an old married couple, there was no awkwardness between them. After breakfast, Lin Yuan intended to familiarize himself with his newly acquired powers, such as testing the A-rank Crimson Flame control. But Jitian Nu suggested, my lord, why not accompany me on a tour of the palace? You can familiarize yourself with the surroundings and see the gift I prepared for you. Oh? Gifts? Lin Yuan perked up. Hand in hand, the two strolled through the Crimson Earth Palace. It must be said, this palace was truly immense, like an underground divine kingdom. Jitian Nu patiently introduced each hall and chamber to Lin Yuan. In her words, she made no secret that all this would soon be jointly governed by Lin Yuan. Just as they approached a side hall, an S-rank silver-eyed zombie king hurriedly arrived to report. Your Excellency, Your Majesty. Envoys from the witchcraft cult seek audience outside the palace. They claim to be sent by their elders to present congratulatory gifts. The witchcraft cult? Ji Tiannu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Let them in. The witch bug cult, based in the Wangu continent of Miao, was the largest faction aligned with Ji Tiannu. However, according to Lin Yuan's understanding after completing the game, this witchcraft cult was no harmless group. They pay lip service to Ji Tiannu while secretly colluding with the hostile Ziying realm, plotting rebellion. Currently, as the game materializes into reality, the unfolding events should correspond to the initial stages of the game's storyline. Soon, a messenger of the witchcraft cult, clad in eerie black robes with his face hidden beneath the hood's shadow, was brought to the side hall. Upon seeing Ji Tiannu and Lin Yuan, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, adopting an extremely humble posture. This humble servant greets the divine maiden. Ah, this must be the Lord's husband? This humble servant greets the Lord Emperor. The title Emperor was how Lin Yuan was addressed. Admittedly, it did carry a certain air of prestige. But in practical terms, it meant the consort of the Empress. The messenger of the witchcraft cult held aloft an exquisitely crafted black jade box. The box opened, revealing a fist-sized object lying still within. Its surface was covered in intricate, mystical patterns, and it emitted strange energy fluctuations. A bug egg? This is our sex-sacred treasure, known as the core of the mother nest of 10,000 bugs. The envoy introduced it with obsequious flattery. This core was cultivated over 1,000 years by gathering the essence of 10,000 strange bugs. Having said this, he turned to Lin Yuan, his eyes glinting with anticipation. If consumed, it would not only profoundly nourish both divine soul and physical form, but also grant mastery over myriad insects. Its applications are limitless. We humbly present it to your Imperial Majesty to aid in consolidating your cultivation. The words were exceptionally well spoken, and the treasures presented truly appeared extraordinary. Even the S-rank zombie king standing by his side showed a hint of interest. Yet, as Lin Yuan examined the so-called mother nest core of 10,000 parasites, a cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. This thing was no nest core at all. It was an extremely vicious control-type corpse bug, forged at immense cost by the Lord of the Corpse Shadow Realm, one of the 4 great zombie ancestors, known as General Lord. Its name Slave Heart Corpse Seed. On the surface, it radiated immense vitality. But the moment anyone attempted to absorb it, the hidden venomous markings would erupt instantly, invading the soul and transforming its victim into a mindless zombie slave, existing solely to obey orders. Moreover, this transformation process is extremely covert. Even SSS tier powerhouses could fall victim if they didn't investigate meticulously. What a venomous scheme. Oh? The core of the 10,000 parasite mother nest? Lin Yuan feigned keen interest, stepping forward to pick up the jade box and examine it closely. This object certainly appears extraordinary, but... Lin Yuan's tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Using Jiang Chen's slave heart corpse seed as a congratulatory gift? Does the witch bug cult in the Corpse-Yin Realm think I, Lin Yuan, am so easily fooled? Or do you think my wife can't swing a blade anymore? Chapter 9, The 5% Club, Founding Leader Giant Arm Brother. Boom! The moment his words fell, Lin Yuan's PK class aura erupted violently. The so-called insect core in his hand snapped with a crack, crushed in his fist. A strand of black-purple mark, carrying an aura of enslavement, emerged from within, emitting a silent growl before reluctantly fading into oblivion. At that moment, the messenger of the witch cult trembled violently, his face beneath the hood turning as pale as paper. How could he know? How could he possibly know about the slave heart corpse seed? How dare you? Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with murderous intent, her terrifying divine might instantly locking onto the messenger. Thud! The messenger couldn't even muster the will to resist, instantly crushed to the ground as his bones shattered into pieces. It seems I have been far too lenient with you lot. Since you harbor treasonous thoughts, from this day forward, the witchcraft cult shall be erased from the Miao lands. Ji Tiannu's voice was as cold as ice. You? A flash of utter resolve flickered in the messenger's eyes as the parasitic insects within his body erupted into violent chaos. He actually intended to self-detonate. Oomph! Ji Tiannu snorted coldly, her jade-like finger pointing through the air. Boom! The messenger was struck as if by an invisible hammer, his entire body exploding into a cloud of blood mist, obliterating himself along with the rampaging poisonous insects. Yet a sliver of his lingering soul was forcibly extracted by Ji Tiannu, who began soul-searching. Moments later, Ji Tiannu's expression grew even colder. It was exactly as Lin Yuan had said. The witch bug cult had indeed been bribed by Jiang Chen, plotting to seize the Miao territory. Damn the witch cult! Damn you, Jiang Chen! Xuanyuan's phoenix-like eyes glowed with icy fury as crimson divine flames silently burned around her. The terrifying pressure rippled through the very fabric of space. Though Ji Tiannu was utterly devoted to Lin Yuan, even displaying a hint of possessive obsession bordering on sickness. But to outsiders, she was the ruthless, formidable ruler of the Crimson Land. Absolutely not to be trifled with. Lin Yuan gently clasped Ji Tiannu's delicate, bone-soft jade-like hand. Jiang Chen and you are both founding ancestors of the undead. His power is unfathomable. Rushing into war with the Shireen realm might play right into their hands. Lin Yuan analyzed. Jiang Chen. The main quest involving the dryad goddess Ji Tiannu. Lin Yuan had struggled immensely to defeat her while playing the game. And he successfully won Ji Tiannu's heart. Now that the game had materialized, the step of courting Ji Tiannu was skipped entirely. It was achieved in one fell swoop. With the Crimson Earth Palace issuing commands and all the zombies and supernatural beings of Miao Zhang obeying his orders, Lin Yuan had at least 9 ways to eliminate Jiang Chen. Ji Tiannu's brows furrowed slightly, her killing intent tempering somewhat. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't wish to engage in all-out war with him just yet. What does my husband suggest? Courtesy before force. Lin Yuan smiled. Since the witchcraft cult dares to send their gift, we shall return the favor. First, eliminate the destabilizing elements within the Miao region. Then we'll turn our attention to Jiang Chen's Xianji. If Jiang Chen dares to come to Miaozhang, all the better, let's face him head-on. After all, Ji Tiannu possesses a domain-enhanced buff within Miaozhang. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. If he dares to meddle in Miaozhang's affairs, he'd better be prepared to have his head chopped off. Meanwhile, Wan Guzhou. Upon a sinister altar constructed from countless skeletal remains and pitch-black boulders. 2 elders of the witchcraft cult, clad in dark green robes, emanating an obscure yet formidable aura, simultaneously sensed the soul-shattering demise of their trusted envoy dispatched to the Crimson Earth Palace. Their expressions darkened in unison. Failure. The slave heart corpse seed has been shattered. Elder's voice cracked with fury. Was it that demoness Ji Tiannu who intervened? No, that can't be right. It was her adopted young husband who saw through it. Elder Right's eyes flashed with venom. How could an insignificant outsider possibly discern the corpse bug mark bestowed by Lord Jiangchen? Whoever he is? Venom flickered in Elder Left's eyes. Dare to ruin Lord Jiangchen's plans? He must die. Has the message been sent to the cult leader? Asked the Right Elder. The Grand Master is in seclusion, refining the ancestral corpse essence blood bestowed by Lord Jiangchen to break through to a higher realm. He must not be disturbed. The Left Elder shook his head. This matter must be handled by you and me alone. Otherwise, when the sect master emerges, neither of us will escape blame. Oomph. Just some pretty boy protected by a woman. Elder Right sneered. If soft tactics won't work, then we'll use force. The terrifying aura of an S-rank powerhouse surged outward. No. Elder Left interrupted. We are no match for the Red Earth Palace. Our priority is to escape swiftly and lead our followers to seek refuge in the Corpse-Yin Realm. The Miao region was the domain of that mother drought-demon. Though the witch cult independently ruled an entire continent, it still faced constraints from the domain's influence, hampered at every turn. Truth be told, this modest existence wasn't so bad. But the Shireen realm offered far too many enticements. Not only did the revered sect leader succumb to temptation, but even the 2 elders chose to take the risk and betray him. Damn it! The Right Elder's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally snorted in bitter resignation. A direct confrontation would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Once the Crimson Earth Palace realizes what's happening, they'll inevitably march their armies to our borders. How do we extricate ourselves? The Right Elder asked gravely. The Left Elder spoke with a sinister edge. No problem. A batch of useful cannon fodder has conveniently delivered itself to our doorstep. He was referring to the group of players recently transported to the 10,000 bug continent by that bizarre matchmaking game. Among them, the most valuable asset was undoubtedly the Eagle Sauce Nation player known as Big Arm. Had circumstances not escalated beyond control, the Left Elder might have hesitated to sacrifice such a valuable pawn. Then, the Left Elder took out a communication bug to contact several A-level guardians of the Witchbug sect. He ordered them to lead their forces to secure the Eastern Passage. At the Eastern Pass, on the outskirts of the witch cult. At this moment, Big Arm was feeling utterly triumphant. Who could have imagined that, on the brink of death, an Eagle Sauce Nation nearly sent to the ICU by the side effects of the 9 Dragons power, he'd suddenly be chosen by that bizarre marriage game? Though I'm new here, I've encountered plenty of bizarre things that scared the hell out of me. But I never imagined that these witchcraft cultists would treat me like a priceless treasure the moment they saw me. They stared at him in amazement. They murmured, "This kid's got some luck, his blood's turned to jelly, yet he's still alive? Talent. Absolutely prime talent. Such formidable drug resistance, he belongs in our witchcraft cult." And so, Big Arm Guy was paraded around like merchandise. Ultimately, an I-rank guardian of the witchcraft cult took a liking to him, and the two became marriage partners. Though, this guardian was also male. But for Big Arm Guy, who had long since lost his fertility from steroid abuse, that was no big deal. What surprised Big Arm even more was, he discovered that players from the same nation could communicate and trade within group chats. Moreover, if a player founded a guild, they could recruit other players to join. No distance restrictions whatsoever. This got Big Arm fired up. So he swiftly established the 5% Club and assumed the role of leader. After all, as one of the few players with an A-grade companion, he had some influence. Nearly all Eagle Sauce Nation players joined, and he also managed to recruit quite a few members from other nations. Next, Big Arm coordinated with his witchcraft cult companion to plan the sale of witchcraft insects. Back on Blue Star, he sold 9 Dragons tech products. In this bizarre world, selling bug insects was even more convenient. Especially since the witchcraft cult already had an established business dealing in these creatures. It was truly a match made in heaven. They hit it off instantly. Chapter 10, The Advantage is Mine, Microcontrol Master Lin Yuan. At this moment, 5% Elite Players channel. Big Arm Guy, folks, fresh batch of power bugs and speed bugs just arrived. Hurry up and grab yours. Experience the ultimate in strength and speed. The currency for transactions was, of course, the bizarre currency used in this strange world. Of course, other resources could also be traded for them. Individual players naturally lack this purchasing power. This is where the perverted matchmaking game shines. Players may lack funds, but they can farm gold coins by finding bizarre partners. Besides, the bugs sold by Big Arm Guy? Honestly, they're all pretty useful. What's 9 Dragons tech compared to the power of the strange? It's weak as hell, right? Bye. Giant Arm Brothers products are guaranteed to be top-notch. I bought Big Arm Guy's Iron Rod bug earlier. It's incredibly useful. My weirdo wife keeps praising me. But it's kinda pricey, Big Arm Guy. Can you knock it down a bit? Big Arm Guy replies, no discounts, no exceptions. If you want it, act fast, don't hesitate. After all, this is top-tier stuff for boosting strength. In a pinch, it might just save your life. As a seller, I can only highlight the positives, can't mention the downsides, right? Truth is, these bugs come with major side effects. Without the specialized secret techniques of the witchcraft cult, you'll be finished sooner or later. As for the matching cultivation methods, Big Arms Guy has them, of course. They're rewards from the system after a successful marriage. But it's not time to sell that information yet. First, I'll reel in some recruits, lure them onto the pirate ship, and then play around with a pyramid scheme. With this approach, Big Arm might just become someone to reckon with. The 5% Club will surely flourish under my leadership, ultimately becoming the sole son in this bizarre world. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited, heh. Just as Big Arm was daydreaming about the future, a message arrived from the second in command of the 5% Club internal group. Boss, a few brothers privately told me they feel terrible after using the bug charms. It's like insects crawling all over their bodies. They've scratched their skin raw and become super irritable. The second in command hailed from Little Britain, nicknamed the British Beast, Martin Ford. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Martin Ford also moved in bodybuilding circles and, like Big Arms, was a devoted follower of 9 Dragons technology. As fate would have it, after the matchmaking game began, Martin Ford, the British Beast, was also transported to the witchcraft cult. He was matched with a B-rank witch cult partner. However, his location in the southwest of the witch cult was far removed from Giant Arms Guy's position in the northeast. Upon seeing the news, Big Arm furrowed his brow. What's a little side effect? You can't gain strength without paying the price. If it really bothers them, just have them buy some more mind-clearing bug to counteract it. Though the 5% Club was newly formed, Big Arm held the Yingzhu Beast in high regard. We're all pushing the limits of technology on Blue Star. Our ambitions should be grand. They wouldn't let such a minor issue hold them back. Big Arm immediately recognized the brilliance of this move. Got it, boss. Big Arm snorted derisively and cut the communication. At that very moment, a gaunt old man clad in a black robe embroidered with bizarre insect patterns, his face resembling a vermin, appeared silently behind him. A chill ran down Giant Arm's spine at the cold aura emanating from the figure. He spun around respectfully. Sir, you sought me? This elderly man was none other than Giant Arm Brothers' betrothed. A rank guardian of the witchcraft cult. Elders Y has ordered that worthless wench from the Crimson Earth Palace has dispatched some rabble. We must immediately organize forces for mutual defense, ensuring the enemy is held back without fail. As if issuing orders alone wasn't enough, the Guardian added. Elders was stated that if this mission is accomplished well, the rewards will be generous. You might even be granted an audience with the secluded sect master. Rewards? An audience with the sect leader? Big Arm Brothers' eyes gleamed with greed. Merely marrying in a rank guardian had already made him thrive in this bizarre world. And the cult leader of the witchcraft cult was an SS-rank superpower. If he could latch on to that powerful connection, wouldn't that be a game changer? Big Arm immediately pounded his chest in assurance. I'll mobilize the men right away. The elder guardian nodded in satisfaction, then vanished like a ghostly apparition. Big Arm rubbed his hands with excitement and reopened the 5% Club player channel. Guys, a huge opportunity has arrived. After explaining the situation, many were intrigued. Charge. Follow Big Arm and you'll get your share. Too bad I'm not in Bug Island, or I'd help out. Damn it. I've been itching to make a name for myself. Over 30 players were stationed at the East Pass of Wangu continent alone. All members of the 5% Club, led by Big Arm. At that moment, Big Arm watched the screen flood with slogans with satisfaction and ordered. "We've got the upper hand here. Everyone who can still move, assemble immediately." Soon, over 20 players, each accompanied by their bizarre partners, had assembled. Beyond them, there were also hundreds of followers of the witchcraft cult. Leading them was none other than Giant Armguy's companion, that a class guardian. "With the witchcraft cult as my backing, no matter who comes, they'll break their spears here." At this moment, Big Arm was brimming with confidence. "Come on then. My blade's been itching for a fight." Elsewhere, thousands of miles away from the direction of Wugazu, endless darkness had already engulfed the land. Terrifying corpse soul energy coalesced into a sky-darkening storm cloud. The main force was led by an SS-rank red-eyed zombie emperor. Supporting forces comprised 5 S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings, alongside an army comprising dozens of A-class flying zombies, hundreds of B-class, and thousands of C-class zombies. What? The enemy isn't fleeing? They dare to stay and defend their position? Lin Yuan, observing the battlefield from the Crimson Earth Palace, froze in shock. Immediately after, Lin Yuan issued remote micro-commands. "Transmit my orders. Elite forces shall launch a western assault from Wangguizhou. 2nd Legion, break through at the Eastern Pass. Converge from east and west to annihilate the main force of the witch bug cult." The orders were transmitted through the communication array, precisely relayed to the zombie forces on the front lines. Boom! At the East Pass, players like Giant Arm Brother had just charged to the pass entrance. A terrifying pressure, chilling to the very soul, suddenly descended. Ahead, 2 figures radiating overwhelming malevolence stood silently, the vanguard of the Crimson Land Palace, 2 S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings. S-rank? Not only Giant Arm, but even the Wuguei sex guardian was stunned. "Wait, the strongest here is only a rank. You've deployed 2 S-rankers outright. And it looks like over 1,000 elite zombies are following behind. This is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Damn it, you bastards." Big Arm instantly wet himself in fear. "Boss, should we keep fighting?" a player asked, trembling. Fight. Before Big Arm could finish his sentence, several players nearby actually launched their attacks. Boom! Unsurprisingly, they were instantly obliterated by the S-rank silver-eyed zombie king's gaze. "What the hell are you doing?" Big Arm was scared out of his wits. Thud. Dozens of players behind him collapsed to the ground, unable even to stand under the terrifying pressure, ting, and pissing themselves. The elderly guardian's face turned deathly pale. Yet he gritted his teeth, unleashing a swarm of venomous insects into the sky in a desperate last stand. Yet, one of the S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings merely raised its gaze indifferently, casually swiping its claws. Rip! Space tore apart like thin paper. The A-rank guardian, along with all his parasites, vanished in an instant without even a scream, reduced to a sky filled with fragments of flesh and blood. Chapter 11, sweeping away the decay, unstoppable like a bamboo shoot. Then, the S-rank silver-eyed zombie king fixed its icy gaze upon the terrified players and witchcraft cultists. Next, it raised its corpse-spotted hand and gently clenched it in their direction. No! Big Arm Guy only managed to let out a desperate howl. Boom! Before the eyes of all, Big Arm, leader of the 5% club, imploded like a crushed tomato. A sky-filling mist of blood, mixed with shattered bones and entrails, sprayed forth, staining the earth crimson. Not a trace remained. Roar! In the next instant, hundreds of flying zombies surged like a black tidal wave, instantly engulfing the players collapsed on the ground. Piercing screams, the tearing of flesh, and the crunching of bones blended into a cacophony. This battle was less a siege and more a one-sided massacre. Faced with overwhelming force, they crumbled like fragile glass, wiped out in an instant. Immediately after, the death announcements echoed. Due to the deaths of Eagle Nation player Big Arm and his A-rank companion, as well as players and companions from Japan, Australia, and South Korea, targeted penalties are now imposed on the above nations. Punishment: zombie locust infestation. Zombie virus-carrying mutant locusts will descend upon your borders. Many players perished in this wave. Immediately afterward, the skies above Blue Star nations were instantly blanketed by dark green locusts. With menacing mouthparts and bloodshot compound eyes, they plunged madly toward the ground. Countless citizens were engulfed by the locusts. Their skin rapidly rotted, eyeballs bulged, and they eventually transformed into staggering, highly aggressive living corpses. Damn it, a few more waves of punishment like this and humanity might just be wiped out. Not so pessimistic. I've observed for a long time and found that as long as there isn't a massive death toll among players from the same country, the system's punishment intensity won't be too high. While it's causing some unrest now, modern technology is more than capable of handling it. Worst case scenario, if things get truly unbearable, we can always seek refuge in the Dragon Nation. Foreign citizens debated in live chat rooms. Currently, only the Dragon Nation remains calm and peaceful. Thanks to the mythical rewards from earlier, its technology and public welfare are advancing at breakneck speed, a picture of thriving prosperity. This stark contrast has driven countless foreigners mad with envy and resentment. But rumor has it, Dragon Nation's green cards are notoriously hard to obtain. What if you flee there seeking refuge, only to be rejected? At this moment, the 5% club player channel. Big Arm's avatar suddenly dimmed, the gray icon no longer pulsing. Far away in the southwestern Miao region, Martin Ford the bearded giant beast was overcome with grief and anger. Had he been a Dragon Nation citizen, he might have quoted the memorial to the departed emperor. The founding work of our late sovereign remained unfinished when he passed away midway. But alas, he was British. After a long pause, he blurted out, "Big Arm, how'd you die?" Ding dong. At that moment, Martin Ford, the British giant, suddenly received an email. He clicked it open. The British giant beast was first stunned, then overjoyed, and finally deeply moved. It was a message Giant Arm had sent in haste before his death. It contained detailed methods for cultivating poisonous insects, resources earned by the 5% Club during this period, and the transfer of club management rights. Big Arm has passed the position of leader on to you. Woohoo! Big Arm truly had the vision. These techniques for cultivating poisonous insects and the resources would be immensely helpful to the British giant beast. They'll be enough to elevate him to Class A. And so, the giant beast spoke bitterly in the channel. Brothers, we have tragic news. Our leader, the great founding Grandmaster Big Arm, has fallen heroically in an ambush by the main forces of the Red Earth Palace. He was our hero, and we will forever remember him. A passionate eulogy successfully swayed many players, elevating Big Arm to the status of a heroic icon. Big Arm is gone, but we still have our beast, Big Brother Martin. Will we still be able to buy the Gui worms? My order hasn't shipped yet. Big Arm Brother offered a few soothing words to calm the situation. He vowed to carry on Big Arm Guy's legacy and expand the 5% Club. Let all players achieve 9 dragons tech freedom. Within the main hall of the Crimson Earth Palace, Lin Yuan and Xuanyuan stood side by side. Before them floated a massive eerie artifact mirror, clearly reflecting the battle at the eastern pass of the 10,000 Bug Continent. Sweeping all before it, Lin Yuan remained composed. With the Crimson Earth Palace's might, annihilating the witch bug cult was a mere formality. They wouldn't even need Xuanyuan to intervene personally. Their zombie kings alone could handle the task. In fact, according to the plot background of Eerie Affair, long ago, the Miao region was ruled by the witch cult. Later, it was seized by the drought-demon goddess, Xuanyuan. After the witch cult submitted, an agreement was made to preserve the 10,000 Bug Continent as their private domain. Outwardly obedient, they were in fact united in name only. Based on his understanding of the plot, Lin Yuan knew full well that the witchcraft sect was no good. Under their rule, the Miao region had descended into utter chaos. Even the notoriously brutal Giji faction trembled at the mention of the witchcraft cult. Conducting live experiments using bug insects was practically routine for them. Now was the perfect opportunity to uproot this disruptive element, the witch bug cult, once and for all. At that moment, the mystical artifact mirror projected a topographical map of the core region of the 10,000 Bug Continent. Issue the order, Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the mirror to the front lines. First and Third Zombie Legions feint an attack from the southwest to draw the attention of the Wugui cult's main force. The Second Zombie Legion, led by the SS-ranked Red-Eyed Zombie Emperor, will bypass to the northern part of the 10,000 Bug Continent. Locate a hidden place called the Rotten Bone Swamp, one of the energy sources for their mountain guarding formation, and destroy it by force. Combining his gaming memories with real-time battle updates from the magic mirror, Lin Yuan issued each command with clear logic. He did not demand a frontal assault but instead exploited information gaps to precisely strike at the weak points in the witch cult's defensive system, aiming to dismantle their resistance with minimal cost. Xuanyuan watched quietly from the side, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with admiration. She never imagined her husband possessed such innate talent in deploying troops and devising intricate strategies. Seeing Lin Yuan's confident composure and commanding presence, her heart overflowed with affection. Without a word, Xuanyuan merely flickered her jade-like fingers, and the primordial power of the Crimson Earth Palace quietly stirred. Streams of crimson gold divine power spanned the void, precisely empowering the zombie legions tasked with striking at critical junctures. Simultaneously, an intangible force of interference spread silently, causing the defensive restrictions of the 10,000 Bug Continent to operate with a dull, sluggish resistance. The support of an SSS-tier sovereign was as subtle as rain nourishing the earth, yet utterly domineering. Consider it playing a game with my husband. Xuanyuan mused to herself. What should we play tonight? Perhaps let my husband experience a blazing heat of 10,000 degrees. Might such intense heat harm him? Then 1,000 degrees it shall be. Wangu Continent, a hidden stronghold. 2 elders of the witch bug cult suddenly sensed that all life energy from the eastern pass had vanished simultaneously. All dead? So quickly? Elder Xua's face instantly turned ashen. Chapter 12, The Wise Recognize the Times, offering loyalty to the Emperor. Boom! Northern Wugazu, the Rotten Bone Swamp. The SS-ranked Red-Eyed Zombie Emperor led the Second Legion like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, effortlessly shattering the hidden restrictions guarding this place. The Wugue sect elders and over 1,000 followers guarding this area were crushed by the terrifying zombie aura before they could react. The array core hidden deep within the swamp was crushed by Xuetu's claw. But in the core region of Wanzhou, several Wugue sect elders overseeing the grand formation suddenly coughed up mouthfuls of black blood, their vital energy instantly withering. No! The northern array eye has been breached. How could it happen so fast? It's the SS-class zombie emperor from the Crimson Land Palace. How did they find it? The witch cult erupted in chaos, gripped by terror. Their pride and joy, the mountain defending grand formation, crumbled like paper before Lin Yuan's precise command, and the Crimson Earth Palace's overwhelming might was torn apart as easily as paper. On other fronts, the 1st and 3rd legions, tasked with feint attacks, suddenly launched their assaults, isolating and encircling the witch cult's resistance forces. The battle turned into a one-sided rout. Viewers watching the global livestream were left speechless. This is the art of war. Not only is Lin Yuan a master at living off his wife, but he's also this good at commanding troops? Pfft, what's so impressive? He's just riding his wife's coattails. If I had an SSS tier wife, I could pull that off too. IP, Eagle Nation. Witchcraft cult. High Priest's altar. An eerie deathly silence enveloped the 2S rank elders of the witchcraft cult. The left elder's weathered face was now more grim than if his own mother had died. Elder right trembled like a sieve, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. The tide of battle had turned too swiftly. There was simply no time to react. The S-class Silver-Eyed Zombie King and the SS-class Red-Eyed Zombie Emperor were the pinnacle of combat power within the Crimson Earth Palace. Not to mention the dark, towering mass of zombies behind them, radiating an overwhelming stench of decay. This wasn't an assault, it was a crushing onslaught. It was a massacre. It's over, completely over. I told you not to provoke the Red Earth Palace now, but you wouldn't listen. Elder Right's voice was hoarse, laced with tears, stripped of any trace of an S-rank powerhouse's authority. Once the most hot-tempered among them, he now laid bare his truest self in the face of life or death peril. What's the panic for? The left elder forced himself to remain calm, his voice sharp and commanding. Our witch cult has deep-rooted foundations. How could we possibly fear those mere zombies of the Crimson Land Palace? Yet despite his words, his trembling hands betrayed the terror within. Just as Elder Zuo was about to speak, suddenly, the space rippled. Mid-air, Lin Yuan's face appeared, bearing a mocking smile. The Crimson Earth Palace S was an SS Great Precious. Not only could it monitor the Miao region, but also enables remote video communication. However, it required locking onto the target's anchor point. Because the witch cult was located within the Autonomous Reserve, Tiannu did not monitor it too closely. This very fact gave them the opportunity to defy their superiors. It must be said, Lin Yuan's wife was remarkably bold. Greetings, elders. It's been a while. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the magic mirror, reverberating above the altar. I just took a look at the scenery of Wangu Island. It's pretty decent, perfect for a leisurely getaway when you've got nothing better to do. The moment these words left his mouth, the two elders' faces instantly turned ashen. You insolent brat! How dare you insult me? Elder Zuo flew into a rage. An S-class aura of terror erupted uncontrollably, causing the entire altar to hum with vibration. Lin Yuan, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Insult you? That's not quite right. I'm merely giving you both a heads up, lest you walk down a path of no return. After a pause, Lin Yuan shifted his tone. His gaze sharpened, piercing through their very souls. What did Jiangchen promise you? What made you betray the Miao kingdom to serve him? Could it be that so-called secret art of corpse transformation? The corpse-shedding secret art. A bizarre cultivation technique created by Jiangchen. It could break through the bottleneck preventing the bizarre from reaching SS rank. Yet it was also a trap. All strange beings who cultivate this method are gradually controlled by Jiangchen's mind. Life and death hang by a single thought. Boom! Lin Yuan's words struck the two elders like thunder from the heavens, crashing down upon their hearts. Their pupils contracted sharply, their faces etched with utter disbelief. How could he know? The matter of Jiangchen bestowing the corpse mystery technique upon the cult leader was the witch cult's highest secret. Beyond the three of them, absolutely no one else knew. Just who the hell was this Lin Yuan? Wasn't he just that pretty boy Tiannu found from who knows where? Where did he get this information? This emperor's patience is limited. The time I've granted you is nearly up. No sooner had Lin Yuan finished speaking. The two elders turned ashen. Cold sweat soaked through their robes. Fear. Unprecedented terror. Before Lin Yuan, they felt as if they were standing naked, every secret laid bare. This feeling of being utterly exposed filled them with more despair than facing the zombie hordes of the Crimson Earth Palace. Who are you? The right elder could no longer maintain his composure. Who I am is irrelevant. Lin Yuan tapped the edge of the magic mirror, producing a crisp sound. What matters is that you now have only two paths before you. Either you fight to the bitter end, facing the consequence of your souls being scattered to the winds, doomed to eternal damnation. Or renounce darkness and embrace the light, offer your allegiance. A meaningful smile curved Lin Yuan's lips. In return, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the two elders, their faces ashen. His tone shifted abruptly. I have the authority to spare your worthless lives. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A blurred yet terrifying figure flickered through the void behind Lin Yuan, a presence so dreadful it made heaven and earth tremble. That was the aura of the drought-demon goddess, Ji Tiannu. Though but a fleeting glimpse, that soul-freezing SSS tier pressure crushed down upon the two elders' hearts like a towering mountain range. Thud! The right elder's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Your Imperial Majesty, spare my life. Spare me. This old man surrenders. Seeing this, the left elder's face twisted in agony before finally settling into a long, heavy sigh. He slumped his once proud head in defeat. The tide had turned, beyond any hope of reversal. Lin Yuan observed the two S-rank elders in the magic mirror, their will to resist utterly broken, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Now it was time to take stock of the spoils. He had no fear of these two elders rebelling. The Crimson Earth Palace possessed secret arts to manipulate minds. He could simply implant them with his will. Meanwhile, the global livestream's chat exploded with comments. Holy! Boss Lin Yuan is ing awesome voice cracking. He just talked 2S tier big shots into kneeling? FCK. That was clearly riding someone else's coattails. Without his SSS tier wife's help, Lin Yuan would have been dead. Damn it! Why are our country's players still grinding away at F-rank anomalies, while Dragon Nation seems to have cheats enabled? This gap in anomaly gameplay is insane. Chapter 13, Annihilating the Witchcraft Cult, Dragon Nation rewards resurface. At that moment, within the side hall of the Crimson Earth Palace, two once arrogant S-rank elders of the witchcraft cult now hung their heads like defeated roosters, all their former swagger gone. Lin Yuan leaned back against the soft couch of 10,000-year-old cold jade. He leisurely pinched a crystal-clear blood bodhi seed and tossed it into his mouth. Then, with a glance from the corner of his eye, he observed the dry banshee goddess beside him, whose aura was as deep and towering as a mountain. Ji Tiannu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. Though she uttered not a word, the faint yet terrifying SSS tier pressure radiating from her body was enough to make the two elders tremble in fear. Your Imperial Majesty, spare us. Goddess, have mercy. We were blinded by that demon Xuanyuan. Cut the nonsense, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Get to the point. The more self-preservation-minded right elder kowtowed frantically. Your Imperial Majesty, our sect leader has indeed defected to Xuanyuan of the Corpse Shadow Realm. The right elder feared that even a moment's delay in speaking would cost him his very soul. That demon Xuanyuan promised that if the master assists him in accomplishing a great task, he will bestow upon the master the supreme secret technique, the 9 Transformations Corpse Liberation Grade Method. This technique will shatter the master's SS tier limitations, even granting him the potential to break through to the SSS tier realm within a century. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. But he couldn't be bothered to explain that this very secret technique was Xuanyuan's scheme to deceive them. What exactly is this matter? Ji Tiannu inquired. She was more concerned about the schemes of her arch-rival, Xuanyuan. The right elder dared not conceal the truth. Xuanyuan seeks to devour the primordial energies of the other 3 zombie ancestors, particularly the remnant fragments of the soul within them, to complete his own being. Ho! A flicker of emotion finally rippled through Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes. The 4 ancestral zombies, Xuanyuan, Hanba, Ingo, Hou Qing, all were intimately connected to the ancient divine beast Hou. Take Ji Tiannu, for instance. She was originally the Yellow Emperor's daughter, Heavenly Maiden Ba. After aiding the Yellow Emperor in defeating Qiyu, she suffered severe injuries and absorbed the Hou's soul to transform into the Hanba. Without the Hou's soul essence, Ji Tiannu faced either death and the extinction of her path, or a severe decline in her power. This was a matter of life and death. Then, Lord Chang. The right elder swallowed hard before continuing. Due to the imperfect fusion with Hou's soul, she endures constant backlash from the curse, rendering her power extremely unstable. This makes her the prime target for Xuanyuan's next devouring. To my knowledge, Xuanyuan has already dispatched elite forces to infiltrate the cursed land and is preparing to launch a fatal strike against Lord Hou Qing in the near future. This intelligence largely matched the plot progression Lin Yuan had learned in the Eerie Affair game. Only the timeline seemed to have accelerated. It appeared that the emergence of the bizarre marriage game, like a butterfly flapping its wings, had begun to alter the original trajectory of this strange world. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the cold jade couch. His gaze shifted to the silent elder Zhua, who stood bowed nearby. And you? Is there anything else you wish to add? Elder Zhua's body trembled. Knowing the tide had turned against him, he could only slump and say, every word spoken by Elder Yu is true. I only beg the Emperor Lord to consider this old man's arduous path of cultivation and grant me a way to live. A way out? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. This emperor keeps his word. Ji Tiannu, struck by divine inspiration, snapped her fingers. 2 streams of crimson gold flames shot into the bodies of the 2 elders. This was the mark of the true fire of the drought demon's origin. From this day forward, their lives hung by a thread. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, should you ever harbor the slightest dissenting thought, you know your fate. The 2 elders felt the terrifying power within them, power capable of incinerating divine souls, and were utterly terrified. They prostrated themselves repeatedly in gratitude. Then, to demonstrate their loyalty, they revealed the location of the witchcraft cult's treasure vault and the hiding places of various rare poisonous insects and medicinal herbs. They feared leaving out even the slightest detail might incur the displeasure of the unpredictable Emperor Lin Yuan. Over the next few days, a bloody storm swept across the entire Wangu continent. The zombie hordes of the Crimson Earth Palace swept through like autumn winds, clearing fallen leaves, launching a thunderous purge against all remnants of the witchcraft cult who dared resist. Resistance was met with merciless slaughter. The bizarre creatures once enslaved by the witch bug cult now defected en masse, joining the purge. The witchcraft cult's accumulated treasures, wealth, bug creatures, secret arts, and medicinal herbs were all looted and poured into the Red Earth Palace's treasury. The bounty of this raid was so immense it was almost beyond measure. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan for successfully eradicating the Miao rebel faction 10,000 bug cult, quelling regional unrest, and making outstanding contributions to maintaining territorial stability. The nation of Dragon Country has earned an S-Rank National Fortune Reward. Reward 1, the physical constitution of all Dragon Nation citizens is significantly enhanced. Reward 2, obtain 1,000 seeds of the Miao specialty Millennial Blood Jade Lingji. This Lingji can revive the dead and mend broken bones, greatly increasing the cure rate for citizens' intractable illnesses. The system announcement resounded across the entire Blue Star like divine revelation. Within the Dragon Nation, 1.4 billion citizens, sensing another earth-shattering transformation in their physical prowess, erupted in celebration once more. Whoa, so building influence or making strategic moves can earn rewards too? Holy! I feel like I could knock out Brother Dao's mom with one punch now. You're seriously badass. Even Tyson wouldn't claim he could one-punch my mom. You're tougher than Tyson. My chronic leg pain is gone. I feel like I've turned back the clock by a decade. Big shot Lin Yuan, you're my second father. Old dang, how old are you to call Lin Yuan father? Aren't you afraid of shortening his lifespan? Dog head for my life. At this moment, emotions ran high across the globe. Envy? Jealousy? Such words could no longer capture their feelings. Especially for those nations that had just endured punishment, the stark contrast left them utterly devastated. Eagle Nation, White House. Thud. The Don, enraged, hurled his chilled Coca-Cola onto the floor. At that moment, his eyes bloodshot, he pointed at the screen showing jubilant citizens of the Dragon Nation and roared at his cowering advisors. Why always the Dragon Nation? Why do they always get lucky? Didn't you guys tell me Giant Arm was reliable? What's he doing now? AIDS. His Majesty the Wise One truly has dementia. Ever since the Sleeping King's defeat, your Majesty has inherited the Eagle's legacy, yet your memory keeps failing you. Big Arm died a few days ago, Vice President Fat Vance sighed. I've mentioned it to you many times before. The King of Understanding. He nearly choked on his breath, almost staging an impromptu ascension right then and there. Finally, after a moment of silence, the great leader made a startling decision. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon Nation rise. We must retaliate. I've decided to impose a 60% tariff on the Dragon Nation. What do you think? The advisors? It's confirmed His Majesty the know-it-all has truly lost his mind. If you wanted to raise taxes, it might have been feasible before that bizarre marriage game descended upon us. But now, everyone knows Longhua has produced Lin Yuan. Its rise is now unstoppable. The best strategy would be to collaborate with the Dragon Nation and then seize opportunities to gain advantages. But you're just starting a war over nothing. Do you really think we stand a chance? Chapter 14, Living Off Others' Labor, Envy of All. After eradicating the witchcraft cult and taking stock of the abundant spoils of war, a festive atmosphere filled the Crimson Earth Palace. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu sat side by side upon the crimson gold throne in the main hall. Dozens of great zombie maids, each possessing breathtaking beauty and alluring figures, attended them with utmost care. Ji Tiannu personally peeled open a blood-core holy fruit, its shape resembling a longan, and offered it to Lin Yuan's lips. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with tender affection. Husband, had you not uncovered the witch-gourd cult's conspiracy and intervened in time, the Miao tribes would surely have faced great turmoil. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, taking her delicate, boneless jade-like hand in his. My dear, you jest. How could the lowly witch cult possibly be a match for you? I merely cleared a few obstacles for you ahead of time. This art of eating soft rice with a hard bite had been mastered to perfection by Lin Yuan. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Yuan detailed his plan to journey to the Cursed Land and unite with Hou Qing to confront Jiang Chen. Hou Qing? Ji Tiannu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Hou Qing, another progenitor of the undead, shared a deep connection with the drought-demon. He had once been a general under the Yellow Emperor. After dying in battle, his lingering resentment fused with the Hou, transforming him into one of the primordial zombies. Yet among the 4 great ancestral zombies, their strength naturally varied. Jiangchen and Hanba were evenly matched, standing in the top tier. Ingo was solidly competent, occupying the second tier. Hou Qing is the weakest of them all. His fusion with the Hou's soul went awry, leaving him with diminished power and forcing him to specialize in curses instead. Jiangchen harbors wolfish ambitions, scheming to devour our very essence. Hou Qing's current unstable state makes him the easiest target for Jiangchen to strike. Ji Tiannu pondered for a moment, then a resolute gleam flashed in her phoenix-like eyes. Perhaps I should go summon Hou Qing myself. Absolutely not, Lin Yuan interrupted immediately. If you leave Miao, Jiangchen will seize the opportunity to attack. The Crimson Earth Palace must have you stationed here. You cannot leave lightly. Why was Lin Yuan so confident in his judgment? Because this was the bad ending that occurred when pursuing Ji Tiannu during the Guilian game. Back then, Lin Yuan had tried countless times. He rushed Ji Tiannu to take him and subdue Hou Qing. But Jiangchen, ever the predator, was faster. Each time he returned, the Miao kingdom lay utterly devastated by Jiangchen. Without the Miaojiang domain, Ji Tiannu's power was severely weakened. In the end, their efforts came to naught. The best solution was still to have Lin Yuan lead the expedition. My lord, this journey is of utmost importance. Yet that cursed land is fraught with peril. I fear. Rest assured, my lady. I know my limits, Lin Yuan replied with a confident smile. A mere cursed land cannot hold me back. Seeing Lin Yuan's resolve, Ji Tiannu said no more, the worry nearly overflowed from her eyes. Her delicate hand flickered, and 2 artifacts radiating a terrifying aura appeared before Lin Yuan. This journey is perilous, my lord. Take these for your protection. The first item. It is a talisman made entirely of crimson gold, ablaze with tiny divine flames. Its name, the drought-demon's divine flame 10,000 Li talisman. This talisman contains the power of my 3 most powerful strikes. In dire moments, it can incinerate any enemy below SSS rank. Should you encounter an opponent too formidable to defeat, simply shatter this talisman to teleport back to the Crimson Earth Palace in an instant. 3 SSS tier attacks. Plus teleportation capability. This life-saving capability is absolutely top-notch. The second item. A body-hugging soft armor, thin as a cicada's wing and shimmering with iridescent light, woven from countless crimson gold dragon scales. Its name, Crimson Gold Mystic Dragon Armor. This armor was forged over a century using crimson gold extracted from the Earth's core, reinforced with the reverse scales of an SS-tier peak demon dragon slain by my father, the Emperor. It can withstand the vast majority of physical attacks and curse erosion below SSS tier. An SS-grade defensive treasure. Dual physical and magical defense. Lin Yuan accepted these gifts without hesitation. Moreover, Ji Tiannu thoughtfully arranged for the strongest of the 3 SS-rank red-eyed zombie emperors of the Crimson Earth Palace, the Corpse Slaughter Emperor, to serve as his guardian. She further commanded him to lead 5 S-class silver-eyed zombie kings to form a personal guard. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor and his forces will obey your every command and protect you completely. Ji Tiannu said softly. Lin Yuan gazed upon the zombie Slaughter Emperor, who knelt before him with overwhelming presence, and the 5 silver-eyed zombie kings. His heart swelled with boundless pride. This display. This prestige. Absolutely top tier. With such a lavish lineup and gear, he wouldn't just dare to venture into the cursed lands, he'd even dare to pay a visit to the Xi-Yin realm, the very lair of the Lord of Corpses. Finally, Ji Tiannu produced a palm-sized creature, a fiery red bird that seemed forged from molten flame, and gently placed it upon Lin Yuan's shoulder. This is a spirit pet I acquired years ago, the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Though it currently possesses only PK rank power and little combat strength, its extreme speed makes it an excellent sentinel for my husband. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she added. Moreover, it carries my primordial essence. This allows me to always know whether my husband is safe, whether he's thinking of me. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Unable to resist, he pulled the outwardly cold yet inwardly warm goddess of drought tightly into his embrace. At that moment, in the livestream chat. Holy, I just exploded right here. The corpse slaughtering emperor? That's the most formidable among the SS rank red-eyed zombie emperors. And he's actually Lin Yuan's bodyguard? That soft armor, that talisman, and that little bird. Every single one is a priceless treasure. Lin Yuan's freeloading, it's making my teeth ache. At this moment, global viewers gained a stark understanding of what it means to be out of their league. System notice, the following livestream contains 18+ content and is automatically blocked. The Dragon Nation livestream instantly went black. Viewers? 1 day passed. Another day passed. Lin Yuan walked out of the Crimson Earth Palace, his legs feeling weak. Husband, why not stay with me a few more days? Ji Tiannu spoke with lingering affection. Woman, do not disturb my Taoist resolve. Lin Yuan remained unmoved. Urgent matters come first. I must depart. Beauty is a poison that pierces the gut, a steel blade that scrapes the bone. Lin Yuan had never been one to indulge in carnal desires. He had only lingered these past 2 days out of affection for his companion. Still, to be so deeply cared for by an SSS tier wife. And recalling Ji Tiannu's fiery. This feeling was truly mind-blowing. After a tearful farewell, under Ji Tiannu's affectionate gaze, Lin Yuan stepped onto the teleportation array bound for the Cursed Land, accompanied by his guards including the corpse-slaughtering emperor and the Crimson Flame Phoenix perched upon his shoulder. Whoosh! A flash of white light and Lin Yuan's party vanished from the Crimson Earth Palace. Immediately after, the world spun violently. The light dissipated. A chilling, oppressive aura washed over them. You have arrived at the Cursed Land. Warning, this area is influenced by Hou Qing, the progenitor of zombies. Beware of the ominous aura corrupting your senses. In stark contrast to the vast expanse of scorched earth and blazing divine flames that dominated the Miao Crimson Palace, the cursed land before them. As far as the eye could see, the sky was shrouded in thick, viscous clouds. The earth took on a sickly grayish-black hue. On the parched, cracked ground, withered, bizarre plants emitted a pungent stench of decay. Visible black mist hung thick in the air. That was the concentrated essence of cursed power. It permeated every corner of this land, eroding all signs of life. Chapter 15, The Cursed Land, Hou Qing, Ancestor of the Undead. Such a powerful aura of cursed energy. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor spoke in a deep, resonant voice. His crimson eyes flashed with alertness. Your Majesty, this place exerts considerable suppression upon our zombie bodies. The other 5 S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings nodded solemnly. They all circulated their corpse energy to resist the pervasive curse's erosion. Only Lin Yuan, shielded by the crimson gold mystic dragon armor, remained composed. He remained utterly unaffected by the curse's power. It's nothing. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Even if we're somewhat restrained, our current lineup is sufficient. After all, this was Hou Qing's territory. We weren't here to fight Hou Qing, we were here to deliver benefits to our family. Just then, a rustling sound came from the black mist ahead. Immediately after, a dozen massive, insectoid abominations emerged from the earth. Covered in black scales, their mouthparts twisted into menacing forms, their crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan and his companions. Name, Cursed Corpse Beetle. Grade, A class. Oomph. A mere Class A insect dares to act insolently before the Emperor. A hot-tempered silver-eyed zombie king roared in anger. He immediately stepped forward, unleashing a wave of corpse soul energy that effortlessly obliterated the insects. Grade A anomalies were the kind of targets countless players could only dream of obtaining. A single Class A anomaly could effortlessly obliterate most player alliances currently in existence. If brought to Blue Star, it would be comparable to a devastating weapon. Yet to Lin Yuan, it was merely an appetizer. With a casual laugh, the enemy's ships were reduced to ashes. At that moment, Lin Yuan's gaze turned toward the depths of the Cursed Land. Hou Qing's secluded retreat was bound by an ancient, overpowering restriction. This was also why Hou Qing couldn't come to seek refuge in the Miao Kingdom on his own. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't. You understand, right? Cheep cheep. At that moment, the crimson-winged phoenix perched on his shoulder gave 2 warning chirps. Immediately afterward, the dark mist ahead churned violently. An S-class terror aura, mingled with the nauseating stench of decay, erupted with a thunderous roar. Rumble. A massive, mountain-sized, festering lizard emerged from the darkness, its body covered in pus-filled boils, oozing dark green venom. Its single eye flashed with savage ferocity. Name, Corrupted Catastrophe Lizard. Rank, S-class. Details, one of the formidable guardian beasts guarding the outer perimeter of the Cursed Land. Possesses unbreakable defenses and excels at unleashing wide area poison and curses. The system prompt instantly appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. It's worth noting that the creatures of the Cursed Land are bizarre and largely devoid of intelligence. They exist in a state of undeveloped consciousness. Rather than calling them strange, it would be more accurate to describe them as malevolent entities. Corpse Slaughterer, this massive beast is yours. The Corpse Slaughterer let out a frenzied, savage laugh. Roar! The corrupted calamity lizard unleashed a deafening roar. A foul, toxic slime gushed like a waterfall from its monstrous jaws. Wherever it passed, the earth sizzled and crackled, instantly corroded into deep pits. The terrifying pressure of an S-rank being surged toward Lin Yuan and his companions like a tangible tidal wave. You wretched beast seeks death. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor's crimson eyes blazed with murderous intent. Any other intelligent weirdness encountering an SS-class red-eyed zombie emperor leading 5 S-class silver-eyed zombie kings as guards would have fled in terror long ago. But this was the Cursed Land. All living beings inevitably succumbed to the pervasive curse aura of Hou Qing. They became as though they had lost their minds. Roar! The SS-rank red-eyed zombie emperor unleashed his terrifying aura in full force. Viscous corpse soul energy, thick as ink, surged skyward, coalescing behind him into a monstrous, snarling demon god phantom dozens of zhang tall. The corpse slaughter emperor unleashed a fist strike. Simple and brutal. No flashy techniques, only raw, unadulterated power and a will to destroy. Where the fist's wind passed, space itself groaned under the unbearable strain. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided with a thunderous crash. The shockwave surged, and black mist swirled backward. The entire cursed land seemed to tremble violently in that instant. The corrupted calamity lizard's venomous slime attack, capable of crushing hills with ease, was effortlessly shattered by the corpse slaughter emperor's overwhelming fist power. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, calmly retreated to a safe distance with the other 5 S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings to observe the battle. He knew full well that the corpse slaughters' true power far exceeded what was on display. This corrupted giant lizard was merely a sparring partner to help him familiarize himself with the combat rhythms of the cursed land. If Ah San were here, he might even find the giant lizard somewhat entertaining. But for the corpse emperor, after testing the attack patterns of the malevolent creatures here several times, it gradually lost interest. Too weak. A flicker of contempt crossed the corpse slaughter emperor's eyes. With such pitiful strength, you dare act insolently before this emperor? He seized a sudden opening, his palm-sized hand clamping down like iron pincers, gripping the corrupted giant lizard's head with deadly force. Crush! Crack! Amidst the cracking of bones, the S-rank corrupted cataclysmic lizard's impossibly hard skull was crushed to pieces by the corpse slaughter emperor's bare hands. Foul-smelling brain matter mixed with venomous blood splattered all over the corpse slaughter emperor. The battle ended cleanly and decisively. Holy crap! SS-class terror, is this terrifying? High-level fighting low-level and still dragging it out? Doesn't look impressive to me. Are you stupid? That was clearly testing the rhythm, okay? If they actually let you fight, you wouldn't want to anyway. The guardian beast was dealt with. Lin Yuan and his group pressed deeper. The deeper they went, the aura of the curse grew increasingly dense. Even faint, black snowflakes began drifting through the air. This was the manifestation of cursed power condensed to its utmost limit. Finally, before a gloomy valley encircled by black thorns, Lin Yuan halted his steps. This must be the place. Lin Yuan gazed intently into the depths of the valley. Hou Qing's secluded retreat lay at the very heart of this valley. The black mist that swirled around them, shimmering with ghostly faces that flickered in and out of view, was the ancient curse-bound barrier. Your Imperial Majesty, the restrictions here are no ordinary matter. I volunteer to scout ahead. The corpse slaughter emperor volunteered. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. It is unnecessary. This barrier cannot be broken by brute force. Rushing in recklessly will only invite a stronger backlash. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, beginning to recall the detailed steps required to break the seal. But at that very moment, a sudden, terrifying change occurred. A terrifying will, saturated with boundless resentment, descended abruptly from the depths of the valley like an ancient demon god awakening. Those who trespass upon my forbidden domain shall die. The voice, as if from the depths of hell itself, boomed out. Immediately after, the cursed energies throughout the entire valley instantly boiled. Countless chains of cursed energy, black as ink, like venomous snakes seeking their prey, shooting forth from all directions, targeting Lin Yuan and his companions. Each chain was entwined with heart-stopping cursed runes, emitting a terrifying aura potent enough to corrode divine souls. No! It's Hou Qing's cursed authority. The corpse slaughter emperor's face paled. Instinctively shielding Lin Yuan behind him, he channeled every ounce of his corpse soul energy to block the onslaught. 5 S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings simultaneously joined the fray, deploying layer upon layer of corpse energy barriers. Yet these cursed chains seemed endless, their power utterly terrifying. Snap! Snap! The corpse energy barriers shattered piece by piece in mere moments. Even the SS-rank red-eyed zombie emperor, the corpse slaughter emperor, couldn't help but grunt in pain after directly absorbing several cursed chains, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Hou Qing's strength far exceeded their wildest expectations. This was the true terror of the progenitor of zombies. Chapter 16, The Yellow Emperor's Relic, the Xuanyuan Pendant. Put. The corpse slaughter emperor's body, as sturdy as divine iron, trembled violently after absorbing the cursed chains. Deep, bone-exposing cracks shattered across his hardened corpse armor. Your Imperial Majesty, retreat at once. This beast cannot be fought head-on. The corpse slaughter emperor gritted his teeth against the pain, his voice urgent as he transmitted his command. The 5 silver-eyed zombie kings behind him were equally grim, their zombie chi chaotic and disordered. Clearly they too had suffered severe blows. At this moment, live chat. Holy! What the hell is this? Even SS-rank can't hold out. Is God tier Lin done for? No way. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Nation kid is dead meat. Serves you right for showing off. IP, Cherry Blossom Nation. At the critical moment, Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm. Retreat? Why retreat? He gently pushed aside the corpse slaughtering emperor blocking his path. Facing that terrifying torrent of curses, he didn't retreat, he advanced instead, stepping forward. Your Majesty! The corpse-slaughtering emperor and the others were horrified. Lin Yuan didn't even glance back, his right hand shooting upward like lightning. In an instant, an ancient jade pendant in his palm suddenly blazed with a radiant, sacred golden light. This was the jade pendant imbued with the essence of the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan, the Xuanyuan pendant. It was something Lin Yuan had specifically requested from Ji Tiannu after spending 2 days with her before his departure. After all, this was a crucial artifact. Now, Hou Qing had failed to fuse with the Hou soul and, under the curse's influence, had long since lost his mind. Without the Xuanyuan pendant, Hou Qing, now essentially a raving madman, would indiscriminately slaughter friend and foe alike. Under Lin Yuan's command, the Xuanyuan pendant fully awakened. Its radiance radiated divine majesty, vast and majestic. As if an ancient human emperor descended, sweeping across the cosmos. An overwhelming righteous energy transformed into a golden shockwave, instantly engulfing the valley. Wherever the golden divine light passed, those hideous, terrifying chains of curses seemed to encounter their nemesis. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The chains emitted shrill, terrified screeches, billowing black smoke as they rapidly melted and disintegrated. In a mere instant, the torrent of curses powerful enough to drive an SS-rank powerhouse to despair was completely purified. Gah! From the deepest recesses of the valley came a roar of agony, yet strangely tinged with relief. The sky-filling black mist of curses rapidly dissipated, revealing the valley's true, desolate and lifeless form. The assault ceased. The terrifying pressure receded along with it. The corpse slaughter emperor and the 5 zombie kings stared at Lin Yuan in stunned silence. The lord had actually bestowed the Xuanyuan pendant upon Lin Yuan? It must be remembered that this jade token held an exceptionally special significance for the goddess of drought. It was proof enough of how genuine Ji Tiannu's feelings for Lin Yuan truly were. Moments later, a figure staggered out of the black mist. Hunchbacked, with a withered face and ashen skin. None other than Hou Qing, the progenitor of all zombies. At that moment, the madness in his crimson eyes had largely faded. His expression was intensely complex. Pain, struggle, confusion. And a glimmer of awakened clarity. Hou Qing gazed at Xuanyuan Pei, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Golden spears and iron horses, battle flags fluttering fiercely. That towering figure had led them, banishing demons and establishing the human race. That was the last glory before he fell into zombification. At that moment, Hou Qing stared intently at the Xuanyuan pendant in Lin Yuan's hand. His parched lips trembled. With a voice hoarse from the weight of millennia, he rasped. The Xuanyuan pendant? This aura, it's undoubtedly His Majesty the Yellow Emperor. Hou Qing's withered body convulsed violently, and 2 streams of pitch-black blood tears streamed from his eyes. Who are you? His burning gaze locked onto Lin Yuan. Why is this artifact in your possession? I come at the behest of the Yellow Emperor's daughter, Ji Tiannu, now the ruler of Miao, the goddess of drought. Lin Yuan remained composed as he calmly stowed away the Xuanyuan pendant. Elder Hou Qing, this is our sovereign's consort, Emperor Lin Yuan, Tu Huang promptly interjected. Ji Tiannu? The heavenly maiden of drought. She is married? Hou Qing's expression once again shifted violently, her heart churning with shock. That supremely proud daughter of the Yellow Emperor had ultimately chosen Lin Yuan, the seemingly ordinary human? Hou Qing was filled with shock and disbelief. But a glance at the SS-class corpse slaughterer emperor and 5 S-class zombie kings standing respectfully behind Lin Yuan. Such a formidable display. Plus Xuanyuan Pei. It didn't seem fake. Credibility soared by leaps and bounds. She sent you to find me? Hou Qing suppressed his shock, his voice hoarse as he asked, what is the matter? Naturally, it's for you, for her, and above all, for this world to eliminate a common enemy. Lin Yuan's voice was unwavering. Jiang Chen. The name ignited a torrent of hatred and profound dread in Hou Qing's eyes. Jiang Chen seeks to devour the primordial essences of other ancestors to complete his own Hou soul. Lin Yuan's piercing gaze struck straight at Hou Qing's heart. Yet your fusion with the Hou soul remains incomplete. You endure constant backlash from the curse, your power spiraling out of control. You have long been the first and easiest prey in Jiang Chen's sights. Hou Qing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Lin Yuan abruptly pointed at the pervasive black mist of curses surrounding them. You've been trapped here for countless ages, the most obvious target, unable to advance or retreat. This is your true predicament. These simple words cut like a blade into Hou Qing's withered heart. The agony of 10,000 years of confinement, the torment of uncontrolled power, the yearning for freedom, the shadow of death. It turned out, he had long since reached a dead end. Once, Hou Qing had even considered maintaining neutrality, staying out of everything, and no one would be foolish enough to trouble him. But temporary safety doesn't prove it's the right path. It was merely that others were in a good mood and temporarily chose not to strike you. Put. Hou Qing violently coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. His withered body convulsed violently, his eyes a turbulent mix of lucidity and madness. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late yet. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. I know a way to safely break this ancient curse and seal. Lin Yuan extended a finger, pointing toward the invisible barrier of curses. This method requires combined internal and external forces. My subordinates will deliver precise attacks from the outside, while you must channel the power from within according to the unique technique I provide, creating a resonance. This is your only chance to break free from this prison, reclaim your life, and even resolve the backlash of the Hou soul. Your only chance. Hou Qing stared intently at Lin Yuan, his eyes darting wildly as inner turmoil raged within him. Trust or distrust? 10,000 years of imprisonment. 10,000 years of agony. Hou Qing had truly had enough. Fine. After a long pause, a resolute gleam flashed in Hou Qing's eyes. I can trust you this once. But. Her tone shifted abruptly, her eyes blazing with savage intent, like a dying beast. You must first swear on the Xuanyuan pendant that you will never harm me after breaking the seal. Otherwise, even if my soul is scattered to the winds, I will drag every last one of you down with me. A terrifying killing intent once again filled the air, cold and bone-chilling. Lin Yuan remained utterly unconcerned. Everything was under his control. The method to break the seal had been replicated countless times while playing the eerie affair game. Truth be told, this barrier was deliberately set up by the Yellow Emperor before his ascension. But it was never meant to harm Hou Qing, it was truly for his own good. After all, Hou Qing had died in battle years ago, his resentment lingering. He had forcibly fused with the Hou soul, only to suffer backlash that nearly consumed his sanity. Leaving him unchecked would have been a true calamity. Over the long ages, Hou Qing gradually harmonized with the Hou soul. All that was needed was to break the curse and seal to free him. The method to break it had been left behind by the Yellow Emperor in his early years. His plan was for his daughter to one day have the opportunity to subdue Hou Qing. What a heartbreaking parental love. Yet fate proved unpredictable and many unforeseen events intervened. The solution was buried away. Lin Yuan transformed into a liver god, enduring long hours and gathering numerous clues before finally uncovering the method to break the seal. Chapter 17. The Witch Doctor's timing was truly ingenious. Lin Yuan held the key to victory in his hands. He swiftly scanned the invisible curse barrier encircling the valley's perimeter. Drawing on his experience with guides and the sensory feedback from Xuanyuan Pei, he instantly pinpointed a section where the energy structure was relatively weak and unlikely to trigger a chain reaction. Corpse Slaughter Emperor. Lin Yuan pointed at that patch of void. Gather 30% of the corpse demon essence, condense it to the highest degree, lock onto the target within 3 feet, and hold your power until my command. Your Imperial Majesty. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor immediately acknowledged the order with reverence. The corpse soul energy within him, vast as rivers and seas, began to surge and compress violently. Terrifying energy fluctuations coalesced at his fist into a single point of pitch-black light. At the same time, Lin Yuan transmitted a more streamlined guiding method to Hou Qing. Senior, focus your mind and strictly follow this method to mobilize 1% of your primordial ancestor's essence. Remember, the power must be condensed like a needle, striking the corresponding node within the barrier. Timing, force, and direction none can be compromised. A sharp gleam flashed in Hou Qing's eyes as he carefully pondered the technique, growing increasingly alarmed. This method subtly aligned with the very root of the conflict between the Hou soul and the curse power within him. I've pondered this for 10,000 years without unraveling it. Yet this human youth, so young, could see through it at a glance? Truly, the young generation is formidable. Hou Qing hesitated no longer. He immediately gathered his focus and attempted to control the raging primordial essence. For one who had been out of control for 10,000 years, this was an immense challenge. The slightest misstep could invite a devastating backlash. Within the valley, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. The corpse-slaughtering emperor poised himself, like a world-ending divine bow drawn taut and ready to fire. Beads of sweat rolled down Hou Qing's withered face as his focus sharpened to a razor's edge. Lin Yuan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on every subtle fluctuation in the energy flow of the restraining barrier, waiting to seize that fleeting moment. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Finally. Now. Attack. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with intensity as he seized a minuscule gap in the energy flow and barked the order. Roar. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor had been waiting for this moment for ages. The instant the command was given. A terrifying fist aura, channeling 3/10 of the SS-Rank zombie emperor's power, shattered the void like a black meteor of destruction, crashing violently toward the designated area. Almost at the same moment, Hou Qing also followed Lin Yuan's method, violently directing that faint yet intensely condensed strand of chaotic primordial energy from within the restriction toward the corresponding energy vortex. The combined force from within and without was precise beyond measure. The timing was perfect. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed abruptly. Where the barrier had been struck, the dense, cursed black mist seemed to encounter its nemesis. A gap the size of a bull's mouth was forcibly blasted open. Though small, and it was slowly healing under the surrounding cursed energy. It was undeniably real. Through that fleeting opening, Hou Qing glimpsed the bleak, gray sky beyond. It worked! It truly worked! Lin Yuan's method could truly break through this 10,000-year prison. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Hou Qing was overcome with near madness ecstasy. 10,000 years of waiting, 10,000 years of torment. Finally, it was coming to an end. Inside the livestream. It worked? Holy! One SSS tier wife already sent Lin Yuan soaring. If he could tame Hou Qing too to SSS tier. I can't even imagine. Is this Lin Yuan playing a hacked version of the game? Ever since he entered this bizarre world, I can't make heads or tails of his progress. IP, Little Britain. Elsewhere. At the edge of the cursed land, space rippled violently. A figure cloaked in black materialized abruptly. None other than the witch cult master. Not long ago, he had sensed the complete destruction of the bug cult's foundation in Bug Continent. His trusted followers all annihilated. He deduced that this was the result of the cult's scheme to present the slave heart corpse seed during Ji Tiannu's wedding being exposed. Thus, they had been purged by the Crimson Earth Palace. He hadn't anticipated Ji Tiannu would act so swiftly, leaving him no time to prepare. Thus, the witch cult leader hastily fled to the realm of the corpse shadow, seeking Jiang Chen's protection. But shortly after arriving in the realm of the dead, Jiang Chen assigned him another task. The Crimson Earth Palace intends to send reinforcements to aid Hou Qing in his escape. You must immediately proceed to the cursed land and seal Hou Qing's return as swiftly as possible. Hou Qing was a crucial piece in Jiang Chen's grand scheme. Even if he couldn't devour Hou Qing's soul essence, he absolutely couldn't let him escape and become an ally to Ji Tianyu. Moreover, Jiang Chen had been scheming against Hou Qing for years. In fact, the very method to break the curse's seal was obtained by Lin Yuan from Jiang Chen during his game of eerie love. The witch cult master had no choice. After cultivating the 9 transformations corpse liberation great art, he realized he had long since boarded a ship of thieves. His very life and death were now firmly in Jiang Chen's grasp. But compared to being enslaved, he harbored even deeper hatred toward the Miao Red Earth Palace that had destroyed the witchcraft cult's foundation. He hated Ji Tiannu. And that stinking new favorite of the drought-demon, Lin Yuan. Not a single one of them would live. The Red Earth Palace has arrived? The witch cult master sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from afar, his expression shifting dramatically. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Then, with a flick of his demonic claw, he tore through space and teleported there at lightning speed. At that moment, just as Hou Qing was overcome with excitement, Lin Yuan was poised to strike while the iron was hot, ready to shatter the seals completely. Boom! Above the cursed land, storm clouds swirled violently, dark clouds pressing down upon the city. Space, like a fragile canvas, was suddenly torn open by a terrifying force, a raging, venomous energy saturated with the endless aura of corpse pestilence. Demon flames surged, corpse miasma pierced the heavens. The figure of the witch bug cult master twisted and contorted, a hideous specter. Enveloped in corpse bug poison flames foul enough to defile heaven and earth, he forced his descent. You little bastard! The witch cult master's venomous gaze locked onto Lin Yuan, his voice a demonic roar. You truly deserve to die. Before the words had even faded, he struck with brutal force. 10,000 bugs devour the soul. His hands thrust forward violently. A torrent of corpse bug poison flames instantly descended, utterly deadly. His first move was a killing blow. The poisonous flames coalesced into a viscous, foul-smelling sea of dark green, crushing down relentlessly upon Lin Yuan and the unstable Hou Qing. Billions of phantom insect shadows shrieked and twisted, as if intent on tearing souls apart and devouring them whole. This strike was his ultimate killing blow, forged by burning his very essence and pouring forth his entire strength. Protect the Emperor. The corpse-slaughtering Emperor, having barely caught his breath, roared again with earth-shaking fury. Yet facing the witch cult master, whose power had surged and who now raged like a demon, the gap between them remained undeniable. Gritting his teeth, the corpse-slaughter Emperor disregarded his injuries and unleashed his SS-grade corpse fiend domain once more. Boom! 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 The shadowy form of the dark god coalesced once more, yet it appeared dim and illusory. Boom! The explosive roar echoed. The corpse-slaughter Emperor's corpse demon god phantom, upon contact with the dark green poisonous flames, shattered like thin ice under the scorching sun. It instantly emitted agonized screams as it melted and disintegrated piece by piece. Put! The corpse-slaughter Emperor was struck as if by a mountain range, his massive form hurled away like a torn sack. Spewing a torrent of pitch-black corpse blood mid-air, he slammed into a distant mountain wall, embedding himself deep within its surface. After all, the corpse-slaughter Emperor had fought relentlessly and exerted immense effort during the breaking of the seal. Caught off guard in the counterattack, he found himself at a disadvantage against the witch cult master. It could only be said that Old Bai Deng's timing was truly masterful. Chapter 18, Dual Manipulation Shakes the Eternal Seal. Corpse Pestilence Toxin Flames. Bearing the terrifying power to annihilate souls. From within the corpse pestilence cloud formed by the witch cult master, a maniacal, shrill cackle erupted. Ha ha ha. Die. All of you shall become nourishment for this master. The dark green poisonous flames surged, poised to completely engulf Lin Yuan and Hou Qing. Yet, despite this seemingly hopeless predicament, Lin Yuan showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a sharp, icy glint flashed in his eyes. Nothing but a forcibly accelerated waste product. And you dare bark madly before me? Corpse Slaughter Emperor. Lin Yuan spoke, ignore those superficial wounds. Focus the corpse slaughter aura within you to protect your primordial corpse core. That old fool's power is unstable, a stream without a source. Hold out, and you'll survive. In the deep pit, the nearly unconscious corpse slaughter emperor's crimson eyes suddenly narrowed at the words. As an SS-tier monstrous entity, he trusted Lin Yuan's words unconditionally. 4. All zombies within the Miao region held absolute loyalty to the drought goddess. And Lin Yuan was their sovereign. Ji Tiannu had decreed that they must obey Lin Yuan's commands as they obeyed hers. Thus, the corpse slaughter emperor roared, channeling all his power into the corpse core at his chest. Allowing the poisonous flames to consume his body, he clung desperately to that last shred of vitality. Then, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the other nameless silver-eyed zombie kings. You too, activate your life-bound corpse flames immediately. Target the densest cluster of corpse parasites 3 zhang ahead to the left that is the source of the witch parasite cult leader's parasitic energy. Burn it through. Immediately after, Lin Yuan issued another order, his voice rapid. You too, form the twin ghost soul binding formation to restrain Old Bai Den's speed. Don't let him escape later. Then, Lin Yuan barked orders at the last silver-eyed zombie king. You roam freely and harass him relentlessly. Best use your netherworld claws to strike his lower body. The stream of commands flowed like water, precise down to every movement, every timing. Moreover, what truly sent chills down the spines of the 5 silver-eyed zombie kings was that Lin Yuan, despite having only recently arrived at the Crimson Land Palace, possessed an astonishingly thorough understanding of their abilities. At the same time, Lin Yuan addressed Hou Qing. Senior Hou Qing, now is not the time for distractions. Leave the clowns outside to me. You just do as I say, steady your mind and focus all your strength on breaking through the barrier. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Hou Qing, understood. Once the barrier is breached, these mere lackeys of Jiang Chen will be no more than fish on a chopping block crushed with a flick of the wrist. At this moment, Lin Yuan was multitasking. One could even say he was multitasking. His mind raced at breakneck speed, like a top-tier strategic commander. Analyzing the battlefield situation on one hand. Simultaneously, he guided Hou Qing with pinpoint precision, executing the most critical barrier-breaking assault. This audacity, this calculation, and this terrifying command over the entire situation left hundreds of millions of global viewers watching the livestream utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! You can play it like this? Lin Shen's moves are off the charts. Is that even humanly possible? This feels way too risky. If it fails, it's game over. Whoa, did that silver-eyed zombie king really use monkey steel speech to grab the witch doctor's crotch? That's brutal. Killing someone and then crushing their spirit, huh? The Dragon Nation's citizens were the most anxious. After all, Lin Yuan is the only player representing Dragon Nation. And the game had barely begun, already diving into high-stakes matches. If he were to fall in battle, could the Dragon Nation even withstand the punishment the system would dish out? On the battlefield, the situation shifted in the blink of an eye. Under Lin Yuan's pinpoint-accurate command, the precarious battle miraculously stabilized. Though the corpse-slaughtering emperor remained shrouded in poisonous flames, writhing in agony, he clung desperately to the core of his corpse essence, and ultimately managed to endure. Moreover, the glow of the poisonous flames seemed to be slowly fading. Whoosh! 2 silver-eyed zombie kings spat forth their deathly pale life-bound corpse flames. Like 2 fiery dragons, they forcibly burned a scorched black passage through the endless torrent of corpse bug swarms, directly targeting the true form of the witch cult master hidden within the toxic cloud. The other 2 zombie kings formed an intricate formation. Invisible chains silently coiled around the witch bug cult leader, restricting his movement. The once lightning-fast cult leader now felt as if trapped in quicksand. Meanwhile, the swiftest of them all, the silver-eyed zombie king, fully embraced Lin Yuan's cowardly playstyle. With several whizzing sounds, he darted about at ghostly speeds. He launched sneak attacks from impossibly angles. His targets were the witch cult leader's vital lower regions. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was immense. Dishonorable. Shameless. You damn zombies. The witch doctor screamed in rage, his lungs nearly bursting. His timing had been perfect. By all rights, he should have been the one launching the ambush, holding the upper hand. Yet now, he was fighting in such a frustrating manner. Despite possessing SS tier strength, he was being toyed with by a handful of zombies. Every move, every intention, was anticipated by that kid named Lin Yuan. This feeling of being completely controlled, of being unable to unleash his full power, drove him utterly mad. What terrified the witch cult master even more was this. At this moment, he suddenly sensed the terrifying primordial aura suppressed deep within the valley for 10,000 years. It was now surging back to life at an unimaginable speed, rapidly intensifying. The ancient seal was about to shatter. No! I absolutely cannot let Hou Qing emerge. A glint of madness flashed in the witch cult master's eyes. Time was running out. Once Hou Qing was completely freed, with the power of the zombie progenitor, he would surely die. He wouldn't even have a chance to flee. He must play his final trump card. The witch cult master slammed his chest. He spat forth a large mouthful of black-green venom, containing 90% of his primordial essence blood. The venom emitted a nauseating, fishy stench, merging into the toxic cloud of corpse insect venom surrounding his body. In an instant, the entire toxic cloud churned violently, its color deepening to an even more profound shade. A terrifying aura, far surpassing anything before, one powerful enough to make heaven and earth wail, began to rapidly brew. This was the ultimate forbidden technique of the 9 transformations corpse liberation great art. By sacrificing 99% of one's primordial essence and soul, it forged a supreme strike capable of gravely wounding or even annihilating an opponent of equal standing. All shall be reduced to dust before me. The witch cult master's maniacal, venomous roar echoed. In truth, he likely hadn't even realized it himself. This mutually destructive tactic was utterly unlike his original style. It was only because, having cultivated the great art of corpse transformation, he had been subtly manipulated by Jiang Chen. At this moment, the destructive energy that embodied everything of the witch cult master was about to erupt completely. At the same time, under Lin Yuan's near-perfect guidance, Hou Qing completed the final assault on the core node of the restriction. Crack! The great sound was silent. The ancient, primordial restraints shattered into oblivion. The curse-bound barrier that had shrouded the valley for 10,000 years finally collapsed under the weight, shattering completely like a spider's web. Only the final thin membrane breaking the seal was within reach. But the witch cult master's world-shattering final strike was already primed and ready, locked onto Lin Yuan and Hou Qing. Life and death hung in the balance of a single instant. Chapter 19. The ancestral Hou Qing escapes confinement, her fierce might overwhelming. Life and death hung by a thread. The witch cult master's ultimate killing blow, channeling his entire life force. The pitch-black sphere of annihilation had swollen to its absolute limit. It emitted terrifying fluctuations that warped and made space tremble. Meanwhile, the curse-bound barrier that had imprisoned Qian for 10,000 years now stood on its last thread, as thin as a cicada's wing. Everyone, ignore that old bastard for now. Focus all your attacks on the northeast restriction node. Lin Yuan's voice boomed like thunder. With only the 5 zombie kings present, they stood no chance against the witch cult master's frenzied onslaught. Only by assisting Hou Qing in breaking the seal before he launched his assault could they turn the tide. Senior Hou Qing, now is the time. Hold nothing back. At that moment, the corpse slaughter emperor had also adjusted his breath. Roar! A furious roar. All the corpse slaughter emperor's corpse soul essence condensed into a jet-black pillar of light, refined to its absolute limit. The barrier node in the northeast direction was violently struck. Whoosh! 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 5 silver-eyed zombie kings simultaneously pushed their internal power to its peak. 5 S-rank zombie attacks followed in quick succession. Deep within the valley, within Hou Qing's body, the raging Hou soul fused with the power of the curse. Guided step by step by Lin Yuan, they reached an unprecedented peak of resonance. Like a supervolcano poised to shatter the Earth's crust and erupt after millions of years of dormancy. Open for me! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shake the 9 netherworlds and 10 realms, echoed across the heavens. Power accumulated over 10,000 years surged forth like an ancient beast breaking free from its chains. Internal and external forces converged. On the other side, the witch cult master's sphere of annihilation, which had condensed all its power, also reached its critical point. Die, he snarled with maniacal laughter. The emerald green orb of annihilation shot forth from his body, targeting Hou Qing, who was about to break free from the seal, and Lin Yuan, who had consistently thwarted his plans. This strike, he possessed absolute confidence it would erase both men along with this cursed valley from existence. However, just as the sphere of destruction was about to strike its targets, boom! A terrifying roar, like the primordial chaos shattering at the dawn of the universe, reverberated throughout the entire cursed land. Time and space froze for an instant. The ancient curse barrier that had shrouded the valley for 10,000 years unbreakable, a source of endless despair for Hou Qing, finally reached its breaking point under the combined, ultimate terror of the dual assault. Finally reached its breaking point. Snap! Crackle! Countless pitch-black cracks spread like a spiderweb, instantly covering the entire invisible barrier. Finally, accompanied by a shattering, crystal-clear crack. Crash! Completely shattered. Endless cursed energy scattered like snowflakes, having lost its foundation. Rapidly dissipating into nothingness. Wah-ah! The moment his bonds snapped, Hou Qing roared with exhilaration. His withered frame suddenly straightened, no longer hunched. A terrifying primordial pressure surged forth, far surpassing any moment before, reaching the pinnacle of SS tier and approaching pseudo-SSS tier. Like an ancient, world-ending demon god awakening, it swept out abruptly. Woo! Woo woo! All the low-tier creatures within the cursed land trembled in terror under this overwhelming pressure, cowering on the ground, unable to muster even a flicker of resistance. The lingering dark clouds in the sky were instantly scattered. The earth trembled violently beneath Hou Qing's feet, as if bowing in submission to this liberated progenitor. Though the curse power within him remained unrooted, and his fusion with the Hou soul was far from perfect, his strength had not yet fully returned to its peak. But having broken free from his 10,000-year prison, he could now wield the bulk of the world-shattering power belonging to the progenitor of zombies. And at that very moment, the witch cult master charged forward with lethal momentum, closing in before his eyes. Countless distorted human faces appeared around him, shrieking and wailing, emitting a malevolent energy potent enough to corrupt souls. You're asking for death. Having broken free, Hou Qing's eyes held nothing but a bone-chilling, icy intent to kill. He neither dodged nor retreated. He merely raised his ghostly claw slowly. Within its palm, a profound vortex abruptly materialized, a bizarre fusion of pure, unadulterated curse energy and the brutal, soul-devouring aura of the Hou Qing. The vortex was dark and profound, rotating slowly. Within, it seemed as though countless vengeful spirits roared, as if it connected to the deepest depths of the Avicii hell. Time itself seemed to slow once more in that instant. Under the stunned, speechless gaze of billions of global viewers. Boom! The dark green sphere of destruction slammed into the seemingly unremarkable black vortex. The greatest sound is silence. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-shattering energy shockwave. The ultimate strike, powerful enough to annihilate an SS-class powerhouse, vanished like a dewdrop falling into the river of the underworld. Not even a decent ripple was stirred. It was effortlessly pulled in, crushed, and dissolved by the devouring force emanating from the pitch-black vortex. It dissolved completely into the purest energy particles, swallowed whole by the vortex. Holy, is Hou Qing this powerful? After all, he's one of the 4 great ancestral zombies. His aura is undeniably formidable. You kingdom? Whoa, you're from Southeast Asia, yet you know quite a bit about our Dragon Nation's myths. You're Southeast Asian. We're from you kingdom, an East Asian country, you kingdom. In reality, Vietnamese people have a complex relationship with the Dragon Nation. Not just Vietnam, all of East Asia has been influenced by Dragon Nation's culture. Much like Rome's influence over Europe. When Rome was alive, Western nations all wanted to break free from its grip. Once Rome fell, nearly every Western nation scrambled to align with it. But Rome ultimately perished. The Dragon Nation, however, still thrives. This leaves the nations surrounding Asia with a love-hate relationship toward the Dragon Nation. What? At that moment, the witch cult master was utterly stunned. The ultimate killing move that burned 99% of his primordial essence and soul, staking everything. His final trump card. Had it been defused so effortlessly, so casually? It hadn't even managed to hinder the opponent in the slightest. No. On the brink of death, the witch cult master regained his senses just in time. Why did I come here? I'm insane. Why did I come here to provoke a zombie progenitor? It's Jiang Chen. Go use Jiang Chen. He enslaved my mind. This realization came far too late. From the moment he chose to betray the Miao kingdom and defect to the realm of the corpse, the entire witch cult was laid out on the table. And the witch cult master was nothing more than a disposable pawn in Jiang Chen's hands. Run! Must flee immediately. That single thought consumed the witch cult master's mind. In that instant, all thoughts of vengeance were cast far from his mind. He only wanted to survive. Thus, he resolved to burn what little power remained, forcibly tearing open a spatial rift to flee. But it was all too late. Hou Qing slowly raised his head, his eyes partially regaining clarity yet still brimming with savage, murderous intent. Like observing a lowly insect, he coldly locked onto the terrified, fleeing cloud of corpse pestilence in midair. Jianshen's lapdog. Hou Qing's voice was hoarse and low. Before this sovereign. A smile flickered across that hideous face for the first time. You still think you can escape? Before the words had even finished, Hou Qing took a single step forward. His figure blurred instantly. He materialized before the corpse pestilence cloud as if teleporting. The terrifying pressure of an SSS tier power crashed down like a tangible force. Like a mountain crushing down, or the icy hells descending, it completely enveloped the witch cult master, who was utterly terrified, his heart and soul shattered. Sealing off every possible escape route. Chapter 20, Hou Qing's submission. This bow, unwavering through life and death. No! Impossible! You've only just escaped captivity. Your power should be utterly depleted. How could this be? The corpse pestilence cloud, the Wu Gui cult leader's transformed form, churned and screeched under the terrifying pressure. At this moment, the power emanating from Hou Qing weighed upon him like an ancient, unmelting glacier, crushing him beneath its weight. This was not merely a vast disparity in power levels. It was an absolute crushing dominance stemming from the very level of existence and mastery over the rules. A terror rooted deep within the bloodline. Before the true progenitor of zombies, he, a mere counterfeit entity forcibly conjured through the dark arts of Xuanyuan, appeared utterly laughable. So utterly defenseless. You dare to act so brazenly before me? Hou Qing's voice was icy, devoid of any trace of human emotion. A murderous intent, suppressed for 10,000 years, erupted violently. Across the vast void, Hou Qing's palm reached out and gently grasped at the madly struggling cloud of corpse parasite poison, which was desperately trying to break free from the oppressive force binding it. Snap! The invisible hand clenched with brutal force. The space around the witch cult master instantly froze solid. Then, like shattered glass, it cracked under the unbearable pressure, collapsing inch by inch, forming a pitch-black, airtight prison forged from pure cursed energy. Within the cage, countless cursed chains, flickering with eerie runes, materialized out of thin air. They coiled upward like bone-gnawing maggots. They bound the corpse pestilence cloud tightly. 9 transformations. Corpse liberation. Faced with the ultimate terror of life and death, the witch cult master recklessly activated the secret art of the 9 transformations corpse liberation great technique. He attempted to detonate the corpse pestilence's primordial essence within his body, using the terrifying force of self-destruction to violently break free from death's shackles. For other bizarre creatures, self-detonation meant certain death. But the witch cult possessed countless arcane arts. They could sacrifice their own lives to spare their masters. Even in self-destruction, they could barely cling to life. However, regaining their former strength would be virtually impossible. Yet, under Hou Qing's absolute mastery of cursed power, all such desperate struggles proved futile. Every energy fluctuation from the witch cult master was bound by some curse. Gah! The witch cult master let out an agonized howl. His very essence was draining away like floodwaters bursting through a dam. His soul was being slowly eroded and corrupted by the curse's power, twisted and torn apart. Ha ha ha! Hou Qing, your triumph won't last long. Knowing his death was inevitable today, the witch cult master ceased his futile struggles and instead burst into maniacal laughter. Even if you escape, what then? Do you think you're free? Wrong. You're no different from me, just another pawn being manipulated by others. The witch cult master sneered. You were born flawed. The curse within you and the whole soul will eventually turn against you. Sooner or later, you'll suffer a fate worse than mine. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Hou Qing couldn't be bothered to listen to another word from Zhang Chen's lackey. Then, with a sudden, forceful grasp through the air, the motion appeared slow, yet it contained unmatched, devastating power. Boom! The swarm of corpse parasite poison clouds, still raging with curses, along with the remnant soul of the witch parasite cult master, were instantly crushed to oblivion. They transformed into a sky filled with fireworks, blooming brilliantly. Then, as if swallowed by a black hole, it vanished into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. The witch cult master was dead. Thus, both body and soul were utterly annihilated, denied even the chance of reincarnation. Within the valley, a deathly silence settled once more. Only Lin Yuan and Hou Qing remained, along with the corpse-slaughtering emperor struggling to crawl out of the deep pit in the distance, and 5 similarly wounded silver-eyed zombie kings. At that moment, the terrifying primordial pressure emanating from Hou Qing slowly retracted into her body. 10,000 years. At last, freedom regained. Hou Qing slowly raised his head and turned. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yuan. The atmosphere, in that instant, grew somewhat delicate. Seeing this, the corpse slaughter emperor and the 5 silver-eyed zombie kings tensed their nerves. The power of the corpse demon surged within them, instinctively shielding Lin Yuan behind them once more. They watched Hou Qing warily. Though they had just vanquished a common foe, no one could guarantee that this notoriously vicious, unpredictable progenitor of zombies wouldn't suddenly turn on them once freed. After all, for an ancient monster like Hou Qing, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, even if he spent most of his time in a senile, dazed state, once his sanity returns, his thoughts run as deep as the ocean's abyss. Who could truly fathom them? However, Lin Yuan remained utterly unflustered. First, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Crimson Phoenix perched on his shoulder. Then he quietly pinched the drought-demon Divine Flame 10,000 Li talisman. This was given to him by his beloved wife for protection. It contained the full force of 3 strikes from Ji Tiannu. He'd never used it, saving it just in case Hou Qing turned against him. Moreover, it possessed a teleportation function, allowing him to escape danger at any moment and return to the Crimson Land Palace. So, even if Hou Qing failed to break the seal, Lin Yuan could still eliminate the witch cult master. With the SS grade defensive treasure, the Crimson Gold Mystic Dragon armor, protecting him, And he had just instructed the little phoenix to notify his wife. Should any unexpected changes occur and he couldn't escape in time, Xuanyuan could instantly break through the void and teleport over. When it came to survival, Lin Yuan had everything under control. Yet, to the utter surprise of all the zombies, Hou Qing showed no hostility or intent to kill. She merely watched Lin Yuan silently, her gaze intensely complex. There was gratitude, curiosity. There was scrutiny and wariness. And even a hint of awe, a feeling he himself hadn't yet recognized. Finally, all his emotions dissolved into a long sigh. What are you staring at? Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Hou Qing froze. What's wrong with looking at you? Then, another silence fell. But when Hou Qing saw Lin Yuan take out the Xuanyuan pendant, which carried the aura of the Yellow Emperor, his expression shifted several times. Then, under the astonished and uncertain gazes of Xuanyuan and others, as well as the global audience, this progenitor of zombies who had once followed the Yellow Emperor in conquering the 8 desolations, yet had also fallen into darkness and been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Slowly, kneeling on one knee before Lin Yuan, a mere human at the peak of a rank strength, he knelt on one knee. Your Majesty. His hoarse voice, laden with the weight of millennia, spoke with solemn gravity. From this day forward, I pledge allegiance to His Imperial Majesty. As long as this broken body remains useful, I dare not withhold my life. No flowery rhetoric. No elaborate contracts. This bow. Loyalty and bravery. This bow. Unwavering through life and death. Ding. A sudden system notification. The Cursebound Land's ruler Hou Qing pseudo-SSS-Rank has sworn allegiance to you. Hou Qing's current status, chaotic power, cursed binding, unstable Hou soul. This fearsome being, renowned for its terror, has endured countless ages. Once the very name of this zombie progenitor struck terror into countless souls. Had truly submitted. A faint ripple stirred within Lin Yuan's heart, yet his expression remained as serene as ever. He merely gave a slight nod. Rise. Thank Your Majesty. Blue Star. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan subdue Qin Ho, the formidable progenitor of zombies, the Dragon Nation was naturally filled with immense excitement. Though there was no national fortune reward, gaining an SSS tier enforcer was still a splendid affair. I have an idea. If Lin Yuan were to marry Hou Qing, wouldn't that earn us another marriage reward? Don't be too rigid about gender for the sake of the Dragon Nation, Lin Yuan, you'll just have to make the sacrifice. Doghead for safety. Damn, never thought of that. That guy upstairs must be from Chengdu, right? Get lost, stop spouting nonsense. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Honestly, I kinda wanna step up. Suddenly Hou Qing seems so manly. Don't you guys feel it too? Blushing.jpg. Chapter 21, The Eternal Bone Curse Bead, Lin Yuan's Triumphant Return. A bizarre world, a land of curses. The progenitor of zombies, once a mighty force in ancient times, now cursed and imprisoned for 10,000 years. Now, not a trace of arrogance remains. Or rather, this was the optimal solution he had arrived at after careful consideration. It wasn't some display of Lin Yuan's domineering aura causing others to bow and kneel of their own accord. After all, Hou Qing was currently in a dire state. Against SS rank opponents, he could slice through them like cutting vegetables. But against SSS tier opponents, he was all flash and no substance, all show and no substance. Moreover, Jiang Chen has openly declared his intent to devour him. If he doesn't find a patron to protect him soon, he'll be finished sooner or later. Furthermore, Hou Qing was originally a warlord under the Yellow Emperor. He also maintained a favorable relationship with the drought goddess Xuanyuan. And now, with Lin Yuan's debt of gratitude for his rescue, he might as well go with the flow and submit. Primarily to save his own skin. Had it not been for the Emperor's intervention, this old man would likely never have escaped his predicament. Hou Qing raised his hand, and a shadowy glow suddenly appeared in his palm. Your Majesty's life-saving grace leaves this old man utterly indebted. This is the Darkbone 10,000 Curse Bead. Forged through 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, I fused the primal authority of my ancestors with the core malevolent energy of this cursed land to refine it. The bead was pitch black, its surface covered in arcane incantations. Countless vengeful spirits roared faintly within. Within this bead lies a miniature world capable of nurturing soul bodies, commanding myriad curses, and even spawning a legion of cursed anomalies utterly loyal to your Imperial Majesty. This old man offers this bead as tribute to your Imperial Majesty. With that, Hou Qing's expression grew solemn. He held the Eternal Bone 10,000 Curses pearl high with both hands, presenting it before Lin Yuan. This act was tantamount to surrendering the bulk of his personal fortune and very life. Especially after presenting this treasure. Hou Qing's aura visibly weakened, further emphasizing his sincerity. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. His expression betrayed no surprise. When he had played the game, Strange Affair, before, he had marveled repeatedly at the ingenious design of its plot framework. For instance, in the plotline involving Xuanyuan, Defeating the arch-rival Xuanyuan was an absolute prerequisite. A crucial prerequisite for this was subduing Hou Qing. However, during the recruitment process, the player's actions would yield different outcomes. If you fail to obtain the Xuanyuan pendant, gifted by Tiannu before setting off for the Cursed Land, the rewards for subduing Hou Qing will be significantly reduced. This time, Hou Qing directly presented the Eternal Bone Curse Speed. It's definitely the highest rated reward. Very well. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and reached out to take the jewel. Rest assured, senior. In time, this emperor will aid you in utterly resolving the Hou soul's affliction, restoring you to your former peak. This old man thanks your imperial majesty for your kindness. Hou Qing bowed deeply once more. The Eternal Bone 10,000 incantation orb felt icy cold in his grasp. This orb possessed boundless utility. Not only could it amplify one's own strength, but it could also serve as a strategic grade weapon. The prospect of cultivating an absolutely loyal legion of cursed beings was thrilling to contemplate. Admittedly, the summoned cursed beings were bizarre and devoid of intelligence. But fools have their own merits. At least they fear no death, making them the most qualified cannon fodder. After that, Lin Yuan and his group wasted no further time, marching back in full force to the Crimson Palace of the Miao Kingdom. Whoosh! The moment they stepped out of the teleportation array, they saw outside the Crimson Land Palace Tiannu personally leading all the SS-class zombie emperors and S-class zombie kings of the Crimson Land Palace. Alongside an endless, pitch-black horde of zombies, all arrayed in formation, awaiting their arrival. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the stench of decay pierced the heavens. We humbly welcome the Emperor's triumphant return. Welcome back, Emperor! The thunderous cries of homage shook the heavens and earth. Every zombie, regardless of rank, knelt on one knee in perfect unison, their eyes burning with fervor as they gazed upon Lin Yuan. As if welcoming a true deity. This spectacle was 100 times grander and more solemn than when Lin Yuan first arrived at the Crimson Land Palace. Viewers worldwide watching the livestream were already left speechless by this awe-inspiring display. Holy crap! This spectacle! Dragon Nation is going to defy the heavens. Is this the kind of clout big shot Lin Yuan brings? Love it! Jealous. I admit it, utterly jealous. While our country's players are still playing in the mud with F-tier slugs. At that moment, Tiannu gazed at Lin Yuan, who had returned safely, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with affection. Seeing that he had successfully subdued Hou Qing and obtained such a precious treasure, her affection for him deepened. Greetings, divine maiden. Hou Qing knelt on one knee. No need for such formalities, senior. Back when my father was still alive, the heavenly maiden received your guidance on multiple occasions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hou Qing felt reassured. Noticing that Tiannu's attention remained fixed on Lin Yuan, he promptly withdrew, not wanting to be a third wheel. My injuries have yet to heal. I beg your forgiveness, divine maiden. I must retire to rest. He shot Lin Yuan a meaningful glance. This young man who knows what means he employed has truly captured the heavenly maiden's heart. For it must be remembered. Back in the day, the fierce nature of this heavenly maiden Ba was enough to strike fear into even Hou Qing. Yet now, by Lin Yuan's side, she behaved so, well, clingy? Ah, age catches up to everyone. The next moment, under the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of billions of global viewers, Tiannu flew straight into Lin Yuan's embrace like a young swallow seeking warmth, offering a kiss so passionate it could make heaven and earth pale in comparison. After a long while, their lips parted. Tiannu's head rested lightly against Lin Yuan's chest as she murmured softly into his ear, her voice seductive to the bone. My husband, you've surprised me beyond measure once again. Tonight, everything is yours. Whatever you desire, I shall grant. This blatant hint sent a wave of desire through Lin Yuan's heart. Hou Qing. The zombies. Wait, we're still here. Wait until we're gone before you start getting all lovey-dovey. You're not going to carry me anymore, huh? Tiannu's gaze sharpened slightly, her majestic presence radiating unmistakably. Ah, this humble servant takes his leave. Ahem, this old man saw nothing. However, while the Dragon Nation livestream was filled with romantic scenes and global viewers were turning green with envy, things were far from rosy in other nations. At the desolate, wind-swept borderlands, a player from the Indian nation wailed in terror. He was being hunted down by a decaying ghost woman in a wedding gown. Finally dragged into the endless ghostly mist, fate unknown. The towering glaciers of the frozen divine realm. A player from Sakura Nation, barely clothed, shivers while massaging a giant snow ape. The slightest mistake earned them a brutal beating. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation players were forced into servitude within a vampire castle, compelled to supply fresh blood daily until they became emaciated. The most miserable fate befell players from the land of the morning calm. Many have fallen into filthy goblin lairs, though they included both men and women. But for the goblins, who never turn down a meal, any orifice on the body becomes fair game. Scene after scene of utterly tragic matrimonial encounters stood in stark contrast to Lin Yuan's divine treatment at this very moment. Citizens of other nations watching the live broadcast were utterly flabbergasted. God, open your eyes. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. I bet Lin Yuan won't last long. Once Ji Tiannu gets bored, she'll probably dump him. Get your eyes checked if you're blind. Can't you see they're inseparable? But Lin Yuan hasn't done anything special. How did he suddenly catch the eye of an SSS tier weirdo? This question remains one of the unsolved mysteries of the weird matchmaking game. Talk about comparing people and driving yourself crazy? Now you see. Chapter 22, Even the Frost Giants Fear 9 Dragons Tech. A biting cold wind howled past, whipping up a blizzard of snow and ice. This was a frost giant tribe within the frozen divine realm. At the tribe's center, a bonfire blazed. Dozens of frost giants, each towering several meters tall with massive builds, were gathered around the fire, guzzling strong liquor and making a raucous din. The Icelandic player Dalsgaard, though standing nearly 2 meters tall, dubbed the Nordic Colossus. At this moment, he shivered like a little chick beside the bonfire. Not long ago, he received an invitation from the new leader of the 5% Club, Martin Ford, the British Beast. Without hesitation, Dalsgaard joined immediately. Then came the membership perks, 3 bug charms. Dragon's Head Unbreakable Iron Rod Bug, Mighty Strength Bug, Speed Bug. In the club channel. Leader, Martin Ford, these are all top-notch items. Guaranteed to make tonight a triumphant success. You'll win the beauty's heart. Dalsgaard, won't there be any side effects? Beast with British accent, come on, you know how it is. If you want to get stronger, you gotta give something up. Just tell me, do you want it or not? Dalsgaard, use it. Use it. Use it. Well then, thanks, Beast. Bound Giant Beast, we're all brothers here, no need for formalities. After ending the call, Dalsgaard stared at the 3 strange-smelling bugs in his hand, his heart pounding. Tonight, his frost giant tribe was holding its annual mating ritual. As a player who had arrived in this strange world days ago, he remained unmatched, waiting for this very day according to local custom. At this moment, the tribe's B-rank frost giantess chieftain sat enthroned upon a throne fashioned from mammoth bones, her voice booming like a bell as she proclaimed, "Which young buck can satisfy this old woman tonight? I'll marry him." The moment these words left her lips, the tribe's giants roared and charged forward. Chaos erupted in an instant. Holy, is it this wild over here? Throwing an orgy party and not inviting me, huh? But that female giant looks fierce, probably 4 or 5 meters tall. My puny frame, sigh humble. The live stream viewers were utterly dumbfounded. Forget it, I'm going all in. Back on Blue Star, Dalsgaard was already a die-hard fan of 9 Dragons Tech. He wasn't afraid of ascending to a steroid planet. Surely he wouldn't be afraid of these mere insects? You little brat. The female chieftain noticed Dalsgaard in the corner. Let this chieftain see what you're made of. The Frost Giant clan was naturally bold and unrefined. They don't beat around the bush. They always got straight to the point. The surrounding frost giants turned their mocking gazes toward him. Dalsgaard steeled his resolve and swallowed all 3 maggots in one gulp. In that instant, an indescribable heat surged from his abdomen. Veins bulged across his body, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his frame seemed to swell by a full size. Roar! He let out a roar unlike any human voice and charged toward the giantess chieftain. The ensuing scene, naturally, was subject to special processing by the system. But through some indirect feedback. Judging by the live broadcast footage and the expressions of the surrounding giants, global viewers could still sense the intensity of the battle. First came earth-shattering tremors. Then, the female Titan chieftain's tone, gradually shifting to a voice tinged with pain. Finally, it even became a voice that made one blush. The surrounding frost giants, who had been waiting to laugh at the spectacle, saw their mocking expressions gradually shift to shock and finally to awe. This kid's got some serious skills. Damn, youth is truly formidable. This battle raged on for several hours. When the dust finally settled, Dalsgaard lay on the ground, nearly collapsed. Blood trickled faintly from his 7 orifices, his muscles trembling violently from overexertion. Beside him, the female giant chieftain, though visibly fatigued, wore an unprecedented glow of satisfaction and a flushed complexion. Smack! She slapped the nearly unconscious Dalsgaard across the face, her voice booming. You little thing, you've got some spirit. I keep my word, from now on, you're this chieftain's man. And the first warrior of our Icefist tribe. Ding! Congratulations to Icelandic player Dalsgaard for successfully forming a contract with B-rank Frost Giantess chieftain Greta Icefist. Iceland gains B-rank National Fortune Reward, slightly increased National Cold Resistance, and unlocks Frost Giant Strength Potion. Upon inquiring about the battle's outcome, Dalsgaard was immediately promoted to second in command of the 5% Club. He was henceforth permitted to use the title Nordic Giant. Simultaneously, preparations began to expand into the Frost Giant market, aiming to grow and strengthen Jiolong technology. In an instant, Dalsgaard's fame soared, basking in unparalleled glory. The Crimson Palace. Within the bedchamber of the celestial maiden Ji, exotic fragrances filled the air. Lin Yuan sat behind a desk carved from 10,000-year-old blood jade, with a jade tablet displaying the map of the Miao region spread before him. Ji Tiannu nestled obediently beside him. She ground cinnabar powder for Lin Yuan with her own hands. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with nothing but adoring little stars. Here, Lin Yuan integrated the knowledge of the promotion system he had researched during the mid to late stages of the Eerie Love game. Combined with his understanding of the current state of the Miao region, he crafted a sustainable high-speed development strategy tailored to the land. My dear, now that the witchcraft cult has been eradicated, the 100 Insects continent lies in ruins awaiting revival. This is the perfect opportunity to reform Miaozhong. First, he explained to Ji Tiannu the chaotic internal structure of Miaozhong, presenting a detailed plan to streamline all affairs. Then, Lin Yuan proceeded to explain various medicinal formulas effective against zombies, even touching upon the art of bug magic. After all, he had been playing the game Eerie Affair for 2.5 years. He had thoroughly explored nearly every profession and faction. He'd poured in far more effort than during his school days. He had even joined the witchcraft cult at one point. His understanding of the game far surpassed everyone else's. His grasp of the game surpassed even that of the 9 SSS tier wives regarding their own domains. With this foundation, how could the Miao kingdom fail to flourish? Given time, I shall ensure its eternal immortality. These words caused Ji Tiannu's beautiful eyes to sparkle with admiration. Her gaze toward Lin Yuan became so intense it seemed to draw threads. My lord's foresight and wisdom far surpass my own. I shall immediately decree that all of the Crimson Earth Palace and every Miao tribe unconditionally obey the new policies. Any who defy them shall be executed without mercy. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. He gently scraped Ji Tiannu's delicate nose. But she pushed him down with one swift shove. Seriously? Not again? Lin Yuan sighed, oh dear. What, you can't handle it? Ji Tiannu snorted derisively, her disdainful gaze speaking volumes. How could he cultivate? Don't you dare underestimate me. Don't come crying for mercy later. Is that so? Ji Tiannu licked her crimson lips. Seeing my husband so full of vigor, I feel this time calls for the highest difficulty. Let's go for a blazing 10,000 degrees. In an instant, the scorching breath of the drought-demon swept over them. Chapter 23, The Miao Land, bursting with vitality and thriving with all things. The Crimson Earth Palace. Within the bedchamber, the lingering springtime intimacy had yet to dissipate. Ji Tiannu lay lazily nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace. Her breath was sweet as orchids. My lord, did you find my blazing heat last night to your liking? Lin Yuan tickled her delicate nose and chuckled. My dear, are you trying to drain your husband dry so you can seize sole control of the Miao kingdom? Then, shifting gears, he steered the mood back from intimacy. But now, there is indeed serious business to discuss with my wife. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes brightened at his words. The earlier languor instantly vanished, replaced by the majestic presence befitting an SSS tier sovereign. After all, they knew each other inside out. Lin Yuan always wore this solemn expression whenever he broached serious matters. Speak freely, my lord. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod. Before that, the two first composed their appearances. They summoned Hou Qing and the zombie emperors to convene in the council hall. Lin Yuan got straight to the point. First, military affairs. Lin Yuan held up one finger. I possess a technique called the blood-refined cursed corpse method of the drought-demon. It utilizes the true flames of the drought-demon, augmented by cursed power, to select elite zombies and forge cursed flame blood corpses. These corpses defy ordinary water and fire, possessing dual attributes of the drought-demon's divine flame and cursed essence. In combat, they can simultaneously scorch flesh and corrode souls. Once forged, they start at least at peak B rank. Its sole flaw is its utter lack of intelligence. In the Warhammer 40k universe, they'd likely serve only as orcs. At that moment, Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing both brightened at the words. Hou Qing, in particular, understood the bizarre nature of cursed power. If combined with the drought-demon's fire, its power would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan continued, second, the art of bug magic. Senior Hou Qing's Ghostbone 10,000 curse beads is a treasure of the very essence of curses. Using it to activate the 10,000 Gu continent and forge a Gu Mother could also serve as a new combat force for our Miao tribe. The Gu Mother is considered essential among the high-ranking members of the witchcraft cult. Otherwise, how could they command such vast swarms of cursed insects? According to Lin Yuan's explanation, a secret technique could forge a Gu Mother starting at S rank. Subsequently, it can be assisted in its evolution. Ideally, one should refine an SS grade Curse Bug Queen. At that point, a steady stream of diverse cursed insects could be produced. If it could also possess the peculiar traits of the curse system, it would become a nightmare for enemies in both single-target assassinations and large-scale battlefields. This would successfully fill the void of insect parasites in the Miao region. Third, defense. Lin Yuan pointed outside the hall, his voice commanding like a mountain. While the protective array of the Crimson Land Palace is formidable, it remains inadequate against foes of Jiang Chen's caliber. I've recently conceived a new formation diagram called the Red Earth Omni Formation. If constructed, it could channel the power of the Miao region's vast earth veins. It would connect to the stars above and link with the core source of the Crimson Land Palace. Once completed, its defensive power would increase 100-fold. Ordinary SS-tier powerhouses wouldn't stand a chance. An array diagram is like this. It's like an engineer drawing blueprints. Fortunately, Lin Yuan possessed exceptional memory. Upon returning to the Crimson Earth Palace recently, he had indeed replicated this grand formation. Lin Yuan spoke eloquently. He analyzed each aspect in detail, adapting it to the realities of the Miao region, leaving Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing utterly stunned. These concepts far surpass the understanding of this realm. My lord's talents surpass 1,000 armies. Ji Tiannu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. I shall issue an immediate decree, all resources across Miaojiang shall be at your disposal, fully supporting the new policies. Hou Qing initially harbored lingering doubts upon hearing these seemingly impossible ideas. But witnessing Lin Yuan's fluent responses, where every detail was meticulously considered, coupled with Ji Tiannu's unwavering trust, he bowed deeply and declared, Your Imperial Majesty's vision is profound and far-reaching. This humble old man shall devote every effort to your service, even at the cost of my life. In his heart, Hou Qing mused, that formation diagram is so grand in scale even if the Yellow Emperor himself were reborn, he would likely struggle to create it. Yet Lin Yuan had sketched it out in the blink of an eye. It truly left Hou Qing utterly astonished. Everything was now within his grasp. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. These configurations are precisely those used in the later stages of the eerie affair back then. Absolute version-specific solutions. Using them now would be like a dimensional strike. With a single command, the entire Miao region machinery sprang into high gear. Ji Tiannu acted with lightning speed, personally overseeing operations. Mobilizing all resources from the Crimson Earth Palace and the Miao Kingdom, she pushed Lin Yuan's reform plan with full force. Within mere days, remarkable results were achieved. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Crimson Earth Palace, the first batch of curse flame blood corpses began forging under the tempering of the drought-demon's true fire and the power of curses. Though not yet fully formed, the terrifying aura they emitted already sent shivers down the spines of the zombies tasked with guarding them. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 bug continent, was personally overseen by Hou Qing. Lin Yuan also conveniently lent him the Eternal Bone 10,000 curse speed. After all, why not utilize a ready-made SSS tier enforcer? Can't expect the Emperor to handle everything personally, can you? That'd just wear me out. How else would I live off the ladies? From then on, Hou Qing nourished it day and night with the primal power of the Eternal Bone 10,000 spell bead, successfully cultivating an S-grade goo mother. Simultaneously, he fed it numerous spiritual treasures. The mother bug's aura surged steadily upward, standing on the brink of transforming into an SS-grade curse bug empress. Additionally, the core foundation of the Crimson Land's 10,000 phenomena array began to take shape around the Crimson Land Palace, laid out by countless zombies and eerie beings working day and night. Though modified by Lin Yuan, the array's power remained unfathomably profound. The deployment process was colossal, drawing upon the entire core primordial energy of the Crimson Land Palace. Countless rare treasures and natural wonders were consumed like flowing water. Commands flowed with unparalleled precision and efficiency, unprecedented in its speed and organization. Throughout the Miao Kingdom, everything was changing because of Lin Yuan's strategies. That vibrant vitality, that realm where all things flourished in competition, was still vividly present. Some Miao tribal leaders who had harbored doubts about Lin Yuan's status as a fair-haired boy-in-law or marriage by adoption had harbored doubts about Lin Yuan, the fair-haired boy, usurper's son-in-law, or in-law who married into the family. After witnessing these astonishing transformations firsthand, their perspectives were completely transformed. The Emperor is truly a divine being descended from the heavens. Such earth-shaking power is beyond anything we've ever heard of. I once harbored reservations about the new policies, but now I see how narrow-minded we were. Lin Yuan's prestige in Miaojiang was soaring at an astonishing rate. From his initial role as a court favorite, he gradually became the revered Emperor Lord Lin Yuan, honored by thousands. Several days later, with the Miao region's reforms firmly on track and his own strength solidified at the peak of a rank, a bottleneck had emerged. It's time to break through to S-rank, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. That night, Lin Yuan formally informed Ji Tiannu that he intended to enter seclusion to challenge the S-rank domain realm. My husband seeks to shatter the mirror? Ji Tiannu's expression grew solemn upon hearing this. Breaking through to S-rank was no trivial matter. Success would mean leaping through the Dragon Gate, bringing about an earth-shattering transformation in power. Yet the dangers involved were equally incalculable. My mind is made up, Lin Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. Very well. Ji Tiannu showed no hesitation. I shall guard your path. Chapter 24, The Realm of 10,000 Phenomena Unsealed, the Emperor's single thought determines the universe. Lin Yuan is preparing to break through to S-rank? No way. Other players, even the strongest ones, are still stuck at a rank. And that was achieved through a life or death struggle. Wait, did Lin Yuan head to the 10,000 bug continent? From the livestream and GTN News dialogue, it sounds like ascending to S rank requires condensing a personal domain. The moment these words were spoken, the world erupted in uproar. Condense a domain? Could Lin Yuan be planning to refine the 10,000 insects continent? Actually, that guess was only half right. In the bizarre world, S rank is known as the domain realm. But it wasn't that Lin Yuan intended to refine the 10,000 bug continent, rather, he sought to absorb and comprehend the laws it contained. Thus, he aims to condense his own domain. After all, every region in the bizarre world fundamentally contains its own inherent laws. Among them, the 9 most prime territories were all occupied by Lin Yuan's wives. Once a domain is solidified, it can devour the laws of other regions to strengthen itself. Coincidentally, the witch bug cult had recently been eradicated. The 10,000 bug continent had now fully integrated into the Miao kingdom, and Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to consolidate this enclave. This was also agreed upon with Ji Tiannu. Had he chosen another region of Miaojiang instead, it would have indirectly diminished Ji Tiannu's power. Consider the case of the witch cult's leader. With the Wugui cult destroyed, Wanzhou fell. Her own mind clouded by calamity energy, stripped of the authority and status granted by her domain, she was nothing but a castle in the air, all show and no substance. At this moment, Wangu continent. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes half closed. His mind was fully immersed in communicating with the laws of the 10,000 bug continent. Various multicolored halos, tinged with savage brilliance, solidified into tangible forms and gradually merged into the sea of his consciousness. At the same time, at the command center of the Crimson Earth 10,000 Phenomena Array, Ji Tiannu personally presided, her phoenix-like eyes solemn. Her jade-like hands formed intricate seals as boundless primordial power surged endlessly into the array. The great formation roared into motion. The spiritual energy from the earth veins across the vast lands of the Miao tribe was forcibly extracted. The power of the 9 heaven stars was channeled down. All converged upon the location of Lin Yuan. Truly worthy of the Emperor's vision, this divine formation channels the power of heaven and earth with such seamless ease. Hou Qing assisted from the periphery, stabilizing the grand formation. Feeling the vast power of the array drawing in the forces of heaven and earth, he marveled inwardly. Boom! The instant the laws of the 10,000 parasite continent were comprehended, countless venomous thoughts erupted violently. Like the howling of countless vengeful spirits, they surged straight toward Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, seeking to utterly tear apart and devour his very soul. 10,000 bugs devouring the heart. Within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, countless hideous phantom parasites tore madly at his soul. Oomph! Trivial tricks. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, his spiritual heart as steady as a mountain. The Xuanyuan jade pendant, hanging at his waist, blazed with golden light. Streams of pure human path imperial destiny descended. Like a golden bell canopy, it shielded his mind from collapse. The violent, venomous intent of the bug poison was gradually dissolved and absorbed by him. Lin Yuan began to deeply comprehend the rules of pestilence, toxin, life and death, and devouring. However, as he refined the primordial essence of 10,000 bugs, several distinct, even conflicting, terrifying forces began violently surging and colliding within his body. Put! Lin Yuan's physical body endured unimaginable pressure. His resilient skin cracked inch by inch, black-red blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Outside the formation. This is bad. Ji Tiannu sensed Lin Yuan's energy fluctuations through the Crimson Earth 10,000 Phenomena Array. She sensed Lin Yuan's energy fluctuations had grown so violent they were nearly out of control. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with concern. The power the Emperor has fused is far too chaotic. Hou Qing's expression also grew grave. This is the greatest peril before breaking free from the cocoon to become a butterfly. He must rely on himself alone. Both had braced themselves for the worst, ready to intervene forcefully at any moment. Gather, for me. A flicker of madness passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. Using his own soul's will as the core. Using the imperial destiny of Xuanyuan as the catalyst. He forcibly harnessed the multiple raging forces within his body. These forces, which had once clashed violently, were now forcibly compressed, blended, and restructured. Finally, within his Dantian Sea of Qi, a myriad of mysterious runes endlessly flickered and extinguished, coalescing into form as the omniscient parasite seed. The moment this seed materialized, Lin Yuan's aura abruptly transformed. A terrifying aura, encompassing all phenomena and commanding life and death, radiated from his body. The 10,000 Phenomena Parasite Seed, the Tao foundation of the S-Rank realm. Then, Lin Yuan released his spiritual will, communicating with the cosmic laws of the Miao lands. He began constructing his own unique S-tier domain. Open. The space within 100 zhang around Lin Yuan violently twisted. Scarlet divine flames. Pitch-black curses. Emerald green poisonous toxins. Pale death aura. And a faint golden light symbolizing the unyielding will to live. 5 utterly distinct forces intertwined and shimmered, forming a chaotic yet strangely orderly domain. A terrifying domain pressure far surpassing the peak of a rank surged wildly. Outside the formation, Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing simultaneously sensed the earth-shattering transformation within Lin Yuan's body. From violent conflict to crystallized sublimation, Hou Qing's gaze grew complex as she murmured. Such a nascent domain could actually encompass so many opposing laws. Your Imperial Majesty, your future is boundless. Boom! The domain fully unfolded and rapidly stabilized. At this moment, the global live broadcast feed was forcibly switched, focusing entirely on this moment. Billions of viewers watched in stunned horror. Within the domain, a surreal, otherworldly spectacle unfolded. The sky was sliced into fragments by an unseen force. To the east, 1,000 miles of scorched earth, the blazing flames of the drought-demon consumed all in their path. To the west, black waters surged ceaselessly, a river of curses roared, filled with the wails of vengeful spirits. To the south, a sky swarming with billions of insects obscured the sun, their wings beating and their cries piercing the air. To the north, piles of white bones lay scattered, cursed zombies howling in the biting wind, corpses littering the land. And at the very center of these 4 horrifying scenes, a solitary ancient tree stands, bathed in faint golden light. The ancient tree of life, radiating boundless vitality and imperial majesty, grew tenaciously. This is Lin Yuan's domain, the realm of the 10,000 phenomena life-death parasite path. Within this domain, Lin Yuan was the sole deity. With a flicker of his thoughts, crimson flames scorched the heavens. With a single focus of his gaze, cursed hatred corrodes the bones. With a wave of his hand, venomous toxins spread across the sky. With a stomp of his foot, bones sprouted everywhere. He had officially ascended to the S-rank, domain realm. Before him, even the mightiest A-tier peak masters were no different from ants. At this moment, above the Miao lands, the fluctuations from the S-rank domain resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, shaking the very foundations of the world. Across the entire Miaozhang region, the winds and clouds reversed. All creatures trembled, and countless low-tier monstrosities and zombies instinctively prostrated themselves in worship toward the Crimson Earth Palace. The majesty of the Emperor. Congratulations to the Emperor on achieving the supreme domain. My husband. Ji Tiannu swept in on a wave of fragrant air, throwing herself into Lin Yuan's embrace. They embraced tightly. Lin Yuan was about to speak, when Ji Tiannu beamed and declared, "Now that you're S-class, you're even tougher and more resilient. Later, we'll test out that 100,000-degree heat, okay?" Lin Yuan? In the realm of corpse shadows, within the white-bone demon hall at its deepest core, Jiang Chen, seated upon the skeletal throne, suddenly opened his eyes. Corpse energy churned within his eyes, as if countless skeletal remains were drifting within. Another troublesome S-rank has emerged from the Miao region? Judging by the aura of their domain, it's so chaotic and overbearing, yet carries a familiar trace of flame and cursed power. Could it be related to that new favorite of the Crimson Land Palace? A flicker of astonishment and doubt crossed Jiang Chen's expression. Then it transformed into intense killing intent. Chapter 25, Little Drought Demon, Gotcha. Several days later. The sleeping chamber of the Crimson Earth Palace. The morning light was faint. Lin Yuan awoke from deep slumber, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Beside him, Ji Tiannu had already awakened, propping her chin as she gazed at him quietly. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with tender affection, tinged with a lazy contentment. Then, her crimson lips parted, her voice as sweet as a nightingale's song. "Husband, after advancing to S-rank, you've become even more formidable." Her jade-like fingers lightly tapped Lin Yuan's chest, her eyes sparkling with alluring charm. "Fancy trying some new tricks?" "New tricks?" Lin Yuan froze. "Ah. My wife really is cold on the outside but hot on the inside. Guess I'm just that well endowed. Otherwise, I'd be hard-pressed to satisfy her." "What kind of trick?" Lin Yuan rolled over, pulling the beauty into his embrace. Her soft, fragrant body. So soft. Ji Tiannu nestled against him, her phoenix-like eyes rippling with desire. Her allure nearly overflowed. "Naturally, it's a new position unlocked only after my husband reaches S-rank." Her voice was soft and sweet, the last syllable rising teasingly. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He swiftly seized her mischievous jade fingers, using a deft maneuver to pin her beneath him. Their eyes locked, breaths mingling. "You wouldn't be thinking of playing around in the domain, would you?" Lin Yuan issued the challenge. "Then let's do it." "Fine." Ji Tiannu wrapped her jade-like arms around Lin Yuan's neck. "Then let your husband witness whether this concubine's drought-demon domain can consume your realm of myriad phenomena entirely." Before the words had fully left her lips, both figures vanished from the bedchamber. In the livestream chat. "Holy crap! It's starting already? New tricks? I suspect you two are about to get frisky, but I have no proof. Hey, you up front, something's off about you. But I like it. Quick, zoom in. Put. Tacky. But I kinda wanna see it too." Field activated, everyone clear. Within the domain space, boundless and vast. At this moment, Ji Tiannu floated suspended mid-air. Crimson divine flames surged from her body, instantly transforming into a boundless sea of fire. This is the drought-demon domain. Within this fiery domain, all things are consumed by flames, and the rules are set by her. Husband, beware. Ji Tiannu cried out sharply, her jade-like hand flickering lightly. Within the fiery domain, endless divine flames abruptly coalesced, forming a flaming divine phoenix with a wingspan of 100 zhang. The phoenix appeared lifelike and vivid. Each feather blazed with devastating heat. Its cry pierced the heavens, its might overwhelming. Screech! With a single flap of its wings, the flame phoenix surged forward with a force capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, lunging toward Lin Yuan. Come on then! Lin Yuan let out a long laugh. The realm of life and death parasites erupted. Scarlet flames, black waters, jade green bugs, white bones. The four symbols cycled, life and death intertwined. His figure flickered, and he appeared at the side of the flame divine phoenix. Whoosh! The power of the realm of all phenomena surged, easily deflecting the divine phoenix's frontal assault. A light tap of his fingertip. A condensed curse power silently coiled around the phoenix's wings. Simultaneously, countless illusory insect-like creatures emerged from the domain, charging fearlessly toward the blazing divine flames. Lin Yuan had only recently ascended to S-Rank, and his domain control was still not as fluid and effortless as Ji Tiannu's. Yet his domain's chaotic and overbearing nature gave him an edge. Bolstered further by the imperial fortune of the Xuanyuan jade pendant, he managed to exchange blows evenly with Ji Tiannu's flame divine phoenix. However, ultimately, it was largely due to his wife deliberately holding back. If she were to fight seriously, a single strike would likely obliterate Lin Yuan. High-end hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Lin Yuan understood this principle well. After skillfully parrying dozens of exchanges with the flame phoenix, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Spotting an opening, he deliberately slowed his movements by half a beat. Boom! A violent wave of flame just so swept across his shoulder. Lin Yuan grunted in pain. His body staggered, his face instantly turning deathly pale. A trickle of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. My dear, your husband is wounded. Lin Yuan feigned agony. Husband? Ji Tiannu, seeing this, was indeed overcome by concern. The swirling divine flames and the flame phoenix instantly dissipated. In a flash, she appeared before Lin Yuan. Her jade-like hand urgently sought to examine his injuries. Little did she know. Lin Yuan seized the moment and pulled her tightly into his embrace. A low chuckle echoed in her ear. My dear, you've fallen for it. You villain! How dare you deceive me? Ji Tiannu finally snapped out of it, flushed with embarrassment and fury. Her delicate fists lightly pounded his chest. Her phoenix-like eyes flashed with playful anger, and two intoxicating blushes spread across her cheeks. That look of coy pouting in mild anger was a world apart from the domineering goddess who ruled the realm of drought demons. #contrast, right? Truly adorable. Lin Yuan held the soft, fragrant beauty close, lowering his head to capture those tempting red lips. No more words were needed. Their realms began to merge in that instant. Lin Yuan's realm of all phenomena, though newly formed, encompassed everything. Dao runes swirled like stars. Threads of vitality quietly seeped into the overwhelmingly domineering, drought spirit domain. The once scorched wasteland, a realm of raging flames, no longer consumed everything in its path. The crimson gold lotus at its core swayed gently, as if joyfully embracing the nourishment from this foreign power. No more violent energy fluctuations. Nor was there the deafening roar of clashing laws. The primal essences of the two domains now seemed to transform into the Tai Chi dual fish, yin and yang harmonizing. Like deities in the heavens murmuring in unison. Or like two stars bound together, resonating in perfect harmony. Completely cleansed. For a long time. The clouds dispersed, the rain ceased. Ji Tiannu nestled lazily in Lin Yuan's embrace. Her jade-like body bore the marks of battle. Her phoenix eyes were hazy, carrying a hint of post-satiation weariness. Husband. Your grand domain is truly formidable. We're both equally skilled. Lin Yuan gently stroked her silky hair. At this moment, Ji Tiannu truly revealed her vulnerable, feminine side, utterly dependent on him. My dear, I have a few brilliant ideas regarding the future development of Miao. Lin Yuan's voice was gentle. He began to elaborate on his plans for military strategy, resource management. He even shared his innovative concept of combining zombies with bug magic. After all, it's time for the wise. It was time to focus on serious matters. These insights stemmed from his previous life, when he had mastered the game, Eerie Love. After countless trials and refinements, he had distilled these into the optimal solutions. Ji Tiannu initially listened with a hint of languid indifference. Gradually, her phoenix-like eyes widened. By the time Lin Yuan finished speaking, she was utterly captivated by his brilliance. My lord's talent surpasses 1,000,000 mighty armies. I vow to give everything I have to aid you. Ji Tiannu spoke softly. This Miao region, this Crimson Earth Palace, all shall be ruled by you. Deep affection and tenderness flowed slowly between them. Lin Yuan's heart burned with passion. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Just as Lin Yuan prepared to deepen his connection with his wife once more. Boom! Suddenly, a sharp energy explosion echoed from outside the hall. Immediately afterward, an S-rank silver-eyed zombie king rushed in, panic etched on his face. He dropped to one knee. He addressed the hazy domain with urgency. Your Imperial Majesty. Divine Maiden. The primordial ancestor Hou Qing, her power suddenly spiraled out of control and was consumed by the Hou Soul's backlash. Chapter 26, Forging Hou Qing's Bond to the Battleship. The lingering warmth of the spring night lingered in the tent. A faint, lingering sweetness. The urgent report shattered the atmosphere. Hou Qing was consumed by the Hou Soul? Upon hearing this, Ji Tiannu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The allure in her phoenix-like eyes vanished instantly, replaced by solemnity. Lin Yuan's expression tightened as well. His earlier romantic thoughts vanished instantly. He said in a deep voice, "My lady, do not worry. Let us go and see." He swiftly donned his garments. Immediately after, withdrawing their domain, the two revealed their forms. Transforming into two streaks of light, they shot straight toward the grand hall where Hou Qing resided. Inside the hall, chaos reigned supreme. The floor of 10,000-year-old mystic crystal was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Several towering jade pillars had snapped clean through. Night pearls from the ceiling lay scattered across the floor, their glow dimmed. Roar! Black and crimson energies raged violently around Hou Qing, like two ravenous dragons seeking prey, frantically tearing at his body. The power of the curse transformed into pitch-black chains, tightening around every inch of his bones. The soul-devouring aura of the Hou condensed into blood-red claws, tearing through his flesh and divine spirit. Hou Qing's eyes blazed crimson, his mind utterly consumed. He let out a series of agonized, blood-curdling screams. He attacked indiscriminately, striking any living being that dared to approach. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor joined forces with several other S-rank silver-eyed zombie kings. They could only barely erect layer upon layer of corpse energy barriers, struggling to withstand the onslaught of that frenzied power. They couldn't quell it in the slightest. Emperor! Divine Maiden! Spotting Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu's arrival, the Corpse Slaughter Emperor and his allies cried out urgently, as if they had found their anchor. You all retreat first. Lin Yuan gestured for everyone to step back. Then, Ji Tiannu waved her jade-like hand. A crimson gold barrier of the Dryad God's flame instantly enveloped Lin Yuan. It blocked the violent energy ripples. Lin Yuan stood within the barrier. The omniscient life and death bug Dao domain silently unfolded. Divine light swirled within his eyes, carefully observing the two intertwined, mutually destructive fluctuations within Hou Qing's body. Drawing upon countless experiences from the eerie affair game in his previous life, he instantly understood. Senior, this is the result of the Hou soul and cursed power harboring resentment for 10,000 years. Once their power was restored, it shattered the fragile equilibrium, causing the yin and yang to clash violently, locked in a stalemate between life and death. Lin Yuan's words pierced through the veil of mystery. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a great bell, clear to every ear present. Lin Yuan's expression grew grave as he declared decisively, if this conflict isn't stopped now and allowed to consume each other, the Elder risks his very body exploding. At these words, the Corpse Slaughter Emperor and the others were all horrified. Even a trace of worry flashed in Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes. Hou Qing was now at the end of his strength. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, a faint glimmer of lucidity flickered within his raging crimson eyes. After all, this ancient being who had lived 10,000 years truly valued his life above all else. It was simply that his chosen path of cultivation had become too one-sided. The Hou was an ancient divine beast. Yet when the heavens unleashed their killing intent and calamity descended upon the world, it was forced to succumb to the dark aura, becoming a ferocious beast. Thus it possessed boundless malevolent power. Entities like the Drought Fiend and Ingo fully harness this malevolent energy, merging it with their own corpse-based malevolence. The domain laws they command all lean toward the tank and meat shield archetypes. But Hou Qing chose an unconventional path. He insisted on studying the laws of curses. Instead of being a proper tank, he insists on becoming a mage. The result? A conflict arose with the fusion of the Houhan soul. This was the root of the problem. No wonder, in the plot of the eerie affair game, Hou Qing is called the weakest zombie progenitor. And the shortest-lived one. My lady! Lin Yuan acted decisively. Quickly used the true fire of thee to stabilize senior Hou Qing's heart pulse. Understood. Ji Tiannu responded without hesitation. Her jade-like fingers tapped lightly. A purest strand of the true fire of the dry demon shot forth like a soaring dragon. It pierced precisely into Hou Qing's brow. Immediately afterward, Hou Qing's body convulsed violently. That raging aura was truly suppressed for an instant. Senior Hou Qing. Lin Yuan's voice boomed like morning bells and evening drums, deafening and startling. I shall impart to you a segment of the Hou Soul Balancing Secret Essence. This technique can temporarily organize the chaotic energy within your body, gathering a sliver of hope. Focus your mind and circulate it as I instruct. As the words fell, a profound and intricate incantation flowed slowly from Lin Yuan's mouth. Each word was like a pearl, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. This was the preliminary cultivation method he had deduced from studying numerous texts within the Eerie Affair game, specifically designed to address such power conflicts. After all, Lin Yuan was a hardcore gamer. What's more, this game of trenches has no pay-to-win mechanics, no walkthroughs. Everything depends on Lin Yuan figuring it out on his own. Once he got hooked, he'd dissect every detail down to the last nuance. After all, Lin Yuan has a touch of OCD. Ji Tiannu knew this better than anyone. Take their intimate moments, for instance. Lin Yuan would tirelessly correct any misaligned positions, insisting on achieving the perfect position. Ahem. At that moment, Hou Qing, on the brink of collapse, heard Lin Yuan's words and clung to them like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. With the last shred of clarity, he forcibly suppressed the rampaging Hou soul and cursed power within his body. With great effort, he began to channel the energy according to the ancestral Hou soul balancing secret as dictated by Lin Yuan. Moments later, a miracle occurred. The two forces within Hou Qing, which had nearly destroyed everything, began to show faint signs of stabilizing under the guidance of his will. Though the process remained excruciatingly painful, his chaotic mind gradually regained clarity. Hou Qing could scarcely believe it. How could this be? The power imbalance that had tormented him for 10,000 years had actually been pierced through by this young man's words, and he had even provided an effective solution? Moments later, once the energy within his body stabilized slightly, Hou Qing's withered body began to tremble violently. Ignoring his own injuries, he struggled to rise, intending to perform the grand ceremony of 3 kneels and 9 bows toward Lin Yuan. Your Imperial Majesty, for the grace of life and rebirth, Hou Qing shall remember this debt for all eternity. Hou Qing declared gratefully. Henceforth, I shall serve the Emperor's commands without hesitation. This servant would die 10,000 times for the honor. Lin Yuan remained serene, accepting the bow with composure before gently raising a hand. You flatter me, senior. This method merely offers temporary relief. To truly cure your millennia-old affliction, we must find 2 things? WH what? Hou Qing inquired. The 9 netherworld soul-binding wood and the yin-yang reincarnation fruit. Lin Yuan shifted his tone, his gaze deepening with hidden meaning. And these 2 divine artifacts, if my guess is correct, are most likely to be found within Jiang Chen's Corpse-Yin Realm. Jiang Chen. Hearing that name, Hou Qing, who had just regained a sliver of her senses, flashed a chilling murderous intent in her eyes. Ji Tiannu lifted her gaze slightly, meeting Lin Yuan's eyes. He nodded silently in response. The couple understood each other without words. In truth, the matter of Hou Qing's fusion with the Hou soul, Lin Yuan had already discussed it with Ji Tiannu. Regarding solutions, Lin Yuan possessed numerous options. The 9 nether soul sealing wood and the yin-yang reincarnation fruit, both originating from Jiang Chen's Corpse-Yin Realm. Substitutes were not entirely unavailable. But to ensure Hou Qing is thoroughly bound to the Miao cause, steering him toward Jiang Chen was the optimal approach. After all, that old fox Hou Qing is notoriously fickle. And a notorious compromiser. Even if Jiang Chen sought to devour him, Hou Qing would only seek to align with the Miao kingdom, sitting back and watching the 2 sides fight it out. He wouldn't make up his mind to oppose Jiang Chen until it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 27, Storms Rage in Miaozhang, Smoke of War Rises on Blue Star. Several more days of intimate embrace passed. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu's intimate whispers by the pillow had become a daily routine. During these days, Lin Yuan not only solidified his S-rank, omniscient life and deathbug domain, to its fullest extent. Amidst Ji Tiannu's tens of thousands of degrees of passion and endless exploration of new techniques, their souls intertwined, their mutual understanding deepening. Lin Yuan felt his mastery over the S-rank power improving daily. At dawn that day, the imperial bedchamber radiated warmth and fragrance. Ji Tiannu lay lazily on her side beside him. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, her phoenix-like eyes hazy with desire. My husband, you've worked so hard these past few days. Lin Yuan gently tickled her delicate nose and smiled. With my lady urging me on like this, how could I not make rapid progress? He rolled over, drawing the beauty into his embrace. Her soft, fragrant form stirred his soul. But now, there are important matters to attend to. After a brief moment of intimacy, they rose. Before long, Hou Qing's figure appeared in the council chamber. After recuperating through the ancestral Hou soul balancing essentials and nourishing himself with the rare resources of the Crimson Earth Palace, Hou Qing's condition had largely recovered. The deathly aura surrounding him had significantly faded. Your Imperial Majesty, Divine Maiden, Hou Qing bowed in greeting. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, gesturing for him to take a seat. Core commanders of the Crimson Earth Palace, including the Corpse Slaughter Emperor, stood solemnly on either side. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Yuan spoke in a solemn tone. The Miao frontier has been pacified, yet traitorous hearts among our generals remain unyielding. External threats persist with grave intensity. We must swiftly bolster our strength and devise comprehensive strategies. His gaze swept across the assembly as his voice grew firm and resolute. The cultivation of the SS-grade Cursed Parasite Empress must be accelerated. The expansion of the Cursed Flame Blood Corps Legion and tactical drills are equally urgent. The gathering of materials and the laying of foundations for the Crimson Earth 10,000 Phenomena Array must be pursued with full force. Lin Yuan assigned tasks with clear logic. Each phased objective was exceptionally clear. Hou Qing murmured thoughtfully. The deep affection between His Imperial Majesty and the Divine Maiden is truly a blessing for the Miao Kingdom. Regarding Jiang Chen, this old man has formed some new speculations that may serve as reference for your Imperial Majesty. Then, Hou Qing recounted certain secrets concerning the realm of corpse shadows. The command was issued. The Miao Kingdom began operating at an unprecedented pace. The real world, Blue Star, was currently in prime time across the Dragon Nation. The television broadcasts the latest news bulletin. Dear viewers, today we will witness a miracle together. Since the arrival of the bizarre marriage game, Dragon Nation, bolstered by the national fortune bonus brought by player Lin Yuan, has been charting the future for our 1.4 billion Dragon Nation citizens. The scene shifts to the western desert of Dragon Nation. What was once a barren wasteland of swirling yellow sand now glimmers with patches of green. Beneath the surface, newly discovered super-strategic mineral deposits lie in such vast quantities that any industrial power would salivate at the prospect. The national fortune reward from the barren land realm has already transformed Dragon Nation's landscape and resource reserves. Cut 2. Towering, futuristic silver-white spherical structures rise from the ground. Controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactors. The energy revolution ignited by the primordial spark, true fire of the drought-demon has already begun. According to the latest official data released by the Dragon Nation, its first nuclear fusion experimental reactor has successfully commenced operations, with energy output efficiency far exceeding expectations. This signifies that Dragon Nation will completely break free from energy constraints and enter an era of infinite energy. The scene shifts again. In a modern hospital with bright windows and clean surfaces, countless patients once deemed terminally ill now walk out of their wards with beaming smiles. Crops enhanced with Xuanyuan herbs and medicinal agents crafted from millennia-old blood jadelingji continue to create medical miracles. The latest report from the International Health Organization indicates that the average life expectancy of Dragon Nation citizens is projected to increase by 15 to 20 years within the next 5 years. Cures for incurable diseases that have plagued humanity for centuries such as cancer and Alzheimer's have been announced by Dragon Nation scientists. Whispers began circulating that a handful of new humans with physical capabilities far surpassing ordinary people had emerged within Dragon Nation. They could even be called extraordinary beings. Scene after scene, event after event. Dragon Nation, like a dragon awakening, is soaring toward the heavens at a pace that leaves the world breathless. Global live streams. The chat streams are already flooded with astonished comments in every language. Holy cow! What's going on with Dragon Nation? I thought it was a poor developing country, IP, Little Britain. They've already mastered fusion energy? While Eagle Nation is still fighting wars over oil. We're in a whole different dimension now. IP, France. Terrifying. Is Dragon Nation poised to soar skyward and reclaim its place atop the world? IP, Bear Nation? Enough said, I've already started learning the Dragon Nation language. Hoping to immigrate there someday, IP, Malaysia. No regrets for being Chinese this lifetime, next life I'll be a Dragon Nation citizen again. Lin Yuan, forever the legend, IP, Dragon Nation. Infrastructure maniacs? That was just the basics. Now we're Ascension maniacs, IP, Dragon Nation. Just as the Dragon Nation soared at its zenith, capturing the world's gaze. Eagle Nation, White House. Inside the Oval Office, the Don, face contorted in fury, slammed a document onto the desk and roared at his advisors. Dragon Nation. Always Dragon Nation. Who do they think they are? They stole our jobs. Now they want to steal our future. I won't stand for it. Shortly thereafter, the Eagle Nation held a press conference. On television screens, the Don, bathed in a sea of camera flashes, signed a series of bills targeting the Dragon Nation. Under the pretexts of serious threats to national security and unfair trade predation by the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation brazenly announced punitive tariffs of up to 300%, imposing punitive tariffs as high as 300%. Simultaneously, it threatened to freeze portions of Dragon Nation's assets within Eagle Nation. It urgently lobbied its allies to jointly impose technological blockades and industrial decoupling on the Dragon Nation. Global financial markets plunged into turmoil. Countless nations' economic lifelines were swept up in this sudden storm, teetering on the brink. The world seemed to be instantly pulled back to the brink of the Cold War. Hours later. Dragon Nation. Press Briefing Center. A multi-departmental joint press conference convened at the highest level. The spokesperson's face was calm. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. His tone was firm and resolute. To all forms of hegemony and unilateral sanctions, our response is just 4 words: we will see it through to the end. For any actions that dare to harm the interests of the Dragon Nation, our response is also 4 words: we will fight back to the end. We will immediately implement reciprocal and super excessive countermeasures across multiple domains against the Eagle Nation. At the press conference, Dragon Nation publicly hinted for the first time. In multiple cutting-edge fields including quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and biogenetics, it has achieved disruptive breakthroughs. These advancements are sufficient to fundamentally dismantle the Eagle Nation's technological hegemony. Behind the spokesperson, a large screen deliberately or inadvertently flashed several blurred yet futuristic silhouettes of technological models. Finally, the spokesperson looked directly into the camera and stated, word by word, "We hope certain nations will not misjudge the situation. The Dragon Nation now possesses the capability to make any challenger pay an unbearable price." As the words fell, the global livestream fell into an instant, deafening silence. Then came an even more intense wave of comments. "Oh no! The great leader is pushing Eagle San into the fire pit. My stocks just hit the limit down, IP, Eagle San Nation. Dragon Nation is seriously tough this time. Disruptive breakthrough. Did Lin Yuan absorb and convert all the national fortune rewards? This is insane. IP, Bear Nation. Shivering in fear. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The world is about to change, IP, Noodlehead Nation. Well done. These bandits needed a taste of their own medicine. Now they know why the flowers are so red, IP, Dragon Nation. The power struggle among great nations has suddenly reached a boiling point. Chapter 28, The Indian Parasite in the Underworld, bringing the British to collect debts with burning rage. 2 blossoms, each telling its own tale. The bizarre world of the marriage game. At this moment, the Corpse Shadow Realm. A realm of. Here, the cold wind howls furiously, and the stench of decay permeates the air, thick and unyielding. Ragged bones litter the ground, broken tombstones tilted haphazardly. Desolate and ominous. Rajesh, the player representative from the kingdom of Tianju. He stood with his hands on his hips, his slightly protruding belly thrust forward. He belonged to the Kshatriya caste. And after entering the game, his marriage arrangements were quite peculiar. Naturally, he became the de facto leader of the Indian players in the realm of the dead. At this moment, Rajesh wore an air of haughty arrogance. He was lecturing his subordinates also from India in front of him, spittle flying from his mouth. His men nodded and bowed, their faces plastered with obsequious flattery. Not far away, dozens of emaciated vengeful spirits huddled on the ground. They trembled as they clutched their faint soul flames. That was the low-grade ghostly energy they had painstakingly gathered. It was their sole sustenance for survival in this barren land. "Hurry the hell up, you lot! What kind of sight is this dawdling?" Rajesh suddenly erupted, kicking a sluggish spectre flying with a single blow. "How can we report such a meager haul to Lord Xuanyuan?" Clearing his throat, he lifted his chin haughtily and boasted triumphantly. "You'd better remember this, follow me, Rajesh, and you'll have meat to eat in the future. Got it? I, Rajesh, am a noble descendant of the Indian Kshatriya caste. With my extraordinary intellect and unparalleled personal charm, I have now become an indispensable pillar of the Shade Realm. Lord Xuanyuan holds me in the highest regard." His manner of speaking seemed rather abstract. But considering the national character of the people of India, Rajesh, this is actually quite modest. Then, Rajesh shifted his tone, sneering. "Now look at those worthless players from Eagle Land and Cherry Blossom Land, utterly disgraceful. They're probably still serving tea and fetching water for those F-tier ugly freaks. But we're destined to be the backbone of the future in the Shadow Realm. Our nation of India is the true pillar." He spoke with such conviction he seemed to already see their glorious future. Several Indian players immediately squeezed out even more fawning smiles, bowing and scraping. Brother Rajesh speaks with foresight. We bow in utter admiration. Indeed, indeed. Everything we have today is thanks to your guidance, brother. Brother Rajesh's divine might is unmatched. You will surely become the second to none ruler of the Shireen realm. In truth, they had long grown numb to Rajesh's constant bragging. They grumbled incessantly about his daily tyranny, resource skimming, and unfair distribution. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. In this bizarre world of survival of the fittest, they dared not voice their anger. Rajesh reveled in his subordinates' flattery, feeling utterly elated. Now was the time for fantasies. He could almost see the day when his power would dominate the entire underworld. Rajesh firmly believed that with his noble lineage and extraordinary abilities, he would forge an earth-shattering legacy in this perilous, bizarre world. At that very moment, System Chat Channel 5% Club sent him a video call. A faintly ethereal figure slowly materialized on the system communication panel. It was the club's new leader, Beast with the Ying, Martin Ford. "Hey there, Rajesh.
Long time no see, how have you been?
Martin Ford's face was plastered with a smile, his tone dripping with flattery. Haven't seen you in a few days, but I hear you've been making waves in the Shadow Realm lately.
Commanding thousands of vengeful spirits, you're practically a commander of 10,000 men now. Truly a rising star. I'm truly envious, brother.
Rajesh's chin lifted even higher at these words, his nostrils flaring as if he were looking down his nose.
He waved his hand lightly in feigned modesty, yet couldn't hide his smugness. Not at all, Martin. You're too kind. It's all empty titles, nothing more.
Merely assisting Lord Xuanyuan in his duties, trifling matters, scarcely worth mentioning.
Martin Ford couldn't stop sneering inwardly. This Indian fellow was truly as flammable as a tinderbox, utterly foolish.
His smile remained unchanged, yet his tone shifted imperceptibly as he steered the conversation toward the main topic.
Now then.
Rajesh, my friend, about that final payment for the mighty Kong poison you bought on credit from yours truly last time.
Martin deliberately drew out the last syllable. He watched Rajesh's face intently, studying every subtle shift in his expression. You know, would it be convenient for you to arrange something for your big brother soon?
To be honest, I've just gotten a new shipment of top-tier rarities from the second in command. Martin leaned in closer, his voice hushed with secrecy. This stuff comes straight from the Frost Giant tribe, quality guaranteed. And right now, I need a big chunk of cash to cover my expenses. Martin deliberately emphasized the words rare goods. The moment Rajesh heard it was about debt collection. The smug grin on his face instantly froze. His small eyes darted around, and he instantly adopted a look of deep regret.
Oh dear. Brother Martin, what a terrible memory I have. My apologies. My official duties have been overwhelming lately.
Lord Xuanyuan entrusted me with such important responsibilities that I completely forgot about this. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, putting on such a heartfelt performance that he truly seemed to be filled with regret. To be honest, brother, Lord Xuanyuan recently assigned me several more critical defense zones. In truth, they were barren swamps where not even a bird would.
Barren swamplands that other factions wouldn't give the time of day. The military expenses are just pouring out like water. I'm really strapped for cash and can't make ends meet. Then,
Rajesh abruptly shifted gears, turning the tables and launching into a loud complaint. And speaking of your bug, Martin, no offense, but the results are pretty underwhelming. My bunch of useless good-for-nothings tried it and said they barely felt a thing. It's not worth the price at all. Look, could you give your little brother a 10% discount? Just consider it a favor between friends. Hearing this, Martin Ford felt the veins on his temples throb violently, nearly losing his temper on the spot. This Indian chap truly was a rock in a cesspool, not only stubborn and stinky, but slippery as hell. To be this shameless was truly a rare breed. Wanting the Indian to settle the final payment? That's harder than climbing to the moon. That's just how things are done in their country. Even on Blue Star, their reputation precedes them. Martin Ford forced himself to suppress the rage boiling in his chest. As a businessman, he maintained that insincere smile on his face. But inside, he was already laughing coldly. With a tough customer like this, ordinary debt collection tactics clearly wouldn't work. Only the lure of profit would work. Heh, Rajesh, you're joking. Martin Ford said with a forced smile, money matters? That's no big deal. Between brothers like us, everything's negotiable. Then, deliberately lowering his voice. But you know, I've just gotten my hands on some absolutely exclusive inside information. It's rather significant, I'm not sure if I should share it. He paused, successfully piquing Rajesh's curiosity. Then he dropped the bombshell. It's about that demonic player Lin Yuan from Miao and his SSS tier dryad goddess wife. Word is they've completely subdued Hou Qing, another progenitor of the undead. Miao power is now stronger than ever. They're sharpening their weapons and gathering 1 million undead soldiers. Martin Ford painted a vivid picture, embellishing every detail as he spoke. Every detail seemed as though he'd witnessed it firsthand. They claim they'll wipe your Shireen realm off the map within 7 days. And what's more, reliable sources say they plan to make you players from the Kingdom of India their first sacrificial offering. Chapter 29, Martin's cunning sale of ferocious beasts, a sans bold purchase of skymounts. Upon hearing Martin Ford's alarmist rhetoric, Rajesh's expression suddenly changed. Is Miao really launching a full-scale assault on the Corpse Shadow Realm? And use them, the foreign legionnaires, as sacrificial lambs? The news struck him like a thunderclap, exploding in his mind. Rajesh's heart pounded violently. Yet he forced himself to remain calm. Oomph. Martin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? That Lin Yuan is nothing but a freeloader who got lucky all show and no substance. Even if his drought spirit wife is powerful and cunning, can she fly to the heavens? Lord Xuanyuan commands countless warriors, and we, the noble sons of India, stand firmly by his side. How could we possibly fear the rabble of the Miao tribes? Spittle flew from his mouth as he boasted wildly, words spilling like rain. Our Lord Xuanyuan is unmatched under heaven. The Miao tribes will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. But Rajesh's involuntary swallow, betraying his profound unease.
He knew better than anyone the terrifying power of an SSS-rank sovereign. The drought goddess Ji Tian knew a terrifying entity on par with Lord Xuanyuan himself. Now, with Hou Qing, another progenitor of the undead, joining the Miao tribe's ranks. Should both sides truly engage in all-out war, the outcome would be impossible to predict. And they, the Tianzhu players aligned with Lord Xuanyuan's faction, were likely to be the first cannon fodder sacrificed. But then again, Rajesh abruptly shifted his tone. A flash of unmistakable greed flickered in his eyes. Brother Martin, to better serve Lord Xuanyuan with our utmost devotion. If there were any divine artifacts that could make our Indian warriors even more formidable. Rajesh thrust out his slightly protruding belly. Especially treasures that let us soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. Please enlighten me, brother. Introduce me to such treasures. As for the price, everything is negotiable. At that moment, he was fantasizing about the possibility of possessing a formidable aerial force. He could then dominate the battlefield with utter contempt, plucking enemy commanders from the midst of 10,000 troops. Then, would not glorious achievements and boundless riches be within easy reach? Perhaps even earn the favor of the esteemed general. A single leap to the heavens, my name resounding throughout the realm. But let's say, if things take a turn for the worse, simply mounting your steed and making a swift escape would be a splendid outcome. Martin Ford, seeing Rajesh take the bait as expected, felt a surge of secret delight. But outwardly, he feigned deep thought, furrowing his brow slightly and adopting a look of considerable hesitation. He kept Rajesh on tenterhooks. After a moment, he reluctantly spoke. Rajesh, my friend, you've come to the right man. To be perfectly honest. My second in command, the club's Nordic giant, Dalsgaard. He recently managed to capture a batch of extremely rare and powerful flying monstrous beasts. After exerting tremendous effort, Martin Ford pitched with vivid enthusiasm. He vividly described the terrifying power of these beasts to Rajesh. Bro, just look at this tier peak frost vulture of the snowlands. With a wingspan spanning tens of meters, a single flap can unleash a world-devouring blizzard, and a breath of frost can freeze everything in its path. This so-called snowy frost vulture was actually only C rank. It was naturally terrified of high temperatures, and its endurance was shockingly poor. And this B rank Icewing Night Demon Leopard is even more ferociously swift. Its claws can tear through refined gold and steel with ease. This so-called Icewing Night Demon Leopard is actually only D class. Moreover, it possesses a ferocious and violent temperament, making it extremely difficult to control. The slightest misstep could lead to a turning on its master. Martin Ford spoke with eloquent fluency. He hyped these strange flying creatures as unparalleled in the heavens and earth, a rarity in the world. In reality, most of this shipment was subpar filler. Only a handful barely met the standards of a low-tier B class. And each one carried various, even fatal, flaws. For instance, they were afraid of fire, terrified of light, consumed enormous amounts of mystical energy, had impaired mental faculties, and were extremely difficult to tame. But Martin Ford was a master salesman. After all, he had been a salesman for Nine Dragons technology back on Blue Star. He then showed Rajesh some carefully embellished visual materials, along with heavily embellished data descriptions. He made sure these so-called flying anomalies appeared to be worth every penny, utterly irresistible. Brother Rajesh, I won't lie to you, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Martin Ford's sincerity was palpable, his expression genuinely heartfelt, as if he were truly laying his soul bare. These flight anomalies are top-tier treasures, are 5% club, acquired at tremendous cost and through immense effort. Each one is an invaluable strategic resource. If not for the deep bond of brotherhood between us, and for the greater good of countering the Miao tribe and safeguarding the Qur'in realm, I wouldn't lightly part with these prized possessions. Rajesh had long been utterly captivated by Martin Ford's boasts of a formidable air force, his mind and spirit intoxicated. He could almost see himself clad in golden armor, mounted upon the majestic snowy frost vulture, leading the formidable Icewing Night Panther squadron, descending from the heavens like a celestial being. Under the gaze of 10,000 armies, he would slay generals and seize banners, invincible in every battle. Then, winning the great favor of His Majesty the General, receiving lavish rewards, being granted a fiefdom, and marrying the peerlessly beautiful Lady Guai. From that moment on, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life, a glorious vision of triumphant glory. Brother Martin, I want all these flying beasts, Rajesh, want them all. Rajesh slammed his thigh and waved his massive hand with unrestrained generosity. Martin Ford's heart was already bursting with joy. Among the player community, apart from Lin Yuan, only this bunch of Indians had hit the jackpot. These Indian chaps fit the bizarre marriage game's rules perfectly. They embraced any bizarre situation without hesitation. And they're exceptionally skilled at sucking up. Somehow, they've actually managed to do quite well for themselves. Oh my, Rajesh, my friend, this really puts me in a tough spot. These precious treasures are just too hard to come by. And shipping them all the way from that frozen, frigid realm up north? The costs are absolutely staggering. After a round of haggling, Rajesh was fleeced by Martin Ford. He was practically left with nothing to his name. In the end, he used the outstanding payments for the insect-infested goods he owed Martin Ford, along with the resources he'd painstakingly scraped together over recent months. He successfully secured the deal. Both parties were quite satisfied. And so Rajesh went on a spending spree, purchasing dozens of these so-called flying oddities. Martin Ford even kindly assured him, "Don't worry, buddy. These are top-notch goods shipped straight from the snowy regions. If they're fake, I'll pay with my life. But the life you'd be paying with? Your own. You Indian scum, think you can owe me money? Die, you bastard." The deal was done. Rajesh was overjoyed. He promptly and solemnly named this motley crew of old, weak, sick, and disabled soldiers the invincible Celestial Bull Air Cavalry Corps of India. He eagerly appointed himself as the Legion's Supreme Commander and Chief Knight. This move allowed Martin Ford to rake in a massive haul of gold coins from the Indian players. After ending the communication, Martin Ford triumphantly counted the resources gained from this transaction. His heart was bursting with joy. Stupid Indian didn't even bother to check the goods after receiving them. Must have eaten too much cow dung and piss, ha! Chapter 30, The Emperor's Cunning Illusionary Array, the General's Desire to Repeat Past Mistakes. The Crimson Earth Palace. Within the Grand Council Hall, the barrier sealing out all prying eyes flickered with a faint glow. Lin Yuan's fingertip lightly tapped the sand table. The mountains and rivers of Miao, extending even into the Shireen realm, gradually materialized. At present, Lin Yuan had fully consolidated his S-tier cultivation realm. The reforms in Miao were beginning to bear fruit. His gaze was deep and unwavering, his confidence unshakable. Minions are inherently suspicious and arrogant, greedy and short-sighted. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet radiated an air of absolute confidence. That juicy morsel of Hou Qing, he's coveted it for 10,000 years. Now not only has the prize come to him on its own, it's also beyond salvation, utterly defenseless. If he could resist, he wouldn't be Jiang Chen. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes fixed on the intricate web of red and blue markers across the sand table, her gaze flickering with fascination. "My lord, your plan is meticulously crafted. Yet the general is, after all, an SSS-tier zombie progenitor. What if? To win unexpectedly, one must take risks in warfare." Lin Yuan clasped Ji Tiannu's cool, jade-like hand. "Besides, I've already prepared a generous gift for him." Hou Qing sat to the side, her aura still slightly unsettled yet markedly steadier than before. As he listened to Lin Yuan's plan, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. "Whatever the emperor commands, this old man shall obey without hesitation. To personally lure the traitor into his doom, even if it costs me my very soul, I shall die without regret." The core of the plan. It was to exploit Jiang Chen's eagerness to devour Hou Qing's primordial essence, coupled with his reluctance to confront the consolidated Miao forces head-on. Through a series of meticulously crafted vulnerabilities and opportunities, they would lure him into abandoning the strategic advantage of the Corpse Shadow realm. He would personally lead his main forces into the Miaozhong Valley of Buried Souls. A predetermined killing trap centered around the Crimson Earth 10,000 Phenomena Array. Countering intelligence and deploying decoys formed the first phase of the plan. "Senior Hou Qing, we must trouble you to personally oversee operations at the Soul Burial Valley." Lin Yuan looked at Hou Qing. "At that time, you need only release an extremely weakened aura of the primordial ancestor. To enhance realism, Lin Yuan even proposed using his omniscient life-death parasite domain to assist Hou Qing, precisely controlling the dispersion and range of this aura. This would ensure it could be tracked by specific methods without appearing overly contrived. Oscar-winning actor Hou Qing. Time to show off his acting chops. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Ji Tiannu added, "At that time, I will publicly declare that to help my husband solidify his S-rank realm and refine the Miaozhong formations, I have expended immense energy and require several months of seclusion to recuperate." Meanwhile, the Miaozhong forces launched a large-scale, ostentatious feint. Elite zombie legions were secretly redeployed to border regions far from the Soul Burial Valley, guarding against surprise attacks from other factions and creating the illusion of a hollowed-out heartland. As for witnesses, a faint smile touched Lin Yuan's lips. "We can arrange for several veteran subordinates to be severely wounded by Jiang Chen's infiltrators within Miaozhong while escorting the elder. In their final moments, they will desperately relay the top-secret intelligence Hou Qing is hiding in Soul Burial Valley, and his primordial essence is about to dissipate to Jiang Chen's spies." These moles, naturally, were also part of the plan. Hou Qing's eyes flashed with sharp insight upon hearing this. He was already in awe of Lin Yuan's scheming. The meticulousness and audacity of this scheme were beyond comprehension. Not long after, within the Miao Kingdom, the winds of change began to stir. The defensive strength of the Crimson Earth Palace visibly weakened. News of Ji Tiannu's seclusion spread like wildfire among all factions. Several elite zombie legions indeed marched with great fanfare toward the border opposite the realm of the undead. Banners fluttered along the route, zombie chi rose to the heavens, and the spectacle was truly formidable. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain ravine, Shadow Demon Zombie Emperor, an SS-rank confidant under Xuanyuan's command, was deploying his innate divine ability, his form nearly merging with the shadows.
His primary mission was to probe the Miao region's defenses. Oof. The Miao region's defenses are nothing to write home about. The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor sneered inwardly. After evading several open sentries and hidden checkpoints, he slipped silently into the outskirts of Soul Burial Valley. Outside the valley, within a hastily carved cave dwelling, the protective barrier's energy was chaotic. Several zombies, their aura weak and listless, guarded something anxiously. The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor concentrated his senses and indeed detected a faint yet supremely pure primordial essence. It was Hou Qing. The aura was chaotic and unstable, as if it might vanish at any moment. Yet it radiated a deadly attraction for zombies. Old Hou Qing is truly burning out. The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor's heart leapt with joy. He even intercepted the anxious telepathic messages from the guardian zombies. The ancestor's life force is nearly spent. What are we to do? The Crimson Earth Palace seems to have given up. The inspection squad they sent is merely going through the motions. Alas, Hou Qing is, after all, the Divine Maiden's senior predecessor. To treat him so harshly, isn't that a bit too cold-hearted? The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor took it all in, a cruel smile curling his lips. In his eyes, Hou Qing was now fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. As for that drought spirit girl, she was too preoccupied with her own troubles to care. Heaven aids me. My lord's millennia-old aspiration may finally be fulfilled today. Suppressing his excitement, the Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor quietly withdrew. He swiftly relayed this absolutely reliable intelligence back to the realm of the undead through covert channels. In the realm of shadows, within the Hall of Bone Demons, Xuanyuan sat enthroned upon a skeleton throne, his body surging with corpse energy. With each blink of his eyes, it seemed as though countless skeletal remains rose and fell. He scrutinized the top-secret intelligence relayed by the Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor, cross-referencing it meticulously with reports from spies across all factions. Hou Qing is gravely wounded and near death, about to hide in the Valley of Buried Souls. Ji Tiannu has entered seclusion. The Miao tribe's main forces have been redeployed, leaving their heartland vulnerable. The Soul Burial Valley's defenses are crude and easily breached. Each piece of evidence perfectly corroborated the others, pointing to the same conclusion. The last shred of doubt in Xuanyuan's heart was utterly drowned by greed. I won't fall into the same trap twice. Xuanyuan murmured, then let out a cold laugh. But to let such a golden opportunity slip away, wouldn't that be a crime against heaven? This was not only an unparalleled chance to devour Hou Qing's primordial essence, complete his own cultivation, and potentially ascend beyond SSS rank. It was also a divine opportunity to strike while Ji Tiannu was weakened, seizing the Miao territory in one fell swoop and bringing both ancestral powers under his control. Transmit my decree. Xuanyuan abruptly rose, his voice cold and brimming with supreme authority, echoing throughout the entire White Bone Demon Hall. Summon all SS-rank Corpse Emperors, S-rank Corpse Kings, Ghost Generals, and Grand Generals of the Corpse Shadow Realm to assemble immediately. Additionally, specially summon Rajesh, the player from India, along with his, what was that aerial cavalry unit he recently formed called again? The Invincible Divine Bull Air Cavalry Legion, a zombie attendant reminded him. Xuanyuan. What a ridiculous name, sounds like someone's brain is fried. Whatever. They're just cannon fodder anyway. Doesn't matter. Let those players serve as the vanguard, clearing the outskirts of Soul Burial Valley to pave the way for our main forces. Your Highness. Several SS-rank Corpse Emperors and Ghost Emperors bowed in obedience, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Rajesh, upon receiving this glorious assignment, was overjoyed. He could already envision his glorious future, achieving legendary status in a single battle, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Warriors. The moment has come to showcase the unrivaled might of our Indian Divine Bulls. Rajesh roared to his motley crew of air cavalry. Lord General has personally commanded us to lead the charge. This is the highest honor. Follow me into battle. Capture Hou Qing alive and present him to Lord General. The entire army of the Shireen realm poured forth. A murderous aura pierced the heavens, while the stench of decay obscured the sun in clouds. Through a spatial passage forged by the Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor, the vast horde surged straight toward the Soul Burial Valley of the Miao lands. But a trap targeting the progenitor of all zombies, Xuanyuan, was already closing in silently. Chapter 31, Rise and Fall, Asan's Whales. Miao Territory. Soul Burial Valley. Like a colossal beast lying in wait, it was deep and terrifying. Outside the valley, the main force of the Corpse-Yin Realm army had already quietly taken up position. At this moment, Xuanyuan stood atop a sheer cliff, his corpse aura drawn inward. His crimson eyes flickered with suspicion and greed. Though intelligence confirmed Hou Qing's severe injuries, he remained cautious. Rajesh. Xuanyuan's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Lead the Divine Ox Sky Cavalry as the vanguard for the main army. Clear every obstacle within the valley for the sovereign and pave the way for the main force. Upon hearing the order, Rajesh, the Indian player, felt his ego swell instantly. Vanguard.
What an honor! Lord Xuanyuan truly holds me in high regard. He could already envision himself riding a rainbow cloud, wielding a divine weapon. Leading the Sky Cavalry Legion, he would pluck the enemy commander's head from the midst of 10,000 troops. Aye, sir. Great Lord Xuanyuan. Rajesh's rotund frame trembled, his face flushed crimson with excitement. Martin Ford's warning? Long forgotten.
Rajesh turned, raising his arm to roar at the motley crew behind him, the invincible Divine Bull Air Cavalry Corps, cobbled together from low-tier flying beasts.
Warriors of India! Charge with me, Rajesh. Let the petty scoundrels of Miao tremble beneath the iron wings of our Divine Bull Air Force.
Dozens of bizarre flying creatures let out shrieking responses. Carrying equally fervent Indian players, they surged like a tidal wave toward the silent valley of the buried souls.
Their momentum was fierce, yet tinged with absurdity. Crimson Earth Multiverse Array.
Lin Yuan sat composed at the array's core, his expression serene. The power of the 10,000 phenomena life and deathbug domain quietly intertwined with the array's foundation. The energy currents throughout the entire Soul Burial Valley flowed entirely under his control.
They're here. A barely perceptible curve touched the corner of Lin Yuan's lips. The instant Rajesh's Divine Ox Air Force entered the designated perimeter of Soul Burial Valley,
a sudden change occurred. Deep within the formation, Hou Qing, who had been closing his eyes to heal his wounds, suddenly snapped his eyes open. A cold, mocking expression flashed across his gaunt face. Curse of 10,000 souls devouring.
The formless, intangible power of the curse traversed space,
landing precisely upon that swarm of lowly flying units no more significant to him than mosquitoes.
At the same moment, the SS-class Curse Parasite Empress, concealed throughout the formation,
also commanded countless formless, shadowy cursed parasites to launch a coordinated assault.
Chirp-caw! High above the heavens, a tragedy unfolded. Rajesh's prized fleet of dozens of flying beasts seemed to have encountered an invisible divine punishment. They instantly let out piercing, wretched cries.
Some saw their wings rot away in an instant, turning into foul-smelling pus as they plummeted straight down from the sky. Others had their eyes pecked out by countless tiny spectral crows, spinning wildly in the air before crashing into oblivion. Worst of all, some had their very souls devoured by the curse's power. They tore at each other in the air, attacking with frenzied madness. For a moment, severed limbs and rotting flesh flew through the air, mingling with blood and wails in a sea of carnage. The scene was utterly spectacular.
No! My Divine Ox Air Force!
Rajesh's mightiest mount, the snowy frost vulture. Before it could even utter a cry of agony, it was consumed by the dual ravages of curse and poison. It disintegrated mid-air, reduced to a charred skeleton.
What kind of demonic magic is this?
Rajesh screamed in terror and despair, plummeting from the sky like a kite with its string cut, his cries echoing as he fell.
Help! Lord Xuanyuan, save me!
The only response was a faint, contemptuous sneer from Hou Qing's lips.
A bunch of clowns, daring to act so brazenly before this lord? In an instant, every player in the Tianzhu kingdom was obliterated.
The global livestream was already in hysterics. I hereby declare this year's Best Bizarre Matchmaking Game's most spectacular demonic scene has been born.
Rajesh Air Force took off only to crash. And I thought they were so strong. Nonsense. This is clearly the result of falling for that Dragon Nation's trickery. You only had the advantage of striking first. If we'd attacked first, those Miao zombies would have been wiped out long ago. IP, India.
The Indian citizens remained stubbornly defiant as ever.
But
the successive system punishments left them no time for resentment. Their hearts were swiftly flooded with dread.
Ding!
Due to the death of the Indian player Rajesh and his team, and due to excessive player deaths within the same nation at this time, India is now subject to an A+ level punishment, Wraith Curse. Penalty effect: Indian citizens' mental strength will decrease by 15%, and bizarre incidents will occur frequently within the nation over the next year.
In an instant, all Tianzhu citizens experienced a momentary daze.
Their consciousness grew hazy, an inexplicable wave of fatigue and lethargy washing over them. But the most alarming aspect was the year-long wave of bizarre incidents.
This signified that numerous anomalies would descend from the realm of the uncanny onto the land of Tianzhu. However,
the thought processes of the locals were often beyond comprehension. The old sage MOD was the first to step forward to reassure them. Calm down, it's just a few oddities, nothing to worry about.
We are protected by the three pillars of our Tianzhu faith: Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. These anomalies cannot harm us.
So the question arises:
what if an Indian citizen is actually killed by these supernatural phenomena?
Answer: drink more cow urine, bathe in cow dung to ward off evil spirits, or take a dip in the clean and sanitary waters of the Ganges River. That should do the trick.
But what if that doesn't work? How dare you? You dare question the sacred Ganges? You must be a foreign infiltrator spreading rumors to deliberately disrupt our Indian harmony. Arrest and punish. Or it's because they're seen as powerless before the divine, lacking sufficient devotion.
That's why they're not blessed by the gods.
Truly, this is the marvelous land of India.
Here, the impossible becomes possible.
A world of the uncanny. outside the Valley of Buried Souls. Jiang Chen sensed Rajesh's player faction was annihilated almost instantly. Useless. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fly into a rage. But Hou Qing was already backed into a corner. A juicy target lay right before him. And this wave saw the entire Shireen realm mobilize. The advantage was ours. How could we retreat? All forces, heed my command. Advance at full speed. Capture and eliminate Hou Qing before he can regain more strength. Jiang Chen barked the order. Then, Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor and other SS rank commanders led tens of thousands of elite forces from the Corpse Shadow realm. Like a black torrent, they charged full speed into the Soul Burial Valley. However, just as the main force of the Corpse Shadow Realm army plunged deep into the valley and reached the core area preset by Lin Yuan, the Crimson Earth Manifestation Array, activate. Lin Yuan, seated at the array's focal point, spoke with a voice as detached as a god wielding the power of life and death. Boom! The entire Soul Burial Valley was turned upside down, the skies darkening and the winds howling. Countless crimson divine flames and pitch-black cursed runes erupted from the earth's depths. They intertwined with the power of the 9 heaven stars drawn down from the azure sky. A colossal formation suddenly took shape, enveloping the entire dome of Soul Burial Valley. Space began violently warping and folding, constantly shifting. The once clear valley paths instantly transformed into a labyrinth of layered, ever-shifting spatial mazes. Tens of thousands of the Corpse Shadow Realm's forces were brutally severed into dozens of isolated fragments of varying sizes. They could no longer support one another. The valley's sole entrance, along with every possible retreat, vanished completely the moment the formation activated. Transformed into impenetrable cliffs. A world cut off from heaven. Chapter 32, Blowing Up the Fishpond. Lin Yuan, the Unscrupulous One. Within Soul Burial Valley. Scarlet divine flame mist, cursed black fog storms, emerald green poisonous miasma, and bone-chilling deathly aura. Rising up. These forces intertwine and fused under the array's harmonization. Not only could they strip the enemy of their 5 senses and 6 perceptions, but they could also continuously erode their divine souls and physical bodies. Jiang Chen. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entire Soul Burial Valley through the formation. His voice was vast and distant, tinged with a hint of mockery. Your Imperial Majesty has long awaited you here in this valley, where a feast from the 9 hells and Yellow Springs has been prepared. Today, this place shall be your final resting place. Your final resting place. As the space sealed completely and the terrifying killing intent of the Shireen Realm's army swirled around them, Jiang Chen's expression darkened for the first time. You insolent brat, Lin Yuan. How dare you scheme against this sovereign? A mere fragmentary formation, and you think to trap my footsteps? All forces, heed my command at any cost. Break this formation. The corpse ancestor roared, and a sinister wind howled. Within the Crimson Wasteland array, heaven and earth inverted, death lurked everywhere. Jiang Chen's main force was trapped. Tens of thousands of undead hordes, like headless flies, collided futilely within the ever-shifting spatial labyrinth. Lin Yuan sat composed at the array's core, his expression cold and detached, like a chess master surveying his board. The first step, luring the enemy deep into the trap, had succeeded. Next comes the division and annihilation, breaking them down one by one. Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through the layers of array barriers, pinpointing the most troublesome SS-grade zombie under Jiang Chen's command, the Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor. This fiend had previously handled reconnaissance, feeding false intelligence. It was his handiwork that lured Jiang Chen into the trap. Shadow Fiend, your contribution is etched into this emperor's memory. A chilling smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's lips. With a flicker of his thoughts, the great formation roared. The force of space, like an invisible giant hand, manipulated the very fabric of reality. Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor, who was leading his personal guard in an attempt to rendezvous with Jiang Chen, suddenly felt the scenery before his eyes shift violently. Thick fog churned around him, paths warping. In the next instant, he and his hundreds of elite troops were forcibly torn from the main army. The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor found himself in an unfamiliar realm saturated with scorching heat. Beneath his feet lay scorched earth, from which crimson gold flames rose. In the air, countless burning runes floated, radiating the blazing power of the sun that suppressed all darkness. Where is this? The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor's heart sank. The array shifts with such swiftness. My master's aura has been severed. He attempted to flee using his shadow magic, only to discover that the spatial structure here severely suppressed his shadow power, a force that had always been his greatest asset. Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor. Today, the Soul Burial Valley shall be the place where your bones are laid to rest. Lin Yuan's indifferent voice echoed from all directions. You insolent brat, cease your arrogance. You're nothing but that concubine's kept man. How dare you show such insolence before me? The Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor was overcome with fury and shock. The terrifying aura of an SS-class Corpse Emperor erupted violently. Endless shadows surged forth from his body, attempting to devour this fiery realm. But at that very moment, boom! 2 equally terrifying primordial auras descended abruptly. One was domineering and fiery, consuming all things. The other was cold and sinister, cursed and soul-corroding. Ji Tiannu, clad in crimson gold divine flame robes and wielding the sky-scorching war halberd, stepped forth from the flames, her phoenix eyes blazing with lethal intent. Hou Qing materialized silently behind the shadow demon Corpse Emperor, his withered ghostly claws shrouded in a heart-stopping, pitch-black curse. You too? The shadow demon Corpse Emperor's pupils contracted sharply. No! 2 SSS tier beings ganging up on a single SS tier like me? And they've even used formations to bind me. Fishing for fish, huh? When did you Miao tribes become so shameless? You're just a lackey under Jiang Chen's command. Today, I'll make you my first sacrifice. Hou Qing's voice was hoarse, erupting with bone-chilling murderous intent. Those who dare to covet my husband and harm the Miao kingdom, you shall all meet only death. Ji Tiannu's fierce rebuke cut through the air, even more direct. With a swing of the burning heaven war spear, countless crimson gold fire phoenixes coalesced from thin air, screeching as they dove toward the shadow demon Corpse Emperor. Hou Qing struck simultaneously. Countless strands of cursed threads, condensed to their utmost limit, clung like flesh-eating maggots, sealing off every retreat for the shadow demon Corpse Emperor. Roar! Sensing mortal peril, the shadow demon Corpse Emperor formed seals with both hands as a colossal, hideous demonic shadow materialized behind him. Dark Shadow Heavenly Fiend Disintegration Great Art. This was his ultimate forbidden technique, capable of unleashing power beyond his limits in an instant but at an immense cost. However, facing the combined might of 2 primordial-level powerhouses and the relentless suppression of the formation, his resistance proved utterly futile. The crimson gold fire phoenix incinerated the shadows, while cursed threads corroded the corpse core. The shadow demon Corpse Emperor's shadow clones were purified by divine fire the moment they materialized. His vaunted evasion through phantasm form proved useless against Hou Qing's precise cursed lockdown. Put! The shadow demon Corpse Emperor was sent flying by Ji Tiannu's spear strike, leaving a deep, charred gash that exposed bone on its hardened corpse. Immediately after, Hou Qing's 10,000 curses soul-eating finger pierced his forehead. Ah! The shadow demon Corpse Emperor let out a piercing scream. His corpse core rapidly shattered, his soul plunged into boiling oil, suffering unbearable agony. You have no shame. This is no honorable victory. The shadow demon Corpse Emperor retreated step by step, snarling, "My master will avenge me." Shut it! Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes glowed with icy coldness. Flaming heaven crimson gold wheel. Vermilion divine flames gathered in her palm, transforming into a rapidly spinning wheel of flame, bearing terrifying power capable of slicing through anything. Slashing toward the shadow demon Corpse Emperor's head. Hou Qing also channeled her full cursed power, coordinating with Ji Tiannu's attack. You beast! You beast! The shadow demon Corpse Emperor's voice abruptly ceased. Then, it shattered completely. Its soul, caught in the dual maelstrom of cursed energy and divine flames, was obliterated inch by inch. A legendary SS-Rank Corpse Emperor, Jiang Chen's right-hand man, was utterly annihilated in body and soul. The instant he fell, Jiang Chen, stationed at another barrier far within the formation, suddenly sensed it. Shadow Fiend. Jiang Chen's thunderous roar shook the heavens, his savage aura nearly tearing the surrounding space apart. The life imprint of the shadow demon Corpse Emperor vanished completely. You dared kill my trusted lieutenant. You deserve to die. Lin Yuan. Ji Tiannu. Hou Qing. I shall tear you all to pieces. At that moment, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Through the array's central hub, the scene of the shadow demon Corpse Emperor's execution was transmitted through the formation to the trapped forces of the Corpse-Yin Realm. The shadow demon Corpse Emperor is dead. Jiang Chen's mission ends in certain death. How much longer will you cling to futile resistance? The icy voice rang like a funeral bell, striking the hearts of every eerie zombie in the Corpse Shadow Realm. Lord Shadow Demon is truly dead? He was an SS rank. This is all the Miao tribe's treacherous scheme. Damned drought-demons bullying the weak and disregarding martial honor. Though many zombie realm commanders spoke up to stabilize the situation. However, the loss of an SS rank commander so early in the battle. The shockwaves reverberated with unprecedented intensity. After all, the Corpse Shadow Realm possessed only one SSS tier commander, Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, the Miao Jiang possessed Nu Hanba, a female drought demon no weaker than Jiang Chen. Plus Hou Qing. And we fell right into their ambush. This time, our Shireen realm holds absolutely no advantage. Morale, at this very moment, began to crumble. Chapter 33, Cold winds sweep through Soul Burial Valley, love outlasts tears of perseverance. Eliminating Jiang Chen, an SS rank warrior, was merely an appetizer. The real show was only just beginning. At this moment, Lin Yuan presided over the Crimson Palace. After sipping the spiritual tea brought by his stunning zombie maid, he cleared his throat. Transmit my command. Lin Yuan's voice, amplified through the formation, rang clearly in the ears of every Miaojiang soldier. All units, commence the scheduled operation to eliminate the isolated enemy forces. With his command, the Crimson Land multiverse array surged into violent motion once more. Space shifted, mist churned. The scattered forces of the Corpse-Yin Realm, unable to regroup. They were swept up by the shifting array. Into one deadly trap after another, all meticulously prepared for them. Within the formation space thick with deathly aura. Nearly 10,000 ordinary walking corpses and jumping corpses of the Corpse Shadow Realm, along with dozens of rank corpse kings, looked around in bewilderment. At their head, an S-rank black-haired ancient zombie king growled uneasily. He sensed a great terror drawing near. At that very moment. Rumble. The earth shook violently. In the distance, a dark crimson tide surged forward. It was an army of thousands of terrifying zombies clad in tattered armor, their bodies engulfed in crimson gold-cursed flames. This was the Miao Kingdom's ace in the hole, the new army forged by Lin Yuan's own hand and refined through the combined efforts of Xuanyuan and Hou Qing, the curse flame blood zombies. Roar! At the forefront stood none other than the Corpse Slaughter Emperor, one of the SS-class red-eyed zombie emperors of the Crimson Earth Palace. Wielding a massive axe forged from 10,000-year-old bones, he let out a deafening roar. The divine weapon forged by the Emperor Lord truly possesses limitless power. Servants, slaughter every last one of these reckless fools for this Emperor. Before his words had even faded, thousands of cursed flame blood zombies charged into the enemy ranks like tigers among sheep. Sizzle! 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 The crackling sounds of burning echoed relentlessly. The ordinary zombies of the Corpse Shadow Realm couldn't even mount a proper defense. Their vaunted, resilient corpses proved as fragile as paper before the cursed flame corpses' claws, torn apart with ease. Even more despairing was that the bizarre crimson gold cursed flames, once they touched the corpses, clung to them like flesh-eating maggots, utterly impossible to extinguish. Not only did it burn their flesh with frenzied intensity, but it also scorched their very souls. It could even detonate the corpse energy accumulated within them. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed. Many low-tier zombies were instantly ignited. They became twisted torches, reduced to ashes amidst agonized wails. Ah! What the hell are these things? They don't look like zombies, more like poisonous insects. They're not even afraid of corpse soul energy. How did the Miao tribes create these monsters? The zombies of the Shireen realm encountered such a formidable natural enemy for the first time. For a moment, they were utterly at a loss. The S-rank black-haired old corpse king had barely begun to gather his corpse soul energy when he was instantly swamped by countless cursed flame blood zombies. Though these newly forged blood zombies were individually far weaker than him, their fearless disregard for death and the curse flames that suppressed all dark energies rendered him helpless and unable to act. Die! The Corpse Slaughter Emperor let out a savage laugh as his giant axe swept out. 100-foot-long, pitch-black axe blade, carrying the terrifying might of an SS-grade being, instantly cleaved the S-grade black-haired old corpse king and dozens of his personal guards into a sky filled with shreds of flesh. Slaughter! This was a slaughter without suspense. The Curse Flame Blood Corpse Legion. Wherever they passed, corpses littered the fields, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Meanwhile, in another formation shrouded in eerie illusions, a different, bone-chilling scene unfolded. The SS-class Cursed Parasite Empress floated mid-air. Its colossal form now radiated an eerie, almost beautiful aura. Countless intricate compound eyes flashed with cold light, watching the desperate prey below. Trapped within this realm were thousands of elite ghost soldiers led by the Ghost General of the Corpse Shadow Realm, alongside over 100 ferocious Class A corpse beasts. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Cursed Parasite Empress emitted a faint hiss. In an instant, billions of bizarre, specially cultivated cursed insects surged forth like a tidal wave. These parasites were diverse in type and ability, making them impossible to guard against. Some released an odorless, colorless scent of madness. If inhaled, it would cause minds to snap, turning allies into mortal enemies and sparking brutal infighting. In an instant, the air was filled with battle cries and the clang of weapons clashing through the mist. Flesh and blood fly everywhere, a gruesome sight. There were also blood parasites resembling mosquitoes. These cling to the powerful A-class zombie beasts. Their razor-sharp mouthparts pierce through the beasts' hard scales, greedily devouring their life essence. The ferocious undead beasts now whimpered feebly as if drained of all strength. Their massive bodies collapsed one after another, rapidly shriveling and withering. Countless threads, as fine as cow hair yet incredibly resilient, wove invisible, deadly webs through the mist. Any undead from the Shireen realm attempting to break through would be instantly entangled and immobilized upon contact with these threads. The potent venom coating the threads swiftly invaded their bodies, corroding flesh and paralyzing their souls. We can't win. Should we surrender? Damn it! How could we of the Shireen realm ever surrender to the Miao tribes? I'd rather die than yield. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Just end it. Piercing screams echoed in rapid succession. Yet, the only response was only the satisfied hiss of the mother-cursed bug. The scattered souls and thick Yin-Sha energy from the vast numbers of Ji-In realm troops annihilated did not dissipate. Instead, they were silently channeled by the formation, converging toward the 10,000 curses bone pearl and the growing cursed flame blood zombies, transforming into nourishment for their evolution. This, too, was part of Lin Yuan's plan sustaining the war through war. Within the Crimson Earth 10,000 phenomena formation, the carnage continued unabated. With the Shadow Demon Corpse Emperor's demise and his elite forces being annihilated one after another, communications were completely severed by the array, leaving them fighting in isolation. The morale of the remaining Corpse Shadow Realm forces completely collapsed. Like headless flies, they scattered wildly across the array's space. Yet the deadly traps triggered by the formation, combined with the Miao elite forces already lying in ambush throughout the area, had been prepared long ago. Fires burned fiercely, curses corroded flesh, poisonous insects devoured bodies, and corpse claws tore apart. Scene after scene unfolded simultaneously throughout the Soul Burial Valley. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Even this could not adequately describe the horrors unfolding within Soul Burial Valley. At that moment, far away at the core of the formation, his eyes bulged with fury. Roar! Earth-shattering roars echoed across the heavens. Terrifying corpse chi erupted like a volcano, violently pounding the surrounding formation barriers. The mere Crimson Earth 10,000 phenomena formation could never confine Jiang Chen. Alas! That female drought-demon and Hou Qing were utterly unscrupulous. They constantly joined forces to pin him down, trapping him firmly in place, unable to break free. Moreover, Lin Yuan foresaw it all. It seemed as though he had anticipated Jiang Chen's actions in advance. Each time, he precisely activated the formation, or triggered pre-positioned killing moves, leaving Jiang Chen utterly frustrated. Lin Yuan. Jiang Chen roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the entire Soul Burial Valley. Have the guts to step out and fight me fair and square. What kind of hero resorts to these underhanded tricks? Hero? This remark amused Lin Yuan. So you, Jiang Chen, get to scheme and harm others, but others can't scheme against you? As the saying goes, never show your true abilities, lest everyone realize you have none. It couldn't be more fitting for Jiang Chen. Chapter 34, Destiny's Inevitable Defeat, Jiang Chen regrets while I do not. Within the Crimson Earth's 10,000 phenomena array, the Shireen Realm's army was reduced to less than a tenth of its original strength. The Miao army displayed formidable might. Jianchen's elite forces were nearly annihilated. This once mighty progenitor of zombies now stood utterly alone. Lin Yuan. Ji Tiannu. Hou Qing. At this moment, Jiang Chen's hair hung wildly about his shoulders. The corpse chi surged violently around his body. Like a beast cornered in its lair, he let out a trapped beast's roar. His entire army had been annihilated. Even his SS-ranked trusted generals had fallen one after another. What was utterly unbearable was that he had been toyed with like a plaything by an obscure upstart. A profound humiliation. You forced my hand. Jiang Chen's expression twisted into a savage grimace as his aura abruptly shifted. A terrifying pressure far surpassing anything before. Like a primordial demon god awakening, it erupted with a thunderous roar. He resolved to unleash his ultimate forbidden technique at any cost. Sacrifice 10,000 corpses. Jiang Chen's arms shot out as he roared toward the heavens. An ancient and wicked incantation poured forth from his lips. Each syllable seemed to carry the malevolent power of the 9 hells. Boom! The entire Soul Burial Valley, indeed the entire Crimson Earth 10,000 phenomena array, shook violently. All the corpses of the Shireen Realm soldiers who had perished in battle within the valley, whether S-rank corpse kings or ordinary walking corpses. At this moment, they all exploded simultaneously, transforming into streams of intensely crimson light. Those lingering souls not yet fully dissipated were forcibly stripped away by an invisible force, merging into the crimson torrent. Thousands upon thousands of crimson streaks of light, covering the heavens and earth, madly surged toward Jiang Chen's true form. Today, I shall show you what true primordial wrath truly is. Jiang Chen's voice boomed like thunder, for me, perish. At that moment, Hou Qing's expression changed drastically. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes grew solemn as her jade-like hands gripped the burning heaven war spear tightly. Jiang Chen was more dangerous now than ever before. After all, among the 4 ancestral zombies, only Jiang Chen's lineage could rival that of Ji Tiannu. Legend holds that Jiang Chen was born from a drop of Pangu's tainted blood. If he truly unleashed his fury, he might just be able to take down an SSS-tier opponent. Roar! The forbidden technique activated completely. Jiang Chen unleashed an inhuman roar. His body, which had barely maintained a human form, now swelled and twisted violently. Pitch-black corpse chi coiled around him like tangible matter, condensing into a hideous, terrifying bone armor. Behind him loomed a 1,000-foot-tall, blurred and monstrous shadow of an ancient god. It roared skyward, its savagery overwhelming the heavens. As if it sought to tear the very fabric of heaven and earth apart. Jiang Chen's eyes transformed entirely into pure crimson vortexes. His power level surged instantly, fueled by the sacrifice of countless corpses and shattered souls. It had already approached the pinnacle of SSS tier. He even briefly touched the threshold of an even higher tier. Break for me! Jiang Chen unleashed a fist strike. Where the fists wind past, space shattered inch by inch, dissolving into pitch-black nothingness. This punch contained a trace of Pangu's primordial will, along with the boundless resentment of countless corpse souls. It slammed viciously into the energy barrier of the Crimson Earth 10,000 Phenomena Array. Crack! A deafening, piercing roar. The impenetrable barrier, the light barrier of the Crimson Land Universal Array, which had once imprisoned tens of thousands of undead hordes, shuddered violently under this single punch. Countless intricate array runes flickered on and off, teetering on the brink of collapse. So powerful. Lin Yuan's expression grew grave. He summoned the full might of the formation to resist. In an instant, the Crimson Earth Array channeled the spiritual energy from the earth veins across millions of miles of the Miao lands. It drew upon the power of the 9 heaven stars. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's omniscient life deathbud domain expanded to its absolute limit. Scarlet flames, black waters, emerald bugs, and white bones. The 4 elemental forces flowed ceaselessly. Husband, I'm here to aid you. Ji Tiannu cried out in a commanding voice. The dry demon's divine fire surged skyward, transforming into a crimson gold dragon's phantom that merged into the great formation, aiding Lin Yuan in stabilizing its foundation. Hou Qing likewise channeled her entire cursed power, transforming it into dark chains that attempted to inflict debuffs upon Jiang. Useless. Before absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. Jiang, raging like a madman, unleashed an even more ferocious assault. One punch. Another punch. Each blow seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of reality. The Crimson Earth Array shook violently, its light rapidly fading. Cracks spread like a spider web. He won't last much longer. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yuan's forehead. He whispered to Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing. Hold your ground. Keep him at bay and wear him down. Avoid direct confrontation. However, Jiang's assault proved overwhelmingly fierce. Finally, boom! The Crimson Earth Array could no longer withstand the pressure. A massive crack, 100 zhong long, suddenly appeared. Terrifying energy ripples surged forth like a burst dam, carrying the savage will of some ancient deity. But Lin Yuan bore the brunt of it. He suffered backlash. A mouthful of blood erupted violently from his lips. His omniscient life-death parasite domain was forced to confront this utterly frenzied power head-on. The crimson flames burned fiercely, yet were torn apart by that savage will. The black waters surged, yet failed to dispel the destructive force of resentment. Emerald green poisonous mist was shattered before it could even draw near. The deathly aura of white bones was crushed outright by that force. Lin Yuan felt his blood and qi churning violently throughout his body. His internal organs felt as though they were shifting out of place. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. Oh no, Lin Yuan is done for. Ha! That Dragon Nation brat is finally going to die. IP, Korean. Yes, I told you he wouldn't last long. Didn't expect him to meet his end so soon. IP, Sakura. If Lin Yuan dies, the punishment for Dragon Nation will likely be even harsher. Then, with His Majesty the Wise One leading us, we can all carve up Dragon Nation. Wouldn't that be splendid? IP, Eagle Sauce. You bastards, Japanese, Koreans, and Eagles. Pray Lin Yuan survives, or else when the Dragon Nation falls, you'll face the wrath of its 1.4 billion populace. At that moment, Lin Yuan's gaze remained sharp. Not a hint of retreat. Under extreme pressure. From Jiang's overwhelmingly ferocious, seemingly flawless, towering demonic form, he detected an extremely faint yet crucially significant moment of hesitation. It was a sign of unstable primal energy caused by forcibly fusing disparate powers to activate forbidden techniques. Forces forcibly fused are never truly your own. Lin Yuan grunted, blood trickling once more from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes blazed with brilliant light. Your weakness. I see it. Presumptuous brat. Jiang snorted coldly. His crimson gaze fixed upon the Crimson Earth Palace. Once I've slaughtered the drought-demon and devoured Hou Qing, I'll come back and destroy you. Jian Chen's soul was torn apart by waves of excruciating pain. Yet outwardly, he showed no sign of weakness. The arrow was already on the string. He had no choice but to fire. He must strike while the forbidden spell's effects had not yet fully faded. To slay both the drought-demon and Hou Qing in one fell swoop. Then devour the Hohan souls of the 2 zombie ancestors to mend his wounds. Otherwise, the backlash from recklessly unleashing Pangu's power alone would be more than Jiang could bear. Die! Jiang roared, gathering boundless corpse energy once more. Chapter 35. Though I knew the world's harshness early in life, I still dream of soaring like a wild goose through the clouds. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened abruptly at that moment, as if piercing through illusion. Now! Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly echoed within Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing's minds. 3 inches below the left ribcage, the corpse chi flows sluggishly. The crown of the head is the vital point, the very seat of life. Good. Hou Qing and Ji Tiannu nodded simultaneously. The words had barely left their lips when the killing intent arrived. Within Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes, crimson gold divine flames surged violently. Endless primordial power of the drought-demon surged madly into her palm. A palm-sized crimson gold fire lotus, radiating a power capable of incinerating all things and extinguishing life, slowly blossomed. With each tremor of its petals, the surrounding space warped and collapsed. On the other side, Xuanyuan, surrender your life. Hou Qing let out a piercing howl that shook the heavens. A millennium of pent-up resentment erupted in that instant. From within his withered form, pitch-black cursed runes surged forth like a tidal wave. The runes intertwined and coiled, ultimately coalescing into 100 zhong-long, pitch-black bone spear. Its tip swirled with countless distorted specters of vengeful souls. As the spear emerged, the heavens and earth paled, and 10,000 ghosts wailed. Gloom and deathly silence, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Before Lin Yuan, within the realm of all phenomena, the energies of life and death swirled. It coalesced into an inconspicuous, hazy beam of light. The beam split into two, silently merging into the fire lotus and the bone spear. In that instant, a faint, ashen aura flickered along the crimson gold lotus's edge, deepening the flame's intensity at its core. Upon the pitch-black bone spear, the coiled vengeful spirit suddenly opened its crimson eyes, greedy and savage. Witnessing this spectacle, the global populace gasped in awe. Holy crap, what a spectacle! While other players are still struggling to survive, Lin Yuan's already playing at the highest level. Lin Yuan started way too high. Beginning with an SSS tier wife, even if he did nothing but live off her, he could coast through life forever. Lin Yuan, who's the slacker dog? I clearly got MVP this round. Dog head emoji for safety. The greatest sound is silence. Silently and without a trace. 3 attacks converged upon Xuanyuan. The angles were vicious, targeting the vulnerabilities he'd exposed when exhausted earlier. Xuanyuan erupted in fury, attempting to summon his corpse aura for protection. Yet the forbidden technique backfired. With his foundation unstable, the corpse energy surrounding him shattered in an instant. Shoo! The first to strike was Hou Qing's soul-devouring bone spear. With pinpoint accuracy, it pierced 3 inches through his left side. The cursed power, like maggots gnawing at bone, began to voraciously devour his primordial essence. Thud! Xuanyuan's body convulsed violently. A mouthful of black blood, thick with savage fury, gushed forth. Immediately after, the crimson gold fire lotus imprinted upon his crown. Boom! No earth-shattering roar. The point where the souls of 10,000 corpses had been forcibly gathered above Xuanyuan's head. Under the scorching flames of the drought-demon's divine fire, it melted away like ice under the blazing sun, swiftly purified. The monstrous, 1,000-foot-tall shadow of the ancient god behind him let out a piercing wail and shattered into countless fragments. Ah! Xuanyuan roared in agony. As the SSS-ranked progenitor of zombies, he hadn't suffered such severe wounds in many years. At that moment, countless fine cracks appeared across Xuanyuan's body. Crimson gold flames burst forth from the fissures, burning wildly. His once indestructible corpse now resembled porcelain on the verge of shattering. Moreover, Lin Yuan seemed to have unlocked X-ray vision. Each time, he could pinpoint Xuanyuan's weak points with precision. Coupled with relentless attacks from 2 SSS-tier powerhouses. Breaking spells, devouring souls. No matter how formidable Xuanyuan was, he couldn't fight 4 hands alone. Blood gushed forth like fountains, gushing wildly from countless savage wounds across his body, drenching the scorched earth in crimson. I never imagined I would be outmaneuvered by a mere human upstart. At this point, Xuanyuan let out a sinister cackle. Ji Tiannu was about to strike him down. At that moment, Lin Yuan urgently warned, "Wife, retreat at once." Though puzzled, she trusted Lin Yuan implicitly. Ji Tiannu swiftly retreated. Qingzi, naturally, valued his life more. Seeing the situation turn dire, he fled even faster than Ji Tiannu. The next instant, Xuanyuan's eyes reflected a blood-red vortex. He no longer restrained the raging Ho soul within him or the collapsing source of his being. Explode! A hoarse, low roar echoed. Like a maddened demon god, Xuanyuan. At this moment, he chose to detonate himself in a thunderous explosion. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Yuan's warning, Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing evacuated in time. They retreated rapidly backward. Even so, the terrifying shockwave still sent both of them flying. Has he gone mad? Hou Qing was still reeling from the shock. To speak plainly, Xuanyuan was simply too brutal. If it were him, even in a desperate situation, he would still think of ways to survive. He had never entertained such an extreme idea as self-destruction. Not so. Ji Tiannu narrowed her eyes. In the next instant, riding the terrifying destructive force unleashed by the explosion, Ji Chen's last remnant of vengeful spirit successfully broke free from the encirclement. However, a mere wisp of vengeful spirit stood no chance against 2 SSS tier overlords. Roar! Xuanyuan roared. Before his eyes, a portal to another dimension was forcibly torn open. Death, ruin, reincarnation. Is that the netherworld? Hou Qing exclaimed in shock. As everyone knows, zombies do not age, die, or perish. They are beings beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths. Thus, they are cast out by heaven, earth, and humanity beyond the 6 paths of existence. The firstborn zombie was none other than Ji Tiannu, daughter of the Yellow Emperor. After perishing in battle, she was cursed by the demon god Qiyu, forcing her to fuse with the Hou soul and become the progenitor of all zombies. Later, Hou Qing followed suit, similarly merging with the Hou soul. This essentially set the path for all zombies under heaven. Logically speaking, such creatures as zombies should have no chance of reaching the underworld. Yet there exists one exception. Ingo, one of the 4 great ancestors. Originally a great general under the Yellow Emperor. After rebelling against the Yellow Emperor and battling him for 49 days, his physical form was destroyed by the Xuanyuan sword, and his soul escaped to the netherworld's abyss. Later, he merged with the remnant soul of Hou, becoming the progenitor of zombies. How could Jiang Chen have colluded with Ingo? That can't be. Wasn't he trying to devour Hou's soul? How could Ingo possibly cooperate with him? Ji Tiannu and Hou Qing were filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Chen's vengeful spirit had transformed into a crimson beam of light, hurtling toward the spatial fissure. Trying to escape? Ji Tiannu snorted coldly. However, Jiang Chen's speed was astonishingly swift. There was simply no time to intercept him. Lin Yuan. Ji Tiannu. I shall return. A voice, broken and raspy yet dripping with venom, echoed from the fissure. You 2 dogs won't end well. The crimson light vanished into the fissure. The edges of the fissure began to contract rapidly until they closed completely. Enough. Pursue a defeated enemy no further. Lin Yuan declared, the minister's primordial essence is already damaged, and the backlash is even heavier. Even if he flees to the netherworld, he'll only be clinging to life. At that moment, within the Miao lands, the turmoil gradually subsided. A generation of ruthless tyrants met their bloody end, their souls shattered in Miaozhang. The remaining remnants of the Corpse-Yin Realm's eerie forces surrendered at the first sign of resistance. Without Jiang Chen, the SSS tier overlord, the entire Shireen realm would become a juicy morsel laid out before the Miao kingdom. It's a pity. It would have been better if we could have killed him. Ji Tiannu sighed. Wildfires cannot burn it all away, spring winds bring it back to life. As long as Jiang Chen lives another day, he remains a potential source of trouble. It doesn't matter. Lin Yuan sneered, even if he flees to the underworld, there are still ways to deal with him. After all, Lin Yuan's second SSS tier wife is right there in the underworld. Chapter 36. After the Corpse-Yin storm, the noble consort moves in a single thought, the heavens and earth expand. The Crimson Earth Palace, Grand Council Chamber. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu sat side by side upon the crimson gold throne. Below them, Hou Qing, Shi Tu Huang, and other core generals of the Miao kingdom stood solemnly with hands clasped. With Jiang Chen defeated and fleeing, the Shireen realm was leaderless. This presented the perfect opportunity for a major expansion, to fully incorporate it into the Miaozhang territory. My lords, Ji Tiannu broke the silence, her phoenix-like eyes radiating divine light. Though the rebel Jiang Chen has been severely defeated and fled, the Corpse Shadow realm remains a grave threat until it is utterly eradicated. It is my decree that, effective immediately, the former Shireen realm shall be formally incorporated under the jurisdiction of Miaozhang. At these words, the generals in the hall perked up, their fighting spirits soaring. Ji Tiannu nodded slightly and continued, the Shireen realm is vast, and its remnant forces are deeply entrenched. She then turned her gaze toward Hou Qing. Your servant is here. Hou Qing stepped forward from his seat and bowed in response. You endured persecution at the hands of that traitorous general earlier and are most familiar with the situation in the Shireen realm. Ji Tiannu declared, I hereby appoint you as marshal, entrusting you with full authority to purge the remnants of the Shireen realm and pacify all factions. She paused briefly. She added, however, affairs within the Shireen realm are complex. All major decisions must still be promptly reported to the emperor and this palace. On the surface, these words entrusted Hou Qing with a weighty responsibility. But in reality, it placed him directly under the Red Earth Palace's control. Hou Qing was no ordinary man, how could he fail to hear the subtext? He sighed inwardly, yet his expression remained unreadable as he bowed deeply. This humble servant obeys the divine maiden's decree. I shall not betray your trust. At that very moment, Lin Yuan, who had been smiling silently all along, slowly lifted the spiritual tea offered by the maid beside him. My lady speaks most wisely. He then turned his gaze to Hou Qing. Senior Hou Qing has worked tirelessly and possesses vast experience. With you overseeing this matter, we can rest assured. Changing the subject, Lin Yuan added, however, the Corpse-Yin Realm is, after all, the stronghold that Jiang Chen has painstakingly built over many years. The dangers and peculiarities within are likely beyond the ordinary. Lin Yuan took a light sip of his spiritual tea. He looked at the Corpse Slaughter Emperor. Your servant is at your command. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor stepped forward at once, his voice booming like a great bell. You shall lead 20,000 elite blood-sworn flaming corpses to assist Marshal Hou Qing in handling matters within the Corpse Shadow Realm. Let those petty miscreants know the might of Miao Zhang's heavenly authority, so they dare not harbor treasonous thoughts again. 20,000 cursed flame blood corpses. In name, it was assistance; in reality, it was military supervision, coupled with a clear intent to intimidate. A complex, unreadable flicker passed through Hou Qing's eyes. Yet his expression grew even more deferential. Hou Qing bowed once more. Your Majesty's foresight is impeccable. This humble servant is profoundly grateful. He understood clearly that this seemingly harmless human youth possessed cunning far beyond his expectations. Today's arrangements had firmly bound him to the war chariot of the Miao tribes. There was no room left for wavering. Very well. Since that is the case, so be it. Ji Tiannu waved her jade-like hand, sealing the decision with a single gesture. Hou Qing drew a deep breath. He spoke again. Your Divine Majesty, the Emperor. This old servant's soul remains unstable. Though my injuries have improved, to completely eradicate the hidden threat and restore my former strength, I urgently require 2 divine artifacts, the 9 nether soul binding wood and the yin-yang reincarnation fruit. These 2 items were precisely the prescription Lin Yuan had previously given him. Both were located within the realm of corpse shadows. Now that Zhang Chen had been defeated and fled to the netherworld, the Shireen realm no longer possesses an SSS tier being. But that day was about to change. Therefore, this old servant proposes that while handling the affairs of the Corpse Shadow Realm, we may act with discretion to prioritize the search for these 2 divine artifacts. This would allow us to restore our strength sooner and better serve the Divine Lord and the Divine Maiden. His words were heartfelt, clearly stating his own needs while framing everything as serving the Miao Kingdom with public spiritedness. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu exchanged a glance. Both saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Ji Tiannu's beautiful eyes flickered. Then, with a slight nod, she gave her consent. Hou Qing's face lit up with delight. She then withdrew alongside the Corpse Slaughter Emperor. The sky over the Shireen realm was about to change. Several days later, in the realm of the Corpse Shadow, beside a shattered bone altar, several ragged, emaciated players were brawling fiercely over a rotting, foul-smelling chunk of flesh. I saw this meet first. A player from Eagle Country, sunken-eyed, brandished a rusty bone blade and snarled. Bull! I clearly touched it first, retorted another player from the land of the pure, equally undaunted. Half his face rotted away, exposing stark white bone. He clutched a leg bone, scavenged from who knows where, and swung it at his opponent. A grain of sand in the tide becomes a mountain when it lands on an individual. After news spread of Zhang Chen's defeat and the annihilation of the main forces of the Corpse-Yin Realm at Soul Burial Valley, the bizarre powers that had once clung to Zhang Chen now hung by a thread. What of these rootless drifters among the players? Their plight was nothing short of wretched. Truly, karma comes full circle without a patron. Who are you? News that the Miao army was poised to fully seize control of the Corpse Shadow Realm left them in a constant state of dread. Not far away, a trembling Korean player muttered. That guy married to the Miao female drought-demon? He's supposedly from the Dragon Nation. Pfft, just some freeloading phoenix man. But I heard it was his trap that brought down Zhang Chen. Who cares what he eats? We're the meat on the chopping block now. Another player spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing with fury. Rather than waiting to die, let's fight them. Fight? With what? We don't even have proper weapons. Those Miaozhang zombies. I hear they're incredibly powerful. Just as their arguments raged on, a terrifying, overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens like a frigid wind from the underworld. Boom! Hou Qing materialized above them like a specter. Behind him, the Corpse Slaughterer Emperor led a horde of blood zombies radiating crimson gold cursed flames, their aura thick with murderous intent. A bunch of ants daring to make noise here? Hou Qing snorted coldly. Before the foreign players could even utter a scream, Hou Qing casually waved his hand, instantly reducing them to dust. The Corpse Slaughter Emperor grinned. Your divine might remains undiminished, Marshal. Hou Qing merely gave him a faint glance before turning his gaze deeper into the Shireen realm. From that direction, faint yet peculiar energy fluctuations emanated. The aura of the 9 nether soul sealing wood lay in that direction. Yet, that aura seemed obscured by some other force. And in the distance, a faint trace of the yin-yang cycle fruit's energy could be vaguely sensed. Yet it was elusive and unstable. It seemed not within the realm of Corpse-Yin. Hou Qing's brows furrowed deeply, then instantly hardened into indifference. The immediate priority was to locate the 9 nether soul sealing wood. Only by achieving a perfect fusion with the ferocious beast Ho-Hun could he eliminate any lingering threats. Once his power was firmly anchored at SSS tier, then he would wait for an opportunity to act. Seek an opportunity to leave the Miao region. Of course, Hou Qing had no intention of opposing Ji Tiannu. He wasn't ungrateful enough to repay kindness with betrayal. But a true man born under heaven, how could he languish beneath others' rule? After all, in this bizarre world, those who rise to become SSS tier rulers are not the sort to accept subordination. To be ordered around by others, to be a so-called, is simply beneath his dignity. What joy could a mere Miaozhang marshal find in serving others, when ruling as a king or dominating the world would bring far greater satisfaction? Chapter 37, Ji Tianyu's Pregnancy and the Dragon Nation's Marriage Reward. However, plans never keep pace with change. Not many days passed. Hou Qing returned to the Crimson Earth Palace with his tail between his legs. Your humble servant has fulfilled his mission. All factions within the Corpse Shadow Realm loyal to General Chen have been eradicated. As for other supernatural beings willing to submit to Miao Zhang, I have instructed the Corpse Slaughter Emperor to pacify them properly. First came the good news. After all, when an SSS tier sovereign personally intervenes, high level defeating low level that's just beating up weaklings, it was no challenge at all. Next came the bad news. Hou Qing produced an object. It hovered mid-air. It was the divine artifact he had recently sought out, the 9 nether soul sealing wood. Ha, did you find this so quickly, senior? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Your Majesty. Hou Qing looked deeply troubled. I only found this one item. He paused. Then, overcome with grief, he declared. These past days, this old servant has inquired far and wide, only to learn that the yin yang reincarnation fruit has already been devoured by that scoundrel Jiangchen. There is no second one left in the entire realm of corpse shadows. Hou Qing sighed deeply. Without the yin yang reincarnation fruit, Hou Qing could no longer achieve perfect fusion with the Hohun. Against opponents below SSS tier, he could still deliver powerful blows. But against SSS tier opponents of equal cultivation, Hou Qing was undeniably the weakest link. Particularly cautious about his life, Hou Qing would never sever ties with the Miao sacred clan prematurely without absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianyu's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent as she coldly snorted, that traitorous minister, squandering heavenly treasures, he deserves death. Once I have the chance, I shall personally descend to the netherworld and slay that beast. She then turned to Hou Qing, her tone softening slightly. Senior, recovering the divine wood was no small feat. As for the matter of the yin-yang reincarnation fruit, there is no need to fret unduly. Lin Yuan stood by, smiling silently. After Ji Tianyu finished speaking, Lin Yuan finally spoke up. Lin Yuan, with the realm of the undead now pacified, there is much to rebuild. Your esteemed senior, with your profound wisdom and vast experience, is precisely the one needed to oversee and integrate this new territory into our Miao realm system. Just as Hou Qing was about to speak, Lin Yuan preempted him. Moreover, even with just the 9 nether soul binding wood, we can begin treating your chronic ailment. Lin Yuan added with concern, the Shireen realm is abundant with yin energy, making it exceptionally suitable for refining the 9 nether soul binding wood. You may first retreat for quiet recuperation while handling affairs here nearby. In the coming days, my wife and I will redouble our efforts to locate the yin-yang reincarnation fruit. When the time comes, we shall certainly find a solution for you, senior. This arrangement was truly flawless. You may tend to your injuries first. But you're not allowed to run away. We haven't gotten our fill of using you as a beast of burden yet. How could we let you escape? Hou Qing cursed inwardly, you sly fox, yet outwardly he could only feign gratitude. Your Majesty's foresight is profound. This old servant is moved to tears. This humble servant shall not disappoint the Emperor and the Divine Maiden's high expectations. I will govern the realm of the dead with utmost order and efficiency. After this scene of mutual admiration between sovereign and subject, Lin Yuan then imparted the method for refining the 9 nether soul binding wood to Hou Qing. Hou Qing had no choice but to return to the realm of the corpse shadow once more. This drudgery, you'd better get used to it. No worries within, no major troubles without. In recent times, Lin Yuan has truly found himself at leisure. As the saying goes, one shouldn't be too idle. Idleness breeds boredom. Especially in this strange world, which lacked the technological and entertainment standards of modern Blue Star. No phones, computers, or games to play. The landscape was breathtakingly beautiful. A beauty by his side. Lin Yuan has nothing else to do. So he could only spend time with his wife, doing things that brought joy to both of them. Within the bedchamber, the night flows like water. Red candles flickered, warm jade and sweet fragrance filled the air. Their intimate moments need not be detailed. Several days later, the system announcement suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan and SSS tier companion goddess of drought Ji Tianyu on successfully conceiving a bloodline descendant. The nation receives the following marriage rewards. Reward 1, Descendants of the Dragon. The probability of newborns in Dragon Nation possessing special talents and extraordinary physiques will increase to 30%. Reward 2, Wonder Map of Mountains and Rivers. Dragon Nation is now protected by the Wonder Map of Mountains, Rivers, and the Realm. This optimizes the nation's earth veins, enhancing the abundance of resources and concentration of spiritual energy nationwide, while warding off external evils. Blue Star. For a moment, world leaders fell utterly silent. Eagle Nation, White House. The Don, enraged, smashed his beloved Coca-Cola bottle to the ground. He roared at his advisors like thunder. Cheating! This is absolutely cheating! One man, Lin Yuan, is worth more than all the players in the world combined. In the bizarre matchmaking game, Eagle Nation players either met an early demise or brought wave after wave of punishment upon their country. Compared to the glory Lin Yuan brought to the Dragon Nation, it's like heaven and earth. Especially with the death of Big Arm Guy, the 5% club he founded fell into the hands of Martin Ford, the beast of Little Britain. Whether in the game or in reality, the King of Understanding was bitter inside. Fat Vance fell silent for a moment before speaking up. How about we slap some more tariffs on Dragon Nation? The president. The advisors? Fat Vance, you've been drawing too many lines on your eyes, now you're seeing things. You're such an idiot. This tariff war has nearly depleted our Eagles' supplies. By then, we'll starve to death before China even starts a war. What an idiot. Fat Vance felt even more bitter inside. After all, this tariff war was His Majesty the King's idea. As His Majesty's loyal lapdog, what the master likes, the servant follows. His advisors dared not curse the king, so they took their frustration out on Fat Vance. How about I go check out Fendi Gang? Fat Vance had another bright idea. Where for? What for? The king plopped down, glaring at him angrily. Your Majesty, I believe the reason the Dragon Kingdom enjoys such good fortune lies in its feng shui. But we Eagles are already a superpower. In this bizarre marriage game world, all we lack is a bit of luck. So, Fat Vance swallowed hard. I want to go to Mount Fendi to pay my respects to His Holiness the Pope and smooth out our Eagle Nation's fortune. The king perked up. In the past, he wouldn't have given this a second thought. But now, supernatural forces had emerged. They could have invaded Blue Star and enslaved humanity. Yet they chose instead to select players to go on bizarre matchmaking trips to strange worlds. Strange things happen every year, but this year is especially full of them. This thought crossed his mind. The wise king found himself agreeing with Pawn Vance's reasoning. He gave a slight nod. I'll call Emperor Fendi Gang right now to make arrangements. You start preparing immediately. His Majesty the Don King was always decisive and swift. Fat Vance was overjoyed. He promptly summoned his wife and boarded a plane. In Western nations, an audience with the Pope is an immense honor. Bringing one's family to meet the Pope had almost become a tradition for Western elites to add prestige to their resumes. That very night, Fat Vance arrived at Vatican City. Despite the 88-year-old Pope's reluctant demeanor, Fat Vance and his wife were granted an audience as they had hoped. The following morning, Fat Vance returned to Eagle Land, bearing the great mission of bringing fortune to the Eagle Nation. At noon, sudden tragedy struck the Vatican. The old Pope had passed away. Chapter 38, Nightmare in the Dream, Signal from the Underworld. Soon, this event dominated the headlines across the globe. It must be noted. His Holiness the Pope had been in relatively good health just days ago. It was only recently that he had taken ill and was resting quietly. Yet the Eagle Nation paid no heed, forcibly dispatching Vice President Fat Vance to pay a visit. The Vatican is merely a tiny nation. It's only considered sacred ground for religious propagation. In terms of national strength, it doesn't even compare to a single village in the Dragon Nation. Naturally, they dared not refuse. The irony was that Fat Vance had barely left when the Pope met his end. Fat Vance is a disaster. How come wherever he goes, misfortune follows? Poor His Holiness the Pope. Such a fine man, gone so suddenly. Let me explain, the Pope's name was Francis, with the surname Fong. Vance's surname is Yuan. Remove the top stroke from Fong and you get Yuan. This proves Vance killed the Pope. Inside the White House of the Eagle Nation, the Don was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. That fat fool Vance, good for nothing but screwing things up. I sent him to turn the tide, and he went and turned the Pope out of existence. Now the whole world is laughing at us Eagles. His advisors all bowed their heads, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe a word. But inwardly, they all silently complained. Your Majesty, perhaps you should focus on your own precarious approval ratings first. If this nonsense continues, our eagle will soon be a dead chicken. A bizarre world. Miao Jiang. Lin Yuan, of course, knew nothing of the turmoil unfolding on Blue Star. He was enjoying the cozy life of wife, kids, and a warm bed. Ever since Jiang Chen's defeat and the unification of the Corpse Shadow Realm, the entire Miao region flourished, free from any trace of worry. Ji Tiannu was now carrying their child. Lin Yuan never left her side, accompanying her daily. He showed her constant care and attention, never missing a chance to check on her well-being. One afternoon, Lin Yuan reclined on the bed of 10,000-year-old cold jade. Ji Tiannu nestled in his arms like a docile kitten. Occasionally, she would gently stroke her abdomen with her jade-like hands. The scene was serene and beautiful. System panel. Lin Yuan murmured under his breath. The next second, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Player, Lin Yuan. Affiliation, Dragon Nation. Rank, S. Omniscient Life Death Parasite Domain. Talents, Blessing of the Crimson Land S, Domain Perception S, Protection of the Human Emperor S. Skills, Crimson Flame Mastery S, Rock Armor Technique S, Dread of the Dead S. Items, Drought-Demon's Divine Flame 10,000 Li Talisman, Crimson Gold Mystic Dragon Armor, Soul Devouring Bone Bead, Crimson Flame Little Phoenix. Bound Companion, Drought-Demon Goddess G Tian Nu SSS Rank. Companion Status, Affection Max, Absolute Loyalty. Surveying his current strength, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The S-tier, Omniscient Life Death Bug Path Domain. Built upon the foundation of the 10,000 Bug Continent. It fused the Drought-Demon's Divine Flame, Hou Qing's Curse, and a trace of the Xuanyuan Human Emperor's destiny. Truly encompassing all phenomena, profound and extraordinary. As for his talents and skills, had automatically ascended to S rank the moment Lin Yuan attained S rank. However, Lin Yuan has recently sensed something in the realm of music. The Omniscient Life and Death Parasite Domain, due to its eclectic nature, seemed to lack a crucial key when condensing its core authority. It encompassed all phenomena. The Bug Path was present. Only life and death remained missing. Lin Yuan's gaze grew profound. If given the chance, he would visit the Underworld. After all, his other wife resides there. Moreover, his soup-making skills were truly unmatched. Back when playing the eerie romance game, the accompanying artwork alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Now the game had become reality. I'd love to taste it myself. What you dwell on comes to you. That night, Lin Yuan drifted peacefully to sleep in Ji Tiannu's warm embrace. In a haze, Lin Yuan's consciousness grew hazy, as if plunging into an abyss. Eerie winds howled all around, the air thick with ghostly aura. The sky remained eternally gray. Upon the earth, withered red spider lilies swayed in the wind. Not far ahead, the faint outline of a crumbling stone bridge could be seen. It spanned a river churning with murky black water. This was the bridge of no return. At the bridgehead, a familiar yet solitary female figure stood quietly. She wore plain robes, her long hair reaching her waist. Her frame was slightly frail, yet she radiated an aloofness that kept others at a distance. You, who are you? Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity that made his heart race, yet he couldn't place her identity. What? Have you forgotten even me? The woman's voice carried a faint, mocking smile. For some reason, Lin Yuan instinctively took a step forward, chasing after that figure. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as he was about to catch up and see her face clearly, the figure's back stiffened abruptly. Then, she slowly turned around. In that instant, Lin Yuan's heartbeat abruptly ceased. Because this woman, no, this female specter, with a green face and sharp fangs. Blood flowed incessantly from her 7 orifices. A hideous, demonic visage. Her eyes were 2 bottomless blood-red pits, her mouth stretched wide to her ears, revealing rows of ghastly, pearly-white fangs. Yi! A piercing shriek, sharp enough to tear at the soul, erupted from the demon's mouth. At that very moment, the once silent surroundings suddenly swelled with legions of ox-headed and horse-faced demons wielding chains and steel forks. And the black and white impermanents, their long tongues lolling, their features hideously grotesque. Ha. They surged like a tidal wave, completely surrounding Lin Yuan. Don't you remember me? The demon woman's hand shot out. Her sharp nails glinted with an eerie green light as she seized Lin Yuan's throat. The world spun violently. Lin Yuan forced his eyes open. Beneath his feet, a massive soup pot had suddenly appeared, bubbling and churning with a murky yellow liquid. You? Before Lin Yuan could ask. Splash! Lin Yuan's entire body plunged into the scalding soup pot. An excruciating burning pain instantly engulfed his entire body. His skin and flesh were rapidly dissolving and corroding in the murky liquid. Clang! A massive spoon fashioned from stark white bones descended from above. Then it began churning wildly. Splash splash! Lin Yuan felt himself being torn to shreds by the bone spoon, flesh and bone separated. Agony. Despair. Suffocation. Just as he was about to be completely boiled into a pot of meat paste. Lin Yuan jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. His heart pounded like a drum. Husband, what's wrong? Ji Tiannu was startled awake by Lin Yuan's commotion. Seeing his face as pale as paper, his eyes wide and unblinking, clearly still shaken, she hurriedly sat up. Huff, huff. Leaning against Ji Tiannu's warm embrace, Lin Yuan felt the faint, familiar scent of her body. Only then did his wildly pounding heart begin to settle slightly. Recalling the horrifying scene from his dream. That bone-chilling face of the demon. For some inexplicable reason, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Though the demon woman in the dream was utterly unrecognizable, certain unguarded airs she exuded. And the habitual slight tilt of her head as she turned. Wait! Lin Yuan's eyes snapped wide open. Wife, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Lin Yuan forced himself to sound calm. Really just a nightmare? Ji Tianyu's beautiful eyes narrowed with caution. Her slender fingers gently smoothed the sweat-dampened strands of hair across his forehead. It really was. Lin Yuan nodded. It's probably because I've been handling official duties lately and am just too exhausted. Okay. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Once Ji Tianyu had fallen into a deep sleep once more, Lin Yuan felt no trace of sleepiness. Gazing at the eerie blood moon outside the window, unchanged since time immemorial, his brows furrowed deeply. That dream just now was absolutely real. As for the demonic specter within it, naturally, it was my second wife. SSS-Rank sovereign from the underworld, Mengpa, Meng Sanchi. Chapter 39, Mengpa frequently appears in dreams at midnight. Lin Yuan tosses and turns restlessly. Meng Sanchi. This is the name of Mengpa in this strange world, the realm of the underworld. Known as the ferryman of reincarnation. She wields authority over portions of the underworld cycle of reincarnation. Especially, according to the game settings of Weird Love, the throne of the netherworld now stands vacant. When the tiger is away, the monkeys will play. Ahem, not to underestimate Meng Sanchi. Within the underworld, she stands among the elite few at the very apex of the hierarchy. Her authority in the current underworld is immense. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply as his fingertips tapped the bedrail unconsciously. Recalling the scene from his dream, Meng Sanchi transformed into a hideous specter. Those eyes filled with deep resentment. Her resentful tone. Could she see the mortal world even from the underworld? Did she find out I had a child with Ji Tianyu and now she's consumed by jealousy and fury? You must understand. According to the backstory of the game, Strange Love, Meng Sanchi and Ji Tianyu's relationship wasn't exactly harmonious. After all, one is Mengpa, who fulfills her duties by brewing Mengpo's soup and guiding souls to reincarnation. The other is Ji Tianyu, a zombie who doesn't even belong in the 6 realms of rebirth. How could their relationship be good? For a moment, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. This Mengpo's temperament was notoriously strange and unpredictable even in the eerie love game. Now she was sending dreams and deliberately trying to scare people. It was truly giving him a headache. Lin Yuan decided to wait and see. He'd take things one step at a time. After all, Ji Tianyu was only recently pregnant. Could he really be expected to sneak around behind Ji Tianyu's back, meeting his concubine Mengpa during her pregnancy? Wouldn't that be utterly despicable? However, over the next few nights, Lin Yuan's bedchamber became Meng Sanchi's private screening room for her dreams. The ruler of the underworld clearly wasn't satisfied with mere ghostly scares. The content of the dreams grew increasingly bizarre. The first night, Lin Yuan dreamt he stood alone at the desolate head of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Meng Sanchi stood with her back to him, her silhouette appearing profoundly lonely against the backdrop of a sea of crimson amaryllis flowers. She sighed softly. Countless souls cross this bridge, yet, who truly understands me? Her voice carried a hint of desolation and a touch of sorrow, causing Lin Yuan's heart to tighten. The second night, the scene shifted to a massive soup cauldron. Meng Sanchi held her signature giant bone ladle, stirring the soup within the cauldron. The ingredients were long indistinguishable, and the soup even carried a faint sour stench. She addressed the empty waiting line. Her tone carried 3 parts mild anger and 7 parts grievance. I've ruined several pots of soup already, and not a single soul has come to taste it. Especially that ungrateful one. Her words were laced with a sorrowful gaze that seemed to pierce through dreams, striking straight into Lin Yuan's heart. By the third night, Meng Sanchi manifested in his dream as a terrifying half-human, half-ghost form. She chased Lin Yuan through his dreams, wailing with tears streaming down her face one moment, then transforming into a green-faced, fanged demon the next. You faithless bastard. If you don't come see me soon, I'll go to your Miao homeland and settle accounts with that little demon of yours. Lin Yuan. He was thoroughly exhausted by these ever-changing nightmares. By day, he had to handle the myriad affairs of the Miao region's reforms, forcing himself to stay alert and act as if nothing had happened in front of Ji Tianyu. At night, he had to log in punctually to deal with Meng Sanchi's calls, which bordered on otherworldly emotional manipulation. In just a few short days, faint dark circles had already begun to form under his eyes. My lord, have you been overworking yourself lately? Ji Tianyu asked with concern as she combed her hair in the morning, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's weary reflection in the bronze mirror. It's nothing, just some mundane affairs. Lin Yuan forced a smile, but inwardly he grumbled. Ugh, that little minx Meng Sanchi is driving me to my grave. Lin Yuan realized he couldn't keep reacting like this. Whether it stemmed from jealousy, or whether something truly had happened in the underworld. He had to make the trip. After all, that scoundrel Xuanyuan had fled to the underworld. Lin Yuan feared the bastard might stir up trouble down there. Moreover, for his omniscient life-death parasite domain to achieve true perfection, the unique life-death laws and authority of the underworld were precisely the crucial missing link. The resources of an SSS tier wife. Aren't they all part of the dowry she brought when she married me? However, regarding Ji Tiannu's situation. Must be handled with care. He made up his mind. Driven by a sense of obligation, Lin Yuan grew increasingly attentive and considerate toward Ji Tiannu. Rare pregnancy-nourishing fruits and tonic elixirs specially supplied by the Crimson Earth Palace flowed like water into her chambers. Lin Yuan would peel the fruit shells for Ji Tiannu, personally feeding them to her lips. After supper, he would accompany her on strolls through the palace gardens, gently caressing her rounded belly as they felt the wondrous movements of the unborn child. "My husband, do you think our child will resemble you more, or me?" Ji Tiannu nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, her face radiant with blissful anticipation. "Naturally, it will inherit the best of both of us," Lin Yuan replied softly, "and surely be a child of extraordinary brilliance." Lin Yuan murmured softly. Hearing this, Ji Tiannu's eyes crinkled with joy, her happiness nearly overflowing. Seeing the perfect moment, Lin Yuan casually remarked, "My dear, speaking of which, beyond the Miao lands, the world stretches boundlessly wide. I wonder how many wondrous tales and marvels lie beyond." After a pause, Lin Yuan shifted his tone. "I've heard that after creatures pass away, their souls find their final resting place. I wonder what the legendary underworld truly looks like. This cycle of life and death is truly wondrous." At the mention of underworld and reincarnation, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of something unusual passed through Ji Tiannu's gentle phoenix-like eyes. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "The underworld is shrouded in mystery, and even I know little of it. However, my lord, these are but vague legends. We dwell in a world of strangeness. It would be best not to dwell on such intangible matters. Living peacefully in the present is what truly matters." Though her tone held no overt displeasure, Lin Yuan keenly sensed her detachment and subtle wariness toward the subject of the underworld. It seemed that laying all cards on the table would prove quite difficult. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, this matter couldn't be rushed. That night, Lin Yuan's dream experienced another level up. This time, he found himself in the gloomy hall of Mengpa. Meng Sanchi, clad in plain white robes, stood alone guarding the enormous cauldron. Within the cauldron, the soup glowed with a faint, luminous light. The clear broth reflected Lin Yuan's slightly weary face. She neither wept nor wailed, nor did she transform into a vengeful spirit. Instead, with eyes as deep and still as an ancient pool, she gazed silently at the reflection in the soup and at Lin Yuan beside it. After a long while, she sighed softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor and boundless desolation. "The soup has gone cold. Where are you?" Lin Yuan jolted awake, cold sweat trickling down his temple. At that moment, Meng Sanchi shook him to his core more than any fright or threat ever could. Because this was precisely the look of Meng Sanchi's patience nearing its breaking point. If this wasn't handled quickly, if she truly flew into a rage, the entire netherworld would be turned upside down. She was truly capable of leading the underworld to invade the mortal realm and settle accounts with Lin Yuan. That night, Lin Yuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Gazing at the blood moon outside his window, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. Well then, it seems I must visit the underworld sooner rather than later. But first, I must find a plausible reason to explain to the celestial maiden. Chapter 40, To Free Jiang Chen, Journey to the Underworld? The drought-demon's jealousy turns to passion. Though Lin Yuan had resolved to journey to the underworld, how to broach the subject with the pregnant celestial maiden Ji Tiannu had become his most pressing headache. These past few days, he maintained a normal facade yet tossed and turned restlessly through the nights. In his mind, he had rehearsed every possible explanation 1,000 times over. How perceptive was Ji Tiannu? Even if Lin Yuan concealed it perfectly, she had sensed something, though she gave no sign. That afternoon, in the rear garden of the Crimson Earth Palace, 100 flowers vied for splendor, while an eerie aura hung thick in the air. Ji Tiannu gently stroked her slightly rounded belly. Seeing the tender atmosphere, Lin Yuan felt the moment was ripe. He deliberately paused, then gently guided Ji Tiannu to sit on a nearby jade bench. He crouched before her, gently taking her delicate hand in his. "My dear," Lin Yuan gathered his emotions. Ji Tiannu's heart stirred slightly as she asked softly, "What troubles you, my lord? Could it be that the Miao region has fallen into chaos once more?" "The affairs of Miaojiang are in good hands with Senior Hou Qing and Yu Huang working diligently to ensure stability," Lin Yuan replied slowly, shaking his head as his tone grew heavier. "However, after much deliberation these past days, there is a matter that may require me to leave the Miao region for a time. I must personally journey to the 9 netherworlds." "What?" Ji Tiannu paled instantly at the words. The fetus within her womb seemed to sense the mother's emotional turmoil, stirring gently. She clutched Lin Yuan's hand tightly. "The netherworld? Such a perilous place, how could you venture there lightly?" "No. I absolutely refuse to consent." Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile. He gently patted Ji Tiannu's hand, soothing her. "My dear, do not fret. Let me explain in detail. Though that scoundrel Jiang Chen suffered a crushing defeat in the Soul Burial Valley, leaving only a fragment of his soul to flee, he remains the progenitor of SSS-Rank zombies. A creature with 100 legs does not die easily." Lin Yuan's voice was heavy with sorrow. He has fled to the netherworld. Should he collude with native netherworld forces like Ingo, their alliance could spell greater calamity for our Miao lands, indeed, for the entire world of the uncanny. My journey now is to track Jiangchen's movements and seek an opportunity to eradicate him completely, ensuring eternal peace for our Miao lands. And to ensure our child will have a peaceful world to call home. This display of noble resolve somewhat softened Ji Tiannu's opposition. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered. Your concerns are indeed valid. But the underworld is fraught with danger, governed by rules vastly different from the mortal realm. With ancient monsters like Ingo lurking there, if you go alone, what if? Rest assured, my lady. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt his heart settle slightly. Although Senior Hou Qing previously aided us in defeating Jiangchen, the torment of the host soul's backlash within him remains unresolved. To my knowledge, only the netherworld holds the yin-yang reincarnation fruit, which alone can cure his chronic affliction. Lin Yuan, Senior Hou Qing, has rendered immense service to the Miao tribes. Moreover, we had previously agreed to resolve the instability of the host soul within him. Ji Tiannu listened, her expression easing slightly. Even so, the path to the netherworld is no trivial matter. Lin Yuan, I am not acting recklessly. In fact, I may have an old acquaintance in the netherworld who could assist us. Their help might provide some advantage, making the matter proceed more smoothly. An old acquaintance? The words landed like a spark in boiling oil. Ji Tiannu's gaze instantly sharpened to a piercing intensity. The surrounding air seemed to grow several degrees colder. The wind today was particularly turbulent. A cold smile played at the corners of her lips as her voice grew eerily quiet. Oh? When did my husband acquire old acquaintances in the netherworld? How is it that I know nothing of this? Male or female? Could it be another romantic debt you've incurred? A barrage of questions pelted Lin Yuan like a volley of cannon fire. The overwhelming aura of an SSS tier sovereign erupted simultaneously with a woman's innate sixth sense. The pressure nearly crushed Lin Yuan's breath. Lin Yuan inwardly thought, this is bad. A bead of cold sweat unconsciously formed on his temple. His survival instinct kicked into high gear. Lin Yuan hastily waved his hands, forcing an expression of utter grievance. My dear wife, please understand. My heart for you is as clear as the sun and moon, as witnessed by heaven and earth. What happened before is but fleeting smoke and clouds. How could they compare to the soul-deep bond between us? As for that acquaintance from the underworld. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. She does exist, but we were merely acquaintances, nothing deep. What matters is, she might hold clues about the yin-yang reincarnation fruit and the remnant soul of Jiangchen. She is a crucial ally for this journey. Lin Yuan deliberately obscured Meng Sanchi's gender and true relationship, attempting to gloss over the matter. Ji Tiannu snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on him. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Oh no, the vinegar jar's been knocked over. The sour air filled the Crimson Earth Palace. Was this going to blow up in his face? If you don't tell me the truth, you won't leave this Miao territory today. Seeing this, Lin Yuan knew that hiding the truth any longer would only make matters worse. Take a deep breath. He stepped forward. Gently drew Ji Tiannu into his embrace. First, he whispered some sappy sweet nothings. Then, that one in the netherworld is indeed a goddess. We once shared a connection. My journey there is solely to resolve matters concerning Minister Jiang and Senior Hou Qing, nothing more. Lin Yuan tightened his embrace. Once I've completed my mission, obtained the yin-yang reincarnation fruit, and dealt with Jiangchen, I'll return to Majiang immediately. I'll stay by my wife's side day and night, not lingering a moment longer. Ji Tiannu heard these words. The flames of anger and jealousy within her heart gradually subsided somewhat. Yet deep within her phoenix eyes, sharp as a hawk's, a trace of doubt lingered. After a long while, she finally extricated herself from Lin Yuan's embrace and gave a soft snort. Very well. Since my husband's mind is made up, I shall grant your wish. Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. When Ji Tiannu's tone shifted abruptly. However, 3 conditions must be agreed upon. First, you must report your safety to me daily through the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Should you fail to do so even once, do not blame me for personally seeking you out in the underworld. Second, you are forbidden from having any improper contact with women in the netherworld, and you must not loiter there. Third, once you obtain the divine artifact and ascertain the situation, return to this palace immediately. As for Jiangchen, there's no rush. Lin Yuan groaned inwardly at these tyrannical terms, yet he acquiesced to each one. Rest assured, my lady. Your husband shall strictly obey your commands and dare not disobey in the slightest. Getting through this for now was already a blessing. As for whatever might unfold in the netherworld, well, that could wait until it happened. Ji Tiannu watched Lin Yuan's obedient demeanor, and the last remnants of her anger melted away. She gently smoothed the folds of his robe. Her gaze was complex, heavy with deep concern. Be cautious in every way on your journey to the netherworld. Go swiftly and return soon. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. As Lin Yuan turned to leave and make arrangements for his journey to the netherworld, Ji Tiannu watched his retreating figure, her phoenix-like eyes flickering with a faint, eerie light. She murmured softly, her voice barely audible. "Husband, I hope you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, do not blame the heavenly maiden for her ruthlessness." At that very moment, perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder, the crimson flame phoenix, quiet as an ornament, flashed a crimson gold light in its eyes, a glint identical to that of Ji Tiannu. Then it vanished. Chapter 41, 5% of the spotlight. Players all anticipate the Emperor's arrival. Recently, Lin Yuan obtained the travel permit to the Underworld, temporarily lifting a heavy burden from his heart. Meanwhile, in Miao, under careful planning, various reforms were steadily advancing. Thriving and flourishing, Hou Qing presided over the realm of the undead. He consolidated newly acquired territories while secretly tending to his wounds. Simultaneously, he searched anxiously for news of the yin-yang reincarnation fruit, to completely eradicate the hidden threat of his host soul's backlash. Blue Star, Dragon Nation. Due to Lin Yuan's successive divine tier national fortune rewards, its international standing soared to unprecedented heights, drawing global attention. As for the other players, had long heard rumors about Lin Yuan through system channel exchanges. They were already consumed by envy and resentment. Had reached the peak of envy and resentment. At this moment, in the strange world, among the player community, the 5% Club, originally founded by Eagle Sauce Nation player Big Arm Brother. Under the meticulous management of Martin Ford, the British giant, it had undergone a complete transformation. Martin Ford, with his exceptional business acumen, propelled the club to unprecedented success. First, exploiting information gaps, he heavily promoted various snow-dwelling beasts and strange phenomena obtained from the Icelandic player Nordic giant Dalsgaard. He even expanded into new ventures. He began introducing players to the uncanny, facilitating unions. Naturally, the fees were substantial. Despite this, the service gained a dedicated following. The 5% Club has gradually become a gold standard among the player community. Breaking news! Our club has formed a deep partnership with the Frozen Divine Realm, securing exclusive rights to high-tier flying creatures like the Snowy Frost Vulture and Icy-Winged Night Panther. Within the club channel, Martin Ford's highly provocative recruitment notices refresh daily. To reward our loyal customers, we're launching a membership system. Once you become a member, you'll not only enjoy discounts but also priority access to our latest offerings, be it bizarre companions, ferocious beasts, cursed insects, or anything else. As long as you have the money, I can get you anything. Spots are limited, act fast. Join now for an immediate 20% discount. After this campaign, many players from various countries, eager to grow stronger yet unaware of the truth, flocked to join. A handful of high-level players like Dalsgaard had already been granted high-ranking positions by Martin Ford. They were now tirelessly promoting him within the channel, crafting a scene of vibrant vitality and flourishing growth. President Martin's vision is truly far-reaching. We Nordic giants will dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the club. That's right, follow President Martin and you'll get your share. Yet, behind the glossy facade, lies the ruthless exploitation of rank-and-file members. Exorbitant membership fees, outrageous transaction commissions, paid access to exclusive intelligence. Each perk appears advantageous, yet each hides a trap. Many players find themselves in dire straits. Behind closed doors, complaints are rampant. That giant beast guy is way too shady, charging us over 1,000 ghost coins for a crappy E-grade bug. Exactly. And that flying mount? Heard it's useless, just a showpiece. What can we do? They've got a monopoly on information and resources. We're just greenhorns who haven't learned our lesson yet, will get fleeced whether we like it or not. These grumbles. Martin Ford knew it all too well, yet couldn't care less. What he wanted was to turn the 5% Club into a vast network of mutual exploitation, a commercial empire of his own. To achieve this, he'd stoop to any means: deception, manipulation, even secretly fomenting rivalry and bloodshed among players to profit from the chaos. Lately, he'd set his sights on the Corpse Shadow Realm. Sigh. Though the realm of the dead had been incorporated into the Miao Kingdom, the chaos there has only just been quelled. As long as you're bold enough, female ghosts take maternity leave. Martin Ford, the British giant, practices pure and simple capitalism. When it comes to making money, what's a little risk? Besides, those sent to the underworld to handle business are all low-level salespeople at the bottom of the hierarchy. No matter how many perish, it's never seen as a loss. And so it goes. Martin Ford was steadily realizing his ambitions. Then, during an internal high-level video conference at the club, Martin Ford formally addressed several core members for the first time regarding Lin Yuan. Gentlemen, we must maintain the highest level of vigilance regarding that Lin Yuan from the Dragon Nation. Martin Ford's eyes flickered. This man carries immense destiny and is protected by an SSS-tier sovereign. The resources at his disposal, and his very existence, could be either an inexhaustible treasure trove for us or a devastating threat. Therefore, it is best to cultivate a relationship with him if possible. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid conflict with him at all costs. He is a merchant, not a desperado. Make friends by the dozen. Keep your enemies few. That's the mark of a true merchant. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan was too stubborn. For players without connections, Martin Ford would have no qualms about exploiting them. Compared to the growth of the 5% Club and Lin Yuan's recent ease, players from other countries were suffering terribly. Take a certain Eagle brand player, for instance. Was being chased by several F-class Rotwolves, running for his life with his head tucked between his legs. Before being devoured, he cried out, "The glory of freedom can't even illuminate this cursed world." A certain player from the land of cherry blossoms. While attending to a bizarre companion, he somehow angered it and had his neck snapped with a casual flick. And whenever a player dies, their nation incurs a system-imposed penalty. Currently on Blue Star, all nations except the Dragon Nation are equally miserable. As for the players from the land of the rising sun, they still refuse to follow the beaten path. Holy crap! This comparison is brutal. I'm actually feeling bad for them. Eagle Sans team is failing. Free America, gunfire every day, how come they're so weak here? IP, Bear Nation. Ugh. Indians still have such peculiar tastes, pairing up with a giant turd? I'm impressed. Stop the awkward bashing. We Indian players are deeply immersing ourselves in local culture. You just don't get it, IP, India. Players were in despair. They recalled Lin Yuan seemed like a decent backup. A player shouted in the system channel, "Who can reach the legendary Lin Yuan? I'd gladly be his lackey, work like a dog, anything to live in peace. I'd be satisfied with that." Yet, the cry fell on deaf ears, with no response in sight. At that very moment, Lin Yuan was in the inner chambers of the Crimson Earth Palace, tending to Ji Tiannu with utmost care. Lin Yuan's happiness was as simple and unadorned as that. "Husband, this fruit is truly sweet." Ji Tiannu's eyes narrowed contentedly, like a lazy cat. Lin Yuan took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the juice from the corners of her lips. "I'm glad you like it, my dear." Occasionally, an S-rank zombie king from the Crimson Earth Palace would come to report that yet another group of reckless players or petty scoundrels had attempted to send messages to the Emperor through various channels, even daring to seek an audience. Without exception, they were all persuaded to leave by the zombie guards. Lin Yuan merely waved his hand, signaling his acknowledgement. Henceforth, such trivial matters need not be reported to me individually. The celestial maiden's rest and recuperation are of utmost importance. How exalted was Lin Yuan's status now? Could mere mortals truly hope to see him at will? In his spare moments, Lin Yuan occasionally heard news about players in the bizarre world. He treated it as a form of entertainment. But he didn't pay it much mind. Managing his own affairs was his greatest satisfaction. As for others? No blood ties, no personal connections. Why wade into murky waters? Lin Yuan understood the saying, "A bowl of rice creates gratitude, but a bushel breeds resentment." On this day, Lin Yuan was accompanying Ji Tiannu as they strolled through the garden. The sun shone warmly, and life was peaceful. Suddenly, Ji Tiannu clutched her stomach, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's heart tightened. "My dear, are you feeling unwell?" Ji Tiannu's face held a hint of surprise, yet also an unmistakable glow of joy. She whispered softly, "Husband, our child, was kicking quite vigorously in my belly just now. That force just now, it was so powerful." Chapter 42. Upon hearing the news, Hou Qing wept uncontrollably. The cursed Mother Empress follows her son. The sudden commotion within Ji Tiannu's womb had genuinely made Lin Yuan tense for a moment. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, it was confirmed to be merely an overabundance of spiritual energy within the fetus, a normal reaction to its first extraordinary manifestation. There was no cause for alarm. Rest and nourishment supplemented with spiritual elixirs would suffice. Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I'll have to head to the netherworld sooner rather than later and gather more yin-yang reincarnation fruits." After all, the yin-yang reincarnation fruit possessed profound efficacy. Not only do they aid Hou Qing's recovery, but also hold immense benefit for the child growing within her womb. Therefore, such a precious item is naturally the more the better. After calming Ji Tiannu, Lin Yuan immediately utilized the Crimson Flame Phoenix, leveraging its unique abilities to relay a message to Hou Qing, who was recuperating far away in the Corpse-Yin Realm. At that moment, Hou Qing sat cross-legged, regulating her breath. Receiving the message seemed to surprise her, followed by a brief exchange of pleasantries. Lin Yuan's voice conveyed through the Phoenix's spiritual awareness. "For your sake, senior, and for the long-term future of the Miao tribes, this junior has resolved to brave the perilous depths of the Nine Hells and the treacherous paths of the Netherworld. I shall journey personally to the realm of reincarnation to seek out the yin-yang reincarnation fruit for you, so you may eradicate your chronic ailment and return to your former peak. Senior, please rest assured and recuperate. Await my good news." Though this journey holds countless perils, I shall go. His words were earnest and heartfelt. Truly, it was a heart of filial devotion so sincere it could move heaven itself. Hou Qing was momentarily stunned. His weathered face instantly contorted with feigned emotion. Your Majesty. Hou Qing's body trembled violently, and tears streamed down his aged cheeks. A glistening sheen seemed to flicker in his cloudy eyes. Then, stumbling to his feet, he beat his chest and stamped his feet. He bowed deeply toward the direction of the Red Earth Palace in Miao. Your Imperial Majesty's magnanimity. How could this old man, unworthy and lacking merit, deserve such profound kindness from your Imperial Majesty? That you would personally venture into the perilous netherworld to seek medicine for me. Such immense kindness, even if I were to shatter my body into 1,000 pieces, I could never begin to repay it. Life is a stage, and acting is everything. The Oscars owe him a little gold statue. Seeing this, the zombies like Xuanyuan also showed moved expressions. They thought to themselves, though the founder of the Hou Qing clan was once unruly and defiant, he now serves the emperor with unwavering loyalty. And the emperor is unmatched in benevolence and righteousness. Truly a model of harmonious ruler-subject relationship. At that moment, Hou Qing finished his entire performance of gratitude and devotion. But inside, he sneered coldly. This little fox, does he think he can manipulate me into risking my life again? But this yin yang reincarnation fruit is indeed crucial to me. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Immediately, his divine sense connected with the fluctuations of the crimson flame phoenix, responding. His words. He naturally expressed profound gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Your Imperial Majesty's grace is deeply engraved in my heart. Upon your return, I shall brave fire and water for you, undaunted by 1,000 deaths. All affairs within the realm of the dead shall be managed with utmost diligence in your stead. I await your triumphant return. A dramatic exchange across the void. Both sides expressed high praise for each other's acting skills. The pinnacle of manipulation is when the other party knows they're being manipulated yet willingly plays along. With Hou Qing's side settled, Ji Tiannu then sought out Lin Yuan. They discussed the escort force for their journey to the underworld. My dear, you know the underworld is the final resting place for souls. Its rules are unique. Zombie bodies might face inherent suppression there. Lin Yuan held Ji Tiannu's hand as he explained softly. If we bring a large zombie army, not only will we be too conspicuous, but our strength will be significantly weakened. It would be counterproductive. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she nodded. My husband speaks wisely. The underworld's laws favor souls in reincarnation. Ordinary zombies entering it would indeed face constraints at every turn. For zombies possess neither 3 souls nor 6 spirits. Zombies lack the 3 souls and 6 spirits. They do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. What fled to the netherworld was not Jiang Chen's soul, but his vengeful spirit. Ji Tiannu pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes brightening. Come to think of it, that SS-Rank cursed parasite empress, its true form isn't of the zombie lineage. It is a conglomeration of bug magic and cursed power. Perhaps within the underworld, it could yield extraordinary results. Lin Yuan clapped his hands in delight upon hearing this. My lady, we've arrived at the same conclusion. The cursed parasite empress combines offense and defense, commands countless parasitic insects, and shares affinities with the underworld's Yin Sha death energy. Unhindered by conventional restraints, she's the ideal guardian for this mission. Ji Tiannu added, yet though the empress has reached SS rank, her sentience remains limited. Employing her may prove less intuitive than commanding the corpse slaughter emperor or others. No matter, Lin Yuan replied, a confident gleam flashing in his eyes. I have my own way to transform her completely. Immediately, Lin Yuan ordered the SS-grade cursed parasite queen summoned to the side hall. First, he retrieved several extinct, rare bug-attracting substances and 10,000-year-old poison marrow looted from the witch bug cult's treasury. He also contributed several spirit orbs imbued with peculiar soul energy from Ji Tiannu's private collection, feeding them all to the cursed parasite empress. After devouring them, the mother queen's aura visibly surged several-fold. The intricate cursed runes on its body flickered erratically, their glow growing ever more profound. The savage glare within its monstrous compound eyes even dimmed slightly. A hint of inexplicable liveliness seemed to emerge. Then, Lin Yuan formed his fingers into a sword-like shape. A single drop of primordial blood, imbued with the essence of the all-encompassing life-death parasite domain, was forced from his fingertip. Then, murmuring incantations, he invoked an ancient spirit summoning technique recently imparted to him by Ji Tiannu in the Miao region. Before his eyes, that drop of essence blood transformed into an arcane talismanic seal, slowly imprinting itself upon the forehead of the Cursebug Empress. Hum! The Cursebug Empress's massive form trembled slightly, emitting a low, guttural growl. Within that sound, carried a hint of dependence and submission? The gaze of its countless compound eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan was no longer merely obedient. Instead, they held a hint of the affectionate devotion a pet might show its master. It even used a slender antenna to gently brush against the hem of Lin Yuan's robe. The self-cultivation of the worker ant emperor. seemed to reach a new level of refinement in this moment. Good. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Thus, not only had the cursed bug empress's power been enhanced, but their coordination would also become seamless. Final preparations before departure proceeded in an orderly fashion. Lin Yuan issued clear directives through Hou Qing and the corpse-slaughtering emperor regarding all reform initiatives in the Miao kingdom and the subsequent integration of the corpse shadow realm. This ensured the rear would function smoothly during his absence. The rear minister actively cooperated. Not only did he submit all resources seized from the corpse shadow realm to the Crimson Earth Palace, he also returned the soul-binding bone orb to Lin Yuan. Furthermore, he proactively presented what was claimed to be a map of the netherworld and partial intelligence treasures long hidden within the Shireen realm. Its authenticity was half truth, half deception, difficult to discern. While it carried overtures of goodwill and alliance, it also revealed calculated self-preservation. Lin Yuan understood this perfectly well but chose not to press the matter, accepting it with a smile. However, the challenge of establishing a stable passage to the netherworld proved somewhat troublesome. Though Ji Tiannu possessed SSS-tier primordial power capable of forcibly breaching the barrier between realms, the commotion was too great, and the cost was enormous. Moreover, the temporary passage would be highly unstable. It was not the optimal solution. Just as Lin Yuan was troubled by this dilemma, that very night, in his dream, Meng Sanchi arrived as promised, seeking out Lin Yuan once more. Chapter 43, Underworld, Here I Come. This time, the dreamscape no longer featured terrifying scenes like vengeful ghosts demanding lives. To put it plainly, Meng Sanchi had stopped trying to scare him. At this moment, Lin Yuan still stood beside a familiar sea of red spider lilies. The Bridge of Sighs appeared faintly in the distance. Meng Sanchi wore a simple white robe. A trace of resentment and impatience still lingered between her brows. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, she first gave a cold snort. Then, with a flick of her jade-like hand, a jet-black jade pendant carved with patterns of the lotus flower appeared in her palm. Look at you dawdling, I've grown impatient waiting. Meng Sanchi tossed the jade pendant to Lin Yuan. Here. Take this, Underworld Guide Jade. It will open a direct passage to the netherworld. If I don't see you within 3 days, you'll face the consequences. Before he could finish speaking, before Lin Yuan could utter a word, the dream receded like a tide. Lin Yuan jolted awake, only to find a cold, smooth jade pendant in his hand, the exact same Underworld Guide Jade from his dream. Threads of underworld energy from the jade pendant connected faintly with him. Lin Yuan was stunned at first, then overjoyed. This Underworld Guide Jade not only opened a relatively safe one-way passage directly to the netherworld, but more importantly, by harnessing the aura of Meng Sanchi embedded within it, it could help him evade the underworld's suppression of living souls during his initial journey there. It could even intimidate ordinary petty ghosts and spirits. This thoughtful extra was a gift from the mouth-complaining, body-honest Sundara Mengpa. With this Underworld Guide Jade, the safety and convenience of traveling to the netherworld were undoubtedly greatly enhanced. As night deepened, the blood moon hung eerily in the sky. Within the imperial bedchamber of the Crimson Earth Palace, red candles flickered. A hint of parting sorrow lingered. This was Lin Yuan's final night before journeying to the netherworld. Husband, the netherworld is not like the Miao lands. Perils lurk everywhere. You must be utterly cautious on this journey and never act recklessly. Lin Yuan gently embraced her from behind, resting his chin in her soft hair as he soothed her with tender words. Ji Tiannu turned slightly in his embrace, her phoenix-like eyes rippling with emotion. She murmured playfully, "My lord mentioned earlier that an old acquaintance would meet you in the underworld. Don't you dare get so carried away over there that you forget your duties back home. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Lin Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. Then this empress will personally lead the Miao army to level the netherworld, drag you back, and chain you to my side day and night, not a single step beyond my reach," Ji Tiannu declared with imperious authority. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He swore his love anew, pouring out sweet nothings as freely as water, finally calming Ji Tiannu's jealousy. That night, of course, was filled with endless passion, as parting sorrows slowly melted away in the depths of their love. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Ji Tiannu had already risen. Then, she reinforced and refined the drought-demon flame 10,000 Li talisman and the vermilion gold mystic dragon armor once more, ensuring Lin Yuan's safety. Next, Ji Tiannu summoned the little flame phoenix to her side. Her phoenix eyes narrowed sharply as she commanded without room for argument. "Little Red, you must stay by the Emperor's side at all times. Every move he makes in the netherworld, who he meets, what he says, especially any contact with suspicious women. You must report every detail to this palace immediately." The little crimson phoenix's feathers bristled as it chirped chirp chirp chirp. Lin Yuan watched the scene, smiling helplessly. He gave the little phoenix a look that said, "Do your best and adapt as needed." But he failed to notice. Ji Tiannu silently condensed a wisp of crimson gold primordial divine consciousness. Silently, it entered the crimson flame phoenix's body. This imprint was linked to her divine soul, normally hidden and dormant. Even Lin Yuan would struggle to detect it. Yet should Lin Yuan face a life-threatening crisis in the netherworld, this mark would activate instantly. Not only would Ji Tiannu sense it immediately, but at a critical moment, she could even pinpoint his coordinates through this network and teleport to him. However, this would exact a tremendous toll. But for Lin Yuan, it was worth every sacrifice. After making all necessary arrangements, she patiently waited for the night when the Yin energy was at its densest. The blood moon rose into the sky. Under Lin Yuan's recent arrangements, the Crimson Earth Palace had specially constructed a teleportation array. Yet a teleportation array alone was insufficient. Coordinates were essential. A reckless teleportation would likely tear them to shreds in spatial turbulence. This is where the Netherworld Guidance Jade, Meng Sanchi entrusted to Lin Yuan, comes into play. At that moment, the Netherworld Guidance Jade emitted a faint, eerie black glow in Lin Yuan's palm. Standing within the teleportation array, it emitted energy fluctuations resonating with the primordial essence of the Netherworld. The SS-grade Cursed Parasite Empress had transformed into an inconspicuous black seal, concealed within Lin Yuan's sleeve. Ji Tiannu stepped forward, carefully adjusting his robes. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with reluctance. "Husband." She grasped Lin Yuan's hand, her voice trembling softly. "Promise me if things go wrong in the underworld, don't try to force it. Come back immediately. I and our child will wait for you." That profound affection and concern nearly melted Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan clasped Ji Tiannu's delicate hand in return, nodding firmly. "Rest assured, your husband will return safely." Before parting, Lin Yuan turned, gazing deeply at Ji Tiannu. Then he gently embraced his peerlessly beautiful wife, the drought-demon, and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "My love, wait for me." Ji Tiannu fought back the tears welling in her eyes and nodded firmly. "You must return safely." Lin Yuan smiled brightly, then turned resolutely and activated the Netherworld Guidance Jade in his palm. The jade pendant blazed with a deep, dark light, shooting toward the altar placed at the center of the teleportation array. In the next instant, a dark vortex filled with endless stillness and the aura of reincarnation materialized on the altar. It spun slowly, its depths unfathomable. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his figure instantly swallowed by the shadowy vortex. Light and shadow warped, space and time shifted. Lin Yuan's figure was instantly swallowed by the endless darkness. The passage began to slowly contract, until it vanished entirely. Ji Tiannu stood alone beneath the cool moonlight. For a long time. A long while. Meanwhile, Blue Star. In the global livestream, Lin Yuan's feed abruptly cut off after entering the portal. Immediately afterward, the system announcements sounded abruptly. Detected, Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan has traversed a special pathway and is about to arrive at the Netherworld region of the Bizarre World. New region expansion successful. Additionally, the system has detected a significant number of Blue Star players being eliminated recently. To compensate for the shortage of players, a second round of player selection is now being initiated. Immediately after, across Blue Star, over 5,000 more players vanished into thin air. The second round of random player selection is complete. A total of 5,200 players worldwide have been chosen. They are about to arrive at the new region Underworld Realm for marriage matching. Global population? Immediately after the system announcement concluded. In the ghost city of the Netherworld. At a gloomy ferry crossing by the River of Boundaries, shrouded in endless gray mist. Beneath a solitary blue lantern, a blurred, graceful female figure gazed into the void. A faint, almost inaudible sigh escaped her lips, tinged with both anticipation and melancholy. "You rascal, have you finally deigned to come? Behind my back, with that female drought-demon, you even have a child? This time, I'll show you what I'm made of." Meng Sanchi snorted coldly. Chapter 44. Once entering the underworld, it's like the deepest sea, the free ride still comes knocking. The dark, deep vortex slowly dissipated. Lin Yuan felt a sudden lightness wash over him. His feet touched solid ground. A bone-chilling cold swept over him. Looking up, the sky held no sun, moon, or stars, only a suffocating gloom. A winding yellow dirt path stretched out ahead. Along its edges bloomed vast patches of eerie, blood-red flowers. This is the Yellow Springs Road. These flowers are the flowers of the other shore. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. In the distance, faint wails and howls echoed. And the thunderous roar of a black river surging and raging, the river of oblivion. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yuan silently activated the omniscient life and death parasite domain, sensing the rules governing this realm. It matches the descriptions in eerie affection, though the suppression of these rules feels far more intense than in the game. Lin Yuan remained vigilant as he clutched the Underworld Guide Jade in his palm, its faint, eerie glow emanating from within. Several ghostly figures drifted in the distance. Upon seeing the glow of the jade pendant on Lin Yuan, they scattered like frightened rabbits, retreating 3 steps without daring to approach. Lin Yuan pressed on along the Yellow Springs Road. Before long, a massive stone bridge came into view at the horizon's edge. The stone bridge spanned the turbulent river of oblivion. At the bridgehead stood a stone stele inscribed with 3 blood-red characters, Bridge of No Return. Finally, Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air. At that very moment, a voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of resentment and an almost imperceptible trace of joy, drifted faintly from behind him. "You stubborn fool, have you finally decided to come?" Lin Yuan's body froze, and he slowly turned around. At the head of the Bridge of Despair, by the banks of the River of Oblivion, a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a pure white gown stood with her back to him, gazing at the ceaseless flow of the River of Oblivion. Her figure was graceful, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Even from behind, she radiated an otherworldly beauty, standing alone in the world. It was none other than Lin Yuan's second SSS tier wife in the underworld, Mengpa, Meng Sanchi. "I thought you'd wandered off to play with the wild, long forgotten that there's someone at home brewing soup for you?" Meng Sanchi's tone was icy, tinged with deliberate detachment. Yet the faint tremor in her voice betrayed the turmoil within. Lin Yuan scratched his nose and chuckled, "Well, here I am. A soup made by my dear Sanchi is a one-of-a-kind delicacy, even across all realms. How could I ever forget?" "Oomph, smooth talking." Meng Sanchi slowly turned, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty that could captivate the world. Her phoenix-like eyes were as deep as the starry sky, yet carried a distant, icy coldness that seemed to push others away. Yet now, beneath that surface, swirled a whirlpool of resentment, reproach, and a hint of jealousy impossible to conceal. "If you didn't come find me, that's one thing. But you had to go to Miao?" Meng Sanchi extended her jade-like finger, beginning to enumerate Lin Yuan's crimes. "And you charmed that female drought-demon into submission, even getting her pregnant with your child. What? You think the underworld's too gloomy for you to spread your roots and branches, huh?" The jealousy in her words was so thick it could have soured the very waters of the River of Oblivion. Several ghost officers tasked with maintaining order, along with souls queuing to cross the river, stared in stunned silence at the scene. When had the exalted Lady Mengpa ever shown such special favor to a living soul? Just who the hell is this kid? The global livestream exploded with reactions. "Holy crap! I just realized this Lady Meng is SSS tier. And she rules the underworld? Lady Meng is so badass. Love her Tsundere Yandere vibe, all talk, no action. IP, Japan. Lin Yuan, standard procedure, no fuss, all seated. IP, Dragon Nation." Facing Meng Sanchi's demanding an explanation, Lin Yuan was already prepared. "Sanchi, it's a long story. Who could blame me when my starting point was in Miao, and I ran into so many troubles right from the get-go?" Lin Yuan promptly shifted the blame. He even spiced up his tale, recounting in vivid detail the grueling hardships and life-threatening perils he faced in Miao. In reality, Lin Yuan had been lying low the entire time. Of course, he emphasized his constant longing for Meng Sanchi and his deep sense of guilt. "Poof. At least you have a shred of conscience." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corner of Meng Sanchi's lips, but it vanished in an instant. Then, she drew a delicate white jade bowl from her bosom. The bowl held a pool of clear, translucent liquid that emitted a strange, subtle fragrance. "Since you're here, taste this bowl of Mengpo's soup I've just brewed." Meng Sanchi held the jade bowl before Lin Yuan. "Let me see just how much that fox-like temptress from the Miao tribes has bewitched your heart." Lin Yuan took the bowl and, without hesitation, tipped his head back and drank the entire contents in one gulp. A cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat. The next moment, Lin Yuan felt the world before his eyes grow hazy. Countless bizarre and fantastical scenes flashed through his mind, as if he had experienced countless cycles of life and death. Ding! You have consumed Mengpo's SSS Grade 3 Live Soul Restoring Soup Side Effect Free version. Effect: your soul strength has received a slight boost. Your understanding of the law of reincarnation has deepened slightly. How does it feel? Meng Sanchi inquired. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply and chuckled. This brew is truly heavenly, a rare treasure seldom found on earth. Your craftsmanship, Sanchi, is truly unparalleled. Meng Sanchi gave a light snort. At least you know what you're eating. Taking back the jade bowl, Meng Sanchi's tone remained reserved. Since you're here, come with me. We have some accounts to settle. She paused, her phoenix-like eyes sweeping over Lin Yuan as she warned. The underworld isn't like the mortal realm. The wildflowers here are far more dangerous than the poisonous bugs of Miao. If you dare to get any ideas, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly at her words. This woman, so full of contradictions, clearly caring deeply, yet her words remained fiercely sharp. Then, Lin Yuan followed Meng Sanchi leisurely as they made their way deeper into the realm of the dead. The ghost officers, who had previously looked like fierce demons, saw Mengpa personally leading the way and immediately stepped aside to pay their respects, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The malevolent spirits along the Yellow Springs Road kept their distance, avoiding them from afar. And now, the second batch of 5,200 players who had just entered the underworld were in for a world of hurt. Black Continent players, having strayed into the outskirts of the city of the wrongfully dead, were torn to shreds on the spot by a horde of green-faced, fang specters. Sakura Nation players fared somewhat better. Right off the bat, they encountered their system-assigned matchmaking partner. A ghostly creature with 8 legs. A player from Korea fared even worse, plummeting into a blood-filled pool teeming with rotting corpses. Dragged and torn apart by countless water ghosts, they ultimately dissolved into a pool of blood. Compared to Lin Yuan's leisurely comfort under Mengpo's protection, it was a world of difference. At that moment, Lin Yuan followed Meng Sanchi into a grand hall. It was called the Mengpa Hall. The interior was not gloomy or terrifying. Instead, it carried an air of simple elegance. A faint fragrance of red spider lilies mingled with the scent of a peculiar medicinal broth, calming the mind. At the hall's center stood a massive bronze cauldron. "Have a seat," Meng Sanchi gestured toward a white jade stool nearby. After Lin Yuan sat down, she spoke slowly. "Do you know that the remnant soul of that scoundrel Jiang Chen also fled into the underworld?" Lin Yuan's heart stirred. So it had. "I had anticipated this," Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. "But where exactly is he now within the netherworld?" Meng Sanchi sipped lightly from her tea, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly. "He seems to be searching for a certain forbidden object. Should he succeed in obtaining it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover," Mengpa paused, a flicker of weariness crossing her face. "I am bound by the underworld's rules and cannot act freely to stop him. Moreover, that old bastard Ingo has been acting restless lately, seemingly colluding with Jiang Chen in secret." Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 45, What Soul Banner? It's clearly the Human Emperor banner. Blue star. Inside the Dragon Nation livestream room. Holy. Is Lin Yuan living off someone again? Godlin is already chatting and laughing with SSS tier big shots, while other players are still struggling for survival in the underworld. The gap, wow. Did you notice? Mengpo's gaze toward Godlin is different now. It's like they've known each other forever. I'm genuinely curious, why does Lin Yuan, who's clearly visiting the underworld for the first time, have top-tier players protecting him wherever he goes? This question has become one of the unsolved mysteries since the arrival of the bizarre marriage game. At that moment, within Mengpo's hall, the light was dim. The bronze soup pot still bubbled and steamed. Meng Sanchi murmured, "Though I cannot pinpoint Jiang Chen's exact location, his general whereabouts are known." As for that forbidden artifact, the Human Emperor banner, it once aided the Yellow Emperor in conquering the world. Later, it fell into the netherworld, guarded by generations of powerful beings. This banner could devour 10,000 souls to strengthen itself, command legions of vengeful spirits, and even corrupt the very essence of the underworld. Alas! Later, due to turmoil within the netherworld, the Human Emperor banner vanished without a trace. Should Jiang Chen lay hands upon it, even Mengpa herself would be forced to retreat. The Human Emperor banner? Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. Isn't that the banner of 10,000 souls? You think I won't recognize it just because you changed its name? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. His mind raced. In the game, Eerie Affair, there was no fully corresponding Human Emperor banner questline. He had pursued Meng Sanchi. He used a rather clever approach. First, he went to the Wangu continent in Miaojiang, found the obsessive love curse, and had Meng Sanchi consume it. Then he committed suicide. He arrives in the underworld. Upon seeing Meng Sanchi, his soul became restless, consumed by infatuation. Then drink the Mengpa soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Repeat the process, retrieve the passionate love bug, commit suicide, and exchange a few words with Mengpa. Back and forth. After dying over 100 times, Meng Sanchi grew curious about Lin Yuan. This cycle repeated itself hundreds of times. Until Meng Sanchi began to feel a pang of pity. She finally opened a backdoor, keeping Lin Yuan in the underworld and finding him a job. Through their daily interactions, Meng Sanchi gradually found herself won over. The constraints you mentioned, what exactly do you mean? Lin Yuan cut straight to the point without further pleasantries. The supreme laws of the underworld are profound and unfathomable, their core purpose being to maintain the balance of the 6 realms. Meng Sanchi explained slowly. As Mengpa, I oversee the River of Oblivion and wield authority over portions of the cycle of reincarnation. Given this authority, I cannot depart without permission. I must remain vigilant at all times to prevent any mishaps. In plain terms, an employee can't just walk off the job. Moreover, Meng Sanchi's tone shifted, tinged with resignation. That old rascal Ingo is cunning beyond measure. I suspect he secretly bribed some powerful Yama to collude with him. As a result, with this cover, it's become nearly impossible to obtain precise intelligence on Ingo's movements in recent years. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment, the frown between Lin Yuan's brows gradually eased. Sanchi, since we know little about Ingo's movements, let alone Jiang Chen's whereabouts or the precise location of the Human Emperor banner, then our primary task is to break through this complete darkness situation. We must take the initiative, even if it means forcing them to slip up. As Lin Yuan spoke, he unconsciously adopted the same sharp edge he'd wielded years ago when conquering the eerie affair, game that defiance of convention, that knack for creating possibilities out of the impossible. In my view, the key lies in one word, action. Lin Yuan elaborated. We need to stir up ripples in this stagnant pool. Only when the water grows murky can we glimpse the fish's trail. Meng Sanchi's phoenix-like eyes brightened slightly, signaling Lin Yuan to continue. This line of thinking, she realized, resonated deeply with certain ideas of her own. Was this what they meant by a couple's shared intuition? Lin Yuanshen proposed two strategies. The first strategy could be called leveraging a single point to influence the whole. Lin Yuan chuckled confidently. Sanchi, allow me to carry your token and inspect various parts of the underworld on your behalf. As a living soul, Lin Yuan would inevitably draw attention in the underworld. Though the system had arranged for 5,200 players to arrive in the underworld, none of them could match Lin Yuan's uniqueness. After all, on my very first day, I was personally received by the SSS tier overlord Mengpa. It was impossible not to cause a sensation. Lin Yuan smiled with amusement. As long as I'm bold enough, those shadowy figures, whether overt or covert, all harboring ulterior motives, would inevitably be drawn into action. Especially Jiang Chen. That bastard hates Lin Yuan to death. This strategy leverages the uniqueness of Lin Yuan's identity. It involves extensive intelligence gathering and stress testing. By using a single point to influence the whole, they cast out bait, waiting for the fish to take the hook. Meng Sanchi gave a slight nod, his eyes sparkling with interest. Lin Yuan continued with the second strategy. The second strategy could be called luring the snake out of its hole. Lin Yuan alone was insufficient. We could also leak certain information. For instance, clues about the human emperor banner. But before that, we must weave in plenty of false intelligence to avoid alerting the snake. Putting on a show isn't just about making it convincing. It must also blur the line between truth and fiction. Let these rumors spread rapidly among the ghosts and spirits of the netherworld, creating the illusion of treasure hunting and profit. Jiang Chen, already gravely wounded, fled to the underworld and desperately needs various spiritual treasures to heal his injuries. Upon hearing such news, he will inevitably take interest. As for Ingo, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. It remains unclear what alliance exists between him and Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen's original goal was to devour the other three ancestral zombies and fuse with the Hou soul. By all logic, Ingo had also been placed on Jiang Chen's table. Hostility should have existed between them. But lately, there's been no word of any conflict. Never mind. What Ingo is thinking is of no concern for now. As long as he makes a move, we can follow the trail and defeat him. This strategy focused more on creating chaos to lure the target into revealing themselves. As Meng Sanchi listened to Lin Yuan's analysis, the gravity in her phoenix-like eyes gradually gave way to a hint of interest. This approach of breaking the deadlock from the outside was indeed feasible. After a moment's contemplation, she tapped her jade-like finger lightly. Before her, a hazy model of the netherworld materialized in the void. A faint, eerie glow flickered. 3 locations on the originally indistinct sand table suddenly grew clear. Meng Sanchi's crimson lips parted. Both your ideas are rather unscrupulous, unorthodox methods, but, in this netherworld that devours ghosts without spitting out bones, they might just prove remarkably effective. She pointed successively at the 3 glowing locations. Based on my years of sensing the underworld's energy currents and inferences from certain secrets, if the human emperor banner truly remains lost within the netherworld, its most likely hiding places are these 2. First, the cave of 1,000 souls deep within the city of the wrongfully deceased, wherein energy is most potent and vengeful spirits most numerous. Second, the uninterrupted forbidden ground guarded by that senile wheel-turning king, who has always been at odds with me. Meng Sanchi finally decided. We shall prioritize your first strategy, with the second as backup. You shall first proceed to these 2 locations under the guise of an inspector to investigate their true nature. I shall grant you a token of recognition and dispatch capable ghost generals to protect you in secret. Pay close attention to the reactions of all factions. If you can lure the snake out of its hole, that would be ideal. If not, just protect yourself. After establishing the preliminary course of action, Mengpa gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. Are you truly certain about this? Chapter 46, The Underworld Inspector arrives. Step aside. 1 day later. The Netherworld. At the end of the Yellow Springs Road. The biting wind sliced like blades, tearing at one's very soul. A long road paved with stark white bones wound forward, disappearing into a towering city shrouded in thick, oppressive death energy. Above the city gates, 3 blood-soaked characters radiate boundless resentment. City of the wrongfully dead. At this moment, the guide to the underworld glowed faintly in Lin Yuan's hand. Within his sleeve, an inconspicuous black curse seal flickered faintly. It was the manifestation of the SS-grade cursed parasite empress. Behind Lin Yuan, no other attendants followed. Mengpa had stated, this journey is conducted undercover as an inspector. It is unwise to draw undue attention.
Yet capable ghost generals had long been dispatched in secret to provide support. This city of the wrongfully dead is even more unsettling than it appeared in the game.
Lin Yuan observed the wandering spirits and ghosts loitering before the city gates.
Their forms varied greatly. All were souls who died with unresolved grievances.
Their resentment filled the air. Many of the wandering spirits noticed Lin Yuan, this living soul.
Their crimson eyes gleamed with greed. They were restless and eager.
At that very moment,
several figures darted out from the nearby shadows, blocking Lin Yuan's path. Leading them was a tall, young player with a defiant look on his face. The system ID above his head clearly displayed Eagle Chicken Nation player. Behind him were two Korean players, their faces aglow with excitement. Each was accompanied by their own peculiar companion.
Freeze! Johnny sized up Lin Yuan from head to toe.
His gaze finally settled on the Underworld Guide Jade in Lin Yuan's hand, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes.
Kid, that jade's pretty sweet. Hand it over, and Johnny here will make sure you stay safe on the outskirts of this city of the dead. Beside him, a Korean player joined in the taunting. That's right. Our Johnny here is SC tier peak big shot. If you know what's good for you, just do as you're told.
Though Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed the aura of the Underworld Guide Jade,
its very essence was extraordinary.
For these new players who had just entered the underworld eager to seize opportunities, it undoubtedly stirred their greed for treasure.
Hiss, hiss.
The wandering spirits nearby seemed drawn by the commotion,
emitting low, hissing growls, slowly encircling the area.
Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile curling his lips.
Seems like no matter where you go, you can't escape these clueless cannon fodder. Thus, Lin Yuan produced another token.
It was a palm-sized token forged from cold iron, bearing an ancient character Meng engraved on its front. The moment it appeared, a chill and majesty originating from the 9 netherworlds spread out.
Meng Po's token? This human, is he an inspector? Run!
The restless spirits, who had been lurking nearby moments before, scattered like mice encountering a cat. Then they scattered in all directions as if their very souls had been torn from them. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace.
Mengpa? I think I've heard that name before.
A few Korean players whispered among themselves. Then they all exclaimed in unison.
That's a figure from our Korean mythology.
Seems she's the one who feeds the soup of Mengpa to the departed, erasing their earthly memories before sending them back into the cycle of reincarnation.
The thieves are at it again. Shame on you, you'll claim anything as your own. Shut up, Dragon Nation, you're the thieves. Mengpa is clearly documented in our Korean history.
You're the one stealing our culture, IP, Korea.
Ha! Johnny froze. He didn't know who Mengpa was.
But just now, that group of fairly formidable wandering spirits fled in terror the moment they saw the token. They even shouted Inspector General to this man from the Dragon Kingdom.
He must have some powerful connections.
His bizarre marriage partner must be incredibly powerful.
This is tricky. Should I let go? Now, do you still want my jade pendant?
Lin Yuan's voice was cold as he stepped toward Johnny.
With each step, the invisible suppression of the netherworld's laws intensified. In an instant,
Johnny felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed him, making even breathing difficult.
Beads of cold sweat rolled down his temples. Johnny was about to speak. Then came a series of thuds.
His C-grade weird companion, along with the weird companions of the 2 Korean players, knelt on the ground, banging their heads on the floor like garlic being crushed.
Spymaster, spare our lives. We anomalies were merely passing through. It's all these damned humans who insisted on offending you. We don't know them. If you must kill them. Johnny and the other players?
Lin Yuan had no interest in these clowns. With his S-tier strength now, combined with the Menpo token's intimidation and the Mother Empress of Curse's aura lock in the shadows, the other players were no different from ants in his eyes.
Suddenly,
at that very moment, a chilling wind swept through. A figure clad in black standardized armor,
with a stern expression, a ghost officer commander whose aura reached a rank,
appeared without a sound. He cast a glance at Johnny and the others, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes.
You dare show disrespect to His Excellency the Inspector General?
No sooner had the words left his mouth,
the ghost officer commander waved his hand casually.
A surge of ghostly energy rippled through the air.
In an instant,
Johnny and the other 2 players, along with their 3 eerie companions, vanished in an instant.
Then,
the ghost officer commander immediately turned to Lin Yuan
and bowed respectfully.
I did not know the Inspector General had arrived.
I failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight. The ghost officer commander's demeanor was respectful.
Yet in his bottomless eyes, Lin Yuan detected a hint of testing.
Rise.
Lin Yuan waved his hand, his tone even. I am here on the orders of Lady Mengpa to inspect the city of the wrongfully deceased, with particular focus on the Thousand Souls cave area. At these words, the ghost officer commander's eyes flickered imperceptibly.
I see. The city lord has already prepared a modest wine offering for the inspector. Please follow me into the city for a discussion. After a brief pause, he added casually.
Speaking of which, the Thousand Souls Cavern has indeed been unsettled lately.
Powerful resentments frequently erupt there.
It seems connected to some strange treasure deep within.
Even several of the magistrates have been alarmed.
Lin Yuan's heart stirred.
A rare treasure? Powerful resentment? The judges have been alerted? Wait a minute. Isn't this the second plan I discussed with Mengpa earlier? I've only just arrived. How could someone already be using it? Could someone have anticipated my anticipation? Or could it be? Is there really something fishy going on in this Thousand Souls cave? Take me to the Thousand Souls cave first.
Lin Yuan remained impassive.
Very well.
The ghost officer commander stepped aside to lead the way.
This way, sir.
Within the city of the wrongfully deceased, the aura of death here was at least 10 times denser than in the outer regions.
Lining the streets
were structures built from countless white bones.
Faint phosphorescent flames flickered within.
Specters and malevolent spirits of every shape and form drifted through them, emitting waves of bone-chilling, low howls. A thick, indelible stench of blood and decay permeates the air.
Should an ordinary living soul venture here,
would likely be consumed by malevolent energies within 3 breaths, reduced to mindless wandering spirits.
Guided by the ghost officer commander
through several eerie streets, until they reached a colossal cavern, seemingly the gateway to the 9 hells. The entrance soared 100 zhang high, pitch black and bottomless.
Resentment so thick it seemed tangible surged forth from within.
A black whirlwind visible to the naked eye formed.
Faintly, one could still hear the heart-wrenching wails of countless vengeful spirits echoing from the depths of the cavern.
The ghost officer commander halted his steps.
Pointing toward the terrifying cave entrance, he declared,
"Inspector, this is the Thousand Souls Cave." Chapter 47, The Cave of 1,000 Souls holds hidden perils. The Ghost King blocks the path demanding tolls.
The cave is exceedingly perilous, teeming with countless vengeful spirits.
Moreover, many powerful, corrupted specters lurk within, making it impossible to guard against all dangers.
As a lowly servant bound by duty, I cannot venture deeper.
If you insist on investigating, please be extremely cautious. With that, before Lin Yuan could respond,
the ghost officer commander bowed and took his leave. Interesting.
Watching the ghost officer commander's receding figure, Lin Yuan's lips curved slightly. This ghost officer, and the lord of the city of wrongful deaths behind him, were quite eager indeed. After discussing with Meng Sanchi earlier the plan to deliberately release the news about the human emperor banner, to lure the snake out of its hole.
That was merely the beginning. Why did it seem like someone was already rushing to cooperate?
The waters of the netherworld ran deeper than he had imagined.
Thoughts raced through Lin Yuan's mind.
He did not immediately venture deep into the Thousand Souls cave. Instead, he first carefully observed the surroundings near the cave entrance.
Then,
Lin Yuan activated the Underworld Guidance Jade to shield his surroundings with clarity. Simultaneously, he issued a standby command to the SS-grade Cursed Parasite Mother Empress seal concealed within his sleeve. Only then did he step into the Thousand Souls cave.
The moment he entered, a wave of icy, vengeful energy slammed into him.
The light within the cave abruptly dimmed.
Not even a hand could be seen in the pitch-black darkness. SSS. In the darkness,
several fist-sized, pitch-black creatures with sharp jaws, the rot bonehounds, caught the pure essence of a living soul emanating from Lin Yuan. Their eyes glowed green. Like arrows released from their strings, they lunged viciously from the shadows of the rock walls. The force field of the omniscient life-death parasite domain activated autonomously. The corrupting bonehounds instantly turned to ash.
Lin Yuan didn't even bother to glance at them.
Cheep. Perched on his shoulder, the crimson flame phoenix let out a clear chirp. Its beak gently pecked at Lin Yuan's earlobe, warning of stronger resentment fluctuations ahead.
Lin Yuan pressed forward along the path. He calmly traversed areas that would be extremely dangerous for others. By subtly projecting an aura of authority, spirits possessing sentience dared not approach him. After advancing several miles, the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. An underground cavern appeared. At the cavern's center
stood a nest constructed from countless shattered weapons and massive skeletal remains. It radiated an intense aura of blood and slaughter, clearly forged through the sacrifice of countless souls.
Within the nest sat a fearsome ghost king, 3 zhang tall, wielding a bone axe. A surging aura of malevolence swirled around it. The terrifying aura of a PK rank was unmistakable.
There were even faint signs of a breakthrough to pseudo-S-Rank. Name, 3rd Master of the Thousand Souls Cavern Bone Axe Ghost King.
Rank, PK class. Status, extremely agitated, harbors intense hostility toward all outsiders.
Warning, this Ghost King appears to have recently devoured a special soul entity, causing its power to surge unpredictably.
A skeletal giant wolf under its command roared. Its ghostly blue eyes locked onto Lin Yuan. The Bone Axe Ghost King's gaze followed suit. Sensing the pure essence of life emanating from Lin Yuan, along with the peculiar fluctuations emanating from the underworld guide Jade, like a starving wolf spotting the most succulent lamb. After so many years, finally a decent living soul dares to venture alone into this great king's domain. The Bone Axe Ghost King cackled hoarsely. Boy, you look soft and delicate, yet your soul energy is surprisingly pure. Perfect for adding a new soul to this great king's soul-devouring bone axe. Ha ha ha. Before his words faded, dozens of elite ghost soldiers wielding white bone spears surged forward from the lair. Instantly surrounding Lin Yuan, they sealed off every escape route. At this moment, global live stream chat. Holy crap! Another boss. This Ghost King looks way stronger than that C-rank weirdo from the Eagle Nation player before. 100 times more brutal. IP, Eagle Nation. Hope Lin Yuan doesn't get crushed by this Ghost King. That'd be awesome. Rubbing hands in anticipation. JPG, IP, Japan. Facing this tense standoff, Lin Yuan remained as calm as still water. He then slowly raised his hand, revealing the Mangpa Edict. I am here by Mangpo's command to inspect the Thousand Souls Cavern. If you do not withdraw immediately, do you intend to defy the great lady Mangpo's decree and make enemies with the entire netherworld? Ha! A flicker of apprehension crossed the Bone Axe Ghost King's eyes. Mangpo's reputation within the netherworld was such that even Ghost Emperor level beings dared not provoke her lightly. But then he remembered. He had the first and second masters backing him. Even if this human brat was truly an inspector, what could he possibly do alone? Moreover, the aura emanating from that underworld guidance jade held an irresistible allure for him. If he could seize it and present it to the first master. At this thought, the Bone Axe Ghost King's greed instantly overpowered his caution. He swung his soul-devouring bone axe, sending a piercing whistle through the air. This Thousand Souls Cavern is now ruled by us brothers. Even if Lady Meng herself were to arrive, she must abide by our rules here. The Bone Axe Ghost King sneered. Boy, hand over that jade pendant on your person, and this king might consider sparing your worthless life. What do you say? This Ghost King clearly saw Lin Yuan as a plump lamb delivered to his doorstep, eager to fleece him for all he was worth. Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. Seems you've chosen to drink the punishment wine instead of the courtesy wine. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A terrifying aura far surpassing the peak of Class A, even towering above ordinary S-Class Ghost Emperors, erupted suddenly from the black curse seal on his sleeve. The aura of the SS-tier P cursed insect empress was unleashed without restraint. Like a primordial beast awakening after 10,000 years of slumber, it instantly engulfed the entire cavern. Thud! Under this terrifying pressure, the massive skeletal frame of the giant wolf crumbled inch by inch, shattering into a pile of bleached bone fragments. Thud! The Bone Axe Ghost King himself was struck as if by lightning, his pupils suddenly contracting. The soul-devouring bone axe, weighing over 1,000 pounds, clattered to the ground. His knees buckled, and he crashed heavily to his knees with a thud. From its 7 orifices, black demon blood gushed forth like a spring. SS-Rank? And P tier? The Bone Axe Ghost King trembled. Had he overplayed his hand just now? Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Master, spare my life. I was blinded by greed and dared to challenge your majesty. Please spare this lowly dog's life. The Bone Axe Ghost King had shed every trace of his former arrogance and ferocity, now kowtowing like a madman. He begged for mercy, sobbing uncontrollably. The elite ghost soldiers around him, who had been bristling with hostility moments before, had long since been cowed by this overwhelming pressure, their resentment dissipating. Lin Yuan snorted coldly. He flew before the Bone Axe Ghost King, looking down upon him from above. His gaze was icy. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Whatever you wish to know, my lord, I shall tell you everything without reservation. I dare not withhold a single word. The Bone Axe Ghost King swore solemnly. To demonstrate his sincerity, he proactively offered a black crystal stone, trembling as he handed it to Lin Yuan. My lord, this is a token of my respect, 1,000-year soul crystal I've treasured for years. It greatly aids in nourishing the soul. I humbly offer it to you. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This Bone Axe Ghost King was quite astute, understanding that it was better to part with wealth to avert disaster. Speak. What strange disturbances have occurred recently in the depths of the Thousand Souls Cavern? Why have even your first and second leaders struggled to contain them? The Bone Axe Ghost King dared not withhold anything. He promptly recounted everything he knew in full detail. Reporting to you, Lord, an abnormal fluctuation has erupted recently within the Forbidden Zone deep within the Thousand Souls Cavern, the 10,000 Souls Burial Pit. It seems something extraordinary is about to emerge. That force, supremely yang, supremely fierce, utterly tyrannical, utterly incompatible with the cold, vengeful energies of our netherworld. Each time it stirs, it sets the entire Thousand Souls Cavern's vengeful spirits into a frenzy. Even some ancient ghosts who've slumbered for ages have been roused. The Bone Axe Ghost King swallowed hard. I once dared to observe the golden light's eruption from afar. Goodness, the sheer might was truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 48, Undercurrent Stir, Mengpo's Concern. Snap, snap. The 1,000-year-old soul crystal was casually tossed into Lin Yuan's sleeve. The cursed insect empress concealed within his sleeve flickered imperceptibly as the curse seal she embodied shimmered. The soul crystal vanished without a trace. Clearly, it had been devoured directly by the Mother Queen. The Bone Axe Ghost King's heart trembled violently. Noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, he hurriedly continued. It is said that even the several judges, who are usually as elusive as dragons seen only by their heads, were startled by that strange phenomenon. At this point, the Bone Axe Ghost King lowered his voice even further. I've also heard, though it's merely hearsay, not to be taken seriously, Your Honor. Our leader once let slip in a drunken moment. He mentioned that the extraordinary treasure within the pit of 10,000 souls, if combined with a certain long-lost token in the possession of His Majesty the Wheel-Turning King, could unleash power sufficient to shake the very foundations of the Netherworld's current order. The Wheel-Turning King? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. This name, in the late-game hidden storyline about the Netherworld within the game Eerie affair, was a pivotal figure. He and Meng Sanchi had never gotten along. It seemed this so-called exotic treasure was most likely a decoy. What lay behind it, he suspected, was likely a deeper power struggle within the underworld factions. His expression remained as still as a well, as he simply remarked, "Very well. Then lead this envoy to the perimeter of the pit of 10,000 souls. It serves my purpose well to witness firsthand what sort of rare treasure warrants such an elaborate display." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This way, Your Excellency." The Bone Axe Ghost King, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet. His demeanor was utterly servile. A stark contrast to his earlier menacing demeanor. Lin Yuan walked with his hands behind his back, his pace leisurely and unhurried. Perched on his shoulder, the crimson flame phoenix tilted its tiny head from time to time, surveying the eerie and sinister surroundings. The Mengpo's order lay casually in Lin Yuan's palm. Faint, ghostly light swirled around it, silently repelling the encroaching and deathly aura. Within the token, Meng Sanchi had already secretly imprinted his soul mark. At this moment, within Mengpo's hall, Meng Sanchi sat upright upon the lotus throne, her phoenix-like eyes half closed. Sensing Lin Yuan's movements, a barely audible snort escaped her nostrils. Oomph. That troublesome brat. First day in the underworld, and he's already running wild. And he's even using this old woman's name to stir up trouble. That stubborn old Wheel-Turning King, do you really think you can just covet him? If you really get into trouble you can't handle, just wait and see what happens. That said, the divine fluctuations of her consciousness attached to the token became increasingly solid without her noticing. Clearly, this Lady Meng, whose words betrayed her true intentions, had quietly shifted most of her attention to Lin Yuan. Within the Thousand Souls cavern, the path grew increasingly treacherous. A chilling wind howled, lashing their faces like knives. The wails of ghosts echoed ceaselessly all around. Countless twisted, shattered souls drifted through the darkness, howling and snarling, exuding a profound, seething resentment. Should ordinary beings venture here, would likely lose their sanity within 3 breaths, before being consumed by the thick, transforming into mindless, wandering spirits doomed to eternal torment. Lin Yuan, however, remained utterly composed. The full might of his S-rank, omniscient life-death parasite domain, remained unleashed. But that terrifying aura born from the cycle of life and death was enough to send most low-tier ghostly entities fleeing at the mere whiff of it, not daring to come within an inch. Occasionally, 1 or 2 reckless B or C grade anomalies, drawn by the pure essence of life aura emanating from Lin Yuan, would charge forward with reckless abandon. Before they could come within 10 feet of Lin Yuan, they were instantly engulfed by a wisp of SS-grade curse energies silently released by the cursed Mother Empress. Instantly eroded and corrupted, they dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling pus, vanishing without a trace. The Bone Axe Ghost King, trailing behind Lin Yuan, watched with his heart pounding and cold sweat pouring down his back. His reverence for Lin Yuan had now seeped deep into his bones. He thought to himself, this mysterious inspector truly possesses powers beyond comprehension. Far beyond anything his own SS class boss could ever hope to match. As they ventured deeper, Lin Yuan relied on his memories from the game Eerie affair. Along with the keen perception of soul energy and death chi granted by the omniscient life-death bug domain, he effortlessly navigated past several naturally formed deadly soul traps in areas where powerful vengeful spirits slumbered. This composure and precision made the Bone Axe Ghost King increasingly convinced that this inspector was 100 times more terrifying than his own SS rank boss. It was as if the entire map of the Thousand Souls cavern had been etched into his mind. In the global livestream, the chat was already flooded with comments. FCK. Our players are still getting chased by a low-level mob and crying their eyes out, but why does that kid Lin Yuan get respect everywhere he goes? Damn it! I suspect Lin Yuan is in cahoots with that weird matchmaking game. Why else would they favor him so much? I have this ominous feeling, something bad is about to happen. Agree with the above. This thousand souls cavern is eerily dark, it must hide some great horror. Goddess Lin, please be careful. Passing through a narrow, deep passageway of bones. The scene ahead suddenly opened up. A torrent of resentment, 10 times more intense than outside, surged toward them. Before them lay a vast subterranean canyon. The pitch-black cliffs lining both sides of the canyon were densely studded with countless fist-sized cavities. Like countless hollow eyes, they stared fixedly at the intruders. Chilling winds howled from the cavities, sending shivers down the spine. Mixed within were countless whispers, fragmented curses that seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself. At the canyon's base, a path formed by heaps of bleached bones, winding its way into the unfathomable darkness ahead. That was the direction of the grave pit of 10,000 souls mentioned by the Bone Axe Ghost King. My lord. The Bone Axe Ghost King pointed toward the gloomy, wind-swept gorge ahead. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Beyond this valley of 100 bones, we should be able to see the outer rim of the pit of 10,000 souls. He paused. Extreme terror. But our second in command, along with his elite 1,000 soul guard, seems to be stationed right here in the 100 Bones Canyon. Before he could finish speaking, boom! From deep within the 100 Bones Canyon ahead, a deafening, earth-shattering energy explosion erupted. Immediately after, several piercing screams rang out. And a surge of unparalleled, suffocating soul power fluctuations swept out like a tsunami. Clearly, deep within the canyon, an extraordinarily powerful being was engaged in a brutal life-or-death struggle. Cheap. The crimson phoenix that had been quietly perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder suddenly raised its head, emitting a sharp, urgent warning cry. Its two bean-sized crimson gold eyes fixed intently on the canyon's depths. Every feather on its body bristled and stood on end in an instant. At the same time, Lin Yuan's expression abruptly hardened. He distinctly sensed a terrifying aura of resentment, one at the peak of S-rank, even faintly touching the threshold of SS-rank. And the aura of dozens of formidable ghost kings, each at least A-tier peak. It surged forth from the valley's depths like a bursting flood, sweeping madly across the land. Moreover, a gaze cold, brutal, and brimming with endless greed. As if piercing through layer upon layer of spatial barriers. Fixed firmly upon him. Chapter 49, The Bone Demon runs rampant, the Mother Empress reveals her divine might. Deep within the canyon, energy roared. Piercing screams tore through the chilling winds. The terrifying resentment of an S-tier peak being, mingled with the aura of dozens of A-tier peak ghost kings, surged forth like a river bursting its banks. The Bone Axe Ghost King pointed deep into the canyon and declared, "That is the second in command of my 1,000 Souls Cavern, the White Bone Demon Lord. The formation he has laid is called the 10,000 Souls White Bone Killing Array. In his spare time, he delights in extracting living souls to light heavenly lamps, torturing them until their spirits are utterly shattered." The Bone Axe Ghost King's eyes darted about. "I've also heard that the second in command has long coveted the first in command's position. With the first leader in seclusion lately, he might be hatching some other scheme." Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze swept over the Bone Axe Ghost King, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. This old devil sure knows how to play the part. He probably doesn't get along well with the second in command. Clearly, he's trying to use someone else's knife to kill. Oh? Is that so? Lin Yuan paid no heed to the overwhelming pressure emanating from this S-rank peak opponent. Ha. A sinister cackle, accompanied by a chilling wind, rolled toward him. A mere human dares to come to the underworld? And you have the audacity to come to my domain? Truly, you chose not to take the path to heaven, yet you forced your way into hell. Before the words had even faded, a howling gale swept through the canyon. Hundreds of thousand soul guards, clad in tattered bone armor and wielding skeletal weapons, surged forth like specters. Their murderous aura pierced the heavens as they instantly formed a bone-clad killing formation. At the center of the formation, a figure slowly emerged. This monstrous figure stood 3 zhang tall. Its entire form was pieced together from the bones of countless beings. In its hand, it dragged a S-rank artifact over 10 feet tall, the soul banner of 10,000 bones, its banner fluttering with the wails of countless souls. None other than the second in command of the 1,000 Souls Cavern, the S-class peak, the White Bone Demon Lord. The White Bone Demon Lord suddenly froze. He sensed the Underworld Guidance Jade in Lin Yuan's hand. Pure essence of the cycle of reincarnation? The White Bone Demon Lord's eyes gleamed with greed. "Boy, hand over what you hold. Perhaps I might grant you a swift death." The White Bone Demon Lord was accustomed to tyranny and oppression. Such pure essence of reincarnation, it is destined to aid this lord in breaking through to SS rank. "You?" Lin Yuan sneered. "You're asking for death." The White Bone Demon Lord roared in fury, violently shaking the banner of 10,000 bones in his hand. The 10,000 Souls Bone Slaughter formation activated. Roar! The 1,000 soul guards roared in unison, their bone armor runes blazing as the Bone Slaughter array instantly activated. Condensing into countless ghastly bone spears and bone claws, they rained down upon Lin Yuan like a storm. "Clear the field." Lin Yuan's command rang out. From his sleeve, the SS-grade Cursed Parasite Empress transformed into a cursed seal, its pitch black glow surging violently. A terrifying pressure far surpassing the peak of S-rank descended abruptly. A thick, impenetrable black mist of curses instantly spread outward, radiating from Lin Yuan at its center. Within the black mist, billions of cursed insects, finer than strands of hair, screeched as they swarmed forth. Those seemingly formidable A-rank peak 1000 soul guards, the moment they touched the cursed black mist, their bone armor began to rot and flake off at a visible speed. Immediately after, countless parasites clung to them like flesh-eating sores, burrowing into their soul flames to devour them with frenzied gnawing. Piercing screams echoed in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, the soul flames of most of the 1000 soul guards extinguished, reducing them to piles of shattered bones. Holy! Lin is god tier. SS tier enforcer is terrifying. This speed-clearing minions is pure bliss. Global bullet comments exploded instantly. Damn it! The White Bone Demon Lord was both shocked and enraged. He never imagined this human brat would be protected by such a powerful SS tier supernatural entity. 10,000 bone soul banner, nether prison bone fire burn for this lord. The White Bone Demon Lord roared furiously. The soul banner in his hand blazed with intense black light. Countless soul shadows writhed and wailed upon its surface. The sickly green underworld bone fire blazed fiercely, slowly purifying the lower tier bug pests. Simultaneously, his S-tier peak, Bone Domain, unfolded at full power, attempting to resist the curse-infested Mother Queen's corrosive influence. Boom! The Cursed Parasite Empress's SS-rank domain collided violently with the Bone Domain. The entire 100 Bones Canyon shook violently. However, the Cursed Bug Empress's cursed energy, upon invading the White Bone Domain, had its potency weakened by nearly 30%. Her physical form let out a faint, pained hiss. Clearly, the rules of the Netherworld were suppressing her. Ha. So you're an outsider SS rank. How dare you act so arrogant on this sovereign's turf? The White Bone Demon Lord sensed the anomaly, his arrogance only intensifying. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. This White Bone Demon Lord truly possessed considerable strength. Moreover, the Underworld's rules suppressed non-native SS-class beings far more severely than anticipated. Mother Empress, strike the northwest corner of the killing array. That's where the node is weakest. Lin Yuan silently activated his omniscient life-death parasite domain, gaining complete mastery over the soul energy currents on the battlefield. Instantly, he pinpointed the flaw in the 10,000 souls White Bones killing array. The cursed parasite Mother Empress obeyed the command. Countless cursed tentacles coalesced into a pitch-black spear of curses, striking precisely at the northwest corner of the killing array. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the array's focal point, a special beast bone, shattered upon impact. The entire 10,000 souls White Bones killing array stalled in its operation. What? The White Bone Demon Lord was shocked. At that very moment, Lin Yuan's voice echoed once more within the Cursed Bug Empress's mind. Use the 10,000 parasite soul devouring curse to attack the core of his soul banner. Countless cursed insects instantly coalesced, transforming into a torrent of cursed venom and cursed energy that slammed violently into the 10,000 bones soul banner. Boom! The White Bone Demon Lord felt an unstoppable force surge through the soul banner, accompanied by a soul-piercing agony that sent him reeling backward. Old Lady Sanchi, still so two-faced. Roar! You seek death. The White Bone Demon Lord bit his tongue sharply, spewing forth a mouthful of his life-bound soul-killing energy that merged into the banner of 10,000 bones. Bone hell! In an instant, the entire 100 Bones Canyon was swept by howling dark winds, the ground cracking open inch by inch. Countless hideous bone claws erupted from the earth, lunging toward Lin Yuan and the cursed Mother Empress. Simultaneously, the 10,000 bones soul banner itself transformed into a boneside so vast it obscured the sky. With terrifying power capable of annihilating all souls, it swung down toward Lin Yuan. This strike was already an S-rank peak ultimate attack. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The moment the power of the 10,000 bones soul banner was about to touch Lin Yuan, a trace of disruption appeared without warning. As if some fundamental law of this realm had been gently nudged in that instant. Hiss! The Mother Empress of cursed parasites seized this one in 10,000 chance opening. Then, a spear of cursed energy, condensed to its absolute limit and carrying a trace of Lin Yuan's 10,000 phenomena life-death parasite domain, soul-shattering power, shot forth like black lightning, striking first despite being launched later. Thud! It pierced precisely through the White Bone Demon Lord's chest, where a defensive gap had opened due to his chaotic soul energy. Ah! The White Bone Demon Lord let out a piercing, agonized scream. In disbelief, he looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, his soul body dissipating at a visible speed. The soul shadows on the S-rank artifact, the 10,000 bone soul banner, dimmed significantly, clearly suffering severe damage. Impossible. My bone hell, how could it be out of control? The white bone demon lord glared at Lin Yuan with venomous hatred. Then, he violently pulled a jet-black jade talisman engraved with a ferocious ancient demon pattern from his robe and crushed it in his hand. Brother, save me. This man possesses the precious treasure, source of reincarnation. Kill him, and it will aid your breakthrough. The jade talisman shattered. In an instant, a tyrannical aura, far surpassing that of the white bone demon lord by immeasurable degrees that of an SS tier peak powerhouse, descended with overwhelming pressure. It erupted with a thunderous roar from the direction of the grave pit of 10,000 souls, the deepest recesses of the Thousand Souls cavern. Sweeping across the entire Thousand Souls cavern, the entire Hundred Bones canyon trembled violently under this overwhelming pressure. All low-tier ghostly creatures instantly exploded and perished. Even the Bone-Axe Ghost King, who had been feigning death on the ground moments before, was crushed by this aura, his eyes rolling back as he fell into a deep, unconscious stupor. Dark clouds darkened the sky. Within them, it seemed as though countless malevolent spirits roared in silence. There appeared a monstrous shadow, 100 zhang tall, emerging from the eye of the storm, taking shape. Another expert? Chapter 50. The ancient demon's fierce might reign supreme. Mengpa steps down from the heavens. The 100-foot demonic shadow had barely descended. The resentment of the entire Hundred Bones Gorge found an outlet, surging madly toward it. The soul-devouring ancient demon. The true overlord of the Thousand Souls cavern. A terrifying being at the pinnacle of SS-class power. The domain of 10,000 souls whales devouring spirits, radiating from its body, instantly expanded, enveloping both Lin Yuan and the cursed parasite empress. In that instant, Lin Yuan felt excruciating pain in his soul, as if billions of vengeful ghosts were shrieking piercingly in his ears. His consciousness churned violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. The S-Rank, all phenomenon life and death parasite domain, was crushed and eroded as easily as paper. SS tier peak. How could I possibly defeat it? IP, Dragon Nation. Ha ha ha. Die, Dragon Nation brat. See how arrogant you can be now. IP, Eagle Nation. Long live the soul-devouring ancient demon. Smash the evil Dragon Nation people. IP, Cherry Blossom Nation. Hostile netizens from other nations gloated in the livestream chat. Chirp. The mother of cursed bugs let out a wretched, agonized cry. Before the soul-devouring ancient demon's demonic domain, it too retreated step by step. Swarms of cursed insects lost their vitality and plummeted from the sky. Though they were all SS grade, the cursed bug empress was severely overrated. After all, even its domain relied on the 10,000 bug continent refined by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hadn't even reached SS rank himself, so naturally the cursed parasite empress possessed no divine authority or supernatural abilities. It could be understood as possessing raw power without true status. Ha. Such a pure living soul. And the aura of Mengpa? The ancient soul-devouring demon's eyes locked onto Lin Yuan. Especially the underworld guide Jade and Mengpo's edict, they stirred his greed to the core. Such treasures, refined by an SSS tier sovereign, offered immense benefits even to an SS tier being. Second brother, you have done well. Once I devour this youth and refine the cycle of reincarnation essence within the Mengpo's edict, it will surely help me break through my shackles and achieve SSS tier. Before the words had fully faded, a colossal claw formed from pitch-black demonic flames had already torn through the void. Wielding terrifying power capable of corroding souls, it lunged toward Lin Yuantian's crown. This claw ignored all physical defenses, striking directly at the very source of his soul. Mother Empress, protect her. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart, bellowing fiercely. The Mother Empress of cursed parasites let out a shrill screech. The remnants of the cursed insects and the power of the curse coalesced into a barrier, shielding Lin Yuan. A futile attempt to stop an oncoming car. The ancient soul-devouring demon snorted with disdain. Rip! The 9 netherworld soul-devouring claws effortlessly tore through the Empress's defenses, its momentum unabated as it lunged toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Yet he remained as steady as an old dog. At that moment, he clutched the drought-demon's divine flame 10,000-li talisman in his hand. This talisman had been reforged for Lin Yuan by Ji Tiannu herself. Not only could it instantly remove him from the battlefield, but this time, it could unleash 10 full power strikes from Ji Tiannu. But at that very moment, within Mengpo's hall, Mengpa, who had been observing in secret, could no longer contain herself. Lin Yuan. Meng Sanchi's phoenix-like eyes instantly turned blood red. The SSS tier power of the law of reincarnation surged violently throughout her body. The entire Mengpa hall and even the river of oblivion trembled violently. Dare to touch my people? Today, I'll show you what true 9 hells truly means. Boom! Above the Thousand Souls cave, the sky seemed torn asunder by an invisible giant hand. A spectral bridge of the underworld, connecting the 6 realms of reincarnation, spanned the heavens. Endless crimson lotus blossoms rained down from the void. Meng Sanchi wore a blood-red gown trimmed with gold. In her hands, the Pen of Reincarnation and the soul-summoning banner of the Netherworld. Behind him, the outlines of the Stone of Three Lives and the Bridge of No Return faintly materialized. With a single step forward, the terrifying SSS-tier Sovereign's Divine Might instantly purified the ancient soul-devouring demon's realm, crushing its S-tier pressure back upon itself. Impossible. Impossible. Mang Pa. How dare you wield the very source of reincarnation for a mere human? The soul-devouring ancient demon roared in terror. You dare touch my man? Meng Sanchi's voice rang out, cold as ice, echoing through the nine hells. Today, I shall shatter your soul into oblivion, condemning you to eternal damnation, deprived even of the right to become a wandering spirit. Roar! The soul-devouring ancient demon refused to meet its end passively. Burning all its soul power in the primordial essence of the demonic realm, it transformed into a colossal, sky-obscuring, soul-devouring demon god, opening its gaping maw. This was the divine power he had cultivated after attaining SS rank. Reincarnation decree, 10,000 souls returned to silence. Meng Sanchi remained expressionless as the reincarnation rebirth brush in his hand inscribed the divine character annihilation in midair. The divine character merged into the void. At that instant, the entire reincarnation mechanism of the Thousand Souls cavern was triggered. Wah-ah! The seemingly formidable demon god formed from countless souls emitted agonized wails. Uncontrollably, they began to purify. Forced into oblivion by an irresistible, colossal power. The soul essence of the ancient soul-devouring demon itself was locked by the power of reincarnation. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It was far too late to beg for mercy now. The soul-devouring ancient demon ultimately vanished completely from the world, enveloped by the sea of crimson flowers stretching to the horizon. Whoosh! A soul crystal, shimmering with an eerie glow, burst forth from the ancient soul-devouring demon. Meng Sanchi casually summoned it. Without a second glance, she crushed it in her palm. It transformed into a torrent of pure soul energy, violently pouring into Lin Yuan's mouth. You're off the hook, you little brat. Meng Pa snorted lightly. At that moment, within the Thousand Souls cavern, only the barely alive Bone Demon Lord and the unconscious Bone Axe Ghost King remained. I almost forgot about you too. Meng Po's eyes widened. In an instant, before the White Bone Demon Lord and Bone Axe Ghost King could react, a black vortex suddenly appeared beneath their feet, instantly swallowing them whole. Their fate remained unknown. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. After all, that was a soul crystal dropped from an SS-tier being. Its benefits were beyond imagination. But for Meng Pa, was it only to heal Lin Yuan's injuries? Moreover, Lin Yuan's injuries were merely a slight depletion of his divine soul, nothing that wouldn't heal within a month or so. It's like a common person getting a minor cut on their hand. Yet they've arranged for the world's top medical team to treat you? That's overkill. In fact, Lin Yuan's strength had even improved significantly. Lin Yuan! How dare you! Meng Sanchi's eyebrows shot up in fury. I sent you to gather intelligence. Who gave you permission to provoke that ancient monster? Do you think having me backing you gives you free rein to run rampant in the underworld? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's acting skills kicked in. Grasping Meng Sanchi's hand, he spoke. Sanchi, I just didn't want you to face all this trouble alone. I was only trying to help you. Cough cough. Meng Sanchi froze. The anger in her heart instantly subsided by half. But she still retorted with her usual pride. Oomph. Who asked you to meddle in my affairs? Besides, who even wants your help? If you ever risk your life like that again, I'll tie you to the Meng Pa Hall and force-feed you the most bitter medicinal concoctions every single day. Lin Yuan smiled. If seeing you daily means drinking the waters of the River of Oblivion, I would find it as sweet as honey. Meng Sanchi's fair face flushed with an almost imperceptible blush. She turned her head away. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward. Truthfully, matters of the underworld. She never wanted Lin Yuan involved. But seeing that Lin Yuan and that female drought-demon had even had a child together, she felt utterly displeased. She wanted to make this troublemaker suffer a bit to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Meng Sanchi had prepared a contingency. She had imprinted her divine soul within the Meng Pa order. Should Lin Yuan face danger, she could rush to his aid in time. That's right. The expert she had previously arranged with Lin Yuan to secretly protect him? That was Meng Sanchi herself. Chapter 51, Soul Crystal forges divine form, Ghost Cavern welcomes new master. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt his soul surge violently. The energy of that SS-grade soul-devouring ancient demon's soul crystal was overwhelmingly tyrannical. At first, he hadn't felt much. But now the effects were kicking in. He was genuinely struggling to process it. This is the primordial essence of a peak SS-class ancient fiend, don't let it go to waste. Meng Sanchi's words were tough. His hands had already grabbed hold of Lin Yuan, helping him channel the raging torrent of energy. Lin Yuan suppressed the surging soul power. He glanced at Meng Sanchi. A playful smile curved his lips. My dear, you've gone to such lengths, first with this secret guardian protecting me, then personally feeding me such potent nourishment. Could it be you fear some blind little brat might steal my soul? He was referring to Meng Sanchi's earlier teasing, where she claimed he was secretly protected by a master. Pa! With your troublemaking nature, if I didn't keep a close eye on you, you'd have been reincarnated 800 times in the underworld by now. Meng Sanchi's fair face flushed crimson. Her phoenix-like eyes widened as she scolded playfully, "Dare to speak nonsense again, and I'll make you pay with your 3 souls and 7 spirits." Yet, the unhidden concern and lingering fear deep in her eyes had already laid bare her true feelings. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and stopped teasing her. "Focus. I shall aid you in one decisive step: refine this beast's primordial essence," Meng Sanchi commanded sharply. She gave Lin Yuan no more chances to joke around. Her jade-like hand pointed through the air. SSS tier reincarnation authority power poured forth like the Milky Way from the heavens. It forcibly suppressed the remnant savage will of the ancient soul-devouring demon within the soul crystal, transforming its purest, flawless primordial soul energy into a dazzling pillar of light, crashing into Lin Yuan's forehead. Boom! Lin Yuan felt his entire sea of soul ignite in an instant. The S-Rank, omniscient life-death parasite domain, groaned under the overwhelming pressure of this colossal energy. Then it exploded with a thunderous roar. But this was not destruction, it was the ultimate metamorphosis and rebirth. The shattered fragments of the domain, nourished by pure soul energy, reassembled in a more profound manner. Within the domain, the phantom of the river of oblivion surged ceaselessly. Crimson lotus blossoms silently unfurled. A deathly stillness and the true essence of reincarnation, originating from the 9 netherworlds, began to violently fuse with Lin Yuan's existing bug path, divine flame, and cursed power. Domain expansion. Soul power refinement. Authority over life and death, transformed into the netherworld. Lin Yuan's heart stirred as he clearly sensed the transformation within his domain. Insights into souls, life and death, and reincarnation surged into his mind like a tidal wave. At this moment, his S-rank domain truly began to take on the hues of the netherworld, evolving toward a more unfathomable and profound level. At that moment, on the system interface, the suffix of omniscient life-death parasite domain S-rank quietly revealed the gilded characters, primordial form of the netherworld soul master. It's done! Meng Sanchi withdrew her jade-like hand, fine beads of fragrant sweat glistening on her temple. Clearly, this endeavor had taken a considerable toll on her as well. Glancing into the depths of the Thousand Souls cavern, she coldly declared, "This place is a ghostly abyss cultivated for 10,000 years by the ancient soul-devouring demon. It's saturated with energy and resentment, perfect as a whetstone for your new domain. Follow me. I shall aid you in seizing it outright, so this demonic lair bows before you as its new master." Before her words had fully faded, the two had already transformed into streaks of light, plunging straight toward the demon palace of the Thousand Souls cavern. Who dares trespass into the demon palace? Several ghost kings left behind sensed the disturbance and roared as they charged out. Yet they were swept away by Meng Sanchi's SSS tier aura, their souls shattering on the spot and vanishing completely. Such is the terror of an SSS tier sovereign. Killing someone required but a single thought. Lin Yuan's mind flickered, and the S-rank cursed insect empress within his sleeve erupted with a flash of black light. Hiss! The colossal form of the cursed parasite empress manifested, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Billions of cursed parasites surged forth like a black tempest. Those A and B rank ghost generals and soldiers who had once terrorized the Thousand Souls cavern were instantly devoured and obliterated by the Mother Queen's terrifying might, like snow melting under the scorching sun. Then, having devoured vast quantities of souls and the cursed parasite empress's own aura faintly surged. "From this day forth, the Thousand Souls cavern shall serve me as its sovereign." Lin Yuan stood before the skeletal throne within the demonic palace. The newly born nether realm unfolded in full force. The domain's power violently intertwined and fused with the very earth veins of the entire Thousand Souls cavern. It forcibly erased every remnant mark of the ancient soul-devouring demon, imprinting Lin Yuan's supreme divine soul mark upon it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Thousand Souls cavern trembled violently. Under Lin Yuan's domain, countless soul shadows emitted low growls of submission. Ding! Player Lin Yuan, you have gained preliminary control over the SS-rank domain cavern of 1,000 souls and acquired partial domain authority. Your S-rank domain omniscient life-death parasite domain has advanced to nether transformation, unlocking the domain divine ability, Thousand Souls Command. Thousand Souls Command temporarily commands the wills of all souls below S-rank within the Thousand Souls cavern, harnessing them for your own use. Interesting. Lin Yuan's lips curved upward. Domain abilities were exclusive to SS tier realms. Yet Lin Yuan already possessed the S-rank omniscient life-death parasite Dao domain. He not only lived off others' strike that, but also, through his own efforts, devoured the soul crystal of an SS-rank soul-devouring ancient demon. His foundation was extraordinary. He had prematurely cultivated a divine ability. At that very moment, From the direction of the city of the wrongfully deceased, several immensely powerful Ghost King's divine senses at least S-rank peak swept toward the Thousand Souls cave with a hint of probing. Oomph. They don't know when to quit. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as his newly acquired domain divine ability, Thousand Souls Command, activated in an instant. Decree. Throughout the entire Thousand Souls cavern, countless newly subjugated vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts had their power sources forcibly mobilized by Lin Yuan. They coalesced into a colossal, shadowy hand that obscured the sky. Wrapped in Lin Yuan's domain will, it slammed viciously toward the probing divine senses. Thud. 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 Deep within the distant city of the wrongfully deceased, several muffled groans of shock and rage erupted simultaneously. Who is it? The soul-devouring ancient demon is dead? That newly appointed master of the Thousand Souls cavern is so overbearing? The news spread like a plague. Every faction, great and small, surrounding the city of the wrongfully dead trembled in terror. At that moment, Meng Sanqi watched Lin Yuan's decisive actions, a flicker of admiration flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Then, the smile at the corner of his lips quickly vanished. Meng Sanqi snorted coldly. He does possess some skill, not a disgrace to this seat's reputation. She stepped forward, her gaze locking onto Lin Yuan. Her tone carried a thick layer of expectation as she commanded imperiously. However, merely occupying this ghostly cavern and acting like a mountain bandit isn't enough. Our affair must be proclaimed throughout the 9 netherworlds so the entire underworld knows you, Lin Yuan, are my man, Meng Sanqi's man. In the global livestream, audiences worldwide were already stunned speechless by this series of dramatic twists. Holy! He just advanced to S-tier realms? And now controls an SS-tier map? Lin Xin is God tier. IP, Dragon Nation. Mangpa? How come this SSS tier big shot is so into Lin Yuan? I don't get it. IP, Eagle Nation. Holy crap, did Lin Yuan save Blue Star in a past life? He hasn't done anything, yet SSS tier women keep throwing themselves at him. IP, Canada. Chapter 52, The Three Lives Stone bears witness, Divine Marriage in the Underworld. Upon hearing Meng Sanqi's words, Lin Yuan froze for a moment. Then, he gazed at Meng Sanqi's expression tinged with a hint of vexed embarrassment. A flutter stirred within him and he laughed aloud. To be united with you in marriage is a blessing I, Lin Yuan, could only dream of in 3 lifetimes. Meng Sanqi's lovely face flushed slightly. Yet she maintained the icy composure befitting the ruler of the netherworld. How could my man remain nameless and unrecognized in this netherworld, subject to the bullying of those petty scoundrels? She had come to terms with it now. She had no intention of continuing to sulk at Lin Yuan. She'd already consumed her share of jealousy over Lin Yuan's child with that female drought-demon. Where venting was needed, she'd made Lin Yuan come to the Thousand Souls cave and taught that brat a lesson. Not long ago, seeing Lin Yuan in danger had truly terrified her. Now, Meng Sanqi didn't want to wait any longer. She just wanted to get things over with Lin Yuan as soon as possible. She waved her delicate hand, leaving no room for argument. She waved her pale hand, leaving no room for argument. Follow me. With a single step, time and space shifted. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the midst of the ceaselessly flowing river of oblivion. The river surged, its waters churning with drifting souls. Yet at that very moment, the murky waters of the river of oblivion parted of their own accord. A colossal ancient altar, entirely constructed of blood-red 3 live stone, slowly rose from the riverbed. Upon the altar, the phantom of the Bridge of Despair spanned the heavens, while a sea of lotus flowers bloomed in the void, radiating an eerie yet sacred glow. I am Meng Pe of the River of Oblivion, Meng Sanqi, ruler of the Netherworld. Meng Sanqi's voice resounded throughout the entire Netherworld. Supreme divine might was fully displayed. At this moment, she now wore an elaborate, luxurious court gown deep black adorned with countless delicate golden floral patterns. Her peerless beauty, illuminated by the divine light of reincarnation, was breathtakingly exquisite. Today, with the Stone of 3 Lives as our foundation, the Bridge of No Return as our guide, the River of Oblivion as our oath, and the Law of Reincarnation as our witness. With my beloved Lin Yuan, upon this 9 nether realms 3 lives platform, we forge our marital vows. Together we shall govern the order of the netherworld, sharing both fortune and misfortune, life and death. Heaven and earth rejoice, and all spirits bear witness. Boom 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 boom. The entire underworld's laws trembled violently. Countless ancient wills, normally concealed in shadowy corners, were stirred. The lord of the city of the wrongfully deceased, the ghost emperor of the Shadow Mountains, the 10 kings of hell. Even the wheel-turning king, who had always been at odds with Meng Sanqi, was present. Even though he was utterly unwilling, he now had no choice but to hold his nose, conjuring a spectral avatar within his own hall. He gave a slight nod toward the 3 lives platform, paying his respects as an observer. Countless powerful lean spirits and ghost generals. Their phantom forms appeared one after another upon the celestial screen, emitting low growls toward the 3 lives platform. 10,000 ghosts paid homage, the 9 netherworlds trembled. This spectacle held an even more sinister and eerie aura than the wedding of Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu in the Miao Kingdom. At that moment, Lin Yuan's heart surged with emotion as he stepped forward. The wisp of 10,000 souls essence, refined from the Thousand Souls cavern, transformed into a mark shimmering with ghostly light. It flew toward Meng Sanchi of its own accord. Sanchi, this is my betrothal gift. It was a case of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. After all, if one were to be truly strict about it, Lin Yuan couldn't afford a betrothal gift befitting an SSS tier sovereign. In Miajiang, Ji Tiannu doesn't place much value on such things. But in the netherworld, national customs prevail, such matters must be observed. Meng Sanchi, witnessing this, let tenderness flow like water through her phoenix-like eyes. She pierced her fingertip, and a single drop glowing with a rainbow halo and containing her most primordial SSS tier power, the Mengpo's soul blood, drifted slowly toward Lin Yuan's brow. Lin Yuan, this blood is our oath. From this day forward, our souls are bound together, never to part. The instant the soul blood merged, Lin Yuan felt his soul resonate with the very laws of the netherworld in a profound, mystical harmony. The omniscient life-death parasite domain surged violently once more. The aura of the netherworld grew ever more pure and profound. Within the domain, a faint, blurred image of the Six Paths Wheel of Rebirth began to emerge. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Yuan and SSS tier netherworld ruler Meng Sanchi on completing their marriage ceremony. You have received the primordial power gift from your SSS tier companion Meng Sanchi. Your latent potential has been greatly stimulated. New talents and skills are awakening. Lin Yuan's attribute panel erupted with blinding radiance. New talent awakened. Netherworld Divine Body S-Rank. Your body has preliminarily adapted to the 9 nether laws, with soul and flesh tempered by the primordial essence of the netherworld. You possess ultra-high resistance to all soul attacks, mental assaults, and curse corruption below SS tier. You may freely traverse the netherworld, immune to ordinary evil and resentful energies. You can slowly absorb stray soul energy to nourish yourself. Possesses innate hierarchical intimidation against ghostly entities from F rank to B rank. Netherworld Gaze S rank. Your eyes have absorbed a portion of Mengpo's insight into the cycle of reincarnation. You can now glimpse the karmic burdens of beings below S rank and faint glimpses of future fortune. Possesses formidable ability to discern illusions, confusion arrays, and soul disguises. New skill mastered. Naiha Bridge, Soul Binding Judgment S rank. Briefly summons a majestic phantom of the Naiha Bridge onto the battlefield. Inflicts a soul judgment upon all hostile targets within the designated area. Inflicts soul damage, force a stun, or even temporarily strips away soul power based on the target's strength. Damage is doubled against undead and ghost-type enemies. Nether Claws S rank. Summon multiple spectral giant hands to bind, strike, and tear enemies apart. Contacted targets suffer soul corrosion. Boom! Amidst Lin Yuan's earth-shattering transformation. Blue Star. The sky blazed with countless rays of light. The system announcement resounded. The 9 netherworlds roar, a hymn to reincarnation. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan and the Underworld's SSS tier supreme ruler Meng Sanchi on forging an immortal marriage alliance before countless ghosts and gods. This love transcends life and death, causing the Underworld to sing in celebration. The nation Dragon Nation receives the SSS tier mythic sequence reward, Supreme 9 Netherworld Bond. Reward 1, Netherworld Dragon Soul SSS tier. Successfully fused with Longgua's existing dragon veins. Effect, spirit energy quality across the entire Dragon Nation has been vastly enhanced. Permanently infused with a thread of the 9 nether reincarnation's primordial power. Average national soul strength increased by 200%. Mental resilience increased by 300%. Within Dragon Nation, the following have additionally emerged: 9 Nether Soul Crystal Vein X1, Higanbana Spirit Plantation X1 yields materials for crafting high-grade soul artifacts, soul pills, and mental potions. Reward 2, Wonder 10 Halls of Reincarnation Bureau SSS Tier Unique Building Blueprint. Wonder effect, upon completion, the 10 Halls of Reincarnation Bureau becomes the central hub for handling citizens' posthumous affairs, honoring heroic spirits, and evaluating merits. Souls of citizens who sacrificed for the Dragon Nation or accumulated great merit will be personally guided by the 10 Halls of Reincarnation. After merit assessment, they may reincarnate into the families of newborns within the Dragon Nation. Broadcast ended. Boom! Within the Dragon Nation, 14 billion citizens plunged once more into an ecstatic frenzy. Auspicious golden light descended upon countless cities. Sweet springs gushed from the earth, and withered trees blossomed anew. Eagle Nation, White House. Put. The Don spit out his coke in a spray. Glaring at the blinding system notification. His eyes rolled back. He fainted dead on his feet. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Quick! Summon the royal physician. No! A priest or shaman or a doctor. Anyone! Quick, save Prince Duan! The eagle cannot be without his majesty. Chapter 53, Warm Nights in the Tent. Or short fire breaks out in the rear courtyard. The grand wedding ceremony at the Three Lives stone altar. A breathtaking spectacle where countless spirits and deities paid homage. The resulting tremors in the laws of the universe and shifts in cosmic fortune. All left an indelible mark upon the entire netherworld. Even as the aftereffects faded, it still inspires awe in every corner of the netherworld. Within Mengpo's hall. At this moment, upon the vast bed draped with crimson lotus flowers and woven brocade quilts, red candles burned brightly, their tears silently dripping. The canopy warmed with fragrance, spring's embrace boundless. Lin Yuan felt as though he were immersed in the most tender and exquisite dream. Enveloped by a soothing, subtle fragrance, Meng Sanqi shed the icy detachment of the underworld's ruler. At this moment, she resembled a lazy, contented cat, snuggled tightly against Lin Yuan's chest. Her exquisite phoenix-like eyes rippled with watery waves. A hazy, dreamlike hue shrouded her gaze. A hint of a newlywed's bashfulness. And a fiercer, almost scorching possessiveness that threatened to melt Lin Yuan. "Humph, you're getting off easy, you little rascal." Her crimson lips parted, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids, yet her voice carried a hint of reproach. Clearly, she still harbored resentment over Lin Yuan having fathered a child with Ji Tiannu first. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "My wife Sanqi, peerless in grace and beauty, surpassing all in the 9 netherworlds, to have earned your favor is a blessing beyond measure, accumulated through 18 lifetimes of virtuous deeds." Though the words were not new, but coming from Lin Yuan's lips, paired with the tender gaze in his eyes at that moment, the effect was extraordinary. Meng Sanqi's lovely face flushed slightly. A warm current seemed to flow through her heart, leaving her body feeling slightly limp. Usually quick-witted and articulate, she found herself momentarily speechless. She decided to say no more. Instead, she tilted her snow-white neck forward and pressed her lips to Lin Yuan's. "From this day forward, from your soul to every strand of your hair, you belong to me," she declared imperiously. Lin Yuan chuckled. He swiftly turned the tables, responding to Lady Mengpo's deep affection with concrete action. In that moment, their souls intertwined, their Tao harmonized. Within the bedchamber, red candles warmed the canopy, spring's radiance endless and enchanting. Only tender whispers of affection lingered. One day passed. Lin Yuan's S-tier domains, Omniscient Life and Death Parasite Domain, Netherworld Soul Sovereign Domain, nourished by Meng Sanqi's SSS grade pure cycle origin, had undergone another subtle consolidation and refinement. Within the domain, the already distinct phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation will grew several degrees more solid. His comprehension of the underworld laws and his grasp of the authority over life and death seemed to pierce through a thin membrane, growing ever more seamless and flawless. Several more days passed. Just as Lin Yuan was savoring this rare honeymoon period, he and Meng Sanqi explored the Thousand Souls Cavern, familiarizing themselves with the newly mastered Nether Soul Sovereign Domain. He was also guiding the spirits of the land and disciplining the subjugated ghost kings and ghost generals. He was thoroughly enjoying his role as the Dragon King's son-in-law. Life was going splendidly. On this day, Meng Sanqi personally instructed Lin Yuan in practicing the newly acquired S-rank skill, Naiha Bridge, Soul Sealing Judgment. This skill possessed immense power, invoking the laws of the Bridge of No Return to exert a natural judgment and suppression over soul entities. As Lin Yuan unleashed the technique, a phantom of a jade bridge suddenly appeared, spanning the heavens. It radiated a terrifying aura capable of suppressing 10,000 ghosts. Not bad. Meng Sanqi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say more, suddenly, her willow brows furrowed. A trace of gravity flashed across her exquisitely beautiful face, which was usually so full of joy and playfulness. Chirp! The underworld communication jade tablet flew out from her sleeve, hovering in midair. It flashed with an urgent crimson glow. Meng Sanqi tapped it lightly with her jade-like finger, reading the message. "The abyssal realm is in turmoil." Her voice grew slightly deeper, tinged with a hint of grim resolve. Lin Yuan halted his spellcasting, dissipating the illusory bridge of the afterlife. "Sanqi, what has you so alarmed?" Meng Sanqi explained, "I just received an urgent secret report from our ghost officers in the city of wrongful deaths. Our marriage alliance has triggered a cataclysmic shift in the laws and destiny of the entire netherworld, even drawing the human emperor banner into the fray. Its location lies within the deepest forbidden zone of the 9 netherworlds." The human emperor banner? Lin Yuan's heart sank. He had long heard of this artifact. It was the supreme treasure of the ancient human emperor, Xuanyuan Huangdi. Until now, he had been troubled by the lack of any news. He never imagined that his marriage to Meng Sanqi would be the catalyst to bring it forth. Could it be connected to the talent, Emperor's Blessing, I obtained from Ji Tiannu? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. Meng Sanqi continued, "Worse still, multiple intelligence sources indicate that the remnants of those 2 undead zombies, Jiang Chen and Ingo, are desperately gathering forces toward that forbidden land. And A cold gleam flashed in Meng Sanchi's phoenix-like eyes. That old bastard, King of the Wheel, has also secretly mobilized his elite forces, all heading toward the Forbidden Land as well. Oomph, he likely wants a piece of the pie too. Even that opportunistic old dog, the Lord of the City of the Wrongfully Dead, has been lurking around the Forbidden Zone lately. He's most likely acting as the Wheel King's lackey. The situation instantly grew complex and perilous. Undercurrents surged, and murderous intent lurked everywhere. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Xuanyuan and Ingo. These were the two greatest threats he must eliminate during his journey to the Netherworld. If they seized the Human Emperor banner, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sanchi, looks like our honeymoon's cut short, Lin Yuan said gravely. We must depart immediately, no time to hesitate. Meng Sanchi nodded, his eyes blazing with resolve. I was thinking the same thing. A divine artifact like the Human Emperor banner absolutely cannot fall into the hands of those petty scoundrels. However, just as the two reached consensus, their auras surged, and they prepared to set off for the Forbidden Land. Chirp! A piercing, shrill phoenix cry. Without warning, it erupted from Lin Yuan's shoulder. The crimson flame phoenix suddenly bristled. Its entire body burst into blazing crimson gold divine flames. The next instant, before Lin Yuan could react, a presence condensed to its absolute limit, dominant, unquestionable, and potent enough to incinerate the 9 netherworlds. A crimson gold divine consciousness intertwined with an indelible, corrosive blend of gloom and killing intent. Tearing through countless realms of time and space, crossing the boundaries between the netherworld and the Miao lands. Slammed directly into Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan felt his soul tremble violently. Then, Ji Tiannu's familiar voice, grinding her teeth as if she were about to devour him alive, exploded in his consciousness like thunder from the heavens. Husband! My dear husband! Your wedding ceremony in the netherworld, this empress could smell that, festive aroma even across the 3 realms and 6 paths. Ji Tiannu gnashed her teeth. Shouldn't I present you with a wedding gift? Don't worry, I've personally prepared it for you. Right here, at this very crossroads of the Yellow Springs. My dear husband, dare you step out to personally receive it? Ji Tiannu's murderous resentment, born of slaying her husband to attain enlightenment, was almost tangible. Lin Yuan. His body stiffened abruptly. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his temples. This truly is a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune. Out of the frying pan and into the fire? The fire in the backyard suddenly flared up. Chapter 54, 2 queens meet on the road to the underworld, a sea of jealousy rises by the bridge of no return. The road to the underworld. Gusts of cold wind howled, the air thick with ghostly aura. Countless souls, numb and lifeless, were escorted by the guiding ghost officers toward an endless cycle of reincarnation. Yet at this very moment, the entire Yellow Springs Road, and even the nearby River of Oblivion, fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Every ghostly attendant and wandering soul lay prostrate on the ground, trembling violently, not daring to utter a single sound. 4. At the very spot where the Yellow Springs Road met the bridge of no return, a figure of unparalleled splendor, yet radiating a terrifying divine might capable of scorching the 9 hells and incinerating the ages, stood manifest in the void. It was none other than the one who had torn through the void from the Crimson Earth Palace of the Miao tribes, forcibly descending upon the netherworld. The goddess of drought, Ji Tiannu. She wore a crimson gold dragon phoenix divine robe. Her flawless beauty was veiled in frost. Those phoenix eyes, which should have been tender and gentle, now blazed with raging crimson gold divine flames. And an indelible aura of husband-slaying intent. Swish! Swish! 2 streaks of light flashed by. Lin Yuan and Meng Sanchi materialized 100 feet before Ji Tiannu. Sister, long time no see? Meng Sanchi leaned lazily against Lin Yuan's side. Her jade-like arm affectionately linked through his. She offered Ji Tiannu a radiant smile. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with nothing but defiance and a declaration of ownership. All around her, the power of the underworld cycle law flowed silently, engaging in an invisible, terrifying standoff. An invisible, terrifying standoff unfolded in the void. Boom! 2 utterly distinct yet equally tyrannical SSS-tier sovereign domains collided violently above the Yellow Springs Road. The laws wailed. Space-time warped. The entire Yellow Springs Road seemed on the verge of being torn apart by this terrifying pressure. Meng. San. Xie. Ji Tiannu enunciated each syllable with icy precision, her voice cold enough to scorch souls. You dare lay a finger on this palace's man? Sister, you speak without reason. Meng Sanchi's eyes narrowed seductively, showing no sign of backing down. Lin Yuan and I have sworn our marriage vows upon the Stone of 3 Lives, protected by the laws of the 9 netherworlds. We are the rightful rulers of the underworld. As for you, sister, being a mortal who dares to storm into the netherworld with such fury, are you seeking to antagonize the entire netherworld? You! Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes blazed with even fiercer malice. Lin Yuan. He felt like a tiny boat tossed in a raging storm. At any moment, he might be torn to shreds by these two SSS tier wives. After all, in some cherry blossom campus manga he'd read in his past life, there was this guy named Brother Makoto who ended up dying horribly because he was juggling multiple relationships. For a moment, Lin Yuan's scalp prickled, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, forcing a smile as he tried to smooth things over. You two, no, heavenly maidens, Sanchi, let's talk this out calmly. We have more pressing matters to attend to right now. That human emperor banner is of immense importance. Should it fall into the hands of Jiang Chen or Ingo, not only would the underworld descend into chaos, but the turmoil would likely spread to the Miao region. After all, Jiang Chen harbors a deep, bitter hatred for the Miao lands. Our immediate priority must be to handle the urgent matter at hand. Lin Yuan decisively brought up the threat posed by the human emperor banner. He attempted to divert the attention of these two. Oomph. Ji Tiannu snorted coldly, her crimson gold phoenix eyes still fixed intently on Meng Sanchi. How can you pacify the world when your own family affairs remain unresolved? Meng Sanchi stood her ground unwaveringly. If sister wishes to settle this rivalry here, this younger sister will see it through to the end. But if this delays our husband seizing the human emperor banner, such a heaven-defying opportunity, and allows the human emperor's legacy to slip away, can you bear the weight of that responsibility? The two female protagonists clashed verbally, each word cutting to the bone. Lin Yuan felt his very soul tremble. This wasn't just walking a tightrope, it was balancing on molten lava. Ha! Ji Tiannu sneered coldly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. So, I'm here at the wrong time? At that moment, on the Yellow Springs Road, tensions were running high. The air thick with tension. A major battle was about to erupt. Seeing this, Lin Yuan knew that if he didn't step in to mediate, these two ladies might just come to blows. He drew a deep breath, suddenly stepping forward, arms outstretched. He forcibly. No, you've come at just the right moment. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Everyone, calm down. Let's join forces to deal with the external threat first and seize the initiative. As for our little internal disagreements, once the major matters are settled, we'll close the door and discuss them thoroughly, exchange our thoughts deeply, okay? His gaze swept over the faces of his two SSS tier wives, both breathtakingly beautiful yet radiating a fierce aura. His expression was as sincere as it could possibly be. His gaze was as sincere as it could possibly be. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi were both taken aback by Lin Yuan's sudden gesture. They sensed that familiar aura emanating from Lin Yuan, one that filled them with both affection and resignation. And the undertones in his words, the emphasis on the greater good and the promise of "I will give you an explanation." The two heroines exchanged glances, each spotting a flicker of displeasure in the other's eyes. Yet there was also a hint of shared resignation toward Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had inherited the perfect clear save file for the Weird Love game. All 9 female leads had maxed out affection for Lin Yuan. They were madly in love with him. Under no circumstances would they ever do anything to harm Lin Yuan. To put it in modern terms, how could I ever hurt my brother? I'd only ever feel heartbroken for him. In the end. Oomph. Ji Tiannu was the first to break free from Lin Yuan's embrace. Her lovely face remained icy cold. Yet her tone softened slightly. I'll trust you this once. But if you fail to give this palace a satisfactory explanation after resolving the matter of the human emperor banner, sister, rest assured. Meng Sanchi also pushed Lin Yuan away. She adjusted her hair at the temple, casting a sultry glance at Lin Yuan. Then she turned to Ji Tiannu. My husband knows his limits. We should deal with those troublesome individuals first. A top-tier spousal showdown had unexpectedly reached a temporary truce under Lin Yuan's effortless maneuvering. Holy crap, that worked? I don't get this move. He just said a few words, how come they didn't fight? Boring. I want to see blood flowing like a river. The viewers in the livestream chat were utterly baffled. All of this stemmed from the arrival of the bizarre marriage matching game. Lin Yuan entered the game. He hadn't done anything. Yet SSS tier wives kept throwing themselves at him like it was the most natural thing in the world. At that moment, Lin Yuan secretly wiped away a cold sweat. This feeling was far too thrilling. Fortunately, he hadn't caused trouble at home just yet. After all, this was his first time encountering such a battlefield scenario. Back when he was playing the eerie romance game, Lin Yuan had mastered time management, constantly switching maps to visit his different wives, never allowing them to meet in the same place. Fortunately, he had the foresight. He maxed out and locked the affection levels of all 9 female leads. Otherwise, today could have truly gone south. Currently, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi reached a verbal agreement, temporary cooperation, united against external threats. They'll settle the final accounts later. Then, swish, 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 they transformed into 3 streaks of light, heading toward the forbidden land of the human emperor banner. Slashing through the air. Perched on Ji Tiannu's shoulder, the crimson flame phoenix watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure. With a human-like shrug of its neck, its phoenix eyes brimmed with sympathy. Her imperial lord truly had it rough. Chapter 55, Storms stir in the Forbidden Land, joining forces to unravel the mystery. Outskirts of the Forbidden Land of the Human Emperor banner. The area was now shrouded in thick primordial malevolence and the aura of an ancient battlefield. Space twisted, laws chaotic. Ordinary ghostly beings that dared approach would likely be torn to shreds in an instant by the chaotic force of the laws. Souls scattered to the winds. Countless shattered ancient prohibitions. Glowed with a dangerous light. Some powerful, mutated entities, corrupted by malevolent energy, roamed within. Exuding a terrifying aura that warned the living to stay far away. When Lin Yuan, Ji Tiannu, and Meng Sanqi arrived. Even with Lin Yuan now at the high-tier S-rank level and protected by the netherworld divine body, he still felt a crushing pressure emanating from the depths of his very soul. Such a powerful barrier. It seems to carry a hint of human imperial majesty? Ji Tiannu's voice held astonishment. Crimson divine flames surged around her, incinerating and purifying all approaching malevolent energies. Meng Sanqi also raised her pale hand lightly. The power of reincarnation coalesced into an invisible barrier, shielding the three of them. Deep within this place lies great terror. That human emperor banner is no benign object. The aura it emits has even caused a flicker of disturbance in this one's very core of the Wheel of Life. Looking out, at the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, the two primordial zombies, Xuanyuan and Ingo, were joining forces to assault a relatively weak section of the barrier's light screen. They sought to force open a passage. Each assault triggered a backlash from the Forbidden Land's laws, unleashing earth-shattering energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, on the other side, King of the Wheel of Life led his most elite forces, the 10 Hall's Will Guards. All were S-rank peak ghost generals. Alongside the lord of the city of the wrongfully deceased, who was already pale with fear yet forced to follow along. They had deployed a colossal 6 realms wheel of rebirth formation. They did not rush to attack, but instead watched intently. Clearly, they intended to wait until Xuanyuan and Ingo were sufficiently weakened, or for a greater breach in the formation to appear, so they could reap the rewards. Further away, at least 3 or 4 faint SS-grade divine senses hovered in the void. All were ancient monsters from the netherworld drawn by the disturbance of the human emperor banner. Each harbors ulterior motives. The situation is more complicated than anticipated, Meng Sanqi murmured to Lin Yuan, her dark brows slightly furrowed. Ji Tiannu also snorted coldly, a bunch of clowns, daring to covet my father's legacy? Meng Sanqi replied, these old foxes are all shrewd. Whoever makes the first move risks becoming the target of everyone's hostility. Perhaps we should wait and see how things unfold. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Indeed. The chaotic situation before them. He knew that if they forced an attack now, he'd likely be targeted by these old foxes working together. Better to let the bullets fly for a while. Heavenly Maiden, 37. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. The restraints here are peculiar. They naturally suppress ghostly and corpse energies, yet seem remarkably receptive to my human emperor aura. How about this? Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the two women. I'll attempt infiltration first to break the critical nodes. You two hold the line outside, keeping watch for any Wheel Kings or the like. What do you say? You're going in alone? Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes narrowed sharply as she voiced her objection first. No. It's far too dangerous. Meng Sanqi, unusually aligned with Ji Tiannu, added, husband, the dangers within the Forbidden Zone are unknown. Though you have the Emperor's blessing, but trust me. Lin Yuan's gaze was unwavering. This might be the only chance to break the deadlock and gain the upper hand in the struggle for the human emperor banner. Moreover, having 2 SSS tier wives watching his back outside would actually free him from some lingering worries. I only need to approach the core to attempt communication using the Emperor's blessing. If it proves impossible, I'll retreat immediately. With you both here, who could harm me? Lin Yuan transmitted his thoughts to each woman separately, offering reassurances to calm their nerves. For instance, to Ji Tiannu, rest assured, my dear Tiannu. I will seize the human emperor banner, the supreme treasure, to serve as the talisman safeguarding our child's future fortune. To Meng Sanqi, once the human emperor banner is secured, I will help you solidify your position in the netherworld, surpassing even the wheel-turning king. Ultimately, under Lin Yuan's blend of carrot and stick tactics, the two female leads weighed their options. Ji Tiannu replied coldly. This is a one-time exception. If danger arises, immediately use the drought-demon's divine flame 10,000-li talisman I gave you to escape. Meng Sanqi handed Lin Yuan a small mirror shimmering with an eerie glow. This is the daughter mirror of the Underworld reincarnation mirror, linked in spirit to my mother mirror. It can temporarily mask your living soul's aura. If you dare die inside, I will level this forbidden land, seize your soul, and boil it into soup day and night. Lin Yuan accepted it, his heart steadying. Taking a deep breath, he activated his S-rank talents, the Netherworld Divine Body, and Emperor's Blessing. His form moved like a ghostly apparition. silently gliding toward a vulnerable spot within the forbidden zone. Stealthily,
Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi each held their respective positions.
overwhelming SSS tier domain pressure radiated outward. Their icy gazes fixed upon the movements of the Wheel King, Zhang Chen, Ingo, and others. They also kept a wary eye on each other. Not long after, Lin Yuan successfully infiltrated the Forbidden Zone. Just as he had anticipated.
The Forbidden Barrier forces, which normally exerted intense backlash against ghostly or corpse energies, significantly weakened upon contact with the pure aura of the Emperor's blessing emanating from his body.
Some barrier nodes even actively made way for him.
Leveraging the truth-piercing power of his netherworld gaze,
Lin Yuan methodically dismantled the outer chain of minor prohibitions. Whenever he encountered a node requiring a specific elemental power to resolve,
he would precisely send out a request for assistance through his divine consciousness.
Celestial Maiden, the Yin-shot energy here has solidified into ice. It requires your true fire of the drought-demon to incinerate it.
Ji Tiannu snorted coldly. Yet without hesitation, she unleashed a crimson gold divine flame, condensed to its utmost purity, across the void.
It incinerated the Yin ice from afar.
Sanqi, the lingering resentful spirits in this area disrupt the cycle of reincarnation.
You must purify it. Understood.
Meng Sanqi raised her jade-like hand, conjuring a phantom of the river of oblivion, a strand of water imbued with the power to purify all things.
It instantly cleansed the resentment from that area.
Thus, Lin Yuan stood supported by the unwavering devotion of his two SSS-tier wives, and vying to see who could assist their husband more. Like a fish in water, swiftly advancing toward the Forbidden Zone's core.
In the distance,
the Wheel King and his companion's eyes darted nervously, inwardly cursing the young man's incredible luck. Just as Lin Yuan was about to break through the final outer protective light barrier,
and was about to reach the core sealed area of the Human Emperor banner. Boom! A deafening explosion.
Zhang Chen and Ingo recklessly detonated several of their most powerful life-bound corpse treasures together. They forcibly blasted open a bloody path to the core area. They then charged madly toward Lin Yuan.
You dare, brat? You again? You're like a ghost that won't go away. I'll slaughter you right now. At the same time,
a fierce glint flashed in the Wheel King's eyes.
Finally unable to hold back, he led his elite forces to launch a full-scale assault from another direction. No! They're trying to beat us to it.
Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi both paled. But a cold smile of triumph flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. This was precisely the situation he had been waiting for.
My two wives, it's time to close the net. Chapter 56, luring the enemy into the trap. Lin Yuan's clever scheme to entrap all three sides. At that moment, outside the core area of the Human Emperor banner,
the restraining light flickered erratically.
Ancient runes flickered.
An aura of sacredness and treachery intertwined, permeating every inch of space.
At this moment, the corpse chi surrounding Zhang Chen nearly solidified into tangible substance, surging and churning.
Those crimson blood-red eyes locked onto the barrier light screen ahead, skillfully weakened by Lin Yuan.
And beyond the barrier, the faint aura of the Human Emperor banner radiating an irresistible temptation. Oomph! The Human Emperor banner.
Such a supreme treasure rightfully belongs to this sovereign.
Zhang Chen's hoarse voice betrayed unmasked greed and savagery.
After waiting countless ages, planned for so long,
now the legendary first treasure of humanity is finally within reach.
He could no longer contain the restless ambition within him, a hunger to devour everything.
Ha ha ha! Beside him,
Ingo also emitted a shrill, piercing screech. In his ghostly green eyes, the flames of greed burned fiercely, nearly bursting forth.
The Human Emperor banner.
This was the very treasure he had long coveted. And it was precisely this desire to seize this treasure.
Ingo had aligned himself with Zhang Chen. However, once the deed is done,
it's time to settle the score with that bastard Zhang Chen.
Ingo thought to himself.
On the other side, one of the 10 kings of the underworld, king of the Wheel of Rebirth, his brow furrowed. His piercing gaze swept over the restricted zone.
A faint, lingering unease stirred within him. The restrictions here seem a bit too calm? Could that Lin Yuan lad truly be so benevolent as to clear a path for us?
He was no mediocre talent, one who commanded a hall of reincarnation, possessed depth and cunning far surpassing the ordinary.
But the temptation of the Human Emperor banner was simply too great.
This was a supreme treasure that could determine the fate of the netherworld and perhaps even reach higher realms.
Should he obtain it,
the wheel-turning king standing in the netherworld would surpass that of the other 9 Yama kings.
Indeed, unifying the 9 netherworlds might not be beyond reach. A once-in-a-thousand years, earth-shattering opportunity lies before him. Risk and opportunity coexist. To hesitate now and miss this chance would haunt me for the rest of my life. The wheel-turning king's eyes flashed with resolve as his decision crystallized instantly. Charge! Zhang Chen was the first to lose his composure, his body erupting with a blood-red aura of death. His entire form transformed into a blinding crimson light, darting like an arrow from its bowstring, charging fiercely toward the seemingly fragile breach in the barrier. Behind him, countless vengeful spirits roared with earth-shattering fury, following close behind. Ha ha ha! Ingo emitted a sinister chuckle as a chilling wind swirled around him, refusing to be outdone. Transforming into an even swifter, sickly green streak of light, he nearly matched Jiang Chen's speed as he plunged into the breach. Seeing this, the wheel-turning king's pupils suddenly contracted. These two brutes. He cursed inwardly. But he knew that any further hesitation now would likely leave them with nothing. We're going in too. King of the Wheel commanded his most elite troops, the 10 Hall's Wheel Guards, with a low shout. The power of reincarnation surged around him, transforming into a deep, shadowy light. He followed the two torrential currents and plunged in. The Wheel King had his own calculations. Let Jiangchen and Ing go scout ahead. Should any mishap occur, this king shall respond in due time. If no danger arises, with this king's abilities, overtaking them later is not impossible. 3 supreme powers whose every step in the netherworld could send shockwaves through the realm. At this moment, like 3 deep-sea sharks sensing blood in the water, they rushed headlong. They surged madly toward the passageway Lin Yuan had opened for them. In the shadows, that concealed place shrouded in thick mist and fragments of forbidden seals. At that moment, a cold, mocking curve lifted at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Everything was under his complete control. In the distance, Ji Tiannu's crimson gold phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light, tinged with a hint of indulgence and trust. Whatever her husband planned, she would support unconditionally. That is to say, she simply couldn't stop worrying about Lin Yuan. That was why, before Lin Yuan's departure, she had left a divine thought with the little crimson flame phoenix. Watching Lin Yuan, she learned that Lin Yuan had entered into a marriage contract with Meng Sanqi. Ji Tiannu could endure no longer. Pregnant, she journeyed to the 9 netherworlds. On the other side, Meng Sanqi raised her seductive eyes, her pale hand lightly covering her red lips as she emitted a meaningful chuckle. She was quite looking forward to seeing the expressions these self-important old monsters of the netherworld would wear next. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath. Feeling the unmasked, terrifying auras of the 3 great factions, he knew they had completely stepped into the trap he had set. His resolve solidified. Not a shred of hesitation remained. Through the mental link he had established long ago, he simultaneously transmitted his thoughts to Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi. My 2 wives, it's time to close the net. This telepathic command was like a silent order. Yet it was also like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up towering waves. The instant the thought landed, Lin Yuan's hands abruptly formed an ancient, intricate, and profound seal before his chest. It was precisely the secret technique recorded in the Human Emperor banner, one that harnessed the great momentum of heaven and earth to manipulate ancient array patterns. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with divine light as a voice that could pierce metal and shatter stone erupted from his mouth. Command! Ancient killing formation, open heaven and receive the mandate. Rise. Boom. Boom 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 boom. The entire outer perimeter of the core region of the Human Emperor banner, that vast expanse deemed safe and open ground by the 3 great factions. The earth, at this very moment, violently trembled. As if billions of earth dragons, dormant for eons, had simultaneously stirred. The dozens of critical restriction nodes previously skillfully dismantled and redirected by Lin Yuan using the Human Emperor's Blessing, Netherworld Eye, and the divine power of his 2 wives. Now, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, suddenly erupted with boundless, devastating divine light. Scarlet, gold, black. 3 terrifying pillars of energy representing the drought-demon's divine fire, the Human Emperor's righteous chi, and the underworld cycle of rebirth surged skyward like 3 primordial swords that split the heavens, tearing through the void. Immediately after, crimson, azure, violet, white. Killing array patterns of every hue spread like living creatures from beneath the earth, intertwining and connecting. The ancient and terrifying aura of the killing array awoke completely in that instant. Like a primordial beast imprisoned for eons, it has broken free from all chains, bearing its most ferocious fangs. Golden light blazed like a billion indestructible swords of judgment, tearing through the heavens and piercing through flesh and bone. Malevolent energy transformed into boundless infernal hells, scorching divine souls and obliterating true spirits. A terrifying torrent of composite energy, mingled with the boundless resentment and bloodlust left behind from ancient battlefields, roared forth like an apocalyptic river unleashed from its floodgates. In an instant, it engulfed the 3 supreme factions Jianshan, Ingo, and Xuanyuan who had just charged into this trap zone without time to react. Along with the tens of thousands of elite ghost armies and corpse armies under their command, were utterly and completely swallowed whole. No. This is a trap. We've fallen into the trap. The Wheel King's roar, a mix of fury and terror, filled with endless regret and dread. The sound lasted but an instant. He was completely engulfed by the world-shattering energy storm and countless array runes. Not even a ripple could be stirred. The entire world was left bathed in blinding, searing light. And a soul-shaking roar of annihilation. Chapter 57, Within the Forbidden Array, Execution of the Minister Pangu's Essence. Blood returns to Lin Yuan. The eternal killing array erupted with a thunderous roar. Lin Yuan's meticulously laid trap of bait and switch scheme revealed its most terrifying fangs at this very moment. The Forbidden Zone instantly transformed into a true realm of utter death. Billions of array runes swirled and intertwined, weaving an endless sea of destructive light. Golden divine light poured forth, specifically designed to vanquish dark spirits and ghostly specters. The crimson, drought-demon's heaven-scorching true flame churned into a raging inferno, consuming all life. Black, 9 netherworlds reincarnation death chi solidified into chains that darted through the air, snatching souls and obliterating true spirits. Countless hidden ancient sword formations, thunder formations, and soul-binding arrays. Cleverly linked and activated by Lin Yuan. Layers upon layers, endless killing intent. Ah! Help me! What kind of hellhole is this? Piercing screams echoed in waves. Whether it was the savage ghost soldiers commanded by Ingo, or the 10 halls of the Wheel Guard that the Wheel King prided himself on. Faced with these highly targeted, maximally potent composite killing formations, they were as worthless as dirt. Slaughtered in droves. Their souls scattered to the winds. Unable to muster even a shred of resistance. Their soul energy, corpse-chi, and resentment were instead absorbed by the Great Formation, transformed into nourishment for its operation, further amplifying the killing array's power. At the core of the Forbidden Formation, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his expression stern. The illusory form of the human emperor banner flickered behind him, radiating the imperial majesty that suppressed all evils. Lin Yuan's netherworld eyes were already operating at full capacity, scrutinizing every minute change throughout the entire formation. Whoosh! Ji Tiannu, clad in crimson gold court robes, flew over and stood gracefully to Lin Yuan's left. The divine flames of the drought demon surged around her, blocking out any lingering aftereffects that dared approach. Her phoenix-like eyes held a deadly glint as she coldly watched the 3 great leaders, now disheveled and battered, dashing wildly left and right within the formation. Meng Sanqi, meanwhile, leaned lazily against Lin Yuan's right side. With a gentle flick of her white-gloved hand, and the phantom of the river of oblivion swirled around her, the power of reincarnation flowing ceaselessly. Any attack attempting to disturb her was dissolved invisibly within 3 feet of her, even being swallowed back. Ha! Meng Sanqi held a playful smile. She watched with keen interest the spectacle her man had orchestrated. Jiang Chen! You old dog, how dare you covet the human emperor banner? Today marks the day of your demise. Lin Yuan's voice boomed like a divine decree from the heavens, echoing clearly throughout every corner of the formation. Lin Yuan, you brat! You dare betray me! Jiang Chen roared with earth-shaking fury, unleashing his corpse energy to its absolute limit. His corpse, as sturdy as divine metal, was now covered in dense golden scorch marks and black patterns of death energy. Clearly, he had suffered a heavy blow during the earlier array's eruption. The blood-red bone spear in his hand whirled wildly. He tried to tear through the surrounding array barriers. Yet with every layer he shattered, more bizarre formations piled upon the ruins. Endless, seemingly without limit. Lin Yuan! I will never forgive you! Ingo roared with equal ferocity. His once proud invincible Vajra physique now glowed dimly, covered in fine, intricate cracks. The wheel-turning king's face turned ashen, his heart filled with bitter regret. He never imagined that after all his meticulous planning, he would ultimately fall at the hands of this greenhorn youth. And in such a humiliating manner. This boy must not be spared. A murderous intent surged in the wheel-turning king's eyes. But what dominated him more was sheer terror. Lin Yuan paid no heed to their curses and threats. His divine sense raced, whispering telepathically to Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi beside him. Tiannu, Sanqi. This formation is powerful, but trapping 3 SSS-tier-old monsters simultaneously demands immense energy. We must strike swiftly and decisively, prioritizing the elimination of one of them. Ji Tiannu's beautiful eyes narrowed. Which one do you wish to deal with first, my lord? Meng Sanqi also turned to look at Lin Yuan, awaiting his decision. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Jiang Chen. His Panga corpse is most sensitive to the aura of the human emperor banner and is most suppressed by the human Dao imperial might here. Moreover, though his corpse's aura is potent, his primordial essence is incomplete. As a vengeful spirit, he is far from perfect. Celestial Maiden, you bear the bloodline of the human emperor, and the Dryad divine fire is supremely yang and supremely fierce. It possesses a natural counter to him. Sanqi, your power of reincarnation can erode his indestructible corpse nature and sever his life force. The 3 of us combined, harnessing the power of this great formation, shall first utterly annihilate him here. Agreed. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi responded in unison, their eyes blazing with battle intent. The next moment, Lin Yuan's hand seals shifted once more. Formation activated. Human Emperor Dragon Lock. Roar! 9 colossal golden dragons, forged from the purest imperial dragon chi, roared forth from the formation. The majestic dragon might surged forth. In an instant, he tightly bound and imprisoned the enraged Jiang Chen. Roar! You think mere chains can bind this lord? Jiang Chen thrashed wildly, unleashing terrifying strength from his corpse that shattered the golden dragon into pieces. But it only bought him a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Now! Lin Yuan roared fiercely. Drought-demon's heaven-scorching seal. Ji Tiannu cried out in a shrill voice. Her jade-like hands formed a seal. An ancient, majestic seal blazing with fiery crimson gold divine flames descended from the heavens, carrying the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all ages. It slammed down fiercely upon Jiang Chen, who was temporarily trapped. Reincarnation Extinction Finger. Meng Sanqi also struck simultaneously. Her slender jade fingers flickered through the air. A jet-black finger beam, imbued with the true essence of endless death and reincarnation, defied spatial distance, striking with pinpoint accuracy toward Jiang Chen's vital forehead. No! Jiang Chen roared in despair. The shadow of death had never felt so close. Boom! The burning heaven seal descended, the reincarnation finger pierced through. Compounded by the simultaneous eruption of countless slaughter patterns within the grand formation. Even Jiang Chen, the progenitor of zombies, possessing the unnatural physique of Pango's corpse. Under Lin Yuan's meticulously planned fatal strike, he could not escape his doom. Behold! The formidable Pango corpse shattered inch by inch, like porcelain struck by 10,000 divine thunderbolts. Primordial corpse chi gushed forth like a bursting river. Finally, amidst the endless interplay of light and darkness, it was utterly reduced to ashes. The progenitor of all zombies thus met its end. At the very instant Jiang Chen was utterly annihilated. At the original spot, a cluster roughly the size of a fist, radiating boundless vitality and colossal primal force, suddenly materialized. Within the blood, a shadowy form resembling Pango splitting heaven and earth seemed to be evolving. Pango's blood SSS-Rank. Seize! Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with intense light. He was already prepared. The illusory form of the human emperor banner suddenly swept out. Coordinated with a specially crafted jade purification base he had prepared long ago. Before the remnants of the formation or others could detect the cluster of Pango's blood, Lin Yuan seized it with lightning speed, successfully securing it. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. So swift that even Ingo and the wheel-turning king, currently entangled with Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi, failed to notice it in time. At that moment, with Jiang Chen's demise, the pressure of the entire eternal killing array suddenly eased by nearly 30%. Yet the formation's operation did not cease. Instead, having absorbed the immense energy dispersed by Jiang Chen's demise, it grew even more ferocious. Jiang Chen, dead? Ingo and Xuanyuan finally comprehended the reality, their hearts simultaneously surging with an indescribable dread. And a sense of shared misfortune, a feeling akin to the fox mourning the rabbit's demise. Chapter 58, The Netherworld Eye seals the Vajra body. Ingo enters the wheel of rebirth in bitterness. Jiang Chen, fallen. The progenitor of all zombies. Truly, under Lin Yuan's calculated scheme. Both form and spirit annihilated. Like a nuclear explosion of unimaginable magnitude, it detonated within the hearts of Ingo and the wheel-turning king. Shock. Horrifying. Unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Ingo's shrill laughter pierced the air. The Yin energy and corpse chi surged around him with unprecedented intensity. Lin Yuan, you little brat, thank you for ridding this sovereign of such a troublesome foe. Now, hand over the human emperor banner and Jiang Chen's primordial essence blood without a fight. I may spare your life. The ghostly green eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. It seemed to already envision the scene of devouring all existence and achieving supreme dominance. Meanwhile, the Wheel King's face darkened to the point of dripping with menace. His apprehension and murderous intent toward Lin Yuan had reached their peak. This youth was far too monstrous. Cunning beyond measure, ruthless in his methods. If allowed to grow unchecked, he would become a grave threat to the underworld in the future. He could even become the Wheel King's greatest adversary. After all, Lin Yuan is Meng Sanqi's husband. And he, the wheel-turning king, has always been at odds with that woman, Meng Sanqi. However, their relationship hasn't deteriorated to the point of mortal enmity. After all, they were both part of the system. They were bound to cross paths again. But the wheel-turning king refused to accept being outmaneuvered. He refused to accept that the treasure right before his eyes had slipped through his fingers. With his pride as one of the 10 kings of hell, he must fight for it. The wheel-turning king's thoughts raced, and in an instant, he made his decision. He held nothing back. The power of reincarnation surged forth from his entire being without restraint. A colossal phantom of the 6 realms' wheel of rebirth slowly materialized behind him, radiating an aura that suppressed the ages and judged all beings. Lin Yuan, you set this deadly trap to lure us into the snare. You deserve 1,000 deaths. But this king dares not hold it against you. Hand over the human emperor banner, and I shall depart immediately. The voice of the wheel-turning king was icy cold. Lin Yuan observed this. A mocking sneer curled at the corners of his mouth. Treasures belong to those of virtue. My human emperor banner originates from the yellow emperor Xuanyuan. My wife, Ji Tiannu, is none other than the Yellow Emperor's daughter. Thus, it is but returning to its rightful owner. King of the Wheel, why cling so stubbornly to this? Then, Lin Yuan swiftly drew a jade vial from his bosom. Swallow 1 drop of the crimson gold, Pango's blood, directly into your mouth. Not to refine it. Merely ingesting a faint trace of its essence. Boom! An indescribable, earth-shattering terror erupted within his body. Lin Yuan felt his bones crack and snap throughout his entire body. His flesh, blood, and tendons were strengthening and transforming at an unimaginable speed. The S-rank talent, Netherworld Divine Body, was fully activated in that instant, frantically absorbing the essence of Pangu's blood. Physical strength, regenerative power. Within mere breaths, they surged several-fold. There were even faint signs of the embryonic form of the Panga Dharma image beginning to coalesce. Though this was merely a temporary burst, likely to be followed by significant aftereffects. But for now, it was more than enough to handle the immediate crisis. I'll deal with that old bastard. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with murderous intent, her battle spirit soaring. She had long disliked the pretentious old fool, the wheel-turning king. Vermilion divine flames shot skyward. Transforming into a vivid, fiery phoenix, it let out a piercing cry and lunged fiercely toward the wheel-turning king. 3-7. That old zombie Ingou and I will take care of him together. He claims to be indestructible, but I refuse to believe it. Nothing in this world is truly flawless. Lin Yuan's gaze burned intensely as he looked at Meng Sanqi. Meng Sanqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She could sense that after swallowing that mysterious essence blood, Lin Yuan's entire aura had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. That raw, primal power born from the very essence of life even sent a shiver down the spine of this SSS-tier sovereign. Rest assured, my lord. Today, I'll make that ancient corpse understand what true despair truly means. Meng Sanqi's fierce command echoed as the power of the underworld cycle unleashed without restraint. The phantom of the river of oblivion surged and roared. The bridge of despair spanned the void. The stone of 3 lives glowed with a ghostly light. She charged headlong into the ferocious Ingou. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, pushing his S-rank talent, the Netherworld Gaze, to its absolute limit. He must find Ingou's weakness. Ingou's invincible Vajra physique was forged through ancient secret arts. It had also fused with some peculiar celestial and terrestrial essence. Its defensive power was truly astonishing. Although Meng Sanqi's reincarnation divine ability could steadily erode its corpse energy and vitality, it was difficult to inflict fatal wounds upon him in the short term. Instead, Meng Sanqi was forced back repeatedly by Ingou's ferocious assaults. Ha ha ha! Lady Meng, is that all you've got? Hand over that brat and the treasure now, and I might spare you a whole corpse. Ingou's triumphant laughter grew louder as his assault intensified. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. The glow of the Netherworld eye grew ever brighter. Empowered by the Pango blood, Ingou's corpse appeared before his eyes as an intricate model composed of countless energy nodes and lines of law. Finally, in the instant Ingou unleashed his full power, attempting to repel Meng Sanqi, Lin Yuan's nether eye detected an almost imperceptible fluctuation anomaly. That anomaly lay 3 inches below the heart, on Ingou's left chest. There lay an ancient sword scar long healed, yet bearing an eternal imprint in the deepest layers. That's it. It must be the wound left by His Majesty the Yellow Emperor with the Xuanyuan divine sword. This is the sole, and most fatal, weak point on his invincible body. Lin Yuan's heart surged with elation as he immediately relayed this discovery to Meng Sanqi. Sanqi. Strike 3 inches below his heart on the left side. That spot still holds the remnants of the Xuanyuan sword's piercing intent. Meng Sanqi's beautiful eyes flashed with sudden brilliance upon hearing this. She trusted Lin Yuan's judgment implicitly. Old devil Ingou. Prepare to die. Meng Sanqi let out a fierce cry as the power of the Wheel of Rebirth surged wildly within her. Her jade-like hand gestured through the air. From the surging phantom of the river of oblivion, she forcibly extracted a strand of the most ruthless, soul-shattering water. Legend held this water was formed from the accumulated obsessions of beings and the malevolent energies of heaven and earth that had settled at the bottom of the river of oblivion for billions of years. It possessed an ultimate restraining power against all demons, spirits, and ghosts. Meng Sanqi then activated her own Wheel of Rebirth fruit. Muttering incantations, he forcibly simulated the supreme sword intent of the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's earth-shattering strike from ancient times. Though it was but a faint, embryonic trace of that sword intent, combined with the demon-slaying soul-purifying water and her own terrifying SSS-tier cultivation, its power was already earth-shattering. Edict of Reincarnation, Xuanyuan Exorcism. Condensed to its absolute limit. As if it could sever 3 lifetimes of karma. A blue water sword shattering the eternal cycle of reincarnation erupted from Meng Sanqi's fingertips. Its target pointed directly at Ingou's vital weak spot, locked in place by Lin Yuan's Netherworld Gaze. No! A warning bell rang frantically within Ingou's heart. An unprecedented death threat enveloped him. He tried to dodge. But every ounce of his vital energy had been completely locked down by Meng Sanchi's sword. There was no escape. Put. The blue water sword pierced through Ingo's formidable corpse. Ah! Ingo's inhuman scream. A fist-sized hole gaped open in his left chest. Black-purple corpse blood, mixed with shattered entrails, gushed forth violently. His invincible body was dissolving at a visible pace. Xuanyuan's sword intent. The power to shatter magic. This was the true terror capable of threatening his very essence. Meng Pa. Lin Yuan. Even as a ghost, I will never let you off the hook. Ingo roared with venomous hatred, attempting to ignite his essence in a final, desperate struggle. But how could Meng Sanchi give him another chance? 9 Netherworld's reincarnation prison suppression array, activate. Meng Sanchi waved her hand. The illusory forms of the 3 supreme treasures of the Netherworld, the Bridge of Despair, the River of Oblivion, and the Stone of 3 Lives crashed down with thunderous force, transforming into a terrifying vortex of an array radiating the infinite suction power of endless reincarnation. It violently tore apart and devoured the gravely wounded Ingo, along with all his scattered remnant souls and corpse chi. No! Amidst endless despair and unwillingness, Ingo, the primordial zombie ancestor who had roamed the underworld for countless ages, was brutally cast into the deepest depths of the legendary 18 layers of hell, where rebirth is forever denied. Day after day, night after night, he was refined by the grinding power of the Wheel of Rebirth until every trace of his existence was utterly obliterated. Huff! Meng Sanchi's fair face paled slightly. Clearly, the series of explosive attacks had taken a significant toll on her. Yet the joy in her beautiful eyes was impossible to conceal. With Ingo gone, another being capable of directly challenging her within the underworld had been eliminated. And all of this was thanks to the man by her side, the one who always managed to create miracles. At that very moment, on the other battlefield, a startling change unfolded. The battle between the wheel-turning king and Ji Tiannu was nearing its decisive moment. But the moment King Xuanyuan sensed Ingo being suppressed, a fierce urge to retreat surged within him. He knew the tide had turned. Chapter 59, The Yama Lords intervene, the human emperor banner finds a new master. Ingo was subdued. This outcome, like the final straw, it completely snapped the taut string within the wheel-turning king's heart. His battle against Ji Tiannu had already been unfavorable. Moreover, Ji Tiannu bore the bloodline of the human emperor. She wielded the divine fire of the drought-demon. She was the natural nemesis of a dark, demonic entity like himself. And what's more, Ji Tiannu's fighting spirit surged like a rainbow now, her attacks growing fiercer with each wave, a reckless, all-or-nothing style. She showed no signs of being pregnant. Relying on his profound cultivation, the wheel-turning king struggled to hold his ground with the illusory form of the 6 Paths Wheel of Rebirth. The situation had long been perilous. Now, Ingo had been banished to the underworld. He stood alone in battle, facing the 3 formidable adversaries Lin Yuan, Ji Tiannu, and Meng Sanchi. He saw not a shred of hope for victory. Damn it! Who the hell is this Lin Yuan? How could he possibly command 2 SSS tier heroines to fight to the death for him? And he's even obtained Zhang Chen's Pangu blood. The Wheel King's heart raced with shock and fury. But what overwhelmed him most was a deep sense of injustice and resentment. As the mighty Lord of the 10 Hells, master of the Wheel of Rebirth, when had he ever suffered such utter disgrace? Xuanyuan, Mengpa. Do you truly intend to fight this king to the bitter end? If you push this king too far, I'll take everything down with me. No one will escape unscathed. The wheel-turning king roared, his voice a hollow echo of his own fury. The ethereal image of the Wheel of 6 Realms. Its radiance surged violently, emitting a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Evidently, he was preparing to unleash some ultimate, mutually destructive forbidden technique. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. He could not afford for the human emperor banner to suffer any damage from these ancient monsters' self-destruction. He was about to signal Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi to stop the Wheel King at all costs. At this critical moment, King of the Wheel, please calm your anger. Fellow cultivators, please hold your thunderous fury for now. A voice old and serene, yet imbued with profound compassion, echoed down from beyond the heavens. Immediately after, projections of will, each radiating distinct cosmic laws, yet equally formidable projections of will tore through the void, descending upon this ravaged forbidden zone. Qin Guangwang, King Chu Jiang, Song Emperor, King of Equality, King of the Metropolis. 9 figures whose aura was as deep as the ocean. The illusory forms of Yama, representing the supreme authority of the Netherworld, all appeared at once. Their gazes swept across the battlefield with complex expressions. Ultimately, all eyes settled upon the wheel-turning king and the trio of Lin Yuan. Clearly, this earth-shattering battle had long since stirred these reclusive underworld overlords. They had likely been observing from the shadows all along. Until now, when things spiraled out of control, they were finally compelled to intervene and mediate. King of the Wheel of Rebirth, your obsession runs too deep. Xuanyuan, the foremost among the Yama kings, spoke slowly, his voice tinged with admonishment. The human emperor banner is a supreme treasure of the mortal realm. Though it bears some connection to our netherworld, it is not something we spirits can forcefully claim. Moreover, young friend Lin Yuan carries the human emperor's legacy. With the support of the drought-demoness and Taoist friend Mengpa, he is destined by heaven. If you persist in this course, you will only plunge our netherworld into greater turmoil. Countless souls will suffer calamity, and the order of reincarnation will be disrupted. This is not the course of a wise man, nor the duty of a Yama. The other Yama lords nodded in agreement. Their words were polite enough. The collective pressure they exerted was unmistakable. Today's situation was no longer something the wheel-turning king could control alone. Lin Yuan's faction was unstoppable. If it were only Lin Yuan and the heavenly maiden Baiji, the other Yama kings could easily side with the wheel-turning king. But alas, there is also Mengpa within the system. They couldn't afford to push things too far. If they truly forced the wheel-turning king into a mutually assured destruction with them, the very foundations of the entire netherworld would be shaken. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. The wheel-turning king's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. His expression shifted erratically. The joint mediation of the Yama lords effectively severed his last shred of hope for a comeback. To continue fighting would not only be pointless, but could very well lead to his complete destruction here. Good. 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 The wheel-turning king, enraged to the point of laughter, uttered 3 resounding goods. He shot Lin Yuan a venomous glare. His gaze swept over Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi. Finally, his gaze settled upon the shadowy figure of the 9th Lord of Hell in the sky. This day's favor shall be etched in this king's memory. Xin Guang, I hope your choices today will not bring shame upon the underworld in the future. With that, he swept his hand sharply, retracting the illusory 6 realms wheel. To his remaining wheel guards already decimated by death and injury he barked. Let's go. Wait. Let's establish a contract first. You, Sai, same as before, stop causing trouble. King of the Wheel. Under the collective mediation and friendly negotiations of the Yama lords, King of the Wheel ultimately had no choice but to yield. He was forced to swear a solemn oath by the river Styx. For 1,000 years, under no circumstances shall he provoke the Hall of Mengpa, the Palace of the Barren Land, or any faction affiliated with Lin Yuan. Should his subordinates encounter disciples of the aforementioned 3 factions, they must retreat 3 encampments. For the recent incident in the Forbidden Zone, all losses shall be borne solely by the Wheel of Life Palace. Furthermore, 3,000 li of the lower reaches of the river of the underworld and 10 shadow mines must be ceded to the Hall of Mengpa as compensation. After swearing this oath, King Xuanyuan, accompanied by his remnants of defeated soldiers and a heart nearly bleeding dry, retreated from the Forbidden Zone in utter disarray. Clearly, this feud was now set in stone. Lin Yuan, however, couldn't care less. A defeated foe was nothing to fret over. When his power grew stronger in the future, he would pay a visit to the Wheel Palace to exact revenge for today's intimidation. With the Wheel King's forces retreating in disarray, the entire core restricted zone of the Human Emperor banner finally settled into complete stillness. Only Lin Yuan, Ji Tiannu, and Meng Sanqi remained. And the Human Emperor banner, suspended silently mid-air, radiating an ancient and colossal imperial dragon aura. It seemed to sense the departure of all external threats. Or perhaps drawn by the increasingly pure essence of the Human Emperor's blessing, talent within Lin Yuan, and the powerful pull of the Pango blood essence he had just absorbed. The Human Emperor banner, long dusted by the passage of time and even somewhat tattered, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling golden light. Upon its surface, countless ancient totems and runes began to flow of their own accord. Vaguely, one could almost witness the epic, sweeping panorama of the ancient human emperor leading his people through trials and tribulations. A profound sense of kinship and recognition radiated from within the Human Emperor banner, binding itself to Lin Yuan's soul. The next instant, under the astonished gazes of Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi, the Human Emperor banner, bearing the destiny of humanity, transformed into a dazzling golden divine radiance. It actively merged into the sea of consciousness within Lin Yuan's brow. It completed its initial recognition with his divine soul. Human Emperor banner damaged, requires repair, SSS grade. Lin Yuan felt a boundless torrent of information surge into his mind. Simultaneously, the Imperial Dragon Qi began nourishing both his divine soul and physical body. His mastery over the Human Emperor banner instantly surged several tiers higher. His strength seemed to have surged significantly, almost imperceptibly. A bold ambition surged within him, a conviction that among heaven, earth, and humanity, only the human way held supreme authority. However, as Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, he suddenly realized Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi, these 2 peerlessly beautiful SSS tier heroines, stood gracefully on either side of him. Their gazes held a complex, indescribable blend of tenderness and scrutiny strikingly identical. Both pairs of eyes were fixed on him, In the air, the thick tension that had been temporarily suppressed by their shared adversary was quietly spreading once more. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "This is bad. The real domestic affairs were only just beginning." Chapter 60, Family Banquet in Mengpo's Hall. Twin beauties skillfully debate wives' rights. The turmoil at the human emperor's banner Forbidden Grounds temporarily subsided. Lin Yuan fused with the divine banner, obtaining Pango's blood. Truly, this journey to the netherworld yielded earth-shattering rewards. Yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The greatest trial had only just begun. Mengpo's Hall, rising majestically beside the river of oblivion. Today, a tension unlike any other day permeated the air. Inner hall. Around the circular table, Lin Yuan sat upright in the center. Like sitting on pins and needles. Like thorns in his back. Walking on thin ice. To his left sat Ji Tiannu, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with a hint of menace, yet her lips curved in a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. She wore a crimson gold court robe, radiating opulent grace. Though the divine flames of the drought-demon had receded from her body, her imposing presence remained overwhelming. To his right stood Meng Sanchi, her smile charming yet tinged with a hint of hidden resentment in her eyes. Today, she wore a simple, elegant moon-white gown. Her hair was loosely gathered in a bun. A few strands of dark hair fell softly by her cheeks, adding to her already captivating beauty. Two peerlessly radiant SSS tier heroines whose beauty outshone the bizarre world. At this moment, they were harmoniously. A family banquet. Has my sister been comfortable in the underworld? Ji Tiannu lifted the 3 live soul tea specially supplied by Mengpo's Hall, sipped it gently, and spoke in a gentle tone, as if she truly cared for her own sister. Sister, you worry too much. Meng Sanchi's jade-like fingers deftly plucked a pastry, placing it in her mouth with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Though my Mengpa Hall may not rival the grandeur of your Crimson Earth Palace, it offers a serene and unhurried existence. It's just that lately, mundane worldly matters have been troubling my heart. As she spoke, her eyes, like autumn water, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He hastily raised his wine cup to mask his awkwardness. Here it comes. The main event begins. Ji Tiannu set down her teacup with a soft clink. In the quiet inner chamber, the sound rang out with striking clarity. Oh? Worldly affairs? If you have any troubles, little sister, feel free to share them with your elder sister. As your elder sister, perhaps I might ease your burdens a little? The word burden was pronounced with deliberate clarity. Meng Sanchi covered her mouth and laughed softly. Sister, you jest. How could I dare trouble you with my petty little troubles? It's just that, some people, once they find new love, forget the old. After lingering in this Mengpa Hall for days, he's grown so content he's nearly forgotten his own child's mother. The moment these words left her lips, the temperature in the air plummeted by dozens of degrees. Crack! Ji Tiannu's jade-like fingers tightened slightly around her teacup. Lin Yuan felt a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent emanating simultaneously from both of his wives beside him. His scalp prickled, and he quickly cleared his throat, attempting to smooth things over. Ahem. Sanchi, Tiannu, the dishes at today's family banquet are truly exquisite. We should just eat first. He then picked up his chopsticks and served dishes to both of his lovely wives. However, neither wife touched their chopsticks. Their gazes remained locked in a fierce standoff, as if countless blades and swords clashed in the void. Sister, you are mistaken. Ji Tiannu remained gentle and composed. Yet clearly, she was suppressing her anger. My husband is a dragon among men, with a heart for the world. His journey to the underworld is to defeat a great enemy, to safeguard the realm of deception, and above all, for the sake of our unborn child. Her jade-like hand gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen. A maternal glow and a proud assertion of ownership flashed in her eyes. My husband and I are bound by heaven and earth, joined as husband and wife by blood. How could mere new flames and old loves compare? Meng Sanchi heard these words. Her charming face remained unblemished by the smile. Yet the chill in her eyes deepened by threefold. Sister speaks most wisely. My husband has indeed come on official business. But my husband and I have also sworn an eternal marriage vow upon this stone of 3 lives. Protected by the laws of the netherworld, we are the rightful rulers of the underworld, the joint sovereigns of reincarnation. She flickered her wrist lightly. The law force symbolizing Mengpo's authority quietly manifested, radiating a terrifying aura that commanded the submission of all ghosts. Sister, you are of the mortal realm, and I hold you in some respect. But this place, after all, is my netherworld. With my husband here, it is only fitting that I, as the host, should tend to him properly. As for the child within your womb. Meng Sanchi shifted her tone, a hint of mockery in her voice. As the ruler of the netherworld, overseeing the cycle of reincarnation, I possess considerable expertise in matters of bestowing children, safeguarding pregnancies, and guiding souls to the afterlife. Should my sister require any assistance, I shall offer my full support without reservation. After all, your husband's child is half my own, isn't it? These words, seemingly magnanimous, were in fact laced with hidden barbs. You, Ji Tiannu, can bear children. I, Meng Sanqi, can help raise them. And when the child is born, if you're too busy to care for it, I can help raise it. You. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes finally couldn't contain the rage, and a flash of crimson gold divine flame flickered. The temperature within the inner hall shot up instantly. Lin Yuan felt his eyebrows were nearly singed off. Two SSS tier wives engaged in a fierce verbal duel, trading barbs back and forth. From legal principles to emotional reasoning, then to raw power. Even the educational philosophy for their future children, the direction of their faction's development, and even Lin Yuan's own preferences all became topics of their heated debate. The entire inner chamber of Mengpo's hall was thick with an almost suffocating tension. The ghost attendants nearby were already scared out of their wits, wishing they could vanish on the spot to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lin Yuan was pinned in the center. He felt a headache coming on. One moment they were lavishing praise on Ji Tiannu for her profound wisdom and maternal grace. The next moment, he was extolling Meng Sanqi's wisdom and mastery over the underworld. Flattery poured out like water. His survival instinct was off the charts. You're all the apples of my eye, equally cherished. We are one harmonious, loving family united against outsiders, forging glory together. Once my cultivation reaches its peak, I'll conquer the entire realm of the uncanny and present it to my two beloved wives as their private garden. However, his efforts yielded little result. The two female leads' negotiations maintained a veneer of decorum on the surface, yet beneath it all, they had long been locked in a tense standoff. Neither would yield an inch. Finally, just as Lin Yuan felt his very soul was about to be torn apart by this invisible battlefield, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi, almost in unison, simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. Their gazes were deeply meaningful, carrying an uncompromising resolve that brooked no argument. Ji Tiannu's voice was cool and detached. Husband, tonight is a perfect night. It's been a long time since we properly consolidated our Dao foundations. Meng Sanqi's eyes narrowed seductively. My darling, the moonlight is perfect tonight. My Dao bed is far more comfortable than this cold jade table. It would be ideal for us to contemplate the yin-yang Dao together. Lin Yuan. Here we go again. The ultimate life or death question. This wasn't merely a choice of where to rest anymore. This was clearly demanding he choose sides immediately, declaring his status as either the main wife or the concubine. Lin Yuan felt darkness close in before his eyes. He sighed, what a torment. Chapter 61, clever words resolved the crisis. Husband and wife contemplate the way together. The atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Lin Yuan felt as though he stood between two volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Ji Tiannu's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent. Beneath her crimson palace robes, her delicate curves were now taut as a bowstring. The parched demon flame, potent enough to incinerate the 9 netherworlds, danced restlessly within 3 feet of her. My husband, such a beautiful moment, do not let it go to waste. Her voice was crisp and clear. Her expression conveyed, if you don't choose me, tonight I'll show you why the flowers are so red. To the right, Meng Sanqi's jade-like fingers rested gently upon Lin Yuan's arm. My dear, just tell me, will you keep me company tonight? Her tone carried a hint of reproach, yet it felt more like a tender ultimatum. Lin Yuan. This wasn't about choosing to sleep with her. This was clearly choosing how to die tonight. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Yuan's temples. Whichever one he chose now, he would inevitably offend the other. Given the temperaments and possessiveness of these two SSS tier rulers, the consequences were unimaginable. This damn choice was utterly impossible. Stand your ground? That's suicide. Run away? That's a dead end too. We need a foolproof plan. One that temporarily satisfies both sides. Or at least a reason to save face. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed wildly through Lin Yuan's mind. Each one was instantly extinguished. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Ji Tian's phoenix-like eyes grew colder and colder. Meng Sanqi's smile grew more and more amused. The pressure crashed down like a collapsing mountain. Cough cough. Lin Yuan forced himself to steady his nerves. A flash of insight struck his mind. He clapped his hands sharply, his face lighting up with sudden understanding. His tone carried 3 parts urgency and 7 parts sincerity. Celestial Maiden, Sanqi. What a memory I have. I nearly forgot the most important matter. Both SSS tier heroines froze, their eyes flickering with suspicion. His sudden exaggerated gestures and words successfully halted the explosive momentum about to erupt from Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes, each carrying different meanings yet equally piercing, fixed on Lin Yuan simultaneously. Husband, what has you so flustered? Ji Tiannu's phoenix brows furrowed slightly. Meng Sanqi's crimson lips parted. My dear, are you up to some trick again? Lin Yuan inwardly cursed his luck, yet his expression betrayed nothing. He sprang up from the cushion with a sharp movement. He paced back and forth in the quiet chamber, his expression grave. My dear wives, please understand.
During my journey to the Netherworld, though I was fortunate enough to obtain the Human Emperor banner, I also caught a glimpse of the profound mysteries of the Pangu blood. At the mention of Pangu's blood, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi's eyes both narrowed slightly. They knew full well how utterly transcendent this artifact was. After all, a single drop of Pangu's lingering blood gave birth to Zhang Chen, one of the 4 primordial ancestors. If one could absorb and refine it, Lin Yuan would at the very least become an SSS tier powerhouse. At this moment, Lin Yuan observed this, thinking to himself, this could work. But both these artifacts are divine treasures that defy the heavens. The energy and laws contained within them are boundless, intricate, and profound. My cultivation is still too shallow. Forcing them into my body would be like adding fuel to the fire. My foundation is already unstable. Lin Yuan beat his chest in frustration, looking utterly regretful. If I don't promptly sort and harmonize them to make them my own, at best my cultivation will stagnate, at worst I risk exploding from the pressure or falling into madness. As Lin Yuan spoke, he quietly activated the trace of Pangu's blood essence within him, a fragment he hadn't fully refined yet. He deliberately provoked a slight clash between it and the power of his S-rank, omniscient life-death parasite domain, and the nascent form of the Underworld Soul Master. In an instant, a chaotic and slightly violent aura began to spill uncontrollably from his body. Though merely a trace, it was enough for Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi to clearly sense it. Ji Tiannu extended her jade-like hand, placing it upon Lin Yuan's wrist pulse as her divine sense probed inward. Moments later, her delicate brows furrowed, and a look of concern spread across her lovely face. Husband, why didn't you tell me sooner? On the other side, Meng Sanchi also furrowed her delicate brows. That damn kid, always so sharp-witted, yet so reckless when it matters. She inwardly cursed him, yet couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If Lin Yuan were to come to any harm because of this. Seeing the moment was ripe, Lin Yuan sighed weakly. Alas, I feared my 2 beloved wives would worry, so I intended to endure this alone. Little did I expect this backlash to grow ever more perilous. His gaze swept across the faces of his 2 peerlessly beautiful wives. At this point, my dear wives, I can only humbly beg you both to lend your aid. How can we help you, husband? Ji Tiannu asked urgently. Meng Sanchi's expression was equally solemn. My dear, speak freely. Whatever I can do, I shall not refuse. A heavy weight lifted from Lin Yuan's heart. Clearing his throat, he spoke deliberately. My current state is this: within me rages the fury of Pangu's blood, while without, the human emperor's banner brings chaos. Both my divine soul and physical body teeter on the brink of collapse. My only hope lies in emulating the ancient sages, practicing the mutual nourishment of yin and yang, harmonizing the 5 elements. Specifically, he gazed deeply at Ji Tiannu. I must harness your supremely yang and supremely fierce Haba divine fire to purge the savage energy from Pangu's blood and temper my divine form. Then, turning to Meng Sanchi with equal intensity, I must also draw upon your profoundly yin and supremely gentle source of reincarnation to untangle the chaotic laws within the human emperor banner and soothe my restless divine soul. And most crucially, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and presented his true solution. This process is exceedingly perilous. I alone cannot possibly maintain the balance of yin and yang. It is imperative, absolutely imperative, that my 2 beloved wives join me in meditation. Only by uniting our 3 powers, merging our divine souls, can we guide those 2 forces to achieve perfect harmony and unity within my body. We shall jointly explore the great way, composing the symphony of yin and yang together. This is not merely to save your husband from peril, but to ensure we truly master these forces in the future for our future happiness. Lin Yuan's voice swelled with fervor. As if this 3-person cultivation were the sole righteous path concerning their very lives and the future of the great way. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi listened, utterly dumbfounded. Had they ever heard of such an unconventional method of healing? Yet Lin Yuan spoke with reason and conviction, his expression showing no sign of deception. Coupled with the energy imbalance they had sensed within Lin Yuan earlier, Ji Tiannu pondered for a moment before nodding first. Very well. If it can help my husband overcome this crisis, I will follow your lead. She shot Meng Sanchi a glance, her phoenix-like eyes still carrying an unmistakable warning. Meng Sanchi, however, giggled softly, her eyes narrowing seductively as she shot Lin Yuan a sly glance. That little rascal sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But 3 practicing together sounds not bad? Her crimson lips parted, her breath fragrant as orchids. Since it is for my husband's sake, I am naturally willing. But, her tone shifted as she turned to Ji Tiannu, a meaningful smile curling her lips. The primary and secondary roles must be clearly defined, you know. Lin Yuan. Great, back to square one. Still, at least the first hurdle was cleared. Seizing the momentum, he pressed on, no time to waste. Let's get started right away, heh. Meng Sanchi's beautiful eyes lit up as she readily agreed, very well. Ji Tiannu gave a cold snort but offered no further objection. A heart-stopping bedchamber duty crisis had been temporarily diffused by Lin Yuan in such an unusual manner. Yet, as the 3 walked side by side toward the deep, quiet chamber,
Lin Yuan felt the gazes coming from both sides. Some blazing hot as fire, others icy cold as frost, yet all carrying an intense possessive gaze. He knew. The path of the three to comprehend the Great Way was destined. Would be anything but peaceful. Chapter 62, Dragon Roars, Tiger Howls. The first refining of Pangu's blood. Deep within the Hall of Mengpa. The protective barrier woven from the power of reincarnation had completely severed this place from the outside world. Within the quiet chamber, a cold jade meditation cushion, about a foot square, emitted a faint chill. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged at its center. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi sat on either side of him, forming a subtle triangular formation. Husband, first try to awaken the trace of Pangu's blood essence. Ji Tiannu's voice broke the silence, her tone cool yet carrying an unquestionable professionalism. Remember, this blood carries the primal power that split heaven and earth. It is exceedingly perilous. You must use your own human emperor's destiny as the catalyst, proceeding with utmost caution. I shall use the true fire of the drought-demon to temper its primal ferocity for you. Meng Sanqi heard her words. His long lashes fluttered slightly and a faint smile curved his lips. Sister speaks wisely. However, my dear, when refining this bloodline, disturbances to your divine soul are inevitable. I shall shield your spiritual core with the power of reincarnation, ensuring your mind remains clear and untouched by demonic delusion. The two SSS tier wives exchanged words that seemed polite on the surface. In truth, a new round of competition for dominance had already begun. Each sought to demonstrate her irreplaceable value before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. Yet his expression remained solemn. Thank you both for your efforts, my dear wives. He gave a slight nod, then closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness sinking into his Dantian Shihai. The drop of Pangu's blood, carefully preserved within the jade purification base, now floated silently. Though it was but a single drop, it seemed to contain an entire primordial world within. Lin Yuan dared not delay. With a subtle stir of his divine sense, he carefully drew forth a strand of crimson gold blood essence from the drop of Pangu's blood, a thread 100 times finer than a strand of hair. The moment the blood essence left his body, an indescribable, terrifying pressure swept through the entire quiet chamber. It felt as though a primordial god or demon, slumbering for billions of years, had awakened in that instant. The very fabric of space within the chamber rippled, as if it might shatter at any moment. What an overbearing power! Even Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi couldn't help but wear solemn expressions. Lin Yuan grunted deeply, feeling every bone in his body groan and creak. That strand of blood energy raged through his body, threatening to tear his meridians apart. Even his S-class, underworld divine body, seemed stretched to its limits against this overwhelming force. Hold! Ji Tiannu commanded sharply. Her jade-like finger pointed into the air. A crimson gold flame lotus, condensed to its utmost purity, silently blossomed, precisely imprinting itself upon Lin Yuan's brow. The power of the true fire of the drought-demon surged into Lin Yuan's body, gentle yet overbearing. Like an indestructible dam, it began to sort and channel the raging Pangu blood essence. Where the flame passed, the savagery and malevolence within the blood essence were stripped away and incinerated, thread by thread. Only the purest, most primordial vitality and power remained. Still, Meng Sanqi also acted simultaneously. Her delicate hand swept upward, and a palm seal materialized from her palm. It was a simplified version of the reincarnation seal. A faint blue aura enveloped Lin Yuan like rippling water. A cool, vast force of reincarnation quietly seeped into Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. It gently soothed his restless soul, churned by the impact of Pangu's blood essence. It kept a sliver of clarity intact within his mind, preventing the terrifying energy from overwhelming him. The coordination between the two SSS tier wives was seamless. One focused externally, refining the blood essence to strengthen his sinews and bones. The other focused inward, anchoring his soul and stabilizing his essence. Lin Yuan felt as though he were caught between ice and fire. Half was the scorching heat that consumed all things. The other half, a soul-cleansing coolness. Pain and relief intertwined and coexisted. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the full power of his Emperor's blessing, innate talent. Using his own human Emperor Dragon Chi, not particularly powerful, yet imbued with a glimmer of righteous energy as a guide. With great effort, he slowly infused the thread of purified Pangu blood essence into every bone and muscle, every organ and viscera. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering and regenerating echoed relentlessly within his body. Each shattering brought unbearable agony. Each rebirth brought a profound sense of renewal and exhilaration. Arg! He had no idea how long it had been. A dragon's roar, as if echoing from primordial chaos, erupted violently from the depths of Lin Yuan's body. His already S-tier nether divine body, at this very moment, shattered yet another shackle. A dense network of crimson gold patterns, resembling dragon scales, began to emerge across his body. An aura of vastness, antiquity, and nobility surged forth. This was none other than the embryonic form of the Pangu dragon scale body. Immediately after. Roar! Another earth-shattering tiger roar. His great dragon spine seemed to come alive in that instant. Each vertebra shimmered with an indestructible jade-like radiance. Tiger roar golden bone marrow. The roar of the dragon and the tiger echoed endlessly within the quiet chamber. Lin Yuan's physical form was undergoing a frenzied transformation in an almost savage manner. His strength surged relentlessly. Defense was stacking layer upon layer. His recovery rate had reached an unimaginable level. Even the vital energy radiating from his body now carried a faint crimson gold aura, brimming with explosive potency. Xuanyuan and Meng Sanqi watched the scene unfold, their beautiful eyes brimming with unmasked awe and delight. They could clearly sense it. Lin Yuan's life essence was undergoing some kind of fundamental leap. This was no mere increase in strength. It felt more like an evolution of his very life form. My husband has actually fused the Pango blood to this extent. Ji Tiannu felt both astonished and overjoyed. Could this brat truly be the reincarnation of the great god Pangu? Meng Sanqi's beautiful eyes also sparkled with wonder. Finally, when that strand of Pangu's vital essence was fully refined and absorbed, the strange phenomena within the quiet chamber gradually subsided. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open. Two beams of crimson gold divine light, tangible as substance, erupted from his eyes, scorching 2-minute holes in the very void before him. Lin Yuan rose to his full height, feeling his entire body brimming with an unprecedented explosive power. As if a single punch could shatter stars. Huff! A breath of stale air escaped his lips, carrying the faint echo of a dragon's roar. My two beloved wives, thank you. Lin Yuan felt the surging power within him, as vast as the ocean, filling his heart with boundless heroism. A mere drop of Pango's blood had enhanced his physical strength by at least threefold. If he could fully refine that entire drop of Pango's blood, he dared not imagine just how powerful he would become. Good to know. Meng Sanqi withdrew her magical power, a barely perceptible weariness flickering across her fair face, yet she remained stubbornly defiant. If you dare take such risks again, don't expect me to intervene. Ji Tiannu nodded slightly. Beyond the relief in her phoenix-like eyes, there was a hint of probing curiosity. With your current physique, even ordinary SS-grade anomalies would struggle to scratch you. However, the power of Pangu's blood is fierce and overbearing. You must still work diligently to stabilize it. Do not rush for quick results. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. At that very moment, his expression shifted slightly. He distinctly sensed. Within his sea of consciousness, the quietly suspended, human emperor banner seemed to be stirred by the profound transformation of his physical form, and the allure of the newly awakened Pangu dragon scale body within him was now trembling far more intensely than before. As if some vital message was urgently trying to be conveyed. This opportunity must not be missed. Chapter 63, The Human Emperor Banner, Divine Sense uncovers hidden secrets. This newly awakened aura of the Pangu dragon scale body seemed to resonate strangely with the human emperor banner within his sea of consciousness. Lin Yuan was instantly filled with delight. That ancient banner was now vibrating violently at an unprecedented frequency. The vast dragon energy of the human way it emitted was now several times more potent than before. It seems the time has come to investigate. Lin Yuan made up his mind. He turned to Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi beside him. His expression grew solemn. Tiannu, Sanqi, I sense unusual activity in the human emperor banner. This likely relates to the refinement of Pangu's blood earlier, which has enhanced its aura. I wish to seize this opportunity to attempt communication with it once more, to see if I can glimpse its secrets. I ask you both to stand guard and protect me. A flicker of anticipation and solemnity also passed through Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes. The human emperor banner was a legacy from her father, and she naturally desired more than anyone else to restore its ancient divine might. My lord, proceed with confidence. With this palace here, no petty intruder shall disturb you in the slightest. Meng Sanqi yawned lazily, covering her red lips with her jade-like hand. Go ahead and cause trouble, you rascal. Since I'm idle anyway, I'll keep watch for you. Should any foolhardy soul dare intrude, they'll make fine fodder for my river of oblivion. The two SSS tier wives once again reached a protective consensus. Though their words still carried a hint of subtle rivalry. Their concern for Lin Yuan was genuine. Lin Yuan hesitated no longer, settling back into the lotus position. His consciousness surged like a tide into the depths of his consciousness sea. The ancient human emperor banner hung motionless, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Countless mystical totems and runes flickered faintly across its surface. Most were dim and faded, covered in cracks eroded by the passage of time. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath. His S-grade, nether eye, surged to its peak power at that moment. Within his eyes, 2 points of light swirled like whirlpools, piercing through illusions to perceive the very essence of reality. This time, he did not merely dip his toes like when he first claimed it as his own. Instead, he wielded his formidable divine consciousness infused with a trace of Pangu's essence along with the pure power of the celestial emperor's blessing. Like an invisible key, he cautiously probed the core region of the human emperor banner, seemingly shattered, yet harboring boundless mysteries within. In an instant, a torrent of information far more vast, desolate, and tragic than when he first refined Pangu's blood. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, it thundered into Lin Yuan's mind. His consciousness felt instantly pulled into a bizarre yet utterly real space-time tunnel. Before his eyes was no longer the quiet chamber of Mengpo's hall. Instead, an endless crimson sky stretched before him. Upon the earth, war smoke billowed everywhere, and cries of despair filled the land. Mountains split apart, rivers flowed backward. Countless primordial fiends towering 10,000 zhang in height, grotesque in form, and radiating overwhelming demonic energy madly poured forth from the rifts in the void. They roared with incomprehensible cries, claws tearing through the heavens, demonic flames scorching the earth. And before these world-devouring fiends, the frail human race, as insignificant as ants, proved utterly helpless. Homes were destroyed, families torn apart. Despair spread like a plague. At this darkest hour of humanity's survival, a figure emerged slowly from the farthest edge of the horizon. He was not particularly imposing in stature, even somewhat gaunt. He wore the most rudimentary garments, hides and hempcloth. In his hand, he gripped a great banner that fluttered in the wind, radiating boundless golden light. None other than the human emperor, Xuanyuan Huangdi. With a single step forward, his form surged to towering heights, matching the heavens and earth. In his grasp, the banner seemed to come alive. Upon its surface, scenes unfolded vividly: sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, animals, fish, insects, and the masses paying homage, all rendered with lifelike precision. The human race must strive for strength. The torch of civilization shall never be extinguished. The emperor's voice was not loud, yet it carried a resolute and unyielding power that pierced through the ages, deafening and awakening. He waved the human emperor banner. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds swirled backward. Infinite human dragon chi transformed into countless golden divine swords, each capable of slaying demons and exterminating evil. They became the blazing celestial fire that consumed the 9 netherworlds, and the towering divine mountains that suppressed the ages. A bloody battle of unimaginable ferocity erupted against the boundless primordial fiends. Blood stained the heavens crimson. Bones piled high across the land. The human emperor himself fought amidst the bloodshed, his body covered in gruesome wounds. Yet his bright eyes burned with an unquenchable flame. That was the flame of hope, the flame of legacy. Boom! Lin Yuan's soul felt as though it had been struck by a thunderbolt of unimaginable force. He jolted awake from the ancient battlefield's illusion. He gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a torrent. Too overwhelming. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. His heart still surged with that indomitable fighting spirit and the relentless resolve to protect. Within the human emperor banner, such breathtaking ancient memories were etched. "Husband, are you all right?" Ji Tiannu's voice carried a hint of urgent concern. She could sense that Lin Yuan's soul fluctuations moments ago had reached an extremely dangerous intensity. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling he was fine. He briefly recounted to the two women what he had seen and heard within the human emperor banner, along with the will emanating from the human emperor himself. Ji Tiannu listened, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with tears as her jade-like hands clenched tightly. It was a profound longing and reverence for her father. Meng Sanqi remained silent, a complex, unreadable reflection flickering in her beautiful eyes. Evidently, for ancient deities like them, who had existed for untold millennia, was a period too painful to recall, yet etched indelibly into their memories. Lin Yuan steadied his turbulent emotions. He refocused his attention on the human emperor banner itself. Having just experienced that immersive sensation, his comprehension of the human emperor banner had advanced by more than one level. Under the gaze of the netherworld eye, the 9 core array points on the banner's surface now appeared far clearer to his eyes. Among them, the 6 array points representing heavenly chi, flame brilliance, thunderous wrath, mountain stillness, wind formlessness, and water moisture. Though dim and damaged, their foundational array patterns remained intact. It seemed they could be restored by seeking out the corresponding primordial elements of heaven and earth. As for the array point representing the earthly primordial, was now being nourished by the faint, newly awakened essence of the Pangu dragon scale body within Lin Yuan's body, and the resonance with the earth primordial essence of 10,000 bug continent he had previously refined. A faint yet resilient earthen yellow glow slowly began to emanate from it. Though merely a faint glow, it significantly stabilized the aura of the entire human emperor banner. So that's it. Lin Yuan's heart surged with delight. Restoring the human emperor banner was not entirely hopeless. However, just as he prepared to further investigate those 2 completely vacant array points, the banner panel representing Earth's primordial energy suddenly flashed with light. An extremely faint yet crystal clear thought crossed endless time and space, entering his mind. That thought did not originate from the human emperor Xuanyuan. Instead, from the human emperor banner itself. It seemed to be guiding Lin Yuan to seek out a crucial item capable of fully activating and repairing the array's core, the earthly primordial source. And the location of that object pointed directly to the farthest west of the netherworld. Deep within the Nine Nether Abyss, a towering divine mountain formed entirely from the essence of primordial earth. Its name: the Nine Netherworlds Thick Earth Divine Mountain. The Nine Netherworlds Thick Earth Divine Mountain? Lin Yuan relayed this name, along with the vague sensation transmitted by the human emperor banner, to Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi beside him. Upon hearing this, Meng Sanqi's willow-like brows arched slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. That place is no place of peace. Meng Sanqi explained with a hint of gravity. Legend has it that the Nine Netherworlds sacred mountain of thick earth was formed from a fragment of primordial soil that fell from the 33 heavens during the early days of the Underworld's creation. Within the sacred mountain lies an inexhaustible reservoir of the primordial essence of the earth. Precisely because of this, it attracts countless earth elemental spirits and primordial celestial demons to dwell within. Even more terrifying are the ancient, dreadful beings that have slumbered within the mountain since time immemorial. Ordinary spirits or ghosts who venture near risk being assimilated by the earth's essence or devoured by the mountain's creatures. She paused. Her gaze shifted to Ji Tiannu, a faint, ambiguous smile curving her lips. However, she continued, that sacred earth mountain exerts a powerful natural suppression over all dark, evil, and ghostly entities. But for someone like you, sister bearing the bloodline of the human emperor and wielding the supreme yang, Haba divine fire, perhaps, it might be like a fish in water? Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. She instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Meng Sanqi's words. If that were true, wouldn't it mean that during this exploration of the Nine Netherworlds Thick Earth Divine Mountain, she would be better positioned than Meng Sanqi to support her husband? The thought alone. That inexplicable competitive spirit within Ji Tiannu quietly ignited once more. Chapter 64. The new king of the Thousand Souls Cavern, his divine might strikes fear into the court. The path to repairing the human emperor banner. Pointing toward the Nine Netherworlds Earth God Mountain. This matter could wait. Lin Yuan knew well that sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Though he now held preliminary control over the Cave of a Thousand Souls, this place remains an SS-tier domain. For 10,000 years, it had been ruled by two fearsome entities, the soul-devouring ancient demon and the skeleton demon lord. Its intricate web was vast and tangled. Moreover, it harbored many unruly ghost kings and ghost generals. Unless they are thoroughly subdued and tamed, they will inevitably become future threats. Nor could one confidently harness this lair's resources for one's own purposes. Sanqi, come with me. Lin Yuan rose, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. It's time for every soul in this Thousand Souls cave to recognize their new master. Meng Sanqi smiled lazily, radiating alluring charm. With pleasure, my Lord Emperor. She naturally understood Lin Yuan's intentions. As one of the rulers of the Netherworld, she was also pleased to see Lin Yuan establishing his own power base within it. This would not only strengthen Lin Yuan's foundational power, but in a sense, it also served as an extension of her own lineage's power from the Mengpa Hall. The two stepped out of the quiet chamber side by side, heading straight for the core demon palace of the Thousand Souls Cavern. That place had once been the lair of the ancient soul-devouring demon. By now, it had been thoroughly purged by the ghost generals dispatched by Meng Sanqi. Yet the ghost kings and generals who had once served the soul-devouring ancient demon and the white-bone demon lord still lurked throughout the Thousand Souls Cavern. At this moment, not all had come to pay homage to the new master. Some harbored resentment, others wavered between loyalty and defiance, while still others, confident in their strength, sought to observe the situation. Even a few S-rank veteran ghosts, convinced of their formidable power, had secretly conspired to give this newcomer a taste of their power. Within the demon palace, Lin Yuan sat enthroned upon a sinister demonic seat crafted from 10,000-year-old dark wood. Meng Sanqi stood leisurely by his side, observing the scene below with a faint, ambiguous smile. Then, as if recalling something amusing, Meng Sanqi quietly concealed his aura. Unseen by outsiders. Outside the hall, a chilling wind howled. Dozens of powerful auras, at least A-rank peak ghost kings and ghost generals. Accompanied by their personal guards, they converged in a dark, oppressive mass. They did not enter the hall. Instead, they gathered in the plaza outside the hall, whispering among themselves with arrogant swagger. Oomph! What a worthless inspector! A ghost king, 3 zhang tall and wielding a giant bone axe, spoke resentfully. Judging by its appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to the bone axe ghost king casually slain by Meng Sanqi earlier. Clearly, he'd found a new patron. Nothing but a pretty boy riding on Lady Meng's coattails. What qualifications does this brat have to dare sit upon the throne of the Thousand Souls Cavern? Another S-rank early-stage demon lord, the Bone Spike Demon Lord, covered in bone spines and with green flames blazing from its eyes, spoke with a sinister tone. Quite right. We recognize only strength. Unless he demonstrates power sufficient to make us submit, this Thousand Souls Cavern won't be a seat he can hold onto. The crowd erupted in fury. These vicious specters, accustomed to bullying others, clearly held no regard for Lin Yuan, the outsider. Little did they know. Lin Yuan's current strength was no longer what it once was. After fusing a thread of Pango's blood, He had gained preliminary mastery over the Human Emperor banner, bearing the Dragon Chi of humanity. Beyond his S-rank, Omniscient Life-Death Parasite domain, he had expanded a new S-rank domain, High-Tier Netherworld Soul Sovereign. A bunch of clowns, daring to make a racket here? Lin Yuan's icy voice echoed faintly from within the Demon Palace. It rang clearly in the ears of every specter. The next instant. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far surpassing anything the Bone Axe Ghost King had sensed before, erupted suddenly from within the Demon Palace. S-rank, Omniscient Life-Death Parasite domain. The power of the Lord of the Netherworld unleashed without restraint. Within the domain, the illusory currents of the River of Oblivion surged, while blood-red lotus flowers bloomed with demonic splendor. And now, the newly ascended domain divine ability. Thousand Souls Command. Decree. Lin Yuan sat enthroned upon the demonic throne, his words carrying the weight of divine decree, transforming into law the moment they left his lips. In an instant. Throughout the entire Thousand Souls cavern, every vengeful spirit and malevolent specter below S-rank, even the personal guards of Ghost Kings and Ghost Generals. Deep within their very soul origins, an irresistible mark of servitude seemed to be branded upon them. Ah! My body! My soul flame! I can't control them! No! Have mercy! Piercing screams echoed in waves. Those once arrogant Ghost Kings and Generals discovered in horror. The elite A-rank and B-rank personal guards they had brought with them had now uniformly turned their weapons against them, eyes bloodshot as they attacked their own masters. They were turning on each other. Chaos erupted instantly. Damn it! How dare you betray your master? The Blackbone Ghost King, both shocked and enraged, swung his massive axe, cleaving one, charging a rank P confidant clean in two. Yet more of his personal guards surged forward, fearless of death. What demonic art is this? The Bonethorn's Demon Lord was also flustered, surrounded, and attacked by 7 or 8 A-rank ghost generals under his command, looking utterly disheveled. Within this sovereign's domain, you are all but ants. Lin Yuan's voice rang out once more. It carried boundless authority and coldness. He rose slowly, stepping out of the Demon Palace. Behind him, Meng Sanchi watched the scene with a smile playing on his lips, thoroughly amused. With every step Lin Yuan took, his aura grew more formidable. The domain suppression emanating from the embryonic form of the Netherworld Soul Master grew heavier with each step. Thud! Thud! Some weaker A-rank P ghost generals, crushed beneath this overwhelming pressure, felt their souls shatter and collapse to their knees. They couldn't even muster the courage to resist. Only a handful of S-tier veterans like the Bone Axe Ghost King and the Bone Spike Demon Lord managed to hold on. But their faces were deathly pale, their bodies trembling violently. They finally understood the power of this new inspector. Far more terrifying than they could ever have imagined. Now, is there anyone still defiant? Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the entire crowd like lightning. Silence. A deathly silence. All the ghostly creatures fell silent as if frozen in fear. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Ha ha ha! What audacity! A mere human S-rank dares to be insolent before this old man. A cold, ancient voice echoed from the void. Immediately after, a massive ghostly claw, covered in fine black scales and armed with sharp, hook-like nails, tore through space. Reeking of corpse-like aura, it lunged viciously toward Lin Yuan's crown. High-tier S-rank. A terrifying aura that even faintly touched the threshold of SS class. This is the true trump card in backing of those S-rank Ghost Kings. One of the deepest hidden ancient monsters of the Thousand Souls cavern, the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor. You're just in time. Lin Yuan showed no fear, only delight, his eyes blazing with battle intent. He had been troubled by the lack of sufficiently weighty offerings to firmly establish his supreme authority within the Thousand Souls cavern. Boom! Before the ghostly claw could descend. Behind Lin Yuan, an even more terrifying, SSS-tier reincarnation sovereign aura, one powerful enough to make the entire netherworld tremble, exploded forth. Meng Sanchi moved. Her smile remained as radiant as ever, yet it now carried a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. Little thing, you dare lay a hand on this sovereign's man? Chapter 65, you dare lay a hand on my man? Ancestral corpse eater of the 9 netherworlds. High-tier S-rank. An existence with 1 foot already in SS rank. An absolute powerhouse anywhere in the bizarre world. Its true form is an ancient corpse beetle born from the 9 netherworlds corpse river, having survived for untold tens of thousands of years. Its body radiates corpse poison and malevolent aura, utterly vicious. In the Thousand Souls cavern and the surrounding wasted city, it was a notorious old monster. It had been in seclusion, attempting to break through its bottleneck. Yet it was roused by the soul energy upheaval throughout the Thousand Souls cavern, triggered by Lin Yuan's Thousand Souls Edict. Sensing a new master's arrival and witnessing the S-rank juniors crumble before it, it deemed the moment right to seize the opportunity, hoping to pluck the low-hanging fruit and seize control of the Thousand Souls cavern in one fell swoop. But it never imagined. By Lin Yuan's side stood a genuine SSS rank lord of the underworld. Madam Meng? The moment that pure, unassailable divine might of the reincarnation sovereign descended. The ancient, wrinkled face of the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle Patriarch instantly contorted with horror and disbelief. His monstrous ghostly claw, already 3 feet above Lin Yuan's head, froze solid mid-air. As if gripped by an invisible giant hand, it could advance not an inch further. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. That shudder originating from the depths of his soul made him experience the greatest terror he had ever known in his life. Old man, your eyesight still serves you well. Meng Sanchi strode elegantly forward, slowly approaching Lin Yuan. He shielded him behind him. Those phoenix-like eyes, usually laced with languid charm, now grew as deep and dark as an ancient pool, devoid of any emotion. I find myself quite curious. Who gave you the audacity to lay a finger on this lordsman? Her voice was soft. Yet it felt like a chill wind from the depths of hell, sending the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor into an icy abyss. A misunderstanding. This must be a colossal misunderstanding, Lady Meng. The 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor had not a shred of his former arrogance or tyranny left. Now, his massive frame trembled slightly. Forcing a grimace uglier than a cry, he rasped in explanation. This humble old man merely sensed a change of ownership in the Thousand Souls Cavern. I came to pay my respects to the new cavern master and stretch my limbs a bit. I meant no offense whatsoever. Even he didn't believe his own words. Oh? Stretching your legs? Meng Sanchi's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Well then, that's convenient. I've been feeling a bit itchy-fingered lately myself. How about I accompany you in your exercise? Before the words had even finished echoing. Boom! Meng Sanchi's jade-like hand swept lightly through the air. Seemingly casual. Yet a deep blue palm print, forged from pure reincarnation energy, tore through the void, bearing the terrifying might to obliterate all things and purify every trace of darkness. It slammed into the chest of the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor. Pow! The 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor was struck as if by lightning. His massive frame flew backward like his black scales, harder than refined iron, shattered inch by inch. Foul-smelling corpse blood gushed forth like a fountain. A single strike. He was already gravely wounded. SSS-Rank. Truly terrifying. The 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle Patriarch struggled to rise from the pile of shattered bones, his eyes filled with despair and terror. His once proud cultivation proved utterly futile before this true ruler of the Netherworld. Not even a shred of resistance remained. Spare me, Lord. This old man failed to recognize your majesty and dared to challenge your might. Please, Lord, consider the hardships of my cultivation and spare me this once. He knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor like a garlic press, his posture utterly abject. The ghost kings and ghost generals who had been kneeling nearby were utterly terrified by the sight. Even an entity like the Corpse Beetle ancestor had been defeated in a single move. The backing of this Inspector General was simply unimaginably formidable. Lin Yuan watched the scene unfold, inwardly astonished. That girl Sanchi, though she's always jealous and clingy when she really gets down to business, the domineering CEO vibe of hers is pretty damn impressive. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, stepped forward, and spoke softly to Meng Sanchi. Sanchi, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Such a mere puppet, why soil your delicate hands by handling it yourself? At his words, the frost on Meng Sanchi's lovely face thawed slightly. She shot Lin Yuan a reproachful glance, but promptly withdrew the jade-like palm poised to strike once more. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle Patriarch, who now looked like a stray dog. His voice was cold and detached. You may escape death, but you cannot escape punishment. Considering the hardship of your cultivation, I shall grant you an opportunity to atone through service. At these words, the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle Patriarch's eyes blazed with a fierce will to survive. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sparing my life. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sparing my life. I shall obey your every command, even if it costs me my life. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. Only when utterly subdued could he be better controlled. I hear, you ancient corpse beetle, that you possess profound knowledge of the Netherworld's various dark treasures and rare artifacts? Particularly, the whereabouts of the yin-yang reincarnation fruit. Do you know its location? At Lin Yuan's words, not only the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor, but even Meng Sanchi beside him flashed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. The ancient Corpse Beetle Patriarch of the 9 Netherworlds paused slightly, then a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly replied. Reporting to Your Excellency. The yin-yang reincarnation fruit is a rare treasure of the Netherworld. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and only matures after another 3,000 years. It embodies the profound mystery of life and death cycle, possessing miraculous effects that nourish the soul, harmonize yin and yang, and defy the heavens. This fruit, this old man does indeed know a thing or two about it. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts or weighing the pros and cons. Meng Sanchi's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she coldly snapped, Old codger, spit it out. If you dare keep us in suspense again, you'll pay with your life. The 9 netherworld corpse-stalking ancestor shuddered in fright, no longer daring to hesitate. He blurted out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Your Excellency, please understand. The tree bearing the yin-yang cycle fruit does not grow in a fixed location. Instead, it wanders with the shifting currents of the netherworld's yin energy, its whereabouts elusive and exceedingly difficult to track. However, in my youth, by a stroke of luck, I once sensed a trace of the unique aura emitted by the yin-yang cycle fruit, when ripe, near the edge of a forbidden land called the Blood River of the Deep Spring. Moreover, this humble old man knows a secret. His voice dropped even lower, tinged with a hint of self-importance. Within that blood river of the dark spring dwells an ancient demon known as the Blood River Old Fiend. This fiend is savage by nature and takes particular delight in devouring soul fruits. This old man suspects that the tree bearing the yin-yang cycle fruit has most likely been forcibly transplanted to its lair, where it is kept as a private treasure. If your Excellency could subdue that Blood River Old Fiend, obtaining the sacred fruit would be no difficult task. Lin Yuan and Meng Sanchi exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of understanding in the other's eyes. The Blood River of the Dark Spring, the Blood River Old Demon. Meng Sanchi murmured softly, her crimson lips parting as if deep in thought. Moments later, she broke into a smile and said to Lin Yuan, "My dear rival, it seems your luck truly is exceptional. That Blood River Old Demon, come to think of it, owes this sovereign a favor. Come, I'll take you to collect the fruit." The global livestream erupted once more. Holy crap! Another SS tier peak boss? Lord Lin is tearing through the underworld. Lord Mengpa is awesome. What kind of divine wife is this? Just tell your husband to go get whatever you want. At that moment, Lin Yuan's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. Who would have thought? After searching high and low, it came to me without any effort. The whereabouts of the yin-yang reincarnation fruit had been revealed so effortlessly. Moreover, judging by Meng Sanchi's tone, it seemed he was quite confident? Chapter 66, The Blood River of the Shadowy Spring, the Blood River Old Demon. The path to the netherworld was rugged and treacherous. Emerging from the Thousand Souls Cavern, one journeys westward for tens of thousands of miles, lies the dreaded domain of the Blood River of the Dark Spring. Here, the cold winds no longer pierce the bones. Instead, a viscous, sickly sweet aura of blood and death permeates the air. It seems to seep into the very soul, stirring the most primal urge to kill. The sky was perpetually a dark crimson. A vast, crimson river, its width beyond measure, raged and roared below. This water was no ordinary liquid. It was formed over countless millennia. The essence of countless mighty beings who had fallen, mingled with boundless resentment. Within the river, enormous crimson tentacles churned and twisted. Or the skulls of monstrous beasts, gleaming white, would flash by in an instant. An unsettling aura of dread permeates the air. My dear, this blood river of the underworld is no peaceful place. Meng Sanchi leaned lazily against Lin Yuan's side. The two now rowed a small boat of the underworld, formed from the power of reincarnation, speeding across the blood river. Her jade-like finger tapped lightly at a churning patch below, where countless blood bubbles churned. See that? At least 3 Blood River Giant Koan slumber within. Even ordinary S-rankers wouldn't dare provoke them under normal circumstances. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He could sense that the laws governing this area were entirely different from the rest of the netherworld. Chaotic, brutal, and a ravenous hunger for life. Chirp! At that very moment, several blood-red shadows shot skyward from the river of blood below. They were over a dozen B-rank blood slaughter-bone bats entirely crimson, bat-like in form, yet armed with razor-sharp bone spurs. Their eyes blazed crimson as they emitted piercing screeches, charging toward Lin Yuan and his companion with utter disregard for their own lives. Foolish creatures. Meng Sanchi didn't even lift an eyelid. A barely audible snort escaped his nostrils. Thud. 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 The dozen or so blood slaughter-bone bats, the moment they approached within 100 zhang of the netherworld boat, as if crushed by an invisible colossal force. They instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist, vanishing without a trace. Not even a ripple was stirred. Lin Yuan watched the scene unfold, inwardly impressed. Truly worthy of an SSS tier wife, this display was absolutely top-notch. The small boat continued onward. After roughly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Amidst the swirling crimson mist ahead, a majestic palace emerged, floating atop a river of blood. The entire structure was forged from a peculiar dark red crystal stone. Countless twisted blood-red runes were etched across its surface. It emanated an eerie and powerful aura. This was the lair of the Blood River Old Demon, the Blood Lotus Palace. We've arrived. Meng Sanchi's crimson lips curved upward as she pulled Lin Yuan's hand, gliding gracefully to the palace gates. Who dares trespass upon this Blood Lotus Palace? A voice, both alluring and tinged with savagery, boomed forth from the palace depths. Immediately after, boom! The palace doors swung open without a breath of wind, sliding slowly apart. Endless blood-red aura surged forth like a tidal wave. A woman clad in crimson court robes, her figure alluring and her beauty breathtaking, yet her eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty red glow. Barefoot, she glided out of the hall with lotus-like steps. With each step she took, a crimson lotus blossomed beneath her feet, formed from pure, concentrated blood energy. Eerie and magnificent. Blood River Old Demon SS Tier Peak. Her true form was the karmic flame blood lotus, a plant that had absorbed the essence blood of countless living beings and cultivated for 10,000 years within the blood river of the dark spring. Oh. So it's Lady Meng herself who graces us with her presence. Upon recognizing the visitor as Meng Sanqi, a flicker of surprise crossed the blood river old demon's eyes. Then, her gaze shifted to Lin Yuan beside Meng Sanqi, and she couldn't help but lick her crimson lips. He. Little sister, how come you have the leisure today to bring such a fair-skinned young gentleman to visit my Blood Lotus Palace? Could it be you want your elder sister to help you sample the freshness? Her voice was seductive, her eyes unabashedly greedy and aggressive. Clearly, she regarded Lin Yuan as some sort of dessert. Meng Sanqi's face turned icy. A sinister gleam flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. Blood Lotus, I have not come here today to reminisce, nor to add any dessert to your dilapidated palace. Blood Lotus was the original name of the Blood River Old Demon. Blood River Old Demon was merely her title. Meng Sanqi's tone was cold and detached. I have come to claim something from you. Oh? What could possibly prompt the esteemed Mother Meng to speak personally? The Blood River Demon feigned surprise, though a faint suspicion had already begun to take root in her mind. Yin Yang Reincarnation Fruit. Meng Sanqi's crimson lips parted, stating her purpose plainly. Blood River Old Fiend's seductive smile stiffened slightly at the words. Then, she regained her composure and cooed. You jest. That Yin Yang Reincarnation Fruit is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I was fortunate to obtain it and guard it as if it were my own life. How could I part with it so easily? Besides, this fruit holds great significance for me in breaking through the SSS tier bottleneck. She wasn't about to give up the rabbit before the hawk had even taken flight. Oomph. Spare me your nonsense. Meng Sanqi's patience was wearing thin, his voice turning abruptly cold. Blood Lotus, remember when 3-peak SSS rank enemies hunted you down, nearly obliterating your very existence? Who stepped in to block that fatal blow? Who hid you deep within this blood river of the dark spring, saving your life? Have you forgotten that debt of gratitude? The Blood River Old Demoness expression shifted slightly, a flicker of apprehension deep in her eyes. This matter was her deepest secret and humiliation. It was also the immense debt she owed to Meng Sanqi. Sister, why bring up old matters? She forced a smile. Of course I remember the kindness Sister Meng showed me all those years ago. But this matter of the Yin Yang cycle fruit is of the utmost importance. Enough nonsense. Meng Sanqi was already losing patience. Boom. A divine might of SSS tier reincarnation sovereign far surpassing the peak of SS tier, powerful enough to make the entire blood river of the Nether Quan tremble, erupted from her petite frame. The entire Blood Lotus Palace shook violently under this divine might, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Blood River Old Demon was struck as if by lightning, staggering back several steps. All color drained from her fair face, leaving it deathly pale. Her S-tier peak demonic power, when faced with Meng Sanqi's true SSS tier sovereign domain, was utterly crushed like a firefly meeting the full moon. You've comprehended the law of reincarnation to such an extent? Blood River Old Demon's voice trembled, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. She had assumed that Meng Sanqi, like herself, was merely one of the few great powers within the Netherworld. Even though Meng Sanqi held the slightly higher rank of reincarnation sovereign, she believed that with home field advantage, she might still stand a chance in combat. Yet she never imagined Meng Sanqi's power had reached such terrifying heights. This was a gap in quality. Now, do you still wish to negotiate terms with me? Meng Sanqi's gaze was icy, his voice devoid of any emotion. Blood River Old Demon felt bitter sorrow welling up inside. She knew that if she failed to hand over the Yin Yang reincarnation fruit today, then the Blood Lotus Palace along with herself would be utterly erased from the blood river of the dark spring. Enough. She sighed in resignation, flipping her jade-like hand. A strange fruit appeared in her palm, crystal clear throughout, half jet black as ink, half luminous white as jade, radiating a potent aura of life and death Tao essence and the breath of reincarnation. It was the Yin Yang reincarnation fruit. Sister Mengpa, this sacred fruit, take it. Her tone brimmed with reluctance and pain. Meng Sanqi beckoned with a delicate gesture. The Yin Yang reincarnation fruit floated lightly into her hand. She examined it closely for a moment, confirmed its authenticity, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, without so much as a glance at the disheartened Blood River Old Demon, she handed the sacred fruit directly to Lin Yuan, a faint, triumphant smile curling her lips. My dear rival, the fruit is mine. That mother drought-demon must be waiting impatiently, her eyes burning with desire, right? Chapter 67, the sacred fruit finally secured, warmth touches two beauties' hearts. Meng Sanqi's casual remark. Yet it struck like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake. Instantly, Lin Yuan's heart, which had just settled, leapt back up. Gazing into Meng Sanqi's eyes, those beautiful orbs that seemed to smile without truly doing so, carrying a hint of mischief. It felt as though, across the boundless void, he could almost sense Ji Tiannu's jealousy flaring up once more. Lin Yuan realized his skills as a master of balancing relationships were still far from sufficient. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuan accepted the few yin-yang reincarnation fruits that emitted an arcane aura. They felt smooth and warm to the touch. Half icy cold, half blazing hot. The energies of life and death. Perfectly intertwined within, endlessly cycling. Truly a marvel of the netherworld, a sacred treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Yet outwardly, he remained impassive. First, he turned to Meng Sanchi and offered a smile gentle enough to melt an iceberg. Sanchi, had you not intervened this time, this yin-yang reincarnation fruit would have been beyond our wildest dreams. Such immense kindness, my dear, I shall forever hold it in my heart. Lin Yuan stepped forward, gently taking Meng Sanchi's delicate hand. He brought it to his lips and pressed a kiss upon it. For the rest of our lives, I shall serve you, Sanchi. I would die 10,000 times for you. This heartfelt declaration, paired with his deep, focused gaze. Even Meng Sanchi, a ruler of the netherworld who had lived for untold millennia, could not help but blush, a charming flush spreading across her fair cheeks. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. Yet her lips still held that signature mix of pride and petulance. Oomph, smooth talker. She gently withdrew her jade-like hand, shooting Lin Yuan a playful glare. Yet, as her eyes flickered, they betrayed an unmistakable tenderness and joy. At least you have a shred of conscience. But you'd better hurry and deliver this fruit to your precious little darling, Bat, before the child in her womb grows impatient. Her words still carried a faint, almost imperceptible tinge of jealousy. However, after all, the yin-yang cycle fruit was meant to enhance the potential of Lin Yuan's child. Meng Sanchi didn't want to argue back. Oh, right. Once they returned to the Miao region, he'd have to save one for Hou Qing. But this matter could wait. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked at Meng Sanchi, smiling inwardly. This little jealousy pot is utterly adorable. Yin-yang reincarnation fruit 3 were taken in total. Lin Yuan carefully stored them in a specially crafted jade box. This box, treasured by the Hall of Mengpa, maximized the preservation of the spirit fruit's medicinal properties. Alright, the major and minor matters are mostly settled. Lin Yuan reiterated solemnly, once the matter with the celestial maiden is resolved, I shall express my gratitude to you properly. He deliberately emphasized the word reward. Hearing this, Meng Sanchi's fair face flushed even redder and she spat out a retort. Who needs your thanks? Inside, her heart was racing with excitement and anticipation. She understood perfectly well what Lin Yuan meant by his thanks. A breathtaking blush spread across her exquisite face, one that could inspire both joy and reproach. It spread from her ears down to her snow-white neck. She felt as though her heart had been seized by a warm, powerful hand. It skipped a beat. Then it began to race wildly, like a frightened deer. This feeling. How many millennia had it been since she last felt it? Her heart felt as sweet as honey, as warm as the sun. Having soothed Meng Sanchi's side, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred. The scarlet flame phoenix perched on his shoulder, which had been as quiet as a chicken, suddenly let out a clear, resonant phoenix cry. Spreading its wings, it transformed into a crimson gold streak of light, merging into Lin Yuan's brow. The next instant, far away in Mengpo's hall, Ji Tiannu, who had been resting with her eyes closed to protect the fetus within her womb, abruptly opened her eyes. A flicker of surprise. And a hint of complex emotion, barely perceptible. Has my husband truly obtained the yin-yang reincarnation fruit? Through the bloodline resonance with the scarlet flame phoenix, she had long witnessed all of Lin Yuan's experiences within the blood river of the Netherspring, including Meng Sanchi's utterly ruthless intervention. And Lin Yuan's profoundly affectionate expression of gratitude toward Meng Sanchi. A whirlwind of emotions churned within Ji Tiannu's heart. Her worries about her husband's safety had vanished, replaced by the joy of securing the sacred fruit. There was also resentment toward Meng Sanchi for beating them to it. And, in a way, it could be seen as indirectly helping her. And above all, she felt anticipation for the extraordinary destiny awaiting the child growing within her. Meng Sanchi. Her crimson lips parted, her voice cool and detached. I suppose, you still have some use. This incident actually eased the tension between the two women slightly. At that very moment, Lin Yuan's voice directly entered her consciousness. Celestial Maiden, the sacred fruit of reincarnation has been obtained. This object is of utmost importance to you and the child. I'll return immediately. Rest peacefully and do not disturb the fetus. His divine consciousness brimmed with concern. The slight unease in Ji Tiannu's heart quietly dissipated. She gently stroked her abdomen, feeling the heartbeat connected by blood. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with tender affection. In my husband's heart, there is still a place for me and our child. Her divine consciousness responded, my husband is thoughtful. I and our child will wait for you. At the same time, Lin Yuan, through the faint connection left behind in Hou Qing's possession, the Eternal Bone 10,000 incantation bead, He conveyed the news that the yin-yang reincarnation fruit was already in his possession, along with his promise to share a portion to aid Hou Qing's recovery. At that moment, deep within a hidden realm of the Corpse-Yin Realm, Hou Qing struggling to suppress the backlash of the Hou soul within her. Upon receiving this message, tears streamed down his aged face. Your Imperial Majesty. Your Imperial Majesty's great kindness. This old servant shall never forget it for all eternity. He bowed deeply toward the direction of Miao, though this gesture was heavily embellished with theatricality. And his loyalty was far from guaranteed. But at least it had hooked Hou Qing. Like a carrot dangled before a donkey at the mill. At the very least, it keeps Hou Qing focused on the task at hand. This addressed the concerns of all parties. Lin Yuan cradled the jade box in his hands, his mind already plotting. This yin-yang cycle fruit possessed potent properties, embodying the secrets of life and death's eternal cycle. Ji Tian knew as now with child would consuming it directly pose risks? Meng Sanqi seemed to read his thoughts, replying softly. Rest assured, my dear. This yin-yang cycle fruit is inherently a harmonious blend of the utmost yin and yang. Though its potency is formidable, its nature is balanced and neutral. It brings 100 benefits and not a single harm to nurturing life. However, her tone shifted, a hint of mischief flashing in her beautiful eyes. If you wish for that mother drought spirit, no, sister celestial maiden, to maximize this fruit's efficacy, it would be best for you to personally oversee the process. With your current Pangu dragon scale body and its pure vital energy, you can guide the process. Yin and yang in perfect harmony, dragon and phoenix in unison. Lin Yuan. He finally understood. This Meng Sanqi never missed an opportunity to dig herself into a hole and cause trouble for Ji Tiannu. Still, she did have a point. His Pangu dragon scale body truly possessed extraordinary efficacy in harmonizing such celestial and terrestrial spiritual treasures. Very well then. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. His heart burned with fervor. Chapter 68 Dragon Embryo Devours Sacred Fruit, Divine Radiance Shakes the Netherworld. Deep within the Mengpa Hall. A chamber guarded by layers of reincarnation seals. Within this secluded chamber, where only Meng Sanqi was permitted to enter on ordinary days. Two figures now occupied the space. None other than Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu. At the chamber's center, upon a jade bed carved from 10,000-year-old, Ji Tiannu sat cross-legged, her peerless beauty radiating maternal warmth and hopeful anticipation. Before her, the jade box lay open. A yin-yang reincarnation fruit floated silently, radiating an intoxicating aura of profound mysticism. Lin Yuan sat composed behind Ji Tiannu. His palms rested lightly upon the jade-like smoothness of her back. The newly awakened Pangu dragon scale body within him had been pushed to its absolute limit. Threads of essence, pure beyond measure, carrying a faint crimson gold hue of Pangu's vital energy, slowly flowed from his palms into Ji Tiannu's body. Heavenly maiden, focus your spirit, calm your chi, embrace the primordial, and guard the one. Lin Yuan's voice was gentle, carrying a reassuring strength. I shall use my own vital energy to channel the sacred fruit's potency for you, safeguarding both your heart and the child's. Ji Tiannu gave a slight nod, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with trust. Hoo! She drew a deep breath, all hesitation vanishing. Her jade-like hand lifted gently, slowly placing the yin-yang cycle fruit into her mouth. The sacred fruit melted the moment it touched her tongue. A torrent of indescribable, colossal energy surged through her body like a bursting celestial river, erupting with thunderous force. Half was the scorching vitality that consumed all things. The other half, a deathly chill that froze everything in its path. The dual energies of life and death collided violently within her, threatening to tear her soul and flesh apart. Ugh! Ji Tiannu let out a muffled groan. The color drained instantly from her fair face, leaving it deathly pale. Even her formidable SSS tear-dried goddess physique struggled to withstand the terrifying potency of this sacred fruit. Don't panic. I'm here. Lin Yuan roared, his palms erupting with force. Even purer and more potent Pangu vital energy surged into Ji Tiannu's body like a mighty river, flowing endlessly. That primal force, imbued with the life-giving energy of creation itself, instantly enveloped and suppressed the raging dual energies of life and death. Then, began to guide and harmonize them in a profoundly mysterious manner. Boom boom boom. Within Ji Tiannu's womb, the dragon fetus that had merely stirred faintly. The dragon fetus within Ji Tiannu's womb, which had been merely faintly stirring. Like a desert parched for ages receiving sweet rain. Or like a ravenous beast starved for eons. It let out a piercing cry, a dragon's roar, and phoenix's song filled with boundless joy. Roar chirp. A dazzling crimson gold divine light erupted from Ji Tiannu's abdomen, piercing the heavens. In an instant, it pierced through the chamber's ceiling, tore apart the protective barriers of Mengpo's hall, and plunged straight into the crimson-hued sky of the netherworld. An earth-shattering phenomenon. Within that crimson gold divine light, a vague, shimmering silhouette of a dragon and phoenix appeared. Dragon head, phoenix tail, scales, and feathers gleaming. The divine dragon swept its tail, the true phoenix spread its wings. It radiated a terrifying, overbearing pressure, one of supreme nobility, emanating from the deepest recesses of its bloodline, as if surveying all of eternity. The entire Mangpa Hall, and even the surrounding waters of the River of Oblivion, trembled violently under this pressure, bowing in submission. This is the primordial Chaos Dragon Phoenix Divine Embryo? Outside the chamber, Meng Sanchi, who had been monitoring the situation here with her divine sense. For the first time, her beautiful eyes revealed unmistakable shock and a hint of deep envy, a feeling she hadn't even noticed herself. She could feel it clearly. The tiny life within Ji Tiannu's womb, at this very moment, underwent an unimaginable, ultimate sublimation of its life essence. The terrifying potential and unparalleled innate talent were likely already surpassing the vast majority of so-called divine beasts and immortal embryos within the bizarre world. Its future achievements were boundless. And all of this stemmed solely from a single yin-yang reincarnation fruit and Lin Yuan's unique vital energy, imbued with the Pango Dragon scale physique. At this very moment, above the 9 netherworlds, across the entire bizarre marriage game world, and even the real universe of Blue Star, almost simultaneously, the cold, monumental, yet faintly excited voice of the system announcement resounded. Ding! The 9 netherworld sacred fruit aids in conceiving the divine embryo, the Chaos Dragon Phoenix, begins to reveal its majestic form. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan and his SSS tier partner Goddess of Drought Ji Tiannu on their bloodline offspring. Nourished by the Underworld Reincarnation Sacred Fruit, Yin-Yang Reincarnation Fruit, and the supreme essence of Emperor Panga's dragon blood, they have successfully reversed their innate fate, shed mortal form to become divine, and ascended to the peerless primordial Chaos Dragon Phoenix divine embryo. This is a joyous occasion celebrated by heaven and earth, revered by all races. Belonging to the Dragon Nation, this peerless divine embryo has once again secured the supreme reward from the SSS tier mythic sequence, 9 Netherworld Bonds Rebellious Heavenly Air Series. Reward 1, National Dragon Vein Grade Advancement Purple Gold Ancestral Dragon Marrow Unique. Effect, the Dragon Nation's existing Dragon Vein undergoes another qualitative leap. Its core will condense a strand of Purple Gold Ancestral Dragon Marrow. This marrow will permanently anchor the nation's destiny, rendering it impervious to all evils. The quality of spiritual energy across the entire Dragon Nation will surge by another 100%. All citizens of the Dragon Nation shall receive a permanent, comprehensive enhancement to their soul strength, physical aptitude, and innate wisdom. Reward 2, National Guardian Spirit Manifestation Primordial Young Dragon Unique, Scalable. Effect, the primordial young dragon has successfully materialized and hatched within a hidden paradise somewhere in the Dragon Nation. This young dragon possesses infinite growth potential and may evolve into a national guardian beast in the future. Reward 3, National Level Technology Technique Inheritance Unlock Dragon Phoenix Immortal Reincarnation Sutra Human Path Essentials Fragment Unique. Effect, a supreme martial arts compendium fragment detailing bloodline refinement, comprehension of life-death cycles, and the pursuit of immortal existence has been automatically transmitted to the Dragon Nation Supreme Academy of Sciences. When combined with the enhanced aptitudes of Dragon Nation citizens, this scripture will propel the nation toward leapfrog development in life sciences, genetic engineering, and transcendent martial arts. Broadcast ended. Boom! The entire Blue Star was utterly rocked to its core. After a moment of stunned silence, the nation's 1.4 billion citizens erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Online and offline. Lin God. The Eternal God. A Chaos Dragon Phoenix Divine Fetus. Holy crap! It's this powerful before it's even born? This is the rhythm of everyone cultivating to become immortals. Primordial Dragon Cub. Our Dragon Nation finally has its own guardian divine beast, and it's a divine dragon. Ha ha ha. Dragon Phoenix Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. The name alone is unmatched in majesty. Technology. Martial arts. Our Dragon Nation wants it all. Thrill. Ecstatic. Pride. Pride. Countless emotions surge within every Dragon Nation citizen. They know that from this moment onward, the future of the Dragon Nation would truly soar like a mighty dragon, unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, at the White House, after listening to the system's lengthy broadcast lasting several minutes, his already dazed eyes slowly closed. A glistening droplet of saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth. Then, his head tilted. Your Majesty, shall we continue fighting the Dragon Nation? Fat Vance swallowed hard. The advisors all looked as if they were constipated. The wise king. Fight? Like hell we do. You must be hoping I die even more miserably, right? Wands prepared to communicate with the Dragon Nation. The Dawn wiped away cold sweat. See if we can mend things. After all, the Dragon Nation has always cherished peace. Surely they won't hold a grudge against me, right? Underworld. Within the secret chamber of Mengpo's hall. Feeling the divine embryo within Ji Tiannu's womb grow ever more potent, even beginning to actively nourish him with a thread of pure dragon phoenix essence, Lin Yuan's heart swelled with boundless pride. My child, born of Lin Yuan, is destined for greatness. Chapter 69, Storms Rage Again. How dare these vermin grow bold? The extraordinary phenomenon of the primordial chaos dragon phoenix divine fetus descending into the world. And with it came the SSS tier mythic sequence national fortune reward enough to drive any nation mad. It was like detonating a billion-ton nuclear bomb. The entire 9 netherworlds trembled incessantly. Lin Yuan's name, along with his identities as Mangpo's new husband, Lord of the Thousand Souls Cavern, and Emperor of the Miao realm, spread to every corner of the netherworld in the blink of an eye. He became the focal point of endless discussions among the netherworld's inhabitants during their leisure hours. Naturally, this also drew the covetous eyes of many schemers. On this day, Lin Yuan was inside the demon palace of the Thousand Souls Cave, instructing the ancient corpse beetle ancestor of the 9 netherworlds on handling some affairs within the cave. Incidentally, he was also extracting more intelligence from this ancient monster about the 9 netherworld's sacred earth mountain and the major hidden factions within the netherworld. As for this old fellow, since being frightened last time, he had become the top lackey under his command, all for the sake of self-preservation. Suddenly, a PK rank Yomi Yeksha general, responsible for guarding the outer perimeter of the Thousand Souls Cave, burst in. Your Excellency! A large group of Mortal Realm players has arrived outside the cave. They specifically requested to see you. They also mentioned wanting to collaborate with you. Oh? Lin Yuan's eyebrow arched slightly. Cooperation? What could I possibly cooperate with them on? At these words, the 9 netherworld corpse beetle patriarch flew into a rage. How dare you! He slammed his palm down. The terrifying aura of a high-tier S-class corpse demon erupted with a thunderous roar. A bunch of ignorant ants from the mortal world dare disturb the Emperor Lord's peace? Your Imperial Majesty, please wait. This old servant shall tear them limb from limb, extract their souls, and refine their spirits. This ancient corpse demon now served Lin Yuan with unwavering loyalty. He'd latched onto a patron thicker than the heavens themselves. He had no desire to return to his former life of constant fear, always on edge that his enemies might come knocking. Now that his chance to prove himself had arrived, he was the first to charge forward. Not necessary. Lin Yuan waved his hand, his expression calm. I'm quite curious to see which heroes and champions possess such audacity. Bring them in. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. The Yomi Yeksha commander departed to carry out the order. Not long after, a mighty procession of over 100 Mortal Realm players surged into the demon palace of the Thousand Souls Cavern, their aura fierce and formidable. At the forefront were 3 players radiating exceptionally formidable auras. One was a burly man from Eagle Nation, towering like an iron pillar with bulging muscles, known by the ID, O'Neill. His marriage partner was none other than a rare B-tier peak, Thunderstorm Elemental Lord. Another was a youth from the land of cherry blossoms, clad in ornate samurai armor, wielding a demonic blade, his face grim and sinister. His ID was Onizuka. His betrothed was a similarly B-rank peak, 100-eyed demon maiden. The final pair featured a monk from the land of heaven, his body smeared with eerie paint, muttering incantations under his breath, ID, Ramo. His marriage partner was none other than a high-tier B-rank, wrathful demon. These 3 were clearly the elite among the second wave of players entering the underworld. Each had experienced significant extraordinary events. Their strength had already reached peak B rank, with faint signs of potentially breaking through to a rank. Following behind them were dozens of ordinary players from various nations, mostly hovering around C and D rank. Clearly, these 3 were the leaders of this makeshift player alliance. You, are that Lin Yuan from the Dragon Nation? O'Neill boomed in his deep, resonant voice. I hear you've taken over this Thousand Souls Cave and even hooked up with Mangpa? Quite the feat. O'Neill was a black man. His mouth was as foul as if coated in manure. Just listening to him was repulsive. Let me speak. Onizuka sighed. This black guy really has a screw loose. Or is this how they normally talk to people? We're the ones needing their help. Don't go rubbing people the wrong way. The situation is this, Lord Lin Yuan. Onizuka said. The players of our netherworld have recently formed an alliance and wish to invite you to serve as its leader. Leader? Lin Yuan froze. He glanced at the expressions of the other players. It suddenly clicked. They just want me to get rich first and then help them out, right? The thing is. Hold on, who are you guys? Are we even that close? Besides, we're not even from the same country. We're not related by blood or marriage. Why should I care about you deadweights? Sigh. The Indian player, Lamo, pressed his palms together in a gesture of deep compassion. Brother Lin Yuan, you're human too. You come from Blue Star just like us. For the sake of humanity's shared destiny, we must unite. Lin Yuan understood the underlying meaning. It was blatantly an attempt to curry favor. 1. They were clearly enraged by Lin Yuan's recent actions. Or perhaps, they had been secretly incited by certain native forces of the netherworld. Share the profits with Lin Yuan. It's utterly foolish. Within the demon palace, the ghost kings and ghost generals of the Thousand Souls Cavern gazed upon this group of reckless mortal players, their eyes brimming with pity and derision. The 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle Patriarch nearly burst out laughing. These fools, do they truly believe His Imperial Majesty is made of clay? At that moment,
Lin Yuan sat composed upon the demonic throne, not even lifting an eyelid. He merely tapped the armrest lightly. Corpse Beetle.
At your command, Lord Emperor.
Ancestor of the 9 Netherworlds, Corpse Beetle understood instantly, letting out a savage laugh as he lunged forward.
Boom! The terrifying S-tier high-grade Corpse Demon domain instantly engulfed the entire Demon Palace.
The suffocating pressure, like a billion mountains, crushed down upon the hearts of the 100-plus players.
Thud! 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 Not a single player could muster even a hint of resistance.
Instantly forced to their knees, blood spurting from their mouths, utterly immobilized.
Their eerie companions let out wails of despair.
Those with weaker power were instantly consumed by the corpse-shattering aura, their souls disintegrating.
What are you doing?
O'Neill and his 2 companions turned ashen-faced in an instant.
A bunch of frogs in a well, daring to bark madly before His Imperial Majesty?
The voice of the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor was icy cold, dripping with contempt. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Fools have no right to exist in this world.
Before the words had even faded,
the massive ghostly claw, covered in black scales, had already transformed into a swarm of claw shadows. It lunged viciously toward the 3-player leaders.
The claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom.
Wherever they passed, ripples distorted the very fabric of space.
No!
O'Neill and his 2 companions could only manage a desperate scream before they were completely engulfed by the endless swarm of claws.
Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Limb and body torn apart. In the blink of an eye, 3 individuals who were considered elite even among the second wave of players.
Along with their bizarre companions, they were torn to shreds by the 9 Nether Corpse Beetle ancestor.
Their souls were swallowed whole, transformed into pure spiritual energy. Clean and decisive. Bloody and brutal.
The remaining players had long since collapsed in terror, too paralyzed to even entertain a thought of resistance.
The global livestream fell into dead silence.
Countless viewers worldwide, watching the livestream, were rendered speechless by this brutal and direct spectacle.
Now, is there anyone else who wants to come and get a taste?
Lin Yuan's indifferent voice echoed slowly,
like the whisper of death itself. Chapter 70, the 3 factions unite their forces to repair the human emperor banner.
A collaboration between countless fools who underestimated the situation and Lin Yuan.
In a manner both logical and predictable.
A collaboration that began with great fanfare but ended in utter failure. The ringleader met a gruesome end.
His followers all ended up as prisoners. Lin Yuan's name once again cast a chilling, blood-red shadow over the player community of the Underworld. In truth, the true catalyst for all this still came from the 5% Club. Martin Ford, the club's president.
In recent days, he had been reaching out to Underworld players, seeking to expand the Underworld's operations.
Subsequently, he successfully recruited O'Neill and others into the club.
The plan was to have them connect with Lin Yuan and initiate a partnership.
But he never imagined that bunch of useless BYD scum led by O'Neill more trouble than they're worth. They couldn't even grasp the concept of equal standing between parties. Their first words immediately offended Lin Yuan. Had Martin Ford gone personally, even if the deal fell through, he'd still have gracefully withdrawn. After all, even if the deal falls through, courtesy remains. It's not like they owe you anything.
Why should they carve flesh from their own bodies to feed you for no reason? Upon learning that his entire embassy delegation had been wiped out, leaving not a single bone fragment behind,
Martin Ford immediately dissolved all the club's branches in the Underworld overnight. He issued a strict order to his subordinates: anyone encountering anything related to Lin Yuan must retreat 3 steps and show absolute deference. Failure to comply would be at their own peril. With that, a temporary peace returned to the Underworld player community. Lin Yuan could finally devote all his energy back to the monumental task of repairing the human emperor banner. Guided by the faintest thread of direction previously gleaned from within the banner, along with the wealth of Underworld secrets contributed by the 9 Netherworld Corpse Beetle ancestor, the key to repairing the first core array point of the human emperor banner, earthly primordial energy, lay within the perilous yet opportunity-filled 9 Netherworld's thick earth divine mountain, and the potential existence of the primordial earth essence within its depths. This matter was now urgent and pressing. Lin Yuan immediately summoned Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi to the Demon Palace of the Thousand Souls Cave to deliberate on the grand strategy. As the 2 peerlessly radiant SSS tier wives gathered once more under one roof, that familiar, suffocating atmosphere of a battlefield of rivalry quietly began to permeate the air once more. Only this time, their battlefield had shifted to the malevolent, aura-filled Demon Palace of the Thousand Souls Cave. My lord, I have long heard of the 9 Netherworld's sacred earth mountain. Ji Tiannu sat composed to Lin Yuan's left, a faint gleam flickering in her phoenix-like eyes. Though she was now in the Netherworld, where she was not as adept as she had been in the Crimson Earth Palace, Yet the divine embryo within her womb, nourished by the yin-yang reincarnation fruit and Lin Yuan's primordial blood essence, had grown remarkably stable. It even began to nourish her with a thread of pure dragon phoenix power. This made her feel better than ever before. That divine mountain, with its unparalleled concentration of primordial earth energy throughout the 9 netherworlds, is precisely where this palace's drought-demon divine fire can be unleashed to its fullest. If the primordial Wu earth essence truly exists, this palace will surely obtain it for my husband, aiding you in repairing the divine banner. Clearly, she was determined to succeed in this treasure hunt. She also intended to use this opportunity to thoroughly dampen Meng Sanqi's arrogance. Meng Sanqi, meanwhile, leaned lazily against Lin Yuan's right side. Her jade-like fingers idly plucked a crimson spirit fruit who knew where she'd found it and savored it with deliberate slowness. Upon hearing Ji Tiannu's words, she merely raised her seductive eyes slightly, a faint smile curling her lips. Sister speaks wisely. That thick earth divine mountain is indeed a splendid destination. But then again. Her tone shifted, tinged with a hint of teasing. Within those mountains dwell not only the earth spirits creatures, but also terrifying beasts that have existed since the primordial chaos, sealed deep within the mountain's core. Those things don't care about divine fire or anything like that. The slightest misstep, and even someone as powerful as you, sister, might find yourself in trouble. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed coldly. Sister Mengpa, are you underestimating this palace? Meng Sanqi giggled. Sister misunderstands. I merely offer this as a kind reminder. After all, the safety of my husband is what matters most, isn't it? She shot a meaningful glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt like he'd become the innocent sandwich once more. He cleared his throat hurriedly, interrupting the two wives' friendly exchange before it could escalate further. Both of my beloved wives have valid points. Our journey to the 9 netherworld's sacred earth mountain holds both opportunity and peril. We must unite our efforts to succeed. His gaze swept across both women's faces. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. This time, repairing the human emperor banner is our paramount priority. Celestial Maiden, bearing the bloodline of the human emperor and wielding the divine flame, you are one of the main forces on this mission. Your responsibility is to lead the frontal assault and break through the restrictions. Sanqi, you master the laws of the netherworld and are well versed in its secrets. You will scout the path, avoid dangers, and provide crucial support and cover during critical moments. As for me, Lin Yuan smiled faintly, I shall handle central coordination and cheer on my two beloved wives. This division of labor appeared reasonable. In truth, it placed both SSS tier wives in indispensable frontline combat roles. It satisfied their competitive spirit while preventing new conflicts from arising due to unequal division of labor. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi both wore relatively satisfied expressions. Though they still couldn't stand the sight of each other. Under the shared grand objective of repairing the divine banner and aiding their husband in enhancing his strength, they had forged a temporary strategic alliance. Indeed. You can't let women sit idle. Otherwise, trouble would inevitably arise. 3 days later. All preparations were complete. Lin Yuan, Ji Tiannu, Meng Sanqi. The trio formed their team. They formally set out. Along the way, the two female leads naturally engaged in verbal sparring and subtle rivalry. For instance, Ji Tiannu would casually display her newly forged protective jade talisman imbued with the Dryad divine fire, presenting it to Lin Yuan. Meng Sanqi would just happen to pull out an ancient animal hide map marked with the safe outer routes around the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain, shoving it into Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan found himself caught in the middle, painfully yet pleasantly navigating this delicate balancing act with masterful skill. Finally, after traversing a forbidden zone filled with terrifying gravitational storms, before their eyes, a majestic divine mountain, towering 10,000 zhang high, radiating a deep yellow divine light that seemed to merge with the entire 9 netherworlds, appeared before the trio. Sacred mountain of the 9 netherworlds. Merely standing at its base, one could feel an oppressive weight and desolation that threatened to suffocate. Within the air, the earth elemental energy was so dense it felt almost tangible, pressing down like a mountain. The crimson gold divine flames surrounding Ji Tiannu burned even more fiercely here, as if they had formed some profound resonance with this sacred mountain. Meng Sanqi's willow brows furrowed slightly, a trace of gravity flickering across her lovely face. Clearly, the laws of this place exerted a certain suppression on her netherworld reincarnation power. It seems this place truly is my blessed land. A flicker of excitement danced in Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes as she shot Meng Sanqi a gaze tinged with a hint of provocation. Meng Sanqi snorted lightly, refusing to be outdone. Sister, don't rejoice too soon. The safer a place appears, the greater the danger it often conceals. At that very moment. Roar! A terrifying beast roar, filled with boundless fury and savagery, thundered from the depths of the sacred mountain. Immediately after, a beast the size of a small mountain, its entire body encased in thick, dark yellow rock armor. Its eyes blazed crimson as blood, exuding the terrifying aura of an SS tier peak level being, the Earth Titan Colossus. With each step heavy enough to make the earth tremble, it slowly emerged from the mist. Its gaze locked onto Lin Yuan and his two companions. And the human emperor banner within Lin Yuan's spiritual sea, which had begun to tremble faintly and radiate a yearning aura due to its proximity to the divine mountain. The great battle was about to erupt. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply. He saw it clearly. Right in the center of the Earth Titan beast's brow, a complete rune inscription was starkly imprinted, almost identical to the incomplete rune mark of the Earth's primordial core array on the human emperor banner. A complete rune. The first opportunity to repair the human emperor banner had appeared. And it was far more direct than anticipated. Chapter 71, Titan's fierce might reigns, joining forces to slay the giant. The 9 netherworlds, thick earth, divine mountain. A solitary peak pierces the gloomy heavens of the netherworld. The dense, indissoluble essence of the earth's primal energy solidifies here into tangible substance. A weight like mountains, seemingly capable of crushing the bones of any intruder. At this moment, upon the vast platform midway up the mountain, the atmosphere had frozen solid to the freezing point. Roar! The SS-tier peak, Earth Titan Colossus, roared to the heavens. The sound waves rolled like a billion thunderclaps exploding simultaneously. The entire sacred mountain trembled in fear under its terrifying, menacing presence. Its massive eyes, as vast as blood-red lakes, locked onto Lin Yuan, Tiannu, and Meng Sanqi. And the human emperor banner within Lin Yuan's spiritual sea, an object that stirred its primal revulsion and agitation. Intruders into the sacred mountain's forbidden grounds. Die! The titanic beast spoke in human language, its voice cold and brutal. The next instant, that colossal body, comparable to a mountain, launched an attack with an agility utterly incongruous to its massive form. Boom! A massive fist encased in thick rock armor crashed down like a meteorite from the heavens. Carrying terrifying, world-shattering force, it slammed down toward Tiannu. Before the fist even landed, its terrifying shockwave alone crushed countless boulders on the platform into dust. Oomph! Come on then! Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with murderous intent as she advanced instead of retreating. In this land abundant with earth elemental chi, her drought-demon divine fire burned even more fiercely. Crimson gold divine flames coiled around her, transforming into dragon-like currents of energy that whirled and roared. Break for this princess! She cried out sharply, her jade-like palms fluttering. A drought-demon's heaven-scorching palm seal, condensed to its absolute limit, met the titanic beast's colossal fist. Boom! An earth-shattering roar reverberated through the heavens. Terrifying energy ripples spread outward like a tsunami. The entire platform shook violently, and terrifying cracks began to appear along its edges. The titanic beast roared in agony. On its massive fist, covered in rock armor, faint scorched cracks began to appear. Clearly, this head-on clash had inflicted significant damage. Sister, what a splendid technique! Meng Sanqi watched from the sidelines, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, yet she didn't forget to stir the pot. But this beast is thick-skinned and tough. Relying solely on brute force, we'd be at it until the end of time. As she spoke, her slender hand swept gracefully through the air. Reincarnation decree, bound by the netherworld. In an instant, countless blue chains, forged from the very essence of reincarnation, materialized from the void. Like venomous serpents possessed of life, they silently coiled around the titanic beast's limbs. The titanic beast sensed the danger and roared furiously, struggling to break free. Yet those chains of reincarnation, though seemingly slender, proved incredibly resilient. They contained a strange power that sapped vitality and reversed the balance of life and death. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free in the short term. Nice work, Sanqi. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity. Through his nether eye, he had already observed every movement of the titanic beast, every thread of its energy flow, with crystal clarity. The beast's power core was intrinsically linked to the ancient rune etched upon its brow. The rune must be broken for the beast to fall. Celestial maiden, follow my command. Lin Yuan's divine consciousness raised, making a decisive judgment. The rune upon this beast's brow is its vital point and its strongest defense. However, forcibly activating the rune's power will inevitably cause backlash. Attack its brow. Then use the power of reincarnation to disturb its mind and disrupt its vital energy. The Celestial Maiden shall launch a frontal assault with divine fire, forcing it to exhaust its rune defenses. I shall seize the opportunity to channel the power of the Human Emperor banner to trigger the rune's backlash, stripping it away in one decisive blow. This plan is meticulously crafted. But fortune favors the bold. Besides, with 2 SSS tier experts involved, this was always going to be a rout. The reason they held back was to avoid damaging the beast. Otherwise, repairing the Human Emperor banner would suffer some loss in effectiveness. Tiannu and Meng Sanqi exchanged a glance. Absolute trust in Lin Yuan. Agreed. The two women responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation. Reincarnation enchantment sound. Meng Sanqi struck first. Her crimson lips parted, and an ancient, obscure chant of the underworld emerged from her mouth. The sound waves were formless, yet they pierced straight to the soul. The titanic beast felt a thunderous roar within its skull, stars bursting before its eyes, its senses momentarily reeling. Scorching heaven! Ji Tiannu let out a fierce cry as divine flames erupted within her. She transformed into a 100-foot-tall phantom of a flaming divine phoenix. Spreading its wings, it carried the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all things. It slammed violently into the titan beast's equally massive head. Her target, the rune at its brow. Roar! The titanic beast, seared by the pain, snapped instantly awake. Feeling the terrifying flames that threatened its very essence, it held nothing back. At the center of its brow, the ancient earth-colored rune erupted with blinding light. A thick, earth-yellow light barrier seemingly fused with the entire sacred mountain suddenly materialized, shielding its head completely. Crack! Crack! The flame phoenix collided with the light barrier, emitting a series of shrill, cracking sounds. The light screen trembled violently, its earth-yellow glow visibly fading at a rapid pace. Clearly, Ji Tiannu's full power strike possessed unparalleled might. It had shaken the rune's defenses just enough to weaken them, yet failed to shatter them completely. The titanic beast, however, paid a heavy price for this. The rune between its brows, forced into overdrive, flickered erratically, showing faint signs of instability. Now! Golden light erupted from Lin Yuan's eyes. Gritting his teeth against the soul-piercing agony of activating the Human Emperor banner, he poured every ounce of his Human Emperor Dragon Chi and the primordial essence of his Panga Dragon scale body into the banner. Imperial Edict of the Human Sovereign. Reverse the Xuanyuan. Seize the Spirit Seal. Seize. Upon the Human Emperor banner, the faintly glowing earthly primordial array transformed in that instant into a black hole that seemed to devour everything. It actively projected a condensed, earth-yellow light of absorption. It connected to the rune on the titanic beast's forehead, a rune that had shown a fleeting opening due to its all-out defense. Arg! The titan beast let out a howl more piercing and agonized than any before. It could feel it clearly. The core rune on its brow, innate and controlling all its power, was being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible, terrifying force. This sensation was 1,000 times more agonizing than having its very soul torn apart. It thrashed wildly, trying to resist. But it was all futile. Under the might of the Heavenly Emperor banner, a treasure of cosmic significance, and Lin Yuan's relentless, all-out activation, that earthly primordial rune, radiant with its earth and yellow divine light, was forcibly torn from the titanic beast's brow. Transforming into a streak of light, it instantly vanished into the surface of the Human Emperor banner. Deprived of its core rune, the titanic beast reeled as if struck by a devastating blow. Its massive frame stiffened abruptly, its vital energy ebbing away like a receding tide. The savagery and ferocity in its eyes swiftly gave way to despair and deathly stillness. Strike while the iron is hot. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Would he ever pass up such an opportunity to strike a fallen foe? Celestial Maiden. Sanchi. Finish it. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi understood instantly. With a fierce cry, they unleashed another thunderous assault. Drought-demon's divine flame incinerate the 8 desolations. Reincarnation Millstone Soul returns to the 9 netherworlds. 2 terrifying divine techniques, each imbued with the supreme might of SSS-tier sovereigns, slammed into the titanic beast, now stripped of its core source of power. Boom boom boom. Amidst endless light and darkness, this fearsome beast, a peak SS-tier colossus that had reigned over the 9 netherworlds sacred earth mountain for untold millennia. Its colossal form shattered inch by inch like a sand sculpture scorched by the blazing sun, turning into a sky-filling yellow sand that drifted away without a trace. Only a fist-sized, dark gold heart remained, a strange organ pulsing with the earth's primal rhythm and colossal vitality. Along with several peculiar bones, each shimmering with an aura of cosmic law. Hovering silently mid-air. Heart of the Earth Titan SS-tier peak material. Earth Titan Divine Bone SS-grade material. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, stowing these precious spoils of war away. This battle had been perilous beyond measure, yet the rewards were immense. The most crucial Earth's primordial rune is now in our possession. The restoration of the Human Emperor banner is within reach. Hum. A humming vibration reverberated. It seemed eager to reintegrate this long-lost rune back into its being. Chapter 72, Imperial Banner merges with rune, Earth's primordial essence returns to its place. Earth's primordial rune secured. The rune, radiating a deep, earthy yellow divine light, now floated quietly in Lin Yuan's palm. It radiated the same vast, majestic aura as the 9 netherworlds sacred earth mountain. Hum. From the Human Emperor banner, within the sea of consciousness at Lin Yuan's brow came waves of an urgent, desperate longing. Like a long-lost child finally finding the path back to its mother's embrace. Seems it can't wait any longer. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, addressing Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi beside him. I shall now begin repairing the earthly primordial array eye of the Human Emperor banner. I ask both my beloved wives to guard me during this process. Ji Tiannu gave a light nod, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with anticipation. Husband, proceed with confidence. I shall see for myself what power this Human Emperor banner will wield once its corner is restored. Meng Sanqi raised her seductive eyes, a playful smile curling her lips. My dear, be cautious. Do not let this divine banner turn against you. Should you require my assistance, speak freely, no need for formalities. Even in her words, she couldn't resist secretly competing with Ji Tiannu. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, yet felt a warmth in his heart. With these two SSS tier wives by his side, he could truly focus entirely on the repairs. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. He crossed his legs and sat within the massive crater left behind after the Earth Titan dissipated. This spot held the purest, most concentrated Earth elemental energy. Lin Yuan spread his left palm, and the ethereal image of the human emperor banner slowly materialized from his palm. It swelled in the wind, expanding to a size of 3 feet. Upon the ancient banner's surface, 9 core array points lay mostly dim and cracked. Only the corner representing the earthly primordial energy now emitted a faint glow. Lin Yuan held the Earth's primordial rune in his right hand, his expression solemn. He slowly channeled the human emperor's dragon chi within him, not particularly abundant, yet carrying a trace of resplendent righteous energy. With utmost care, he channeled it into the rune. The rune's light intensified dramatically. The ancient and profound patterns etched upon it seemed to come alive in that instant. They resonated with the incomplete markings of the earthly primordial array point on the surface of the human emperor banner. Unite! Lin Yuan roared, channeling his divine consciousness with all his might. The Earth's primordial rune transformed into a stream of earth yellow light, slowly drifting toward the shattered array eye of the human emperor banner. The fusion process was not smooth sailing. The rune's power collided violently with the remnant restraining force within the banner's surface. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound of energy friction filled the air. The human emperor banner trembled violently. Light and darkness flickered erratically across its surface. It seemed poised to shatter once more at any moment. Lin Yuan grunted in pain as a terrifying backlash surged through his divine consciousness, violently assaulting his mind. His soul ached, nearly causing him to faint. This is bad. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi both paled, ready to intervene. Unnecessary. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and growled. This is the divine banner acknowledging its master and a test of the human emperor's will. If I cannot even pass this trial, how can I ever hope to wield the human emperor's legacy? He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to stay alert. At his brow, the newly formed Pangu dragon scale body mark suddenly erupted with dazzling crimson gold light. A surge of primal vitality and overbearing will, born from the creation of the heavens and earth, thundered into the human emperor banner. Fuse! Lin Yuan roared with fury. As if infected and inspired by Pangu's will. Or perhaps it acknowledged Lin Yuan's unyielding will. The fiercely clashing earth primordial runes and the shattered array core of the human emperor banner miraculously ceased their struggle at that very moment. Ceased their opposition. The earth-hued divine light and the ancient golden runes upon the banner's surface began to slowly merge in an incredibly profound manner, repairing each other and fitting together perfectly. Boom, boom, boom. After an unknown span of time. The moment the last vestige of rune light fully merged into the human emperor banner. A dazzling, earth-yellow divine light bright enough to illuminate the entire 9 netherworlds shot skyward from the banner's surface. The human emperor banner, the earthly primordial array core, was successfully restored. A terrifying aura more profound, more vast, and more steadfast than any previous manifestation spilled forth from the banner's surface. It seemed as though this ancient battle banner, after lying dormant for countless millennia, had finally awakened a fragment of its true divine might. The entire 9 netherworld's sacred earth mountain trembled violently under this aura. Countless mountain ridges bowed low, murmuring in reverence. As if paying homage to their former master or perhaps, their new master. Lin Yuan felt the connection between himself and the human emperor banner grow closer than ever before. Streams of pure, primordial earth energy flowed back into his body through the divine soul connection. Nourishing his physical form, nurturing his domain. He could feel it clearly. His S-grade domain, the omniscient life-death parasite path, lord of the netherworld souls, had become more stable and substantial under the blessing of this primordial earth energy. Its defensive power had increased by at least 30%. Meanwhile, the human emperor banner itself, after repairing the earthly primordial array eye, had unlocked entirely new capabilities. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan for successfully repairing the Earth's primordial essence, one of the core array eyes of the human emperor banner. Human emperor banner damaged repair progress 19. Quality enhanced. Passive ability unlocked, Earth's thick soil protection basic. Earth's thick shield basic, the human emperor banner automatically draws upon the Earth's vital energy, granting the banner bearer and all friendly units within a 10-meter radius a layer of the Earth's thick shield aura. While active, physical defense increases by 20%, magic defense increases by 10%, and the banner slowly restores its own stamina and soul power. Effects double in areas abundant with earth element energy. Unlock active ability, Earth's primordial prison basic. Earth's primordial prison basic consumes a portion of the banner bearer's human emperor dragon chi and soul power to channel a thread of the Earth's primordial essence, unleashing a powerful suppression on the designated target. Inflicts the effects wait and slow. Good. So powerful. Lin Yuan felt the new ability information transmitted through the Human Emperor banner, his eyes bursting with uncontrollable ecstasy. Merely repairing the first array eye had yielded such formidable support and offensive capabilities. If all 9 array eyes could be restored, then what terrifying might would the Human Emperor banner truly unleash? He even sensed faintly a fresh insight into the two distinct yet ultimately convergent forces of the way of man and the way of earth. This held immeasurable benefits for his future breakthrough to SS rank and the consolidation of his own authority. Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi watched Lin Yuan's ecstatic expression and felt genuinely happy for him. Though, deep within their hearts, they couldn't help but marvel at the profound and mysterious power of the Human Emperor banner. At that very moment, after the Human Emperor banner repaired the earthly primordial array eye, the faintly blurred and incomplete star chart on its banner surface became several times clearer than before. Moreover, at one particular point on the star map, a star point that had been dim and lifeless suddenly burst into brilliant light. It projected a faint golden beam, pointing deep into the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain, toward a region shrouded in endless mist. There, it seemed, lay hidden a secret even more crucial than the Human Emperor or the very essence of the earth. Or perhaps, an even more powerful treasure? Chapter 73, Divine Mountain holds elixirs, cunning words seek immortal traces. The Human Emperor banner newly lit starlight points the way upon its surface, like a beacon, illuminating the path to the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain. Seems the depths of this sacred mountain hold quite a few treasures. Lin Yuan's lips curved upward slightly. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He addressed Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi beside him. Since the Human Emperor's banner has shown us the way, why not venture deeper? Perhaps we might uncover more opportunities related to the Human Emperor's legacy or the restoration of the divine banner. Ji Tiannu readily agreed. She felt completely at home in this 9 netherworld sacred mountain, where her abilities could be fully unleashed. She yearned even more to personally seek out more treasures for her husband, aiding him in fully restoring the Human Emperor banner at the earliest opportunity. My lord speaks wisely. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a smile, radiating heroic grace. This sacred mountain has deep ties to my father, the Emperor. It must hold many hidden secrets from the ancient past. Meng Sanqi stretched lazily, her graceful curves outlined by her moon-white gown, appearing all the more alluring. She shot a glance at Ji Tiannu, whose fighting spirit burned brightly, then parted her crimson lips in a faint, mocking smile. If my rival insists on going, I shall gladly accompany you to the end. But the deeper we venture into this sacred mountain, the more perilous it is likely to become. Sister, you must be cautious. Do not let pride get the better of you and risk harming your unborn child. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes narrowed at these words, a flicker of displeasure crossing her lovely face. Sister Mengpa, perhaps you should mind your own business. I know my own limits. No need for you to meddle. Seeing the flames of this battlefield about to reignite, Lin Yuan quickly cleared his throat, stepping in to smooth things over. Ahem, ahem. Please calm down, both of you. Safety comes first on this journey, treasure hunting is secondary. Should we encounter perils beyond our strength, we shall retreat immediately and devise a long-term strategy. He knew full well that once these two ladies locked horns, they'd say anything that came to mind. Having calmed the two women, the trio followed the guidance of the Human Emperor banner, venturing deeper into the sacred mountain. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the Earth's primordial energy became. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Earth itself multiplied exponentially. Lin Yuan, with his formidable physical constitution and the blessings of the Human Emperor banner and Earth's guardian, could still barely adapt. Ji Tiannu moved as if on level ground, even sensing her divine power circulating more smoothly. Only Meng Sanqi's fair face betrayed a faint sheen of fine, fragrant sweat. Evidently, the laws of this place significantly suppressed her underworld reincarnation power. Noticing this, a small, triumphant smile involuntarily curved her lips. She casually moved to the other side of Lin Yuan, subtly separating Meng Sanqi from him. Then, she took the lead in clearing the path ahead, occasionally discovering some high-grade earth elemental or millennia-old stone marrow. Husband, look. This is a 10,000-year earth crystal. It will greatly benefit the stabilization of our domain. And this Earth Mother primordial magnetite, it's an excellent material for refining defensive magical treasures. With a charming smile, she presented each discovered treasure to Lin Yuan, fully embodying the role of a wise and supportive wife. Meng Sanqi watched from the sidelines, grinding her teeth in frustration. She thought to herself, "Oomph. What's there to gloat about? She's merely exploiting the terrain. Later, I'll make sure you mother of drought spirits, know who truly is indispensable by my husband's side." Her beautiful eyes flickered as she secretly activated a hidden, forbidden technique from the underworld. It was a special technique designed for seeking out hidden secrets and sensing the flow of spiritual energy in the world. It was called the Ethereal Butterfly Guidance Technique. With a flick of her fingertip, A vivid, ghostly blue butterfly, formed entirely from pure reincarnation energy, fluttered gracefully from her fingertip. Its wings fluttered, emitting a faint glow as it traced a graceful arc through the air. Defying the oppressive weight of the thick earth elemental energy in this place, it flew straight ahead toward a seemingly ordinary, covered in moss and scattered boulders. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu both froze in surprise. They had previously scanned that stone wall and found nothing unusual. Yet, before reaching the wall, the blue butterfly passed right through it without any resistance? Vanished without a trace. Something's off about this place. Meng Sanqi's beautiful eyes flashed with insight, and a confident smile spread across her face. Her delicate hand rose, and a condensed finger force of reincarnation struck a specific point on the stone wall. A flash of light erupted from the stone wall. Countless mystical runes emerged from the stone surface, weaving together into a luminous screen. It was an exquisitely crafted natural illusion array, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding rocks. Were it not for Meng Sanqi's ghost butterfly guidance technique, which possessed the extraordinary ability to pierce through illusions and strike directly at the source, even an SSS tier sovereign would struggle to detect its existence. Sister, though you are mighty indeed, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, burning rivers and boiling seas. Meng Sanqi approached the illusory light screen, turned back with a smile, and said to Ji Tiannu, "But when it comes to seeking out hidden secrets and unraveling mysteries with meticulous precision, I'm afraid little sister here still holds the edge." Her tone was gentle, yet tinged with pride. A subtle provocation. Successfully dampening the superiority Ji Tiannu had felt moments earlier from her home field advantage. A flicker of defiance flashed in Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes, yet she could not refute it. After all, she had indeed failed to see through this illusion array earlier. Lin Yuan watched from the sidelines, inwardly amused yet somewhat exasperated. This battlefield of trials. It was relentless, ever present. Still, he found himself admiring Meng Sanqi's tactics even more. Truly worthy of one who has presided over the cycle of reincarnation and ruled the underworld for countless millennia. His depth of knowledge was truly unfathomable. "Now that we've found the entrance, let's go inside and take a look." Lin Yuan spoke up, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere between the two women. "Who knows? Perhaps the true opportunity for our journey lies hidden within." Meng Sanqi smiled faintly, her jade-like hand striking out once more. This time, her fingertips struck a pivotal node within the phantom array's light barrier. Snap! A faint sound echoed. The once impenetrable illusory array light screen began to melt away like ice and snow, slowly opening a passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. Beyond the gateway, a faint glow flickered, revealing a hidden world. Pure spiritual energy, so dense it seemed almost liquid, mingled with the refreshing scent of medicinal herbs, washing over them. It was a hidden underground garden nestled within the heart of the sacred mountain. An underground medicinal garden? Within the garden, exotic flowers and rare plants covered the ground, divine blossoms and spiritual roots grew in clusters. Each plant was at least 1,000 years old. Some had even developed faint spiritual awareness, transforming into adorable herb spirits. And at the very center of this herb garden stood a plant 3 feet tall, its entire body crystal clear and translucent. A strange immortal herb from which milky white liquid constantly drips. At the very tip of this divine herb, 3 thumb-sized fruits glowed with a misty, rosy radiance, resembling milky white jade carvings. 10,000-year azure stone milk essence pseudo-immortal grade spiritual herb. Azure Dao fruit imbued with a thread of primordial vitality. Even Lin Yuan, with his vast experience, found his breath catch in his throat. Spiritual herbs and Dao fruits of this caliber were likely as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, even across the entire bizarre world. Enough to drive even peak SS tier powerhouses mad. However, just as Lin Yuan prepared to step forward and pluck it, roar! A savage, deep roar erupted from behind the divine herb. Immediately after, the earth shook violently. A colossal figure, standing 10 zhang tall, composed entirely of countless black stones shimmering with a metallic sheen, its eyes blazing with blue flames, emanating a terrifying aura of mid-tier SS class. Earth primordial magnetite spirit. Slowly crawled out from beneath the earth, blocking the path before the divine herb. Chapter 74, Encountering a ferocious beast in the herb garden, the stone spirit protects the divine herb. At that moment, within the subterranean herb garden, spiritual energy thickened to tangible density, while rare flowers and exotic herbs glowed across the ground. The 10,000-year empty azure stone milk marrow radiated countless beams of rosy light, its medicinal fragrance filling the air. Upon it, 3 celestial jade Dao fruits held within them a trace of profound, primordial, innate vital energy. Such divine treasures could drive any cultivator mad with desire. Yet, guarding this pseudo-immortal grade spiritual herb was a terrifying presence whose malevolent aura pierced the heavens. The thick earth primordial magnetite spirit. Mid-tier SS class. Its colossal form stood 10 zhang tall, composed entirely of an incredibly hard primordial magnetic divine stone that shimmered with a dark metallic sheen. 2 pools of icy blue flames burned within its eyes, cold and merciless. The moment it appeared, the gravitational force throughout the subterranean herb garden surged several-fold. The air thickened with a heart-stopping Yuan magnetic force. It seemed capable of distorting light and tearing apart souls. Those who dare trespass upon my herb garden shall be reduced to dust. The earth elemental magnet stone spirit emitted a shrill, metallic screech. Each syllable carried a crushing weight. Then, the colossal arm, formed from countless strange stones, rose abruptly. Boom! Upon the ground of the medicinal garden, countless Yuan magnetic divine stones of varying sizes, as if drawn by some invisible force. They shot skyward. Mid-air, they rapidly coalesced into massive stone spears, stone swords, and stone axes, each crackling with a deep blue lightning glow. They descended like a storm, roaring as they shot toward Lin Yuan and his two companions. Their momentum was fierce, their power formidable. Even an ordinary early-stage SS rank powerhouse would have to temporarily avoid their onslaught. Trivial tricks. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with murderous intent as she let out a fierce cry and struck first. Here, amidst the abundant primordial energy of the earth, her fighting spirit soared, her body brimming with vitality. How could she tolerate such a mere stone monster daring to act insolently before her? Drought-demon's divine fire scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. Crimson gold divine flames surged forth from her body. Transforming into colossal fiery tornadoes, they charged toward the swarm of magnetic stone soldiers hurtling across the sky. Sizzle! 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 The flames collided violently with the Yuan magnetic force. Ear-splitting booms erupted in waves. Most Yuan magnetite soldiers, upon contact with the drought-demon's divine fire, were incinerated and melted, dripping down as molten lava. Yet a handful of exceptionally potent stone spears pierced through the sea of flames, their momentum unabated as they shot toward Ji Tiannu. Sister, be careful. Meng Sanqi's beautiful eyes narrowed as her pale hand swept upward. Reincarnation barrier, Underworld Guardian. A series of blue light shields, formed from pure reincarnation energy, instantly materialized before Ji Tiannu. Thud. 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 The few stone spears that slipped through the net slammed violently against the light shields, producing a series of dull, thunderous booms. The shields trembled violently, their reincarnation runes flickering with unstable light. Yet ultimately, they withstood the terrifying force of the stone spears entirely. Thank you, sister. Ji Tiannu gave a slight nod. Though reluctant to admit it, she felt a genuine gratitude for Meng Sanqi's timely assistance. Meng Sanqi responded with a charming smile. Sister, you're too kind. As sisters, it's only natural we unite our efforts to ease our husbands' burdens. She deliberately emphasized the word sisters, yet her gaze drifted subtly toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. At a time like this, and she still couldn't resist the urge to compete. Roar. The earth primordial magnetite spirit, enraged by its failed strike, roared furiously. It stomped the ground violently. Rumble. The entire underground herb garden began to shake violently. Massive magnetic chains, thick as giant serpents, erupted from the earth like living creatures, sealing off every possible escape route for Lin Yuan and his two companions. At the same time, its colossal form began to visibly disintegrate and reassemble at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 3 primordial magnetite spirit clones, identical to the original, though their aura was slightly weaker. Each clone possessed terrifying power at the initial stage of SS rank. This is interesting. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. This thick earth primordial magnetic stone spirit not only possessed astonishing defense and formidable strength, but also wielded such an eerie ability to create clones. No wonder it could safeguard such a pseudo-immortal grade spiritual herb here for countless millennia without incident. Husband, leave this vile beast to me and sister Mengpa. Ji Tiannu's fighting spirit surged as she proactively engaged one of the primordial magnetite spirits, avatars. Meng Sanqi, refusing to be outdone, let out a fierce cry and locked horns with another clone. Lin Yuan, however, fixed his gaze upon the main body of the thick earth primordial magnetite spirit, whose aura was the most formidable. He could distinctly sense the human emperor banner within his third eye sea of consciousness began to emit faint, rhythmic tremors upon nearing this stone spirit. It felt as though this stone spirit possessed something of the same origin as the human emperor banner, or something that could greatly benefit it. Earth's prison seal. Lin Yuan hesitated no longer and launched his attack first. The illusory form of the human emperor banner materialized behind him. The newly repaired earthly primordial array eye blazed with intense light. An invisible, heavy suppressing force instantly enveloped the core of the thick earth primordial magnetic stone spirit. Poof! The stone spirit's movements abruptly halted, as if it were suddenly burdened with the entire weight of the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain and overwhelming heaviness. Even the circulation of its internal magnetic energy grew noticeably sluggish. It worked! Lin Yuan's heart surged with delight. The Xuanyuan prison sealing power of this human emperor banner truly had an extraordinary effect on this earth elemental stone monster. Seizing the moment, he charged forward like lightning. His S-rank skill, Nether Claw, combined with his formidable physique akin to the embryonic form of the Pango dragon scale body, slashed viciously at the stone spirit's chest core. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Yuan felt as though his claws had struck a block of 10,000-year-old mystical iron, the impact sending a numbing shock through his arms. Yet upon the stone spirit's chest, only a few faint white marks remained. Damn hard shell! Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. The stone spirit's defense was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Ha ha ha! Ignorant brat! You think you can harm this one? The thick earth primordial magnetic stone spirit emitted a shrill, mocking laugh. It violently shook its body, breaking free from the shackles of the Xuanyuan prison seal. Two massive claws formed from primordial magnetic divine stone, wielding power capable of tearing through space itself, slammed viciously toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan retreated swiftly, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Seems I'll have to show some real skill after all. His eyes sharpened, holding nothing back. 10,000 Phenomena Life and Death Parasite Path, Netherworld Soul Master Domain, activate. Boom! In an instant. The entire underground medicinal garden was utterly engulfed by a terrifying domain power, a fusion of life and death, reincarnation, bug poison, divine flames, and curses. Within the domain, the river of oblivion surged, and the flowers of the other shore swayed. Billions of poisonous insects screeched, while countless soul shadows roared. Within this domain, the true form of the thick earth primordial magnetite spirit felt its connection to the earth forcibly weakened by over 30%. The circulation of primordial magnetic power within its body grew increasingly sluggish. What kind of domain is this? It actually suppresses the sovereign's primal power? For the first time, a look of sheer terror flickered in the spirit's deep blue, flame-like eyes. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh as the domain divine ability, Thousand Souls Command, silently activated. Though there were few low-tier souls here for him to command. The innate soul-dominating pressure emanating from the domain itself, coupled with its direct assault on the soul, sent a sharp pang of pain through the stone spirit's soul. In that instant when the stone spirit's mind faltered. Put! A faint, almost negligible trace of the very origin of the soul flame was pierced with pinpoint accuracy by a crimson gold divine flame, condensed to its utmost limit, suddenly shooting forth from the void. It was Ji Tiannu. While locked in fierce combat with her clone, she had somehow diverted a sliver of her attention to monitor the battle unfolding on Lin Yuan's front. And at the most critical moment, she delivered the fatal strike. Arg! No! The thick earth primordial magnetite spirit let out a piercing scream filled with resentment and despair. At the core of its chest, the deep blue soul flame flared like a dying candle in the wind, flickering violently before rapidly fading. Its massive stone body began to crack inch by inch, crumbling into ruins. The other two primordial magnetic stone spirit clones, locked in fierce combat with Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi, simultaneously let out mournful cries before shattering into a sky-filling rain of stone fragments. Boom! With the complete disintegration of the stone spirit's main body, a faint yet ancient soul, bearing the weight of endless ages, slowly emerged from the swirling dust. The fragment wore ancient blue alchemist robes, its features indistinct. Yet the pure essence of herbal energy and the golden radiance of human virtue emanating from it sent shockwaves through Lin Yuan's mind. Chapter 75, Divine Medicine Tempering the Golden Body, Refining Pangu's Blood. You bear the legacy of the human emperor. The fragmentary soul's voice was halting, as if it might vanish at any moment. This mountain is the legacy of Xuanyuan. Suppressing the ominous. Restore the imperial banner, or awaken the will. Remember. The words remained unfinished. The ancient remnant soul could no longer hold on. It dissolved into scattered points of luminous light, vanishing into the vastness of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the 10,000-year-old empty azure stone milk marrow, having absorbed the primordial earth essence from the disintegrating stone spirit, grew even more crystalline and translucent, its medicinal fragrance intensifying. Lin Yuan took the jade slip, his expression solemn. The legacy of the divine farmer? Suppressing an ill omen? Would repairing the imperial banner awaken an ancient will? Does this 9 Netherworld's Earth Spirit Mountain conceal further secrets? And that ancient fragment of soul pointed to a hidden passage deep within the medicinal garden, shrouded in thick mist. Where did it lead? Lin Yuan stirred his divine sense, attempting to probe. Yet he discovered an incredibly powerful barrier shrouding the passageway. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. His gaze fell upon the 10,000-year azure stone milk marrow, radiating a myriad of rosy light. And upon it, 3 crystalline, translucent, void-green Dao fruits, each seeming to contain a miniature world. Such divine treasures possessed miraculous effects beyond compare, healing divine souls, tempering physical bodies, and enhancing cultivation. Husband quickly consumed these immortal herbs and Dao fruits. Ji Tiannu had now arrived beside Lin Yuan, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with concern and delight. Earlier, you drained your divine soul to forcibly activate the human emperor banner, while stripping away that Titan rune. This item will not only make up for your shortfall, but also help you reach new heights. Meng Sanqi glided over with graceful steps, her eyes narrowed seductively as she gazed at Lin Yuan.
My dear, such a precious thing, don't you dare waste it.
Sister speaks wisely. You've already reached the peak of S tier, standing but a hair's breadth away from the SS tier, realm of authority. If you harness the power of this divine elixir, combined with that trace of Pango blood within you that hasn't been fully refined, who knows? You might just shatter that bottleneck in one go and step into a whole new realm. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. SS tier, realm of sovereignty. That would be a quantum leap. Once attained, one could truly begin to wield a portion of the cosmic laws where words become law, far surpassing the capabilities of the S-rank, domain realm. At that point, his combat prowess would inevitably surge to an entirely new height. Good. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with determination. Today, right here, I shall harness the power of the divine elixir in Pango's blood to breach that SS tier barrier. Without further hesitation, he crossed his legs and sat beside the 10,000-year-old empty greenstone milk marrow. The concentration of spiritual energy here was almost unmatched throughout the entire 9 netherworlds thick earth divine mountain. It was the perfect place for seclusion and breakthrough. He first carefully plucked a celestial jade Dao fruit, placing it in his mouth. The Dao fruit melted the moment it touched his tongue. A surge of cool, colossal primordial energy exploded within his body. It permeated every bone and tendon, every extraordinary meridian and 8 extraordinary vessels. His divine soul, slightly depleted from earlier forcibly activating the human emperor banner, now recovered and grew visibly under the nourishment of this primordial energy. Even his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth grew clearer and more acute. Such pure and potent primordial energy. Lin Yuan's heart surged with joy. He immediately uprooted the entire 10,000-year empty greenstone marrow, opening his mouth to inhale. The entire pseudo-immortal grade spirit herb transformed into a milky white torrent, completely swallowed into his belly. Boom! An even more terrifying medicinal power erupted within his body. Under the tempering of this power, the Pango dragon scale body emitted waves of dragon roars and tiger howls. The crimson gold dragon scale patterns on his body grew clearer and more solid. Every inch of flesh and bone underwent astonishing metamorphosis. Vaguely, behind him, a colossal figure began to materialize several zhang tall. Vague yet radiating boundless grandeur and an overbearing aura. The Pango Dharma form. This is the moment. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with divine light, holding nothing back. He abruptly channeled the remaining half of the Pango blood within his body. Refine it for me. The crimson gold Pango blood erupted like ignited divine oil. It fused completely with the colossal potency of the 10,000-year empty azure stone milk marrow and empty azure Dao fruit, as well as his own S-tier peak cultivation base. 3 distinct yet equally terrifying forces. Yet each contained terrifying energy. They raged within his body, colliding violently. Yet under the guidance of his emperor's blessing, innate talent, they painstakingly maintained a delicate equilibrium. Lin Yuan's body resembled a furnace on the verge of bursting. Drops of crimson gold blood seeped from his skin. Veins bulged violently, bones creaked. Clearly, he was enduring agony beyond endurance. Husband! Xuanyuan and Meng Sanchi cried out in unison, their beautiful faces etched with worry. They could clearly sense the fury of the energy surging within Lin Yuan's body at this moment. The slightest misstep could cause his body to explode and perish. The two women wasted no time, acting simultaneously. Xuanyuan formed a seal with her jade-like hands. The primal essence of the drought-demon's divine fire transformed into gentle bands of crimson gold light. They coiled around Lin Yuan's body, helping him regulate his raging qi and blood to stabilize his physical form. Meng Sanchi's expression grew grave. The power of reincarnation was unleashed without reserve, materializing as a shadowy, azure blue wheel of reincarnation. It hovered above Lin Yuan's head, helping him fortify his divine soul, eradicate his inner demons, and comprehend the true meaning of life and death's cycle. With the full, unreserved support of 2 SSS tier wives, Lin Yuan's situation, which had been on the verge of spiraling out of control, finally began to stabilize. He clung desperately to a sliver of clarity within his spirit, channeling every ounce of strength to guide the world-shattering power within him. Again and again, he battered against that intangible yet unbreakable SS tier barrier. Once. Twice. 10 times. 100 times. Who knows how long it had been. When the energy within Lin Yuan's body had accumulated to an unprecedented peak. When his S-rank domain, omniscient life and death parasite path, lord of the netherworld souls, nourished by Pango's blood and tempered by the stone milk marrow, began undergoing a strange metamorphosis, faintly showing signs of coalescing into the embryonic form of the life and death cycle authority. Boom! A thunderous roar, as if originating from the very source of the Tao, exploded within the depths of his divine soul. The SS-tier bottleneck that had long plagued him, at this very moment, finally, was forcibly shattered, revealing a sliver of a crack. Though it was but a minuscule, insignificant crack. The true breakthrough into the SS-rank, authority realm, still required that final, crucial opportunity. But Lin Yuan's strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His cultivation had already stepped halfway into the threshold of SS rank. His combat prowess was so formidable that even ordinary early-stage SS-tier powerhouses might not stand a chance against him. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp yet restrained, his aura deep as the ocean. He could feel himself now more powerful than ever before. Congratulations, my lord. Your cultivation has made tremendous progress. Xuanyuan and Meng Sanchi gazed at Lin Yuan's profound transformation, their beautiful eyes brimming with unhidden joy and pride in his achievement. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, about to speak. Suddenly, the Mengpa token at his waist, symbolizing the highest authority of Mengpo's hall and linked to Meng Sanchi's soul, began to vibrate violently without warning. A warning light, crimson as blood, began to flash upon it. Meng Sanchi's expression changed instantly. This is bad. Something's wrong at the Mengpa hall. A formidable foe is violently assaulting my temple's protective array. Chapter 76, Constant Change, Menpo Hall under siege. The Mengpa edict erupted in a blinding crimson light. Above it, a series of urgent, piercing hums echoed like the blood-curdling cries of a cuckoo. This is bad. Meng Sanchi's expression abruptly darkened at that moment. Her lovely face. All color drained from her face, leaving it deathly pale. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu's expressions also turned grim. Mengpo's hall was the lair Meng Sanchi had cultivated over countless millennia. Within, layers upon layers of prohibitive barriers were reinforced by countless ghost soldiers and generals, along with several S-rank judges and ghost kings stationed there. Ordinary petty thieves could never hope to shake it in the slightest. To force the Mengpa edict to emit such a powerful warning signal. The strength of the invading foe is absolutely formidable. It might even be an SSS-rank sovereign level being. Sanchi, don't panic. Lin Yuan acted decisively, stepping forward to stand beside Meng Sanchi. His voice was firm. We'll come to your aid immediately. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with lethal intent as crimson gold divine flames surged around her. Sister, fear not, I am here. I'll see just which blind fool dares to stir up trouble on the Tai Sui's head. Though she and Meng Sanchi often squabbled over trivial matters, when it came to matters of principle, they knew how to prioritize. They both understood the principle of mutual dependence. When the lips perish, the teeth feel the chill. And now, Lin Yuan had become their shared red line. Whoever dared touch the hall of Lady Meng would be making enemies with both of them. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sister. A flicker of gratitude and warmth passed through Meng Sanchi's beautiful eyes. She hesitated no longer, waving her jade-like hand to forcefully suppress the anxiety and fury churning within her. Before we depart, matters here still require some attention. Her gaze swept over the ravaged medicinal garden, still in disarray from the earlier battle. And the hidden passage leading deeper into the sacred mountain. Lin Yuan understood immediately. With a flick of his divine sense, the illusory form of the human emperor banner materialized. Earth Guardian. Earth-hued divine light cascaded down from the banner's surface. The entire medicinal garden and the entrance to the hidden passage were enveloped in layers of protective barriers woven from the essence of primordial earth. This ensured the location would not be easily discovered or disrupted by other beings. The expedition to the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain yielded truly earth-shattering gains. Primordial earth essence, 10,000-year-old celestial jade stone marrow, celestial jade Dao fruit. Countless rare treasures unseen in the outside world were all secured. However, unexpected calamities strike from the heavens. Right now, Mengpo's hall is under attack. I must return swiftly to investigate. After completing all this, Lin Yuan finally nodded to Meng Sanchi and Ji Tiannu. Let's go. The three wasted no time. Meng Sanchi, consumed by urgency, spared no thought for conserving her divine power. Her jade-like hand tore through the void before her. Rip! A spatial fissure, flickering with an eerie blue light of reincarnation, abruptly took shape. Within it, chaotic spatial turbulence surged, the force of laws raging wildly. Clearly, it was an extremely unstable temporary spatial passage. Follow me! Meng Sanchi shouted sharply, stepping forward first. Lin Yuan and Ji Tiannu followed closely behind. The three figures vanished instantly within the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain. At that moment, back on Blue Star. Initially, after witnessing Lin Yuan's bountiful gains from this expedition, the viewers in the livestream chat were naturally overjoyed. The Dragon Nation's populace naturally shared in the glory. Meanwhile, citizens from other nations grew envious. After all, ever since the bizarre marriage game arrived, Dragon Nation's approach had been riddled with inconsistencies. For instance, players from other nations numbered in the thousands or hundreds. In the Dragon Nation, there was only one player, Lin Yuan. Moreover, the most absurd part is this Lin Yuan. Ever since he arrived in this bizarre world, he's been coasting along on a rocket-powered cheat code. He hasn't done a thing. Yet SSS-tier female rulers kept coming to him. Seriously. If this isn't cheating, who would believe it? Especially after Lin Yuan's 2 marriages brought unimaginable rewards to the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation is now arguably the world's top superpower. Even the fierce eagle and the arrogant dawn have recently started keeping a low profile. Citizens of other nations now harbor a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment toward the Dragon Nation. They know all too well that this fortune stems from Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan were to die, wouldn't everything the Dragon Nation has gained vanish? This venomous resentment only deepens with time. Note, player death may trigger targeted penalties from the system based on circumstances. If Lin Yuan dies, Dragon Nation is probably finished. IP, Frog Island. Good riddance. Then my great Sakura Nation could seize the opportunity to conquer Dragon Nation, and Eagle Daddy could provide us support. IP, Sakura. Then wouldn't my great cold Netherland become the true successor to China, IP, Korean? At that moment, within the spatial passage, endless fragments of spacetime whizzed past the trio like razor-sharp blades. Meng Sanchi strained to maintain the portal's stability, fine beads of sweat already glistening on his forehead. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's heart ached. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Meng Sanchi. The embryonic power of the Pangu dragon scale body quietly activated, sharing some of the spatial pressure. Tian Nu likewise pushed the dry demon divine fire to its absolute limit. It was impossible to say how much time had passed. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity. Suddenly, the scene brightened. The familiar outline of Mengpo's hall now lay within sight. However, the hall of Mengpo no longer bore the serenity and peace of days past. Soaring demonic energy stained the sky like ink, transforming the entire banks of the River of Oblivion into a demonic inferno. Countless hideous creatures, reeking of nauseating stench. Like a tidal wave, they assaulted the dimming, faltering protective array of Mengpo's hall. The cries of battle, screams, the thunderous clashes of magical artifacts, echoing ceaselessly. The ground of Mengpo's hall was already strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Countless loyal ghost soldiers and generals who had fought to protect their homeland had perished. You beast! Meng Sanchi's eyes bulged with fury. The terrifying might of an SSS-tier reincarnation overlord was unleashed without restraint at this moment. His rage took tangible form, transforming into a terrifying storm that swept across the 9 netherworlds. The entire River of Oblivion churned violently under her SSS-tier reincarnation dominator's divine might. River waters surged backward, churning up waves of crimson foam. Countless restless souls and withered bones that had drifted the river's depths, trembling in fear, wailing incessantly. It's Lady Mengpa. Lady Mengpa has returned. Within Mengpo's hall, the judges, ghost kings, and remnant shadowy soldiers and generals who had been struggling desperately, nearly overcome by despair. Upon sensing this familiar yet formidable presence, all were instantly invigorated. They erupted in wild cheers, as if they had survived a catastrophe. Meanwhile, the demonic creatures furiously assaulting the temple's protective array suddenly froze in their tracks. Clearly, they too were profoundly shaken by this sudden, terrifying pressure. At the forefront stood a colossal figure, 100 zhang tall, its entire body covered in airy dark purple scales. 9 ferocious serpent heads protruded from its crown, while a bone-spiked tail, bristling with barbed spines, trailed behind this terrifying demonic sovereign. The demonic energy swirling around it had solidified into a churning sea of poisonous clouds and demonic flames. It was unmistakably an SS-tier peak demon lord. 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign. Chapter 77, Demon Flames Lock the River of Oblivion, Wheel of Karma stirs waves of malice. Legend says this demon, residing in the Forbidden Zone between the Netherworld and the Demon Realm. Within the Forbidden Zone known as the Sea of 10,000 Demons Inferno, the most savage and tyrannical overlord. Its true form is a 9-headed soul-devouring serpent that has existed since ancient times. It devoured countless living souls and spirits to cultivate its current power. It rarely leaves its lair under normal circumstances. Yet today, it has mobilized its entire force, launching an all-out assault on Mengpo's hall at any cost. Ha ha ha! Mengpa, you finally returned! The 9 serpent heads of the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign emitted a shrill, eerie cackle in unison. The largest serpent head at the center, its blood-red vertical pupils fixed intently on Meng Sanchi. I thought you'd hide like a turtle for the rest of your life. Well, that saves me the trouble of breaking your pathetic array. Hand over the Source of Reincarnation and the Book of Life and Death of the Netherworld obediently. Then present this little beauty to me. Join me in comprehending the Great Tao, and I might consider sparing your entire Mengpa Hall, even a dog's life. Its voice was frenzied, its demeanor arrogant. Clearly, it held no regard for the returned Meng Sanchi. Seemingly, it possessed absolute confidence in its own power. You're asking for death. Meng Sanchi's rage boiled over, her fair face now frozen in icy fury. She couldn't be bothered to waste words on this demon sovereign. Her jade-like hand flickered. The Pen of Reincarnation and Soul-Summoning Banner of the Netherworld were already in her grasp. She was about to strike immediately, sending this reckless beast straight to the 18th layer of hell, doomed to eternal torment. Hold on. At that very moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up, halting Meng Sanchi, who was on the verge of losing control. His gaze sharpened slightly as he carefully scanned the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign and the demon soldiers and generals under its command. A flicker of doubt quietly rose within his heart. Something's off. This demon sovereign may be immensely powerful, reaching the peak of SS tier, but Meng Sanchi is a genuine SSS tier sovereign. Where does it get the audacity to provoke us like this? Moreover, it didn't come earlier or later, it specifically chose to act during the time when I, Sanchi, and the Celestial Maiden left Mengpo's hall to head toward the 9 netherworld's thick earth divine mountain. All of this is simply too coincidental. Lin Yuan's netherworld gaze quietly activated, scrutinizing every energy flow and law fluctuation across the battlefield. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Amidst the dense demonic aura swirling around the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign, he detected a faint, elusive trace yet strangely familiar. The power of reincarnation? Though that thread of reincarnation power was skillfully concealed by the demon sovereign's secret techniques, its very essence stemmed from the same source as the 10 halls of reincarnation great law, cultivated by the king of the wheel of life. It was him all along. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as understanding instantly dawned upon him. Sanchi, don't be deceived by this demon sovereign's facade. He transmitted his voice to Meng Sanchi in a deep tone. This beast is likely nothing more than a blade wielded by another. Behind him, there must be a higher power pulling the strings. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Meng Sanchi's beautiful eyes. Her mind had been clouded by rage earlier, causing her to overlook these crucial details. Now, prompted by Lin Yuan's insight, she carefully sensed the aura emanating from the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign. Sure enough, she detected a faint, elusive anomaly. King of the Wheel of Rebirth. She gritted her teeth, practically grinding the name out between them. The rage in her heart surged tenfold compared to before. You old bastard! How dare you scheme against this sovereign? GTN News phoenix-like eyes flashed with murderous intent as she coldly declared. This will-turning king, incorrigible to the end, truly, he deserves no mercy. I spared him once before in the forbidden grounds of the human emperor banner. Yet he still dares to harbor treacherous thoughts and secretly sabotage me. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Since he seeks his own demise, then I shall grant him his wish. His gaze shifted to the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign, who continued to rage wildly. His voice was indifferent. Wretched beast, I ask you, what deal did you strike with the Wheel King? What favors did he promise you that you'd willingly risk your life for him, wading into this mess? Upon hearing this, the 9 serpent heads of the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign froze simultaneously. Clearly, it hadn't expected Lin Yuan to pierce through the veil of secrecy surrounding its pact with the wheel-turning king. A fleeting flicker of panic flickered through its crimson vertical pupils. But it was swiftly replaced by an even more intense ferocity and brutality. Ha ha ha! Boy, cease your nonsense and scheming to sow discord. My actions require no explanation to the likes of you. Today, Mengpo's hall shall be destroyed. That little wench Mengpo will become my personal possession. As for you... Its 9 pairs of greedy eyes scanned Lin Yuan from head to toe, as if examining a rare treasure. This mortal shell of yours is rather handsome, and it seems to carry a peculiar aura that even I find irresistible. Once I've dealt with Mengpa, I'll capture you alive and prepare you properly. Who knows, perhaps you could help me break through to a higher realm. Its excitement grew with every word. 9 serpentine heads simultaneously spat foul, venomous flames, already treating Lin Yuan and his 2 companions as its captured prey. Hearing this, Lin Yuan did not grow angry but instead smiled. Good. Very good. It seems you refuse the wine offered and insist on drinking the punishment wine. Without another word, a terrifying aura erupted with a thunderous roar. Since you wish to die, I shall personally send you on your way. Battle. No more words needed. When Lin Yuan unleashed the terrifying aura, a fusion of the domineering might of the Panga dragon scale body, the profound mysteries of the 10,000 phenomena life and deathbug Tao, and the awe-inspiring might of the Lord of the Underworld Soul, erupted without restraint. The entire banks of the River of Oblivion were shaken to their core. The arrogance radiating from the 9 soul-devouring demon sovereign's serpentine heads froze instantly, replaced by utter, unshakable terror. SS class? This kid, wasn't he rumored to have only recently ascended to S rank? How could he have grown this powerful in just a few days? Demon sovereign of the 9 netherworlds. A terrifying pressure that threatened its very existence. This was far beyond what an ordinary S rank could possess. Only now realizing it? Too late. Lin Yuan's voice was icy cold. Already transformed into a streak of light, he charged headlong toward the colossal 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign. He intended to use this battle to thoroughly test the true strength of his peak S rank grand perfection. He would also make certain rats lurking in the shadows see clearly the consequences of daring to scheme against Lin Yuan. Roar! You insolent brat! After all, this was a veteran demon sovereign at the peak of SS rank. The 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign remained composed despite the shock. All 9 serpent heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws. 9 netherworld soul-devouring flames. 9 streams of flame, each a different color. Each carrying the terrifying power to corrode divine souls and defile true spirits. Like 9 malevolent dragons surging from the sea, sealing off every retreat for Lin Yuan from all directions. Wherever they passed, even the void itself sizzled and crackled, rippling in waves. Chapter 78 Lin Yuan strikes, the demon sovereign meets his end. Trivial tricks. Lin Yuan neither dodged nor retreated. Battle intent surged in his eyes. Pango dragon scale body, activate. He let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens. Upon his body, the crimson gold dragon scale patterns, once faint and elusive. At this moment, they abruptly became sharp and solid. Plate after plate of dragon scales, as if forged from divine metal, instantly covered his entire body. A vast and boundless, an overwhelming, ancient dragon's might surged forth from his body. It actually forced back the 9 terrifying streams of poisonous flames by several feet. Human Emperor Banner, Earth's Guardian. The illusory form of the Human Emperor Banner soared skyward from behind Lin Yuan. The newly repaired Earth's primordial core array blazed with intense radiance. A thick, earth-yellow protective halo instantly enveloped Lin Yuan. Boom! 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 9 torrential streams of venomous flames slammed violently against the thick earth protective halo. A deafening roar erupted. The aura trembled violently, its earthen glow flickering erratically. Yet ultimately, it still managed to withstand every one of those terrifying poison flames. What? It actually blocked the sovereign's 9 netherworld soul-devouring flames? The 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign was once again utterly shocked. This poisonous flame was forged by gathering 9 supremely and venomous malevolent energies from the depths of the 9 netherworlds, refined for tens of thousands of years using its own life-bound demonic essence. Forget S-Rank. Even an ordinary early-stage SS-Rank powerhouse would suffer soul damage and physical decay if struck head-on. Yet, unexpectedly, this brat actually blocked it so effortlessly. It's not over yet. Lin Yuan sneered coldly. He seized the moment to surge forward, closing in on the 9 nether soul-devouring demon sovereign. Behind him, the shadowy, several zhang tall embryonic form of the Panga Dharma image flickered into existence. A terrifying force, as if splitting heaven and earth, gathered upon his right fist. Pango's heaven-splitting strike. No flashy techniques, no dazzling light effects. Simply a plain, unadorned fist. Yet it carried a primal, unadorned essence, a supreme state of mind that shattered all techniques. It slammed viciously into the largest serpent head at the center of the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign. This is bad. The demon sovereign felt an unprecedented deathly threat completely engulf him. It tried to dodge. But Lin Yuan's fist seemed slow. Was in fact faster than lightning. It contained a profound, inescapable law that locked onto vital energy. It could only watch helplessly as that seemingly insignificant fist grew larger and larger in its eyes. 10,000 demons devouring soul shield. At the brink of life and death, the demon sovereign fought with all his might. 9 serpent heads simultaneously expelled their life-bound demonic essence. Before him, they coalesced into a massive dark purple energy shield, covered in countless ferocious demonic patterns and agonized soul shadows. This was its most formidable defensive divine ability. Boom! Lin Yuan's fist crashed violently into the 10,000 demon soul-devouring shield. The next instant, in the horrified gaze of the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign, its pride and joy, the 10,000 demon soul-devouring shield touted as capable of withstanding the full force of an SS-tier peak powerhouse's strike, shattered inch by inch as if made of paper. Utterly worthless. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's fist, swirling with the aura of Pangu and the dragon energy of the human emperor, carried unabated momentum. Slammed down with brutal force, striking the center of the serpent head at its core. Snap! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. That serpent head was brutally shattered clean off. The foul-smelling demon blood, mixed with shattered brain matter, splattered everywhere like fireworks. Arg! The 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign let out a shrill, inhuman scream. The agony of decapitation pierced its very soul. Its massive demonic form, struck head-on as if by a siege hammer, careened backward uncontrollably for thousands of meters. It crashed violently into a distant, 10,000-foot-tall peak of white bone, shattering it completely. One punch. A single punch shattered the peak SS-tier 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign to this extent. The entire battlefield fell into an instant, deathly silence. Whether it was the demon soldiers and generals locked in fierce combat with the ghost soldiers of Mengpo's hall, or the judges and ghost kings watching the battle from within Mengpo's hall, or even Meng Sanchi and Ji Tiannu, who had been seated high upon the underworld boat, their expressions once laced with languor and amusement. At this moment, their beautiful eyes were filled with nothing but disbelief. Shock. They knew Lin Yuan was formidable, and they knew he had gained immense fortune within the 9 netherworld's sacred earth mountain, causing his power to surge once more. But they never imagined he could be this powerful? With S-tier peak perfection cultivation, he clashed head-on with an SS-tier peak demon sovereign. And with a single punch, shattered the opponent's skull? This is utterly beyond comprehension. Unheard of since time immemorial. My husband. Ji Tiannu covered her red lips with her jade-like hand, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with wonder. That little rascal, he really kept it hidden well. Meng Sanqi's own beautiful eyes sparkled, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, a smile so captivating it could charm the world. They exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's eyes a trace of shared pride and an even more intense possessiveness toward Lin Yuan. Wretched beast. Die. Having landed a successful strike, Lin Yuan would never give his opponent a chance to breathe. His form shifted again, intent on pressing his advantage and utterly slaying this demon sovereign. Wheel of Rebirth, suppress. Dry Demon's divine flame, incinerate the heavens. At that very moment, Meng Sanqi and Ji Tiannu simultaneously let out fierce shrieks and launched their attacks. They weren't about to stand by and watch their men take all the glory. They demanded their share of the glory for delivering the finishing blow. In an instant, a colossal millstone-like apparition, formed from boundless cycle runes, crashed down from the heavens, crushing the gravely wounded, 9 nether soul-devouring demon sovereign beneath its weight. At the same time, the sky filled with crimson gold, drought-demon divine fire, transformed into vicious chains of flame, coiling layer upon layer around its massive demonic form, burning it with frenzied intensity. No! Spare me! The 9 netherworld's soul-devouring demon sovereign wailed in despair. Already shattered by Lin Yuan's fist, its demonic soul was on the verge of rupture, its primordial essence severely wounded. Now, facing the combined lethal strike of 2 SSS-tier sovereigns, how could it possibly resist? In mere moments, this SS-tier peak demon sovereign, whose infamous reputation in the Sea of 10,000 Demons Inferno struck terror into countless living beings, under the combined assault of Lin Yuan, Ji Tiannu, and Meng Sanqi, its demonic soul was utterly crushed by the Wheel of Rebirth. Its demonic body was reduced to ashes by the dried divine fire. Both form and spirit annihilated. Not a trace remained. Seeing their commander slain, the demon soldiers and generals beneath him were utterly terrified, their souls scattered. They knelt in droves, begging for mercy. Yet they were swiftly slaughtered like cutting through butter by the elite forces of the Thousand Souls Cave, led by the 9 netherworld corpse beetle ancestor, alongside the enraged ghost generals of Mengpo's Hall. A crisis targeting Mengpo's Hall was thus decisively resolved in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's earth-shattering fist strike, along with the shocking spectacle of their joint slaughter of an SS-tier peak demon sovereign, were broadcast live across the globe, reaching every corner of Blue Star. Countless viewers across nations watching the broadcast were left utterly speechless, the world falling silent. After a long while, the chat exploded like a volcanic eruption. Holy! What just happened? Lin Shen just obliterated an SS-tier peak demon lord with one punch? Hallucination. This has to be a hallucination. An S-rank defeating an SS-rank peak? And with a single punch? That's not scientific. To the guy above, expecting science in a weird marriage game? You must be out of your mind. Lin Shen is just freaking awesome, period. Screaming. And then there's Lady Mengpa and that suspected drought demon goddess. Holy crap. 3 divine beings teaming up. That demon sovereign deserve to die. Why, another day of envy towards the dragon nation. At that moment, before Mengpo's Hall, the smoke of battle gradually dissipated. Meng Sanqi's beautiful eyes flashed with a murderous glint as she beckoned with her jade-like hand. From the very spot where the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign had been utterly annihilated, she extracted a wisp extremely faint, yet carrying a faintly familiar aura. A soul contract imprint. Etched upon the mark was the unmistakable emblem of the Wheel of Life Hall. Wheel King! Meng Sanqi clenched her teeth in fury. Her lovely face flashed with murderous intent. This one and you we shall fight to the death. Chapter 79, Marching to confront the Wheel of Dharma Hall, Yama steps forth to judge right and wrong. Not long ago, with the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign utterly annihilated, the last remnant of resentment and hatred from its dying moments had yet to fully dissipate. Meng Sanqi's fair face now bore a murderous glint. With a flick of her jade-like hand, from the very core where the demon sovereign's soul had scattered into oblivion, a shattered jade token, flickering with a sinister glow, was forcibly extracted by her. Upon the jade token, a faint yet strangely familiar imprint of a soul contract lay etched, clearly visible. It is the unique emblem of the Wheel Hall. Irrefutable proof. King of the Wheel. Meng Sanqi clenched his teeth. A murderous intent surged like a tidal wave within her beautiful eyes. The terrifying divine might of an SSS-tier reincarnation sovereign surged uncontrollably from her body. Along the entire banks of the River of Oblivion, grim winds howled, blood-red waves surged heavenward. Countless wandering spirits and restless ghosts. Cowered trembling beneath this overwhelming pressure, prostrate upon the ground. Not daring to lift their heads. You old bastard! How dare you repeatedly ambush this lord? Last time in the forbidden grounds of the human emperor banner, I made you swear a solemn oath by the river of the dead, no active provocation for 1,000 years. Yet barely days have passed, and you couldn't contain yourself, resorting once more to such despicable tactics of using others as your weapon. Do you truly believe I am made of clay? Meng Sanchi's fury boiled over with every word. The divine light of reincarnation surged around him, fueling an overwhelming urge to storm the Wheel of Life Hall, drag that old bastard out, tear him limb from limb, and cast him into the 18th layer of hell to burn eternally. Sanchi, calm yourself. Lin Yuan stepped forward in time. He gently clasped her jade-like hand, trembling slightly with rage. He could sense that Meng Sanchi was truly boiling with rage at this moment. This Hou Qing, incorrigible despite repeated warnings, truly deserves death. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. But this matter requires careful consideration. After all, he is one of the 10 kings of hell, with deep roots in the underworld and numerous followers. If we rashly storm his domain, even if we succeed in slaying him, it would likely provoke the suspicion and united counterattack of the other Yama kings. The cost would outweigh the benefit. Ji Tiannu nodded in agreement, her phoenix-like eyes clouded with gravity. My lord speaks wisely. This will-turning king has operated within the netherworld for countless millennia. His accumulated power and influence likely rival that of some ordinary SSS-tier sovereigns. Moreover, the 10 kings of hell are bound by a shared destiny. Without irrefutable evidence and a righteous cause that leaves the other kings speechless, we may find it difficult to resolve this peacefully. Though she and Meng Sanchi shared a touch of jealousy, when it came to the greater scheme of things, she saw clearly. Hearing this, Meng Sanchi's burning anger subsided slightly. She understood this logic well. Yet that bitter resentment was truly hard to swallow. Then, according to your opinion, my lord and sisters, how should this matter be handled? Her beautiful eyes turned to Lin Yuan, carrying a hint of inquiry and dependence. A cold curve touched Lin Yuan's lips, his eyes flashing with a knowing gleam. Evidence? Don't we already have it? He pointed at the shattered jade pendant in Meng Sanchi's hand, still bearing the imprint of the Wheel King's soul contract. As for the righteous cause, Lin Yuan laughed aloud, his voice echoing throughout the entire Mengpa Hall. Our purpose here is to uphold the laws of the netherworld, purge our ranks, and punish those treacherous scoundrels who collude with demons in secret, disrupt the 9 netherworlds, and seek to overthrow the order of reincarnation. Is this righteous cause sufficient? The moment these words were spoken, Meng Sanchi and Ji Tiannu's beautiful eyes both flashed with sudden brilliance. What a splendid phrase, upholding the laws of the netherworld, cleansing our own ranks. What a splendid punishing the treacherous, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation. With this heavy charge leveled against him, not only would the wheel-turning king dare not openly favor him, but even the other 9 Yama kings would likely hesitate. My lord speaks with great insight. Meng Sanchi smiled radiantly, her allure blossoming, all traces of her earlier anger and gloom swept away. With a sweeping gesture of her jade-like hand, she commanded with unparalleled grandeur. Assemble all elite forces of Mengpo's Hall. 1 million ghost soldiers. 3,000 ghost generals. Today, I shall personally lead this army to level his Wheel of Rebirth Hall to the ground. I shall see which old fool dares speak for that Hou Qing now, with such irrefutable evidence and righteous cause before us. Ji Tiannu's phoenix-like eyes blazed with authority as crimson divine flames surged once more. Sister, rest assured. I shall guard your rear today. Should any blind fools dare to interfere, this palace shall not hesitate to let them taste the might of my drought-demon divine fire. Lin Yuan observed the scene and smiled faintly. He knew a grand spectacle targeting the wheel-turning king was about to unfold. The Wheel of Life Hall. Among the 10 halls of the netherworld, this was the most formidable and the most opulent. Its ruler, the wheel-turning king, ranked among the top 3 in both power and seniority among the 10 kings of the underworld, a truly formidable presence. At this moment, he sat enthroned upon a throne of white bone. He listened to the report from his trusted judge underling, the complete annihilation of the 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereigns' forces, and the unharmed safety of the Mengpa Hall. His face darkened to the point of seeming to drip with water. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He slammed his fist onto the throne's armrest, seething with rage. That 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign, hailed as unmatched below the peak of SS rank, couldn't even take down a mere Mengpa Hall? And he was counterattacked? Was the reincarnation talisman this king bestowed upon him meant to be used as toilet paper? The judge trembled in fear, immediately kneeling on the ground. Your Excellency, please calm your anger. According to the little demon who escaped, that Mengpa had not only that Lin Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom by her side, but it seems she was aided by a female cultivator whose power was no less than Mengpo's. With their combined strength, the demon sovereign, he was unfortunately a female cultivator? The Wheel King frowned. It must be that female drought-demon from Miao. So many days have passed, yet she still hasn't left the underworld? Just as he pondered this, Suddenly. Boom boom boom. The entire Wheel of Rebirth Hall shook violently. As if struck by an invisible primordial divine hammer. Countless forbidden runes flickered wildly throughout the hall, their light flickering erratically. Who dares to cause such chaos in my Wheel of Dharma Hall? The Wheel King erupted in fury, stepping forward to appear high above the hall in an instant. But behold! From the direction of Mengpo's hall, dark clouds pressed down upon the city. An endless horde of ghostly soldiers and specter generals. Led by Meng Sanqi, Lin Yuan, and Ji Tiannu. They advanced with murderous intent, encircling the Wheel of Life Hall. That spectacle, that momentum. Clearly, they were a fight to the death. Meng Sanqi. Have you lost your mind? King Xuanyuan, both shocked and enraged, roared. Our domains have always coexisted peacefully. What purpose do you serve by mobilizing such a massive force today?
Meng Sanqi's face held a murderous glint as she held the Pen of Rebirth, pointing it at the wheel-turning king.
Her voice was as cold as ice from the depths of hell. King of the Wheel of Life.
You despicable, shameless old bastard. In secret collusion with the demonic forces of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, they launched a fierce assault upon our Mengpa Hall, seeking to plunge the underworld into chaos and overturn the cycle of reincarnation. Now, both witnesses and evidence are present. What more can you say? With a flick of her jade-like hand, the shattered jade token, still bearing the imprint of the Wheel King's soul contract, transformed into a streak of light. It hovered mid-air, emanating a dark and undeniable aura. At this sight, the wheel-turning king's pupils suddenly contracted. A tidal wave of fury surged within his heart. Damn it! That 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign couldn't even handle such a trivial matter, leaving behind such an obvious piece of evidence. But he was a cunning old fox. Would he ever admit defeat so easily? Nonsense! He forced himself to remain calm, retorting sharply. Where did you even find this jade token? It's a forgery, a frame-up. What sort of person do you think I am? Would I ever associate with such vile, demonic scum? Meng Sanqi, cease your demonic slander and baseless accusations.
Oomph. Still spouting defiance at death's door. Meng Sanqi laughed bitterly in fury. She wasted no more words, waving her jade-like hand. All under the jurisdiction of Mengpo's Hall, heed my command. Crush the Wheel of Rebirth Hall for me, and capture that old bastard, the Wheel King. Any who resist shall be slain without mercy. Kill.
1,000,000 ghost soldiers and 3,000 specter generals roared in unison, their murderous intent piercing the heavens. They surged forward as a black torrent, crushing toward the Wheel of Life Hall.
How dare you, Meng Sanqi? How dare you?
The Wheel King erupted in fury, unleashing the full might of his reincarnation power. The colossal illusory form of the 6 Realms Wheel of Rebirth beneath his throne reappeared, radiating an aura that suppressed the ages and judged all beings. Countless protective barriers within the Wheel of Life Hall activated simultaneously, blazing with intense light as they attempted to withstand the onslaught of the Mengpa Hall's army. A civil war within the underworld was about to erupt completely.
At this critical moment, halt!
9 majestic yet distinctively aged voices echoed faintly from beyond the heavens.
Immediately after, King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, Emperor Song, Pingdong King, Du Shi King.
9 shadowy figures of the Yama Kings, each with an aura as deep as the ocean, representing the highest authority of the underworld, ripped through the void and descended together.
Their gazes swept complexly over the two sides, locked in tense confrontation.
Finally, all eyes settled upon the shattered jade token suspended mid-air, radiating the aura of the wheel-turning king.
And Meng Sanqi's stunningly beautiful face etched with frost and murderous intent.
Beside her, Lin Yuan, whose expression remained serene, yet radiating an aura of profound stillness and towering majesty.
And Ji Tiannu, whose divine flames surged around her, her imposing presence matching Meng Sanqi's in every way. The 9 Hells Yama Lords all felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They knew. Today's events. Not easily resolved. Chapter 80. The Netherworld temporarily falls silent, the Imperial banner points toward Qingqiu.
The 9 Kings of Hell arrived together.
An overwhelming pressure like a sea instantly enveloped the entire Wheel of Rebirth Hall. The previously tense atmosphere, bristling with hostility and on the verge of explosion, froze in its tracks.
Both the murderous army of Mengpo's Hall and the battle-ready guards of the Wheel of Rebirth Hall. At that moment, all movement ceased instinctively as eyes turned skyward toward the 9 towering, ethereal figures.
In the underworld, the 10 Kings of Hell ultimately held the final say. Fellow Taoist Mengpa, fellow Taoist Xuanyuan, I implore you to hold your thunder for now.
Qin Guangwang, the foremost among the Yama Lords, spoke slowly. His voice was aged yet serene, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
We are now aware of the general circumstances of today's events. Friend Xuanyuan, you have indeed acted inappropriately.
His gaze shifted to King Xuanyuan. His tone carried a barely perceptible hint of disappointment and
warning.
King Xuanyuan's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. His heart raced with both shock and fury, yet he dared not openly defy King Qin Guang. After all, King Qin Guang's seniority and power both surpassed his own.
Moreover, With both witness testimony and physical evidence now present, the gazes of the other 8 Yama kings clearly held a hint of hostility. He knew this time, he was truly screwed. Brother Xuanyuan, there must be some misunderstanding. He forced a smile, attempting to defend himself. That jade token must have been deliberately planted on me by that wretched, by Sister Mengpa. Where did she even find it? I, the wheel-turning king, oversee the cycle of rebirth and reward punishment. I have always been fair and strict. How could I associate with such demonic beings and destroy my own reputation? Even now, you dare to make excuses. Meng Sanchi's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent, her voice icy cold. Your divine soul imprint upon that jade token, could that possibly be forged? Honorable lords of the underworld, bear witness. Such treacherous, underhanded betrayal, if not severely punished, how can we command respect? How can we uphold the authority and dignity of our netherworld's laws? Her words were sharp, each one striking at the heart. The other 8 Yama lords nodded in agreement, their gazes toward the wheel-turning king growing even more hostile. Though they shared the title of King of the 10 Hells with the wheel-turning king, their daily interactions were rife with open and covert rivalry. Now that he had committed such a grave error, many were eager to kick him while he was down. Moreover, Mengpo's power and standing were not to be underestimated. Standing beside her was the enigmatic Lin Yuan, a figure capable of obliterating even an SS-tier peak demon lord with a single punch. And that crimson gold-robed woman whose aura was no less formidable than Mengpo's. If these 3 celestial fiends truly unleashed their fury, the entire netherworld would be turned upside down. After weighing the pros and cons, the king of the 9th hall had reached his decision. Friend Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan spoke again, his tone now carrying an unwavering finality that brooked no argument. This matter requires no further debate. You first violated the sacred oath of the Nether River, then secretly colluded with demonic forces to disrupt the Hall of Mengpa. The evidence is irrefutable, there is no room for denial. Today, we, the 9 kings of hell, shall render our judgment here. His gaze swept over Meng Sanchi, Lin Yuan, and Ji Tiannu as he declared in a deep voice. First, King of the Wheel of Rebirth must immediately offer a public apology to fellow Taoist Mengpa to set the record straight. Second, the Wheel of Life Palace shall cede the 3 most prosperous cities within its jurisdiction, along with 10 rarine crystal veins, as compensation for the losses incurred by Mengpo's Hall. Third, the Wheel King must take the River of Souls blood oath once more, pledging never to set foot within Mengpa Hall's sphere of influence for 10,000 years, under any circumstances or in any form. His followers must retreat 100 li upon encountering Mengpa Hall disciples, showing no provocation whatsoever. Fourth, Xuanyuan paused, glancing at Lin Yuan with a meaningful gleam in his eyes. That 9 netherworld soul-devouring demon sovereign was an SS-tier peak great demon. The treasures left behind in its cave dwelling shall be bestowed upon young friend Lin Yuan as a token to calm his nerves. At these words, King Xuanyuan was struck as if by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. This wasn't mediation at all. This was clearly an attempt to strip him of his fortune and leave him utterly humiliated. Ceding 3 cities and 10 mineral veins, that's like tearing out his very heart. Banned from ever setting foot within Mengpo's domain for 10,000 years? How could he possibly establish himself in the underworld thereafter? As for the demon sovereign's cave abode, it even held precious treasures sent by the wheel-turning king not long ago to win his allegiance. And now that scoundrel Lin Yuan is to reap the benefits? This is outrageous. This is utterly outrageous. Xuanyuan King. You're showing favoritism. I refuse to accept this. King of the Wheel of Life's eyes blazed crimson. He was on the verge of losing his temper right then and there. How dare you? King Chu Jiang barked coldly, his authority as imposing as a mountain. King of the Wheel of Rebirth. This is the joint ruling of the 9 kings of hell. If you refuse to accept it, do you intend to oppose all 9 of us? To defy the entire legal system of the netherworld? Hearing this, King of the Wheel of Rebirth felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. His body trembled and he instantly sobered up a bit. The tide had turned irrevocably. To persist in defiance now would surely lead to his demise, body destroyed, soul scattered to the winds. Very well. Very well. Very well. He uttered 3 yeses in succession. His voice dripped with venom and resentment. In the end, he could only nod his head in humiliation. This king concedes defeat. A reckoning session targeting the wheel-turning king. Under the mediation of the 9 Hells King once more, it concluded with the complete victory of the Mengpa Hall faction. The Wheel King, disgraced and defeated, swore an even more stringent blood oath upon the river of the underworld. He signed a treaty on the spot, ceding territory and paying reparations to the underworld. His faction, severely weakened by this battle, would be unable to stir up trouble again in the near future. As for Meng Sanchi, he had thoroughly vented his pent-up frustration before all the underworld factions. His prestige and standing soared accordingly. A subtle trend emerged: he was poised to surpass other Yama lords and become the true uncrowned king of the underworld. Lin Yuan. As both the catalyst and one of the greatest beneficiaries of this incident, He had demonstrated his unfathomable power before the entire upper echelon of the netherworld. Everyone now realized that this husband of Mengpo was no ordinary being. The storm subsided. The underworld temporarily restored its former tranquility. In Mengpo's hall, Lin Yuan finally got to enjoy a rare moment of post-battle intimacy. By day, he concluded several days of dual cultivation with Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi. He also took the opportunity to thoroughly discipline the 9 netherworld corpse beetle ancestor and other ghost kings and generals. Or he would delve into the intricacies, explaining cultural traditions and amusing anecdotes from Blue Star to his 2 SSS tier wives. The 2 women would sometimes furrow their brows in deep thought, other times stifle giggles, filling the hall with constant laughter and merriment. Nightfall naturally brought even more splendid moments, times for profound contemplation of the Tao of Yin and Yang, for exploring the origins of life and the ultimate truths of the cosmos. Within the secret chamber, 3 figures sat cross-legged. Lin Yuan occupied the center, flanked by Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi on either side. Their energies flowed around them, their divine souls intertwining. Occasionally, crimson gold divine flames would surge upward, illuminating Ji Tiannu's peerless beauty. At other times, the vast power of the underworld cycle surged, enveloping Meng Sanqi's graceful form. At other times, resplendent dragon chi of the human path emanated from Lin Yuan's body, resonating with the 2 utterly distinct yet mysteriously interconnected supreme forces, gradually forming a perfect cycle. Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented tranquility and clarity within his soul. His comprehension of the Pango blood, his comprehension of the human emperor banner, his comprehension of his own S-tier peak grand perfection realm. All these aspects, through this day after day joint contemplation, advanced naturally and steadily, making tremendous strides. His power was accumulating at a terrifying pace, awaiting only the right moment to shatter through that final barrier and step into a brand new realm. On this day, while Lin Yuan was meditating alone, deeply immersed in contemplating the human emperor banner, he plunged his divine consciousness into the fragmented starlit map etched upon the banner's surface. Suddenly, the human emperor banner blazed with intense light. Upon the banner's surface, the star map became clearer than it had ever been before. Upon it, countless starlight points shimmered, outlining fragmented, ancient stellar pathways. And that fragment of the soul's secret incantation echoed repeatedly within his mind. What delighted Lin Yuan even more, with his cultivation progressing during this period and his continuous nurturing of the human emperor banner, a faint, extremely faint, yet utterly pure, carrying a hint of languid charm and myriad allure, and a hint of enchanting allure that stirred the soul, the demonic aura of the 9-tailed celestial fox. This wisp of demonic energy no longer pointed toward any part of the netherworld. Instead, pointed far away toward the mortal realm of the strange world. Xingqiu. Chapter 81, The Drought-Demon's Illness, the Celestial Maiden departs the underworld. The netherworld. Deep within Mengpo's hall. At this moment, Lin Yuan's fingertips lightly brushed the tattered surface of the human emperor banner. He sensed the boundless human destiny energy within it, and the faint yet urgent yearning to restore its wholeness. Restoring this banner was an urgent matter. Memories of clearing the eerie affair game surged once more within Lin Yuan's mind. The region indicated by the human emperor banner was none other than Xingqiu. According to the backstory of Eerie Affair, the East, there exists a sacred land of the demonic race. It was called Xingqiu. Its ruler was a 9-tailed celestial fox who had lived for untold millennia, lazy and alluring, yet possessed of divine wisdom. Her fox-like eyes seemed to pierce through all illusions across the 3 realms and 6 paths. Her illusions were potent enough to overturn the heavens and earth, to toy with human hearts as if they were mere playthings. In the game, countless powerful beings have fallen at the feet of her 9 fluffy foxtails, willingly becoming her subjects. And she, in the end, became one of Lin Yuan's rightful wives. Thinking of that cunning yet deeply affectionate little fox, a faint smile curved Lin Yuan's lips. In the game, Lin Yuan had often been driven to impulsive actions by the 9-tailed celestial fox's character art. Now, the game had become reality. If he were to actually meet the 9-tailed fox in person, what kind of captivating beauty would she possess? The thought alone, Lin Yuan's heart burned with fervor. The journey to Xingqiu seemed inevitable. Of course, beyond the request, he wouldn't let any of the other SSS tier heroines slip away. By then, with 9 wives watching my back, I can slack off however I please. Living off the ladies? I'll take 9 at once. Eat until I'm stuffed to the gills. But right now, husband, what are you thinking? A voice, faintly weak yet still coldly commanding, came from behind him. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. Turning, he saw Ji Tiannu's fair face looking slightly pale. Her eyes, which had burned like flames moments before, now held a hint of dullness. His heart tightened, and he hurried forward to support her. My lady, are you feeling unwell? Ji Tiannu frowned slightly. She felt that lingering, stubborn heaviness within her body. It's nothing. She shook her head gently, her voice lacking its usual vigor. It's just that the cold, energy of this netherworld clashes with my drought-demon physique. Staying too long here makes my energy flow sluggish, quite uncomfortable. Lin Yuan understood. The drought-demon was born from gathering the resentment, death, and malevolence of heaven and earth, meant to dwell amidst mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and barren wastelands stretching for miles. Though the netherworld was also shadowy, it was a place of reincarnation, orderly and governed by strict laws. Indeed, it clashed with the fierce and violent nature of the drought-demon. In that case, my dear, you should return to Miao to recuperate. Lin Yuan spoke softly, his voice carrying an unquestionable concern. Once your health is restored, I shall return to the Miao lands to be with you and the children. He and Ji Tiannu now had twin offspring, a son and a daughter, making him a true father. Ji Tiannu felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. The slight irritability caused by her physical discomfort dissipated considerably. She turned her hand to grasp Lin Yuan's, still carrying that unique possessiveness, and spoke with deep affection. Wherever you are, my husband, I will be there. But this place truly isn't good for the child growing inside me. Her lovely face flushed slightly. Lin Yuan smiled without speaking, only tightening his grip on her hand. Oh, right. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. I've been looking into the system lately. It seems we can establish a family group. I've added both you and Sanchi to it. Actually, this feature has always been available. It's just that. From the very beginning, Lin Yuan was in Miao, inseparable from Ji Tiannu. Plus, upon arriving in the underworld, he would inevitably meet Meng Sanchi. Fearing Ji Tiannu might get jealous. So he never brought up creating a group chat. Now, through a twist of fate, Ji Tiannu had finally arrived in the underworld, only to discover Lin Yuan and Meng Sanchi's intimate affair. The rice has been cooked into a finished dish. And recently, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi's relationship has gradually improved. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no reservations. Lin Yuan created a family group chat channel. Ji Tiannu has joined this group. Meng Sanchi has joined this group. Before Ji Tiannu's eyes, a virtual system panel identical to those seen by players suddenly appeared. However, only the clan group channel was displayed. Other functions remained locked. After all, she was a native of this bizarre world. Certain permissions simply couldn't be the same as those granted to players. Poof. Ji Tiannu gave a slight snort. Then she sent a message. Ji Tian, at Meng Sanchi, this palace will return to Mahjong shortly. Your husband shall be temporarily entrusted to your care. Meng Sanchi couldn't ask for more. Having you, a drought demon, in my underworld has made even this palace feel impure with energy. Go already. Go already. Ji Tiannu, you. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Ji Tiannu turned to Lin Yuan beside her. Husband, upon my return, I shall present the yin-yang reincarnation fruit I obtained earlier to the late minister. It will settle a karmic debt. Lin Yuan nodded. After all, this was a promise he had made to Hou Qing. Moreover, recent reports indicate the Corpse-Yin Realm is gradually stabilizing. It was clear Hou Qing had indeed exerted tremendous effort. There's no need to keep him hanging any longer. If he chooses to stay, that is welcome. If he wishes to leave, there's no need to force him to stay. After all, forced fruit never tastes sweet. Lin Yuan, my dear, this is a wise decision. Of course. Ji Tiannu paused, then added, Husband, wait here for me. Once I've settled matters in Miaozhong, I'll come for you. In the meantime, if Meng Sanchi dares to bully you. Hey! At that moment, within the grand hall, light flickered. Meng Sanchi appeared in an instant. Hey sis, Lin Yuan is my man. I'm too busy doting on him to ever bully him. Lin Yuan watched the two women's interaction and couldn't help but chuckle. These jealous wives of mine. He reassured her, rest assured, my dear. Sanchi treats me exceptionally well. Your priority now is to return to Miaozhong safely and take good care of yourself and the child. Ji Tiannu felt Lin Yuan's concern and felt no lingering worries. All right. She gave a slight nod, the fire in her eyes reigniting with renewed brightness. Husband, wait for me. Not long after, Ji Tiannu returned to the Miao region. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. This SSS-tier drought-demon goddess merely released a fraction of her primordial essence, yet the entire netherworld trembled in response. Dark clouds rolled backward in the sky, and the waters of the River of Oblivion surged upstream. Even the usually arrogant ghost kings and judges now shut themselves within their own mansions, fearful of provoking this terrifying presence about to depart. Meng Sanchi stood before the hall of Mengpa, watching Ji Tiannu tear open a rift in space. With a single step, crimson flames swirled around her, as if a Valkyrie had descended. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Poof. If she wants to leave, let her leave. Why make such a spectacle? As if she's afraid anyone doesn't know she's your woman, Ji Tiannu. No sooner had the words left his lips. The spatial rift closed, and Ji Tiannu's presence vanished completely from the underworld. The hall of Mangpa instantly fell silent. Only Lin Yuan and Meng Sanchi remained, locked in a gaze. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Meng Sanchi cleared her throat lightly, reverting to her usual mouth says no, body says yes Sundara demeanor. Yet her eyes kept darting toward Lin Yuan, carrying a barely perceptible tinge of nervousness and anticipation. Ahem, well, she's finally gone. Meng Sanchi crossed his arms, trying to sound unconcerned. Now, no one's going to compete with me for your attention. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly at the remark. Such a little jealousy pot. He stepped forward and gently took Meng Sanchi's slightly cool hand in his. Sanchi, you've been working so hard these past few days. Meng Sanchi's body stiffened slightly. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she tried to shake off Lin Yuan's hand. But his grip only tightened. Chapter 82, Meng perused the love potion, hidden affection of the sickly beauty. Who's been working hard? Her words were firm. But her cheeks flushed crimson. Oomph, at least you have a shred of conscience. Meng Sanchi turned her head away, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. As a reward for you, no, to help your frail body better adapt to the environment of my netherworld, this palace master has decided to personally brew you a bowl of specially prepared Mengpo's soup. At the mention of Mengpo's soup, Lin Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily. He had no fond memories of this concoction. In the game, drinking this stuff would wipe out your memories. Sanchi, is this really necessary? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. Not necessary? Meng Sanchi whipped her head around. Her beautiful eyes glared at Lin Yuan, flashing with a nuclear-level glare. What did you say? I personally simmered soup for you, and you dare say it's unnecessary? She advanced step by step toward Lin Yuan, her slender fingers pointing straight at his nose. Lin Yuan, mark my words, you will drink this bowl of Mengpo's soup today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, humph. She let out a chilling, enigmatic laugh. Against the backdrop of the gloomy Mengpa temple behind her, and the faint wails of ghosts echoing outside the hall, she exuded the intimidating aura of a slightly twisted little witch. Lin Yuan felt helpless, but he knew this girl was all bark and no bite. The soup she'd specially brewed for him couldn't possibly be ordinary, certainly not the common version that erased memories. Fine, I'll drink it. I'll drink it, okay? Lin Yuan raised his hands in surrender, yet his face wore a doting smile. To drink a soup brewed by your own hands, Sanchi, is a blessing I could never hope to deserve. Meng Sanchi's fierce expression instantly began to crack at those words. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, but she immediately stiffened them back into place. You know your place. She turned and walked toward the kitchen in the side hall, leaving Lin Yuan with a swaying, graceful silhouette. Before long, a peculiar medicinal fragrance mingled with the faint scent of red spider lilies drifted out. Meng Sanchi emerged carrying a jade bowl, its contents a pale green broth. Crystal clear to the bottom. It glistened with an enticing sheen. Here, drink up. She slammed the jade bowl onto the stone table before Lin Yuan, her tone still unfriendly. If you dare leave a single drop, I'll tie you to the Naihab bridge and let all the souls waiting to be reincarnated watch how I punish you. Lin Yuan chuckled, picked up the jade bowl, and took a gentle sip. A warm, sweet current instantly surged through his entire body. His spirit felt cleansed. It felt as though he had been thoroughly cleansed. The slight fatigue from prolonged analysis of the Human Emperor banner vanished completely. What a marvel! This was undoubtedly a potent tonic for the spirit. Lin Yuan hesitated no longer, tilting his head back to drain the bowl of soup in one gulp. After finishing, he deliberately smacked his lips, looking at Meng Sanchi with lingering satisfaction. Absolutely delicious. Sanchi, is there any more? Seeing Lin Yuan's enthusiastic response, a hint of smugness flashed in Meng Sanchi's eyes, though his tone remained unyielding. None left. Only one bowl per day. Drink too much, and I fear your little frame won't hold up, your soul might just vanish into thin air. Though she said this, she secretly tucked away the jade bowl Lin Yuan had used. Taking it to the water's edge, she meticulously washed it clean with the pure waters of the River of Oblivion. As if it were some priceless treasure. Watching her contradictory demeanor, Lin Yuan felt both exasperated and amused, but above all, a deep warmth filled his heart. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Though, this wife's way of expressing herself was always so unique. And just then, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a surge of heat. Sanchi, this soup, could it be? Lin Yuan suddenly guessed the reason. Feeling it already? Meng Sanchi froze. Before she could say anything, Lin Yuan's hands reached out and grabbed her clothes. You dare scheme against your husband, do you? Lin Yuan chuckled. Afraid I can't satisfy you? Yet you feed me medicine. Meng Sanchi's face flushed crimson. If it weren't for Ji Tiannu already being pregnant, she wouldn't have been so impatient. Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around Meng Sanchi's waist. Then, endless springtime passion unfolded. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan settled comfortably into the Mengpa Hall. Each day, Meng Sanqi would force him to drink a bowl of mangpo soup she had personally brewed, without fail. His daily needs food, clothing, shelter, and travel were meticulously arranged by this proud mistress of the netherworld. Hungry? There were ghostly soul fruits, crystallized pure soul energy that melted in the mouth. When thirsty, there was the Millennium Ice Dew, gathered from the depths of the River of Oblivion. When bored, Meng Sanqi would frown, ostensibly to supervise his cultivation. But in truth, she was merely seeking an excuse to stay by his side, even if it meant just silently watching him. At times, she would awkwardly imitate the mannerisms of mortal women. She would tidy Lin Yuan's slightly disheveled robes. Yet those hands, accustomed to reaping souls, always seemed stiff and comical when performing such delicate tasks. Lin Yuan was quite content with the leisure. Each day, aside from being fed, he spent his days studying the restoration of the Human Emperor banner or recalling secrets from the depths of the underworld within the Eerie Affair game. Occasionally, he would exchange a few words with Ji Tiannu, who was far away in Miao, in the family group chat. This drew Ji Tiannu's indignation toward Meng Sanqi. The globally broadcast footage would occasionally cut to scenes of Lin Yuan living in luxury at Mengpo's hall. As Blue Star citizens watched Lin Yuan being meticulously cared for by the SSS tier female lead. Compared to the pitiful state of players from other nations starving and living day to day in the bizarre world, they could only utter words of envy and jealousy. Man, that Lin God's got it made. Living like a god. Sigh, same players, yet such a huge gap? Another player from our country died yesterday, triggering a D-level disaster. Volcano erupted. Wah, Lady Mengpo's gaze is so fierce, but why do I find her adorable? I want to be scolded by her. Dude, you're messed up. Lin Yuan's freeloading had reached new heights, becoming a global benchmark. Meanwhile, Meng Sanqi's possessiveness quietly grew stronger with each passing day spent apart. She began to dislike it when Lin Yuan spent too much time mentioning his other wives in group chats. Whenever she noticed Lin Yuan chatting animatedly with Ji Tiannu, she would nonchalantly approach and interrupt with various reasonable excuses. For instance, Lin Yuan, today's mangpa soup hasn't been drunk yet, it'll lose its potency if it gets cold. Or, Lin Yuan, I've composed a new soul-stealing melody. Come listen and give me your feedback. She even went so far as to meddle with Lin Yuan's dreams. One night, Lin Yuan was fast asleep. Suddenly, he felt countless icy little hands gently patting his face. He snapped his eyes open, only to find several ghostly children with deathly pale faces and sunken, dark-rimmed eyes gathered around his bed, staring at him with wide, pleading eyes. The leader among them held a letter in its hands, its crooked handwriting reading to be opened by Lin Lang. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He took the love letter and opened it. Written in vermilion ink resembling fresh blood were neat yet menacing words. Dare to call another woman's name in your dreams again, and this palace master will punish you by making you copy the reincarnation mantra 10,000 times daily. Oomph. Lin Yuan. This love from my mentally unstable wife is getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 83. In the underworld we sleep together, in dreams and reality you are my lord. Since Ji Tiannu's departure, Mengpo's hall had become a private realm for Lin Yuan and Meng Sanqi alone. By day, Meng Sanqi remained the lofty, commanding mistress of the Bridge of No Return who presided over the cycle of reincarnation. Cold and distant, yet commanding. Her words carried an aloofness that kept others at arm's length. But once night fell, as the candles in Mengpo's hall flickered out one by one, leaving only the faint ghostly flames outside the windows to mimic moonlight, this SSS tier mistress of the underworld would quietly shed all pretense. Sharing the same bed. This became Lin Yuan's standard treatment after moving into Mengpo's hall. At first, Lin Yuan worried that Meng Sanqi, an ancient deity who had lived for untold millennia, might find sharing a bed with a mortal unsettling. But who knew? On the very first night, he had barely settled down on the outer side, still feeling a bit stiff. Meng Sanqi extinguished the lamp and rustled her way over to snuggle close. Her icy cold yet exceptionally soft body pressed tightly against his back. A pair of slender arms wrapped around his waist without hesitation. Hey, Lin Yuan. In the darkness, her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. And a hint of dependence. You're not allowed to sneak off in the middle of the night. Lin Yuan chuckled. This girl. He turned around and pulled her soft, delicate body into his embrace. Silly girl, where could I possibly run off to? This is your territory. Meng Sanqi snuggled tightly against him. Like a kitten that had finally found a warm nest. Only this kitten's claws were exceptionally strong, digging into Lin Yuan's skin so deeply he could barely breathe. Oomph, good to know. She mumbled indistinctly, her breathing gradually settling into steady, deep rhythms. However, this ruler of the underworld was decidedly restless in her sleep. One moment, like an octopus, she wrapped her arms and legs around Lin Yuan, binding him tightly. The next, she'd treat him like the most comfortable pillow, pressing her entire weight onto him, her soft, fragrant body nestled in his arms. Her sleep-talking was downright bizarre. Sometimes she gritted her teeth. You roasted chicken, Ji Tiannu. Stay away from my Lin Yuan. Other times, she'd sound utterly aggrieved, her voice trembling with tears. "My love, why haven't you come to see me yet? Has some blind fox spirit stolen your soul again?" Lin Yuan listened to these childish murmurs, feeling the unguarded dependence and longing emanating from the person in his arms. In my heart, I felt both amused and tender toward her. This girl. She puts on such an aloof, powerful front, keeping others at arm's length. Deep down, she was just a little woman yearning for love and afraid of loneliness. He gently patted her delicate back, as if soothing a child who'd been wronged. This sweet confinement, Lin Yuan savored it like honey. Of course. Beyond the intimate nights. During the day, Lin Yuan was not entirely idle. Meng Sanqi might constantly declare, "Mind your own business, mortal." What could you possibly understand? Whenever he encountered complex issues in the Underworld's operations, he would casually mention them to Lin Yuan. For instance, within the city of the wrongfully deceased, a newly formed, powerful vengeful spirit suddenly went berserk, severely wounding several ghost generals in quick succession. The ghost officers were helpless. Or, for instance, on the Yellow Springs Road, the Yin energy in a certain section suddenly became chaotic, causing many souls to lose their way and fail to reach the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Lin Yuan would then leverage his unique experience with the eerie affair game. And his profound understanding of the Underworld's peculiar mechanisms and strange vulnerabilities, he would offer seemingly casual advice. Oh? So this vengeful spirit drowned in life, its resentment concentrated in the lungs? Try using a peachwood talisman imbued with the purest yang energy. At the 3rd hour of midnight, insert it through the Baihui acupoint on its crown. It might yield remarkable results. The Yin energy along the Yellow Springs Road is chaotic. Most likely, a nearby Yin meridian node has been blocked by newly formed soul-devouring slime. Dispatch several Yaka ghost soldiers skilled in earth-based teleportation, accompanied by Underworld hounds, to investigate the depths of the mass grave field 300 li to the southeast. They should locate the source. Each time Meng Sanqi heard this, he merely gave a dismissive humph, neither confirming nor denying. As if Lin Yuan's words were nothing but trivial nonsense. Yet the moment she turned away, she would immediately summon her trusted ghost generals and relay Lin Yuan's suggestions word for word. The results were always swift and effective, like medicine curing the disease. After this happened time and again, the entire Mengpa Hall, and indeed half the Underworld's ghost officers and shadow soldiers, saw Lin Yuan with completely changed eyes. From the initial "but man of the Lord," it had transformed into genuine reverence and admiration. Not only did Lord Lin Yuan enjoy the utmost favor of their capricious Lady Mengpa, but seemed to possess profound wisdom and extraordinary abilities himself. In an instant, Lin Yuan's standing in the Underworld rose imperceptibly. Wherever he went, high-ranking ghost generals bowed respectfully, clearing his path with utmost deference. An endless stream of rare fruits unique to the Underworld and soul-strengthening tonics flowed into the hall of Lady Meng, reserved solely for his enjoyment. His pampered treatment once again shattered the comprehension limits of countless Blue Star citizens watching the global livestream. Holy crap! Lin Shen is turning the Underworld into his personal backyard. We knew God Lin lived off his wife, but now even her subordinates bow to him? This is the pinnacle of freeloading. Did you catch Meng Po's expression after listening to God Lin's strategic guidance? That proud little look like, "My man is this amazing, but I won't say it just to annoy you all?" It totally got me. AWSL. Lin Yuan paid little heed to the shifting attitudes of the Underworld spirits or the clamor of outside gossip. He found far greater enjoyment in the uniquely thrilling and playful dynamic he shared with Meng Sanqi. As for Meng Sanqi, under the subtle, gradual influence, she grew increasingly dependent on Lin Yuan more and more, unable to live without him. Even she, the mighty SSS-Rank ruler of the Underworld, hadn't immediately noticed. Her body was undergoing subtle, wondrous transformations she herself could never have anticipated. She began to feel more drowsy than ever before. Sometimes, while reviewing mountains of soul registries or handling the complex official duties submitted from the various halls of the Underworld, she couldn't help but yawn deeply, her eyelids feeling heavy as if they might stick together. Her tastes, too, grew peculiar. Once, she had adored the bitter taste of the River of Oblivion tea, with its hint of the bitterness of reincarnation. Now, merely catching its scent made her stomach churn with unease. Instead, she developed a peculiar fondness for the sweet and sour Underworld fruit, which she had once disdained. Now she craved several pieces daily before she could be satisfied. Moreover, she began to instinctively feel a slight discomfort around certain areas near Mengpo's hall wherein energy had gathered and lingered for years, always wanting to avoid them. Lin Yuan sensed something was amiss. These symptoms, no matter how he looked at them, they seemed strikingly similar to morning sickness in mortal women. Yet Meng Sanqi, as an SSS-tier sovereign with an immensely powerful soul, should never have experienced such a condition. He had privately broached the subject with Meng Sanqi. "Sanqi, have you been pushing yourself too hard lately? You don't look well." Meng Sanqi merely waved it off dismissively, even shooting him a slightly smug glance. "It's all your fault, you troublemaker." Her face flushed as she muttered under her breath. It must be because this palace master has been engaging in deep exchanges with you far too often lately. My spiritual energy is depleted, so I need more rest and a change of pace to recover. Rest assured, this palace master has a solid foundation. Lin Yuan listened to her utterly powerful logic, unable to do anything but smile helplessly and affectionately. This girl really was. He reached out, instinctively wanting to ruffle her hair. But Meng Sanqi suddenly stiffened, her pretty face turning slightly pale as she clapped her hand over her mouth. A wave of intense nausea surged up without warning. Chapter 84, The River of the Dead Turns Strange, Mengpa conceives a divine fetus. Within the hall of Lady Meng, Lin Yuan was about to reach out, when suddenly, the beauty in his arms stiffened. Her exquisite, ever-changing face capable of both joy and pout turned slightly pale in an instant. She clamped her hand over her mouth. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. A wave of intense nausea surged unexpectedly from her stomach, racing straight up her throat. Ugh! Meng Sanqi let out a muffled groan of discomfort. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. Sanqi, what's wrong? He hurriedly supported her, his voice brimming with concern. Could it be that bowl of Mengpo's soup earlier? No. He had drunk that soup himself and felt refreshed and invigorated, his soul power enhanced, not a hint of anything amiss. Meng Sanqi waved her hand, signaling she was fine. But the wave of nausea surged even more violently. She fought it off, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just then, a sudden upheaval occurred. The entire netherworld began to violently tremble without warning. As if an invisible giant hand had plucked the very strings of order governing the entire netherworld. Boom! 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 The banks of the River of Oblivion. The blood-yellow waters, once flowing silently and unchanged since time immemorial, suddenly churned into towering waves. Along both banks, the eerie crimson-red spider lilies bloomed wildly in unison. Their color was more intense and more bewitching than ever before. Upon their petals, crystalline droplets glistened, pure soul energy crystallized into soul energy crystals. Above the bridge of despair, a colossal, tangible beam of golden light of reincarnation shot skyward. Within the golden radiance, faint echoes of dragon and phoenix harmonizing, Qilin dancing to song could be heard. In that instant, the yin energy of the entire netherworld seemed purified by an unparalleled, supreme power. It became gentle, pure, and even carried a hint of newborn joy. Within Mengpo's hall, Meng Sanqi's body trembled violently. She was no fool. As one of the SSS tier rulers of this netherworld, such celestial phenomena, coupled with her body's sudden, bizarre reaction, a thought both unfathomable and tinged with a fateful tremor surged into her mind. She instinctively looked down at her still flat abdomen. There, a faint yet unmistakably distinct pulse of life, inextricably linked to her very soul, was quietly taking root. This is... could it be? Meng Sanqi murmured in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with utter astonishment. She had lived countless ages, never imagining that she, the very Mengpa deity who presided over the cycle of reincarnation, who had guided countless souls to their final resting place, could ever conceive life? And what's more, the aura of this life's other half felt so familiar it made her heart tremble. It was Lin Yuan. This man she both loved and hated, yet whose presence had long since seeped into her very bones. Lin Yuan. Meng Sanqi snapped her head up, her gaze locking onto Lin Yuan. Her gaze was intensely complex. Shock, panic, shyness, anger. But above all, there was a near-pathological ecstasy and an overwhelming possessiveness that threatened to devour Lin Yuan whole. You, what have you done to this palace mistress? Her voice trembled as her slender hands seized Lin Yuan's collar with such force it nearly lifted him off his feet. Lin Yuan. Let's be honest here. Shouldn't it be, what did you do to me? That's a question I should be asking you. I always say I can't. But you keep pushing. Now that I'm pregnant, it's as if I schemed to force you into this. But Lin Yuan is a man who's weathered storms. Especially. He knows Meng Sanqi's temperament. At this critical juncture, he certainly wouldn't engage in an emotionally clueless argument. Seeing Meng Sanqi's fair face flushed with an unhealthy crimson from her intense emotions, and those eyes that seemed ready to spit fire, a wave of indescribable tenderness surged within Lin Yuan. Another one. Another SSS tier wife carrying his child. I'm really something. Hands on hips.jpg. Sanqi, calm down. Listen to me. Lin Yuan forced his voice to sound calm. He reached back to grasp Meng Sanqi's icy cold small hand, wrapping it tightly in his palm. You're carrying my child, this is a blessing. Hey, isn't this what you've always longed for? Why change your mind now? Lin Yuan's gaze burned intensely. Meng Sanqi was momentarily stunned by his words. The fruit of our love? She had never imagined those words would apply to her. But the distinct rhythms of life within her womb, and the warmth radiating from Lin Yuan's palm, made her heart, frozen for ages, beat wildly and uncontrollably. Only, this Yandere Loli's thought process clearly differed from that of ordinary people. The ecstasy and possessiveness in her eyes only intensified. A child? A demonic smile suddenly spread across her lips as she leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. Her tone, however, carried a bone-chilling threat. Now, Lin Yuan, listen carefully. Once this child is born, you won't be able to wash your hands of it. If you dare to object in the slightest, or if you dare to mistreat this palace mistress or the child, I'll chain you to a cauldron of boiling oil and simmer you in hellfire day and night. Let you taste what it truly means to be unable to live yet unable to die. Lin Yuan. Right. This one's pregnancy syndrome seems to be even worse than GTN news. But he relishes it. Fine, fine. Whatever you say. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. Yet he wrapped his arms tightly around Meng Sanqi, his gaze brimming with adoration. Whatever you say, my lady Meng? In his embrace, Meng Sanqi's delicate frame trembled slightly. That icy aura, potent enough to freeze the soul, quietly dissipated a little. Burying her face deep into Lin Yuan's chest, her voice carried a hint of suppressed choking sobs and secret delight. Oomph, that's more like it. But at that very moment, the system announcement for Eerie Marriage Game echoed across the entire Blue Star. And echoed in the ears of every player struggling within the bizarre realms. Global announcement. For the first time in ages, the Underworld sets a precedent. Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan and his SSS tier companion Mengpa Meng Sanqi have fused souls and bound bloodlines, successfully conceiving a god tier offspring. A hymn to life, a legacy of blood eternal. Blessed by national fortune, spirits and demons retreat, all evils repelled, the nation's reign endures. The Dragon Nation receives the Underworld world creating mythic reward. Boom! This announcement exploded across the entire Blue Star like a billion-ton nuclear bomb. Everyone who heard the announcement, no matter what they were doing, froze in place. Dragon Nation. Across the 9 provinces, a deathly silence fell over hundreds of millions of citizens. Seconds later, earth-shattering cheers erupted from every city, every corner, piercing the heavens. Holy! 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 Did I hear that right? Lord Lin. Lord Lin just got another SSS tier wife pregnant? A mythic reward from the Underworld's creation. What the hell does that even mean? Last time Lady Ji Tiannu got pregnant, the rewards were already beyond belief. I knew it. God Lin's trip to the Underworld was never going to be ordinary. Why, God Lin, eternal God. My Dragon Nation is destined for eternal prosperity and cosmic domination. Chapter 85, Divine Fetus moves the nation's fortune, Dragon Nation prosperous for eternity. In major cities across the nation, countless citizens poured into the streets spontaneously, beating drums and gongs while setting off fireworks. Though fireworks were banned in many cities, who cared about such rules now? At the highest levels of the Dragon Nation, an emergency meeting was convened immediately. Every leader's face radiated uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement. Quickly view the reward details. The virtual screen displayed the reward details line by line. Reward 1, Blessing of Reincarnation Nationwide Soul Nourishment. Effect, the soul strength of all citizens within the Dragon Nation will steadily increase over the next year. Newborns will have an extremely high probability of possessing the reincarnation mark, granting massive innate bonuses to cultivation, insight speed, and mental resistance. The average mental power ceiling for citizens will permanently increase by 50% from current levels. Whoa! The very first reward alone sent a collective gasp of astonishment through the high-ranking officials. Soul strength. Mental power ceiling. The potential boost to a nation's future capabilities was simply immeasurable. Reporter of the Reincarnation Seal. If this were to become widespread, wouldn't the geniuses of our Dragon Nation erupt in a torrential wave? A white-haired veteran general trembled with excitement. Reward 2, Netherworld Protection National Level Catastrophe Exemption. Effect, Dragon Nation gains partial supreme authority protection under the Underworld Reincarnation Law. For the next year, the probability of major natural disasters e.g., earthquakes, tsunamis, supervolcano eruptions, man-made calamities e.g., large-scale epidemics, terrorist attacks, and bizarre invasion incidents occurring in Dragon Nation is forcibly reduced by 99.99%. Additionally, the actual effectiveness of curse-based, soul-stealing, and psychic pollution attacks targeting Dragon Nation citizens will be significantly weakened. National-level disaster immunity. Good heavens! This is like wrapping our Dragon Nation in an invincible golden shield. Those petty nations daring to scheme against us now? They won't even get close. Security. This is the cornerstone of national development. This reward undoubtedly provides the most solid safeguard for Dragon Nation's future rapid development. Reward 3, Manifestation of Strategic Resources. Effect, 3 permanent, stable portals to large-scale netherworld realms will randomly spawn within Dragon Nation. These realms operate under independent spatial laws. Only Dragon Nation citizens or holders of special passes may enter safely. Unauthorized entry by foreign nationals will result in merciless annihilation by the underworld spirits and deities. Within these realms lie vast deposits of rare strategic minerals unique to the netherworld, peculiar herbs offering profound benefits to souls, and opportunities to recruit elite ghost soldier units. Absolutely loyal to the Dragon Nation, they can be utilized for special operations or as guardians. Strategic resources. This is like a godsend. No, it's like they've delivered mountains of gold right to our doorstep. The logistics and resource allocation chief nearly leapt for joy on the spot. These unique resources from the netherworld would revolutionize and elevate Dragon Nation's existing tech tree, cultivation systems, and even military strength. The 3 rewards were reviewed. The entire conference room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only 2 words remained on everyone's faces. Ah! Unparalleled shock. Lin Yuan. This name, once again, was etched into the hearts of every Dragon Nation citizen like a deity. Meanwhile, Blue Star, other nations. In the Oval Office of the White House, Eagle Nation. Crash! The Don slammed a priceless antique vase onto the floor, sending shards flying everywhere. His face contorted, eyes bloodshot, like a gambler who'd lost his entire stake. Fuck! Why? Why always China? That Lin Yuan. What the hell has he become? The Netherworld Creation Tier Reward. What do we have to fight them with? What? His advisors fell silent, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. The Don vented his fury, then slumped back in his chair, his eyes filled with despair and a barely perceptible flicker of fear. It's over. Eagle Nation might truly be finished. Tianju Kingdom. Amid the incense of divine oils, the old sage of the magic flute listened to the system announcement, palms pressed together, his face ashen. Oh gods! Has Brahma truly forsaken us, his devout followers? Land of cherry blossoms. Dead silence hung within the Prime Minister's residence. All cabinet members wore ashen expressions. The Dragon Nation is no longer a force we can look up to. Should we consider sending an envoy to ease tensions with the Dragon Nation? In the global livestream. This reward is insane? Dragon Nation is about to take off and blast straight out of Blue Star, IP, Korea. Why isn't Lord Lin one of us from the Great Sakura Empire? We gladly offer 300 shrine maidens to serve him day and night, IP, Sakura Nation. The eagle is finished, utterly finished. Mr. Know-It-All, you still have time to kneel and sing conquest to Lord Lin. IP, France. After a moment of stunned silence, the global comment stream was utterly drowned in waves of envy, jealousy, resentment, and pessimistic predictions about their own nation's futures. Lin Yuan's freeloading had reached new heights, becoming the world's sole engine of national fortune. And at this very moment, at the epicenter of the incident, within Meng Po's hall, Lin Yuan felt Meng Sanchi's soft, delicate body tremble slightly in his embrace. The mistress of the underworld, who had just learned of her pregnancy, was clearly startled by the sudden global announcement and the terrifying reward. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, is all this because of our child? Lin Yuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently. Yes, Sanchi. Our child is destined for greatness. His or her birth will bring everlasting prosperity to the Dragon Nation. Meng Sanchi listened to these words, her heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. She instinctively placed her hand on her belly, her eyes brimming with maternal radiance. Lin Yuan. She spoke suddenly, her tone utterly serious. I've decided on the child's name. Oh? Lin Yuan inquired curiously. What is it? Meng Sanchi's lips curved into a possessive smile. If it's a boy, we'll name him Lin Mengqiu. May he live a life free of worries and sorrows, dominating the underworld. If it's a girl, name her Lin Mengnian and let her carry all the longing this palace master holds for you. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart at these words. Grief and longing. That's so Meng Sanchi. Agreed. He murmured softly. I'll do whatever you say. Meng Sanchi smiled contentedly, burying her head in Lin Yuan's embrace once more. Yet, deep within, she was quietly scheming. No, one child isn't enough. Even GTN News roast chicken can produce twins. This palace mistress won't be outdone. That rascal Lin Yuan looks like he'll have to put in a lot more effort from now on. Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the grand vision brewing in his sickly loving wife's mind. At this moment, he was immersed in the immense joy of becoming a father once more and bringing unprecedented national fortune to the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, he pondered. The restoration of the Human Emperor banner still required one divine artifact from Qingxiu, the 9-hole Linglong Heartstone. Meng Sanchi and Jitian Nu were both now carrying children. Though the constitution of an SSS tier sovereign was extraordinary, accompanying Lin Yuan on such a long journey was ultimately inadvisable. It seemed the journey to Qingxiu must be expedited. Yet one wonders, what manner of allure the famed 9-tailed celestial fox might possess. Chapter 86, Bad News from Another Land, Daily Life with My Lovely Wife. Lately, besides Lin Yuan, players from other nations were also making their mark. At this moment, players from the land of cherry blossoms. Ono Kunihiro was bowing 90 degrees with a fawning expression toward a tall, eerie woman before him. She wore a red trench coat stained with unknown marks. Her face was covered by an enormous white mask that obscured most of her features, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. None other than the D-rank anomaly, Slit-Mouthed Woman. Beautiful and powerful lady Slit-Mouthed Woman. Ono Kanjiro's hands trembled as he pulled several packages of exquisite candies from his chest. Please accept these as a token of my boundless admiration. The slit-mouthed woman slowly raised her hand and accepted the candies. Then, under Ono Kunihiro's expectant gaze, she slowly removed her mask. Whoa! Even through the screen, the global audience gasped. Beneath the mask was a terrifying maw, a gaping mouth stretched from the corners of her lips to her ears, filled with rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Crunch! The lollipop shattered in her bite. Then, the slit-mouthed woman nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to Sakura Nation player Ono Kunihiro for establishing an initial contract intent with D-rank anomaly Slit-Mouthed Woman. Player personal reward, Talent Silver Tongue. Country, Sakura Nation receives D-rank national reward, national oral health improved by 25%. The announcement went out. Global bullet comments fell into an eerie silence. Then erupted like a torrential flood of complaints. Put. Improved oral health? What the heck kind of reward is that? I'd call this the most flavorful reward ever. Cherry Blossom Nation, you've totally won. Dog head emoji IP, Korea. The reward's a bit, well, let's just say it's a D-rank weirdo wife. Still way better than ours. IP, Siam. Meanwhile, among Eagle Nation players, blood red warning subtitles fluttered down like snowflakes. Immediately, the view shifted to a 5-member elite squad from Eagle Nation. This squad, named Heart of Liberty and Glory, boasted members averaging peak C-tier strength and top-tier gear, making them a highly anticipated seed team within Eagle Nation. At this moment, they were fleeing frantically through a gloomy canyon, utterly disheveled. Behind them, a headless nightmare steed, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, pursued them with unhurried determination. Upon its back sat a B-rank abnormality, the headless valley bride clad in a blood-stained wedding gown, her hands gripping a massive, gleaming, blood-soaked scythe. The intel was wrong. Some villager told us this ghost bride was a lovesick spirit who'd be easily won over if we offered her a token of affection. Team leader Smith. He bellowed in fury while racing for his life. Captain. Her side hooked my leg. Save me. A team member let out a piercing scream as their body jerked to a sudden halt. He. Beneath the veil, the headless valley bride's face seemed to emit a satisfied chuckle. The scythe in her hand darted out like a venomous snake, slicing lightly. Splatter! Blood splattered. The team member's head rolled across the ground like a soccer ball, terror frozen on his face. This is a trap. She doesn't want any damn love, she just wants to harvest our heads. Scatter! Run! Scatter now! Smith's eyes bulged in fury. However, within the domain of the B-class anomaly, the struggles of these C-rank players seemed utterly futile. The bride of the Valley of Severed Heads emitted a silver bell-like, eerie laugh. Her form transformed into a crimson afterimage, dancing gracefully through the canyon. With each swing of her scythe, another head flew through the air. Within mere minutes, the entire elite squad of the Eagle Nation's Heart of Liberty and Glory was wiped out. Their corpses were arranged by the bride of the Valley of the Fallen into some bizarre sacrificial pattern. Eagle Nation player squad Heart of Liberty and Glory failed their B-level weirdness challenge Bride of the Valley of Severed Heads marriage quest, resulting in total casualties. Ruling, player actions severely provoked the Grade B anomaly, triggering an escalation of its resentment. Eagle Nation, the player's home country, will soon face B-level chain disaster punishment. The cold, mechanical system alert. It tolled like a funeral bell in the hearts of every Eagle Nation citizen. The real world. Eagle Nation. The Great Lakes region. The lake surface suddenly churned violently. From the depths below, it seemed as though some terrifying entity had been awakened. Monstrous aquatic creatures over 10 meters long, resembling crocodiles yet armed with octopus-like tentacles and mouths full of razor-sharp fangs, crawled out of the lake, viciously attacking the cities and villages along the shore. Meanwhile, across several states bordering the Great Lakes region, the earth split open into bottomless canyons, spewing molten magma like blood-red fountains. Small volcanoes erupted one after another. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. In an instant, several states of the Eagle Nation plunged into utter chaos. People cried out in terror as they fled, countless casualties mounting a veritable hell on earth descended. The White House. The Don watched the screen showing his homeland reduced to scorched earth and citizens slaughtered, his entire body trembling with rage. He grabbed the golden phone on his desk and slammed it to the floor, smashing it to pieces. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. These are the elite players of our great Eagle Nation? They can't even handle a B-level anomaly. Why must our great United States of Eagle endure such suffering? In the global livestream, after a moment of stunned silence and token sympathy, TSK, Eagle Nation's performance here, all I can say is, consistently underwhelming. Not surprising. No comparison, no pain. Look at Lord Lin, he's enjoying SSS tier female lead pampering in the underworld right now. I'm off to watch Lord Lin and Lady Meng feed each other dog food. Can't stand these bloody, brutal failure cases. At that moment, in the underworld, Meng Po's hall. Candlelight flickered within the hall, radiating warmth like spring. It stood in stark contrast to the bloodshed and wailing outside, 2 worlds apart. Lin Yuan held a bowl of freshly warmed jade soup. He offered it to Meng Sanqi. This kanji was the result of his exhaustive search through the hall of Meng Po's pharmacy archives. Combining his memories of the underworld's divine ingredients from the Eerie Affair game, he personally selected the underworld specialties, 9 netherworld earthcore lotus seeds, and reincarnation spring water. Supplemented with dozens of rare soul-soothing herbs, it had been simmered gently for 49 hours to create the 9 netherworld calming lotus soul-soothing soup. For Meng Sanqi, whose divine spirit was unstable during pregnancy, especially with her severe morning sickness, this porridge possessed extraordinary efficacy in soothing and nourishing the divine fetus. Sanqi, open wide. Careful, it's hot. Lin Yuan gently wrapped one arm around Meng Sanqi's slender waist, allowing her to nestle comfortably against his broad chest. With his other hand, steadily held the small spoon, scooping up a spoonful of the soup. He brought it to her lips. He carefully blew away the rising steam. Only after confirming the temperature was just right did he offer it to Meng Sanqi's delicate lips. Meng Sanqi's lovely face still bore traces of pallor from morning sickness. Her long lashes trembled slightly. Her willow-like brows were gently furrowed due to her physical discomfort. Evidently, the little one inside her womb had been giving her quite a time. But when she met Lin Yuan's eyes, brimming with deep affection, all the discomfort and irritation in her heart seemed to be soothed away in an instant. Meng Sanqi obediently opened her cherry-red lips, carefully swallowing the warm soup. A warm current, mingled with the delicate fragrance of lotus seeds and the essence of numerous soul-nourishing herbs, slid down her throat and into her belly, gently nourishing her spirit and soothing the restless little life within her womb. The nausea churning violently in her stomach, which had left her restless and uneasy, was indeed effectively suppressed. Husband. Meng Sanqi sighed contentedly. She reached out with her delicate, boneless hand and clutched tightly at the front of Lin Yuan's robe. She pressed her flushed cheeks gently against his chest. Still, the soup you made tastes best. Lin Yuan's heart softened. Silly girl, if I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? He continued feeding her spoonful by spoonful with utmost patience. Meng Sanqi, like a lazy little kitten, closed her eyes contentedly, basking in the unique tenderness of her husband's care. This scene was broadcast live across the globe, witnessed by all citizens of Blue Star. On one side, players from Eagle Sauce Nation and other countries face life or death struggles, their citizens suffering in the depths of misery, cries of despair echoing everywhere. On the other side, Lin Yuan of Dragon Nation lived in serene bliss, accompanied by his SSS tier female lead. He even took to the kitchen himself, simmering a heartfelt nourishing soup. No comparison, no pain. The damage wasn't great. But the insult? It was off the charts. My defenses are shattered. I want soup spoon fed by Lord Lin too. I'd gladly lose my soul for it. Report. This is blatant public PDA. Super S tier stuff. Is the system even doing its job? Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the uproar unfolding outside. His entire focus was now centered on the delicate wife in his arms, and the tiny life growing within her womb. The underworld may be cold and gloomy, but as long as you're by my side, it is an eternal spring of blossoming warmth. Chapter 87, Meng Po's jealousy boils over, Underworld enacts new rules. Ever since confirming her pregnancy, Meng Sanqi's temperament seemed even more, unpredictable than before. At times, she displayed an unexpected tenderness and clinginess. Her entire body felt boneless as she clung to Lin Yuan, never straying an inch. Other times, she would fly into a jealous rage over the most trivial, even inexplicable trifles. Her jealousy would boil over, transforming her into a spine-chilling little witch from the underworld. On this particular day, Lin Yuan was chatting in the Yu family group chat with Ji Tiannu, who was also in the late stages of pregnancy and bored out of her mind, chatting away. Honey, you wouldn't believe it. Those 2 little rascals in my belly started acting up again today. It feels like they're ready to cause a ruckus any second. Ji Tiannu, husband, you have no idea. Those 2 little rascals in my belly started acting up again today. It feels like they're ready to burst out and cause a ruckus any second. Between the lines, though it was a complaint, they brimmed with anticipation for the children about to arrive. Lin Yuan watched, unable to suppress a knowing smile. He could almost picture those 2 little ones, inheriting the bloodline of the drought-demon, bursting with boundless energy and extraordinary talent. Lin Yuan, already so spirited before even entering the world. They're bound to become legendary heroes who strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Ji Tiannu, of course. Look whose seed they are. By the way, my lord, has there been any movement from the child in Sister Ming's womb? With nothing to occupy me these days, I've been refining their fetal bodies day and night with my own true fire of the drought-demon. I feel their power has grown considerably stronger. If Sister Meng has any secret techniques from the netherworld, she should try them too. We can't let our children fall behind at the starting line. Lin Yuan was about to reply, intending to offer some modest words while also praising Ji Tiannu's hardcore prenatal education for its uniqueness. Suddenly, he felt a gaze beside him, cold enough to freeze the soul. Like two X-rays, it scanned him thoroughly from head to toe. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head. Sure enough, he met the gaze of Meng Sanchi, eyes brimming with moisture, yet utterly devoid of emotion. I'm very upset. Are you ignoring me? How dare you chat so animatedly with another woman in front of me, even talking about her child? Ahem, Sanchi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Lin Yuan asked cautiously.
Meng Sanchi remained silent. Instead, she extended her delicate, snow-white fingers and tapped directly on the translucent virtual chat window before Lin Yuan.
Buzz. The chat window violently distorted and flickered. Meng Sanchi, at Xuanyuan's sister Ji. You'd better focus on taking care of those two energetic little tyrants growing in your belly. My husband is far too busy. After sending this reply, she waved her jade-like hand again, closing Lin Yuan's chat interface. Lin Yuan. Meng Sanchi still felt unsatisfied. Her pouty lips curled. Her beautiful eyes quickly filled with sparkling tears. Like a koala bear, she clung to Lin Yuan with arms and legs wrapped around him, burying her small head in the crook of his neck. With a voice thick with sobs, accusing Lin Yuan of all manner of heinous crimes. Lin Yuan. You big jerk. You heartless liar. Do you think the baby in Sister Ji's belly is 100 times, 1,000 times more important than the one in mine? Have you already started despising me? Despising me now that I'm pregnant, inconvenient, unable to entertain you in all those creative ways like before? Are you just waiting for me to give birth to these two little burdens, these little nuisances, so you can go find some shameless vixen and be free and unencumbered?
Lin Yuan was reeling from this barrage of wild, twisted, and sickeningly obsessive interrogation. He was at a loss for words. This girl's imagination, coupled with her unreasonable yet strangely endearing jealousy, it seemed to be escalating exponentially with each passing week of her pregnancy. My silly Sanchi, what kind of nonsense is constantly swirling around in that little head of yours? Lin Yuan felt both exasperated and amused. He gently embraced the little kitten in his arms, who was currently throwing a tantrum, transforming all her grievances into soft, purring affection. On her puffed up, yet pink and tempting cheek, he planted a big, hard kiss. A crisp smack echoed. In my heart, Lin Yuan's heart, you, Meng Sanchi, and the little treasure growing inside you will always come first. As for the celestial maiden, well, her due date is approaching too. This way, our baby can absorb the best from both worlds and get a head start in the cycle of reincarnation, right? Hearing this, Meng Sanchi suddenly sat up straight in Lin Yuan's embrace, wriggling free from his clutches. Her beautiful, watery eyes widened in shock. Her delicate little hands had crossed over his slender waist at some point. She struck a stern, authoritative pose. Oomph. This palace master's child will receive this palace master's unique and unparalleled education. No need to copy her methods. She cleared her throat. From this day forward, several new household rules are established. You, Lin Yuan, must strictly adhere to them and keep them constantly in mind. Should there be even the slightest disobedience or negligence, household discipline awaits. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Rule number 1. Meng Sanchi extended a finger as white and smooth as jade, waving it before Lin Yuan. Without the explicit permission and constant supervision of this palace master, you, Lin Yuan, are forbidden from having any private, one-on-one conversations with members of the opposite sex. Lin Yuan's eye twitched uncontrollably. Rule number 2. Meng Sanchi extended a second finger. At the 3 crucial times each day, morning, noon, and night, you must set aside all tasks and proactively come to pay your respects to this palace master. Rule 3. Meng Sanchi lifted his snow-white chin smugly. When this palace master retires for the night, you must remain by my side at all times, holding me close and telling me bedtime stories. Lin Yuan stared at the ceiling, utterly devoid of will to live. Rule number 4. This palace master hasn't thought of that many yet, but no worries. Meng Sanchi added with a sly grin, whenever your highness thinks of new clauses in the future, they can be added and revised at any time. The final interpretation lies solely with your highness. Any objections? Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous glint that seemed to say, if you dare say no, tonight I'll show you what the true 18 levels of hell feel like. Lin Yuan jolted awake. Every hair on his body stood on end. The urge to survive instantly seized control of his entire mind. No. Absolutely not. Not even 300% of an objection. He shot upright from the lounge chair, nearly ready to swear an oath to the heavens on the spot. What kind of joke is this? The heavens and earth may be vast, but the pregnant woman reigns supreme. He put aside any quarrels with the pregnant Meng Sanchi for now. That's more like it. You know how to behave. Meng Sanchi nodded with satisfaction.
A radiant smile blossomed once more on her little face. Then, once again, like a docile little kitten, she nestled contentedly into Lin Yuan's embrace. Lin Yuan, you'd better be good from now on. Don't make me angry. You must always remember that from head to toe, inside and out, down to every single strand of hair, you belong solely to me, Meng Sanchi. So, your heart can only hold my image, understand? No other irrelevant outsiders are allowed to appear. She paused. Her small, snow-white hand, as delicate as a spring onion segment, gently brushed against the spot over Lin Yuan's heart. Then she leaned close to his ear. In a whisper so soft it carried a hint of icy menace. She added, word by word, with a sickly delight. If you don't do as I say, I'll make sure to get my revenge. Lin Yuan. He felt. His future days in the underworld would likely endless. Pregnant women. Truly terrifying. Chapter 88. Back in the battlefield, Lin Yuan just wants some peace. With Lin Yuan's reassurance, Meng Sanchi had grown increasingly attentive to the little life growing inside her. She even took it upon herself to drag Lin Yuan into seriously studying the profound and mysterious subject of prenatal education. That day, after enjoying the heartfelt breakfast Lin Yuan had personally prepared, Meng Sanchi reclined lazily in a lounge chair. Her delicate hand gently caressed her still barely noticeable belly as she earnestly asked Lin Yuan, what extraordinary prenatal education should we provide for our child? This was their plan to ensure the child would win at the starting line from the moment of birth. To become the most brilliant offspring in the entire netherworld and indeed the entire bizarre realm? Lin Yuan heard her words. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Prenatal education? Prenatal education for an unborn fetus whose mother is an SSS tier being? This approach felt a bit too down to earth. But, seeing Meng Sanchi's earnest expression, brimming with anticipation and longing, and the unique radiance of first-time motherhood in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her enthusiasm with platitudes like the child is gifted prenatal education is unnecessary. After all, pregnant women, especially a sickly, demonic female villain in her pregnancy, is best handled with kid gloves. Well, Sanchi, do you have any preliminary ideas or plans in mind? Lin Yuan passed the buck back to her. Our child is of noble birth and extraordinary lineage. Naturally, the prenatal education must be equally exceptional. The moment Meng Sanchi spoke of her child, her eyes shone with maternal radiance and a near fanatical pride. She sat up straight, eagerly outlining her prenatal education program. First, every day at the hour of Chen, I shall personally cradle the Underworld Soul Binding Harp and play my Underworld's premier divine melody. Lin Yuan imagined the scene. The scene of countless ghosts trembling in fear at the sound of the qin. It felt rather thrilling. Second, at noon, when energy peaks before waning, I shall recite the Sutra of Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha's original vows and the Supreme One's Sutra for delivering from suffering and protecting the body. This will cultivate in my child the compassionate heart to physically liberate souls and guide them into reincarnation. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched again. He could almost envision it after his child was born. Left hand, Sutra of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Right hand wielding a soul-snatching chain, spouting, Amitabha Buddha. Layman, your forehead is dark, you have a karmic connection with the Buddha. Why not follow this humble monk to the 18th layer of hell for some labor reform? Repent and reform, and you may become a ghost anew. Listening to Meng Sanchi's well-rounded Buddhist Taoist fusion with a touch of dark rock prenatal education plan, Lin Yuan could only think. The future path of his child's growth was bound to be exceptionally eventful. At that moment, in the family group chat channel, Ji Tiannu, far away in the Crimson Palace of Miao, suddenly spoke up. Ji Tiannu, oh, you too. What mischief are you up to behind my back? Lin Yuan, nothing. We were just researching prenatal education. Ji Tiannu, angry. So you found a new love and forgotten the old one? All you care about is Meng Sanchi now, and you don't care about me anymore, right? Lin Yuan terrified. No. I love you both to death. At that moment, Meng Sanchi pinched Lin Yuan's ear. Didn't I tell you to block Ji Tiannu? Why can she still speak? Lin Yuan. This is giving me a headache. Just the other day, you took it upon yourself to block Ji Tiannu. It took me a tremendous effort to finally placate her. Besides, you really are two-faced, you little brat. When Ji Tiannu was in the underworld, you called her good sister all the time. Now that she's gone, you've dropped the act completely, haven't you? Ji Tiannu, oh, and that time you blocked me was that your doing? At Meng Sanchi. Meng Sanchi, dear sister, how could I dare? Ji Tiannu, stop playing dumb. I knew you were up to no good, you sewer-dwelling demon. You think I won't come to the underworld right now? You. Meng Sanchi fumed. As if I'd ever fear her. Don't forget, the underworld is my turf. If that female drought-demon dares show her face, I'll make sure she pays dearly. Lin Yuan. He could practically feel cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Holy crap. Lin Yuan buried his face in his hands. Great. You two are at it again, aren't you?
Lin Yuan knew he had to change the subject fast. They'd likely seize the opportunity to start something again. Lin Yuan, oh, right, I just remembered. At the bottom of the soul-quieting pool, formed when the River of Oblivion in the Netherworld changed course over millennia, there grows a legendary flower called the soul-soothing lotus. I recall this lotus blooms only once every 1,000 years and bears fruit just as rarely. When it blooms, it emits an extraordinarily serene and tranquil fragrance. It possesses miraculous effects, calming the mind, soothing the restless spirit of a pregnant mother, and even directly nourishing the fetus's innate soul power, helping it awaken its spiritual intelligence ahead of schedule.
Ji Tian Nu, huh? Meng Sanqi,
Lin Yuan, however, this soul-soothing lotus is perpetually shrouded in the frigid aura of the 9 netherworlds, making it nearly impossible for ordinary spirits to approach.
Upon hearing this, Meng Sanqi,
a flicker of astonishment indeed passed through her luminous, beautiful eyes.
Are you referring to the legendary lotus of the netherworld, the very first divine lotus recorded in ancient texts as having vanished during the primordial netherworld war hundreds of thousands of years ago?
She tilted her head slightly, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Clearly, she harbored doubts about this name, which existed only in the most ancient legends.
After all,
though Mengpo's hall was her domain, it had endured for countless ages.
Even she, the current hall mistress, might not know all the ancient secrets hidden within. That's right. 100% certain it is.
Lin Yuan nodded with unwavering certainty. A confident smile spread across his face, radiating the assurance of one who holds the key and controls everything. I know exactly how to retrieve it safely.
Meng Sanqi gazed into Lin Yuan's resolute eyes. For some reason,
the slight irritability and unease she'd been feeling due to her pregnancy miraculously subsided. She realized she was growing increasingly fond of, even captivated by, Lin Yuan's dependable demeanor, this sense that he had everything under control. Of course, she still preferred seeing him in his docile state, completely under her control alone.
Oof. At least you're somewhat useful as a father.
Meng Sanqi snorted haughtily, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curling into a faint, breathtaking smile. Well, this palace master will trust you one more time, then.
But let's get one thing straight.
She extended her slender white index finger, lightly tapping Lin Yuan's chest with a hint of playful threat in her tone.
Once I get it, I get to use it first. Only after I've used it can you give it to Ji Tian Nu. Or else, you know the consequences.
Lin Yuan smiled and gently tickled her pert little nose, his eyes brimming with affection.
Whatever you say. Then, Lin Yuan sent another message to Ji Tian Nu in the family channel, successfully diverting the topic. To retrieve the lotus seed. For Lin Yuan, it was a sure thing. His main purpose was, right now, he really wanted to find a place to be alone, to escape being constantly caught in the thick of it. This feeling was unbearable. Chapter 89, Divine Banner repeatedly warns, beloved wife insists on forcing her way.
Some time passed.
Mengpo's hall. Within the quiet chamber,
Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Before him, the human emperor banner floated silently.
The patterns of mountains, rivers, the land, sun, moon, and stars on its surface remained somewhat dim.
Evidently, the previous restoration had failed to return it to its peak condition. Lin Yuan's eyes closed slightly.
Strands of pure primordial energy, infused with his own vital essence and divine soul power, flowed from his fingertips. Slowly, it flowed into the human emperor banner.
He was attempting to nurture this supreme treasure of the human way with his own power,
hoping to further unlock its latent potential. Suddenly,
the human emperor banner began to violently tremble without warning. Golden light surged wildly across its surface, like countless uncontrolled golden serpents.
Immediately after, a desolate and sorrowful intent,
accompanied by waves of faint, mournful wails,
emerged from the banner's depths.
The source is unstable.
Repair it swiftly, else the artifact spirit shall be harmed. Discontinuous, yet crystal clear.
Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within. The artifact spirit within the human emperor banner seemed to have shown signs of instability due to the previous forced activation and the failure to replenish its most crucial core material. If it wasn't completely repaired soon, it might truly damage its origin, or even cause its grade to drop.
This was unacceptable.
The human emperor banner was one of his most crucial trump cards, and the very key to whether Lin Yuan could truly stand atop the myriad realms of the cosmos in the future.
It absolutely must not be lost.
Lin Yuan's expression hardened.
It seemed his journey to Qingqiu could no longer be delayed.
With a flicker of thought, his figure vanished from the quiet chamber and materialized within the sleeping quarters of Mengpo's hall. Upon the soft, enormous bed woven from 9 netherworld cold silkworm silk, Meng Sanqi lay lazily on her side, her jade-like hand propping up her chin, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall beside the pillow.
Her abdomen was slightly rounded.
Evidently, the little life within her was thriving. At this moment, she frowned slightly, seemingly restless in her sleep due to the discomfort brought on by pregnancy. Lin Yuan approached and sat down gently beside her bed.
His gaze brimmed with tenderness and affection. As if sensing a familiar presence, Meng Sanchi's long lashes fluttered slightly before her beautiful peach blossom eyes, misty with sleep, slowly opened. "Husband, have you finished your cultivation?" Her voice carried a hint of sleepy languor and sweet innocence. Lin Yuan nodded, briefly explaining the unusual state of the human emperor banner and his urgent need to journey to Qingqiu to find the 9-hole Linglong Heartstone to repair the divine banner. Meng Sanchi listened quietly. When she heard Lin Yuan say he would leave the netherworld to journey to the distant Qingqiu, her eyes, still veiled in drowsiness moments before, instantly flashed with an unmistakable hint of reluctance and deep concern. Yet she was no ordinary woman. As the SSS-Rank ruler of the underworld who governed the cycle of reincarnation, she understood better than anyone what a human-level treasure of the human emperor banner truly meant, not only for Lin Yuan but also for the child growing within her womb. After a brief silence, Meng Sanchi forced herself to sit up from the bed. Lin Yuan hurried forward, carefully supporting her as he placed a soft pillow behind her back. Meng Sanchi drew a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. She lifted her head, her gaze burning intensely as she looked at Lin Yuan. Her once delicate, sickly-looking face now radiated an unwavering resolve. And a hint of that sickly sweet threat only Lin Yuan could decipher. To go to Qingqiu and find that damn stone? Fine. Her crimson lips parted, her voice cold and clear. But, Lin Yuan, you must agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, humph. Even if that wretched banner crumbles to dust today, you won't set foot outside my Mengpa Hall. Lin Yuan watched her little act of "I'm jealous, I'm angry, but I still care about you, though you'll have to pay a price" routine. He felt both amused and touched. He immediately held up 3 fingers, swearing allegiance as if to the heavens. Go ahead, Meng Sanchi. 3 conditions? 300? 3,000? As long as they come from you, Lady Mengpa. If I, Lin Yuan, so much as frown, I'm no man. Meng Sanchi was so amused by his roguish yet deeply affectionate expression that she couldn't help but giggle. But she quickly composed her lovely face, striving to maintain the dignity befitting the head of the household. First, she extended a slender, jade-like finger and waved it before Lin Yuan. From the moment you leave the underworld and set foot in Qingqiu, you must proactively report your daily whereabouts to me in detail: who you met, what you said, what you ate, and whether any blind fox spirits dared to give you a second glance. Lin Yuan. Wasn't this report a bit too detailed? Second. Meng Sanchi held up a second finger, her tone tinged with warning. During your stay in Qingqiu, you are strictly forbidden from engaging in any form of physical contact with any fox spirit of Qingqiu that exceeds normal social boundaries. This includes, but is not limited to, holding hands, hugging, touching tails, and any other actions that might cause this palace master misunderstanding or discomfort. Should you violate? She paused, flashing a kind smile. This palace master wouldn't mind paying a personal visit to Qingqiu to correct your social etiquette. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his neck. Third. Meng Sanchi held up her third finger, her tone finally tinged with an unmistakable hint of grievance and reluctance. After finding that so-called 9-hole crystal heartstone, you must return to the netherworld immediately. Right away. At the fastest speed possible. Back to my side. If you dare linger outside for even 1 extra day, or become so enamored you forget your way home. Her eyes flushed slightly, her voice thickening with emotion. I'll take the child and never speak to you again. Lin Yuan watched her, her eyes brimming with tears yet stubbornly held back. All his grand ambitions instantly melted into tender affection. He pulled Meng Sanchi tightly into his embrace and whispered solemnly into her ear. Fine. Sanchi, I agree to everything. I'll report 3 times a day, without fail. Once I find the heartstone, I'll return immediately, without a moment's delay. Meng Sanchi beamed with delight at his solemn vows. Yet the tears of reluctance in her eyes still slipped down her cheeks, uncontrollably. She clung tightly to Lin Yuan, as if trying to merge him into her very bones. Husband. Do you miss me? Ha? Lin Yuan froze. But you're still carrying a child. It's fine, Meng Sanchi murmured softly, lips parting slightly. There are other ways. Could it be? Hiss. A surge of heat washed over Lin Yuan's heart. And so, he embraced Meng Sanchi. He entered the bedroom. Immediately after, the live broadcast feed of the Dragon Nation channel, featuring the bizarre marriage game, suddenly went dark. Chapter 90. The Mystic Maiden descends to the netherworld, armed for Qingqiu. On the eve before Lin Yuan and Meng Sanchi bid each other a tearful farewell, preparing to set off for Qingqiu, the tranquil atmosphere of Mengpo's hall was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming, fiery aura. Boom! The entire sky of the netherworld seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand. Endless crimson divine flames surged forth from the rift, illuminating the perpetually gloomy underworld sky in a blood-red glow. Those flames, supremely young and supremely fierce, utterly tyrannical, seemed poised to reduce the entire netherworld to scorched earth. Countless low-tier ghosts were instantly obliterated by this terrifying pressure, their souls vanishing before they could even scream. Even S-rank ghost kings and underworld judges trembled in terror before this overwhelming aura. How dare you? What demonic fiend dares trespass upon my netherworld? Meng Sanqi's face turned icy as the divine light of reincarnation blazed around her. Stepping out of the hall of Mengpa, she prepared to strike. Yet from the rift in the sky emerged a figure clad in crimson gold dragon phoenix divine armor, wielding a spear blazing with raging flames. Surrounded by visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. None other than the drought goddess, Ji Tiannu. At this moment, though her belly was high and swollen, clearly nearing childbirth, her overbearing aura of supreme dominion and unrivaled supremacy remained undiminished. Instead, it was infused with an added layer of maternal authority and an aura of sacred inviolability. Meng's sister, do not be anxious. Ji Tiannu's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed throughout the entire underworld. This palace merely wished to see my husband off once more before his long journey. Before the words had fully faded, her figure flickered, and she appeared before Lin Yuan in Mengpo's hall. Meng Sanqi watched this uninvited sister who had caused such a commotion, her face darkening instantly. Ji Tiannu, what do you think you're doing? Flaunting your profound cultivation to tear through the barriers of my underworld at will? Her tone was sharp, the power of reincarnation surging around her, clearly indicating genuine anger. Oh my, Meng's sister, no need to get so worked up. Ji Tiannu, however, seemed unfazed. She walked straight over to Lin Yuan, naturally slipping her arm through his. She pressed her ample bosom tightly against him, shooting a defiant glance at Meng Sanqi. My lord is about to journey to Qingqiu, a land teeming with fox spirits. As your lawful wife, it is only fitting that I personally see you off and offer some advice lest certain bold, unwise foxes harbor ill intentions. Lin Yuan found himself sandwiched between two SSS-tier pregnant mothers. The air thickened with tension and a pungent scent of jealousy. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Celestial maiden, Sanqi, let's talk this out calmly. We're all family here, let's not ruin the harmony. Then, over the next few days, the Hall of Mengpo witnessed a heartwarming daily drama of two queens vying for their husband. Ji Tiannu claimed she needed her husband's constant care during her late pregnancy and to exchange ideas on prenatal education, thus monopolizing most of Lin Yuan's daytime hours. She would tug Lin Yuan to witness the earthquake-like movements of her dragon and phoenix twins. Husband, look. Little dragon is stirring up the seas inside again. With that strength, he'll surely punch a star to smithereens someday. And little phoenix girl. She just seemed to be warming my belly with her primordial divine fire. Such a sweet little angel. Meng Sanqi naturally refused to be outdone. Come nightfall, she would invite Lin Yuan back to her chambers under the pretext of early pregnancy causing spiritual instability, requiring her husband's all-night comfort and nourishment of yang energy. Then, employing all manner of sickly sweet tactics, she would assert her claim. For instance, performing all sorts of playful antics she'd never tried before. She even took advantage of Lin Yuan's deep sleep to secretly study his physical structure. She resembled a sickly, obsessed woman. Caught between these two SSS-tier pregnant mothers whose jealousy and affection collided, Lin Yuan found himself both tormented and delighted. He deeply understood what it meant to be sweetly burdened. He gained deeper insights into the profound art of living off others. Of course, beyond their jealous rivalry, both wives displayed unprecedented unity and spared no effort in preparing equipment for Lin Yuan's journey to Qingqiu. Top-tier defensive artifacts, offensive talismans, restorative divine pills, and all manner of unheard-of life-saving trump cards. These two SSS-tier wives practically emptied their treasure chests, arming Lin Yuan from head to toe with their most prized possessions. Lin Yuan surveyed his lavishly equipped form, nearly drowned in a sea of divine light and precious aura. His heart was filled with nothing but profound gratitude. He realized that his journey to Qingqiu was no longer merely about seeking the 9-hole Linglong Heartstone. With this gear, he could likely hold his own against a true SSS-tier sovereign, perhaps even escape unscathed. Living off others like this, I guess I'm truly one of a kind, with no predecessor or successor. Lin Yuan mused to himself, basking in the sweet satisfaction. Finally, the moment of parting had arrived. Before the Hall of Mengpa, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi stood side by side. Both were peerlessly beautiful. Yet their essences were worlds apart, both SSS-tier heroines. Their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan now brimmed with profound reluctance and deep affection. Husband, be cautious in all things as you journey to Qingqiu. Ji Tiannu stepped forward. Gently adjusting the slightly rumpled collar of Lin Yuan's robe, her voice was tender. Go quickly and return swiftly. I and the children will wait for you in Miaojiang. And one more thing, no flirting with other women. If I find out you've been bewitched by some fox spirit, my scarlet earth spear isn't for show. Meng Sanqi followed closely behind, clutching Lin Yuan's hand. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she fought hard to keep them from falling. Lin Yuan, you heartless scoundrel. I'm carrying your child, yet you want to abandon us both and run off to some distant place. Mark my words. Report to me 3 times a day, not one less. Dare to slack off, and see how I deal with you. And one more thing. Don't you dare flirt with those sultry foxes of Qingqiu. No matter how many tails they have or how beautiful they are, they can't compare to this palace mistress. Oomph. In short, you're not allowed to like them. Find that worthless stone. Immediately. Right now. Get back here to this palace mistress. Or else. Her eyes reddened, and she couldn't hold back any longer. Crystal clear tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Otherwise, I'll never speak to you again. Watching his two wives perform this farewell ritual, Lin Yuan felt both warmed and amused. He spread his arms wide, drawing the two peerless beauties, one on his left, one on his right, tightly into his embrace. He pressed a tender kiss to each of their crimson lips. Rest assured, once I reach Qingqiu, I will handle matters swiftly and return as soon as possible to reunite with you both. Wait for me. With those words spoken, Lin Yuan drew a deep breath. Under the complex gazes of the underworld spirits and deities, including the ox-headed and horse-faced guards, the black and white impermanents, and other high-ranking ghost officers who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news yet dared only to watch from afar, approached the center of this battlefield filled with reverence and a hint of sympathy. With unwavering resolve, he turned and stepped into the underworld cross-dimensional teleportation array, personally activated by Meng Sanqi, who had suppressed his own sorrow and longing, channeling the primal energy of the netherworld to open this gateway for him. Destination: the sacred land of the Eastern Demon Clan. Qingqiu. The array blazed with light, instantly engulfing Lin Yuan's figure. Before Meng Po's hall, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi watched as the glow gradually faded, leaving the teleportation array restored to calm. Silence hung heavy for a long while. Finally, Ji Tiannu let out a soft sigh, breaking the silence. Sister Meng, there's no need to be overly sentimental. His journey is to repair the Human Emperor banner, that supreme treasure of the human path, a mission of extraordinary significance. All we can do is wait patiently at home, clearing away any worries that might hold him back. Meng Sanqi wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. Yet her tone still carried a hint of stubborn pride. Oomph. Who's sentimental? This palace mistress can't wait for him to leave, already sparing me his daily presence, disrupting my pregnancy. But you, Sister Ji, with your belly so large, deliberately making the journey to the underworld, aren't you afraid of harming the fetus? Ji Tiannu stroked her prominently rounded belly. It's fine. My child is tough as nails. But you, Meng's sister, being pregnant for the first time, must be cautious in all matters. Should you feel any discomfort, you may inform this palace mistress at any time through that darned family group chat. I have a bit of experience. Meng Sanqi felt a warm surge in her heart at the words, yet her mouth remained stubbornly unyielding. I know. Stop nagging. The two SSS tier female leads, both carrying Lin Yuan's child. At this moment, they seemed to have formed a subtle united front. Chapter 91, amidst countless peach blossoms, strolling through the leisurely courtyard. The radiance of the netherworld cross-dimensional teleportation array suddenly faded from Lin Yuan's sight. The next instant, he found himself in a completely different world. Gone was the gloom and deathly stillness of the netherworld. Instead, was the overwhelming, so rich it seemed almost tangible, and the refreshingly exotic fragrance of flowers. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying his surroundings. He found himself suspended above an endless expanse of peach groves. Below him, billions of towering peach trees, each 100 zhang tall, stood lush and leafy, their canopies forming a cloud-like canopy. Pink, white, and pale red blossoms spread like everlasting mist in clouds. Layers upon layers bloomed profusely on the branches. A sea of blossoms like a surging tide. Swaying with the breeze, it was a sight of unparalleled beauty. The air was filled with the faint, sweet, and intoxicating fragrance of peach blossoms. Is this the first perilous terrain at the outskirts of Qingqiu, the 10 billion peach blossom enchantment array? A faint smile curved Lin Yuan's lips. In the game, eerie affair. This peach grove was far more than just a pretty sight. Within, space warped and illusions proliferated. Countless peach blossom fiends, born from the spirits of the blossoms, lurked within. They could stir the most primal desires and passions deep within the human heart. Once ensnared, even S-tier peak masters, without special secret arts or supreme treasures to protect them, would struggle to escape, having their souls bewildered and wills eroded. Ultimately, they would be consumed as nourishment for the peach grove, doomed to eternal ruin. Countless demon lords and demon generals, who boasted of their debauchery and came to Qingqiu to hunt for beauties, met their bitter end here. Not even a single hair of a Qingqiu fox spirit did they lay eyes on. Too bad it won't work on me. Lin Yuan smiled indifferently. Within his sea of consciousness, the soul imprint forged by the two SSS tier sovereigns, Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi. At this moment, they emitted a faint coolness, keeping his mind clear and untainted by the seductive energies of the outside world. Moreover, he possessed the most detailed strategy map for this 10 billion peach blossom soul binding array, precise down to every shift in the array's focal points and the exact locations of every life and death passage. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure flickered. Like teleportation, he instantly materialized at the edge of the mist-shrouded peach grove below. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward. Buzz! In an instant, the scene before his eyes transformed completely. Endless pink peach blossom petals swept toward him like a raging storm. Each petal carried a soul-stealing, eerie power, attempting to burrow into Lin Yuan's 7 orifices and corrode his very spirit. Seductive melodies filled the air. Countless ethereal figures of seductive, naked female demons emerged from all directions, flirtatiously teasing Lin Yuan with bone-chilling whispers. Even more terrifying illusions followed: boundless seas of blood, mountains of corpses and bones, the 9 hells of torment, all attempting to stir the deepest fears within Lin Yuan's heart. Had this been any other powerful cultivator, would likely have already lost their spiritual resolve, plunging into an abyss of eternal damnation. Yet, Lin Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged. He even had the leisure to reach out, catching a peach blossom petal attempting to enter his nostril, then gently pinching it between his fingertips. The fragrance is quite authentic. But this illusion technique? It's nowhere near as good as my Sanchi's reincarnation dream. He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of a professional's critique. The next second, his form shifted once more. Seemingly at random, he stepped 3 paces forward to the left, then shifted 7 feet backward to the right. Each landing was precisely placed upon the sole correct lifeline node, the intersection between the countless illusory peach blossoms and the innumerable spatial fractures. Those enchanting sirens, mind-shattering illusions, and slaughter scenes enough to make any other S-rank powerhouse's scalp crawl and soul shatter. Before him, they dissolved like ice meeting its nemesis, like mist vanishing under the scorching sun. Unable to come within 3 feet of him, they dissolved like bubbles, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yuan proceeded thus, stopping and starting along the way. At times, he would critique the merits and flaws of the array formations. At other times, he plucked a few of the most vibrantly blooming, enchanting immortal peaches, rich with pure wood element essence, treating them like roadside fruit to savor. His demeanor was that of a leisurely stroll, effortless and carefree. If witnessed by those powerful beings who once suffered heavy losses within this formation or even narrowly escaped death, they would likely be so overcome with shame that they would sever their own meridians and shatter their Tao heart. At the same time, deep within the core of the 10 billion peach blossom soul-binding array, within an exquisitely crafted pavilion built entirely from peach blossom divine wood, several low-tier fox demons from Qingqiu, clad in pink court robes, their charming features accentuated by 3 or 5 fox tails swaying behind them, stared wide-eyed through a massive peach blossom water mirror, witnessing Lin Yuan's textbook perfect array-breaking performance. This can't be. Who is he? How could he so effortlessly disregard our clan's 10 billion peach blossom soul-binding array, passed down for millions of years? A 3-tailed fox maiden gasped in disbelief, her face frozen in shock. Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient master versed in formations and prohibitions? Or perhaps, a reclusive demonic sage playing in the mortal world? Another 5-tailed fox spirit speculated, her voice tinged with reverence. No! Look at his bone age. He's far too young. It absolutely can't be one of those ancient monsters. And, he just casually pointed out 3 minor flaws in the array's energy flow. Good heavens! Those were details even the elders responsible for maintaining the array failed to notice. The fox demons grew increasingly alarmed and horrified the longer they watched. They even began to harbor an absurd delusion. As if this 10 billion peach blossom enchantment array wasn't a deadly formation meant to trap external enemies, but rather a specially prepared garden tour route for this mysterious young man. Lin Yuan moved through the 10 billion peach blossom enchantment array as if entering an empty realm. He even had the leisure to pause occasionally. He would nod and shake his head as he pointed at a seemingly empty void, offering his insights. The energy nodes in this illusion array are a bit clumsily connected. Clearly the array caster's cultivation isn't up to par yet. Forcing it to peak has left it vulnerable. And over there, that most vividly blooming peach blossom demon. Its aura is fierce enough, but alas, it lacks spiritual intelligence. It only knows brute force and is easily defeated. His well-intentioned critique, via the peach blossom water mirror, reached the ears of the Qingqiu fox demons inside the pavilion with crystal clarity. It left them all so ashamed they wished the ground would swallow them whole. This was nothing short of slapping Qingqiu's face in public. Finally, after roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Yuan, as calm as a breeze and serene as clouds, his robes flowing gracefully, not a speck of dust clinging to him from head to toe. He strolled out of the core area of the 10 billion peach blossom soul-binding array, a place that struck terror into the hearts of countless powerful beings. Ahead, mist swirled, an ethereal aura permeated the air. A winding ancient path, entirely paved with flawless warm jade, stretched toward the distant, faintly visible majestic immortal mountains suspended in the heavens. That was the entrance to the inner realm of Qingqiu, the pilgrimage path. Chapter 92. The Jade Palanquin carries distinguished guests straight to Tushan Palace. Just as Lin Yuan was about to step onto the first stone of the ancient path, several overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing the low-tier fox demons encountered before, terrifying demonic auras erupted like volcanic explosions from all directions. Immediately after, Fragrant breezes wafted, and celestial music played faintly. Several figures, clad in splendid, multicolored court robes, each possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and captivate nations, their grace and elegance peerless. Qingqiu immortal maidens, each swaying at least 7, and some even 8 foxtails, appeared silently before Lin Yuan. Their figures blended seamlessly with the surrounding peach blossom paradise, as if they were the very rulers of this realm. Their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan were filled with scrutiny, wariness, and a hint of unmistakable shock and apprehension. Evidently, Lin Yuan's astonishing display of effortlessly breaking the ultimate formation had thoroughly alarmed the true high command of Qingqiu. At the forefront was a figure clad in silver moonlight palace robes. Her hair was as white as snow, yet her skin was fairer than snow. 8 gleaming silver foxtails swayed behind her like a peacock's spread feathers, a testament to her terrifying peak SS tier cultivation. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she appraised Lin Yuan from head to toe. Though her tone remained courteous, it carried an air of condescending interrogation. "Who might you be, sir? Why have you trespassed into our Qingqiu forbidden territory, the Peach Blossom Enchantment Array? State your name. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite." Her words had barely faded before Lin Yuan could utter a word. A sudden upheaval erupted. Hum. At Lin Yuan's waist, the Xuanyuan pendant forged by the Yellow Emperor himself and imbued with the supreme fortune of the human race suddenly activated to protect its master. It emitted a gentle yet resplendent aura, the sacred majesty of the human emperor, one that commanded the submission of all beings and repelled all evils. At the same moment, beneath the folds of his chest, the SS Great Armor forged by Ji Tiannu from her primordial true flame also grew faintly warm. It radiated a trace of the terrifying dragon might unique to the drought-demon goddess of power that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, utterly domineering and peerless. Whoosh! The leading 8-tailed silver fox elder, named Xuanyuan, after sensing these two auras, though utterly different, both equally noble and extraordinary. Even she, a peak SS grade great demon, felt waves of spiritual tremors, nearly unable to resist kneeling in worship on the spot. Her expression changed instantly. First, shock. Then horror. Finally, it transformed into profound disbelief and a trace of inexplicable ecstasy. The Emperor's talisman? This is the legendary Xuanyuan pendant, worn by His Majesty the Emperor himself, lost to the mists of time? And that aura, that's the primordial dragon phoenix true fire aura of the southern wasteland's crimson palace, the progenitor of all zombies, the goddess of drought? Elder Xuanyuan's voice trembled with utter shock. How could she dare show even the slightest disrespect or negligence? Thud. This esteemed 8-tailed Grand Elder of Qingqiu, who usually looked down on everyone, now prostrated herself before Lin Yuan, performing a full 5-point bow. Behind her, several equally formidable 7-tailed fox spirit elders, witnessing their own Grand Elder so utterly discomfited, dared not hesitate for a moment. They too knelt down in unison. We failed to recognize a mountain when we saw it. We did not know that you were the human emperor's successor and the honored guest of the Crimson Emperor, descending upon our sacred land of Qingqiu. Elder Xuanyuan trembled as she spoke, her voice thick with dread. We have greatly offended you. We beg your forgiveness, honored guest. Please forgive us. Lin Yuan. He had prepared a whole speech, planning how to negotiate amicably with these Qingqiu leaders and assure them he meant no harm. But he never imagined, before he could even open his mouth, they'd already taken a knee? And what's more, they'd imagined his background and status to be so crystal clear, so high and mighty? He hadn't even found a 9-tailed fox to leech off yet, and now he was already getting fed? Wasn't this a bit too easy, too taken for granted? Qingqiu. The entrance to the sacred pilgrimage path. The atmosphere had fallen into an eerie silence. Lin Yuan gazed at the Qingqiu elders kneeling before him, trembling in fear, not daring to lift their heads. He found himself rather speechless. He had originally thought that to enter this legendary sanctuary of the demonic race and meet the 9-tailed fox sovereign, he would inevitably have to endure some trials and tribulations. Little did he know. He had barely broken through the outer peach blossom array and hadn't even had time to introduce himself. The other party had already imagined him to be some sort of heir to the human emperor and honored guest of the Crimson Emperor based on the faint aura emanating from the few magical artifacts he carried. This misunderstanding. Wasn't it a bit too beautiful? But Lin Yuan wasn't foolish enough to offer any explanations. With such a conveniently delivered identity, why not take advantage of it? Clearing his throat, he forced himself into the posture of an enigmatic powerhouse and spoke in a detached tone. Ignorance is no excuse. Elders, please rise. I have indeed come to Qingqiu on urgent business, seeking a face-to-face discussion with the ruler of your noble clan, Tushan Baiqian. Xuanyuan, the 8-tailed silver fox elder who led the group, trembled slightly at these words, her face revealing an expression that said, just as I suspected. She exchanged glances with the other elders, each seeing a flicker of understanding in the other's eyes. Honored guest, you flatter us. Your presence in Qingqiu is an unprecedented blessing for our clan. How could we speak of forgiveness? Elder Xuanyuan rose promptly, her demeanor growing ever more respectful and humble, even tinged with a hint of cautious flattery. Our lord has been awaiting your arrival at the Tushan sanctuary for quite some time. Please follow us. With that, she beckoned with her white hand. From the distant sea of clouds, a chorus of clear, melodious cries of cranes echoed. Then, 9 magnificent, ethereal deer, their wings pure white, crowned with iridescent plumage, the 9-colored cloud-stepping deer, pulling a chariot entirely carved from the spirit-nurturing divine wood, a specialty of Qingqiu. The body was inlaid with countless jade ornaments the size of pigeon eggs, each emitting a soft, multicolored radiance, creating an incredibly luxurious sight. Treading upon auspicious clouds, piercing through the mist, it approached slowly. Surrounding the jade carriage, hundreds of exquisite Qingqiu spirit fox attendants, each with at least 3 fox tails, gracefully accompanied the procession. They held incense burners and precious fans, carried flower baskets and jade pitchers, and surrounded the chariot in a cluster. What a grand spectacle! Lin Yuan couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Qingqiu's hospitality was a bit too grand, wasn't it? It was even more extravagant than the pomp he had experienced in the Red Earth Palace of the Miao tribe when Ji Tiannu had honored him as the Emperor Lord. Honored guest, please ascend the jade carriage. Elder Xuanyuan personally stepped forward, lifting the carriage curtain for Lin Yuan with utmost reverence. Lin Yuan accepted without hesitation. He stepped unhesitatingly into the jade palanquin, a vehicle spacious enough for dozens, its interior lavishly adorned with soft, exotic furs of unknown beasts, emitting a faint, exotic fragrance. The jade carriage began its slow ascent. Amidst auspicious sights, cranes leading the way, spirit butterflies dancing in attendance, and a chorus of birds singing in unison. It soared into the sky. Its path remained unobstructed as it headed toward the heart of Qingqiu. The legendary celestial palace, the sacred temple of Tushan, towering above the 9 heavens and the sea of clouds, glided steadily forward. Wherever it passed, spirited peaks stood in rows, clear waters encircled the path, spirit waterfalls formed rainbow arcs, and divine flowers bloomed everywhere. Countless rare beasts and auspicious birds, long extinct in the outside world, roamed freely through the forests and mountains. Upon seeing the jade chariot pass, they halted in their tracks, casting curious yet reverent gazes. Many spiritually awakened beasts even bowed their proud heads in submission. This fully demonstrated the unimaginable splendor and unfathomable power of Qingqiu, the foremost sacred land of the eastern demonic tribes. Chapter 93, First Sight of the Nine-Tailed Fox, enchanted by her allure. Inside the jade carriage, Lin Yuan sat calmly. Beside him, 2 7-tailed spirit fox attendants stood respectfully with heads bowed. One was named Tao Yao. The other was Zhuahua. Both possessed breathtaking beauty and enchanting figures. Tao Yao's delicate jade-like hands. She plucked a Qingqiu divine peach. Your Majesty, please partake. Her voice was enchantingly sweet. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and opened his mouth. The divine fruit melted upon entry. Sweet and crisp. The essence of the wood filled his body. Not bad, he remarked indifferently. Zhuahua held the 7 Emotions foxtail fan. She fanned herself gently. A fragrant scent filled the air, calming the mind and soothing the spirit. Her peach blossom eyes occasionally stole glances at Lin Yuan. Curiosity. Admiration. To warrant the personal welcome of the Jade Countenance senior elder. Deploying the 9-colored divine deer jade carriage. Who exactly was this young emperor? Beyond the jade carriage, hundreds of Qingqiu fox guards and fox maidens stood in solemn procession. Their hearts brimmed with equal measure of wonder and reverence. Today, Qingqiu would welcome a guest of honor unseen in 10,000 years. The area around the Tushan sacred temple had been cleared 3 days in advance. All clan members were strictly ordered to be cautious in speech and conduct. Not a single misstep is permitted. Lin Yuan had long grown accustomed to the gazes around him. His expression remained unchanged, as calm as ever. Back then, upon first entering the underworld, he went straight to Meng Po's hall. He shared a bed with the SSS tier sovereign Meng Sanqi. Upon first arriving in the Miao lands, he was proclaimed emperor by the drought-demon goddess Ji Tiannu. I reveled in the worship of countless zombies. This little display? Just routine. At this moment, was engaged in a friendly exchange with Elder Xuanyuan at his side. Elder Yuan. Lin Yuan took a sip of the 100 Flowers divine brew. His tone was calm. I hear the noble lord, Tushan Bacon, is a 9-tailed celestial fox? Upon hearing this, an expression of immense pride immediately flashed across her aged yet still stunningly beautiful face. She bowed slightly, her voice reverent. I report to your imperial majesty. Her title had already been elevated. Evidently, she had received some sort of hint. Or perhaps her own wise judgment. My master is indeed the peerless sovereign who has attained the form of the 9-tailed celestial fox in this age. His divine prowess transcends the heavens. He attained the rank of 8-tailed demon emperor within 10,000 years. After 100,000 years, he defied the heavens to pass the tribulation, attaining the 9 tails. He is the second peerless being of our Qingqiu Tushan clan since our founding ancestor. Her cultivation has long reached the pinnacle of SSS tier, unfathomably profound. His countenance is the peerless beauty of the 3 realms and 6 paths, even the heavenly goddesses would blush in comparison. His wisdom pierces heaven and earth. Our Qingqiu clan survived the great calamity unscathed, all thanks to his lordship's masterful strategy. Elder Xuanyuan spoke of their sovereign. She spoke with unending pride and honor. Lin Yuan nodded silently. Truly deserving of her status as one of the most popular heroines in the game, strange love. This character design, this aura truly top tier. Elder Yuan. Lin Yuan abruptly changed the subject. Since your master possesses such extraordinary abilities, why, when I observe the fortune of Qingqiu, though it is indeed blessed with natural beauty, it still seems to fall slightly short compared to the Red Earth Palace and the southern frontier? A hint of scrutiny flickered in his eyes. The pride on Elder Xuanyuan's face faltered slightly. A shadow of gloom and resignation flickered across her face. She fell silent for a moment. With a bitter smile, she lowered her voice. Her divine sense transmitted her words. I shan't conceal this from your majesty. This matter is a secret my Qingqiu clan has kept hidden for 10,000 years. It is also a persistent thorn in the side of our lord. The specific reasons, your majesty, I pray you await until you meet our master in person. He shall explain them to you himself. This old woman dares not speak out of turn. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at these words. A thorn in his side? This plotline doesn't exist in the Eerie Affair game. It seems. After the game became reality, many things had undergone unforeseen changes. This, however, made things all the more intriguing. The jade carriage sliced through layer upon layer of mist. Its speed was extraordinary. Before long, a magnificent, towering celestial palace, suspended amidst the clouds of the heavens, appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. The palace was entirely carved from an unknown 7-colored jade. The palace's summit was crowned with glistening glazed tiles that shimmered like starlight. 9,999 white jade steps extended downward from the cloud sea, directly to the palace's main gate. Above the plaque, 3 characters in ancient seal script, gilded with radiant gold, flowed with dragon-like vigor and phoenix-like grace, embodying boundless allure and the ultimate truths of the Tao. Tushan Hall. Lin Yuan sensed the aura emanating from within the hall, an SSS tier peak energy that was both languidly alluring and imbued with boundless majesty, tinged with an almost imperceptible yet intense yearning. A meaningful curve slowly formed at the corner of his lips. Tushan Baiqian. I have arrived. Are you ready to welcome your husband? At this moment, Tushan Sanctuary, the heart of Qingqiu, also the bedchamber and council chamber of the 9-tailed celestial fox, Tushan Baiqian. The jade carriage descended smoothly before the 99 white marble steps. Your Imperial Majesty, please. Elder Xuanyuan bowed once more, gesturing with an inviting hand. His demeanor grew ever more deferential. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and stepped down from the jade carriage. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he looked up at the magnificent, grandest sanctuary of the demonic race. His gaze was serene, yet held a hint of profound insight that seemed to see through everything. Behind him, the 2 7-tailed spirit fox attendants, Taoyao and Zhuohua, along with the assembled Qingqiu elders and guardians, held their breath in tense stillness, daring not to make a sound. The entire world seemed to fall silent in that moment. All eyes were fixed on the temple doors, poised to open. And the peerless, radiant 9-tailed fox lord beyond. Squeak! A faint creak echoed. The colossal temple doors, standing 100 zheng tall and crafted entirely from 10,000-year starwood, their surfaces engraved with countless mystical demonic patterns, slowly swung open to either side. In an instant, a strange fragrance, so potent it seemed almost tangible, mingled with a natural allure intoxicating to the soul, surged forth like a tidal wave from within the hall. Even Lin Yuan, with his formidable spirit and the protection of his treasures. The instant he caught its scent, his mind wavered slightly. What a formidable natural allure! Truly worthy of the 9-tailed celestial fox. His gaze sharpened as he looked into the hall. Within the grand hall, divine light swirled and auspicious vapors rose in countless tendrils. The floor was entirely paved with an unknown transparent warm jade, beneath which seemed to flow a river of stars. 99 jade pillars, each towering 1,000 zheng high and carved with lifelike 9-tailed celestial fox totems, stood coiled like dragons, supporting the entire vast hall. At the far end of the hall stood an even more towering, pure white jade platform, its base formed by 999 steps. At the summit of the jade platform, a throne entirely woven from countless snow-white fox tails and iridescent phoenix feathers. Embedded with sun, moon, and stars, it radiated boundless majesty and an otherworldly allure. The 9-tailed phoenix throne floated silently above. Upon the throne, a breathtakingly beautiful woman reclined lazily. She was none other than the sovereign of Qingqiu, Tushan Baiqian. Her skin was as snow-white as jade, her features delicate as blossoms, her complexion so fair it seemed it could be pierced. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, sparkled with every glance. Her jade-like nose and cherry lips were exquisitely flawless. A pure white fox fur robe, dotted with starlight, and flowing sleeves of an ethereal skirt perfectly accentuated her exquisite, delicate form of figure so flawless it could drive any male creature mad. Her 3,000 strands of hair, as black as ink, casually draped over fragrant shoulders and jade-like back, adding a touch of languid charm and allure. But the most captivating feature were the 9 fox tails trailing behind her. More fluffy and silky than the finest snow-white fox fur, each strand gleamed with a faint divine light. Those 9 fox tails swayed and stretched gently in the void with her breath, exuding a strange, intoxicating fragrance that could make one's soul lose its way and willingly surrender to its embrace. At this moment, this 9-tailed celestial fox, whose beauty defied the bizarre world and whose fame echoed across the 9 heavens, her stunning almond-shaped eyes, seemingly able to see through everything yet tinged with a hint of languid playfulness, quietly observed Lin Yuan as he stepped into the grand hall. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze completely in that instant. Space itself seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, utterly beyond his control. Even he, who had long been accustomed to the peerless beauty of Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi, could not help but acknowledge. He could not help but admit. A demon. The epitome of enchantment. Alluring. Seductive to the very core. This was a truly peerless enchantress capable of turning the world upside down and wreaking havoc upon the heavens. Chapter 94. The Celestial Fox confesses her passion, feeding him soft rice right to his mouth. Yet, just as Lin Yuan and Tu Shan Baiqian's gazes met in midair, Tu Shan Baiqian's eyes, those stunning orbs that had carried a hint of languor, as if utterly disinterested in all things, suddenly erupted. Erupted like a volcano, unleashing an unbelievable, scorching ecstasy that nearly melted Lin Yuan. Excitement. Excitement that ran deep to the bone. Obsession. An obsession that seemed poised to devour Lin Yuan whole. And an intense love and endless grievance buried for countless ages, wading through eternal cycles, nearly spilling from her eyes to become a torrent of blood-red tears. Husband. Husband? Her voice trembled slightly. No longer languid, no longer bewitching. Instead, it brimmed with the ecstasy of rediscovery. The choked sobs of reunion after a long separation. The next moment. Outside the hall, all the Qingqiu elders and attendants were so stunned their jaws nearly hit the floor. Under their wide-eyed stares, eyes nearly popping from their sockets, the SSS-ranked 9-tailed celestial fox sovereign, usually lofty and majestic, whose every word and deed determined the fate of Qingqiu's billions, had literally rolled off the 9-tailed phoenix throne, the very symbol of Qingqiu's supreme authority. Yes, rolled. Completely disregarding any semblance of dignity. Without a shred of concern for her image. She even lost one of her shoes in the rush, revealing a slender, jade-like ankle, delicate and adorable. Barefoot on one side, she transformed into a white bolt of lightning, moving at an extreme speed. Without a second thought, she charged toward the center of the grand hall, toward the man who had made her wait for endless ages, the man who had haunted her dreams through countless reincarnations. Husband. Boom. A soft thud. Lin Yuan felt as though he'd been struck head-on by a speeding car. The immense impact nearly sent him stumbling, making him look foolish on the spot. Then, a perfect, intoxicatingly fragrant body, soft yet astonishingly supple, coiled around him like an octopus's tentacles. Tu Shan Baiqian. This 9-tailed celestial fox, whose beauty rivaled the heavens and whose allure was innate. Now, with an almost forceful intensity, she held Lin Yuan tightly against her chest. Her arms clamped around his waist, squeezing him so tightly he could barely breathe. Her 9 fluffy fox tails wrapped around him from all directions, layering upon him like an impenetrable cocoon. As if she intended to knead him completely into her very bones and flesh, to fuse him into her soul itself, never to let him stray an inch from her side. Husband. It really is you. It really is you. Baiqian has finally waited for you. Whoa whoa. Do you know how many days and nights I waited for you? How many springs and autumns? So long that I nearly forgot the passage of time, so long that I almost believed it was all just a beautiful dream I'd never wake from. She buried her exquisite face deep, greedily, into Lin Yuan's chest. Scorching tears surged forth, instantly soaking the front of Lin Yuan's robe. Where was the composure of that SSS-ranked demonic ruler, the one who usually stood aloof, languidly seductive, manipulating all beings at her whim? She was clearly just a pitiful yet endearing little woman who had endured endless loneliness and waded through countless cycles of reincarnation, only to finally see her one true love at the very end of despair. All strength, all pretense, all pride. In this moment, it all crumbled, transforming into the most primal, pure, and fiery torrent of emotion. Lin Yuan was caught off guard. The perfect, delicate form in his arms radiated an unadulterated sincerity and profound dependence, devoid of any trace of pretense. His heart, in that instant, involuntarily gave a sharp, violent thud. Lin Yuan reached out, gently patting Tu Shan Baiqian's fragrant shoulder. Baiqian, don't cry. I'm here now, aren't I? I'm sorry for making you wait so long. It's my fault. These simple words seemed to possess boundless magic. Tu Shan Baiqian gradually calmed down. She slowly lifted her face like a pear blossom drenched in rain, yet its breathtaking beauty only intensified. Her peach blossom eyes, washed clean by tears and now more crystalline than ever, gazed at Lin Yuan with unwavering, rapt attention. As if she were etching his features, his very essence, everything about him, deep into the recesses of her soul. "Husband, you won't leave Baiqian again, will you?" Her heart-wrenching plea. Lin Yuan cradled her flawless, delicate face, gently wiping away the tear streaks at the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. "Rest assured, Baiqian. From now on, as long as you don't drive me away, I will stay by your side." "Really?" Tushan Baiqian's beautiful eyes flashed at his words. "Yes, it's true." Lin Yuan nodded firmly. "That's wonderful, my husband." Tushan Baiqian embraced Lin Yuan tightly once more. This time, she seemed unsatisfied. She even stood on tiptoe, pressing her own cherry lips as delicate and dewy as peach blossom petals directly onto Lin Yuan's mouth. Soft. Sweet. Carrying a faint, intoxicatingly exotic fragrance. Lin Yuan. Though I must admit, I was looking forward to it too. After a long while. Lips parted. Tushan Baiqian's fair face flushed crimson, her breath coming in gasps. Her almond-shaped eyes glistened with a seductive sheen, almost dripping with moisture. Before Lin Yuan could fully recover from this sudden passionate kiss, Tushan Baiqian had already regained some of the dignity befitting the ruler of Qingqiu. Taking Lin Yuan's hand, she led him directly up the white jade steps to the nine-tailed phoenix throne. Then, to Lin Yuan's stunned gaze, she actually took the initiative to seat him upon the throne that symbolized the supreme authority of Qingqiu. As for herself, she nestled into his embrace like a docile little kitten, shifting effortlessly into the most comfortable position. From this day forward, Tushan Baiqian's voice, amplified by some arcane method, echoed clearly throughout the entire Tushan sanctuary, and even beyond to the pilgrimage plaza outside. Lin Yuan shall be the sole, supreme emperor of Qingqiu. His status shall be equal to mine. All clansmen and resources throughout Qingqiu shall be at the emperor's command. To see the emperor is to see this palace. Any defiance or disrespect shall be met with death without mercy. This earth-shattering proclamation instantly petrified the two mountain elders, including Yu Rong, who had only just scrambled to her feet, still reeling from the shock, into a collective statue of stone. They stared in stunned silence at the divine couple upon the throne. Especially when they saw their own nine-tailed celestial fox sovereign, usually indolent, noble, and commanding with an air of profound authority. Now, she clung to a stranger's embrace like a timid little bird, her eyes brimming with tender affection. Their entire worldview shattered completely in that instant. But they were, after all, ancient foxes who had lived for tens of thousands of years. After the initial shock, they quickly regained their composure. The man who could make their master lose all composure, surrender her heart so completely, and offer everything without reservation. His identity and significance must be beyond imagination. Could this be the one destined by heaven, whom Qingqiu had awaited for an eternity? We humbly welcome the emperor's arrival. Congratulations to our sovereign. Blessed with such a union. 10,000 years of Qingqiu. Finally welcoming the emperor. The Tushan clan swears eternal allegiance to the emperor and our sovereign. The next instant, all Qingqiu elders, guardians, and attendants led by Tushan Yurong, along with hundreds of thousands of Qingqiu Fox clan citizens who had rushed to the square upon hearing the news, all prostrated themselves with their bodies pressed to the ground, kneeling in a thunderous, sea-like roar. The roar of their voices pierced the heavens, shaking the very skies. Lin Yuan sat upon the phoenix throne, cradling the soft, fragrant beauty in his arms, listening to the thunderous chorus of homage echoing around him. In his heart, there was only one thought. This top-tier freeloading is truly delightful. Chapter 95. When my husband speaks, the heartstone is mine. Lin Yuan felt a surge of secret delight. This top-tier freeloader. So delicious. Tushan Baiqian wrapped her jade-like arms around him, feeling her husband's satisfaction. Her soul-captivating peach blossom eyes were now narrowed into seductive slits, tender as flowing water. As if she could melt Lin Yuan completely. Husband. Her crimson lips parted lightly. Her voice was enchantingly seductive. Baiqian has already ordered the palace attendants to gather the most potent elixirs accumulated over tens of thousands of years in Qingqiu, including the 9-turn fox spirit elixir, the 10,000-year 7-orifice linglong fruit, and the 1,000-year Taiyin moonlight cream. All sent to your bedchamber. Henceforth, my lord may treat these as common snacks, consuming them at will. Ensure his body is restored to peak condition. My husband deserves only the finest this world has to offer. Her tone was filled with an unquestionable dominance and the self-evident indulgence of a beloved. Lin Yuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His face broke into a broad smile. Good heavens! Truly worthy of a 9-tailed celestial fox who's lived hundreds of thousands of years. What a gesture! Magnificent! 9-turn fox spirit elixir. A sacred elixir for tempering demonic bodies. 1 drop. Mortals undergo a complete transformation, extending their lifespan by a century. 10,000 years 7-orifice linglong fruit. directly elevates the spirit and enhances insight. A demon king would treasure half a fruit as if it were his life. Lin Yuan took it without hesitation. His wife's heartfelt gift. Why pass it up? While savoring Tu Shan by Qian, personally peeling the skin, and delivered the 7-hole crystal peach of immortality to her lips. He felt his cultivation, nourished by Qingqiu's supreme celestial energy, slowly advancing. So satisfying. So damn satisfying. At that very moment, Tu Shan by Qian nestled in his embrace. Her foxtail gently brushed his cheek. In a sweet voice, she murmured, "Husband, I have settled matters with the elders. 3 days hence. For you and me, a divine wedding ceremony proclaimed throughout the 3 realms. At that time, all factions of the Eastern Demon Realm will come to witness the ceremony. I will make every living being know. You, Lin Yuan. You are the husband destined for me, Tu Shan by Qian. You are Qingqiu's sole emperor." Lin Yuan heard these words. A stir arose within his heart. Divine marriage ceremony. Legitimacy. It also signified a new round of national fortune rewards is imminent. This news seems to have come through Qingqiu's special channels, or perhaps some system mechanism. A hint of news has been leaked ahead of time. In an instant, blowing up live streams worldwide. Holy crap! Again? Lin Shan is getting married again? The third one. Definitely the third SSS tier female led. So jealous. Totally jealous. We players are still freaking out over D tier weirdness. Dude, you're thinking too small. This is harem empire building. At this moment, world leaders, citizens, are witnessing the imminent arrival of the Dragon Nation's third SSS class divine marriage, and the fourth wave of heaven defying national fortune had already begun to numb them prematurely. They wonder, this time, what terrifying rewards will Dragon Nation receive? Meanwhile, within the Dragon Nation itself, everything had already been turned upside down. In the realm of technology, controlled nuclear fusion achieved. The Dragon Nation has entered the era of infinite energy. Anti-gravity engine. Prototype spatial folding technology. Artificial intelligence ethical framework. Primary version of universal gene optimization solution. Science fiction technologies. Sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Public welfare sector. Blessing of Mangpa fountain of life. Soil of reincarnation. Under dual effects. The average life expectancy of Longhua citizens soared by 20 years. Chronic disease incidence plummeted. The innate potential of newborns unprecedented. Crop yields doubled and doubled again. Dragon Nation bids farewell to food crises, even with surplus capacity to aid other nations. Military sphere. Transformative changes. High-energy laser weapons. Electromagnetic pulse cannons. Powered exoskeleton suits. Aerospace integrated combat mothership. Superior equipment. Beginning small-scale deployment. Dragon Nation's military might has quietly surpassed the Eagle Nation, reaching terrifying levels beyond the reach of any nation. Dragon Nation has become the sole nascent supercivilization on Blue Star, and the architect of it all, Lin Yuan. At this moment, he lay upon Tu Shan by Qian's, a soft bed entirely woven from the genuine feathers of the 9-tailed celestial fox, enjoying the 9-tailed fox mistresses, personally using her fluffy, with its strange electric currents. A divine soul spa. So comfortable he nearly moaned aloud. This top-tier freeloading tastes better and better the more you indulge. In his heart, Tu Shan's sanctuary. Within the bedchamber. Luxury. Romance. Lin Yuan reveled in the meticulous, ever-changing personal service provided by the Fox Sovereign, Tu Shan by Qian, for several consecutive days. For instance, Bai Qian would personally bathe and dress him. She used 9 snow-white fox tails as his blanket. When he napped, she transformed into a palm-sized white fox, curling up on his chest to sleep. Her warm breath tickled Lin Yuan's heart. That day, after their deep connection, they fell asleep in each other's arms, whispering sweet nothings. In the tender moment, Lin Yuan finally, as if by accident, to the jade-like beauty in his arms, mentioned the other important purpose of his journey. Bai Qian. Lin Yuan gently stroked her silky hair. His voice was gentle. I have come to Qingqiu to meet with you. Truthfully, there is another urgent matter. One that requires Qingqiu's assistance. Tu Shan Baiqian snuggled against him, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Her peach blossom eyes gazed up at Lin Yuan. Her gaze held both curiosity and boundless devotion. Husband, speak freely. Her voice was enchantingly sweet, carrying a hint of that distinctive post-coital hoarseness. As long as Bai Qian can do it. Even if it means searching the heavens above and the underworld below. I shall fulfill it for my husband. Not to mention enlisting the power of Qingqiu. Even if it costs Bai Qian her life. I would not bat an eyelid. Lin Yuan listened to this heartfelt declaration. A surge of passion flared within him. He lowered his head. On her smooth forehead. Pressed a kiss. Then he spoke slowly. It's in my possession. A supreme treasure of humanity known as the Human Emperor Banner. It was severely damaged earlier. It requires a primordial divine object called the Nine-Orifice Linglong Heartstone. To fully restore it. I have scoured ancient texts and divined the mysteries of heaven. And discovered this divine stone. It appears to have profound connections with your Qingqiu Tushan clan. A profound connection. I wonder if you, Bai Qian. Have you ever heard of this object? Lin Yuan finished speaking. He gazed expectantly at Tushan Bai Qian. This stone. The core key to repairing the Human Emperor Banner. Its importance is self-evident. Without it, or if Bai Qian refuses, this journey would be a wasted trip. Who would have thought? Upon hearing this, not only did she show no hesitation. Instead, her stunning peach blossom eyes. A burst of delight even more dazzling than before. And understanding. Her jade-like hand lightly covered her cherry lips. A silver bell-like giggle escaped her lips. My dear husband. My silly husband. I thought. What terrible calamity it was. All this fuss. So, it was just about this little stone. She extended her delicate jade-like fingers. With a playful pout implying, husband, you're being too formal. And infinite adoration. She gently tapped Lin Yuan's nose. My dear husband. Do you know? This, 9-hole crystal heartstone. What it truly means to my Qingqiu. Lin Yuan paused, slightly startled. Tushan Baiqian gazed at his adorably bewildered expression. The smile on her lips deepened. The tenderness in her eyes nearly melted him. She explained softly. That is the 9-hole Linglong Heartstone. It truly is the treasured artifact of our Qingqiu clan. Its preciousness surpasses even certain acquired spiritual treasures. This stone. It gathers a wisp of primordial essence from the dawn of creation. And the undying core of the 9 heaven stars. It was nurtured over 9,999,000 years. Only then did it fortuitously coalesce deep within the ancestral veins of Qingqiu. A singular, peerless primordial divine artifact. Within it, not only does it contain boundless life-creating power, but is also innately attuned to the cosmic destiny of humanity. It can purify divine souls, awaken spiritual wisdom, and possess infinite marvelous uses. And our Tushan clan's founding matriarch. That 9-tailed celestial fox holy mother who once followed Mother Nuwa in mending the heavens. Before entering Paranirvana. In her communion with the way of heaven, she glimpsed a fragment of the celestial mystery. Leaving behind ancestral teachings passed down through generations. The ancestral edict states. This, 9-hole crystal heartstone. Born to meet the calamity, existing for the calamity. Its true destined owner. In some future epoch. Born amidst the great calamity of heaven and earth. The one destined to bear the supreme fortune of humanity and the imperial legacy. This stone must be consecrated by the sovereigns of Qingqiu throughout the ages. Using the purest essence of their primordial demonic power. Nurtured day and night to preserve its spiritual essence. Awaiting the arrival of its true master. And when that destined one arrives in Qingqiu bearing the emperor's token, that day shall be the day of the Tushan clan of Qingqiu. We shall return this stone intact to its rightful owner. At this point, Tushan Baiqian gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. In her beautiful eyes were filled with a love as fated as destiny. And a hint of relief. Husband, do you understand now? Chapter 96, Bai Qian offers her ultimate aid, souls bound tightly together. Lin Yuan heard these words. A tidal wave of emotion surged within him. He never imagined. This, 9-hole Linglong Heartstone, had such an earth-shattering origin. Even more astonishing. That it was specifically prepared for me? This freeloading is way too hardcore. It's practically destiny. Before Lin Yuan could recover from his shock and delight, Tushan Bacon had already raised her delicate hand. A flash of light erupted from her palm. A small, infant fist-sized. Its entire body glows with a dreamlike iridescent hue. 9 mystical orifices naturally formed upon it. Each orifice seems to contain a swirling starry river, a universe of birth and decay. It constantly radiates a colossal vitality. This wondrous heart-shaped gem imbued with the unfathomable essence of the Tao. It floats steadily before Lin Yuan. Husband, look. Tushan Baiqian's voice carried a lightness of relief. And a hint of self-satisfaction. This stone is the 9-hole delicate heartstone. For hundreds of thousands of years, Bai Qian has yearned for it day and night. She dared not slacken her efforts for even a moment. Day after day, she nurtured and guarded it with the primordial demonic power of her 9-tailed celestial fox essence. She nurtured and guarded it with utmost care. All for this day. To personally present it, whole and complete. Present it to my husband. This stone, my lord, are you satisfied? Her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes filled with anticipation, with a hint of a young girl's demeanor waiting for praise. As if what she offered, not a primordial divine artifact capable of driving gods and demons across the three realms mad, but merely a small gift hoping to win the approval of a beloved. Lin Yuan gazed at the 9-hole delicate heartstone before him. Then he looked at the peerless fox sovereign before him, who held such deep affection and unwavering devotion for him. In his heart, besides an indescribable sense of gratitude, what filled him more was a profound sense of unworthiness. He drew a deep breath. With utmost solemnity, he extended both hands, gently cradling the divine stone in his palms. Its warmth enveloped his hands, as if he were holding an entire spring. Bai Qian. Lin Yuan looked up. His gaze burned intensely as he looked at Tushan Bai Qian. His tone was utterly earnest. This stone. I am very satisfied. With a wife like you, what more could a husband ask for? Lin Yuan cradled the 9-hole exquisite heartstone in his palm. He sensed the terrifying energy within it, as if it could split the heavens and earth, reshape the cosmos. His heart surged with excitement. With this divine artifact, the human emperor banner would surely be fully restored. Its grade and power would even ascend to a higher level. But Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The energy within this stone is too vast and boundless. It was also too pure and overpowering. With his current mid-tier SS grade cultivation, he could not possibly to perfectly refine and absorb it, and fully integrate its power into the human emperor banner, is likely be beyond his capabilities. Indeed, the slightest misstep, there was a risk of backlash, causing her body to explode and perish. Tushan Bai Qian possessed such crystalline intelligence, a heart as pure as orchids. As soon as Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, she had already discerned his hesitation. Her lotus steps moved lightly. She came to stand beside Lin Yuan. Her delicate hand rested lightly on his arm. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Her voice was bone-chillingly seductive. She murmured softly in comfort. My lord, are you worried? Will refining this stone prove beyond your strength? That you cannot fully control it? It matters not. Bai Qian is here to handle everything. My lord need not fret over this. Lin Yuan heard her words. He turned to look at her. A hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. Tushan Bai Qian smiled sweetly. All flowers paled in comparison. The sun and moon lost their light. Has my husband forgotten? Bai Qian is unworthy. I am unworthy to be the ruler of this small Qingqiu. I've lived foolishly for all these 10,000 years. Other rare treasures? Perhaps not many. But this body holds a rather pure SSS tier peak, 9-tailed celestial fox primordial demon power. I've painstakingly accumulated quite a bit of it. Perfect. It can lend my husband a helping hand. She paused. A hint of mischief flashed in her beautiful eyes. And a hint of a heart-racing hint. A heart-racing hint. And you know what? I am of the Tushan clan of Qingqiu. Since the dawn of creation, we have passed down a peerless dual cultivation secret art unmatched across the three realms. The 9-tailed celestial fox's Xuanyuan Great Joy Sutra. This secret art, when cultivated by Tao companions whose hearts resonate and souls intertwine, not only will both parties' cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but also fuse their primordial essences, achieving perfect yin-yang complementarity. Achieve a supreme state where you are within me, and I am within you, body and mind united in indescribable wonder. Employ this secret technique to jointly refine this 9-orifice Linglong Heartstone and Human Emperor banner. Not only will it ensure absolute success, it will unleash the full power of both the Divine Stone and the Divine Banner, but also fortify your very foundations, my lord. 100-fold, 1,000-fold more solid than 10,000-year-old mystical iron. Lin Yuan's blood boiled at the words. His mind was in turmoil. The 9-tailed celestial fox's yin-yang union of great bliss? Uniting body and mind beyond description? This was practically tailor-made for him. The deluxe upgrade to the freeloader package, ha! Ahem. Since you've put it that way, Bai Qian. Lin Yuan forced himself to look serious. His tone was righteous and earnest. Then your husband shall graciously accept your offer. Ha ha ha. My husband, you truly are as amusing as ever. Tushan Bai Qian was utterly charmed by Lin Yuan's adorable expression, so cheeky after getting his way. She was so amused she trembled like a flower branch. Her laughter rang out sweetly. Then, she took Lin Yuan's hand and led him, leading him to the deepest recesses of the Tushan sanctuary. A completely sealed chamber, cut off from the outside world. The walls and floor were densely engraved. The spirit gathering and Yuan converging immortal array. Within the 9-fold heavenly guardian divine barrier, within the 9 turns Yin Yang cultivation chamber. This chamber, where successive rulers of Qingqiu secluded themselves in death-defying seclusion, to break through to supreme realms, or a forbidden sanctuary where they would cultivate the clan's core secret arts alongside their most intimate Dao companions. Unless you are the ruler of Qingqiu, shall not set foot within. The two stood at the center of the chamber. Upon the vast jade bed, entirely formed from the essence of the 10,000-year supreme Yin moonlight, sitting cross-legged facing each other, their palms pressed together. Husband. Focus your mind, calm your spirit, embrace the primordial essence, and guard the one. Tu Shan Baiqian urged softly. Her tone carried an unprecedented solemnity. Now, Baiqian shall channel the purest essence of her 9-tailed celestial fox's primordial demonic power, to channel the energy of the 9-hole crystal heartstone for you, and assist you in seamlessly integrating it into the human emperor banner. Throughout this process, our divine souls shall become inextricably linked, becoming one. My husband need only open his heart and mind. Place your complete trust in Baiqian. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. I trust you. Tushan Baiqian heard these words. A radiant smile blossomed across her exquisite face. A blissful smile bloomed, radiant enough to intoxicate all creation. The next moment, her lips began to move in incantation, chanting the ancient and profound incantation of the 9-tailed celestial fox Yin Yang Union Great Joy Ode. Hum! A pure, crystalline energy surged forth. Yet it carried the 9-tailed celestial fox's unique warmth, allure, and boundless vitality and creative energy, like a bursting celestial river, surging forth, endlessly flowing, from the palms of her hands, slowly flowing into Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. The extraordinary meridians. Lin Yuan felt an indescribable, supreme sense of ease, and an uncontrollable, blazing heat, instantly spreading to every cell in his body. Within his body, the human emperor banner, and the 9-orifice Linglong heartstone in his palm, drawn by this pure demonic energy, simultaneously erupted with dazzling divine light, creating an unprecedented, intense resonance. Even more astonishingly, under the guidance, fusion, and sublimation of this pure demonic energy, under the impetus of the profound mystic art, the 9-tailed celestial fox Yin Yang Union Great Joy Rhapsody, his soul and that of Tu Shan Baiqian seemed to have utterly shattered some intangible barrier, the final barrier that had separated them for countless ages, beginning to generate the most primal, most direct, and most soul-piercing connection, resonance, perfect fusion with. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt with crystal clarity, felt the deepest, that volcanic heat, as deep as the ocean, that had been pent up for countless ages, unreserved love for him, her attachment, obsession, and a flicker of the most primal desire, and to possess. And Tu Shan Baiqian was equally clear, felt the admiration, appreciation for her, and tenderness, and a man's most primal desire to conquer a peerless beauty. Within the secret chamber, the temperature suddenly soared to fever pitch, an atmosphere thick with sensuality, so intense it could almost drip with moisture. The clothes on their bodies, at some point, had been thoroughly soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies, outlining the breathtakingly perfect curves and powerful physique. Lin Yuan felt as if he were about to melt completely into Tushan Bacon's whirlpool-like, bottomless whirlpool of tenderness and enchantment. Chapter 97. Both break through their realms. Holy light illuminates Qingqiu. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already reached the peak of S-rank. His cultivation was but a hair's breadth from the SS tier. Under the nurturing and propulsion of this vast and boundless, and perfectly attuned to his divine soul, it shattered with a thunderous roar. A power even more formidable, more refined, more flawlessly harmonious aura erupted from Lin Yuan's body. SS class. Achieved. At the same time, on Tushan Baiqian's fair face, which had grown slightly pale from overexertion of her primordial essence, also flushed with color, and the pure energy reflected back from Lin Yuan's body during their process, her complexion regained its radiant glow. Her cultivation, which had been firmly stagnant for hundreds of thousands of years, had been solidified for hundreds of thousands of years, at this very moment, had unexpectedly begun to shift, began to show the faintest, almost imperceptible crack. Though the true breakthrough to that legendary realm beyond SSS tier, the half-step divine sovereign, remained a distant prospect. But it was enough to make her ecstatic. She saw hope for the future. Husband. You truly are Baiqian's lucky star. Tushan Baiqian felt the changes within her body. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Her affection and attachment to Lin Yuan had reached a new peak. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. We are each other's lucky stars. He could feel it. At the instant both their cultivation breakthroughs occurred, the last shred of energy within the 9-hole Linglong Heartstone was finally absorbed completely and perfectly. Divine Banner is about to achieve its purpose. Just as Lin Yuan and Tu Shan Bai Qian both broke through their cultivation barriers, and their divine souls reached the pinnacle of fusion. That very moment, the 9-orifice crystal Heartstone, constantly radiating multicolored auroras, its final shred of primordial energy, was finally completely absorbed and refined by the human Emperor Banner. Absorbed and refined to perfection. Hum. A sound that seemed to echo from the primordial age, traversing endless spacetime. A dragon's roar capable of shaking the 3 realms and 6 paths. A vast dragon's roar that commands all beings to submit. Suddenly erupting from within the body of the human Emperor Banner. With a thunderous roar. Immediately after. Boom. 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 Upon the surface of the human Emperor Banner, those ancient, mysterious runes, and even partially damaged ancient mystical runes, along with the depicted landscapes of mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, the profound and mysterious diagrams worshipped by all people. At this very moment, as if infused with primordial divine power that split heaven and earth, it instantly burst forth with billions of dazzling rays, an immeasurable golden divine radiance too blinding to behold with mortal eyes. A boundless, peerless, overwhelming majesty. A might that could crush the heavens of ages past. The majestic authority of the human emperor, compelling all beings across the 3 realms to bow in reverence. Accompanied by supreme auspiciousness. Guardian of all living beings. Enlightening all creation. Like the ancient primordial dragon awakening. From within the human Emperor Banner, it erupts with a thunderous roar. Soaring skyward. In an instant, it tore through the protective divine barrier of the 9 transformations heaven and earth yin-yang cultivation chamber. Then, it swept through the entire Tushan sacred temple like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire Qingqiu sacred land, the skies above its path, into a solemn, sacred sea of gold. The uncanny world. Eastern Demon Realm. Above the sacred land of Qingqiu, purple mist surged majestically from the eastern horizon, spanning a full 30,000 li. Golden lotus blossoms surge forth from the void, illuminating the land. Celestial melodies fill the air without end. Celestial flowers shower down as if they were worthless. Countless auspicious celestial birds, long extinct from the mortal world. The ethereal forms of ancient divine beasts. Amidst golden light and auspicious clouds. Galloping. Pay homage. Cheering. Throughout the entire Qingqiu sacred land. All Fox clan subjects. Regardless of cultivation level, regardless of gender or age, regardless of where they may be. All were enveloped by this resplendent, supreme imperial majesty of humanity. They felt a tremor deep within their very blood and souls, and an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Uncontrollably, they all bowed down with utmost devotion. Prostrate themselves. Prostrated in worship. Among them, some young fox descendants of Qingqiu with exceptional innate talent and potential. Bathed in this divine light of humanity, brimming with boundless vitality and transformative power, they experienced sudden enlightenment. Their bottlenecks loosened of their own accord. Their cultivation levels surged through successive breakthroughs. The entire Qingqiu sacred land was completely immersed in an atmosphere of auspiciousness and collective power surging with immense joy. Within the secret chamber, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as though the sun, moon, and stars were born, extinguished, and revolved. The primordial cosmos cycled through its eternal evolution. He held the human emperor banner in his hand, its grade having risen once more. And, following this restoration, several newly unlocked abilities defy the heavens. Humanity's sanctuary. With a flicker of Lin Yuan's intent, a boundless golden light shield instantly extended infinitely from the banner's body, easily enveloping half of the Qingqiu sacred land. Within the light barrier, all demonic creatures felt a gentle and sacred blessing power. It subtly refined their bloodlines and fortified their Tao-hearted resolve. In an instant, Lin Yuan's own aura surged upward, raging like a storm, briefly reaching a terrifying level approaching the peak of SS rank. His overwhelming pressure shook the heavens and swallowed mountains. Guardian of the realm, celestial canopy. Lin Yuan's intent surged once more. A vast, solid golden canopy like shadow materialized. A solid, immense golden canopy of light materialized. Flashed briefly within the chamber. The terrifyingly sacred aura it emitted immortal, indestructible, impervious to all laws. Caused even the nearby Tu Shan Bai Qian to pale slightly. And a newly awakened, truly belonging to an emperor. Supreme, heaven-defying divine power. Imperial edict, words become law. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the corner of the chamber. There, a plain green stone lay quietly. For the first time, he attempted to utter an edict imbued with the threat of the human emperor's supreme will. Edict. This stone shall transform into a jade rabbit. The words had barely left his lips. A miracle. It happened. Upon that ordinary green stone, a burst of spiritual light suddenly flashed. After a moment of distortion and transformation, it transformed into a lively, snow-white and adorable, with innocent red eyes blinking and a three-lobed mouth. Though this jade rabbit appeared a bit dim-witted and lacking in intelligence. Moreover, it only hopped about in the secret chamber for less than 10 breaths. Then, in a puff of green smoke, it reverted to an ordinary piece of green stone. But this is the power of words becoming law. Though it's only a rudimentary, incomplete version. Though currently only effective on inanimate objects or beings of extremely low sentience, the potential and limitless possibilities it holds is utterly terrifying beyond imagination. Feeling the immense power surging within him, nearly overflowing, and the terrifying power emanating from the human emperor banner in his hand, a force capable of shattering the heavens and remaking the world, Lin Yuan's heart swelled with boundless pride. Awesome. Thrilling to the extreme. He turned his head. He looked beside him. Due to excessive exertion, Tushan Bacon's exquisite face was slightly pale. At this moment, her breathing was slightly labored. Yet within those captivating peach blossom eyes, endless affection, satisfaction. Lin Yuan knew that everything was all thanks to her selfless devotion, given without reservation, pouring out everything she had. Bai Qian, Lin Yuan said tenderly. Tushan Bai Qian, however, offered only a faint smile and shook her head gently. She reached out with her delicate, bone-soft jade-like hand and gently clasped his. Husband. Between you and me, there's no need for thanks. She gazed upon Lin Yuan, his heroic bearing and transcendent demeanor radiating as he held the divine banner, a majestic figure like a young emperor descended from the heavens. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, her affection deepening. Suddenly, her lovely face flushed. A blush of shyness, the kind only a young maiden could possess, touched her cheeks. Husband. Now that the divine banner is complete, you and I should also. We should select an auspicious day to hold the divine wedding ceremony. Bai Qian. To become, in all right and proper terms, become your lawful wife. Lin Yuan gazed at the one before him, blessed with boundless adoration. Unparalleled in grace and beauty, she outshone all three realms. Yet utterly devoted to him alone. Even sacrificing half her primordial demonic power to aid him in repairing his divine artifact. All the heroic ambitions in my heart, and all the tenderness and affection, at this moment, transformed into the deepest tenderness. Lin Yuan gently clasped Tushan Bai Qian's jade-like hand, slightly damp with sweat. He lowered his head. He pressed a kiss upon her lips. Bai Qian. Lin Yuan spoke. To have you as my wife, to walk this life hand in hand with you, cultivating the supreme Tao together, is my greatest fortune and supreme blessing, Lin Yuan, through 3 lifetimes and countless reincarnations. This divine marriage ceremony, I naturally couldn't ask for more. I look forward to it immensely. Tushan Baiqian heard Lin Yuan's heartfelt, sincere confession of love. Her peach blossom eyes, already glistening with watery light and brimming with alluring charm, were instantly filled with crystalline tears. Unable to contain her overwhelming emotion any longer, she threw herself into Lin Yuan's embrace. She clung to him tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Husband. Bai Qian has finally waited for this day. Lin Yuan returned the embrace with equal intensity. His heart was filled with profound peace and contentment. Silly girl. He murmured softly in her ear. Of course it's real. From this day forward, you are my Lin Yuan's rightful wife. The woman I will protect and cherish for the rest of my life. Chapter 98. The Fox Lord issues his edict. 10,000 demons celebrate Qingqiu. At that moment, Tushan Baiqian's jade-like arms wrapped tightly around him, placing her flawless, delicate form into Lin Yuan's warm embrace, as if she were seeking to become a part of his very being, never to part. Husband. Tushan Baiqian's voice trembled with contentment. Lin Yuan gently stroked her silky, waterfall-like black hair, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. Moments later, Tushan Baiqian seemed to have made up her mind. She slowly rose from Lin Yuan's embrace, her face like a pear blossom bathed in rain, yet now radiating a breathtaking beauty that was threefold more stunning. At this moment, had regained some of the unique decisiveness. That unique decisiveness. She gazed tenderly at Lin Yuan. My husband. Our love was destined across 3 lifetimes, our bond sealed for eternity. We shall proclaim it to the world and marry in proper form. I shall issue the decree at once. Prepare for our divine wedding ceremony in 3 days. Lin Yuan heard these words. His heart burned with fervor. Everything shall be as Bai Qian wishes. Tu Shan Bai Qian smiled sweetly. Captivating. City-shattering. Then, with a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, in an instant, a beam containing the primordial demonic power of her nine-tailed celestial fox, along with the supreme authority of the Qingqiu sovereign, a multicolored fox-shaped edict of divine light, like lightning tearing through the void, shot forth from her fingertips, instantly piercing through layer upon layer of protective barriers, transforming into an exquisitely noble nine-tailed fox totem seal, soaring straight into the heavens. Then, above the entire Qingqiu sacred land, it exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into a dazzling, multicolored foxfire as brilliant as a meteor shower. As if by the most sacred decree, they showered the 72 sacred caves and 36 celestial palaces of Qingqiu, and all the affiliated tribes and hidden realms, great and small. House of Tushan in Qingqiu. All elders, guardians, stewards, and clan members, heed my command. Tu Shan Bai Qian's voice. At this moment, no longer the coquettish tenderness she showed Lin Yuan. Instead, it was the supreme authority and unquestionable command that ruled over countless demon foxes. Her voice, through the swirling, multicolored fox flames imbued with divine consciousness, penetrated the sacred grounds of Qingqiu, reaching the ears of every living being. This palace proclaims, 3 days hence, on an auspicious day of the zodiac, I, the Tushan clan of Qingqiu, will unite this palace with the Dragon Nation's chosen son, the supreme heir to the human emperor's legacy, the sole future emperor of Qingqiu, Lin Yuan. We shall hold the most magnificent, the most solemn divine wedding ceremony. This ceremony shall proclaim to the world, inviting every prominent figure from the Eastern Demon Realm, along with all mighty factions that have maintained generations of friendship with our Qingqiu, to witness the ceremony and offer congratulations. All members of the Qingqiu clan, devote every ounce of your strength and dedication, with the highest standards and utmost efficiency. Prepare for this unprecedented grand ceremony. Should there be the slightest negligence or any mishap occur, you shall be executed without mercy. Your soul shall be banished to the 9 hells. Boom! The moment Tu Shan Bai Qian's earth-shattering decree was issued, throughout Qingqiu, erupted in an instant. The elders and supreme elders of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the moment they heard this decree, they all burst forth from their seclusion. Their faces betrayed utter disbelief. Good heavens! Did I hear correctly? Our sovereign is to hold a divine marriage ceremony? An 8-tailed elder fox, white-haired yet radiating an aura as profound as the ocean, spoke with trembling voice. Who is she marrying? Who could possibly be worthy enough to wed our mistress? I don't know, but I've heard rumors recently about a human man arriving. Could it be him? You have 3/4 of an hour to uncover his identity. Yes, sir. Countless Qingqiu Fox clan members, after the initial shock, they still obeyed the Fox Lord's command and sprang into action. The sacred land of Qingqiu. Preparations for the divine wedding ceremony 3 days hence. They bustled about in an orderly fashion. In an instant, throughout Qingqiu, lanterns and decorations adorned every corner, celestial music filled the air. Outside Qingqiu, across the vast Eastern Demon Realm, after receiving the divine marriage invitation, containing the 9-tailed celestial fox sovereign's divine wedding invitation, a colossal upheaval erupted instantly. Within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, within the Fushui Crystal Palace, which plunged 900,000 feet into the depths, the ancient sea dragon demon sovereign, who was in seclusion, attempting to break through to a higher realm. The moment he received the invitation, he abruptly opened his massive golden dragon eyes, as large as small mountains. He gasped in disbelief. What? That old fox spirit from Qingqiu who's lived hundreds of thousands of years, looks down on everyone and scorns all others is actually getting married? And to a human, no less? Lin Yuan? Never heard of him. Who on earth is this? The ancient dragon muttered to himself. Hurry to the treasury. Fetch the pair of East Sea Sun Moon pearls I've treasured for 1,000,000 years. Also prepare 10,000 caddies of 10,000-year dragon's saliva immortal herb, and 1,000 jars of 9 dragon brew. I shall personally journey to Qingqiu to congratulate that old fox spirit, and to see for myself what kind of fellow could stir her mortal heart. Beiming Demon Cult Palace. The sky-devouring Xuanyuan demon emperor, whose form obscured the heavens and whose single flap of wings could soar 9,000 li, roaming the starry cosmos. After scanning the invitation's contents with divine perception, a flicker of disbelief and astonishment passed through its piercing eyes. Tu Shan Bai Qian. Lin Yuan. 9-tailed celestial fox. Human emperor's legacy. How interesting. Truly fascinating. It seems this world is truly about to undergo a cataclysmic shift. Issue the order.
Immediately select 100 of the most flawless, 9 heaven-soaring divine feathers, and 3 North Sea unfrozen ice essences from the treasury of my Xuanyuan clan as congratulatory gifts. This emperor shall also journey to Qingqiu to join the festivities. In an instant, the entire eastern demon realm was thrown into complete upheaval. Countless ancient monsters and demons who normally secluded themselves from the world to devote themselves to arduous cultivation were all roused from their seclusion. Their gazes, as if by unspoken agreement, converged upon the eastern demon realm's foremost sacred sanctuary, Qingqiu, Tushan. And as one of the central figures in this storm, Lin Yuan, at this moment, is being placed in the exclusive bedchamber of the Mount Tu sanctuary. He was enjoying the meticulous, even overly enthusiastic, care of the nine-tailed fox mistress. Alas! Though Bai Qian of Mount Tu appears alluring, she was actually extremely conservative. Premarital relations? Out of the question. But she wasn't panicking. Good things come to those who wait. Why would the meat in his mouth suddenly fly away? Another SSS tier. Goodness gracious, is Lin Yuan the favored son of this bizarre matchmaking game? He hasn't done a thing, yet wherever he goes, female rulers actively throw themselves at him. Inside the global livestream, all viewers were utterly numb. This was supposed to be an extremely dangerous, bizarre world. Yet Lin Yuan has turned it into a cracked version. If the people of Blue Star knew that Lin Yuan had 9 SSS tier wives, what would their reactions be? Chapter 99, The Fair Maiden in Bridal Garments, the Vile One Consumed by Jealousy. The 3-day deadline. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Sacred grounds of Qingqiu. Upon the 10,000 Foxes Pilgrimage Plaza. Celestial music resounded, divine light filled the sky. All demons held their breath. A wedding ceremony of unparalleled splendor and unique charm officially commences. Upon the plaza, the 72 cave masters of Qingqiu, the 36 palace masters, along with the chieftains of each branch tribe, tens of thousands of Corfox clan members, all dressed in festive attire, solemn and reverent, gathered here. Beyond that, allies with whom Qingqiu maintains good relations had also arrived early, seated in the VIP section. For instance, the esteemed Evergreen Tree Demon Sovereign of the Eastern Demon Realm. His true form is a primordial wood spirit that has lived for millions of years. His cultivation is unfathomably profound. He has maintained friendly relations with the Tushan clan throughout the generations. Another example. In the Southern Demon Realm, the reclusive 100 Flowers Fairy. She shares a profound bond with Tushan Bai Qian, a relationship that transcends both mentor and friend. At this moment, their gazes fixed upon the high platform brimmed with heartfelt satisfaction. The auspicious hour has arrived. Dawn! 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 9 resonant tolls of the heaven-splitting bell echoed across the heavens. All commotion instantly ceased. All sounds ceased. Only the celestial music, seemingly capable of cleansing the soul, echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Under the gaze of all, Tushan Bai Qian, clad in that robe of genuine black fox fur, crowned with a phoenix diadem, surrounded by dozens of princesses of the Qingqiu royal lineage, each draped in robes of radiant, multicolored light, possessing beauty that could topple kingdoms, and each sporting at least 7 snow-white fox tails, all paying her the utmost respect. With each step, a 7-colored divine lotus bloomed. Her figure swayed with peerless grace. Slowly, step by step, she emerged from the crystal palace of Tushan's sacred temple. She walked toward the dragon phoenix wedding dais on the high platform, where her destined husband, her heaven-ordained husband, awaited. Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already donned a robe of divine dragon silk brocade, paired with a crimson gold imperial robe. His stature stood tall and straight like an ancient, immortal pine. His bearing was as majestic as a divine dragon surveying the heavens. Between his brows exuded an air of commanding authority, as if he ruled over the entire world. At this moment, he and Tushan Bai Qian stood side by side upon the dragon and phoenix wedding platform. A perfect match, a divine couple. A perfect match, as if destined by heaven and earth. Just as the supreme elder of the 9-tailed clan of Qingqiu was about to proclaim the ceremony's commencement, a sudden change occurred. Hold on! A timely shout erupted from a corner of the VIP section. The entire atmosphere froze instantly. The gazes of all the demons turned in unison. A young demonic man emerged from the crowd, clad in an opulent black brocade robe. His features were undeniably handsome, though his eyes held a hint of sinister cunning. Behind him, 7 airy wolf tails as black as ink sprouted prominently. None other than Lang Xiaoye, the young master of the Yeye Celestial Wolf Clan, a clan long at odds with Qingqiu. His strength had already reached the initial stage of SS rank. Among the younger generation of demon clans, he was considered one of the elite. But at this moment, his handsome face was twisted with extreme jealousy. His gaze was fixed intently upon the high platform, where Tushan Bai Qian stood like a celestial maiden, radiating peerless grace and beauty.
He shot another venomous glance at Lin Yuan, who remained impassive. Tushan Baiqian. You are the peerless beauty of the Eastern Demon Realm. The supreme nine-tailed celestial fox. Why would you stoop to a lowly, unknown human boy? What merit does he possess to stand beside you? I refuse to accept this. On behalf of my Yuyue Celestial Wolf Clan, I challenge this human. Should he defeat me, my Yeye Celestial Wolf Clan shall henceforth bow in submission to Qingqiu. If he fails, I implore Queen Baiqian to reconsider her choice of husband. These words had barely left his lips. The entire crowd erupted in uproar. Countless Qingqiu Fox Clan subjects glared with fury. Were it not for the solemnity of the ceremony, they would have torn this reckless young master of the Celestial Wolf to shreds. Elders like Xuanyuan trembled with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of scolding. Tushan Baiqian's fair face instantly froze over with icy fury. The terrifying killing intent of the nine-tailed fox pressed down upon Lang Xiaoye like a tangible force. Under this overwhelming killing intent, his face instantly drained of color. Yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to hold his ground, refusing to retreat. Clearly, he too had long been deeply infatuated with Tushan Baiqian. Now, greed had clouded his judgment, and jealousy had completely clouded his mind. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, on the verge of explosion, Lin Yuan moved. He gently pressed against Tushan Baiqian's icy jade-like hand, signaling her to refrain from anger. Then, he stepped forward. Just one step. Yet it felt as though he had stepped upon the very node of the cosmic path. A demonic aura 100 times more terrifying than Wolf Howling Moon's SS-tier beginner-level energy. The terrifying pressure of an SS-tier advanced demonic aura, like an ancient divine mountain awakening, crashed down with a thunderous roar. It crushed the arrogant young master of the Celestial Wolf Clan, forcing him to stumble backward with a thud. His knees buckled uncontrollably, slamming him to the ground. The unyielding white marble surface of the pilgrimage plaza was shattered, 2 deep craters gouged by his knees. Then, Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him. He merely uttered 4 words indifferently into the void. Imbued with a trace of the newly mastered divine power, Human Emperor's Edict, words become law. Noisy. Slap him. The words had barely left his lips. Smack. 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 A series of crisp, rhythmic slaps echoed through the air. The young master of the Celestial Wolf Clan, Lang Xiaoye, who had been kneeling on the ground, unable even to lift his head. He suddenly raised his hand. He struck his own cheeks. Several slap marks appeared on both cheeks. His face rapidly swelled and turned crimson at a visible pace. Like a leaven-steamed bun. A trickle of blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, mixed with several teeth knocked loose. He looked utterly miserable. And throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Yuan hadn't even lifted a finger. The entire arena, dead silent. All the great demonic beings, including those SS-tier peak elders, as well as the Dragon Sovereign and Kuan Emperor representatives in the VIP seats. Now, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan were filled with unprecedented terror. Words becoming law? What a terrifying divine ability. And yet, Lin Yuan, however, seemed to have merely performed an insignificant minor act. His gaze swept calmly across the entire venue. He spoke indifferently. Anyone else? Dissatisfied? The hall remained deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Not a single soul dared to speak out of turn. Those male demonic beings who, like Wolf Howling Moon, had harbored varying degrees of contempt or envy toward Lin Yuan. Now, every last one of them bowed their proud heads, cold sweat pouring down their backs like waterfalls. The gaze they cast upon Lin Yuan now held nothing but the purest terror. The storm had subsided. Lin Yuan's effortless display of authority proved more persuasive than any words could ever be. Seeing this, the nine-tailed Supreme Elder's aged face broke into a relieved smile. She proclaimed loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The divine marriage ceremony shall continue." Immediately, Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian, under the gaze of 10,000 demons, performed the unparalleled ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. First bow, to the boundless heavens and earth of Qingqiu, in gratitude for nurturing all living beings. The second bow honored the ancestral spirits of the Tushan clan, celebrating the enduring glory of their immortal bloodline. The third bow was to the sun, moon, and stars as witnesses, with the high hall and guests from all corners of the world bearing witness. Husband and wife bowed to each other, their souls intertwining, pledging eternal devotion, never to regret for all eternity. After the ceremony concluded, the two stood once more upon the square. They exchanged tokens imbued with a strand of each other's primordial divine soul. Lin Yuan infused a thread of his newly grasped, true meaning of the Human Emperor's Edict into the Xuanyuan pendant, already bound to his bloodline, transforming it into a vividly lifelike Human Emperor's seal. He personally placed it upon the swan-like grace of Tushan Baiqian's neck. Tushan Baiqian removed a 9-tailed phoenix hairpin and personally fastened it into Lin Yuan's hair. The exchange of tokens was complete. Their divine souls intertwined, resonating with the Tao. Heaven and earth acknowledged them, and an eternal bond was forged. From this moment onward, Lin Yuan and Tu Shan were formally recognized by the bizarre marriage matching system. We humbly welcome the Emperor. Congratulations to our sovereign. Long live the Emperor. Blessings upon our sovereign. Eternal prosperity to the Empress. May Qingqiu flourish forever. May Tu Shan endure eternally. May the Emperor and Empress reign without end. Long live the Emperor and Empress. The roaring cries of homage and blessings once again swept like a tempest across the entire sacred land of Qingqiu. Endless and unceasing. Shaking the nine heavens. Chapter 100, Celestial Fox forges divine covenant, Dragon Nation's fortune soars. Long live the Emperor. Eternal blessings to the Empress. May Qingqiu endure forever and Mount Tu Shan reign eternally. Sacred land of Qingqiu. The cheers of tens of thousands of demonic subjects shook the auspicious clouds into ceaseless churning. The Dragon Phoenix wedding platform stood tall. Lin Yuan wore robes woven from divine dragon silk brocade. His posture stood tall and straight as an ancient pine. His bearing was as majestic as a celestial dragon. Between his brows, that look of contempt. Unfathomable. He smiled. His gaze was gentle. Gazing at the nine-tailed fox in his arms, a creature born with an alluring charm, capable of both sweetness and playful scorn. Tu Shan. Her lovely face was flushed crimson. Her peach blossom eyes glistened with undimmed, unyielding passion. At this glorious pinnacle, celebrated by all under heaven. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system alert sounded like a thunderclap. Ding! Detected, sacred marriage alliance formed between Dragon Nation's chosen one Lin Yuan and SSS-Rank 9-tailed celestial fox Tu Shan. Heaven and earth acknowledge. The great way resonates. The covenant endures forever. Marriage rewards will soon be distributed to the respective nations. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Here we go again. This familiar formula. That familiar taste. He took a deep breath. Lin Yuan maintained his usual calm and composed demeanor. He locked eyes with Tu Shan in his arms, their gaze brimming with tender affection. As if he hadn't been disturbed by the system prompt. But deep within, anticipation burned fiercely. He knew. On Blue Star, his homeland, was about to take flight once more. At the same time, Blue Star. The announcement for the bizarre marriage game sounded once more. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Eyes widened. Seconds later, the cold, emotionless voice of the system announcement finally thundered like rolling thunder, echoing across every corner of Blue Star. The nine-tailed celestial fox descends to mortal realm, a world-shaking union seals destiny. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Eastern Dragon Nation, Lin Yuan, and the supreme ruler of the Eastern Demon Realm, the sovereign of Qingqiu, the SSS-Rank 9-tailed celestial fox Tu Shan, who, witnessed by myriad demons, acknowledged by heaven and earth, and in harmony with the great Tao, have formally established a sacred and eternal marriage alliance. The moment the announcement was made, a deafening roar of astonishment. A chill swept across the Blue Star, born from billions of gasps. From Blue Star, burst forth with a thunderous roar. Again? A middle-aged woman from Eagle Nation, engrossed in her soap opera, was so startled she spilled her popcorn all over the floor. A third SSS tier wife? Lin Yuan, Dragon Country. What? Countless people were left speechless. This marked Lin Yuan's third SSS tier mythical union following the Redland sovereign of the south, the drought-demon goddess, and the ruler of the forgetful river of the underworld, Mengpa. The system announcement thundered forth, continuing its sweeping momentum. The Dragon Nation now receives an SSS tier mythic sequence, nine-tailed celestial fox world-shaking marriage custom-made national fortune reward. Boom! 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 With each syllable of the system announcement falling. Blue Star. Above the Dragon Nation. Endless purple-gold auspicious clouds surged wildly from the Milky Way above the heavens. Their vast expanse nearly obscured the entire eastern continent's sky. Within the auspicious clouds, soaring 10,000 zhang high, its nine tails swayed with such force they could stir the stars of the heavens. A nine-tailed celestial fox totem, its soul captivating peach blossom eyes gazing down upon all creation. Amidst the boundless sea of clouds at 10,000 zhang above, a soul-shaking roar resounded, a primordial cosmic chant containing the mystical essence of the universe's creation. Divine light illuminates 3,000 li. Auspicious chi surges across the 10,000 states. Reward 1, National Treasure Sacred Artifact of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan Dreamlock Heart Charm, Unique Mythic Grade National Fortune Object. Effect, this Dream Heart Lock has automatically manifested above the capital of the Dragon Nation. Perfectly aligned with the Dragon Nation's dragon veins and earth energy. It anchors the nation's destiny, eternally fortifying the divine land. Unshakable for all ages, enduring since time immemorial. Effect 1, Unify the hearts of the people. The cohesion of the Dragon Nation's citizens and their sense of cultural heritage have reached their pinnacle. Second, Spiritual Enlightenment. Every newborn within the Dragon Nation awakens the nine-orifice crystal heart at birth. The collective learning capacity, innovative thinking, spiritual resilience, and future potential of the populace shall achieve transcendent elevation. Third, illusory protection. The entire dragon nation shall be permanently shielded by a barrier fortified by the primordial divine power of the nine-tailed celestial fox and the undying fortune of Qingqiu. This barrier will provide formidable resistance against all forms of spiritual intrusion. Above the capital of the dragon nation, a crystal, formed from boundless peach blossoms, radiated a dreamlike, multicolored iridescent glow. Upon it, 9 miniature illusions of the nine-tailed celestial foxes. A peculiar heart-shaped lock suddenly manifested. Divine light swirled, auspicious vapors rose in countless tendrils. Mystical melodies echoed, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Every citizen of the dragon nation, regardless of age or gender, felt their minds instantly clear. Reward 2, Qingqiu Blessing Heavenly Spirit Root 7 Orifice Divine Plant Divine Grade Mother Plants 999. Effect, all 999 plants bear the 7 Orifice Divine Fruit. Purifies essence and marrow, transforms body and spirit, enhances wisdom and extends lifespan. Significantly increases the probability of awakening special abilities. Boom! 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 Across the dragon nation's sacred mountains and great rivers, rainbow-hued auroras pierce the heavens. Towering divine trees, each 100 zhang tall, with jade-like branches and leaves, and buds resembling stars, burst forth from the earth. Primordial wood vitality and exotic fruit fragrance permeate the air. All nearby creatures feel refreshed and invigorated. Reward 3, Nine-Tailed Fox Clan's Inherited Secret Art True Interpretation of Heavenly Heart Spirit Control Mythic Grade Complete Transcription Edition. Effect, a demonic imperial secret technique detailing how to establish soul links with all living beings and forge symbiotic contracts. Automatically transmitted to the Dragon Nation's Supreme Academy of Sciences. Whoosh! At this moment, Dragon Nation Conference Hall. All the venerable elders and titans were overcome with ecstatic excitement. Excellent! Excellent! Absolutely splendid! The old man's fierce eyes brimmed with tears as he slammed his fist on the table. My dragon nation truly, every soul shall rise like a dragon. And then there are the immortal plants, secret techniques. The rewards alone that Lin Yuan has brought to the dragon nation are enough to alter the course of human history. Lin Yuan is truly the pillar of our nation. A beacon of humanity. Within the dragon nation, 1,400 million citizens filled with pride and honor. The nation shines brightly because of Lin Yuan. How could they not be overjoyed? And this was achieved almost entirely through Lin Yuan's effortless victory. Without the slightest effort. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation, White House. Put. The Don watched the outrageous rewards scroll by, his blood boiling. Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed straight onto the floor. Your Majesty. Why have you fainted again? Someone. Take His Majesty to the hospital. Looks like our eagle is doomed. How can we possibly compete with the Dragon Nation? Might as well surrender now. Chaos erupted inside the White House. Advisors gazed at the Dragon Nation's prosperity, then at their own president's pitiful state, utterly despondent. The eagle's hegemony soon, it might just become dust in the annals of history. Tianzhu Kingdom. The old sage of the magic flute lay collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as gold foil, muttering to himself, impossible. Lord Brahma is testing us. The next to rise must surely be us, the people of India. Land of cherry blossoms. Dead silence reigned within the capital. An elder trembled as he declared, dispatch an envoy immediately to the Dragon Kingdom to pay homage. We must mend our relations. Korea. The nine-tailed fox. Our nation's nine-tailed fox. Lin Yuan stole our national fortune. Shameless. Qingqiu. 10,000 Foxes Pilgrimage Plaza. Celebratory banquet for the divine marriage ceremony. Celestial music wafted through the air, bathed in a haze of rosy light. Nectar and ambrosia flowed, fragrant immortal fruits filled the air. The ancient evergreen tree spirit, the 100 Flowers Fairy, and other mighty beings from all quarters raised their cups to toast and congratulate Lin Yuan and Tushan by Qian. Their words brimmed with curiosity. Lin Yuan, clad in a crimson gold imperial robe, exuded an air of majestic dignity. Occasionally, he engaged in lively conversation with these demonic elders, offering insights on the world. His vast knowledge, far-reaching vision, and unique insights into cultivation bottlenecks often enlightened the ancient sages, offering them profound benefits. They grew increasingly convinced that this emperor of Qingqiu was profoundly enigmatic. Tushan by Qian. Throughout the gathering, she clung to Lin Yuan's side like the most docile little fox. Her peach blossom eyes never strayed from Lin Yuan. Within those eyes lay an indelible depth of affection and an adoration so profound it ran deep in her bones. At times, during pauses in conversation, she would gently brush against his arm or waist with her fluffy 9 foxtails, declaring her absolute claim over this man. Her innate, bewitching allure left the male demonic beings present parched and distracted. They cursed their own misfortune for not being the chosen one. The banquet flowed with wine and laughter, guests and hosts alike reveling in joy. until the moon hung high in the sky and stars filled the heavens. Did the grand feast gradually draw to a close? Tushan Sanctuary. The bedchamber. Red candles burned brightly, while delicate gauze danced in the breeze. The air was thick with the intertwined scents of peach blossoms and lilies, mingled with the intoxicating, unique fragrance of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Tushan Bai Qian had shed her divine wedding robes. She now wore a sheer, form-fitting white fox fur nightgown. Her snow-white skin shimmered faintly in the candlelight, radiating both sacred purity and bewitching allure. Barefoot, she glided gracefully toward Lin Yuan. Her 9 snow-white fox tails swayed gently. One of them quietly wrapped around Lin Yuan's waist, guiding him toward the cloud bed. Husband. Her voice was languid, tinged with the faint buzz of wine and endless desire. Her breath, sweet as orchids, brushed against Lin Yuan's ear. Night. It's getting late. Lin Yuan felt an electric current surge from his tailbone, coursing through every fiber of his being. His heart burned with passion. He drew a deep breath, calming his racing heart. Tonight, I'm destined to lie awake. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 101, The Fox-Charmed Imperial Bedchamber, Lin Yuan skipping morning court. Tonight, I am destined to lie awake. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The next instant. Within the Imperial Bedchamber. Warm red candles cast flickering shadows. The intoxicating, bewitching fragrance enough to drive any male creature mad grew ever more potent. The nine-tailed fox sovereign, Tushan Bai Qian, exhaled a breath as sweet as orchids, actively entwining herself in passion. My husband. Her voice was bone-chillingly seductive. Lin Yuan felt his heart surge violently. In an instant. The livestream screen abruptly darkened. A line of cold text appeared. Livestream temporarily blocked. No way, blocked again? Be grateful. Do you really want them to stream for you? Dog head emoji. This is the humanized approach of the bizarre matchmaking game. Otherwise, everything would be live streamed. Players really have zero privacy. 10,000 words omitted here. After a long while. The clouds dispersed, the rain ceased. Lin Yuan felt refreshed and invigorated. The nine-tailed fox in his arms, her eyes half-closed and seductive, lay lazily like a cat. At that very moment, a system notification blared in Lin Yuan's mind once more. Ding! Detected, player Lin Yuan has achieved profound soul fusion and bloodline resonance with SSS Tier 9-tailed celestial fox Tushan Bai Qian. Congratulations! Player Lin Yuan has successfully obtained a portion of the primordial power of his SSS Tier companion, the 9-tailed celestial fox Tushan Bai Qian, as a divine gift. Talent awakening in progress? Skill comprehension in progress? Lin Yuan's heart surged with joy. Indeed. Every divine marriage brings tangible benefits. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan for successfully awakening the S-tier talent, 9-tailed celestial heart passive. 9-tailed heavenly heart, attained through merging with the divine soul of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Total mental power surges threefold. Divine soul strength and resilience greatly enhanced. Natural resistance to all illusions and enchantment skills elevated to max level. Sensitivity to celestial energies and cosmic principles heightened tenfold. Cultivation speed for any martial arts or secret arts increased by an additional 50%. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan on successfully awakening the SS tier talent, Divine Blessing of the Fox Sovereign of Qingqiu passive. Divine Blessing of the Fox Sovereign of Qingqiu, received the Supreme Divine Blessing of Tushan Bai Qian, Sovereign of Qingqiu. Within the Qingqiu sacred domain, all attributes receive a massive 50% boost. Additionally, temporarily borrow the colossal cosmic fortune accumulated by Qingqiu over 10,000 years. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan for successfully mastering the SS tier skill, Celestial Fox Phantom Form active. Celestial Fox Phantom Body. Consumes a small amount of demonic energy to instantly create 9 Celestial Fox Phantom clones possessing over 70% of the master's strength. These clones persist for 1 incense stick's duration. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan for successfully mastering the SS tier skill, 7 Emotions Lock, 6 Desires Stir active. 7 Emotions Lock, 6 Desires Stir, harness your formidable psychic power to manipulate others' 7 emotions and 6 desires. Inflicts soul-level forced enchantment and absolute binding upon one or multiple targets within a designated area. Victims may experience mild effects like mental disorientation and emotional confusion, completely losing all will to fight and becoming helpless prey. In severe cases, they become utterly loyal servants to the caster, obeying every command. Their life and death rest solely in the caster's will, and they will never betray them. Note, effect have against same-sex beings. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt the surging, newly awakened power within his body. Along with the profound talents and formidable skill information now embedded in his mind. His heart was filled with boundless joy. His affection for the lazy yet enchanting Tushan Bai Qian in his arms reached a new peak. This freeloading lifestyle, it truly grows more delicious and empowering with every bite. Lin Yuan thought to himself with quiet satisfaction. Tushan Bai Qian nestled lazily against Lin Yuan's powerful chest. Her jade-like fingers lightly traced his pectoral muscles. Her peach blossom eyes shimmered with a strange radiance. Husband. Tushan Baiqian murmured softly, voicing the solitude of an age-old weight. And the boundless joy of her wish finally fulfilled. Lin Yuan smiled softly. He pressed down upon her. A passionate embrace followed, needing no words. A day passed. Lin Yuan felt refreshed and invigorated. Another day passed. Lin Yuan savored the lingering afterglow. Yet another day passed. Lin Yuan was so engrossed he forgot his homeland. After another week passed. Lin Yuan rubbed his slightly sore kidneys. Half a month later. Lin Yuan shouted, "Help!" And so it went. They were entangled for a full month. At this moment, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He had already entered the sage's time. Husband. 9 foxtails wrapped around Lin Yuan's waist. In Lin Yuan's eyes, worldly desires had long since vanished. Amatba Buddha, lady devotee, please restrain yourself. Lin Yuan remained unmoved. Smack. Tushan Baiqian tapped Lin Yuan on the head. Her eyes rolled upward. Seemed to say, "What are you trying to pull with me?" After a moment of playful banter, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and gazed at the exquisite beauty before him. Under the influence of the sage's time, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Beneath Tushan Baiqian's seemingly languid exterior, a faint trace of sorrow. A trace of sorrow lingered. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Baiqian, is there some hidden ailment in her soul? This is far more than mere fatigue from the wedding. Lin Yuan's gaze burned intensely. He gazed intently at Baiqian's watery, peach blossom eyes. Combining his subtle observations of Qingxiu's fortune over the past few days, he recalled the scattered clues from the eerie affair game. About how the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, if they wish to defy heaven and alter their fate to achieve supreme power, often must pay some unknown, agonizing price. Lin Yuan had already formed a suspicion in his heart. Baiqian, what have you been bearing alone these past years? Have you been hiding secrets from me? Upon hearing this, her slender frame trembled violently. A flicker of unmasked panic and pain instantly crossed her beautiful eyes. She bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, as if she wanted to say something, but she forced the words back down her throat. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt even more certain. He reached out, gently stroking her silky, snow-white hair that cascaded like a waterfall. His tone, however, carried a hint of command. Baiqian, look at me. I am your husband. Everything you have, you should share with me. Whether it be joy or pain. You and me. Tushan Baiqian was transfixed by Lin Yuan's piercing gaze eyes that seemed to see through all illusions, staring directly into the deepest recesses of her soul. And the unquestionable sincerity and profound responsibility in his words. She was utterly moved. This man. After all, he was the one she had waited for through countless eons and endless cycles of rebirth. She had staked everything she had to finally welcome this soul's salvation and eternal anchor. Husband. Her voice trembled. Buried in Lin Yuan's broad, warm embrace. That heart, seemingly strong and proud, yet utterly exhausted within, crumbled completely at this moment. All the pent-up grievances and burdens. Like a river bursting its banks, it surged forth. She wept uncontrollably. In broken, choked-off words, she revealed the secret of Qingxiu's role in the ancient catastrophe, a revelation powerful enough to shake the entire Eastern demon realm. Truth be told, I've long been a dying flame, a spent force. Tushan Baiqian sighed. What? At that moment, Lin Yuan was stunned. Could it be because of the ancestral bloodline of Qingxiu? He suddenly recalled the plot involving Qingxiu from the game Eerie Affair. Chapter 102, recalling the master plan of old, the emperor demonstrated divine power. Within the bedchamber, the lingering warmth remained. Tushan Baiqian lay in Lin Yuan's embrace, weeping silently. Lin Yuan held her trembling body tightly. Baiqian, stop crying. His voice was low and firm. I'm here for you. Tushan Baiqian slowly lifted her face, a face as delicate as a pear blossom bathed in rain, yet all the more captivating for it. In her peach blossom eyes still lingered a trace of lingering fear. Husband. The wound inflicted upon the ancestral lineage of Qingxiu is a profound damage to the Tao itself, caused by the ancient forbidden celestial demon sacrificing its own soul in an explosion. It involves fractured laws and the entanglement of vengeful spirits. Generations of our ancestors exhausted every possible method, yet none could. Her voice choked with despair. Lin Yuan, however, offered a faint smile. Others couldn't. Doesn't mean your husband can't. He reached out a finger and gently wiped away the tear from Baiqian's eye. As the words fell, Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the plot of the game Eerie Affair. That was his first encounter with Tushan Baiqian. It was also the final step in his quest to win over this nine-tailed fox lord. In the game, Qingxiu also faced the existential crisis of ancestral veins drying up. Though its manifestation differed from what Baiqian described in reality, their core essence shared a remarkable similarity. At that time, the entire Qingxiu, every NPC, was helpless. If left unresolved, Qingqiu would become a wasteland.
Lin Yuan repeatedly experimented through trial and error.
Through relentless, exhaustive research into the game's lore, and his deep research into obscure ancient demonic clan secrets,
he forcibly extracted a sliver of hope from a fragmentary record. He found that sliver of hope.
Lin Yuan clearly remembered. 3 core elements were required.
First, a primordial grade treasure, possessing the power to purify all impurities and malevolent energies. Second, a human emperor's state-saving artifact, capable of suppressing earth veins, organizing cosmic laws, and bearing the fortune of humanity. Third, the 9-tailed celestial fox's primordial power, sharing the same origin as the Qingqiu ancestral vein, capable of guiding and activating its residual spiritual essence.
Not one of these could be missing. At that time, Lin Yuan
endured unimaginable hardships, facing death countless times.
He completed countless hidden quest chains that seemed nearly impossible to finish. Finally gathered the game version substitutes for these 3 crucial elements.
Finally, atop Mount Tushan, he erected an altar and defied the heavens,
successfully saving the fate of Qingqiu.
And in doing so, completely captured the heart of Tushan Baiqian.
Now, the ancestral lineage crisis in the real Qingqiu is far more complex and perilous.
But the trump card held by Lin Yuan far surpasses anything in the game.
Pangu's blood.
This is a truly supreme existence imbued with the divine might that split heaven and earth, more transcendent than any innate primordial treasure. Its power to purify malevolent energies and restore vitality is practically tailor-made for the Qingqiu ancestral lineage.
Human Emperor Banner. Though damaged, its earthly primordial array core has been partially restored.
Its power to suppress earth veins, organize laws, and bear the fortune of humanity is beyond comparison a million times more potent than that so-called imitation imperial altar artifact from the game. As for the 9-tailed celestial fox's primordial power, Lin Yuan glanced at Tushan Baiqian in his arms, her peach blossom eyes gazing at him with utter trust and dependence. His heart surged with boundless passion.
Baiqian. Lin Yuan's voice was unwavering.
I am now 90% certain I can repair the ancestral veins of Qingqiu. At these words, Tushan Baiqian's delicate frame trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes instantly burst with an unearthly brilliance.
Husband, could this be true?
Her voice trembled, almost unable to believe her ears. The calamity that had plagued Qingqiu for millions of years, draining her of endless effort and lifespan, leaving her with almost no hope of survival.
Her husband claimed there was a 90% chance of resolving it?
This was nothing short of a fairy tale.
Qingqiu Sanctuary. Council Chamber.
After hearing Lin Yuan's preliminary restoration plan, Tushan Yurong and the other Qingqiu Supreme Elders and Core Elders,
each of them stared in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. A deathly silence hung over the hall. You could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Elder Tushan Yurong finally spoke, her voice trembling and hoarse with disbelief. Your Imperial Majesty. You speak of the Panga blood and the human Emperor Banner. Could they truly possess such god-defying efficacy?
But that is the wound of the great Tao left behind by the ancient demon god.
Even the successive fox sovereigns.
She trailed off, but her meaning was clear. Lin Yuan's expression remained serene, yet radiated an undeniable authority.
Elder Yurong. This emperor never wages battles without certainty.
This method is one I devised after days of deep contemplation, combining Qingqiu's current situation with certain ancient secrets. He did not directly reveal his identity as the one who had completed the Guilian game. Such a revelation would be too shocking to the world. Nor did he need to explain it to outsiders.
He only needed results.
Of course. Lin Yuan shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping across the elders. Such a defiance of the heavens carries immense risk. The combined strength of Baiqian and myself alone is insufficient. I must establish the 9 Palaces spirit gathering, evil summoning, vein protecting grand array to converge Qingqiu's 10,000-year spiritual energy and channel the power of the 9 heaven stars. This must be supplemented with several rare array-inducing substances either containing ultimate vitality or possessing the power to suppress evil energies to ensure absolute certainty.
And this first array catalyst.
Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with intensity as he gazed beyond the hall toward the northwest of Qingqiu, that forbidden land perpetually shrouded in bone-chilling cold. It lies within the forbidden lands of Qingqiu. At the bottom of the Xianbing cold pool lies the 10,000-year ice soul crystal. The moment these words were spoken, the elders' expressions changed drastically once more. The Xian ice cold pool. That was one of Qingqiu's most perilous forbidden zones. Its waters are bitterly cold, capable of freezing divine souls. And dwelling at its depths is the Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon, a creature that has existed since the primordial ages.
A creature of unimaginable ferocity. Generations of fox sovereigns have attempted to subdue or expel it, yet all returned empty-handed. Several elders were even gravely wounded in the effort. Now, the Emperor himself intends to venture into such a hellish abyss to seize the 10,000-year Ice Soul crystal? This is utterly. Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider. Elder Xuanyuan knelt with a thud, tears streaming down her aged face. The mystic ice cold pool is treacherous beyond measure. The ice soul dragon is savage and bloodthirsty. Your imperial body, worth 10,000 gold pieces, must not be exposed to such peril lightly. Indeed. Your imperial majesty. You absolutely must not go. The other elders also knelt in unison, pleading earnestly. Tushan Baiqian's fair face turned deathly pale as her jade-like hands clutched Lin Yuan's sleeves tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with worry and reluctance. Husband. Lin Yuan merely smiled calmly. He gently helped Elder Xuanyuan to her feet, then gestured reassuringly to Baiqian. His gaze swept over the assembled demons, his voice calm yet carrying an air of supreme arrogance. A mere wretched beast. Does it even merit this emperor's consideration? Issue the order. Half an hour from now. This emperor. Personally inspect the cold pool. Seize the dragon's inner core to restore Baiqian's vitality. Seize the soul crystal to alter fate for Qingqiu, defy the heavens. As the words fell, a terrifying aura far surpassing the peak of SS rank surged forth from Lin Yuan's body, flickering and vanishing in an instant. The entire Qingqiu sanctuary trembled slightly under this overwhelming pressure. The elders felt the crushing weight of that terror, as if it could crush the ages, and the emperor's gaze, which brooked no argument. Not a shred of doubt remained in their hearts. Only endless reverence and fervent adoration. The divine might of the emperor. Truly unfathomable. Chapter 103, The Mystic Ice Cold Pool, the Ice Soul of the Nine Netherworlds. At this moment, the entire Qingqiu sanctuary was plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. The elders exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw profound terror. The frozen ice-cold pool. For 10,000 years, it had been a forbidden realm within Qingqiu, a place scarcely anyone dared approach, save for the successive fox sovereigns. Even a common great demon would turn to ice in an instant if it touched a single drop, frozen for 10,000 years. And what's more, at the bottom of the pool dwelled a terrifying beast that had existed since the primordial chaos. The Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast. This beast is savage and bloodthirsty, possessing a formidable physical form. It can even manipulate the power of mystical ice, freezing 1,000 miles. Generations of fox lords of Qingqiu have attempted to subdue it completely or drive it from these lands. Yet all failed, thwarted by its deep pool stronghold and home field advantage. Even several defiant Qingqiu supreme elders once joined forces to seize the 10,000-year ice soul crystal nurtured within the pool. The outcome? 1 death and 2 severe injuries, a tragic end. From that day forward, the mystic ice-cold pool became Qingqiu's true forbidden zone. No one dared speak of it lightly. Now, this newly enthroned emperor himself intends to venture into such a perilous place? And what's more, seek the dragon's inner core to restore the fox sovereign's vitality? Seize the soul crystal to alter the fate of Qingqiu, defying the heavens? This is utterly. Husband, you must not. Tushan Baiqian was the first to snap back to her senses, her fair face instantly turning as pale as paper. Her jade-like hands clutched Lin Yuan's sleeves tightly. The mystic ice-cold pool is far too perilous. That Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast is a primordial monstrosity, no ordinary foe. You are worth a fortune. How can you recklessly venture into such peril? If anything were to happen to you, what would become of Baiqian and Qingqiu? Her voice trembled with tears, her fear palpable. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He reached back to grasp her icy cold hand, soothing her with gentle words. Baiqian, rest assured. It's just a mere snake, it won't harm your husband. Besides, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Such a trifling matter, why should we both go? You need only wait for my triumphant return within the palace walls. Husband. Tushan Baiqian tried to say more. But Lin Yuan silenced her with a gentle look. He knew Baiqian truly worried for him. But Lin Yuan, as her man, how could he hide behind a woman's back for everything? That 10,000-year ice soul crystal, he was determined to claim it. And that dragon's inner core, he was determined to claim it too. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the assembled demons. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no defiance. This emperor's resolve is set. You need say no more. Present the method to unlock the forbidden land at once. The elders exchanged glances. Finally, Xuanyuan reached into her robe and drew forth an ice crystal jade talisman. This is the soul token to unlock the seal of the mystic ice cold pool. With this jade token, a temporary safe passage may be opened through the barrier. But the ferocious beast within the pool, that His Imperial Majesty must confront personally. Lin Yuan accepted the jade token and gave a slight nod. That's enough. With that, he said no more. Turning, he transformed into a golden streak of light. He shot straight toward the northwest of Qingqiu, tearing through the sky. Behind him remained a group of Qingqiu elders, their expressions complex, a mix of worry and anticipation. And behind him, Tushan Baiqian, her beautiful eyes filled with deep concern. Husband, you must return safely. The frozen abyss. 10,000 years of mystic ice stretching for 1,000 miles. Piercing cold, solid as substance. Lin Yuan held the ice crystal jade talisman in his hand. He stood before the barrier's luminous screen. His expression calm. He infused a thread of divine consciousness into the jade talisman. Hum. The jade talisman blazed with intense light. A pillar of deep blue light erupted from the jade talisman, slamming violently against the barrier light screen ahead. Crack. A crisp sound. A narrow crack, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through, actually appeared on the barrier. Lin Yuan hesitated not a moment, stepping through. The scene before his eyes abruptly transformed. A terrifying cold, 100 times more intense than outside, slammed into him. Lin Yuan grunted. His SS tier peak, Panga Dragon Scale body, activated automatically. Crimson gold dragon scale patterns shimmered across his body, completely repelling the invading chill. Focusing his gaze, he found himself within a colossal subterranean ice cavern. Inside the cavern, icicles stood like forests, and a cold mist filled the air. At the very center of the cavern, a colossal, bottomless cold pool lay before him, spanning thousands of feet in diameter and emitting a faint blue glow. This water was no ordinary water. It was formed from the purest essence of the 9 netherworld's mystic abyssal true water. Each drop weighed over 10,000 caddies. Each wisp of its frigid aura could freeze a deluo golden immortal solid. And at the very deepest bottom of that icy pool, a strange crystal stone, roughly the size of a human head, entirely translucent and radiating a rainbow-hued glow, floats silently. This is the 10,000-year ice soul crystal. Surrounding it, wisps of primordial water chi and yin chi swirled ceaselessly. What a treasure! A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This 10,000-year ice soul crystal was not only the crucial array trigger for setting up the 9 palaces gathering spirit, summoning evil, and protecting Meridian's grand array. It is also an unparalleled treasure for refining soul-type magical artifacts or aiding in the cultivation of water-based and ice-based techniques. Its value was beyond estimation. However, just as Lin Yuan prepared to act and seize the soul crystal, roar! A terrifying dragon's roar erupted from the depths of the frigid pool. Immediately after, rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire icy pool churned violently. Water surged skyward, transforming into thick, towering pillars of black ice that crashed down upon Lin Yuan. From the depths, a colossal creature over 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was covered in thick, ice crystal dragon scales that shimmered with a sinister blue cold light. A terrifying dragon with a single, ferocious horn on its head burst through the water. None other than the Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast. Insignificant humans, daring to trespass upon this sovereign's forbidden domain. Coveting this sovereign's most precious treasure. Die. Its voice spoke human words, yet sounded like millennia-old black ice scraping against itself. Bone-chillingly cold. The next instant, a colossal dragon tail, wielding power capable of shattering mountains, lashed out at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Wretched beast. You dare to be insolent before this emperor? He didn't even bother to activate the human emperor banner. With a single thought, the SS tier talent, Divine Blessing of the Fox Lord of Qingqiu, activated instantly. Lin Yuan felt all his attributes surge by nearly 20% in an instant. Immediately after, the SS rank skill, Celestial Fox Phantom Body, activated. Swish. 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 9 Celestial Fox Phantom clones, identical to Lin Yuan and radiating the same peak SS tier aura, instantly materialized in every corner of the ice cavern. They completely surrounded the Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast. Ha! A flicker of astonishment and caution. It could sense that each of these 9 clones possessed an aura no weaker than the original's terrifying presence. How could this be? Before it could react, Lin Yuan's true form had already moved. His form moved like a ghostly apparition, not retreating, but advancing. He directly met the sweeping dragon tail of force powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter peaks. In his hand, a pitch-black bone claw had materialized, shrouded in the deathly aura of the netherworld and the Tao essence of reincarnation. This was the manifestation of the SS grade skill, Nether Claw. Break it for me. Lin Yuan roared. Empowered by his peak SS tier terror and the supreme physique of the Panga dragon scale body, it unleashed a terrifying edge capable of ripping apart the heavens and slicing through all things. Rip! A piercing, shrill sound. Blood gushed forth wildly. The tail of the Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast was torn apart by Lin Yuan's claw. Was brutally split clean off at the root. Arg! The dragon beast let out a wretched howl. The pain pierced its very soul. It hadn't even seen how the enemy had struck. Yet it had already suffered such a devastating blow. Disgrace. Endless disgrace. Those blood-red dragon eyes instantly turned even more crimson. Yet, Lin Yuan gave it no chance to retaliate. Xuanyuan Prison Seal. The illusory form of the human emperor banner silently materialized behind Lin Yuan. The array eye of the earthly primordial blazed with intense light. An invisible yet terrifyingly heavy force, weighing more than 10 billion tons, instantly enveloped the entire ice cave. The Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast suddenly sank. It felt as though 10,000 primordial divine mountains had simultaneously crushed down upon its body. Even breathing became an agonizing struggle. Its movements slowed by several-fold. At the critical moment, Lin Yuan's 9 Celestial Fox Phantom clones launched their attacks simultaneously. Some unleashed Scarlet Flame Domination, transforming into a sea of flames that scorched the dragon beast's flesh. Others invoked Rock Armor Technique, forging an indestructible stone cage to restrain its movements. And most astonishingly, directly summoned the Phantom of Naraka Bridge, Soul-Sealing Judgment, suppressing the dragon beast's very soul. In an instant, the entire subterranean ice cavern erupted with divine abilities, laws surging violently. The Ice Soul 9 Nether Dragon Beast was utterly overwhelmed by Lin, unable to mount any resistance. In the distance, Lin Yuan's Netherworld Eye had long locked onto the 10,000-year Ice Soul crystal, suspended at the bottom of the frigid pool. A faint smile touched his lips. Seize! In an instant, he materialized before the soul crystal. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the peerless treasure settled securely into his grasp. Chapter 104, The Emperor teases the wolf cub, Qingqiu unleashes divine might. The battle neared its end. Under Lin Yuan's relentless barrage of bizarre techniques, it was already covered in wounds, its life force fading. Finally, with a mournful howl, Lin Yuan easily ended its life. Afterward, Lin Yuan extracted the Ice Soul Dragon Pill from its belly, a pill containing the essence of its primordial power. Qingqiu Sanctuary. When Lin Yuan returned unscathed, holding the 10,000-year Ice Soul Crystal and the Ice Soul Dragon Pill in his hands, the entire hall once again fell into a deathly silence. All the Qingqiu elders stared at the two supreme treasures in the Emperor's hands, radiating terrifying coldness and colossal energy. Then they looked at the Emperor, who appeared as calm and composed as if he had merely stepped out for a stroll. One by one, they paled with horror. They were utterly speechless. Not a single word could escape their lips. Especially Elder Xuanyuan, who exclaimed with emotion, His Divine Majesty's majesty is peerless, unmatched throughout the ages. Dushan Baiqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. She stepped forward swiftly. Her jade-like hand clasped tightly around Lin Yuan's arm. Her lovely face radiated pride and joy. Truly a man worthy of her, Dushan Baiqian's admiration. Truly peerless. Husband. Dushan Baiqian threw herself into Lin Yuan's embrace like a young swallow seeking shelter. Those peach blossom eyes, once capable of captivating all who met their gaze, now shimmered with an unearthly radiance, rippling with moisture. I'm fine. Feeling the soft, warm tremor of the delicate form in his arms, Lin Yuan's heart warmed, and he offered gentle reassurance. He gently patted Baiqian's fragrant shoulder and slipped the newly acquired SS-tier Peak Ice Soul Dragon Pill directly into her jade-like hand. This object is forged from 99% of that vile beast's primordial essence, containing a thread of dragon's true energy and the power of the Dark Moon. Now that you are with child, you need such a potent tonic to stabilize the fetal energy and nourish the divine embryo within your womb. Take it now. Two intoxicating blushes instantly spread across Dushan Baiqian's lovely face. With a soft she ceased her refusals and promptly placed the dragon pill into her mouth. Boom! The dragon pill melted the moment it touched her tongue. Dushan Baiqian felt a jolt run through her entire body. The nourishment of this potent elixir permeated every fiber of her being, instantly transforming her complexion into a radiant glow, her spirit more vibrant than ever before. Lin Yuan watched with a satisfied smile. His gaze shifted to the side, where Elder Xuanyuan stood, her aged face flushed with excitement, her entire body trembling slightly. He handed over the 10,000-year Ice Soul Crystal in his hand. Elder Yuan, I entrust this item to you and the other elders. Please safeguard it carefully. It is the first core array catalyst required to activate the 9 Palaces Spirit Gathering, Evil Drawing, Vein Protecting Grand Array, for repairing the Qingqiu ancestral veins. Its importance is paramount, it must not be lost. I obey your command. Xuanyuan replied with reverence. Though she appeared to be the age of a fully ripened peach, she had actually lived for tens of thousands of years. Calling herself this old woman was quite fitting. Long live the Emperor! The other elders shouted Long live the Emperor in unison. The thunderous acclamations reverberated like a bolt from the heavens, once more echoing across the entire sacred land of Qingqiu. The gaze they cast upon Lin Yuan now held not a trace of the initial doubt or unnecessary scrutiny. Only the purest reverence. Lin Yuan accepted the demon's bow with calm composure. The most urgent task at hand was to gather the other 2 core array triggers needed to repair the ancestral veins of Qingqiu. Lin Yuan waved his hand lightly. His tone abruptly shifted. Elder Yuan, for the 9 Palaces Gathering Spirit, dispelling evil, and protecting the veins grand array to repair the ancestral veins, the first core array catalyst, the 10,000-year Ice Soul Crystal, has now been obtained. However, according to this emperor's calculations, the second, even more crucial ingredient remains missing. This item is known as the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf True Soul Orb. The moment these words were spoken, within the Grand Hall, all the elders of Qingqiu paled slightly. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf True Soul Orb, the sole treasured artifact of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. The clan's leader, the Howling Moon Wolf King, stands as a genuine SS tier peak level great demon. He stands but a hair's breadth away from SSS tier. Its nature is brutally savage, ferociously bloodthirsty, and unforgivingly vengeful, an utterly treacherous foe. Just as Xuanyuan was about to speak, Lin Yuan gently raised his hand to interrupt her. Elder Yuan. This emperor remembers. Several days ago, at the divine wedding ceremony between myself and Bai Qian. It seems a reckless young wolf dared to openly challenge this emperor's authority before all the demons present? This matter. I haven't settled accounts with his Howling Moon Wolf clan yet. All the elders of Qingqiu were jolted to their core. The emperor? Settling accounts later? Exactly. How could they have forgotten this? That wolf Howling Moon was so arrogant and overbearing at the grand ceremony. How utterly contemptuous. He practically dragged the entire Qingqiu clan's honor through the mud. Had His Majesty not subdued her in the blink of an eye, who knows what chaos she would have unleashed. How could Qingqiu possibly let such an offense go unpunished? His Majesty is truly wise. Elder Xuanyuan was the first to react. Precisely. That wolf Howling Moon disrupted the divine marriage ceremony, defied Qingqiu's divine authority, and showed utter disrespect to the emperor and empress. Such crimes demand execution. We of Qingqiu must march against him. Let his Howling Moon Wolf clan pay with blood. The other elders swiftly came to the same realization, their emotions running high. Issue your command, Your Majesty. We volunteer as vanguard to level his Wolf Fang Mountain. Exactly. Those foolish wolves must learn the consequences of offending Qingqiu. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He pressed his hand down lightly. Silence once again fell upon the grand hall. Elders, please calm yourselves. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm. A mere pack of Howling Moon wolves is hardly worth the Qingqiu clan going to war over. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This matter, the emperor continued, shall be handled according to my own arrangements. Lin Yuan made his decision immediately. Using the justification that the wolves howling at the moon disrupted the divine wedding ceremony, showing contempt for the divine authority of Qingqiu, a crime deserving of death. He dispatched an envoy, carrying an imperial edict of accusation personally penned by Lin Yuan, directly to the territory of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. At the top of the compensation list, the first item was boldly stated. One true soul pearl of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Moreover, it explicitly demanded. The young master of the Howling Moon Wolf clan must personally deliver this orb and all compensation, with utmost reverence, to the sacred temple of Qingqiu within 7 days. He must then prostrate himself before the emperor of Qingqiu, Lin Yuan, and the empress, Tushan Baiqian, in full view of all demons, to offer his apologies. Otherwise, the million demon soldiers of Qingqiu shall level Wolf Fang Mountain. The Howling Moon Wolf clan shall henceforth be utterly erased from the Eastern Demon Realm. 3 days later. Howling Moon Wolf clan territory. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. The Qingqiu envoy delegation, with its formidable presence, had arrived long ago. The imperial edict of impeachment, personally penned by Lin Yuan, hung like a death warrant in the main hall of the temple. The faint yet overwhelming aura emanating from it, the weight of an imperial edict capable of crushing the heavens themselves, coupled with the Qingqiu envoy's blatant, icy killing intent, had long since enveloped the entire Howling Moon Temple in a suffocating fear. Below the temple, every high-ranking member of the Howling Moon Wolf clan stood ashen-faced, frozen in terror, not even daring to breathe a single breath. Upon the Wolf King's throne, the current young master, Wolf Howling Heaven, having temporarily assumed the role of clan leader while his father, the Howling Moon Wolf King, remained in seclusion attempting to break through the SSS-Rank bottleneck. He had always lorded over others like a tyrant, just like his brother, Wolf Xiaoyu, both cut from the same cloth of incompetence. At this moment, he was already pale as a ghost, utterly disoriented. Qingqiu. That Qingqiu whom he remembered as powerful yet always leaving room for compromise, disliking conflict, had actually sent an envoy delegation to issue such an arrogant, domineering, and almost ultimatum-like edict of impeachment. Had actually dispatched an envoy delegation to deliver such an arrogant and domineering imperial edict of punishment, bordering on an ultimatum? Demanding they surrender their clan's most sacred treasure, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf's true soul pearl? And demand that he, the esteemed young master of the Wolf clan, personally journey to Qingqiu to prostrate himself in apology? This is utterly disgraceful. This is pushing the wolves too far. This is outrageous. They've gone too far. Wolf Howling Moon slammed his fist on the throne's armrest, roaring with feigned fury. What does that Qingqiu clan think it is? Do they truly believe my Howling Moon Wolf clan is made of clay? This young master will muster the troops at once and deal with these reckless fox spirits. Before he could finish his sentence, He was cut off by a bitter sigh from the most senior wolf elder below, one who had always cherished him most. Young master, please calm your anger. That Qingqiu is no foe we can lightly provoke. Just days ago, your younger brother, Xiaoyu, merely spoke slightly out of turn to Lin Yuan during the grand ceremony. Yet Lin Yuan, wielding terrifying divine powers that seemed to enforce his words as law, publicly commanded him to slap himself in the face before all the demons. He was utterly humiliated, his soul nearly shattered. Such an existence, we cannot afford to provoke. Upon hearing this, Lang Xiaotian's arrogance instantly diminished by threefold. He had, of course, heard of his younger brother Lang Xiaoya's ordeal at the grand ceremony. In his heart, he harbored both a bone-deep hatred for Lin Yuan and an indescribable dread. Especially when he saw that compensation list, densely packed with astronomical demands that could bankrupt the Howling Moon Wolf clan outright. And when he saw the top item on that list, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf's True Soul Orb, Lang Xiaotian felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. Surrender the clan's most treasured artifact? And personally go to Qingqiu to prostrate himself in apology? If word of this spread, how could he, Lang Xiaotian, ever show his face in the Eastern Demon Realm again? What would become of the reputation of his Howling Moon Wolf clan? But if he refused? Qingqiu, this time, seems determined to make an example of his Howling Moon Wolf clan to establish their authority. Lang Xiaotian now stood on the very edge of a cliff. One misstep, and he would be doomed beyond redemption. Chapter 105, The Wolf Cub presents a precious treasure, divine might shakes the 8 desolations. Within the Howling Moon Temple, Wolf Howling Heaven's face was ashen, his restlessness palpable. Below him, the core elders of the Wolf clan were equally preoccupied with their own thoughts, locked in heated debate. Some advocated for preferring to shatter like jade rather than survive as broken tiles, pushing for all-out war against Qingqiu. They believed Qingqiu's actions were a blatant attempt to seize the opportunity and swallow their Howling Moon Wolf clan whole. Even if they surrendered the treasure pearl, it might not guarantee true peace. Young master, if need be, we'll fight them to the death. We sons of the Howling Moon Wolf clan have never feared a fight to the death. Exactly. That Lin Yuan is just a human brat. Even with the nine-tailed fox lord backing him, does he think he can control the entire world? Others advocated a conservative stance, bite the bullet and endure the humiliation, pay the price to avert disaster. They knew full well that Qingqiu was now at its zenith, bolstered by the enigmatic Lord Emperor Lin Yuan. To clash head-on would be like pitting an egg against a stone. Young master, please reconsider. Qingqiu's power is overwhelming, confrontation is unwise. We should first present the jewel to appease the emperor's wrath, then devise a better strategy later. Better safe than sorry. Then there was the uncle, the Howling Wolf King, who had always been at odds with Lang Xiaotian and coveted the position of Wolf King. Now, feigning deep sorrow, he stood by fanning the flames with his sarcastic, insincere words. Alas! My nephew! It's not that your uncle is criticizing you. Your good-for-nothing younger brother, Howling Moon, of all the enemies he could have provoked, he had to go and provoke Qingqiu. Do you not know the Fox Sovereign of Qingqiu is an SSS tier overlord? A single strike from her could annihilate our entire wolf clan. His usual womanizing is one thing, but to be so reckless as to offend the Fox Sovereign during the grand ceremony, our wolf clan faces grave peril. The words had barely left his mouth. A chorus of gasps erupted. Wolf Howling Heaven shuddered violently, as if plunged into an ice cave, his entire body turning icy cold. Seeing this, the Ghost Howl Wolf King flashed an almost imperceptible cold smile in his eyes before continuing his heart-wrenching final blow. My nephew, the human race has always been known for holding grudges. Now that Lin Yuan has become the Fox Lord's husband, and with the current Qingqiu Emperor being beyond our strength to oppose, it would be best to agree to the envoy's demands. Otherwise. At these words, Wolf Howling Heaven was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed from the Wolf King's throne. The last shred of hope and defiance in his heart vanished completely. Fear. Endless terror. Like a frigid tidal wave, it instantly engulfed him completely. Several days later. Sacred land of Qingqiu. 10,000 Foxes Pilgrimage Plaza. Today, the plaza once again teemed with demons, banners fluttering in the breeze. Yet unlike the joyous, celebratory atmosphere of the divine wedding ceremony days prior, a grim and solemn atmosphere now pervaded the square. And a faint, indescribable, and eerily schadenfreude-tinged atmosphere. Lin Yuan sat enthroned upon the imperial carriage. Beside him, Tu Shan Baiqian smiled sweetly. Below, countless representatives from various Eastern Demon Realm factions who had rushed to witness the ceremony, along with the people of the Qingqiu Fox clan, all held their breath, their eyes burning as they stared intently at the center of the square. There, young Master Lang Xiaotian of the Howling Moon Wolf clan stood clad in plain gray prison garb. Behind him trailed dozens of core elders of the Wolf clan, heads bowed dejectedly like defeated roosters. In their hands, they held jade boxes brimming with rare treasures. Step by step, they advanced toward Lin Yuan and Tu Shan Baiqian atop the high platform. With every step, Wolf Xiaotian's heart bled. With every step, the pride of his Howling Moon Wolf clan was brutally trampled into the ground. Finally, he reached the imperial carriage. Thud. The young master of the Wolf clan, usually arrogant and overbearing, could no longer hold himself up. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees before Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian. Behind him, dozens of Wolf clan elders knelt in unison. The guilty wolf. Xiaotian pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor of Qingqiu. Pays homage to Her Majesty the Empress of Tushan. Wolf Xiaotian's voice was hoarse, filled with boundless fear and humiliation, and a hint of something even he refused to admit. Regret. He held aloft a purple gold treasure box, its surface glistening with the cold, eerie light of the moon. His voice trembled as he spoke. This cub failed to guide his younger brother properly, causing him to defy heaven's might and offend the Emperor and Empress. He deserves death 1,000 times over. I now bring forth the treasured artifact of my Howling Moon Wolf clan, the true soul orb of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. And 3,000 cartloads of humble offerings, to come before your Imperial Majesty and Her Majesty, bearing the thorns of shame and pleading for forgiveness. I beg your Imperial Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress to show mercy and spare the lives of every dog in my Howling Moon Wolf clan. Having spoken thus, he proceeded to prostrate himself before Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian, before the eyes of 10,000 demons, delivering 9 thunderous kowtows. Each prostration seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. The impact reverberated with a deep, thunderous thud. Thud. Thud against the unyielding white jade plaza. His forehead was already a bloody mess. He was utterly disgraced. Lin Yuan's expression remained impassive as he looked down from above at Lang Xiaotian, who now resembled a stray dog. A faint, almost mocking smile curved his lips. He slowly extended his hand. With a single gesture across the air, the purple gold treasure box containing the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf True Soul Pearl floated effortlessly into his hand. He opened the box. A pearl roughly the size of a longan, its entire body a deep, mysterious blue. A miniature shadow of the Howling Moon Wolf howled skyward, radiating immense demonic energy and pure soul power. The wondrous treasure bead was revealed before his eyes. It was indeed the Howling Moon Wolf True Soul Orb. Not bad. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, as if he had merely received a trivial trinket. Since you've shown some sense, today, this emperor will spare your Howling Moon Wolf clan. His tone shifted abruptly, his voice growing icy and commanding. But while death may be spared, punishment for your crime shall not. You and your Howling Moon Wolf clan shall immediately swear an oath in blood. From this day forward, should you dare to harbor even the slightest disrespect or covetousness toward Qingqiu, toward this emperor and the empress, this emperor shall personally lead 1,000,000 demon soldiers of Qingqiu to level your Wolffang mountain. I shall erase your Howling Moon Wolf clan from the Eastern Demon Realm, forever. Hearing this, Lang Xiaotian trembled violently. How could he dare hesitate even a moment? He immediately swore an oath. Only then, under Lin Yuan's gracious magnanimity, not stooping to quarrel with you upstarts, he departed with his meager, utterly cowed remnants of defeated troops, along with a heart shattered beyond repair by humiliation. Like a stray dog, he tucked his tail between his legs and slunk away from the sacred land of Qingqiu, scrambling and crawling in his haste. And so it was. Lin Yuan won without shedding a drop of blood, without lifting a finger. He hadn't even lifted a finger in any meaningful sense. He pulled off a clean steal, effortlessly acquiring the second core array trigger artifact needed to repair the ancestral veins of Qingqiu. And the vast, rare resources the Howling Moon Wolf clan was forced to offer as compensation enough to make any SS tier power envious and nearly empty the entire clan treasury. The entire process unfolded with effortless grace. After witnessing the Emperor's divine maneuver where, with a smile and a laugh, the enemy's ships were reduced to ashes, their reverence and adoration for Lin Yuan surged to unprecedented heights. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Eastern Demon Realm. Countless demonic factions, both large and small, who had been lurking in the shadows, some even harboring disdain and contempt for this newly crowned, enigmatic Emperor of Qingqiu. Now, they all fell silent as if frozen by the coldest chill. Cold sweat poured down their backs. Not a single soul dared to provoke the Qingqiu Fox clan, a power now rising with overwhelming might, wielding methods that defied comprehension, and backed by an emperor whose cunning bordered on demonic, whose depths were unfathomable. The core array inducer of the 9 palaces spirit gathering, evil summoning, vein protecting grand array had been fully assembled. Restoring the ancestral veins of Qingqiu, defying fate for his beloved wife, it was within reach. Chapter 106, 9 palaces array diagram, defying heaven to alter fate. Within the sacred hall of Qingqiu, 2 array inducers. 10,000-year ice soul crystal. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf True Soul Orb. At this moment, they hovered silently before Lin Yuan. The fluctuations emanating from them caused ripples to spread through the very fabric of space. Tushan Baiqian stood gracefully beside Lin Yuan. Tushan Yurong and the other Qingqiu elders held their breath in rapt attention. Restore the ancestral pulse. Defy heaven and alter fate. This greatest affliction and existential threat that had plagued the Qingqiu Fox clan for millions of years. Today, would it finally be resolved once and for all by Lin Yuan's hands? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. His gaze was as still as an ancient, bottomless pool. Slowly, he extended his right hand. His jade-like index finger tapped the air. The next instant, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A colossal, boundless divine consciousness far surpassing the terrifying might of an ordinary SS-tier peak surged forth from the ancestral cavity between his brows like a bursting celestial river. Using his finger as a brush. His divine consciousness as ink. Using the void as paper. Swiftly sketching an exquisitely intricate array diagram. 9 palaces gathering spirit, summoning evil, and protecting Meridian's grand array. Upon the array diagram, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams flow ceaselessly, aligning with the mystical trajectories of the celestial spheres. The principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint, evolving into the primordial chaos of all creation. At each node of the array diagram, intricate array runes fine as dust yet each distinct. Flickering erratically, their light flickering ceaselessly. Its complexity. Its profound mystery. The terrifying power it contained. All the elders of Qingqiu present, including those few 8-tailed old fox demons who long ago proclaimed themselves masters of array formations. One by one, they were dazzled and their scalps tingled. This formation is called the 9 palaces gathering spirit, summoning evil, and protecting Vane's grand formation. Lin Yuan spoke as he fluidly sketched the incredibly complex array diagram, slowly explaining to the elders, who had long since been rendered speechless by the awe-inspiring display. Its core lies in channeling the supreme yang energy of the 9 heaven stars, gathering the boundless yin energy of the 9 netherworld's earth veins, and using Qingqiu's 10,000-year-old, indestructible auspicious spiritual energy as the catalyst. It harmonizes yin and yang, reverses the 5 elements, transforms death into life, and reshapes the universe. The array's nodes comprise 99 primary array eyes, 3,600 auxiliary array veins, and 99,999 miniature spirit-binding talisman seals. Their sequence, energy ratios, and resonant laws are all predetermined, not a single flaw is permitted. The 10,000-year ice soul crystal shall guard the north can water position. With its ultimate yin and frigid power, it shall draw forth the profound, mysterious energies of the 9 netherworlds to nourish the remnant soul of the ancestral vein. The howling moon celestial wolf true soul orb shall preside over the northwest, the position of the Qian metal. With its power of the supreme yin lunar radiance, it shall gather the brilliance of the 9 heaven stars to purify the ancestral vein's malevolent resentment. At this point, Lin Yuan paused briefly. His gaze swept over the array diagram now fully formed, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. However, this array still lacks a crucial core array catalyst for the wood position of tremor. It requires a primordial wood element treasure to ignite the fire of ancestral vein revival and restore its vitality. Upon hearing this, Elder Xuanyuan exchanged glances with the other supreme elders, each seeing a flicker of understanding in the other's eyes. Your Excellency. Elder Xuanyuan immediately stepped forward. Such a primordial wood element treasure within our Qingqiu treasury, there indeed exists a treasured artifact kept in reserve. Her jade-like hand flipped open. A peculiar wooden core, roughly the size of an infant's fist and radiating an emerald green hue, suddenly appeared in her palm. It seemed to harbor the illusory form of a coiling, soaring azure dragon. It was none other than the 9 transformation heavenly wood spirit core. This was formed from a strand of primordial essence of the companion spirit root of our founding ancestor after his enlightened passing. It has been passed down within our Qingqiu lineage for millions of years. The vitality and transformative power it contains are sufficient to resurrect the dead, restore flesh to bones, and reshape the very fabric of the universe. A hint of admiration flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Truly befitting a demonic clan sanctuary with millions of years of heritage, its foundations were indeed extraordinary. Very well. He nodded slightly. Place the 9 transformation heavenly wood spirit core in the eastern position of the wood element. Only then will the great formation be complete. Lin Yuan spoke with an air of absolute confidence. In the peach blossom eyes of Tu Shan Bai Qian, as she gazed upon her husband. Deep adoration. My husband. How many more hidden secrets and earth-shattering talents does he possess? Even this ancient, God-defying formation lost to the world for countless millennia he wields with effortless mastery? This is simply monstrous. Within the grand hall, every Qingqiu elder grew increasingly awestruck and reverent with each word. His Imperial Majesty's personal prowess alone is beyond compare, far surpassing our wildest imaginings. His mastery of array formations has reached such divine heights that he could found a school of his own. Truly, heaven has blessed Qingqiu. A prodigy has descended upon the world. At this moment, Tu Shan Baiqian personally oversees the ancestral sanctuary. Elder Tu Xuanyuan oversees coordination and logistics, serving as the deputy array master. Alongside dozens of Qingqiu elders and array masters. All wore solemn expressions, daring not to slacken in the slightest. The entire array laying process was immense. Each step demanded immense demonic energy and divine consciousness. The slightest misstep could undo all their efforts, or even trigger the terrifying consequence of the formation backfiring and severely injuring the array masters themselves. As time passed, above the entire Qingqiu, winds howled and clouds churned, the very heavens shifting color. From the 9 heavens above, boundless stellar energy coalesced into 9 dazzling pillars of starlight. They tore through the void, crashing into the 9 array eyes of the forbidden ancestral land of Qingqiu. Beneath the blessed land of Qingqiu, a deafening roar erupted. The innate essence of wood and the profound power of earth. Like 9 awakened primordial dragons, they erupted from the depths of the earth, surging madly toward the great formation. In an instant, the entire sacred grounds of Qingqiu became so saturated with spiritual energy it nearly liquefied. Rainbow-hued radiance intertwined with pitch-black calamity clouds. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the heavens rained down. Divine melodies echoed, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Such earth-shattering, terrifying phenomena. Naturally, it once again shook the entire boundless eastern demon realm. Countless ancient monsters and demons, who had been in seclusion for untold millennia, were startled awake from their meditative retreats. Divine senses surged like a tidal wave, frantically probing toward Qingqiu. Heavens! What kind of defiance of the heavens is this? The Qingqiu Fox clan. What on earth are they up to? Such terrifying convergence of cosmic energy. Could it be? Could they be attempting to forcibly elevate the entire blessed lands tier, charging toward the legendary divine realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 3 days and 3 nights later, Lin Yuan had not slept or rested, exhausting vast amounts of divine consciousness. Under precise control. With the unwavering, all-out support of Tu Shan Bai Qian and the elders of Qingqiu, sparing no cost. The foundation of the 9 palaces spirit gathering, evil summoning, vein protecting great array capable of defying heaven, altering fate, and reshaping the cosmos. Finally, was preliminarily established. A primordial, echoing resonance, as if from the ancient primordial chaos, reverberated throughout the entire forbidden sanctuary of the Qingqiu ancestral lineage. A towering structure 10,000 zhan high, radiating the sacred light of 9 divine colors. Engraved with countless profound array runes, it emanated a colossal array light screen suffused with terrifying pressure capable of suppressing the ages and sealing the heavens. Suddenly materialized, completely enveloping the core region of the Qingqiu ancestral lineage, blocking all external scrutiny and interference. Lin Yuan flickered and appeared atop the main array eye at the central Qilin position within the grand formation. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his black hair stirred without wind, his gaze as deep as the ancient starry sky. He sensed the boundless, oceanic power of the 9 heavens celestial stars and the 9 netherworlds earth veins surging ceaselessly into the array. And the wails of endless yearning emanating from the deepest recesses of the Qingqiu ancestral vein. And a faint glimmer of hope for life. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through layer upon layer of array light screens, gazing toward the clouds beyond the 9 heavens. His voice boomed across the entire Qingqiu sacred land, as if a divine decree from the 9 heavens had descended. Bai Qian, Elder Yuan, all of Qingqiu, lend me your strength. Today, this emperor shall use the 9 palaces' great array as the divine furnace. With my Pangdu's blood as the sacred catalyst. With my human emperor banner as the ritual implement. For my Qingqiu. For my beloved wife. Defy. Heaven. Altar. Destiny. Chapter 107, Blood ignites the ancestral veins, banner secures Qingqiu's soul. Defy. Heaven. Rewrite. Destiny. Lin Yuan's final 4 words. Like thunderclaps from the heavens, yet also like the resounding voice of the Tao. Echoing throughout the entire sacred land of Qingqiu. And the deepest recesses of every Qingqiu Fox clan member's soul. We obey the emperor's decree. Tu Shan Bai Qian was the first to respond. Then, she gave a sharp command. Open. Boom. A terrifying, boundless demonic power far surpassing the peak of ordinary SSS tier, even faintly touching the threshold of the legendary half-step divine sovereign, exploded with a thunderous roar. 9 snow-white foxtails, more dazzling than the starry sky, shot skyward behind her, blinding the sky and obscuring the sun. At that moment, Tu Shan Baichen formed a seal with her jade-like hands. She channeled the primordial demonic power of the 9-tailed celestial fox into every array point of the 9 palaces spirit gathering, evil summoning, vein protecting great array. We humbly obey the emperor's decree. For the eternal prosperity of Qingqiu, we shall sacrifice everything. Elder Tu Shan Yuan's voice rang out with unbridled fervor. Then, she and dozens of other Qingxin elders simultaneously unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. The pure demonic power they had cultivated over tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, like a tidal wave unleashed without restraint, furiously poured into every node and channel of the great formation. Buzz. 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 Such a colossal and boundless infusion of energy. 9 palaces gathering spirit, summoning evil, and protecting Meridian's grand array. At this moment, the 9 pillars of light that had merely shone brilliantly instantly solidified, becoming as tangible as 9 colossal divine pillars of metal, capable of supporting the heavens and shaking the earth. They plunged deep into the 9 netherworld's earth veins, then pierced through the 9 heavens' starry seas and cloud oceans. Upon the array's luminous barrier, billions of profound array runes swirled frantically. Lin Yuan watched, his eyes blazing with intensity. The moment was ripe. Open! A piercing cry rang out to the heavens. Within Lin Yuan's body, the remaining droplet of Pangu's blood, now more than half full, detonated completely at this very moment. Roar! A piercing, primal roar as if capable of shattering the heavens and earth burst forth from his body. The Vipanga dragon scale body underwent another astonishing transformation at this very moment. Across his body, crimson gold dragon scale patterns emerged. Each dragon scale seemed forged from primordial, radiating an immortal, indestructible light that could withstand 10,000 calamities. With my blood, I reignite the spark of life. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn as he formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture. A crimson gold divine light erupted from his fingertips. From the ancestral cavity between his eyebrows, he forcibly extracted 3 full drops of primordial essence blood, each shimmering with a rosy glow. The moment these 3 drops materialized, they transformed into 3 vivid, lifelike crimson gold divine dragons. Each measured roughly 9 zhang in length, their heads swaying and tails undulating as they let out resounding dragon cries. Within the 9 palaces' great array, the land that had lain barren for tens of thousands of years burst forth with vibrant vitality. Countless rare flowers, exotic plants, immortal blossoms, and spiritual roots long extinct from the world suddenly burst forth from the scorched earth like bamboo shoots after rain. They fluttered in the wind, radiating boundless vitality. Go! Lin Yuan's gaze was unwavering as he pointed into the distance. The 3 crimson gold divine dragons, forged from his primordial essence blood, immediately let out a resounding dragon's roar, transforming into 3 crimson gold streaks of light that tore through the void. They charged toward the Qingqiu ancestral vein already shattered beyond repair, lifeless, and on the brink of complete severance. Hum! 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 3 dragons entered the vein. Like 3 primordial suns at the dawn of chaos. Simultaneously plunging into the abyss of primordial chaos, shrouded in endless, deathly silence. The entire forbidden sanctuary of the Qingqiu ancestral vein was instantly engulfed by a crimson gold radiance of creation so blinding it could not be gazed upon directly. The Qingqiu ancestral vein, already withered and fractured, teetering on the brink of complete demise, suddenly received the boundless nourishment of long-awaited rain in a parched desert. Like a starving, exhausted, dying beast of gluttony on the brink of extinction, suddenly sated by a feast, it began to absorb that vast, boundless vitality with reckless abandon. Upon the spiritual vein, those once hideous, terrifying fissures began to mend at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye, a pace that could be called earth-shattering. Healing, rebirth. The black calamity chi, like maggots gnawing at bone, relentlessly eroded the remnants of vitality within the spirit vein, emitting sharp, crackling sounds. Purified, dissipated, completely vanishing into nothingness. This was the crucial moment to press the advantage, strike while the iron was hot, and decisively seal the fate of the world. Lin Yuan roared once more. Human Emperor Banner. Manifest. Hum. The Human Emperor Banner. Suddenly bursting forth with dazzling golden light, it materialized in his hand. The earth bears all things, no law can touch it. Seal. Lin Yuan held the divine banner and swung it forward with great force. Hum. Ripples rippled through space. Upon the Human Emperor banner, light blazed with extraordinary intensity, as bright as daylight. A force akin to that emanating from the sacred Earth Mountain. The primordial power of the Earth's veins, condensed from countless ancient divine peaks, poured down like an inverted celestial river. It now surged into the rapidly reviving ancestral veins of Qingqiu, the once turbulent and unstable ancestral pulse energy, along with the myriad minute spatial fissures caused by the spirit veins' long-term damage. Under the meticulous guidance of the Human Emperor banner, imbued with the supreme power of human civilization and the state, began to be gradually smoothed and realigned. At an astonishing pace, they were returning to their proper course. Indeed, there was even a faint hint of surpassing the peak of the ancient era. However, at the final, crucial moment, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Boom! At the deepest core of the ancestral vein. Within that scar of the great way left behind by the forbidden heavenly demon at the cost of its own soul's self-destruction, a terrifying, ink-black demonic energy, brimming with extreme malice, erupted like an unparalleled, peerless demonic fiend breaking free from an eternal prison. It erupted with a thunderous roar. Ha ha ha! Within the demonic energy, a colossal, 10,000 zhang tall demonic remnant, green-faced, fanged, 3-headed, and 6-armed, roared in silence. Seizing this opportune moment, the counterattack to seize control was within reach, targeting Lin Yuan at the critical moment of casting his spell. Roar! The demonic remnant's malevolent aura surged heavenward. It was beginning to suppress the divine power of both the Nine Palaces Spirit Gathering, Evil Summoning, Vein Protecting Great Array and the Human Emperor Banner. Tushan Baiqian's expression changed drastically in an instant. Her cherry lips clenched tightly. She was about to burn her primordial divine soul without hesitation. For Lin Yuan. For Qingqiu. To buy time. Baiqian. You must not. Lin Yuan seized her jade-like hand, his gaze piercing. Like a peerless divine sword, sealed away for eons, now finally drawn from its scabbard. Its edge was fully exposed. Its icy glint pierced through iron armor. A mere fragment of a soul, a wretched remnant of demonic thoughts, rotten for millions of years, utterly insignificant. And you dare to bark madly before this emperor, daring to act so insolently? Lin Yuan's voice was icy cold. Even with confidence in deploying formations, he was equally certain he could handle this insignificant remnant. Baiqian. Step back. Focus on supporting your husband. Today, I'll let you witness it with your own eyes. The man you chose. How he slays this calamity that has plagued the ages. Before the words had even faded, the human emperor banner erupted in golden light once more. Lin Yuan's entire aura, at this moment, surged upward at a terrifying speed beyond imagination. Rising madly upward. Chapter 108, Demon Soul Extinguished, Qingqiu settled. Above the heavens. Lin Yuan's aura had already surged to the peak of SS rank. Indeed, it surpassed even that. His Pangu dragon scales shimmered with immortal divine light. The human emperor banner in his hand fluttered fiercely, radiating golden light that nearly transformed this entire world into a sacred domain. Roar! Opposite him, the remnant soul of the heavenly demon unleashed a soul-shaking roar. A tangible black storm swept forth. A mere grain of rice dares to shine? Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. His voice like a divine decree from the heavens. He moved. One step forward. The entire Nine Palaces Spirit Gathering, Evil Summoning, Vein Protecting Great Array rumbled in response. Endless stellar energy and the Earth's vital essence from the 9 netherworlds were forcibly channeled by him, empowering his very being. Imperial edict of the human sovereign words become law. Lin Yuan spoke with the authority of heaven. This demon must be slain. Boom! Upon the human emperor banner, a golden divine thunderbolt, imbued with the supreme majesty of humanity, abruptly coalesced. Upon it, the shadowy forms of countless human ancestors seemed to roar. The divine thunder shattered the void, splitting straight through the remnant soul of the heavenly demon. Ha ha ha! You dare think mere human power can destroy me? The remnant soul of the heavenly demon swung its 6 arms, stirring up a torrent of demonic energy that coalesced into a colossal shield, barring its path. At the same moment, Tushan Baiqian cried out in defiance. Husband, I come to aid you. 9 tails swept across the sky, obscuring the sun and moon. Each foxtail blazed with roaring 9-colored demonic flames. Endless illusory runes surged like a tidal wave toward the remnant soul of the heavenly demon, disrupting its mind and eroding its demonic might. Vile fox demon! Get out of my way! The remnant soul of the heavenly demon roared, splitting off a head to spew soul-corroding demonic flames, repelling Tushan Baiqian's assault. Lin Yuan watched this unfold, a cold smile curling his lips. Still daring to be distracted? The human emperor banner trembled lightly. A solid, earth-yellow light barrier instantly materialized before Tushan Baiqian, completely blocking the demonic flames. Earth's primordial prison. Lin Yuan roared once more. The earth primordial runes on the surface of the human emperor banner flared brightly. The earth beneath the remnant soul of the heavenly demon instantly transformed into a bottomless yellow swamp. Terrifying forces of suppression and binding surged from all directions, halting its movement. Now! A fierce light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The Pangu dragon scale body emitted a piercing dragon's roar. Grasping the human emperor banner, he charged toward the remnant soul of the heavenly demon like a primordial war god. You're asking for death. The remnant soul of the heavenly demon was utterly enraged. The other 2 heads and the remaining 4 arms simultaneously unleashed devastating demonic light, bombarding Lin Yuan. Such an assault would make even an ordinary SSS tier beginner level powerhouse pale with fear. Yet, Lin Yuan neither dodged nor retreated. Human emperor banner, suppress them. He channeled all his power into the human emperor banner. The ancient banner seemed to come alive in that moment. Upon its surface, the fragmented celestial map spun rapidly, radiating an unparalleled might capable of suppressing the ages and obliterating all malevolent spirits. Boom! Lin Yuan's figure collided violently with the demonic light of the heavenly demon's remnant soul. Terrifying energy ripples sent the entire 9 Palaces formation reeling violently. Put! Lin Yuan staggered slightly, a trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But his gaze grew even brighter. Come again! He grew fiercer with every clash. Meanwhile, the remnant soul of the heavenly demon, under the direct assault of the human emperor banner, a supreme treasure of humanity, and Lin Yuan's overwhelmingly domineering Pangu bloodline power, Its already ethereal demonic form began to grow even more transparent. The demonic aura swirling around it melted away like ice under the scorching sun. Impossible. How could a mere SS rank possess such power? The remnant soul of the heavenly demon let out an incredulous shriek. It sensed its demonic soul's origin traceable to an ancient forbidden existence being relentlessly purified and eroded by a force that was majestic, vast, supremely righteous, and supremely yang. Husband. Tushan Baiqian watched the scene unfold, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She drew a deep breath. Nine-tailed god binding lock. Illusory realm grinding mill. 9 snow-white fox tails, like 9 ancient divine chains alive with their own essence, instantly pierced the void. Layer upon layer, they bound the already faltering remnant soul of the heavenly demon. Immediately after, a 9-colored millstone apparition, formed from boundless illusory runes and radiating a terrifying aura of annihilation, materialized above the demonic remnant's head, slowly turning. The demonic remnant soul let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its demonic soul was being ground to dust, bit, by that 9-colored millstone. Purified. It's done. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with divine light. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Human Emperor Banner, absorb the spirit and restore the essence. Exterminate the evil. A blinding radiance erupted from the Human Emperor Banner. An ancient and mysterious divine character, the character for exterminate, emerged from the banner's surface, stamping directly onto the remnant soul of the heavenly demon's forehead. Simultaneously, a peculiar suction emanated from the banner's surface, drawing in every thread of the purest energy scattered after the heavenly demon's remnant soul was obliterated, along with a faint, elusive black demonic pattern all absorbed into the banner. I refuse to accept this, with a howl of utter despair. The remnant soul of the heavenly demon, which had ravaged Qingqiu for millions of years, leaving generations of 9-tailed celestial foxes utterly helpless. Finally, through the combined efforts of Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian, was utterly obliterated. Shattered into oblivion. With the demonic remnant utterly purged, the final shadow weighing upon Qingqiu's destiny finally dissipated completely. The 9 palaces spirit gathering, evil drawing, vein protecting great array now operated flawlessly with unimaginable efficiency, unhindered by any obstruction. Boom! At this moment, the ancestral veins of Qingqiu awoke like a primordial dragon slumbering for eons. Vast, boundless vitality surged forth from the deepest depths of the earth's veins. Throughout the entire Qingqiu blessed land, spiritual energy thickened into a visible rainbow mist, descending like heavenly dew to evenly blanket every corner of the land. Countless ancient trees, long withered for untold millennia, now sprouted fresh green buds at a visible pace, bursting with vibrant vitality. Exotic flowers and rare plants vied for splendor. Immortal cranes and spirit deer roamed freely through the rejuvenated forests, their joyful cries echoing through the air. The entire Qingqiu seemed to have undergone an unprecedented rebirth. A scene of boundless vitality and auspiciousness unfolded. Within and without the sacred temple of Qingqiu, all the elders of Qingqiu who witnessed this earth-shaking transformation, along with countless Fox Clan citizens. First, they experienced a momentary daze. Then, earth-shattering cheers erupted. The Emperor is mighty. The Fox Sovereign is mighty. Every Fox Clan member, regardless of cultivation level or social standing, all prostrated themselves with utmost reverence, kneeling toward the direction where Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian stood. Hail the Emperor for vanquishing the demonic forces. Long live the rebirth of Qingqiu. The Emperor's divine might is peerless. Long live the Fox Sovereign. The roaring cries of homage echoed like a mountain's howl and a sea's roar, piercing the heavens. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt it clearly. A vast, boundless, and supremely pure auspicious energy of Qingqiu surged toward him like 1,000 rivers flowing to the sea, gathering of its own accord and bestowing its blessings upon him. It forged a bond with this vast, blessed land of Qingqiu as deep as blood ties. His already profoundly deep fortune surged once more, rising like a tide, becoming even more resplendent and enduring. Afterward, to celebrate Qingqiu's rebirth, the Qingqiu Fox Clan held the grandest celebratory ceremony in their history. Leaders of prominent demon clans from all directions, even those who hadn't received formal invitations, dispatched their most important envoys bearing lavish gifts, journeying through the night to offer congratulations. The entire sacred land of Qingqiu was adorned with lanterns and decorations, filled with the ethereal sounds of celestial music. Myriad demons paid homage, clinking cups and exchanging toasts. The atmosphere was unparalleled in its fervor and grandeur, unseen for millions of years. The banquet lasted 3 full days and nights before gradually dispersing. Night had deepened. Though their bodies and minds felt slightly weary from the continuous battles and celebrations, Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian both wore expressions of relief and joy, the satisfaction of a great task accomplished. Surrounded by Fox Clan attendants, hand in hand, they entered the sleeping quarters. Chapter 109, Warm Spring Nights Beneath the Crimson Phoenix Canopy. At this moment, red candles burned brightly, their warm glow mingling with the delicate fragrance of warm jade. The air carried the crisp, rich fragrance of blooming flowers mingled with the faint, enchanting scent unique to the nine-tailed celestial fox, a scent that stirred the soul. All the discreet maids had already quietly withdrawn, thoughtfully closing the palace's heavy jade doors. All external clamor was now shut out. Within the vast bedchamber, only Lin Yuan remained. And Tushan Baiqian, who had shed all her finery, her beauty now tinged with an added allure. At this moment, Tushan Baiqian was no longer the decisive, majestic empress of Qingqiu. Instead, she resembled a vulnerable young woman who had just shed the weight of millions of years of burden, now utterly dependent on the man before her. She poured Lin Yuan a cup of Qingqiu's secret brew, the fox child wine. The liquid shimmered like flowing rubies, radiating an intoxicating fragrance. Tushan Baiqian personally brought the jade cup to Lin Yuan's lips. Her beautiful eyes rippled with watery waves, her allure as natural as the sky. Her voice was soft and alluring. "Husband, please." Lin Yuan drank with a smile. A warm current slid down his throat and into his belly, transforming into a strange energy that nourished every bone and limb. "Fine wine," he praised sincerely. Side by side, they sat beside the cloud bed couch, its surface draped in a single, snow-white fox fur rug, warm and soft to the touch. Outside the window lay the serene and beautiful nightscape of the sacred land of Qingqiu, bathed in moonlight like water, with starlight scattered across the earth. Tushan Baiqian nestled gently against Lin Yuan's shoulder. Her breath fragrant as orchids, she whispered softly. From the initial damage to the ancestral veins of Qingqiu, the struggles endured by generations of fox lords to sustain it, to the endless pressure and growing despair she faced after ascending to the fox sovereign's throne. Then came their meeting in the eerie affair, an encounter that felt destined, offering her a faint glimmer of light in the darkness. And finally, everything Lin Yuan had done since truly arriving in Qingqiu for her, and for the entire clan. Tushan Baiqian spoke softly. Lin Yuan listened quietly. Occasionally, he reached out, gently wiping away the crystalline tears that slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. Or he would draw her closer into his warm, strong embrace. With the gentlest words, he responded to the voice of her heart. Two hearts, in this candid and sincere exchange. They drew closer than ever before. Without the slightest barrier. As the wine's influence deepened, their affection grew more intense. The atmosphere within the bedchamber grew increasingly ambiguous and fiery. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Tushan Baiqian's already flawlessly beautiful face flushed with an intoxicating blush of crimson, tinged with bashfulness. Her skin, as white and delicate as snow, was faintly visible beneath a sheer, clinging silk nightgown, radiating a deadly allure. Her gaze upon Lin Yuan was one of devotion, adoration, and willing surrender. As if she were ready to surrender everything she had to this man before her, without reservation. Lin Yuan gazed at this peerlessly radiant nine-tailed celestial fox. He felt the unique, intoxicating charm radiating from her. His heart burned with passion. He reached out. His fingertips gently traced the delicate curve of her jaw, savoring its astonishing smoothness and suppleness. He carefully tucked a few playful strands of her hair, scattered across her snow-white neck, behind her crystal-clear ear. That accidental touch of skin caused Tushan Baiqian's delicate body to tremble slightly, as if struck by an electric current. Her breathing, too, grew involuntarily rapid. At this very moment, no more words were needed. A lingering exchange of gazes. A breath that grew heavier, tinged with longing, surpassed all the sweetest vows in the world. Lin Yuan lowered his head slightly. Tushan Baiqian bashfully closed her peach blossom eyes, those eyes that could captivate the world, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Lin Yuan's lips gently pressed against her delicate, slightly parted lips, as if they were made of cherry blossoms. At first, it was but a tender, fleeting caress. Soon, it transformed into a passionate kiss as fierce as a storm. Tushan Baiqian responded awkwardly. Her arms instinctively wrapped tightly around Lin Yuan's neck, as if she wished to merge herself completely into his body. Within the bedchamber, red candles wept tears, emitting faint crackling sounds. The pure moonlight outside the window filtered through the delicate openwork gauze curtains, casting mottled and hazy radiance upon the floor. The air, which had carried only the subtle, soothing fragrance of calming flowers and the celestial fox's own scent, now seemed ignited, growing intense and intoxicating. Only the sound of their heartbeats grew clearer and more urgent. And the suppressed, pained whispers echoed and intertwined within the silent palace, composing the most primal, most moving symphony of life. When the tide rises to unprecedented heights, everything unfolds with such seamless inevitability, as if it were meant to be. The camera slowly pulls back, gliding over the gently swaying layers of crimson gauze curtains, gliding over the splendid imperial robes belonging to the nine-tailed celestial fox empress scattered upon the floor, and the embroidered long robe belonging to Lin Yuan. Finally, it pauses on the shy moon beyond the window, quietly retreating behind thick clouds. Or upon the dragon and phoenix red candles, burned to the drip, their wax tears piled high like mountains. The night was still long, and their love remained as thick and indissoluble as ever. Their souls and bodies, at this moment, both achieved an unprecedented harmony and unity. It felt as though they had entered a mystical realm, one that existed only in ancient legends, a realm of yin and yang uniting as one, heaven and earth supporting each other. Their primordial demonic energies intertwined with Lin Yuan's unique Pango bloodline power and the divine mandate of the human emperor. Unbeknownst to them, they drew each other in, nourished one another, and elevated each other. Together, they composed a symphony of ultimate resonance, a hymn to life and the Tao itself. This night, sleep was impossible. And it was destined to be one that spoke only of boundless romance and timeless tenderness. Dawn's first light breaks. Sunlight filtered through the intricate window lattice, illuminating the Taoist temple. It cast a warm halo over this intimate space that had just weathered a night of passion. Lin Yuan opened his eyes first. In his arms lay Tushan Baiqian, her sleeping face still carrying a hint of languid charm and the satisfied, childlike innocence of one who had just awakened from a deep slumber. She curled up in Lin Yuan's embrace. A few crystalline dewdrops seemed to cling to her long lashes. A smile played at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips as a profound sense of peace and contentment filled his heart. He made no move to rise. Instead, he gently reached out, carefully tucking a strand of her dark hair that had fallen beside her cheek behind her ear. The silky smoothness beneath his fingertips still stirred his soul. Tushan Baiqian let out a soft sigh. Her long lashes fluttered slightly before her beautiful eyes slowly opened. When she recognized Lin Yuan gazing tenderly at her, a captivating blush instantly spread across her exquisite face, adding a touch of the tender, bashful charm of one who had just experienced the first rain. Husband. She buried her face deep into Lin Yuan's chest. As if only in this way could she feel the reassuring reality that brought her peace. The two remained entwined in tender intimacy upon the bed for a long while. Until the sun climbed high in the sky. Only then, under the respectful yet subtly suggestive smiles of the maidservants attending to them, they rose to wash and dress. Before the dressing mirror, Tushan Baiqian discovered with delight. A single night of intimate union with Lin Yuan, a profound fusion of soul and spirit, a merging of essence and flesh. Not only had it completely purged all latent injuries and hidden dangers accumulated within her body due to the Qingqiu ancestral vein's long-term depletion. Even her nine-tailed celestial fox's primordial demonic power, already at the peak of SSS tier, seemingly impossible to advance further, had become more refined and pure. Perfectly harmonized. Moreover, she sensed faintly that she had touched the formidable barrier of that legendary higher realm. As if, given just one opportunity, she could shatter the barrier and step into an entirely new realm. This made the gaze she cast upon Lin Yuan grow even more mesmerized. Her husband was nothing less than a supreme treasure bestowed by heaven upon Qingqiu, upon her. Chapter 110, The Fox Palace's First Union with the Tao, the Divine Fetus Protects the Dragon Kingdom. Morning light streamed through the window lattice, bathing the room in a soft glow. In Lin Yuan's embrace, Tushan Baiqian lazily stretched a jade-like arm. Her exquisite sleeping face bore a trace of contented satisfaction. Slowly, she opened those enchanting peach blossom eyes that could captivate any soul, meeting Lin Yuan's gentle, smiling gaze. A blush of intoxicating crimson swiftly spread across her lovely face. Husband. Her voice was soft and velvety, tinged with the huskiness of early morning, yet seductive to the core. They lingered in each other's embrace for a moment longer. They savored a meticulously prepared breakfast. Upon the banquet table lay rare delicacies and exotic fruits seldom seen in Qingqiu for 10,000 years, along with divine brews and elixirs. Tushan Baiqian nestled close to Lin Yuan, her voice soft. My lord, Qingqiu now stands at a crossroads of renewal. Though our ancestral lineage has been restored, many matters still require careful planning. I wish to hear your insights, my lord. Lin Yuan smiled calmly. Now endowed with the divine blessing of the Fox Sovereign of Qingqiu, he possessed complete mastery over the flow of fortune and the distribution of spiritual energy throughout the entire Qingqiu. Enhanced further by the nine-tailed heavenly heart, talent, his mind was sharp and his thoughts clear. A clear blueprint for Qingqiu's future had long taken shape within his mind. Baiqian, Qingqiu is the sacred land of the ancient demonic tribes. Its profound foundations are unmatched in this world. Now that adversity has turned to fortune, it shall establish an immortal foundation for 10,000 generations. Lin Yuan gently encircled her slender waist as he spoke softly. In my opinion, first, we should establish the spirit cultivation garden. Carefully transplant and cultivate the unique rare flowers, exotic plants, divine blossoms, and spiritual roots found only in Qingqiu. Nourished by the surging spiritual energy of the ancestral veins, supplemented by the nine-tailed celestial fox clan's secret cultivation techniques. Thus, within a century, Qingqiu will yield an unending supply of supreme cultivation resources. This would not only meet the cultivation needs of our clan but also serve as a precious bargaining chip to foster goodwill with other factions. Tushan Baiqian's beautiful eyes grew increasingly bright. My lord, this plan is most ingenious. Regarding the immortal garden, I shall immediately instruct Elder Yerome to personally oversee its development. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and continued. Second, we shall establish the 10,000 Foxtao Palace. We shall widely recruit all exceptionally talented young disciples within Qingqiu, regardless of their bloodline rank or background. Talent alone shall be the criterion. Senior elders of profound cultivation and extensive experience shall take turns instructing them.
Systematically impart the supreme Taoist arts, exquisite illusions, and various practical supernatural abilities of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan.
Those demonstrating exceptional aptitude may even receive personal guidance from both of us.
Thus, the future of Qingqiu shall see a profusion of outstanding talents, a forest of mighty warriors, and our collective strength shall ascend to new heights.
Wonderful! My husband has truly thought of everything. The more Tushan Baiqian listened, the deeper her admiration and affection for Lin Yuan grew. Each of these plans struck at the heart of the matter, charting a broad and prosperous path for Qingqiu's future. The third point is also crucial. Lin Yuan's gaze grew profoundly deep at that moment. Qingqiu shall propose an alliance, uniting all demonic factions in the Eastern Demon Realm willing to befriend us. Form an alliance.
Within this alliance, we shall share resources and intelligence. Should a formidable enemy attack, we shall stand united as one, resisting external threats together. In this way, we shall not only greatly enhance Qingqiu's influence and standing within the entire bizarre world. It can also help our dragon nation secure more powerful and reliable potential allies to jointly address any future shifts in the landscape. These words revealed a vision of immense scope and profound foresight. They had already intertwined the fate of Qingqiu with the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Tushan Baiqian listened, her heart surging with emotion, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Gazing into Lin Yuan's eyes, deep as the starry sky, she felt her husband was nothing less than a divine being sent by heaven to save Qingqiu and guide its path.
My lord's extraordinary vision and strategy. Baiqian is utterly in awe. All matters concerning Qingqiu shall be decided by your word alone. She immediately issued the Fox Sovereign's decree, summoning all core elders of Qingqiu, including Tushan Yuan, to assemble at the Tushan Sacred Temple. She solemnly proclaimed the three supreme development principles for Qingqiu's next 10,000 years, established by Emperor Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, the elders were first struck dumb with astonishment. Then, they were utterly bowled over by Lord Lin Yuan's extraordinary wisdom and far-sighted vision. The emperor is truly enlightened. This is a blessing for all generations of Qingqiu. All elders bowed deeply in submission, their hearts filled with sincere conviction. Having resolved these matters of vital importance to Qingqiu's future, Lin Yuan and Tushan Baiqian returned once more to the Qiankuan Hadao Palace, a realm belonging solely to the two of them. Within the palace, the atmosphere was warm and enchanting. Tushan Baiqian's heart overflowed with tender affection and surging love for Lin Yuan, who had devoted himself so completely to Qingqiu. She nestled into his embrace, her breath fragrant as orchids. My husband, you must be weary after tending to Qingqiu for so long. Why not, let us merge our Dao together. Hearing this, Lin Yuan gazed upon Baiqian's breathtakingly beautiful face, flushed with shy and timid charm. His heart burned with passion. He nodded gently, everything is as my wife wishes. The two then entered the inner chambers. And so it was. One day passed. Another day passed. Who knows how much time had passed? Their dual cultivation practice gradually reached new heights. On this very day, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. From the flat expanse of Tushan Baiqian's abdomen, a dazzling, nine-colored radiance erupted. A surge of life energy, accompanied by the faint, auspicious sign of the nine-tailed celestial fox howling at the moon, surged skyward with overwhelming force, instantly resonating with the cosmic laws of the entire Qingqiu world. Lin Yuan was struck by divine inspiration, sensing that familiar aura connected to his very bloodline. An expression of disbelief and wild joy spread across his face. Baiqian. You, what is this? Almost in the same instant, a cold, monumental, utterly emotionless, yet loud enough for every living being to hear clearly, boomed across the entire world. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan and his SSS tier companion nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian on successfully conceiving a bloodline descendant. This is a union blessed by heaven and earth, an auspicious union where the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline perfectly merges with the legacy of the human Emperor Pangu. All demons rejoice, the three realms tremble. Reward for Dragon Nation SSS tier mythical union. Reward 1, the Qingqiu realm. Within Dragon Nation, a true projection connected to the aura of the sacred land of Qingqiu, Little Qingqiu, will materialize. Within Little Qingqiu, spiritual energy concentration will surge to 100-fold of the outside world. Citizens cultivating, seeking enlightenment, nurturing spiritual plants, or taming spirit beasts here will see their efficiency increase tenfold or more. Those gifted in psychic abilities, illusory arts, or affinity with demonic beings will gain especially immense benefits. Reward 2, the fate-guarding divine stone. A divine stone imbued with Qingqiu's 10,000-year auspicious fortune has manifested at the core of the ancestral temple in the Dragon Nation's capital. Reward 3, heaven-sent auspicious matches. The overall probability of newborns within the Dragon Nation exhibiting a grade or higher exceptional talents has increased by an additional 20%. Broadcast ends. Boom. Each syllable of the system announcement struck like bolts of divine thunder. Once again, the entire blue star was utterly shattered to its core. Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation again. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan again. This man is practically a walking perpetual motion machine of national fortune. Just married a wife, and now he's already got a kid on the way. That kind of efficiency, who else can match that? Envy and jealousy don't even begin to describe how I feel. Now I just want to know, is big shot Lin Yuan still looking for leg ornaments? Ha ha ha. Xingqiu Immortal Realm Projection. Our Dragon Nation is about to take off in full force. The rhythm of nations paying homage is upon us. The nation's 1.4 billion citizens plunged into unprecedented, massive celebrations. Meanwhile, in other nations around the world, especially in the Eagle Nation and the Land of the Gods, were leaders of major powers already reeling from the miraculous feats Lin Yuan had previously unleashed. Upon hearing of this national fortune reward, many felt their vision darken, nearly fainting on the spot. It's over, completely over. This bizarre matchmaking game might as well be renamed the Dragon Nation's exclusive Destiny game. A sea of despair engulfed the scene. Chapter 111, Xingqiu Honeymoon, Lin Yuan's Guilt. The global upheaval triggered by the system announcement shall be set aside for now. At this moment, within the spirit-gathering chamber of Xingqiu, Lin Yuan gazed at Tu Shan Bai Qian in his arms, her face radiant with maternal glow, a mix of shock and joy. Recalling the system's earth-shattering announcement, beyond boundless joy, a faint tinge of deep concern for those two jealous queens, both carrying children, far away in the Miao Kingdom and the Underworld. Deep concern. It was almost certain. When this news reached their ears, it would surely cause an uproar, a tidal wave of jealousy. No! Lin Yuan's heart stirred. This matter must be kept from them for now. At the very least, they must not find out until I have a foolproof plan. Lin Yuan made his decision instantly. Then, he held the peerless beauty in his arms tightly. Bai Qian, you've been through so much. At that moment, in the sacred land of Xingqiu, the entire clan was immersed in an indescribable excitement. The entire clan was immersed in an indescribable excitement. Countless precious gifts poured in from every corner of the eastern demon realm, continuously arriving at Tushan. Lin Yuan and Tu Shan Bai Qian, within the Palace of Union, lived a honeymoon life truly worthy of divine lovers, envious of mandarin ducks, not of immortals. Tu Shan Bai Qian possessed an innate allure, and now, having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, she found herself hooked. With the added blessing of pregnancy, her form now radiated an even greater maternal tenderness. She became utterly devoted to Lin Yuan, her affection as gentle as flowing water. She poured every ounce of her affection and tenderness into Lin Yuan without reservation. Day after day, she would personally gather the freshest immortal fruits from Xingqiu for Lin Yuan. Or nestled in his embrace, delving together into the ancient secrets of the nine-tailed fox clan, ahem, you know what I mean. Or beneath the moonlit flowers, she would play the zither and flute, composing a melody of phoenix seeking the phoenix together. Lin Yuan was more than happy to bask in the ultimate tenderness of his nine-tailed celestial fox wife. And as the emperor of Xingqiu, he held absolute authority, a revered figure to whom all demons bowed in awe. But beyond this world of deep affection and intimacy, deep within Lin Yuan's heart lingered an imperceptible sense of guilt and indebtedness toward Ji Tiannu, far away in the Miao tribes, and toward Meng Sanqi, trapped within the netherworld. After all, he had yet to inform either of them about Bai Qian's pregnancy and the new wave of mythic rewards it would bring to the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yuan felt it necessary to take the initiative and express himself. He opened the family group chat. After carefully weighing his words for a long while, he cautiously sent a message. Lin Yuan, ahem, Celestial Maiden, Sanqi, how have you both been lately? I'm currently occupied with some matters here in Xingqiu and may need to linger for a few more days. Please take good care of yourselves and the child growing within you. His words were polished and flawless. He hoped it would temporarily placate those two. The message was sent. The first to reply was Ji Tiannu, the goddess of drought residing in the Crimson Palace of the Miao Kingdom. Ji Tiannu, my lord, your thoughtfulness is deeply appreciated. Both I and the dragon phoenix twins within me are well. However, these two little ones have grown increasingly mischievous lately. When they stir, their movements often cause the illusory forms of true dragons and divine phoenixes to dance across the vast barren lands of Miaojiang, creating quite a spectacle. I suppose they're eager to feel their father's presence. Ji Tiannu, oh, my lord, in my recent contemplations, my grasp of the laws has deepened further. It seems the children within me have benefited greatly from this too. I often sense faint yet pure dragon roars emanating from within them. Ji Tiannu's tone remained as elegant and noble as ever, retaining the bearing befitting the rightful consort. Once she started talking, she just wouldn't stop. Lin Yuan felt beads of sweat form on his temples. Good grief, is she already starting to subtly compete? He was pondering how to respond. When he was pondering how to respond, Meng Sanqi, Lin Yuan, you actually remember to care about us mother and daughter? Meng Sanqi, that's staying for a few days. You mentioned you're not planning to settle down in that fox den at Xingqiu, forgetting your homeland, are you? Meng Sanqi, mark my words. The netherworld is bone-chilling cold. If you don't come back soon, and our child is born weak and sickly, with an unstable spirit, I'll hold you personally responsible. Immediately after, Meng Sanchi sent several photos in quick succession. One showed her standing alone, her belly visibly swollen, on the gloomy, desolate Naiha Bridge. Behind her stretched the endless, churning blood-red river of oblivion and fields of crimson hellflowers, a desolate silhouette. Then came close-ups of the mangpa soup she'd personally brewed, now left untouched until it bubbled faintly, teetering on the brink of spoiling. This vividly illustrated accusation. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched violently as cold sweat broke out on his brow. These two ladies are both trouble, one worse than the other. Additionally, regarding Meng Sanchi carrying a daughter, it had been confirmed during her pregnancy. After all, Meng Sanchi was SSS tier and holds authority over parts of the underworld. Naturally, she felt a special connection. At this moment, Lin Yuan immediately summoned every ounce of his focus. Preparing to navigate the chat group with diplomatic finesse, his words carefully chosen to placate. Lin Yuan at Ji Tiannu, my dear, rest assured. Our dragon phoenix twins are divine seeds of heaven and earth, carrying both your and my bloodlines. They are destined to make history. I have already found several rare immortal herbs in Xingqiu that are exceptionally beneficial for the growth of dragon phoenix bloodlines. They will be sent to Miao shortly to give our children a helping hand. Lin Yuan at Sanchi, my dear, please calm your anger. The heavens and earth bear witness to my devotion to you and our daughter. Once matters in Xingqiu are settled, I shall immediately go to the underworld to bear the thorns of shame and beg forgiveness. I dare not delay even a moment. I have also prepared an unexpected surprise gift for our future precious daughter, ensuring she is born as a little princess showered with boundless affection. While Lin Yuan scrambled to deflect the barrage of veiled insults in the group chat, little did he know. Beside him, Tu Shan Baiqian observed every detail. Within those peach blossom eyes that could pierce the soul, a hint of mischief and playful amusement flickered. Then, with a gentle sweep of her jade-like arm, she casually wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's waist from behind. Her warm breath, fragrant as orchids, brushed lightly against Lin Yuan's ear. Then, her crimson lips parted, murmuring in a lazy, bewitching tone. Husband, it seems your two sisters are quite preoccupied with you. Shall we linger a little longer with the sisters, my lord? Little sister won't disturb you. As she spoke, her soft, warm body deliberately or inadvertently brushed against Lin Yuan's back. She even let out a faint, almost inaudible, yet undeniably alluring little moan, the kind that would set any man's imagination racing. Lin Yuan. Her words were like tea, her demeanor like tea. If a perfect score were 100 points, Lin Yuan would give her 99 points. He held back 1 point, lest she grow arrogant. At that moment, Lin Yuan could only feel this situation was putting him under immense pressure. Chapter 112, Warmth in the Fox Palace, Longing Sent from Afar. Fortunately, Tu Shan Baiqian didn't dwell on the matter. With a casual yawn, she simply asked Lin Yuan to accompany her on a shopping trip. Of course. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of Tu Shan Baiqian, this was absolutely not an act of magnanimity. It could only be said that this nine-tailed fox's skill level was exceptionally high. Especially when it came to her tea ceremony skills. Was exceptionally high. At this moment, morning light filtered through the mist, bathing the meticulously tended immortal herbs and spiritual plants in a soft glow, dewdrops glistening like crystals. Lin Yuan and Tu Shan Baiqian strolled side by side through the celestial garden behind the palace. This place was a newly cultivated realm of spiritual energy, created according to Lin Yuan's earlier plans. At this moment, rare flowers were just beginning to bloom, exotic herbs thrived in abundance, and the place pulsed with vibrant life. Husband, look, this 9-orifice delicate herb only broke through the soil yesterday. Tu Shan Baiqian's jade-like finger gently pointed, drawing Lin Yuan's gaze to a small plant, entirely emerald green, seemingly adorned with 9 natural orifices, constantly absorbing and expelling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's quite fine. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod. Once it matures, extract its core to refine elixirs. It proves remarkably effective for stabilizing fetal energy in pregnant women and nourishing the spirit. As he spoke, his gaze drifted involuntarily to Tu Shan Baiqian's still flat abdomen. Baiqian's lovely face flushed slightly, her heart filled with sweetness. The two strolled leisurely through the immortal garden for a while longer. They admired various rare spiritual plants long extinct in the outside world. Tu Shan Baiqian frequently introduced Lin Yuan to the names, properties, and wondrous tales recorded in Fox Clan texts about these plants. Lin Yuan listened with rapt attention. He would occasionally combine his advanced concepts from Blue Star to propose some ingenious ideas about grafting and optimizing the cultivation of these spiritual plants. These ideas drew repeated flashes of admiration in Tu Shan Baiqian's beautiful eyes, deepening her respect for her husband's erudition and versatility. But, beyond these warm, everyday moments, Lin Yuan's heart still harbored a lingering concern for Ji Tiannu, far away in the Miao region. The Dragon Phoenix twins in Tian Nu's womb must be nearing birth, right? With Bai Qian just bringing me such joyful news, I mustn't show favoritism and neglect her. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan resolved to take proactive steps to show his favor. Then, Lin Yuan returned to his bedchamber, carefully selecting several nourishing immortal fruits and thousand-year-old spiritual elixirs from the Qingqiu treasury beneficial for both the expectant mother and her unborn child. He then instructed Tu Shan Bai Qian to imbue these fruits and elixirs with a blessing, a secret technique harnessing the primordial demonic power of the nine-tailed celestial fox. This enchantment would lock in the spiritual energy and nourish the divine soul. Having completed all this, a thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. He prepared to send these gifts of love to the Crimson Palace of the Miao tribes via the drought-demon's flame 10,000 Li talisman. My husband, are you sending these to Sister Ji to aid her pregnancy? Tu Shan Bacon glided over, watching Lin Yuan's bustling preparations with a radiant smile. Lin Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. After all, the celestial maiden is carrying Dragon Phoenix twins, which takes a tremendous toll. This is just a small token of my concern. My husband is so thoughtful. Tu Shan Baiqian said no more, but a fleeting, mischievous smile flickered in her soul-captivating peach blossom eyes. A flash of light. These treasures vanished instantly from their place through the family channel. Miaozhong, Crimson Earth Palace. Ji Tiannu sat regally upon the crimson gold throne, receiving a report from her subordinate, the Corpse Slaughter Emperor, regarding recent developments in the Miao region. Suddenly, a sudden intuition stirred within her, and she lifted her phoenix-like eyes. Before her, a storage jade box enveloped in crimson gold divine flames materialized out of thin air. The box opened of its own accord. Within lay several divine fruits and elixirs, radiating pure spiritual energy and the unique fragrance of Qingqiu. A familiar divine thought belonging to Lin Yuan entered her consciousness. Celestial Maiden, how have you been lately? Your husband has found several pregnancy-nourishing treasures in Qingqiu and sends them to you. Be sure to take them as prescribed. Once matters in Qingqiu are settled, I shall return shortly. Do not worry. A flicker of delight first crossed Ji Tiannu's exquisite features. Then, a graceful smile, tinged with understanding, curved her lips. She gave a slight nod and spoke softly to the empty hall. My husband is thoughtful. I and the children are well. Only these two little ones, perhaps inheriting the domineering bloodlines of both husband and wife, have been kicking more frequently lately. Often, the illusory forms of dragon and phoenix dance together, the spectacle quite grand. Yet her voice carried across endless time and space, reaching Lin Yuan's ears. My lord, with your many duties in Qingqiu, please take care of yourself. Your humble wife awaits your triumphant return in Miaozhong. Within these words, it expressed her joyful acceptance of Lin Yuan's heartfelt intentions, yet subtly hinted at the legitimacy of the Dragon Phoenix twins growing within her womb. Put plainly, far from the emperor's reach. For now, he couldn't touch Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan returned, Ji Tiannu, driven by both old grudges and fresh grievances, would naturally seek to settle accounts with Lin Yuan. Lately, aside from Lin Yuan's side, other players in the bizarre world have also made progress. Blue Star. At this moment, the cold, monumental voice of the system announcement once again reverberated throughout the entire bizarre marriage game world and every corner of Blue Star. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Ivanov from Bear Nation for successfully contracting with the Greta Anomaly Snowbound Vixen. Belonging to the nation of Bear Country, it has earned an A-class national reward. Reward 1, National Cold Resistance Attribute plus 10%. Reward 2, within Bear Nation, permanently slightly increased concentration of ice elemental magic. Extremely rare chance to spawn ice elemental natural treasures. Reward 3, unlock the special troop class Frost Warriors. Bear Nation may recruit them by expending national fortune points or special resources. Broadcast ended. The global livestream erupted in an instant. Holy crap! Bear Nation's tough guys finally stepped up? A tier marriage prospects, IP, Dragon Nation. Frostbound Snow Maiden? The name alone is epic. Wonder how she looks, IP, Sakura Nation. Ha ha ha. Our Bear Nation warriors are the best. Yura. IP, Bear Nation. A tier? Compared to Dragon Nation's Lin Yuan's SSS tier wife squad, they're like fireflies next to the moon, utterly insignificant. IP, Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation guy up there, don't get too cocky. At least our Bear Nation achieved success through hard work. Unlike certain folks who started off. IP, Eagle Nation. Audiences from various nations reacted differently. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, and still others disdain. As for Bear Nation, they were naturally overjoyed. After all, Eagle Nation hadn't produced another tier player since Giant Arm at the game's start. After Big Arm died, the Eagle squad players were on the decline. They've largely relied on the 5% Club, Big Beast guy. But regardless, following Dragon Nation's Lin Yuan, a top player from another major power has finally succeeded in conquering an A-grade anomaly companion. And this Ivanov. Previously, he was relatively unknown. Who would have thought he was quietly preparing something big? Quietly, he conquered an A-rank anomalous companion. The hardships and struggles involved are unimaginable. After all, the rules of the anomalous marriage game, the higher the partner's rank, the greater the difficulty in conquering them. For example, many players before had extremely low success rates when pursuing C and B rank anomalies. Those who managed to succeed were essentially the cream of the crop. Chapter 113, Neck and Neck, another A-rank encounter. Xingqiu. For Lin Yuan, he didn't pay much attention to the players' situations. After all, A-class opponents were mere ants he could crush at will. What truly mattered to him were his 3 SSS-tier sovereign wives, each equally pregnant. Especially Tu Shan by Qian. Ever since becoming pregnant, this 9-tailed celestial fox empress seemed to have fully unleashed her true nature. Not only has her dependence on Lin Yuan deepened, often curling up in his arms like a kitten to seek affection, her tastes in certain matters have also grown rather particular. Take today, for instance. She suddenly craved the snow lotus jade carp, a creature born from the essence of ice spirits within the pistils of 10,000-year-old snow lotus flowers that grow on the frozen plains of the far north. This fish not only possessed flesh of unparalleled delicacy but also held extraordinary efficacy in stabilizing the pregnancy and nourishing the fetus's divine spirit. However, the far north ice plains lay billions of miles away from Xingqiu. Moreover, the environment is harsh, teeming with powerful ice elemental demon beasts. Even ordinary SS-rank great demons dare not venture there lightly. But who is Lin Yuan? His wife's request? He must fulfill it. He immediately declared that the snow lotus jade carp was but a trifle easily obtained. Tu Shan Baiqian naturally beamed with delight, offering him a sweet kiss. Lin Yuan never actually went to fetch it himself. He merely issued an imperial decree. He commanded the Wind Thunder Falcon clan, a swift-flying tribe within the 10,000 Demons Alliance, dwelling near the Arctic ice plains, to capture it on his behalf. They were given a strict 3-day deadline to deliver the freshest snow lotus jade carp to Xingqiu. Upon receiving the decree, the Wind Thunder Falcon clan dared not delay. Their clan leader, an early SS-tier Wind Thunder Falcon Emperor, personally took charge. Within a single day and night, he presented several lively, crystal-clear snow lotus jade carp before Lin Yuan with utmost reverence. Lin Yuan was greatly pleased, casually bestowing some Xingqiu's specialty spirit fruits as a reward. The Falcon Emperor then withdrew, deeply grateful. That night, Lin Yuan personally took to the kitchen, meticulously preparing the snow lotus jade carp. He shared a sumptuous dinner with Tu Shan by Qian. After a tender moment, Lin Yuan thought to himself, since he had obtained such a precious gift, he should send a portion to Meng Sanqi in the underworld. After all, the daughter growing within her womb was also his own precious child. Thus, he followed the same method. He once again selected the finest snow lotus jade carp, along with several rare treasures unique to Xingqiu, each imbued with immense vital soul energy, such as the 9-turn soul nurturing flower and the 1,000-year spirit nourishing rasher, among others. He also enclosed a heartfelt letter of greeting. Through special channels, it was urgently dispatched to the underworld, to the hall of Mengpa. The underworld, Mengpo's hall. Chilling winds howled, and ghostly mists hung thick in the air. Meng Sanqi paced restlessly within the hall. The fetus in her womb had been unusually restless lately for some unknown reason. This left her feeling restless and with little appetite. That damned Lin Yuan. He must be having the time of his life in Xingqiu, forgetting this sovereign and our daughter to the ends of the earth. She gritted her teeth, cursing him under her breath. At that very moment, the system panel materialized out of thin air. Several flashes of light burst forth from the family group chat. All were gifts sent by Lin Yuan. Meng Sanqi froze for a moment, then the inexplicable resentment in her heart dissipated by more than half in an instant. At least he has a shred of conscience. She gave a deliberately aloof little snort and ordered the ghostly attendant to present the items. When she saw the snow lotus jade carp still radiating pure cold energy, and the Xingqiu treasures obviously invaluable and highly beneficial to soul cultivation, a flicker of genuine delight still escaped the depths of Meng Sanqi's mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes. But when she unfolded Lin Yuan's letter and read the heartfelt, vow-filled words within, for some reason, a nameless rage flared up within her. You bastard, Lin Yuan. Playing the fool before this sovereign. Did you really think some worthless trinkets and a few sweet nothings would fool me? The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. She opened the group chat without hesitation. Locking onto Lin Yuan's profile picture, she unleashed a torrent of fury. First, she sent an angry meme of herself with furrowed brows and eyes blazing with fury. Next, she posted a carefully composed photo. The backdrop was the gloomy, desolate, and deserted Bridge of No Return. And taking center stage in the photo were the lavish gifts Lin Yuan had just delivered. Snow lotus jade carp lay carelessly tossed on the ground, with a few wilted 9-turn soul-infused flowers scattered nearby. The most striking detail, however, Meng Sanqi deliberately thrust out her noticeably swollen belly, striking a pitiful, tearful pose. Her jade-like hand gently caressed her belly as her eyes gazed at the camera with a look of deep resentment. The caption was concise and to the point, launching into a complaint. The items are fine, but it's a pity that certain heartless individuals only remember revelry and debauchery, forgetting that this sovereign and my future daughter still need him to return and personally regulate our yin and yang, fortify our foundations, and nurture our essence. Otherwise, I'll take my daughter and march on Qingqiu, making your fox den a place of eternal unrest. This visually striking, pinpoint attack. Its destructive power was easily tenfold stronger than before. Qingqiu, Dao Palace. Lin Yuan had just concluded his in-depth exchange with Tu Shan by Qian. He was about to check the latest status of the Human Emperor banner, when he was bombarded by messages from Meng Sanqi in the group chat. Lin Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his temples throbbing violently. Good heavens! What on earth is this all about? Husband, has Sister Meng given us another order? Tu Shan Baiqian glided over with graceful steps. Holding a freshly brewed cup of calming tea, she gracefully approached Lin Yuan. Her gaze just happened to catch the message Meng Sanqi had sent on Lin Yuan's light screen. A sly smile flickered in her beautiful eyes. Yet she feigned concern as she inquired. Oh dear, Sister Meng, your pregnancy seems quite advanced now. The snow lotus and jade carp your husband sent, did they not meet your expectations? Perhaps I should personally visit the treasury and select several more rare Qingqiu specialties to send to Sister Meng? To ensure Sister Meng truly feels your husband's sincerity? Her tone was as gentle as could be. Her gaze radiated nothing but devotion. Lin Yuan listened, his mouth twitching, his mind screaming. This isn't helping at all. You're clearly just trying to make my death even more miserable. That fox spirit, her tea ceremony skills have only gotten more refined. Just then, the system announcement sounded abruptly once more. Global announcement. Congratulations to Wuklan player Alina for successfully passing the rigorous trial of Grade A Anomaly Glorious Spirit and forging a contract. Her nation, Wuklan, receives an A-grade national reward. Reward 1, National Combat will plus 8%. Reward 2, within Wuklan, all females undergoing combat class awakenings gain a 5% success rate boost and a 1% increased chance to awaken high-tier combat classes. Reward 3, unlock the special National Guardian sequence War God Spirit Shrine incomplete. Wuklan may now probabilistically summon the phantom of a War God Spirit to aid in battle by sacrificing the souls of fallen warriors or expending significant national fortune. The successful match turned out to be a female player from Wuklan. Moreover, the marriage process itself seemed fraught with twists and turns. Chapter 114, Blue Star Ignites Spirits Battlefrost. At this moment, Blue Star, Eastern Battlefield. Endless warfare has scorched this once fertile land. The steel torrent of the bear. The steel torrent of the bear nation. Like a crushing beast, accompanied by deafening artillery roars, carving vicious tracks of destruction across the scorched earth of Wuklan. The front lines, jagged and interlocked. Every meter of land exchanged hands, signifying the loss of countless lives. At this moment, Wuklan. The capital. Command center. The air seemed to have solidified. The atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Zongtong Shaoze. He who was hailed as the Saint of Ozawa on the Dragon Nation's internet. Now, his eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. His once spirited countenance now bore only exhaustion and desolation. The sand table display before him, the blue dots representing his faction's forces, were being relentlessly devoured and steadily squeezed by the red dots representing the Bear Nation. A series of harrowing casualty reports, like insurmountable, icy mountains, weighed heavily on Ozawa's heart, weighing him down until he could scarcely breathe. In the head-on clashes of conventional warfare, they had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. The shadow of defeat, like an invisible noose, was slowly tightening around the nation's neck. Destruction seemed only a matter of time. Just as this atmosphere of despair threatened to consume everyone's will. Reporting to the commander. A communications officer, his face caked in dust, burst in, rolling and scrambling with a frenzy bordering on madness. His voice cracked and rasped from sheer agitation. It's a global announcement from Eerie Matchmaking. Our nation's player. Alina. That resilient girl. She succeeded. What? Ozawa was struck as if by lightning, catapulting from his commander's seat with a violent tremor. Within the command center, all the generals, some dejected, others with blank stares, were suddenly jolted awake as if injected with a powerful stimulant. Every pair of eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, instantly converged on the massive holographic projection screen at the very center of the command center. Upon the screen, system announcement text slowly materialized. Global announcement. Congratulations to Wuklan player Alina for successfully contracting with the Grade A Anomaly Glorious Spirit. Belonging to the nation of Wuklan, it has earned an A-class national reward. Each word of the broadcast thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding through the deathly quiet command center. After a moment of silence, an eruption of wild jubilation and cheers erupted. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. Hurrah! Heaven has not forsaken us, the Ukrains. Alina. She's our national hero. Ozawa stared intently at the detailed description of the third reward on the light screen. His breathing grew heavy and labored. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His fingernails had dug deep into the flesh of his palms, yet he felt nothing. In his bloodshot eyes, a fiery flame reignited, a flame called hope, or perhaps even madness. Transmit my orders. Now. Immediately. Activate the guardian sequence of the War God Spirit Hall. Sacrifice all remaining national fortune as my offering. And the souls of all the heroic soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the nation as the catalyst. Summon. War God. Hearing this, an elderly general's face paled. He rushed forward to dissuade him. Commander. Think twice. Sacrificing the nation's fortune is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Should we fail, we shall have no chance of recovery. Reconsider? Ozawa whipped around, his eyes blazing with terrifying madness. Tell me, do we have a better option now? Either we are crushed into oblivion in silence, or seize this divine opportunity granted to us and gain eternal life in the flames. I choose the latter. He spoke each word deliberately, his voice unwavering and decisive. This is an order. Execute. That evening, at dusk, the blood-red setting sun bathed the entire eastern continental front in a tragic hue. Eastern theater of war, Wuklan. A crucial defensive position. A bleak and solemn bugle call pierced the sky, echoing through the heavens. Upon the defensive position. Every Wuklan soldier still able to stand, whether battle-hardened veterans or new recruits who had only just taken up their rifles. At this moment, all stood solemnly, their right hands stained with blood and gunpowder pressed tightly to their chests. They were praying. They were calling out. Calling upon the indomitable spirits of those who perished defending this land. They also called upon the legendary protection from the distant divine realm. Boom! As if answering their prayers. Beams of golden light, dazzling and sacred beyond measure. It truly tore through the thick, gunpowder gray clouds, descending like a divine sword of retribution. Within the pillar of light. One by one, ethereal figures of women appeared clad in magnificent golden armor, wielding gleaming swords inscribed with sacred runes, their faces solemn yet beautiful. Slowly materialized before the gaze of all. Behind them, pure white wings of light unfolded gently. Sacred, majestic, inviolable. Behold the Valkyries of glory. For glory and resistance. A resounding, crystalline, yet power-filled sacred battle hymn erupted in unison from the mouths of the Valkyrie spirits. Golden notes transformed into visible ripples, like a warm tide, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. All the filthy, rotten soldiers bathed in this golden holy light. Felt an indescribable, colossal force and boundless courage erupt from the deepest recesses of their souls. Physical exhaustion vanished without a trace. Their mental fears vanished without a trace. Within their hearts, only a volcanic, blazing, fearless, and overwhelming battle will remain. Counterattack. Ozawa, through the frontline command headquarters, summoned every ounce of strength to unleash this earth-shattering roar, destined to be etched into the annals of history. Yura! The next moment. Countless Ukraine soldiers, eyes bloodshot and battle fervor boiling, under the protection and empowerment of the Valkyrie spirits hovering above them, like a flood breaking through every dam. They charged toward the opposing Bear Nation's positions, once seen as an impenetrable iron wall. Launched a desperate, fearless counterattack in self-defense. On the Bear Nation's side. Clearly unprepared for this sudden, miraculous shift on the battlefield. Chaos erupted across the command channels. Fire! Fire! Damn it! What the hell are they on? Why can't our armor-piercing rounds penetrate the golden light around them? Have they lost their minds? Are they all suicidal? Yet. The steel hail that could tear through anything on ordinary days was visibly weakened by over 30% under the protection of the Valkyrie's holy light. And those filthy, exhausted soldiers of Wuklan. Now charged like berserkers on adrenaline, their attacks growing several times more ferocious and precise than before. In an instant, the mighty Iron Curtain, the pride of the Bear Nation, was riddled with holes and forced into retreat. The enemy's assault is overwhelming. A 3 sector has fallen. Requesting reinforcements. B1 Hill is under critical threat. The Bear Nation's frontline commander stared at the flashing alerts on the sand table, his face turning ashen. He slammed his fist down on the table. Deploy the Frostbite warriors. Hold the line. With that order, behind the Bear Nation's positions, squad after squad of exceptionally burly soldiers emerged, their entire bodies encased in thick ice crystal battle armor, their mouths constantly spewing bone-chilling cold. Each soldier wielded a massive frost battle axe requiring 2 men to grasp. They charged forward with heavy, deliberate strides. They were none other than the Ace Special Forces unit unlocked by the Bear Nation's E-Class marriage reward. Frost Warriors. Crush them! The Frost Warriors' battle cry echoed like a Siberian cold front, bitter and merciless. They collided fiercely with the filthy soldiers empowered by the Valkyrie's spirit on the scorched battlefield. Frost power erupted in an instant. Sacred light surged skyward. War axes swung, whipping up bone-chilling winds. Long swords cleaved through the air, gleaming with the radiance of glory. The relentless roar of technological weaponry collided with the fantastical force of the supernatural. In this moment, the bizarre marriage game revealed its profound influence on the real world, Blue Star, in the most brutal and direct manner no one could have ever anticipated. Revealed its immense influence over the real world, Blue Star. Within the global livestream, billions of viewers watched the surreal war scene seemingly straight out of an epic fantasy blockbuster plunged into speechless shock. Everyone realized, this world, truly, about to undergo a complete upheaval. Chapter 115, Family Harmony Brings Prosperity, by Qian joins the group. In stark and exquisite contrast to the tense situation on Blue Star, where war flames reignited and smoke billowed everywhere. The serene, tranquil, and harmonious atmosphere of the sacred land of Qingqiu. At this moment, Qingqiu, by the Nine Spirits Jade Pool. Celestial mist swirled, and spiritual energy permeated the air. Lin Yuan reclined against a plush couch carved from 10,000-year-old warm jade. His posture was languid. Tushan by Qian, like a docile, snow-white kitten. Her exquisitely curved form nestled gently against his chest. She lifted her delicate head slightly, gazing at Lin Yuan with those enchanting peach blossom eyes. Gazing at Lin Yuan with tender affection. Suddenly, she spoke softly. My lord, I've been feeling rather weary lately. I suppose it's the child within me drawing upon my vitality. Could you spend more time with me? Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of coquetry. It was enough to melt the heart of any man, no matter how hardened. Lin Yuan's heart melted. Gently stroking her silvery hair, smooth as a waterfall, he replied softly. All right, whatever you wish. The two embraced in silence, savoring this rare moment of togetherness. Sometimes they would frolic and caress each other in the jade pool. Or within the library, they would peruse ancient demonic texts together. Their days passed simply, yet brimming with endless warmth and sweetness. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, a problem that had always been a headache for Lin Yuan was quietly brewing. On this particular day, after their game of chess, the two were sipping tea in the jade pavilion by the Yaoqi pool. Tushan Bacon watched as Lin Yuan occasionally swiped open the system interface, seemingly communicating with someone. A hint of mischief flashed in her beautiful eyes. She casually steered the conversation toward the subject. Husband, you're always whispering to someone through that light screen. Is that your family group chat? Sounds like quite the lively affair. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Here we go, he thought silently. He kept his expression unreadable, merely nodding slightly. Yes, it's the celestial maiden and Sanchi. Upon hearing this, Tushan Baiqian's smile deepened. She gently extended her jade-like arm, wrapping it around Lin Yuan's neck of her own accord. Breathing softly like orchids, she murmured in his ear. Then, my husband, why not let your little sister join in too? So I could get to know my two sisters sooner, strengthen our bond, and ensure we live in harmony in the future? Boom! Here it comes. That ultimate death question had finally arrived. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine as alarm bells blared in his mind. He instantly went on high alert. In his mind, almost as a reflex, the repeated warnings from those two SSS-tier original fierce wives before leaving Miaozhong and the netherworld surfaced. Ji Tiannu's voice, cold and aloof yet brimming with possessive intensity. Husband, the outside world is dazzling, but you must know how to keep yourself pure. Especially those fox spirits who've cultivated for millennia their masters at seducing men. If you dare to tangle with them, don't blame me for turning Qingqiu into a barren wasteland. And Meng Sanchi's grinding teeth, filled with murderous intent and deep resentment, seemed capable of freezing souls. Lin Yuan, hear me clearly. If you dare seek out those wanton 9-tailed, 8-tailed, or 7-tailed foxes, I shall personally storm Qingqiu and pluck every single one of their fox hairs. Then I'll break your third leg, ensuring you'll never be a man again in this lifetime. Cold sweat. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans slipped unconsciously from Lin Yuan's temples. It's over. It's over. This is a hell-level difficulty test. 1,000 thoughts raced through Lin Yuan's mind like a stampede of mythical beasts, kicking up a storm of dust. He now faced a truly epic, existential dilemma. If he outright rejected Tushan Baiqian, it would inevitably break her heart. She was now his woman, carrying his own flesh and blood within her. To deny her entry into the clan, to refuse her a proper place within this extended family. Wouldn't that be a blatant declaration that she wasn't considered family? With the 9-tailed celestial fox's sensitive and proud nature, how could she possibly accept this? But what if he agreed? The mere thought of Lin Yuan personally dragging Tushan Baiqian into that already turbulent family group chat, where jealousy simmered beneath the surface. Then, the profile pictures of Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanchi would light up simultaneously, emitting that signature, deathly ominous. That scene. He couldn't even bear to imagine it. That wouldn't be an ordinary battlefield of hell. Even a heavy blow wouldn't save it. No. I must devise a foolproof plan. Lin Yuan forced himself to calm down, his brain racing at an unprecedented speed. His CPU was practically burning up. Moments later, he forced a smile he believed to be the gentlest, most sincere one he could muster. Then he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her delicate, boneless body even closer into his embrace. He sighed softly, his voice brimming with infinite indulgence, helplessness, and heartache. Baiqian, my dear wife, you've misunderstood your husband. Oh? How so? Tushan Baiqian lifted her beautiful eyes slightly. She watched her husband with keen interest. Lin Yuan continued his tender explanation. It's not that I don't want you to join. Truly. I simply can't bear to see you suffer even the slightest injustice. Just think about it, the celestial maiden, as the drought-demon goddess, has always been cold and domineering by nature. She's used to having her way and commanding respect. As for Sanchi, she presides over the underworld cycle of reincarnation. Her temperament is even more peculiar and unpredictable, often shifting like the weather. She's the least tolerant of outsiders. Your husband fears that if you were to enter now, without them knowing of our feelings, any verbal misstep or cold reception might cause you immense, undeserved suffering. Therefore, I propose waiting for the most opportune moment. I shall return personally first to clarify matters face to face with them, ensuring everything is arranged perfectly. Then, with the grandest ceremony, I shall formally introduce you to them and welcome you into our family. Only then can we honor your noble status as a nine-tailed celestial fox and spare you even the slightest bit of indignity. Baiqian, can you understand the painstaking thoughtfulness behind my words? His words were heartfelt and deeply moving. He skillfully disguised his own concealment and guilt as profound affection for Tushan Baiqian. A true masterpiece of verbal artistry. How wise was Baiqian of Tushan? Possessing the nine-tailed heavenly heart, her perception of human hearts and emotions was razor-sharp. Almost the instant Lin Yuan spoke, she had already sensed the genuine awkwardness beneath his words. And that intense will to survive. Yet she did not call him out on it then. Instead, she buried her exquisite cheek deeply into Lin Yuan's warm embrace. With a barely audible murmur, tinged with contentment and coyness, she softly murmured, Husband, you are so kind to me. Yet. The sly, amused curve that quietly lifted at the corner of her lips, hidden from Lin Yuan's sight, proved one thing. This nine-tailed celestial fox thoroughly relished watching her husband become so flustered and go to such great lengths for her sake. This problem had not truly been resolved. It had merely been temporarily postponed by Lin Yuan. As for her, patience was not in short supply. And she held even greater anticipation for the future harem life. Chapter 116, The Wolf Cub's Blood-Crying Lament, The Wolf King's Wrath Breaks the Pass. Wolf Valley. Dark and profound. This was the ancestral homeland of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. In stark contrast to Qingxiu's ethereal aura, this place pulsed with the most primal, savage demonic energy and suffocatingly oppressive killing intent. Beneath a 10,000 Zhang abyss, a temple carved from a single monolithic black rock looms like a dormant ancient beast, radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. Within the hall, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. All the elders of the wolf clan stood with heads bowed, silent as frozen insects. Father! Father! At the temple's center, the young wolf prince, Lang Xiaotian, hair disheveled, tears streaming down his face. He knelt heavily before a colossal stone door, 100 zheng tall and covered in ancient runes, summoning every ounce of strength. Wailing and roaring. If you don't emerge from seclusion soon, our Howling Moon Wolf clan will be bullied into extinction. His voice was hoarse, filled with boundless grievance and overwhelming hatred. That nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu, who knows where she found some human savage to crown as their emperor. My clan brother, Howling Moon, merely spoke up for the greater good of our demonic race at the grand ceremony, daring to question her. That human brat, Lin Yuan, relying on the fox sovereign's backing, grew arrogant and tyrannical. He used some bizarre divine power that made his words law, forcing Xiaoyu to slap himself in front of all the demons. His soul nearly suffered damage. He even forcibly seized our clan's most sacred treasure, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf True Soul Orb. I confronted him, but not only did he refuse to return it, he threatened to erase the entire Howling Moon Wolf clan from the Eastern Demon Realm. Father! Such utter disgrace has never befallen our clan in 10,000 years. If you still refuse to uphold justice for us, what face will my Howling Moon Wolf clan have left? Where will our authority be? While wailing, Wolf Howling Sky violently slammed his head against the icy ground, beating himself until he was covered in blood and flesh, looking utterly deranged. His words were 7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood. He laid all blame squarely on Lin Yuan and Qingxiu, casting himself as the innocent victim of relentless oppression. And this wail, saturated with intense resentment and hatred, seemed to have truly stirred the forbidden stone door that had lain dormant for centuries. Hum. Without warning, the entire Howling Moon Temple began to violently tremble. Upon the massive stone door, countless ancient forbidden runes began to flicker wildly, like stars awakened from slumber. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying, savage aura, one of SS-tier peak power that threatened to tear the very fabric of heaven and earth apart. Like a bursting celestial river, it surged violently through the door's crack. Thud. Thud. Every wolf clan elder within the hall, including those venerable grand elders who had long since reached the pinnacle of S rank, exuding an air of command and authority. Under this utterly terrifying pressure, they couldn't muster even the slightest resistance. Their knees buckled simultaneously, and they all fell to the ground in prostration. Their demonic souls trembled violently beneath this aura, as if they might be crushed into dust at any moment. The ancestral patriarch is emerging from seclusion. One supreme elder squeezed out the words through gritted teeth with every ounce of strength, his voice feverish. Boom! Before the horrified gazes of all the wolf clan. That massive stone gate, forged from the 10,000-year mystic iron divine stone, and reputed to be unbreakable. Snap! Immediately after. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very depths of the underworld. The stone gate exploded into a thunderous blast. Shards of stone flew through the air, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. A figure towering 10 zhang tall. Its fur gleamed silver white, yet its eyes blazed with a blood-red light, as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood swirled within them. Slowly, it stepped forth from the endless darkness. He was the pillar of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, having secluded himself for centuries to break through the SSS-Rank bottleneck. The Howling Moon Old Wolf King. Who dares? Who dares disturb this king's seclusion? The old Wolf King's voice was hoarse and deep, yet carried an awe-inspiring majesty that could freeze souls. His crimson wolf eye slowly swept across the hall, where his descendants knelt in submission. When he saw the pitiful state of his most cherished grandson, Wolf Howling Heaven, and felt the deep-seated grief and humiliation coursing through his bloodline. The already terrifying aura emanating from the old Wolf King instantly grew even more ferocious. Already seething with boundless fury from being forcibly interrupted at the critical moment of his breakthrough, causing his efforts to come to naught. Now, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, it erupted completely. Speak! Who dares insult my Howling Moon Wolf clan? The old Wolf King let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, causing the entire Skywolf Valley to tremble violently beneath his cry, rocks tumbling down the slopes. But, after hearing Wolf Howling Heaven's full, blood-tear-laced accusation, that overwhelming fury miraculously subsided as he forcibly suppressed it. In its place emerged a pair of crimson wolf eyes, gleaming with cunning and ferocity. Xingqiu, the Emperor? The Human Emperor's banner. Ji Tiannu. Meng Sanqi. He paced slowly, each step causing the palace floor to tremble faintly beneath his weight. Good. Very good. The old Wolf King abruptly halted his pace. In his crimson wolf eyes flashed a heart-stopping glint of cunning. He did not immediately order troops to Qingqiu to destroy everything as Lang Xiaotian had hoped. Instead, he paced down from his throne. Within those crimson wolf eyes, the raging fury was gradually replaced by a deeper, more sinister gloom. He glanced at his eldest son, Wolf Howling Heaven, who knelt trembling below. Tell me everything you know about that Eastern Demon Alliance. Yes, father. Lang Xiaotian dared not withhold anything, hastily reporting in meticulous detail everything he knew about Lin Yuan's plan to establish the Eastern Demon Alliance and consolidate all forces across the Eastern Demon Realm. This included the recent overtures made by several smaller demon clans towards Qingqiu. Eastern Demon Alliance, its leader. Upon hearing this, the old Wolf King's lips curled into a savage, cruel grin. Far from erupting in fury, he chuckled softly. Ha ha ha. The laughter was hoarse and jarring. Like two pieces of ancient ice grinding against each other, it made every wolf elder present feel as though their demonic souls were freezing solid. I was pondering what scheme to employ to lure that brat out of that fox den at Qingqiu. Little did I expect he'd deliver such a glaring opening right to my lips. Truly, heaven is aiding me. The most senior grand elder of the wolf clan, summoning his courage, spoke with a trembling voice. Ancestor, what do you mean? To storm Qingqiu head-on is the act of a fool. The ancient Wolf King's crimson eyes swept across the assembly, his voice icy. That nine-tailed celestial fox, Tushan by Qian, already stands at the pinnacle of SSS tier power. Now, with the aid of that enigmatic human emperor, her fortune has likely surpassed all previous measures. If we launch a full-scale assault, even if we prevail, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, a loss far outweighing any gain. He paused, a flash of cunning gleaming in his eyes. But Lin Yuan, since he desires this alliance leadership and seeks to unify the Eastern Demon Realm, he must demonstrate sincerity worthy of commanding all demons. We shall grant him this opportunity. Chapter 117, The Old King plots a vicious scheme, delivering the challenge to Qingqiu. The old Wolf King lashed out with his claws, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve, echoing throughout the entire temple. Transmit this king's command. In the name of my Howling Moon Wolf clan, immediately send invitations to all SS rank and above grade clans of the Eastern Demon Realm. Each command thundered like a bolt of lightning in the ears of every Wolf clan elder. Declare that we, the Howling Moon Wolf clan, deeply understand the greater cause and shall be the first to answer the call of the Qingqiu Emperor. We wholeheartedly endorse Qingqiu as the eternal leader of the Eastern Demon Alliance. 7 days hence, our clan shall host the grandest all-demon alliance ceremony in history within the celestial Wolf Valley. And here, we shall honorably welcome His Majesty Lord Lin Yuan of Qingqiu to personally preside over the proceedings. Father. Wolf howling heaven forced back his fear and resentment, lifting his head. But this will cost our clan its honor. Our honor? The old Wolf King whipped his head around, his crimson wolf eyes fixing on him. The chill in that gaze instantly plunged Lang Xiaotian into an icy abyss. Honor is earned through battle, not preserved by retreat. The humiliation inflicted upon your brother, Xiaoyu, and the theft of our clan's most sacred treasure this king will personally exact 100-fold, 1,000-fold vengeance. We shall wring every last shred of retribution from that human brat's bones, inch by inch. Humans value face above all, especially those who achieve success at a young age. Since he proclaims himself emperor and advocates for the Demon Alliance, demanding our allegiance, his absence would be tantamount to undermining his own fortress and destroying his credibility. He must come. And if he dares to show his face. The old Wolf King's eyes flickered with a serpentine, sinister glow. On this king's domain, deploy our clan's million-year-old legacy, the 10,000 wolves howling at the moon, devouring souls' great formation. And join forces with a few old friends to strike together. Even if Lin Yuan possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, and his companion Tu Shan Baiqian were as formidable as they come, they would never leave my heavenly wolf valley alive. Then, in this eastern demon realm, who would dare not revere my howling moon wolf clan? He turned and strode toward an ancient altar deep within the temple, constructed from countless skulls of fallen creatures. Bloodstains marred its surface, and demonic energy surged skyward. These alone won't make it lively enough. This king must also invite 2 old friends to join us, adding some spice to this grand feast. With that, he slammed his claw onto the altar, forcing forth a drop of his own primordial essence blood, which fell into the blood pool at the altar center. The altar instantly activated. Blood-red demonic patterns ignited. A thick, blood-red aura surged skyward, coalescing mid-air into a massive crimson light mirror. Ripples rippled across its surface. Soon, a terrifying specter emerged, shrouded in endless darkness. Only countless crimson eyes could be seen flickering within. Around the specter, countless living beings seemed to hang upside down, their blood being sucked dry as they emitted silent wails. Ha ha ha! Brother Howling Moon, your essence blood smells truly delicious. So, what deal is worth activating the blood sacrifice array? A shrill, piercing voice rang out, none other than the king of 10,000 venomous bloodbats. My esteemed brother. The old Wolf King's voice was deep and seductive. That land of Qingqiu, a 10,000-year-old feast flowing with milk and honey. I wonder, my dear brother, would you be interested in joining forces with this king to divide and devour it? The Blood Bat King fell silent for a moment, its countless crimson eyes blinking in unison as if weighing the pros and cons. That old fox of Tushan is no pushover, and now she has that mysterious human emperor by her side. Ha! The old Wolf King sneered coldly, no matter how formidable she is, she remains but one. Now that a man has entered her life, her resolve is at its weakest. And that human youth carries the earth-shattering secret of the human emperor banner. Once this is accomplished, we'll split the Qingqiu treasure vault evenly. As for the secrets of the human emperor banner, we'll share them together. Ha ha ha! Since Brother Howling Moon is so sincere. The Bloodbat King emitted an even sharper laugh. Interesting. Count me in. The light mirror's image shifted. Appearing was the golden horned savage ox emperor, 100 zhang tall, muscles bulging like mountains, a pair of enormous golden horns piercing the heavens atop its head, and nostrils constantly spewing scorching sulfuric fumes. He sat upon a throne forged from volcanic magma, with several beautiful ox demon maidens massaging his legs. Moo! Old wolf! This old bull's enjoying himself, spit it out if you've got something to say. Brother Bull, have you forgotten the humiliation at the foot of Qingqiu Mountain? When that old crone from the Tushan clan whipped you with a peach branch until you rolled 3 times on the ground? Old Wolf King struck precisely at his sore spot. Now, the chance to avenge that humiliation is right before your eyes. How dare you bring that up? The golden-horned savage bull emperor roared, shattering the armrest of his throne beside him. He leapt to his feet, his savage aura nearly bursting through the light mirror. That humiliation, this old bull will never forget. Excellent. The old Wolf King, his goal achieved, continued to fan the flames. That human brat is in Qingqiu. Together, we can level Mount Tuesday. That 9-tailed fox queen and that human emperor will become your prisoners, at your mercy. Let's do it. The Bull King's eyes blazed crimson, as if fire might erupt from them. I've long despised that pack of fox spirits. This time, we shall level Tushan Mountain to the ground. A stick of incense later. The light from the communication array faded. A satisfied smile spread across the old Wolf King's ferocious wolf face. The matter was settled. He slowly walked to the center of the grand hall and ordered Wolf Howling Heaven to fetch a massive beast hide. It was tanned from the scalp of some ancient, ferocious beast, the sky-devouring demon wolf, its surface still stained with dark red blood and radiating a faint, menacing aura. He bit his fingertip once more, using his own blood infused with peak SS-grade demonic power as ink. The blood, thick as mercury and reeking of rust and slaughter, dripped onto the hide, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. With each stroke, the old Wolf King poured every ounce of his strength, imbuing them with boundless venom and resentment. Yet the characters he wrote appeared profoundly respectful and humble. We humbly request His Majesty Lin Yuan, the Holy Sovereign of the Eastern Demon Realm and the Imperial Lord of Humanity's legacy, to graciously descend upon the heavenly Wolf Valley 7 days hence. May he ascend the dais and raise his arm, thereby accomplishing a monumental feat for all eternity. The words were utterly fawning, elevating Lin Yuan and Qingqiu to the heavens. His posture was more servile than that of the lowliest slave. Yet between every word, in every stroke drawn with essence blood, seethed a venom so deep it ran through the marrow and a killing intent so sharp it pierced the very bones. Go! The old Wolf King flung the written invitation aside. Let this king see just how much courage you possess, heir to the human emperor. The beast-hide invitation instantly transformed into a streak of light, ablaze with black demonic flames. It tore through the void, shooting straight toward the direction of Qingqiu. At the same time, Qingqiu, by the Nine Spirits Pool. Celestial mist swirled, time flowing in serene tranquility. Along the spirit jade paved path by the pool, birds chirped softly while spirit butterflies danced in accompaniment. The air was filled with intoxicating floral scents and refreshing spiritual energy. Lin Yuan reclined on a soft couch, savoring a delicate immortal peach peeled by Xuanyuan herself. The fruit melted upon his tongue, its sweet nectar mingling with the lingering fragrance of the Fox Queen's fingertips, a sensation that touched his very soul. My husband, ah. Xuanyuan plucked another fruit, offering it to Lin Yuan's lips with a charming smile, her peach blossom eyes brimming with tender affection. He basked in blissful contentment, utterly unaware. A deadly trap, set specifically for him, had already been silently laid. A black demonic flame sliced across the sky. Carrying boundless murderous intent and conspiracy, it swept toward this tranquil paradise. Roaring toward them. Chapter 118, The Challenge shocks Qingqiu, the Emperor enters the killing trap. Suddenly. Boom! Above the sacred land of Qingqiu. The mountain-defending formation, jointly constructed by generations of nine-tailed fox sovereigns using their primordial demonic power unbroken for 10,000 years. Without warning, it erupted in a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, a black demonic flame streaked across the sky, enveloped in a thick, blood-soaked aura of demonic energy and boundless venom. Like a demon star from the nine hells, it forcibly tore through the layered, multicolored auspicious clouds. With undeniable defiance, it shot straight toward the sacred temple of Tushan. How dare you? Which lowly creature dares trespass upon our sacred Qingqiu sanctuary? Several overwhelming SS-class auras surged skyward from every corner of the sanctuary. It was none other than the group of Qingqiu Supreme Elders, led by Xuanyuan. They materialized one after another, their beautiful faces flushed with fury, poised to extinguish that black demonic flame on the spot. Hold! Xuanyuan's icy voice rang out. Unnoticed, she had stepped before Lin Yuan, shielding him behind her. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, the black demonic flame was instantly enveloped by an invisible, resilient force. In an instant, all its malevolent power vanished. It transformed into an ancient invitation written on blood-stained beast hide, fluttering lightly into her hand. The words, written in the Demon King's own blood, exuded a nauseating, bloody stench and a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent. The Howling Moon Wolf Clan? Xuanyuan read the signature, and her exquisite face instantly froze over with frost. She handed the invitation to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan unfolded it to read words penned in a tone of utmost reverence and humility. We humbly invite His Majesty Lin Yuan, the Holy Sovereign of the Eastern Demon Realm and the Imperial Lord of Humanity's legacy, to graciously descend upon the heavenly Wolf Valley 7 days hence. There, upon the stage, may he raise his arm and accomplish a monumental feat for all demonic beings. We, the Howling Moon Wolf Clan, pledge to serve as the Imperial Lord's foot soldiers, joining this grand endeavor to welcome His Majesty's arrival. Nonsense! Elder Xuanyuan stepped forward, trembling with rage after reading the message. That Howling Moon Wolf King. His wolfish ambitions are blatantly obvious. Just days ago he allowed his offspring to offend the Emperor at the grand ceremony, and now he hypocritically sends this invitation. It's like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken clearly up to no good. Precisely, another hot-tempered elder roared. This isn't an invitation, it's a declaration of war. We must never set foot in Wolf Valley. It's a den of dragons and tigers, already bristling with traps. In this old woman's opinion, we should muster our forces immediately, unite with ally factions, and crush the Wolf Valley outright. Let the Howling Moon Wolf Clan know the fate of those who dare defy the might of Qingqiu. The hall erupted in fervent agreement. Every elder agreed this was a treacherous plot by the Howling Moon Wolf Clan, an invitation that must never be accepted lightly. Xuanyuan's phoenix-like eyes flashed with murderous intent. 9 snow-white fox tails emerged uncontrollably from her back, swaying gently. They stirred the surrounding space, causing ripples to spread out. A terrifying SSS-grade killing intent, potent enough to freeze the ages, slowly emanated from her body. Husband, stay safely in Qingqiu. She turned, her voice icy yet tinged with an unquestionable sense of protection. We will not go to the heavenly Wolf Valley. That old Wolf King and his worthless wolf cub, since they refuse to show gratitude, this Empress, shall personally pluck their wolf heads off and use them as your chamber pot. As the ruler of Qingqiu, she had never endured such provocation. And worse still, their target was the man she cherished above all else, a man she valued more than her own life. This had utterly touched her sore spot. Yet, within this very hall, as murderous intent filled the air and tensions reached a breaking point, Lin Yuan suddenly let out a light chuckle. The laughter was clear and serene, carrying a peculiar magic that instantly diluted the intensely tense atmosphere within the hall. All eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Yuan rose slowly, casually tossing aside the beast-hide invitation as though discarding a worthless scrap of paper. A feast of treachery? A playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth as his gaze swept over the tense expressions of the Qingqiu elders present. He, the Howling Moon Old Wolf King, has such elegant inclinations to set this deadly trap for this emperor. If this emperor were to decline, would that not be giving him too little face? The words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. My lord! You must not! Tu Shan Baiqian was the first to panic. Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider. Elder Tu Shan Yurong knelt once more. The Wolf Valley is a den of danger. This journey is utterly unwise. Rise. Lin Yuan gently pressed his hand downward, and an invisible, gentle force lifted all the kneeling elders to their feet. He strode to the center of the hall, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of imperial authority that commanded the respect of all. My friends, you see only the trap, yet fail to perceive the opportunity hidden within it. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly to every demon's ears. First, the Eastern Demon Alliance was initiated by this emperor. Now, the Howling Moon Wolf Clan is the first to step forward in response. If I were to shrink back from a mere trap, where would my authority lie? Would this demon alliance not become a laughingstock among all demon clans? Second, why did that old Wolf King host a banquet instead of attacking directly? Because he's afraid. A flash of penetrating insight gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He fears your SSS tier peak cultivation, Bai Qian. He fears the 10,000-year legacy of Qingqiu. And most of all, he fears me, this unpredictable variable he cannot fathom. He dares not confront us openly, so he resorts to these underhanded tactics, attempting to muddy the waters. Therefore, I absolutely must go on this mission. Lin Yuan's tone shifted abruptly, his voice surging with intensity and authority. This isn't merely attending a banquet, it's establishing my authority. This emperor will walk straight into the trap he's set for me right before the eyes of all Eastern demons. Then, a faint, icy smile of confidence curled his lips. I shall personally tear his so-called killing scheme along with his entire Howling Moon Wolf Clan to shreds. His words rang out with unparalleled confidence and heroic fervor. Every Qingqiu elder present felt their blood boil and their spirits surge. Tu Shan Baiqian gazed at the man before her. In those peach blossom eyes, once filled with worry, now, all unease and fear had transformed into pride fierce enough to melt 10,000 years of frozen ice. This was the man she, Tu Shan Baiqian, had chosen. This was the emperor of Qingqiu. Such was his bearing. Such was his presence. Husband. She glided gracefully to Lin Yuan's side, gently taking his arm. Her voice was soft yet unwavering. Wherever you go, I will follow. This heavenly wolf valley, I will brave it with you. Lin Yuan met her unwavering gaze, warmth spreading through his heart as he nodded. Very well. He turned to face the elders below, already cowed by his divine might, his voice returning to calm. Issue the order. Prepare the 9-colored divine deer jade carriage. In 3 days, this emperor and empress shall personally arrive at Wolf Valley. Chapter 119. Lin Yuan arrives at Wolf Valley, where murder lurks in the banquet. 7 days later. Wolf Valley. This place is the ancestral homeland of the Howling Moon Wolf Clan. The entire landscape was bathed in a savage, blood-red hue. Peaks stood jagged and interlocked like wolf fangs, piercing the heavens. Not a blade of grass grew upon them, only stark, grotesque rocks. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and a palpable aura of malevolence. Ordinary beasts here would feel their very souls pierced by the pain of each breath. Yet today, Skywolf Valley buzzed with unprecedented activity. At this moment, before the Hall of 10,000 Wolves, the vast plaza was already filled with surging demonic energy, a chaotic dance of demons. Eastern Demon Realm. Representatives from dozens of prominent SS-Rank clans had gathered here. Each radiated a fierce aura and bore hostile glances, clearly summoned in secret by the Howling Moon Old Wolf King to witness a spectacle. At that moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King sat enthroned upon his wolf-headed throne. Beside him stood the sinister-faced king of 10,000 venomous bloodbats. And the golden-horned savage bull emperor, towering like an iron pillar, radiating a savage aura. The gazes of these 3 peak SS-Rank great demons turned simultaneously toward the horizon. Deep within the eyes of each demon lurked a hint of greedy, murderous intent. At that very moment, "It's here!" someone shouted. Oh! From the distant horizon, a series of clear, melodious celestial tunes first echoed. Then, a dazzling rainbow-hued auspicious cloud forcefully tore through the blood-red demonic clouds that perpetually hung over Wolf Valley, unfurling like a divine miracle. Auspicious clouds clear the way, divine light shines upon all. 9 divine steeds, extraordinary in form, with pure white wings and multicolored plumes adorning their heads, the 9-colored celestial deer treading the clouds. Pulling a lavish jade carriage carved entirely from the spirit-nurturing divine wood, a specialty of Qingqiu, they arrived, treading upon the clouds. Surrounding the jade carriage, hundreds of Qingqiu's most exquisite maidens, each with at least 5 fox tails and graceful figures, surrounded the chariot, holding incense burners and precious fans. The spectacle. The sheer grandeur. Instantly, it suppressed a third of the savage, ominous aura of Wolf Valley. What a grand spectacle! The golden-horned savage bull emperor snorted coldly in a deep, resonant voice, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Ha ha ha, the grander the spectacle, the more spectacular the death will be. The blood-bat king of 10,000 poisons emitted a shrill, eerie cackle. The old wolf king remained impassive. Yet his crimson wolf eyes narrowed slightly, their murderous intent intensifying. The jade palanquin descended smoothly before the hall of 10,000 wolves. The curtain was lifted. Lin Yuan, clad in a crimson gold imperial robe and radiating regal composure, stepped out first. Behind him stood Tushan Baiqian, adorned in a magnificent 9-tailed phoenix robe, her peerless beauty and innate allure radiating. Her jade-like arm extended with effortless grace, naturally linking through Lin Yuan's. Her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, laced with lazy amusement, swept over every demon king present. The emperor and empress have arrived. Their presence was so commanding that every demon king, who prided themselves as rulers of their domains, instantly felt a pang of self-consciousness. Hail the emperor of Qingqiu! Hail the empress of Tushan! Old Wolf King suppressed the murderous intent surging within him. Rising alongside Bloodbat King and Barbarian Ox Emperor, he approached with feigned deference. Your Imperial Majesty and Her Majesty graciously visiting our humble Tianlang Valley truly bestows honor upon this desolate land. Old Wolf King, you flatter me. Lin Yuan remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the hint of malice lurking deep within the other's eyes. As the founder of the Eastern Demon Alliance, I am deeply gratified that the Wolf King was the first to answer my call. Such profound understanding of the greater cause brings me great comfort. After a round of mutual flattery, the guests took their seats. Within the hall of 10,000 wolves, the banquet was already prepared. The roast featured the tenderloin of a 1,000-year-old demon beast, while the drink was a potent liquor steeped in 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. On the surface, the atmosphere appeared convivial and harmonious. 3 rounds of wine passed. 5 courses had been served. Suddenly, the Bloodbat King of 10,000 poisons let out a strange laugh, his shrill voice piercing the air. Your Imperial Majesty truly is blessed indeed, to have won the heart of such a peerless beauty as the Fox Sovereign. But I wonder, apart from the Fox Sovereign's aid, what earth-shattering divine abilities does your Imperial Majesty possess? Do enlighten us, ha ha ha! The words fell, and the hall instantly fell silent. The gazes of all the demon kings turned to Lin Yuan, brimming with undisguised testing and provocation. Tushan Baiqian's fair face grew slightly cold, about to speak. Lin Yuan gently pressed her jade-like hand, offering a calm smile as his gaze fixed on the Bloodbat King. His voice remained level. My greatest divine power lies in making my consorts willingly do anything for me. If the Bat King doubts this, I'd be happy to have Baiqian demonstrate for you what it means to be utterly annihilated body and soul. You! The Bloodbat King was momentarily speechless, black mist churning around him as genuine fury surged within. Oomph! Human brat, don't get cocky. The golden-horned bull king beside him slammed his fist on the table, bellowing in a deep, booming voice, this old bull of mine only recognizes fists. If you don't have the real deal, you won't last long in that alliance leader seat. The words were laced with murderous intent. Tushan Baiqian could no longer contain herself. A cold gleam flashed in her peach blossom eyes as her voice turned icy. Golden-horned savage ox, have you forgotten the taste of being whipped 3 times round on the ground by this palace's peach branch beneath Qingqiu Mountain? You are not worthy to witness the prowess of this palace's husband. You! The golden-horned savage bull emperor, his old wounds reopened, flew into a rage. He leapt to his feet, ready to strike. Enough, enough! Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the old wolf king suddenly clapped his hands and burst into laughter, stepping in to smooth things over. My dear brothers, calm yourselves. The emperor and empress are honored guests, how could we be impolite? He feigned a scolding glance at the two, then turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, his face adorned with a false smile. Your Imperial Majesty, merely drinking and feasting grows tedious. Our clan's warriors have long admired your divine might. Why not grace us with your presence, your Imperial Majesty? Perhaps you could offer some guidance on our clan's celestial wolf battle formation? It would be a treat for all present to witness such skill. The dagger was revealed. The true purpose of this banquet was finally revealed. Before the words had even finished. Roar! A murderous aura surged through the hall. 7 figures clad in blood-red battle armor. Each emanating an aura of SSS-Rank power. Their eyes cold as lifeless objects. Emerged like specters from the shadows of the hall. Each wielded a massive wolf tooth blade, its edge gleaming with a sinister, icy light. A sickening, thick stench of blood hung heavy around their entire bodies. Clearly, they were battle-hardened killing machines. They were none other than the most elite warriors of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. The 7 Celestial Wolf Generals. The moment the 7 appeared, they swiftly formed a battle array, trapping Lin Yuan dead center in the Grand Hall. 7 waves of S-tier peak level killing intent surged forth, like 7 invisible chains instantly binding Lin Yuan. Creak. The hall doors slammed shut. The entire 10,000 Wolves Hall transformed into an inescapable death trap. The encirclement by the old Wolf King and his allies simultaneously tightened. A meticulously planned net of certain death. At this moment, it snapped shut completely. Chapter 120, Who is the Prey? Professional Face Slapper. The light within the hall dimmed instantly. One by one, the sickly green oil lamps fashioned from wolf demon skulls flickered to life, casting an eerie, twisted light upon the faces of every demon king within. The dagger is revealed. The true purpose of this banquet of treachery was finally exposed. Ha 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 ha. The old wolf king howling at the moon rose slowly from his throne, his triumphant and maniacal laughter echoing through the chamber. His blood-red wolf eyes, like 2 searchlights, they locked onto Lin Yuan with deadly precision. They held the mocking cruelty of a hunter appraising its prey. Human boy, you are clever and arrogant. But cleverness and arrogance are worthless in the face of absolute power. Today, this king has prepared this grand gift for you. Are you satisfied? Beside him, the Bloodbat King of 10,000 Poisons and the Golden-Horned Savage Bull Emperor simultaneously stepped forward. 3 terrifying demonic auras at the peak of SS rank surged forth like invisible tidal waves, crushed down upon Lin Yuan with overwhelming force. The 7 wolf generals behind them. Their aura merged into a single, overwhelming presence. The crimson aura of slaughter, condensed from pure bloodlust, had nearly solidified into tangible substance, thickening the air within the hall with a viscous, foul stench. Within the hall, the other demon kings of various races who had come to the banquet were already terrified out of their wits by this sudden turn of events. They fell silent as cold cicadas, scrambling backward in fear of being swept into the storm. Holy! They really started it! What do we do now? IP, Dragon Nation. We're done for. The doors are shut. We're trapped, IP, Dragon Nation. Lin Yuan was way too careless. He knew it was a trap and still showed up, IP, Eagle Nation. Viewers in the global livestream held their breath, watching the deadly showdown with bated breath. Yet, at the very center of the storm, Lin Yuan remained as calm as ever. Those 3 demonic auras, powerful enough to crush mountains, approached within 3 feet of him only to vanish silently, like spring snow melting under warm sunlight. He even found the leisure to smooth a strand of hair that had been blown askew by the fierce winds from the cheek of the fierce-faced Tushan Baichen beside him. My dear, look. Lin Yuan's tone was as light as if he were strolling through his own backyard. I told you nothing but a pack of barking dogs trying to imitate humans. Listen to them, how earnestly, how laughably they bark. These words were nothing short of pouring oil on the fire. You're asking for death. The old Wolf King was thoroughly enraged. He swung his arm violently and roared. Heavenly Wolf Battle Formation, activate. Tear him to shreds for this king. Wah-ah! At the command, the 7 slaughter generals let out a deafening wolf howl in unison. The wolf-tooth blades in their hands blazed with a crimson glow as the formation instantly surged to its peak power. A bloody battle seemed imminent. Hold! Lin Yuan suddenly raised his hand, making a pause gesture. He surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the 7 wolf generals radiating murderous intent. Finally, he shook his head and let out a soft sigh. His expression bore no resemblance to one facing mortal enemies, rather, it resembled that of a master lamenting a poorly crafted, defective piece. Is this all you've got? He extended a single finger toward the seemingly formidable battle formation, his tone laced with unmasked disappointment. Full of holes. Not worth mentioning. What did you say? The wolf general, leader of the 7 slaughter generals, nearly burst a blood vessel in rage. Lin Yuan paid him no mind, instead adopting the demeanor of the most exemplary teacher as he launched into a live demonstration before the gathered demons. This formation, in my view, has at least 3 fatal flaws. First, its foundation is unstable. Though your 7 possess heavy demonic energy, it is impure and chaotic. To forcefully activate the battle formation, you've burned your vital essence. It appears fierce, but is hollow within, lacking staying power. This is a cardinal military sin, betraying the essence of surprise attacks, immovable as a mountain, aggressive as fire. At these words, the old Wolf King's pupils suddenly contracted. Second. Lin Yuan extended a second finger, his voice quiet yet clear to every demon king's ears. Structural imbalance. Between the primary offensive celestial pivot position and the primary defensive shaking light position, there exists a discernible lag in demonic energy circulation, at least 1/10,000th of a breath. To you, this may seem insignificant. But to a true master, that fraction of time is enough to kill you 100 times over. The old Wolf King's smile froze completely. This is the core secret of battle formation mechanics. How could he possibly see through it at a glance? Wait, is he lecturing? On the spot formation instruction? IP, Bear Country. I don't understand it, but I'm utterly stunned. Look at that old Wolf King's expression like he's seen a ghost. IP, Bear Country. Is this the look a top scholar gives a dunce? IP, Dragon Nation. Lin Yuan ignored the utterly stunned gazes of all the demon kings. He continued in that same matter-of-fact tone, delivering the most devastating words. Third, and most crucial point. He extended a finger, pointing distantly at the wolf general among the seven. This figure possessed the most restrained aura, yet the battle blade in his hand faintly glowed with an eerie bloodlight. The core of this formation isn't the combined strength of seven. It's a sinister ritual that sacrifices the demonic power and vital essence of the other six to nourish the soul-devouring blade in this one's hand. They aimed to achieve their ultimate goal in one decisive strike. The idea was sound, but alas, they tried to imitate a tiger and ended up looking like a dog. In their desperate attempt to conceal this so-called ultimate killing move, they forcibly altered the energy flow of the formation. This has left the entire battle array top-heavy and unstable. While it appears seamless, it is riddled with irreparable, fatal flaws. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the deathly silent hall like a divine decree from the heavens. Each word struck like an invisible hammer, relentlessly pounding the pride of every high-ranking member of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. How could this be? How could he know this in such detail? Even within the tribe, only elders possess the privilege to know its core secrets. How could an outsider, a human, have penetrated its depths so thoroughly in such a short time? To summarize, Lin Yuan finally turned his gaze to the old Wolf King, whose face had already shifted from pale to purple, then from purple to black. With a faint smile, he delivered his final verdict. This formation is nothing more than bullying the uninitiated with sheer numbers. To test this sovereign with such a lowly, unworthy thing. He paused, his gaze abruptly turning icy as an intangible aura of imperial majesty radiated outward. Old Wolf King, are you insulting me? The entire arena fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Finally, Lin Yuan let out a light chuckle, his gaze shifting back to the seven Shasha generals, who had long since been thrown off balance by his words, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Alright, my lecture is over. As tuition. A cold, fierce glint flashed in his eyes. You shall pay with your lives. Chapter 121, 9 Lin Yuan's. Is this your divine power? Kill him. Tear him to pieces for this king. The Howling Moon Old Wolf King finally shook off the boundless shock and humiliation, replaced by a volcanic eruption of overwhelming rage. He let out a hysterical roar. Top secret. The core battle formation secrets passed down for 1,000,000 years by the Howling Moon Wolf clan had been meticulously dissected and exposed by Lin Yuan before the eyes of the eastern demons, leaving them utterly exposed. This was more humiliating than being slapped 10,000 times. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was an assault on the very foundations of his Howling Moon Wolf clan. Woo! Upon receiving the command, the seven slaughter generals suppressed the overwhelming shock at their secrets being exposed and let out a deafening, earth-shaking wolf howl. With matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. They held nothing back. Bloodlight surged several meters along each of the seven wolf-tooth blades. Each blade seemed to come alive, its surface swarming with countless shadowy specters wailing in agony the vengeful spirits of the creatures they had slain. In an instant, the hall was filled with howling winds and the wails of ghosts and demons. Seven crimson blades, tearing through space with boundless ferocity, struck toward Lin Yuan at the hall's center from 7 different angles. Swift as thunder. Mighty as a mountain collapsing. They completely sealed off any space for him to evade. Facing this thunderous combined assault sufficient to make even an ordinary SS-rank powerhouse's scalp crawl. Lin Yuan didn't even lift an eyelid. Well timed. A faint smile touched his lips, his expression as serene as ever, as if the 7 deadly blades before him were merely 7 flakes of snow drifting down. He merely uttered 3 words softly. The next instant. Buzz. His figure abruptly blurred into indistinctness where he stood. Then, under the jaw-dropping, soul-shaking stares of all the demon lords, stares so horrified they began questioning their very existence. A flash of light. 9. A full 9 figures identical to Lin Yuan sharing his exact aura, even the faint trace of amusement in their eyes materialized out of thin air within the grand hall. Celestial Fox illusion. What? The countless crimson eyes of the Bloodbat King of 10,000 poisons twitched violently, erupting in a blood-curdling shriek. Clone technique? No. Damn it. Every single one is actually solid. The golden-horned Bull King leapt to his feet, his enormous bovine eyes bulging like copper bells, his face frozen in utter disbelief. This can't be possible. 3 SS-tier peak demon kings were utterly flustered. Their overwhelming divine senses swept back and forth across the 9 Lin Yuans like a tidal wave, only to discover with horror that they couldn't distinguish which was real and which was fake. Each radiated the unmistakable, colossal vital energy of an SS-tier being, along with an unfathomably deep domain pressure. Fuck. 9 Lin Yuans? What kind of divine ability is this? Are they ninjas? IP, Eagle Nation. An illusion? No. I can feel 9 suffocatingly powerful energies through my screen, IP, Bear Nation. Got it. I finally get it. Lin Yuan wasn't showing off earlier, he was waiting. Waiting for his opponent to make a move, then delivering the optimal solution with a single, fatal strike. IP, Dragon Nation. I hereby declare, from this day forward, Lin Yuan is my one and only true god. Anyone who dares oppose me gets smashed to death with kimchi. IP, Korea. The global livestream exploded. Billions of viewers were left speechless. On the battlefield, the moment was fleeting. The instant the 7 slaughter generals faltered just a fraction of a second. 9 Lin Yuans moved. Their movements were graceful, effortless, even carrying an artistic beauty. Not a single Lin Yuan chose to confront the 7 raging crimson blade lights head-on. One Lin Yuan silently formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, his fingertips radiated an endless, emerald green, 10,000 phenomena bug poison. Like fine threads, it silently coiled toward the ankle of the Wolf General in the celestial pivot position. The Wolf General felt a sudden numbness in his foot, and his protective demonic energy was instantly corroded, leaving a gaping hole. Another Lin Yuan's palm erupted with a crackling sound, igniting the chillingly cold, underworld soul flame. His ghostly figure slipped through a slashing blade, landing a light yet decisive strike on the back of the shaking light Wolf General. The Wolf General's body convulsed, emitting a shrill, inhuman scream as if its very soul was being frozen and torn apart. The third Lin Yuan enveloped himself in a layer of overpowering crimson gold, drought-demon divine flame, like a miniature sun. Without flinching or dodging, he collided directly with the blade of the main formation's Wolf General. With a thunderous boom, the S-tier peak Wolf Fawn blade was scorched crimson, nearly melting. The fourth Lin Yuan channeled the divine favor of the Emperor's blessing. With a single finger thrust forth, a majestic golden light radiated, dispelling a crimson blade of energy with righteous force. The fifth, the sixth. 9 Lin Yu simultaneously unleashed 9 distinct, yet equally terrifying divine abilities. Without exception, their targets were the seemingly empty demonic energy nodes before them. These were precisely the fatal, irreparable weaknesses Lin Yuan had pointed out during his earlier lecture. Fast. Fast to the extreme. Precision. Precision at its peak. Bang. 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 7 thunderous explosions, muffled to the extreme, erupted almost simultaneously. Snap. A shattering sound so crisp it sent shivers down the spine. The legendary killing formation, the Celestial Wolf Battle Array, touted to the heavens by the Howling Moon Wolf King and revered by the Howling Moon Wolf Clan, is capable of encircling and slaying even SS-rank powerhouses. At this moment, it shattered like a glass artwork, its every support point precisely shattered by a master craftsman's chisel. In an instant, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Put. The terrifying backlash from the shattered formation struck the 7 slaughter generals' souls and bodies like a billion heavy hammers. They all spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of their internal organs. 7 once mighty figures, now as limp as torn sacks, were hurled backward. They smashed through countless tables and chairs along their path before crashing violently into the temple pillars engraved with ancient demon wolf totems, finally tumbling to the ground. Their crimson battle armor shattered inch by inch. The wolf tooth blades in their hands wailed as they snapped into several pieces. The 7 men's vitality plummeted to its lowest ebb. After a few feeble struggles, they couldn't even manage to stand up again, collapsing unconscious on the spot. One strike. Just one move. In the blink of an eye, the deadly trap was shattered. Within the grand hall, 9 graceful illusory forms slowly dissipated, merging back into one. Only Lin Yuan's true form remained, still standing with hands clasped behind his back at the hall's center. Not a single hem of his robe stirred, not a strand of his hair was disheveled, as if he had never moved an inch from the very beginning. Dead silence filled the entire hall. The gaze of every demon king who had come to the banquet now looked at Lin Yuan with a completely changed expression. No longer contempt, no longer envy, no longer testing. Instead, deep apprehension. And a hint of fear so deep it originated from the very core of their souls, a fear they themselves hadn't even sensed before. The warm-up is over. Lin Yuan's gaze swept slowly over the 3 SS-tier peak demon kings, their faces as dark as soot and eyes bulging from their sockets, his voice cold and detached. Gentlemen, it's your turn. Roar. The Golden Horned Savage Bull Emperor, the most hot-tempered and utterly unable to endure this double humiliation of being crushed in both intellect and strength, finally erupted completely. He slammed his fists against his chest, as hard as divine iron, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. You brats are asking for death. Boom. His towering form instantly surged to 100 zhang in height, nearly shattering the dome of the 10,000 Wolves Hall. Muscles bulged like coiled springs across his body, while golden demonic energy blazed like raging flames, shooting skyward. He stomped the ground with all his might. Boom! The entire Wolf Valley shook violently. Transforming into a blinding golden streak of light, he charged forward with unmatched fury and a will to destroy, bearing down on Lin Yuan with unstoppable force. Chapter 122, The True Killing Ground, but no panic. Roar! The Golden Horned Savage Bull Emperor plunged into utter fury. He let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. His mountain-like, colossal form, enveloped in a terrifying might capable of shattering stars and cracking the earth, charged relentlessly toward Lin Yuan before the throne. Boom! Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire 10,000 wolves hall trembled violently and wailed under his stomping, as heavy as a god beating a drum. The obsidian floor shattered beneath his massive hooves like the thinnest ice, cracking inch by inch and instantly exploding into countless terrifying, bottomless chasms. A colossal form 100 zhang tall, blazing with golden demonic flames so fierce they seemed poised to scorch a hole through the heavens. In this moment, he was an unstoppable torrent of golden destruction, vowing to crush everything before him into dust. Its target was clearly aimed at Lin Yuan before the throne. Poof! A reckless, foolish ox. Beside the throne, Tushan Baiqian lazily lifted her captivating gaze. Within her exquisite phoenix-like eyes, a bone-chilling coldness and faint disgust flickered. A mere peak SS tier dares to bare its fangs before her, a genuine SSS tier sovereign? It was utterly laughable, like a summer insect discussing ice, or a firefly attempting to rival the moon's brilliance. Her slender, jade-like fingers lifted slightly, poised to strike. A single divine technique would be enough to make this foolish ox understand what a true, eternally insurmountable chasm of despair truly meant. However, in that split second, that 1 in 10,000 instant, a sudden change occurred. Swish! Whoosh! 2 streaks of ghostly light, vast beyond imagination, tearing through the void itself, moved without warning. Howling Moon Old Wolf King. The 10,000 Venom Blood Bat King. Their target wasn't Lin Yuan at all. Instead, with unthinkable speed, one to the left and one to the right, their forms like 2 black bolts of lightning that had crossed time and space, they instantly appeared at Tushan Baiqian's flanks. Simultaneously, the golden-horned savage bull emperor charging from the front abruptly shifted its overwhelming aura. Together with the demon kings flanking it, they locked onto Tushan Baiqian with deadly precision. A feint. That earth-shattering, world-devouring charge was merely a diversionary tactic to draw attention. 3 SS-tier peak demon kings, titans of power, simultaneously formed the most perfect pin formation, a deadly encirclement around Tushan Baiqian. Their true target, from the very beginning, had never been that seemingly arrogant yet profoundly unfathomable human youth. It was the one beside him, the sovereign of Qingxiu, whose status was supreme, yet who now carried the weight of pregnancy. Ha 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 ha. The old wolf king of Howling Moon finally shed all pretense. His true intentions laid bare, he erupted in a wild, triumphant laugh. His crimson wolf eyes locked onto the icy face Tushan Baiqian as he sneered. Tushan Baiqian, do you truly believe you remain that SSS tier sovereign, unmatched throughout the Eastern Demon Realm? Now that you're pregnant, how much of your once heaven-piercing cultivation can you truly wield? Today, this king shall see you and the bastard within your womb perish together here. He suddenly opened his mouth, hurling forth a ghastly white beastskin map forged from the death curses of countless mighty beings. The 10,000 wolves devouring souls map. Hum. The scroll unfurled, obscuring the sky and swallowing the sun. A grey domain filled with endless wails and vicious curses descended in an instant. In an instant, it completely engulfed Tushan Baiqian. Filth. Malice. The frenzied power of resentment violently eroded and suppressed the 9-tailed celestial fox's demonic energy within her. Ha 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 ha. And this treasure of mine, specially prepared just for you. On the other side, the Blood Bat King of 10,000 poisons emitted a shrill, piercing cackle. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a life-bound poison core completely black as ink, radiating an aura of utter filth and ill omen. Blood Ancestors Filth Source Crystal. This object was the most ean and most evil thing in all creation. Forged from the tainted blood and shattered souls of countless beings, it had been tempered within the 9 nether blood sea for a full million years before taking form. Its sole purpose, to suppress. To corrupt. To degrade. All sacred and pure souls and powers in the world. This artifact was forged specifically to suppress sacred origins like yours. Tushan Baiqian, today you shall plunge into the abyss. The Blood Bat King shrieked. And at this very moment, the golden-horned bull king, feigning an attack from the front, unleashed his unparalleled demonic power without restraint, burning it with frenzied intensity. Transforming into the purest fuel. Through the intricate formation rehearsed countless times between the three, it surged madly into the 10,000 wolves devouring soul diagram, and the Blood Ancestors filthy source crystal. Forcibly. Fused. Three distinct yet equally malevolent forces twisted and compressed mid-air. Finally, coalesced into a pitch-black pillar of light that seemed poised to drag the entire world into eternal darkness. Darkest fallen god's demon light. That demonic light was so pitch-black it seemed capable of devouring all light and hope in the world. Its profound depth seemed to connect to the most terrifying, endless abyss of despair beneath the 9 hells. Within it, countless tormented souls screamed in silent agony, struggling in endless torment. Wherever the demonic light passed, the void itself corroded with a terrifying hiss, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial fissure. This aura stood in the most extreme opposition to the primordial essence of the nine-tailed celestial fox, Xuanyuan. It was a natural enemy. An absolute nemesis. No! Their target is the Fox Lord's wife, IP, Dragon Nation. Damn it! How despicable. 3 SS tier peak fighters can't win, so they resort to this low-life tactic to gang up on a pregnant woman. They're worse than beasts, IP, Dragon Nation. This black light feels so unsettling. My soul chills through the screen. The Fox Lord is SSS tier, but she's pregnant. Can she even block this, IP, France? Deep God, save her. IP, Dragon Nation. In the global livestream, every viewer supporting Dragon Nation felt their hearts leap to their throats, nearly suffocating. Facing this meticulously orchestrated, genuinely lethal demonic light capable of threatening even an SSS tier sovereign. For the first time, the expression on Xuanyuan's exquisitely beautiful face, usually lazy and smiling, turned incredibly solemn. Yet, she showed not the slightest sign of retreat. Acting almost purely on instinct as a wife and mother, she shifted her lotus-like steps, her delicate form standing like an insurmountable divine mountain, shielding Lin Yuan completely behind her. 9 snow-white foxtails, each dazzling enough to outshine all creation, suddenly unfurled behind her. Like 9 sacred pillars piercing through heaven and earth. Upon the tails, 9 colored divine light swirled wildly, instantly intertwining and merging. Before her, a magnificent, dazzling hemispherical barrier took shape. 9-colored celestial fox barrier. However, the instant the barrier solidified, that beam of darkest fallen god's light had already struck with brutal force. With brutal force, it slammed into the barrier. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens, as if it would tear the entire world apart. The entire 10,000 Wolves Hall shook violently under the terrifying shockwave, countless sturdy pillars crashing down and crumbling to dust. The 9-colored glass heavenly fox barrier trembled violently, its surface rippling with concentric waves of devastating, pitch-black energy. Even more terrifying. Where the barrier met the demonic light, it was visibly being corroded and assimilated by that terrifying darkness at a visible speed. Chapter 123, My Turn. The human emperor banner emerges, all evils scatter. Crack. Crackle. Fine, spiderweb-like black cracks begin spreading across the surface of the magnificent, dazzling barrier. The cracks on the 9-colored glass heavenly fox barrier grew more numerous. Growing denser and denser. That utterly sinister darkest fallen god's malignant radiance, like maggots gnawing at bone or the most voracious hellish venomous insects, was frantically devouring the sacred essence of the barrier. The 9-colored radiance on the barrier's surface was fading at a visible pace. It seemed poised to shatter completely at any moment. Xuanyuan's breathtakingly beautiful face had now turned slightly pale, devoid of any trace of color. Her breathing grew slightly ragged, and a fine sheen of fragrant sweat glistened on her forehead. Clearly, maintaining this barrier while simultaneously fending off the combined full-power assault of 3 peak SS-rank Demon King's assaults infused with ancient demonic treasures. For her, carrying a divine fetus that drained most of her strength, the toll was immense. Ha 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 ha. Xuanyuan, you won't last much longer. Prepare to die. After today, Xingqiu will become the pasture of my Howling Moon Wolf clan. You, and the bastard in your womb, will both become spoils of war for my clan. The Howling Moon Wolf King let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh at the sight. They believed victory was assured. The 3 exchanged glances and intensified their demonic energy output once more. The demonic light surged with threefold intensity. The pitch-black pillar of light seemed to grow denser, more profound. The barrier seemed poised to shatter within the next breath. However, at this critical moment, when the barrier was about to shatter completely, in the most perilous instant, a warm, powerful hand gently yet unquestionably rested upon Xuanyuan's fragrant shoulder. A gentle yet vast power, like a trickling stream, surged instantly into her body, stabilizing her nearly chaotic demonic energy. My dear, you've worked hard. Lin Yuan's voice was soft and steady, murmuring in her ear at a volume only the two of them could hear. His tone held not a trace of panic, instead carrying a reassuring warmth and steadiness. Leave it to me now. He gently pulled Xuanyuan behind him. Under her gaze, filled with surprise, worry, and a hint of confusion, he stepped forward. With the ease of a leisurely stroll, he met the terrifying demonic light capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. You're asking for death. You arrogant, ignorant brat. The old Wolf King sneered with contempt at the sight. Who do you think you are? Daring to face our ultimate killing move with your mortal flesh? Lin Yuan offered no reply. He didn't even glance at the 3 clowns barking like mad dogs. His expression remained impassive as a thought flashed through his mind. The next instant. Buzz. A majesty beyond description. Majestic. Vast. Heavy. An aura of supreme terror erupted from his body, surging skyward like a primordial deity awakening after slumbering for billions of years. A crimson gold banner, its entire surface entwined with countless threads of mystical merit energy, its surface embroidered with endless scenes of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and the proliferation of humanity, suddenly appeared in his hand. It was none other than the post-human treasure of merit, its core partially restored and its might now incomparable to its former self. The Human Emperor Banner. Boom! The moment the banner unfurled, 10,000 rays of radiance burst forth, piercing the heavens. A dragon-like aura of pure, resplendent might seemingly embodying the primordial will of all humanity across the myriad realms surged forth like a bursting celestial river, a divine punishment descending upon the world. It swept madly in all directions, engulfing the entire arena. Before this majestic, awe-inspiring, and terrifying aura, the utterly sinister, utterly filthy darkest fallen god's demon light was like the dirtiest sewer rat encountering the blazing sun that incinerates all evil. It did not even emit a single shrill wail. Was instantly purified. Evaporated. Completely, without a trace. As if it had never existed in this world at all. Put. Their combined killing move was forcibly shattered in this utterly unimaginable manner. Drawn by the force of their combined energy, the three unparalleled demon kings suffered an unprecedented, terrifying backlash. They all spat out a mouthful of vital essence blood mixed with fragments of their divine souls. Their towering forms flew backward like a kite with its string cut struck by an invisible divine mountain, crashing violently into the distant ruins. Their eyes brimmed with boundless terror and utterly incomprehensible bewilderment. What kind of power was this? Why did our carefully orchestrated, all-out killing scheme end in such utter defeat? So utterly futile? And at that very moment, within the Grand Hall, a genuine SS-tier peak-level old dragon king from the East Sea Dragon Palace, who had been seated calmly on his throne as if merely observing the spectacle. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, he abruptly rose from his dragon scale throne. The wine cup in his hand, forged from 10,000-year-old warm jade of the East Sea, clattered to the floor with a sharp crack, shattering into pieces. His dragon eyes, heavy with the weight of centuries, now fixed intently on the crimson gold banner held by Lin Yuan. His massive frame trembled slightly from sheer astonishment. His lips quivered as he uttered, in a voice so shaken it was barely recognizable, a word-by-word, incredulous exclamation. Human dragon chi. The supreme treasure of acquired virtue. Could this be the legendary, that very Human Emperor Banner? IP, worldwide. Holy crap, what is that? Absolutely badass. I'd call it the coolest thing here, IP, Dragon Nation. One? Just like that? What on earth is Lin Yuan holding? IP, Eagle Nation. Even the venerable old Dragon King lost his composure. This must be an earth-shattering treasure. Lin Yuan's trump card is unfathomably deep, IP, Dragon Nation. The live chat went silent. Replacing them were exclamation marks filling the entire screen for tens of seconds. Shock. Unparalleled shock. At the center of the battlefield, Lin Yuan, holding the Human Emperor Banner. Mysterious yellow dragon chi coiled around his form. In this moment, he resembled a human realm emperor surveying the mortal world, whose words carried the weight of law. He stepped forward and pointed lightly. And invisible. Yet weighty enough to feel like the entire world had descended upon them. Completely immobilized. At that moment, Lin Yuan's expression remained impassive as he looked down from above at the three demon kings once unparalleled in arrogance, now prostrate on the ground, unable even to twitch. He spoke slowly. The voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly within the deathly silent hall of 10,000 wolves. You three. Bring forth whatever tricks you have left. This emperor shall receive them all. The entire hall. Dead silent. Chapter 124, Three Kings Kneel, Demon Soul Blood Oath. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud. Yet it resonated like a divine decree from the heavens, carrying an undeniable majesty that echoed clearly through the deathly silent hall of 10,000 wolves. This emperor shall accept them all. The entire hall. Dead silent. The hundreds of demon kings who had previously watched with a spectator's mindset now cowered in terror, heads bowed low, their very breaths seeming to freeze. Their eyes were fixed on the solitary young figure holding the crimson gold banner, their gazes now filled with nothing but boundless, soul-shaking terror. And at the very center of that terrifying pressure, the Howling Moon Wolf King, the 10,000 Venom Blood Bat King, and the Golden Horned Wild Bull Emperor, these three titans who once dominated the Eastern Demon Realm, were now reduced to the most pitiful state imaginable. Pinned to the ground by the overwhelming might of the Human Emperor Banner, their formidable SS-tier demonic bodies were utterly immobilized, unable even to twitch a finger. Their divine souls felt as though they would be torn apart by the resplendent dragon chi. Their demon cores, crushed beneath the weight of righteous energy, flickered erratically, emitting unbearable cracking sounds as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Only endless regret and terror remained in their hearts. He was untouchable. This man was simply not someone they could afford to provoke at their level. That crimson gold banner was the innate, absolute nemesis of demon kings like them, weighed down by a lifetime of bloodshed. Yet, Lin Yuan did not strike immediately. Holding the human emperor banner, he advanced slowly, each step feeling like a stomp on the three kings' hearts, making their livers and gallbladders tremble in terror. Finally, he halted 3 feet before them, towering over them with an indifferent expression as he spoke slowly. "This emperor may grant you a chance." At these words, the three kings snapped their heads up, their eyes flashing with an incredulous glimmer of survival instinct. Lin Yuan, however, seemed oblivious, continuing as if speaking to himself. "You three have committed too many atrocities. Your demonic energy is chaotic and impure. Though you appear to stand at the pinnacle of SS tier, your path forward is already severed. In this lifetime, you shall make no further progress, let alone reach the unattainable realm of SSS tier sovereigns." These words struck like 3 razor-sharp, invisible daggers, piercing deep into the most resentful, most painful corners of the 3 demon kings' hearts. Indeed. How many lives had they devoured, how much bloodshed had they wrought to reach this point? Yet precisely because of this, their hearts were consumed by inner demons, their karma binding them like chains, completely severing any possibility of reaching the pinnacle. This was their greatest regret, their deepest resentment. Noticing the violent turmoil flickering in their eyes, Lin Yuan's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile as he continued. "Now, 2 paths lie before you. First, this emperor will activate the human emperor banner. Using the supreme dragon chi of the human path, I shall purge your sins and erase your cultivation. You will be transformed into the purest true spirits and cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Whether you live or die will be entirely up to heaven's will. This is the path of death. Complete oblivion." The hearts of the 3 kings instantly plummeted to the depths. Lin Yuan's voice, devoid of any emotion, continued. "Second, sacrifice your primordial demon souls. Swear a blood oath with your demon souls. For all eternity, acknowledge this emperor as your master. In exchange." He paused, then gave a light shake to the human emperor banner in his hand. A gentle wisp of mystic yellow merit energy drifted down from the banner's surface. Nearly brushed by this aura, the 3 kings felt the murderous demons of their hearts' nightmarish tormentors that had plagued them for tens of thousands of years suddenly suppressed for an instant. Their divine souls experienced a fleeting, indescribable clarity, a sensation long forgotten. The 3 kings instantly gasped for breath, their eyes blazing with unparalleled yearning and excitement. Lin Yuan's voice, like a demon's whisper, carried a deadly allure as it slowly echoed. "This emperor may, at irregular intervals, use the virtuous energy of this banner to suppress your inner demons and purify your demonic aura. Perhaps it may grant you a glimpse of a breakthrough. A glimmer of hope to break through the SSS tier." This temptation was too great. So great it could make any peak S-rank powerhouse abandon their so-called dignity and pride. Face hopeless annihilation, or submit in humiliation for a faint chance at supremacy? This isn't even a choice. The ancient wolf face of old Wolf King Howling Moon flashed with extreme agony. In his mind, the glorious vision of the Howling Moon Wolf clan's millennia-old legacy clashed fiercely with another fantasy, himself breaking through to SSS rank and reigning supreme over all. Ultimately, the craving for greater power utterly crushed his dignity as a sovereign ruler. His entire body shook violently as the last glimmer of defiance in his eyes extinguished completely. In its place emerged absolute reverence and submission. Thud. His head, once the symbol of S-rank supremacy, slammed without warning onto the ground. Boom! The rock-hard obsidian floor was instantly shattered by the impact, forming a spiderweb-like crater. Old Wolf swears allegiance to the Emperor. He suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a cluster of primordial demonic soul enveloping his core imprint. The soul coalesced into a complex wolf-headed emblem, staggering toward Lin Yuan. Bat King swears allegiance. Barbarian Bull swears to be the Emperor's loyal hound. Seeing this, the Blood Bat King of 10,000 Poisons and the Golden Horned Savage Bull Emperor hesitated not a moment longer, each offering up their primordial demonic souls as well. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he extended his hand, allowing the 3 imprints representing the life, death, and loyalty of these demonic kings to slowly merge into his palm. The contract was established. Very well. Lin Yuan nodded faintly. He gave a light wave of the human emperor banner. 3 streams of primordial energy, purer than before, shot forth instantly, merging into the bodies of the 3 kings. Boom! The 3 kings' bodies convulsed violently. They felt a scorching, sacred power explode within them, forcibly washing away a layer of that murderous aura that had clung to them like a bone depulsar. That seemingly impenetrable bottleneck in their cultivation unexpectedly showed a faint, imperceptible crack. Unparalleled ecstasy and excitement erupted simultaneously in their eyes. They knew they had made the right bet. This mysterious human emperor truly possessed the transcendent means to aid their breakthrough. Thank you, Emperor, for your grace. This time, their prostrations held not a shred of humiliation, only heartfelt reverence and fervor. Within the grand hall, the hundreds of demon kings who had been observing all along were utterly stunned by this scene. What had they witnessed? 3 titans who had once seemed beyond their wildest dreams to even gaze upon were not only subdued with a single move, but willingly pledged their loyalty. And what they received was the very hope of breakthrough, a dream cherished by every demon king. This was divine might. This was grace beyond measure. This isn't submission.
It's a colossal opportunity, murmured one demon king, his eyes brimming with greed.
Thud.
Finally, the veteran Peng King, a mid-tier SS-class powerhouse, could no longer contain his inner excitement and longing. He was the first to step forward, his knees buckling as he fell heavily to the ground. Summoning every ounce of strength, he cried out fervently. The golden-winged Great Pang clan humbly pledges allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor. We humbly beseech the Emperor to guide us on our path.
Chapter 125. The Demon Alliance is established today. 10,000 demons pay homage, I am the sovereign.
The golden-winged Peng King's kneeling was like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves upon waves. It was more like a lit fuse. Behind him, the demon king of the Blackwater Mystic Serpent clan, his cold, vertical pupils now brimming with shock and sudden clarity.
So that's it.
Following the strong is not a disgrace, but the sole hope for our clan's survival. Our Blackwater Mystic Serpent clan has been trapped by bloodline limitations for 30,000 years.
Today may be the turning point heaven has granted us. With this realization, all hesitation vanished. Plop.
The Blackwater Mystic Serpent clan pledges allegiance to the Emperor.
We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Thud. Thud.
Within the grand hall, the sound of bodies hitting the floor echoed like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, a continuous, unbroken wave of kneeling.
The three-eyed demon ape clan pledges allegiance to the Emperor Lord and vows never to betray. We all submit. We humbly beseech the Emperor to accept us. Those hundreds of once arrogant demon lords, each ruling their own domain.
Now, they all prostrated themselves, burying their proud heads deep at Lin Yuan's feet.
Their eyes held not a trace of hesitation or defiance.
Only the purest, most fervent adoration and reverence remained. Facing such overwhelming power, to refuse submission was to court death.
Moreover, this emperor seemed poised to grant them unimaginable, colossal benefits.
This was no mere submission. This was clearly a supreme opportunity sent from the heavens. Watching the awe-inspiring spectacle of 10,000 demons paying homage before him, Lin Yuan's expression remained impassive. It was as if all this had been within his expectations. He slowly raised his hand and pressed into the void. The roaring clamor of the crowd abruptly ceased.
The entire hall plunged once more into absolute, deathly silence.
Every demon king held their breath, gazing with the utmost reverence as they awaited their new master's first decree.
Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly.
His voice was calm, yet it carried an authority that brooked no argument.
From this day forward,
this emperor hereby proclaims the establishment of the Eastern Demon Alliance. Lin Yuan paused briefly, allowing the demon kings time to digest the declaration. Then, he began to announce the core ironclad laws of the Demon Alliance.
First, private duels are strictly forbidden within the alliance.
All disputes shall be arbitrated by the 3 guardian protectors and reported to me.
Any further violations will be met with execution without mercy.
These words sent a chill through the hearts of the demon kings. This was order. The very thing most lacking among these demons, creatures long accustomed to chaos. Second, the Hall of 10,000 Demons shall be established to centralize all celestial treasures, earthen treasures, martial arts lineages, and intelligence within the alliance.
Distribution shall be based on merit and contribution. Rewards for the deserving, punishment for the guilty.
These words instantly ignited flames of hope in the eyes of all the lower and mid-tier demon kings. It meant they would gain access to core resources previously reserved only for the most powerful clans. Third, Lin Yuan's voice turned cold. Whatever edicts I, the alliance leader, issue, you must obey unconditionally. The words of this emperor are law. These 3 ironclad rules, blending benevolence and authority, instantly established the foundational tone for the newly formed Demon Alliance. He then turned his gaze to the 3 titans who had just sworn allegiance.
Xiuya, Xuefu, Maniu. You 3 shall serve as the Demon Alliance's 3 great protectors, assisting this emperor in overseeing alliance affairs. Atone for your sins through service. Now, swear your oath.
Hearing this, the 3 kings' expressions turned solemn.
They knew this was the final test, their pledge of loyalty to fully integrate into the new system. Exchanging glances, they hesitated not a moment.
Each bit through their own tongue, forcing forth 3 drops of vital blood imbued with primordial demonic power. With their blood, they traced ancient demonic runes in the air before them.
Their voices boomed like temple bells, resonating with the Tao. I, Howling Moon, swear this oath. I, Blood Bat, swear this oath. I, Barbarian Ox, hereby command. For the rest of our lives, we shall serve Emperor Lin Yuan as our sole master, with unwavering loyalty. Should we ever betray this oath, we shall gladly accept the retribution of the Tao, our souls and spirits utterly annihilated, never to be reborn. As the oaths fell, 3 crimson runes shot skyward, instantly vanishing into the void. The Great Way has borne witness. Very good.
Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction.
And at the very moment the Eastern Demon Alliance was established.
A cold, monumental mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire bizarre marriage game and simultaneously broadcast across global live streams.
Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan for successfully unifying the Eastern Demon Realm, establishing the Eastern Demon Alliance, and ascending to the position of Demon Alliance Lord. The announcement contained only this single sentence. Nothing more. After a brief silence, the global livestream exploded. Holy? That's it? Where's the SSS tier mythic reward? Why is it missing this time, EIP, Dragon Nation? The guy above has a narrow perspective. I declare, from this day forward, marriage, pregnancy, and childbirth are the blessings Lord Yuan bestows upon Dragon Nation. Conquest, slaughter, and unification? That's Lord Yuan building his own empire, IP, Dragon Nation. I'm getting goosebumps. An alliance of over 100 SSS tier demon lords, all obeying his single command, IP, Eagle Nation. Fuck. It's over. He now commands an invincible legion solely his own, capable of sweeping across the entire supernatural world. This is 100 times more terrifying than any one-time national fortune reward, IP, Eagle Nation. At this moment, Dragon Nation Military Channel's special commentator also stated, "Don't just focus on the spectacle. This means we now possess an absolutely loyal strategic buffer zone and resource base in the bizarre world, composed of SS-tier powerhouses. Its strategic value is immeasurable. This fundamentally reshapes the survival rules for all global players in the weird world." Seeking advice: is it still possible to immigrate to Dragon Nation now? I don't want my country to be overrun by the Demon King's army tomorrow, IP, Sakura Nation. At this moment, every single person watching this livestream worldwide, whether high-ranking officials or ordinary citizens, deeply realized one thing. Lin Yuan had evolved from a player needing his wife's protection into the absolute ruler of a formidable faction. He himself had become the most formidable pillar of support. And now, feeling the intangible yet colossal boost of fortune bestowed by the submission of 10,000 demons, and the immense authority to command the entire Eastern Demon Realm's resources at a single thought, Lin Yuan's heart swelled with profound satisfaction. This sensation of holding all power firmly within his grasp was indeed far more exhilarating than merely living off others. This power, uniquely his own, would become his ultimate trump card in the future to confront stronger foes and protect his family. He slowly turned to look at Tu Shan Bai Qian beside him, who had been silently smiling, watching his every move. Yet in the eyes of this nine-tailed celestial fox empress, he saw a radiant glow filled with pride, satisfaction, and a hint of almost overflowing adoration. This is exactly how a man should be. Master strategist, deciding the fate of the world with a flick of his finger. She glided gracefully to Lin Yuan's side. With effortless grace, she slipped her arm through his, leaning her delicate frame against his body. Her breath was sweet as orchids, with a tone tinged with playful teasing and boundless tenderness. She murmured softly, "Husband, you've become quite the formidable figure now. Isn't it about time we formally introduced our two sisters at home to the Emperor of Qingqiu, the one who never backs down?" Chapter 126, Eagle Sauce's Midnight Meeting, Strategic Shift. At this very moment, Qingqiu, Tianlang Valley. As Lin Yuan, supported by Tu Shan Bai Qian, ascended the throne symbolizing supreme authority once more, under the reverent gaze of all demons. At that very moment, far away on Blue Star, the very fabric of another world was undergoing earth-shattering upheaval. Eagle Nation. Deep into the night. The White House, Oval Office. The air here was as oppressive as a tomb, thick enough to wring water from it. On the expensive Persian carpet, littered with several empty, crumpled Coca-Cola cans, cigar smoke filled the air. The ashtrays were already overflowing with cigarette butts. Yet none of this could dispel the gloom on the faces of every top-tier American Eagle worshipper present. On the massive holographic screen, a video from a bizarre world played on loop. The final frame showed Lin Yuan holding a crimson gold banner, with 10,000 demons bowing in reverence behind him. Though separated by endless time and space, the young figure's detached yet commanding presence seemed to pierce through the screen, sending waves of unease through every person present. No one spoke. A long, suffocating silence. Finally, the self-proclaimed expert seated at the head of the table did not roar as he usually would, nor did he angrily overturn the table. He merely slumped back into the wide leather chair, his body limp. His signature golden locks seemed to have lost their luster, and he appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. Then, a long silence. In a voice hoarse and weary like never before, he slowly spoke, breaking the dead silence. "Gentlemen, what can we possibly do now? With Lin Yuan now in the Dragon Nation, they've already become a force to be reckoned with." Sigh. This question weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like an immovable mountain. A burly Air Force general, his shoulders bearing 5 stars, rose with a bitter expression. Pointing at the data analysis model on the screen, his voice dry, he said, "Mr. President, based on the Octagon's highest-level strategic AI, using our most advanced Eye of God system, we've conducted over 1 million sandbox simulations. The results are hopeless. Lin Yuan's Human Emperor banner, according to information we urgently decoded from ancient Dragon Nation texts, is a concept-level rule weapon. It possesses theoretical absolute dominance over all non-human lifeforms. In other words, any of our recently developed biochemical legions or clone troops, our proudest achievements, might be nothing but a joke in his presence. He paused, then switched the display. On the screen appeared a list of hundreds of SS-rank demon kings, including the Howling Moon Old Wolf King, who had sworn allegiance. Even more terrifying is his newly formed Eastern Demon Alliance. A colossal legion composed of over 100 SS-tier powerhouses, absolutely loyal to him alone. Mr. Tone, forgive my bluntness, but even if we were to precisely deliver every single active, most advanced tactical nuclear warhead on the planet to Wolf Valley at the same moment, we couldn't guarantee the complete annihilation of this force. And should we fail, the retaliation we'd face would be nation extinction level. Conventional weapons have lost their meaning. On this new battlefield, we have already lost this war. The words of the Eagle Nation's supreme military commander struck like a sledgehammer, shattering the last shred of hope in every heart present. We lost. We were utterly and completely defeated. The Don closed his eyes, drew deeply on his cigar, its crimson glow flickering across his weathered face. As he exhaled, it seemed as though he was expelling his entire life's ambition and pride along with the smoke. A long moment passed. The Don opened his eyes once more. Gone from those blue orbs were the fury and arrogance. Only the icy, razor-sharp rationality of a master strategist remained. Transmit my orders. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. First, immediately cease all public provocations and abnormal trade restrictions against the Dragon Nation. All pending proposals are suspended. Second, activate the highest-level messenger program. Have the National Intelligence Council and the CIA utilize all resources and exhaust every means to attempt establishing formal communication channels with the Dragon Nation regarding matters pertaining to the Weird World. Inform them we are willing to discuss anything. Our strategy. The President's voice brimmed with endless frustration and painful resignation. Shift from comprehensive suppression to engagement, understanding, and tentative overtures of goodwill. At the New World's negotiating table, we must first secure our seat. Meanwhile, within the player ranks of the strange world, within the highest-level encrypted chat group of the 5% Club, Martin Ford, the club president. This towering figure, over 2 meters tall with muscles like granite, stared intently at the announcement on his screen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He immediately summoned all core members for an emergency online meeting. Gentlemen. Martin Ford's voice had never sounded so grave, tinged with a hint of fear. Regarding Lin Yuan of Dragon Nation, I must redefine his threat level. He is no longer merely a player with powerful backing. He himself has become an anomaly of the rules, one we cannot comprehend, cannot predict, and cannot oppose. I hereby issue the Guild's highest-level ironclad Directive No. 1 in my capacity as Guild leader. Any member, anywhere, encountering any person or matter related to Lin Yuan, Dragon Nation, Qingqiu, or the Eastern Demon Alliance, your sole mission is this. That is, record all intelligence at any cost, then flee immediately at the fastest possible speed. I repeat, FLE. Absolutely no contact, probing, provocation, or even public criticism in any form is permitted. Violators will not only be expelled from the Guild immediately, but I will personally lead a pursuit to hunt them down worldwide. Is that clear? The group fell into dead silence. All the once arrogant top players from every nation. At this moment, they all felt that bone-chilling chill emanating from the east. A bone-chilling coldness so profound, they dared not even look up. Qingqiu. Lin Yuan remained utterly oblivious to the storm brewing outside. At this moment, looking at the expectant and slightly mischievous gaze of Tu Shan Bai Qian beside him, Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. He summoned the system interface. He opened the family group chat, which currently only had 3 members. At that moment, Lin Yuan thought to himself, well, this storm can't be avoided. Hope it doesn't get too ugly. Sigh. He certainly didn't want trouble brewing at home. Chapter 127, the first meeting of the 3 queens. Words like knives. Sigh, never mind. Let it be. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. You can't hide the truth forever. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, bracing himself for the coming storm. With a flicker of thought, he tapped into the thread of divine soul connection he shared with Tu Shan Bai Qian, formally pulling her divine soul imprint into the group chat. The next second, a cold system notification silently appeared in the minds of the other 2 female protagonists. Ding! Qingqiu Tu Shan Bacon has joined the group chat. Not long after. At this moment, Miao, the Crimson Earth Palace. Within a magnificent palace floating atop an endless sea of molten lava. Ji Tiannu, the goddess of drought, reclined on a bed of 10,000-year-old cold jade, eyes closed as she nurtured her unborn child. Her long eyelashes, delicate as butterfly wings, fluttered sharply. Ji Tiannu slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, the temperature throughout the entire palace seemed to plummet by dozens of degrees. Within those crimson gold phoenix eyes, powerful enough to freeze time and space, there was not a trace of surprise, only a sliver of icy, razor-sharp coldness. Here she comes. That fox-like temptress had finally made her way in. She had long anticipated that, with that fox's cunning, she would find a way to squeeze into this home meant only for the three of them. She would see just how skilled this new sister truly was. And that brat Lin Yuan really couldn't resist cheating on her outside. At that moment, in the netherworld, by the banks of the River of Oblivion, at the head of the Bridge of No Return, Meng Sanqi, idly supervising the ghost officers as they brewed Mengpo's soup. The hand holding the bone-white ladle froze abruptly. All expression vanished instantly from that face, usually marked by a hint of languid melancholy, replaced instead by a thick, unyielding layer of vigilance and hostility. Poof. She let out a cold, ambiguous chuckle. Very well. You faithless bastard. I've been here in the underworld, working my ass off to watch over your home and carry your child. And what do? After just a few days back in the living world, you've already given that fox spirit outside a proper place? And you dare add her to the group? For a moment, the group chat fell into an eerie, storm before the storm dead silence. Lin Yuan could even sense, across endless time and space, two distinct yet equally terrifying SSS-level killing intents. Like two invisible blades, they locked onto him with deadly precision. Lin Yuan's scalp prickled, a chill running down his spine. He knew he had to seize the initiative before his two wives made their move. So Lin Yuan quickly sent a message himself, attempting to ease the tension. Lin Yuan, ahem, let me introduce you. This is the sovereign of Qingqiu, Tushan Baiqian. Everyone, we're all family now, so let's get along harmoniously, okay? His message landed like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Instantly, it ignited the entire room. Ji Tiannu was the first to speak up. Her message contained not a single vulgar word, yet radiated the majestic authority of a rightful wife and an overbearing sense of superiority. The crimson gold text blazed across the group chat interface like the scorching flames of the drought god, dripping with accusation. Ji Tiannu, well, my lord moves with remarkable speed. My dear sister, your tactics are truly remarkable. How is it that after only a few days apart, you've already charmed our husband into a complete daze, even securing a formal status? Lin Yuan felt his communication artifact grow faintly warm upon reading the message. An undeniable, commanding pressure the authority of the rightful wife surged through their divine connection, catching his breath. He knew the celestial maiden was genuinely furious. Her questioning, seemingly directed at Bai Qian, was in truth each word a hammer blow aimed squarely at him, Lin Yuan. Next came Meng Sanqi. Her message brimmed with a sickly sweet resentment and accusations directed at Lin Yuan. Each word carried a chilling specter-like aura, piercing through time and space to freeze Lin Yuan's very heart. Meng Sanqi, newcomer to the group, unaware of the rules. Husband, the pregnancy-nourishing soup I just brewed is getting cold. When will you return to drink it? Meng Sanqi, or is it that with a new little sister, you've forgotten all about me and our child? If Ji Tiannu's accusation was scorching lava, then Meng Sanqi's two messages were the bone-chilling winds from the Nine Netherworld Glacier. Every word accused him of favoring the new and neglecting the old, of lacking responsibility. This kind of espousal resentment attack was equally devastating. They instantly triggered a wave of guilt in Lin Yuan, making his head throb. Faced with the relentless onslaught from both sisters, before Lin Yuan could even type a soothing reply, Tushan Bacon, the nine-tailed celestial fox who had lived for untold millennia, sat in her private chambers. As she glanced at the information on her system panel, a smile blossomed on her lips, radiating an enchanting allure. Then, with deliberate slowness, she extended her slender jade-like fingers and sent her first message. Tushan Baiqian, sisters, please do not misunderstand my husband. Her message appeared in pink, radiating an innate allure and a hint of perfectly timed hurt. Tushan Baiqian, my husband also grieves for my Qingqiu clan. When we faced great calamity recently, nearly severing our lineage, he stepped in to aid us, defying fate to change our destiny. This younger sister is profoundly grateful. Tushan Baiqian, unlike my two sisters, blessed with profound fortune and protected by their husbands from the start. Unlike this younger sister, who could only struggle alone in despair. Tushan Baiqian, now, this younger sister carries her husband's child within her womb. Yet, with my foundation weakened before, I still do not know if this child will be born safely. Alas. Finally, she appended a tearful animated fox emoji, its eyes brimming with sorrow. Whoa. Lin Yuan sucked in a sharp breath at the reply, inwardly exclaiming, now that's what I call a pro. Holy crap. This wasn't just a reply, it was a masterfully crafted combination punch. His mind instantly began dissecting and analyzing it. In just a few sentences, the information overload was staggering. First, it framed Lin Yuan's actions as the noble cause of saving Qingqiu, instantly shedding the labels of personal affairs and other woman while claiming the moral high ground. Second, she highlighted her own lonely struggle in stark contrast to her two sisters who had found protection early on. While playing the victim, she subtly stirred up resentment. Third, she hinted at her compromised foundation and the uncertainty of the child within her womb. Using the safety of mother and child as her shield, she ensured that even if Ji Tiannu and Meng Sanqi were boiling with rage, they wouldn't dare lay a heavy hand on a pitiful, frail pregnant woman. This manipulation. Truly masterful, reaching the pinnacle of artistry. Indeed. No woman who survives to SSS rank is ever a pushover. The group chat fell silent once more. But Lin Yuan knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The real battlefield was only just beginning. This is bad. How the hell was he supposed to clean this up? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 128, the battlefield reaches a fever pitch. Lin Yuan's fatal challenge. Now. Qingqiu, within the imperial bedchamber. Lin Yuan stared at the chat channel on his system interface. Tushan Baiqian's tea ceremony remarks were so profound they bordered on the realm of Tao. Though Lin Yuan marveled inwardly, his scalp grew increasingly numb. He knew this seemingly clever retort would not only fail to quell the conflict, but would instead ignite an even fiercer battle lust in the other two seniors. After all, neither of them was someone to be trifled with. Sure enough, after a brief, deathly silence, the group chat erupted once more. The first to regain her composure was Ji Tiannu, the goddess of drought. Having lived countless ages and being the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, her pride knew no bounds. How could she fail to see through such petty tricks? She completely ignored Tushan Baiqian's pity play, redirecting her focus back to Lin Yuan. With an unquestionable tone, she began to assert her rightful status. Ji Tiannu, my sister jests. My husband's benevolence in aiding the weak is simply his duty. As his first wife, I naturally support him. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat upon reading this message. First wife. Those 5 words were highlighted in crimson gold divine consciousness by Ji Tiannu, like a banner of sovereignty thrust forcefully into the center of the group chat. This was no longer a hint, it was a declaration. Ji Tiannu, remember when I followed my husband from humble beginnings? When we pacified the Miao tribes, the dangers we faced far surpassed anything you've encountered in Qingqiu today. But as long as it eased my husband's burdens, what did a little hardship matter? These words, spoken with understated grace, carried immense weight. Lin Yuan felt as though he could see through these words. He saw that moment at the corpse carrier inn, when Ji Tiannu tore open the void and descended with divine might that shook the world. A wave of warmth washed over Lin Yuan, yet it was accompanied by an even more intense throbbing in his head. Ji Tiannu was using their shared, most profound experience to erect a barrier no later comer could ever breach. She elevated her status to that of a comrade in arms and rightful wife who had fought alongside Lin Yuan and helped establish their empire. The implication was unspoken. You, Tushan Bacon, are merely a fragile woman he rescued after achieving fame and fortune. Whereas I stood by him from nothing, building this empire together. Is that even comparable? Meng Sanqi, witnessing this, naturally refused to be outdone. She was clever enough not to compete with Ji Tiannu over who was number one. Instead, she shifted to a more cunning, more cutting angle, uniqueness and intimacy. Meng Sanqi, all this fighting and killing, truly tedious. Meng Sanqi, unlike my underworld, serene and unburdened. No outsiders to disturb us. Meng Sanqi, when my husband was in the netherworld, he was only with me. Together, we witnessed the myriad forms of reincarnation upon the bridge of forgetfulness. Together, we contemplated the great truths of life and death beside the stone of 3 lives. That time, when it was just the two of us alone, I imagine outsiders would find it hard to comprehend, wouldn't they? If Ji Tiannu's words were molten lava, then Meng Sanqi's 2 messages were the bone-chilling winds from the glaciers of the netherworld. Lin Yuan's temples throbbed violently at this sight. Ruthless. Meng Po's move was ruthless. She had completely bypassed the battlefield of who deserves more credit and opened up a new arena, who holds the deeper intimacy. Every single word was meticulously designed to provoke the nerves of the other 2 female leads. No matter how capable or meritorious you are, so what? My husband and I have shared moments of just the 2 of us. Have you? This seemingly mundane sharing was, in truth, the ultimate form of flaunting. Its lethality was even more terrifying than Ji Tiannu's direct declaration of ownership. Zzzzz. Lin Yuan could almost hear the snap of reason snapping in Ji Tiannu and Tushan Bacon's minds. True to form, Tushan Baiqian immediately fired back. Tushan Baiqian, indeed, Sister Sanqi has it easy. Unlike me, who not only must stabilize the entire Eastern Demon Alliance for my husband but also labor day and night, exhausting every ounce of energy to repair the supreme treasure, the human emperor banner. Tushan Baiqian, unlike certain individuals who merely need to simmer soup at home to win their husband's favor. With these words, she shifted the battlefront from Ji Tiannu to Meng Sanqi. Lin Yuan inwardly murmured, brilliant. Baiqian's tactic of diverting blame was nothing short of a masterstroke. She positioned herself as the devoted wife, devoting every ounce of effort to her husband's career, while simultaneously dismissing Meng Sanqi's couple time as idle soup-making. In an instant, she shattered Meng Sanqi's perceived advantage. Meng Sanqi, who the hell are you calling a soup maker? Meng Sanqi instantly bristled, her black text seemingly morphing into a snarling demon. Tushan Baiqian, whoever answered, that's who. A playful fox tongue emoji trailed behind her words. Meng Sanqi, you fox spite. You think I won't come to Qingqiu and tear your fox den to pieces? Ji Tiannu, go if you must. This palace will hold the fort for you. It'll be interesting to see whether your husband cares more about his lone supporting sister or about us old acquaintances. Ji Tiannu's words were utterly devastating. While seemingly defending Meng Sanqi, she had actually ignited the conflict into a white-hot blaze, roasting Lin Yuan over an open flame. As the atmosphere in the group chat had completely slid from verbal sparring to the brink of online challenges, offline reality. Lin Yuan's head was buzzing. The system chat group was now actually vibrating faintly. Group channel, Crimson Gold, Pitch Black, and Pink Divine Light. Like three enraged dragons, they collided and tore at each other with frenzied fury. They erupted in waves of invisible energy ripples. Lin Yuan knew that if he didn't speak up soon, these three formidable figures might just cross time and space to start a fight. However, just as he prepared to type "I beg your pardon" and play peacemaker, three messages, each carrying distinct divine thoughts yet converging on the same core issue, exploded simultaneously in his mind, their order indistinguishable. Ji Tian, husband. Speak up for fairness. Between this fox spirit and me, who has been more helpful to you? Meng Sanqi, you faithless man. You must clarify this today. Between her and me, who do you truly need more? Tushan Baiqian, husband, you must stand up for me, they're ganging up on me. Pressure from all three sides. Instantly, they cornered him into a desperate situation. This was no longer a simple jealousy dispute. This was an ultimate life or death question. Whichever side he chose would completely alienate the other two. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Yuan's temple. If his response was too perfunctory, all three ladies would come after Lin Yuan. If he mishandled this, it could ignite this massive powder keg of a harem. Chapter 129, From Harem Rivalry to the Awakening of Imperial Grace. At that moment, within the Imperial Bedchamber, within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, three terrifying storms capable of tearing apart gods seemed to erupt. Ji Tiannu's domineering and unparalleled interrogation. Meng Sanqi's bone-chillingly resentful accusation. Tushan Baiqian's pitifully fragile plea. Three divine thoughts, transformed into three invisible blades. From three distinct directions, they simultaneously pressed against his divine soul, forcing him to give the answer that would inevitably trigger everything. Lin Yuan felt his head buzzing, as if it might split open right then and there. You could even clearly sense that the system panel of the eerie marriage game, the avatars representing the three wives' statuses, were now emitting an extremely unstable, near-explosive red glow. Silence. A suffocating silence. Within the group chat, the three female protagonists waited for his verdict. To Lin Yuan, those few seconds felt longer than an entire era. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yuan didn't answer a single question. He did not weigh whose contribution was greater, nor did he attempt to soothe anyone's feelings. After a long silence, he simply let out a long sigh, heavy with exhaustion and endless worry. Lin Yuan, ah. This sigh seemed to carry a peculiar magic. It contained no supernatural power, yet possessed greater force than any magic. In an instant, it extinguished the raging flames of battle and jealousy burning within the three women's hearts, leaving them all momentarily stunned. Husband, what's wrong? For the first time, they heard nothing of his familiar, commanding composure and calm in his voice. Only one thing remained, a weariness they had never sensed before, as if he bore the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. Before they could ask, Lin Yuan's voice, tinged with hoarseness and heaviness, slowly echoed through the group chat. Lin Yuan, I always believed that with the three of you as my strongest support, I could face any challenge this world throws at me. Lin Yuan, but now, I realize I was wrong. His words were filled with an unprecedented sense of vulnerability and self-reproach. This caused the three female leads, accustomed to his usual calm and composed demeanor, to simultaneously feel a strange unease and inexplicable worry. Lin Yuan, the disturbance of the human emperor banner has revealed a glimpse of the future to me. Upon that celestial map, I beheld the boundless, dark abyssal depths, where whispers madden even the gods. I saw cursed, petrified ruins, where all life whimpered into eternal stillness. I saw a Gothic castle shrouded in eternal night, where beneath the crimson moonlight, the noblest of falls lay concealed. Lin Yuan, I saw a terrifying future where even SSS-tier sovereigns might perish. Lin Yuan, my true concern isn't how to conquer them, but what happens when I'm far from home, facing unknown horrors that make even my heart tremble. Lin Yuan, will my home, my rear base, remain secure? Lin Yuan, can I entrust you all, and our three unborn children, to a united whole with peace of mind? These words struck like thunder, exploding within the hearts of the three female protagonists. Yes. They were so preoccupied with jealousy and vying for their husband's affection. They had forgotten that their man stood alone, shouldering the future of everyone, facing terrifying dangers capable of bringing down even the most powerful. Their quarrels, in this moment, seemed so petty, so utterly out of place. Lin Yuan's voice continued, tinged with earnestness and expectation. Lin Yuan, you are not merely my wives. Lin Yuan, celestial maiden, you are the goddess of drought who rules the crimson lands. Your majesty alone commands the submission of 10,000 ghosts. Lin Yuan Sanqi, you are the mistress of the river of oblivion, guiding souls through reincarnation. Your authority upholds the delicate balance of life and death across the entire world. Lin Yuan, by Qian, you are the Empress of Qingqiu, reigning over all demons. Your wisdom outshines the heavens and earth. Lin Yuan, you are each sovereigns and rulers of your realms, you are the masters. Lin Yuan, what I need is not lovers vying for my affection. Lin Yuan, but partners who, in my absence, support each other, make decisions together, and guard the castle at the rear for our great family. You are all my castle. These words seem to possess boundless magic. In an instant, they elevated the three heroines' perspective from a harem of rivals vying for favor to an unprecedented height of co-governing the realm. They were beings who had lived for countless millennia. How could they fail to grasp Lin Yuan's profound meaning? He wasn't evading the issue. He was bestowing upon them higher status, heavier responsibilities, and the deepest trust. Lin Yuan regarded them as true kindred spirits to whom he could entrust everything. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions swept through the hearts of the three female protagonists. A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Tian's phoenix-like eyes, quickly giving way to a look of approval and relief. She had always seen Lin Yuan as a husband who needed her protection. Yet in this instant, she suddenly realized. He had, unbeknownst to her, grown into a man possessing the true vision and stature of an emperor. Ji Tian's pride as the official consort transformed in that instant into the responsibility of being the first among imperial consorts. Meng Sanqi's heart, perpetually shrouded in unease and possessiveness, was profoundly stirred by Lin Yuan's words. For the first time, she realized that her actions, which seemed like demands for love, might have been nothing but a burden to him. A vague pang of heartache quietly surfaced in her chest. Meanwhile, Tushan Baiqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. Wasn't the man she had fallen for precisely this one before her the man who could single-handedly dissolve a sea of jealousy and then effortlessly incorporate all three sovereigns into his grand scheme? His vision, more than any formidable power, intoxicated and reassured her. The group chat fell into another prolonged silence. But this time, the silence carried no trace of tension. What remained was profound awe and a hint of shame. They hadn't even noticed themselves. Indeed, as a sovereign ruler herself, when had she become so petty? A long time. Ji Tiannu was the first to send a message. Just one word, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, bearing the responsibility of the eldest sister. Ji Tiannu understood. Immediately after, Meng Sanqi's message appeared, tinged with awkwardness but no longer resentful, almost like a playful pout. Meng Sanqi, humph, at least you have some conscience. If you died out there, just wait till I got my hands on you. Finally, Tushan Baiqian's message brimmed with tenderness, trust, and boundless anticipation for the future. Tushan Baiqian, everything I'll leave to my husband. The Imperial Council sounds far more intriguing than being Empress of Qingqiu. A battlefield potent enough to ignite the depths of Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's calculated display of weakness and appeal, it dissolved without a trace. The three female protagonists had temporarily reached an unspoken agreement to present a united front against external threats. That was close, Lin Yuan thought, cold sweat pouring down his back. I managed to bluff my way through. I'm truly brilliant. Ha! Chapter 130, Imperial Banner Resonance, Stellar Map Shift. At that moment, just as Lin Yuan's three wives reached a tacit understanding of unity against external threats, the moment their divine soul fluctuation shifted from opposition to synergy. At this very moment, within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, the human emperor banner, which had been suspended in stillness all along, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. A powerful surge. Emotion, intertwined with protective resolve and imperial duty, surged from Lin Yuan's heart. This emotion resonated profoundly with the shared resolve of his three wives to protect the family. This resonant force is formless and intangible. Yet it is more primordial and more powerful than any spiritual energy or demonic force. It was no longer merely Lin Yuan's solitary will, but the fused resolve of three SSS-tier sovereigns, a mutual recognition and commitment to protect one another. Then, it transformed into a vast, unparalleled, and warm torrent, actively surging into the human emperor banner within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. The human emperor banner, like a traveler parched for billions of years, finally drank from the sweetest spring. It greedily absorbed this power. The entire banner began to tremble violently and excitedly. Upon its surface, the previously faintly swirling mystical yellow merit energy and resplendent human dragon energy now blazed as if fully ignited. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire sea of consciousness. A dazzling golden dragon's phantom shot skyward from the banner. Coiling around the pole, it roared toward the heavens. Immediately after, a clear and resonant phoenix cry echoed. A mystical phoenix, born from the flames and formed from boundless virtuous energy, danced gracefully around the divine dragon. Dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness. Divine might unmatched. The human emperor banner seemed to have been fully awakened. The next instant, upon the banner's surface, the ancient star chart, once shattered and tattered, now blazed with radiant brilliance. The once dim and blurred stellar trajectories, as if infused with boundless divine power, began to swirl and reorganize frantically. What is this? Lin Yuan's mind trembled violently as he immediately plunged into it. He saw, upon the banner's surface, the three regions representing Miao Crimson Earth Palace, Netherworld River of Oblivion, and Qingqiu Tushan had already radiated brilliant light, completely merging into one. Three divine lights, golden, pitch black, and pink, representing Ji Tiannu, Meng Sanqi, and Tushan Bacon respectively, woven shone above this map. Finally, they slowly merged, transforming into an incredibly stable map radiating chaotic tricolored light. This territory represented Lin Yuan's most solid and reliable rear base. And beyond the borders of this territory, in the endless darkness, three entirely new, resplendent coordinates, each radiating a distinct aura, were ignited simultaneously. And they were clearer than ever before. The first coordinate appeared as a pitch-black vortex, radiating chaos and madness. It slowly rotated in the lower left corner of the star map. Its emergence seemed to make the dark backdrop of the entire star chart grow even deeper and more ominous. The moment Lin Yuan's divine sense touched it, he seemed to hear a primordial chaos and madness echoing from the ancient past. A terrifying whisper capable of driving even gods mad. A sound beyond description in any language. It brimmed with boundless malice and greed toward the real world. Lin Yuan even sensed a colossal tentacle, cold, slimy, and existing in no physical dimension. Following the divine consciousness connection, traversing endless spacetime, it gently brushed against his soul. It made his mind freeze in place. A name instantly surfaced in his mind, one he'd only ever encountered in game lore. The Ancient One, Krakena. Hiss. Wasn't this the final female lead I had to woo in the game, Eerie Romance? Could it be, the human emperor banner actually has a coordinate function? Lin Yuan swiftly withdrew his divine sense and glanced at the second coordinate with lingering trepidation. The second coordinate revealed a desolate, hopeless shade of gray. It resembled not a star but a lifeless, cracked gray eye, silently embedded at the center of the star chart. The instant his divine sense probed in, Lin Yuan felt as though he beheld a cursed, petrified ruin. At the heart of the ruin stood a crumbling temple in ancient Greek style. Coiled around the temple's columns were countless lifelike yet lifeless petrified serpents. Their poses were forever frozen in the instant of a hissing attack. An ancient sorrow and savagery emanated from them, as if capable of freezing all life completely. Petrifying Queen Medusa. Ha! It's my ex-wife again. Then, Lin Yuan's gaze finally settled upon the third coordinate. This coordinate was the closest, yet also the most eerie. It appeared at the upper right edge of the star chart, manifesting as a crimson mark, a crescent moon-like imprint as vivid as dripping blood. At its center, an elegant yet sinister bat totem was etched. Instantly, an image formed in Lin Yuan's mind, a gothic castle shrouded in eternal darkness. A blood-red crescent moon. Hanging high above the castle's spires, it radiated an endless aura of bewitching allure, noble grandeur, and profound corruption. He could even smell it. A luxurious yet dangerous scent, a blend of ancient blood and withered roses. It crossed time and space, reaching his nostrils. Bloodline ancestor, queen of eternal night Lilith. 3 new coordinates. 3 SSS-rank heroines, each with distinct personalities, abilities, and styles. At this very moment, their locations were pinpointed with crystal clarity by the Human Emperor banner. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of unprecedented clarity darting through them. He finally understood completely. The household rules he had established earlier seemed like a temporary measure. In truth, they had unknowingly aligned with Lin Yuan's true destiny. He had been pondering how to balance finding a new wife and repairing the Human Emperor banner. Now it became clear, these were not separate matters at all. They were one and the same. Restoring the Human Emperor banner required gathering the primordial energies of 9 heaven-chosen maidens, Lin Yuan's 9 wives, to achieve perfection. And the journey to find these wives would inevitably bring encounters with earth-shattering adventures and heavenly treasures. The journey to repair the Human Emperor banner. The quest to find the other wives. And everything else that happens in between. These threads can all be understood as the main storyline, the linear path of the game, Weird Love. At this moment, they finally merged together perfectly. At this thought, all lingering confusion vanished from Lin Yuan's heart, replaced by boundless ambition and anticipation. Gazing at the 3 entirely new regions on the star map, regions brimming with unknowns and dangers, it felt as though he were surveying 3 vast territories destined for his future conquest. Where should I go next? Lin Yuan mused silently. A Cthulhu-themed wife. Though powerful, she's far too twisted. At my current level, going after a Cthulhu wife would be a death sentence. Or maybe, try someone else. Chapter 131, The Choice Vampire Queen. Within the sea of consciousness, divine banners fluttered fiercely. 3 brilliant coordinates illuminated the path ahead for Lin Yuan. His divine consciousness swiftly traversed between the 3 coordinates. Weighing options. Decision. Lower left corner. That pitch-black vortex representing the Elder Throne. A single glance. And Lin Yuan's soul trembled. Madness. Chaos. A viscous, indescribable terror seemed poised to seep through his gaze and corrupt his sanity. No. Going to Krakina now would surely drive me mad. Lin Yuan instantly dismissed this option without a moment's hesitation.
His gaze shifted toward the center. That lifeless gray eye representing the petrifying queen.
Curse. Grief. Violence. Images of ancient Greek ruins flashed before his eyes. Medusa.
Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly.
Unraveling her emotional knot would require patience and persistence.
It didn't align with the core objective of rapid growth.
Alternative option. Finally.
Lin Yuan's focus locked onto the upper right corner of the star map. That crimson crescent moon radiating an aura of eerie beauty, noble grandeur, and utter depravity.
Bloodline ancestor queen of eternal night Lilith. Compared to the chaos and enigma of the previous two, this dark realm, steeped in rigid hierarchy and ancient laws, appeared to Lin Yuan as a clearly mapped chessboard.
And what he excelled at most was turning the tables on the chessboard.
It's you!
Lin Yuan made up his mind.
The next second,
he opened his eyes, his divine consciousness returning. Within the bedchamber, the sweet fragrance of the soul-soothing incense lingered. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the corner of the system interface. There. The icon 4, family group chat, gathered 3 peerless figures, flashing tirelessly. The soaring pride that had just risen instantly dissolved into a threat of helplessness.
Even SSS tier overlords among the expedition's enemies leave traces behind. But these 3 at home, they're the real problem.
Lin Yuan murmured to himself.
He finally took a deep breath and clicked on the icon. Lin Yuan, ahem, everyone here? The message was sent.
It didn't go unanswered. Instead, it instantly set the deep sea ablaze.
Ji Tian, speak. One word, concise, powerful, utterly commanding. Meng Sanchi, spit it out already. Dithering like that, not manly at all. As volatile as ever.
Yet between the lines, a hint of urgency shone through.
Tu Shan Bai Qian, my lord, I'm right here, take your time, there's no rush.
Her voice was sweet and soft. Like an invisible net, it had already ensnared him completely. Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Still, he steeled himself. He laid out the entire truth, the strange changes in the human emperor banner, and the plan to venture into the Blood Clan's dark realm.
He did not mention Lilith's name.
He only emphasized that this was the inevitable path to repair the divine banner and confront an even greater crisis in the future.
He elevated his personal actions to a strategic level for the collective future of the entire family. Transmission complete. Awaiting judgment. The group chat fell into a silence that stretched for over 10 seconds. Suffocating. Lin Yuan could almost picture it.
In the Crimson Palace of Miaojiang and the Hall of Mengpa in the Netherworld, those 2 lofty female rulers, how their phoenix-like eyes must now be filled with murderous intent, their killing intent laid bare.
Yet, the expected storm never came.
The first to break the silence was the rightful consort, Ji Tiannu.
Ji Tiannu, the Blood Clan's dark realm?
I've heard its waters run deep. Its true ancestor is a primordial being from the same era as Jiang Chen and Hou Qing, possessing bloodline powers as unfathomable as they are terrifying. My lord, you must not take this journey lightly. Her tone held not a trace of jealousy.
Only solemn concern for the unknown peril and worry for Lin Yuan's safety.
The bigger picture.
Meng Sanchi, humph. If you're off to meet some new fox spirit, just say so. Why all the fancy excuses?
But the Blood Clan excels at mind control.
Are you sure you can handle this alone? The familiar pattern.
Yet that can you handle it? Betrayed her underlying concern. Tu Shan Bai Qian, my lord acts for the future of us all.
We sisters will support you wholeheartedly.
Yet the land of eternal night is no Qingqiu, traps lurk everywhere.
You must be exceedingly cautious.
Lin Yuan stared at the screen, exhaling a long, heavy breath.
It seems
the last Emperor-Empress Council had truly broadened their horizons.
But before he could feel moved, the tone of the group chat abruptly shifted.
From worrying about their husband's safety, it instantly turned into competing over who loved their husband more.
An invisible arms race had begun. Ji Tiannu, my lord, this journey is perilous. Your cultivation alone is insufficient. I shall imprint the essence of the dry demon's divine flame upon your brow. It shall shield your divine soul and purge all malevolent entities. No sooner had the words left her lips. Boom! The temperature within the entire bedchamber surged wildly in an instant. The air itself warped under the extreme heat. A domineering crimson gold divine light surged forth from the void, instantly engulfing Lin Yuan's brow. Buzz! Lin Yuan felt a searing heat on his forehead. Resplendent divine might spread along his soul, radiating to every limb and bone. Above his brow, a sun totem mark appeared, exuding a terrifying aura that repels all evil. Before he could fully absorb the sensation, Meng Sanchi's words, thick with jealousy, followed immediately. Meng Sanchi, mental enchantment is but a minor art. Bloodline curses are the most insidious. I bestow upon you the power of the wheel of rebirth to safeguard your essence. With the order of reincarnation upon you, let's see who dares defile your soul. Boom! A wholly different power descended. dark and profound, imbued with the might of absolute justice. The instant this force descended, the entire bedchamber fell utterly still. Silent and unseen, it merged directly into the depths of Lin Yuan's soul, as if it had donned his soul in armor woven by the very laws of heaven and earth. Indestructible, impervious to all forces. Then, Tushan Baiqian's soft, seductive voice, tinged with a light chuckle, made its grand entrance. Tushan Baiqian, both sisters speak wisely. Yet the blood clan excels at weaving illusions. My lord, I bear a fragment of the nine-tailed celestial fox's heartfeather, a transformation of my own lifebound plumage. Keep it well, for it shatters all worldly illusions. Her words were soft, yet the gift weighed as heavy as a mountain. The next instant, a feather, radiant with 9 colored auroras and crystal clear in its brilliance, materialized in Lin Yuan's hand. Its touch was warm and smooth, smoother than the finest celestial jade. A soothing, sweet fragrance wafted from the feather. It cleansed the turmoil within Lin Yuan's mind. Heart feather in hand, the imprint on his brow. His soul was armored. Lin Yuan froze solid in place. Just a moment ago, he was still agonizing over how to pass the 3 trials. The next second, he was fully armed to the teeth by 3 of the world's most elite female rulers. This feeling, it was like a child about to embark on a long journey, being frantically stuffed with belongings by 3 mothers afraid he might suffer hardship. No, even more exaggerated than that. Each of these 3 mothers possessed power capable of effortlessly overturning the world. An indescribable surge of warmth and pride exploded within Lin Yuan's chest. This was his backing. This was his confidence. This was the capital that allowed him to reign supreme over any unknown peril. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Lin Yuan typed these 7 words in the group chat. Ji Tiannu, humph, good to know. Mind your conduct abroad, don't disgrace this palace, Meng Sanqi, smooth talker. Go and return swiftly, Tushan Baiqian, husband, I and our child await your return. Reading his 3 wives' messages, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curve upward. He rose to his full height. He smoothed his robes. 3 SSS tier protective buffs now shrouded his form. What was there to fear on this journey? Lin Yuan strode purposefully toward the cross-domain teleportation array deep within the inner chambers. However, his foot was about to step into the array. At that very moment, a cold, emotionless system alert boomed in his mind. Warning, you are about to enter the high-tier law suppression zone Eternal Night Blood Pact. Your cultivation level will be suppressed below S rank. Chapter 132, Welcome to the Land of Eternal Night. The dizziness from spatial teleportation receded like a tide. Solid ground finally met Lin Yuan's feet. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a bizarre world unlike any he had ever seen, steeped in gothic horror. High in the sky hung a vast, crescent moon, its blood-red glow eerily luminous, as if weeping crimson tears. Upon the earth, not a trace of life remained. Only black, withered trees twisted upward like devil's claws remained. And a thick layer of decaying leaves, piled up for who knows how many years, covered the ground. A frigid wind, thick with the scent of blood and damp earth, swept across Lin Yuan's cheeks. Even his SS-tier powerhouse's nether divine body felt a barely perceptible chill. However, the very next second, Lin Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed. A colossal, ancient, and unyielding force of law. Like an invisible dome, it descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping his entire body. Eternal Night Blood Pact. And this was the law of this place. It forcibly restricted all beings below SSS rank, reducing their power to a rank Grade A. The highest level currently attainable through independent cultivation here. To ascend to S rank, beyond personal talent, effort, and fortune, one must also receive the blessing of the supreme ruler of this place, the Queen of Eternal Night. By comparison, Ji Tiannu, Meng Sanqi, and Tushan Baiqian, the Miaojiang, Netherworld, and Qingqiu realms they hailed from, do not impose such restrictions. This clearly demonstrates the Queen of Eternal Night's sheer dominance. Ha! She's my wife too? Oh, then it's all good. Lin Yuan felt reassured. Then, a humming sound filled the air. This force of law transformed into countless invisible shackles, forcibly suppressing the boundless energy within him. He felt it clearly. His SS-tier cultivation, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, was rapidly plummeting. From early SS-tier, S-tier peak, high S rank. Finally, click. As if a faint click, his cultivation level was firmly locked at PK class. Not an inch further. So this is the suppression of the laws. Lin Yuan felt the power within him weakened by more than 100-fold, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. But he did not panic. Not even a hint of tension. He simply closed his eyes calmly, carefully assessing his own condition. His energy level was indeed suppressed. But his Pango dragon scale body, tempered by the Pango blood and various divine elixirs, possessed formidable physical resilience and strength that had scarcely diminished. His SS-grade divine soul, vast as a starry sea, remained as steadfast as a mountain, radiating formidable spiritual pressure. His battle experience and instincts, honed through countless life and death struggles and ingrained deep within his very bones, remained utterly intact. So that's how it is. What was suppressed was merely the upper limit of energy, not its essence. A knowing curve lifted at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. For ordinary powerhouses, this might spell utter ruin. But for him, it was merely a matter of switching to a slightly less powerful weapon. A true god of slaughter could slay gods and demons even wielding a wooden stick. At that very moment. Help! Don't come any closer. Not far away, several shrieks filled with terror and despair pierced the dead silence of the withered forest. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he followed the sound. In a clearing within the woods, a squad of Blood Clan knights clad in exquisite black armor, mounted on fearsome skeletal steeds, surrounded several ragged, bloodied players with mocking expressions. The players bore insignia of nations like the Eagle Nation and Little Britain on their chests. Terrified beyond reason, they lay cowering on the ground, soiling themselves as they repeatedly bowed their heads, begging for mercy from the Blood Clan knights. Ha ha, look at these pathetic worms. Their fear is truly the most exquisite nectar. Leading them was a Blood Knight commander at the peak of C-rank. Tall and pale-faced with a handsome countenance, his eyes burned with aristocratic arrogance and cruelty. He resembled an elegant hunter, reveling in the pleasure of toying with his prey. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Lin Yuan, who was slowly emerging from the forest. A flicker of astonishment and admiration crossed his eyes. The man before him, with jet-black hair and eyes, possessed such striking beauty that even he felt a pang of envy. More crucially, the moon-white robe he wore, hand sewn by Tu Shan by Qian herself, was spotless, starkly out of place amidst the filthy, decaying surroundings. What puzzled him most was the look in this man's eyes. It was a gaze he had never encountered before. Calm, detached, and profound as an abyss. Facing their group of Blood Knight warriors enough to terrify any other player, he showed not a shred of fear, not even a hint of curiosity. As if, in his eyes, these noble bloodline were no different from the withered trees lining the road or the decaying leaves beneath his feet. This utter disregard stirred a hint of displeasure within the Knight Commander. He urged his skeletal steed forward, slowly approaching Lin Yuan. From his lofty perch, he scrutinized him. Human. The Knight Commander spoke, his voice carrying an innate, patronizing tone. Your appearance and bearing have succeeded in pleasing me. On this filthy land, you are the most perfect work of art I have ever seen. He gently lifted Lin Yuan's chin with the whip in his hand, his face breaking into a smile he deemed charming. Now, I shall bestow upon you a glory far surpassing your lowly station's supreme honor. Kneel. Receive my first embrace and become my loyal blood servant, serving me for all eternity. His voice carried an unquestionable command. As if being chosen by him were the greatest honor imaginable for Lin Yuan. On the open ground, the players who had long since despaired now turned their eyes toward Lin Yuan, some filled with envy, others with schadenfreude. However, faced with this gift from the C-rank knight leader, Lin Yuan didn't even lift an eyelid. His gaze swept past the knight before him, fixating instead on the distant, majestic Gothic castle shrouded in the faint glow of the blood moon. As if that was the only thing worthy of his attention. Time ticked by second. The smile on the Knight Commander's face gradually froze. The humiliation of being ignored began to distort his handsome features. Human, are you testing my patience? He demanded coldly, his murderous intent palpable. Just as he was about to erupt completely and order this unappreciative work of art torn to shreds, Lin Yuan finally withdrew his gaze. He cast a faint glance at the Knight Commander before him. That gaze was calm, without a single ripple. Yet it was filled with something that could make even the gods tremble. Utter contempt. His thin lips parted, his voice low yet clear, echoing through the entire desolate, withered forest. You dare? Chapter 133, a class rookie? No, and a class god of death. You dare? 3 simple words. Instantly, they scattered all the clamor within the withered forest. The smug expressions on the faces of those surrounded Eagle brand players froze. They even doubted their own ears. This Dragon Nation man, an Eastern human suppressed by the rules at a rank, dared to speak to a C-rank peak Blood Knight leader in a tone that bordered on a god looking down on ants? Had he lost his mind? What did you say? The pale, handsome face of the Blood Knight leader twisted violently with extreme fury and humiliation. As a noble vampire, he belonged to the ruling class even within the entire Eternal Night realm. To him, these lowly human players were nothing more than walking blood bags and playthings for amusement. But now, this so-called perfect masterpiece dared to humiliate him in front of all his subordinates and those beasts. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Very well. The Knight leader laughed bitterly in rage, his voice sharp and venomous. Human, you have succeeded in provoking me. I've changed my mind. I will not grant you the embrace. He raised his knight's sword with a violent jerk, the tip pointing straight at Lin Yuan's forehead, and let out a hysterical roar. I shall peel your skin inch by inch, turning it into my newest collection of paintings. Grind your bones into ornaments for my throne. Imprison your soul within my blood vessel to wail for all eternity. Do it. Tear him to shreds. At the command. Yes. The remaining 7 or 8 Blood Knight riders erupted with bloodthirsty red glows in their eyes, responding in unison. They spurred their ferocious bone steeds, transforming into several black bolts of lightning as they closed in on Lin Yuan from all directions. Crimson battle chi erupted from their bodies. Sharp blood claws tore through the air, emitting a sharp, hissing screech. Chilling cursed energy coalesced on the ground into vicious runes, attempting to bind Lin Yuan's feet. The Eagle Nation players, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, collapsed to the ground once more in terror, yet their eyes betrayed a cruel satisfaction. He's finished. This arrogant Dragon Nation player was doomed. However, at the center of the encirclement, Lin Yuan didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He didn't even glance at the attacks pouring in from all directions. As if those blood-clawed hands capable of tearing through steel, those soul-corroding curses all were mere phantoms that never existed. His gaze remained serene. His SS-class combat awareness and experience crystallized into an absolute domain at that moment. Within this domain, everything outside became riddled with flaws. To his right, a knight's blood-clawed hand, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, lunged for his throat. To Lin Yuan's eyes, the claw moved as slow as a snail. He could even clearly see the opponent's shoulder joint freeze for a fraction of a second due to overexertion. Lin Yuan casually stepped to his left. Whoosh! The blood-stained claw grazed the hem of his robe. The knight, thrown off balance by his own force, lunged forward. Directly ahead stood another comrade, swinging his battle axe toward Lin Yuan. Thud! A dull thud of metal-piercing flesh. The attacking knight stared in disbelief at the sharp, blood-stained claws protruding from his own chest, the claws of his own comrade. You! He managed only a single syllable before the follow-through momentum hurled him backward. The knight who had struck with the claw froze in shock at the momentary realization of his comrade's death. That split second, Lin Yuan delivered a backhand strike, landing with feather-light precision on the knight's back. Thud! The force wasn't great. Yet it struck with pinpoint accuracy at a vital point where his vital energy circulated. The knight let out a piercing scream as his vital energy instantly reversed course. Like a kite whose string had snapped, he tumbled from the bone steed. His body convulsed violently, utterly immobilized. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. To his left, 2 blood-red spears, gleaming with a cold light, coiled like venomous snakes, sealing off every possible retreat for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't even glance their way. His left foot lightly tapped the ground. His body shifted backward half a meter like a weightless leaf, moving sideways with eerie precision. The 2 spears narrowly brushed past him. Their tips, carried by momentum, collided with a sharp metallic clang. The 2 spear-wielding knights felt a sudden numbness in their arms from the shock. Lin Yuan's figure materialized between them like a ghostly apparition. He extended both hands, curling his fingers into claws. Late but swift. Before either could react, he seized their wrists with pinpoint precision. Then, with a gentle twist. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp snaps of breaking bone echoed. The knight's wrists snapped clean off. Ah! Amidst piercing screams, their spears flew from their hands. Lin Yuan casually flung the 2 men aside, sending them crashing heavily into a withered tree in the distance. Swift as a hare's leap and a falcon's dive. In the blink of an eye, half of the Blood Clan knights had already been rendered combat ineffective. The remaining few were all horrified, their movements instinctively faltering. Their vaunted combined attack technique proved utterly futile against this human. What kind of monster is he? Useless. A bunch of useless trash. The knight leader's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight. He could no longer contain himself. Get out of my way. A furious roar. He violently pulled a fist-sized, blood-red crystal stone from his chest, one that pulsed like a heart, and crushed it in his hand. Boom! Viscous blood energy, thick as molten lava, erupted from his body in an instant. His body swelled at a visible pace, his skin erupting with countless eerie demonic patterns. His aura surged relentlessly, shattering the shackles of C rank and reaching a level dangerously close to B rank. Die! The knight leader's throat emitted a non-human growl as he charged savagely toward Lin Yuan, enveloped in a might capable of crushing everything in its path. This was his forbidden technique, burning away his future potential. This was his all-or-nothing, decisive killing blow. Facing this ferocious assault, Lin Yuan finally halted his advance. A faint trace of impatience flickered in his eyes. As if to say, this farce must end. He didn't dodge. He didn't even assume a defensive stance. Just as the crimson tornado was about to engulf him, he simply raised his right hand, closed his fist. Then, facing that world-shattering crimson tornado, he delivered a single, unadorned punch. No blinding light. No energy fluctuations. Only the purest, most unadulterated physical strength. A faint, fleeting shadow of dragon scales seemed to flicker upon his fist. The next instant, the fist collided with the crimson tornado with a thunderous crash. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The earth-shattering roar anticipated did not come. Only a single, profoundly muffled sound. Put. Like a blood-red balloon being punctured. The arrogant knight commander, along with his ferocious arcane blood shadow, couldn't even last a breath against that seemingly unimposing fist. Just like that. Silently. Completely obliterated. Transformed into a cloud of blood mist. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the mist. As if he had never existed in this world. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The remaining Blood Knights stood frozen in place as if struck by a petrifying spell, their bodies trembling violently. Those Eagle Nation players, their eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out of their sockets, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a fist. One punch? A peak C rank, utilizing forbidden techniques, a Blood Clan powerhouse nearing B rank. Was reduced to nothingness by a single human fist? In their utterly shattered worldview, Lin Yuan slowly withdrew his fist. Not a single drop of blood stained his cuffs. As if moments ago, he had merely crushed an annoying insect underfoot. His cold, indifferent gaze swept slowly over the vampire knights, whose souls had long since scattered. Finally, it settled on the one knight who appeared to be of the lowest rank and was trembling the most. His thin lips parted, and in a tone that brooked no argument, he spoke calmly. Lead the way. To your lord. Chapter 134, Knowledge is the highest passport. The Blood Knight locked in Lin Yuan's gaze shuddered violently, nearly tumbling from his horse. Unable to meet Lin Yuan's gaze, he merely nodded frantically, his throat emitting only stuttering ha-ha sounds, unable to form a coherent sentence. Fear. The purest terror born of primal instinct. To their eyes, the man before them was nothing less than a demon god in human form. A terrifying being capable of reducing a Blood Clan noble who had burned his very essence to nothingness with a single blow of raw physical power. Yes, sir, your command. He stammered in response, his voice shaking uncontrollably. He hastily turned his horse around, scrambling to lead the way ahead, not daring to linger for a moment, terrified that even a moment's delay would meet him with the same fate as their leader. The remaining vampire knights, as if granted a reprieve, followed closely behind. Lin Yuan, however, trailed leisurely behind them, hands clasped behind his back, strolling with the ease of a man in his own garden. As he walked, he surveyed this land of eternal night, steeped in Gothic style, with keen interest. A crimson moon hung overhead, twisted, withered trees stood like skeletal guardians, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Everything matched the scenes he had witnessed in the eerie affair, game down to the last detail. Even the distant Gothic castle, its silhouette growing ever more imposing and menacing beneath the crimson moon, was identical to his memories. That must be the residence of this land's lord. As for those Eagle Wing Nation players, Lin Yuan had long since ceased to acknowledge their existence. They lay limp on the ground, watching Lin Yuan's receding figure, their eyes filled with nothing but boundless terror and bewilderment. They finally understood what kind of prehistoric beast they had attempted to snatch food from. Passing through the deathly silent, withered forest, crossing a moat flowing with viscous black liquid. Guided by a trembling squad of Blood Clan knights, Lin Yuan finally arrived before the majestic ancient castle. The massive iron gates bore intricate, eerie engravings of bats and roses. At the knight's announcement, they slowly swung open. An even more potent, ancient, and noble aura emanated from the castle's depths. Lin Yuan was guided through deep, echoing corridors until they reached a magnificent hall spacious enough to hold hundreds. The vaulted ceiling soared high, suspended beneath a colossal chandelier crafted from countless white bones and crimson crystals, emitting an eerie glow. The floor was paved with smooth, mirror-like obsidian, reflecting the flickering candlelight on the walls. At the hall's far end stood a magnificent throne, built entirely of white bones. Upon the throne lay a figure, reclining with an air of elegant languor. It was a female vampire. She wore an exquisite black evening gown that perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her silver hair cascaded down like moonlight. Her beauty was breathtakingly exquisite, yet radiated an icy, aloof arrogance that kept others at arm's length. Her aura was powerful and profound. Even under the suppression of the Eternal Night Blood Pact, it remained firmly anchored at the peak of S rank. Without a doubt, she was the ruler of this domain. SS rank powerhouse, Duchess Camilla. So it was you who killed the leader of the patrol I dispatched? Camellia spoke slowly, her voice as cold as ice, tinged with a hint of condescending scrutiny. Her ruby-red eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, holding a hint of amusement, a touch of contempt, and a barely perceptible spark of interest. She cared not for her fallen subordinate. Her interest lay solely in this human who dared to cause trouble within her domain. Answer my question, human. Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, a hint of displeasure crept into Camilla's tone. However, Lin Yuan seemed not to have heard her question. He merely surveyed the opulent hall, then spoke slowly in a tone tinged with both admiration and nostalgia. The words he spoke, however, were not in the common tongue. Instead, it was a language with ancient, obscure syllables, filled with noble rhythm. Ancient Blood Clan tongue. After 10,000 years, the taste of the Camilla family remains as extravagant as ever. Boom! The moment these words were spoken, it thundered through Camilla's mind like a bolt from the heavens. Her languid, elegant demeanor vanished without a trace. She snapped upright in her throne, her beautiful crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan, filled with disbelief and horror. Ancient blood clan language. This is impossible? This language had been lost for tens of thousands of years. Now, within the entire blood clan, aside from the slumbering true ancestor and a handful of supreme elders who had lived for untold ages, no one else knew it. A human. A human with only an A-grade aura, how could they possibly speak this language? Who are you? For the first time, Camellia's voice trembled violently, unable to maintain her composure. Lin Yuan did not answer her question. He merely continued in that ancient tongue, speaking in a measured tone reminiscent of an elder lecturing a junior. I recall that the progenitor of your Camellia family, coveting the power of the dark side of the moon, forcibly fused with fallen blood. As a result, every descendant of your lineage suffers the torment of shadow scorch upon their soul during every blood moon night. Judging by your appearance, though your aura is potent, there lingers a faint, imperceptible shadow and stagnation deep within your bloodline. I suppose you too have been unable to escape this curse of your bloodline? Truly, each generation falls short of the last. With each word Lin Yuan spoke, Camilla's complexion paled further. By the end, her once radiant face had drained completely of color, and her delicate frame began to tremble uncontrollably. What he said. Spot on. The secret of the bloodline curse was the greatest taboo of the Camellia family, the deepest pain in her heart. This secret, known only to herself and the few reclusive elders within the family, must never be revealed to outsiders. Yet this man before her had exposed it in a single sentence. So precisely, it sent chills down her spine. A thought one she herself found absurd yet couldn't suppress flooded her mind like a raging torrent. Could it be? Could he? The true ancestor himself, arranging a contingency before his slumber? An emissary sent to oversee matters by His Majesty the true ancestor's command? Otherwise, none of this could possibly be explained. Watching Camilla's rapidly shifting expression, Lin Yuan knew the moment had arrived. A faint smile curved his lips. In a tone utterly devoid of emotion yet carrying weight beyond measure, he spoke slowly. Before Lilith fell into slumber, she did indeed entrust me with certain matters. To see if you younger generation have been slacking off. These words struck like an invisible sledgehammer, shattering every last shred of Camilla's resolve. Lilith! He dared to address the true ancestor by name. And with such utter ease. No more doubts. Under Lin Yuan's calm gaze. Amidst the stunned, frozen gazes of the vampire knights behind him and all the servants within the ancient castle, the lofty Duchess Camellia slowly descended from her throne. She approached Lin Yuan. Then, with utmost reverence and profound devotion, she knelt on one knee. Her proud head bowed deeply. With a voice trembling with awe, she uttered a name that sent shivers down the spines of all bloodkin. Camilla. I greet. Your Highness. Chapter 135, Night Banquet at the Ancient Castle, the Regent Prince's murderous intent. Your Highness? As the Duke of Camellia's voice, reverent to the extreme, echoed through the deathly silent hall. Every vampire present, whether the knights who had guided them here or the servants within the ancient castle, felt as though their brains had been struck by a crimson meteorite. Their minds completely shut down. Duke Camilla, the supreme ruler of this domain, a genuine SS-class powerhouse, had actually kneeled before a human of unknown origin, and addressed him as, Your Highness? This is more absurd than the blood moon rising in the west. They couldn't comprehend it. Yet they could clearly sense the profound reverence emanating from the depths of Duchess Camilla's soul. It was no pretense. In that instant, all the blood clans instinctively knelt as well, burying their heads deep against their chests, not daring to breathe a single breath. An invisible aura of authority quietly radiated outward from Lin Yuan. Rise. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. Thank you, Your Highness. Camilla rose slowly, as if granted a pardon. But she dared not return to her throne. Instead, she stood respectfully at Lin Yuan's side, humbled like the most humble of maidservants. Your Highness has traveled far, yet Camellia failed to greet you at the gate. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Her head bowed low, her posture submissive, she asked, What might Your Highness require of me? No need to be nervous. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely taking a stroll. Incidentally, I'm heading to the royal city to see someone. The royal capital? Camellia's expression shifted slightly at the mention, then she replied with evident hesitation, Your Highness, the situation in the royal city is rather complicated at present. Oh? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Camellia hesitated, but ultimately decided to speak plainly. After His Majesty the true ancestor fell into slumber, Prince Vanthos seized absolute power under the guise of regency. His loyalty to His Majesty the true ancestor is far from absolute. His ambitions are known to all. Your Highness, if you were to go to the royal capital now, it might. You mean he dares to lay a hand on me? Lin Yuan smiled. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on Your Highness, Camellia replied with a double meaning, but he'd stop at nothing against an unknown A-class human. Interesting. Lin Yuan's smile deepened. This unfolded exactly as he remembered from the game's script. Never mind. Prepare the car. Lin Yuan's tone brooked no argument. Yes. Camellia dared not argue further and immediately bowed to comply. Soon, a lavish black and gold carriage drawn by 8 magnificent nightmare beasts pulled up outside the ancient castle. Under Camellia's personal escort, Lin Yuan ascended into the carriage. News spread like bats with wings, racing at terrifying speed through the upper echelons of the land of eternal night. A mysterious human has appeared in Duchess Camellia's domain, reverently addressed as Your Highness. Rumor has it this individual speaks the ancient language of the Blood Clan and possesses knowledge of secrets spanning 10,000 years. Duke Camellia is personally escorting this individual to the royal capital. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. The entire eternal night royal city, that magnificent capital suspended above crimson clouds, now simmered with hidden currents. As Lin Yuan's carriage slowly entered the royal city, under the gaze of countless Blood Clan members, some reverent, some curious, some filled with hostility, the main figure he sought to meet had already personally welcomed him at the palace gates, accompanied by a grand procession. It was an exceptionally handsome male vampire. Dressed in the dark gold regalia of a prince, a symbol of supreme authority, he wore a smile as warm as spring breezes. Every movement radiated aristocratic grace and composure. He was none other than the ambitious regent Prince Fantier, the de facto ruler of the Blood Clan. We humbly welcome Your Highness. Prince Vanbo performed an impeccable chest-touching salute to Lin Yuan as he stepped down from the carriage, his smile so fervent it felt utterly insincere. Having heard Your Highness is an honored guest of His Majesty the True Ancestor, this prince has prepared a modest banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. He presented himself flawlessly, like a loyal minister bearing the ruler's burdens. Lin Yuan looked at him and smiled in return. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Their eyes locked, and invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. A battle without swords or blades had already begun. The welcome banquet was held in the grandest hall of the royal city, the Hall of the Blood Feast. Within, leaders and elders from the major vampire clans had already filled the hall. Nearly all of them were loyal followers of Prince Fantier. The banquet commenced. Prince Fantier raised his goblet repeatedly, lavishing praise upon Lin Yuan in his speech. Meanwhile, the clan elders under his command took turns stepping forward. Some, under the guise of offering toasts, covertly exerted pressure on Lin Yuan through the power of blood. Some feigned curiosity, asking extremely tricky and obscure questions about the true ancestor. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap. Their objective was to relentlessly probe and pressure him until they uncovered a weakness in Lin Yuan, then deliver a fatal blow. Yet Lin Yuan remained utterly unfazed throughout. Blood pressure suppression? Before his SS-grade divine soul, it felt like a gentle breeze. Tricky questions? Drawing upon the omniscient perspective of the eerie affair game, he always countered with an even more ancient, authoritative tone, dismissing them with such nonchalance that the questioners were left speechless, humiliating themselves. After several rounds of exchanges, Prince Fance's smile finally began to fade. He realized that this A-class human before him was far more troublesome than he had ever imagined. Words and probing were now meaningless. More direct measures were required. With that thought, Prince Fantier slowly rose to his feet. The hall fell instantly silent. Every gaze of the Blood Clan fixated upon him. He raised his goblet, toasting Lin Yuan from afar. A false smile returned to his face as he declared in a clear voice. Your Highness's brilliance has truly opened our eyes. We harbor no further doubts about your identity. However, his tone shifted, tinged with feigned hesitation and solemnity. Our personal conviction is insufficient. To convince the entire Blood Clan, billions of our kin, we require a more compelling proof. According to our clan's ancient tradition, any matter concerning the true ancestors must be tested through the 3 trials of blood. Your Highness, would you be willing to undergo this ancient ritual to dispel all doubts among our people? The dagger was revealed. Beneath this lofty justification lay an undisguised intent to kill. Everyone knew these so-called trials were nothing but death traps. In an instant, the tension in the entire hall reached its peak. Prince Fantier's supporters wore cruel grins. Duke Camilla, meanwhile, clenched his fists nervously, palms drenched in cold sweat. Under the gazes of all present, some expectant, some mocking, some anxious. Lin Yuan, however, didn't even flinch. He merely set down his wineglass with a soft clink. The sound was faint, yet it struck each vampire's heart with clarity. He lifted his eyes to meet the determined gaze of Prince Fantier, a hint of amusement curling the corners of his mouth. He did not answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question. I can. But what if I pass? Chapter 136, The First Trial, The Weeping Corridor. The question struck like a boulder, crashing into the seemingly tranquil surface of Prince Fantier's composure. The smile on his face froze for an instant. A fleeting glimpse of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then, he regained his impeccable elegance and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Your Highness has a wonderful sense of humor. This is merely an ancient ritual to prove your identity to the entire clan, not a wager. Of course, should you pass it successfully, this prince, we all, will naturally harbor not a shred of doubt regarding your identity and shall honor you as the most esteemed guest in the land of eternal night. His words were polished and flawless, leaving no room for doubt. Yet every vampire present could detect the icy chill and murderous intent lurking beneath his words. They all understood perfectly well. The regent had made his decision. The man before them would never survive the third trial. Then, let us begin. Lin Yuan shrugged indifferently. Very well. A fierce glint flashed in Prince Vanjua's eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. Your Highness, please enter the first trial ground. The Weeping Corridor. As the words fell, 2 Blood Clan elders, their auras deep and profound, stepped out of the shadows and gestured to Lin Yuan to follow. Without a glance at Prince Fantier, Lin Yuan followed the 2 elders straight toward an inconspicuous black stone door deep within the hall. Duchess Camilla watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she clenched her fists in tension. She knew exactly what the Corridor of Tears was. It was the forbidden sanctuary where the Blood Clan punished traitors and imprisoned the souls of mad ancestors. Within, it was saturated with millennia of accumulated resentment, curses, and mental corruption. Even an S-rank powerhouse entering there risked losing their mind at the slightest misstep, becoming a bloodthirsty madman. Prince Fantier's first move was a fatal strike. Creak. The heavy stone door creaked open slowly. A chilling wind, as if capable of freezing the soul, swept out from behind the door. Beyond the door lay absolute darkness, pitch black as if one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. No sound. No light. A deathly stillness that made one's heart race. Lin Yuan stepped forward without hesitation. The stone door slammed shut behind him. The entire world was instantly left with only him. He walked slowly through the endless darkness. He. Kill, kill. So hungry, so hungry. Gradually, from all directions, countless overlapping whispers began to echo. As if thousands of vengeful souls were whispering directly into his ears. Blurred, distorted specter shadows emerged from the edges of the darkness. They stared fixedly at Lin Yuan. Resentment. Curses. Mental pollution. Like a tidal wave, wave after wave, they violently assaulted Lin Yuan's soul. At the same time, outside the corridor, a massive blood-red demonic mirror clearly reflected Lin Yuan's figure. Prince Vantho and his inner circle of elders watched the mirrored scene with cold, mocking smiles. Your Highness, this man remains unflinching amidst the whisper of 10,000 souls. His soul's strength is no small feat, remarked one elder. Oomph, merely an appetizer. A flicker of cruelty passed through Prince Vanzo's eyes. He issued an order to another elder overseeing the corridor's magical array. Push the energy of the illusion array to its absolute limit. I shall make him witness his most cherished possession being torn apart before his very eyes. Yes, Your Highness. The elder immediately obeyed, hurling one blood energy crystal after another into the array's focal point. Within the weeping corridor, the scene abruptly transformed. The endless darkness receded. In its place emerged the scene most familiar to Lin Yuan. Miaojian, the Crimson Earth Palace. Yet at this moment, the Crimson Earth Palace was engulfed in flames. Countless formidable enemies were besieging his beloved wife. Husband. Save me. Ji Tiannu, covered in blood, her abdomen swollen high, pierced by several poison-coated divine weapons, cried out to him in utter despair. Cut 2. The Underworld, by the banks of the River of Oblivion. Meng Sanchi's face was deathly pale, his soul dim and fading. A colossal wheel of reincarnation ground him into nothingness, piece by piece. Lin Yuan. If you dare forget me, even as a ghost, I will never let you go. Her final scream was filled with resentment and venom. Scene changes again. Qingqiu, the sacred temple of Tushan. Tushan Baiqian was tainted by a torrent of pitch-black demonic energy descending from the heavens. Her 9 beautiful foxtails rot in decay, her exquisite face contorted in agony. Husband, flee, leave me behind. Each phantom scene felt painfully real. Each frame struck precisely at the deepest, most vulnerable parts of Lin Yuan's heart. Enough to shatter the resolve of even the most steadfast soul, driving them utterly mad. Yet, Lin Yuan, standing at the center of the illusion, remained utterly unflinching. In fact, a feint. Just as his 3 wives were about to be shattered into oblivion, and the illusion's malevolence reached its peak, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A translucent feather, radiating 9 colored auroras, automatically flew out from Lin Yuan's storage space. It was none other than the 9-tailed celestial fox's heart feather, bestowed by Tushan Baiqian. The gentle 9-colored divine light emanating from the feather illuminated the entire corridor. Crack. Crack. Under this divine light, the illusionary realm shattered like fragile glass exposed to blazing sunlight, emitting a sound of overwhelming collapse. In the blink of an eye, all illusions shattered completely. The corridor plunged back into endless darkness. But it wasn't over yet. With the illusion shattered, the enraged vengeful spirits and curses surged toward Lin Yuan's soul. Poof. A cold snort. He didn't even move. An invisible barrier, formed from the power of reincarnation and invisible to ordinary eyes, automatically coalesced around his soul. The black tide crashed violently against the barrier. No earth-shattering roar. It was as if ice met a red-hot branding iron. Every ounce of frenzied resentment was utterly purified and obliterated the instant it touched the barrier of reincarnation. Impervious to all forces. Roar! Seeing their curses and illusions rendered useless, the S-rank vengeful spirits deep within the corridor were utterly enraged. They roared, materializing into physical forms and charging toward Lin Yuan with terrifying power capable of tearing apart even an S-rank powerhouse's flesh. And at that very moment, on Lin Yuan's forehead, the drought-demon's divine flame mark, belonging to Xuanyuan, seemed to sense the provocation. Boom! A visible golden flame ripple, centered on Lin Yuan, swept across the entire corridor. This was not a fire of destruction. It was a flame of purification. A shrill scream, too piercing to have come from mere souls, echoed throughout the entire corridor. Whether S-rank powerful vengeful spirits or ordinary wandering souls, under the sweeping might of this divine power, all the malevolence and impurity within them evaporated in an instant. The soul, bound for 10,000 years, found its ultimate liberation in this moment. Transforming into scattered points of light, it faded away. All the darkness accumulated over tens of thousands of years within the weeping corridor was swept clean in that instant. It became purer than ever before. Beyond the demonic mirror, Prince Van Tho and the assembled elders had turned completely to stone. The cold smirks on their faces had long since frozen stiff, replaced instead by an endless horror and bewilderment, as if they had seen a ghost. What on earth had just happened? Immunity to illusions? Curses rendered useless? Even the S-rank king of wrathful spirits was instantly purified? Is this even humanly possible? But what sent chills down their spines came next. After clearing the entire area, Lin Yuan in the mirror suddenly halted his steps. Facing the empty air, he stroked his chin and remarked with a hint of regret. Oh, this lingering aura, it must belong to that blood axe count from 8,000 years ago, right? I recall he died from his bloodline running wild after practicing forbidden arts. TSK tisk, truly unprofessional. Put. One of the elders overseeing the formation, hearing this, was so shaken that he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. At that very moment, the black stone door of the corridor slowly swung open. Lin Yuan emerged with an air of utter nonchalance. He glanced at Prince Fan Zhuo, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and the elders who looked utterly disoriented, then smiled faintly. Seems it's over? Prince Fan Zhuo glared at Lin Yuan, his chest heaving violently as if he might grind his teeth to dust. He couldn't comprehend it. But he knew one thing, he could not allow this man to continue humiliating him in such bizarre ways. He must crush him utterly with the most uncompromising force possible. Very well. Prince Fantier ground out the words through clenched teeth. Second trial. Begin now. The Bloody Arena. Chapter 137, The Bloody Arena. A rank versus S-rank peak. Prince Fantier's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The atmosphere instantly turned grim and tense. Bloody Arena. At the sound of these 5 words, a flicker of excitement and bloodlust instinctively flashed in the eyes of every vampire noble present. It was the most brutal, bloodiest place within the eternal night royal city. It was the favorite entertainment venue for these nobles who had lived for countless centuries and long since grown bored with life. There, no rules exist, no shortcuts exist. Only the most primal, most pure. Life or death combat. Go! Prince Fantier spat out the single word coldly, not sparing Lin Yuan another glance as he turned and strode purposefully toward the underground passage. He didn't even bother to ask Lin Yuan for consent. For he knew that at this juncture, Lin Yuan had no path left to retreat. The 2 elders stepped forward again, their faces expressionless as they invited Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remained as calm and composed as ever. He followed the others through the long, dim, rough-hewn underground passageway carved from bare rock. The deeper they descended, the more pungent the scent of blood became in the air. Faint, intermittent roars echoed from the depths below. And, like a roaring sea, cheers and shouts. Finally, at the passage's end, a vast, open space came into view. A colossal, circular arena grand enough to hold tens of thousands presented itself before Lin Yuan. The towering spectator stands were already packed with Blood Clan nobles who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Dressed in opulent finery and moving with refined grace, their gazes upon the arena below, however, were filled with savage cruelty and excitement. The entire arena was suffused with an aura distilled from blood and death. Lin Yuan was led directly to the center of the arena. Looking up, he saw Prince Fantier seated in the highest viewing box. He looked down on Lin Yuan from above, a hint of playful amusement like a cat toying with a mouse on his face. He raised his hand high, and the entire arena fell instantly silent. Today, we welcome a distinguished guest. Prince Fantier's voice, amplified by blood energy, echoed throughout the arena. He has passed the first trial. Now, he shall face his second and final trial right here. He deliberately stretched out his intonation, pushing the atmosphere in the arena to a fever pitch. Countless Blood Clan members erupted into frenzied shouts and roars. Prince Fantier watched it all with satisfaction, then fixed his gaze back on Lin Yuan, as if pronouncing his death sentence. Now, please welcome our challenger. A being imprisoned for 1,000 years. S-rank peak tier anomaly. Abyssal Demon Bat. Boom! As his words echoed. On one side of the arena, an iron cage slowly rose. Roar! A savage, oppressive aura erupted violently from within the cage. A colossal beast, its size comparable to a small hill, appeared before everyone's eyes. Its entire body was pitch black. With a hideous bat-like head and enormous wings that obscured the sky. It radiated boundless madness and savagery. S-class peak. The sheer pressure from its presence caused many a rank bloodclansman in the audience to gasp for breath, their faces turning pale. All eyes instinctively turned to the solitary figure in the center of the arena. A peak A-class human. Facing off against a peak S-rank abyssal demon bat, notorious for its savagery. This was no longer a trial. This was a blatant, no-holds-barred execution. Ha ha ha, crush him. Tear him apart. After a moment of stunned silence, the spectator stands erupted in even more frenzied shouts. They couldn't wait to witness the bloody spectacle of Lin Yuan being torn to shreds by this terrifying beast. The iron cage rose completely. Roar! The newly freed abyssal demon bat let out an earth-shattering roar. Its two crimson eyes instantly locked onto the sole source of life energy in the arena. Lin Yuan. To it, he was the most delicious, appetizing dessert. The next second, the abyssal demon bat's massive wings flapped violently. Its massive form transformed into a black bolt of lightning, moving at an extreme speed as it savagely lunged toward Lin Yuan. The battle erupted in an instant. Facing this world-shattering strike, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. In that instant, he channeled his SS-rank combat experience to its absolute limit. Just as the demon bat's claws were about to touch him, his body twisted at an angle incomprehensible to ordinary people. Swoosh! The razor-sharp claws sliced past his chest. The fierce gust of wind left a deep gash on his robe, formed from the human emperor banner. Just an inch away, he would have been ripped open. Lin Yuan's figure danced like a butterfly in the wind, weaving and dodging relentlessly across the arena. The abyssal demon bat's attacks were frenzied and relentless. Each dive left a massive claw mark gouged into the ground. Lin Yuan faced peril at every turn. He seemed completely at a disadvantage, forced to reactively dodge and maneuver. Ha 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 ha. That human looks like a pathetic rat. How much longer can he last? 10 seconds? 20? The spectator stands erupted in waves of unrestrained mockery. To them, Lin Yuan's defeat was merely a matter of time. Prince Vance, leaning back in his throne, raised a cup of wine brewed from fresh blood, his face radiating pure satisfaction. He relished this feeling watching his prey struggle in despair. Yet Lin Yuan, in the arena, maintained an unwavering calm in his gaze. He appeared battered, yet each evasion was executed with pinpoint precision, wasting not a single ounce of energy. His mind raced at breakneck speed, analyzing the colossal beast's attack patterns, power frequency, and its weaknesses. Roar! Unable to break through after prolonged assault, the abyssal demon bat was utterly enraged. No more playing this cat and mouse game. It soared skyward, its massive wings obscuring all light above the arena. A destructive energy surged wildly within its maw. Divine talent. Blood prison sonic burst. No! It's the demon bat's ultimate move. That direction, that position, it's covering the entire arena. He can't dodge it. Among the spectators, discerning members of the Blood Clan let out gasps of shock. All eyes widened in anticipation of the carnage to come. And right at that moment, Lin Yuan, who had been passively dodging all along, suddenly halted his steps. He lifted his head, gazing upward at the apocalyptic horror unfolding high above. Amidst the deafening sonic boom that seemed to obliterate everything in its path, his SS-grade divine soul precisely captured a fleeting energy flow node. There! Achilles' heel! Now! Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. He held nothing back. Within his body, the energy of a peak rank was violently compressed to its absolute limit, channeled into his right fist. A faint, crimson-gold divine flame and a wisp of the dark power representing the order of reincarnation silently swirled around the tip of his fist. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His legs slammed into the ground. Boom! The ground instantly cracked. His entire body shot skyward like a cannonball defying the current. One punch. He unleashed it with brutal force. You're asking for death. Prince Vanzo witnessed the scene and snorted coldly with disdain. Yet, the very next second, the expression on his face froze completely. As Lin Yuan's seemingly insignificant fist made contact with the world-shattering blood prison sonic boom, the entire world seemed to be silenced. The raging sonic blast energy abruptly ceased. Put! A soft pop. As if something had been punctured. The colossal form of the abyssal demon bat trembled violently, its eyes blazing with disbelief. Then, its mountain-crushing form plummeted from the sky like a powerless and heavy, crashing down. Crash! Dust and debris swirled everywhere. As the dust settled, the scene within the arena was revealed. The abyssal demon bat, that terrifying S-rank peak existence, now lay motionless on the ground, all signs of life extinguished. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan descended slowly from the sky. Standing beside the colossal beast's corpse, he was covered in blood, the bat's blood. His chest heaved violently. His face bore a hint of pallor. Clearly, that final strike had drained him of all his strength. Yet he stood straight and unyielding. Like an undefeated war god who had emerged from the bloody abyss of hell. The entire arena fell deathly silent. All the Blood Clan members stood frozen, their mouths agape like ducks with their throats clamped shut, unable to utter a sound. Their faces held nothing but endless shock and bewilderment. Upon the lofty throne. Snap. A faint sound. The armrest of Prince Fantier's throne, forged from indestructible obsidian, crumbled to dust in his hand. Gazing at the blood-soaked figure standing in the center of the arena, his eyes held not a trace of mockery or composure. Chapter 138, The Final Trial, Tainted Bloodline. The deathly silence in the arena stretched on for over 10 seconds. Finally, it was abruptly shattered by a slow, deliberate clap. Clap, clap, clap. From the lofty throne, Prince Fantier slowly rose to his feet. The look of shock frozen on his face had vanished. In its place now sat an expression of admiration and praise so thick it bordered on the utterly phony. As if the man who had just lost his composure and crushed the armrest of the throne was not him at all. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. His voice boomed, amplified by blood energy, echoing in every vampire's ears. To slay a peak S-rank, abyssal demon bat, head-on as an A rank. Such a feat is unheard of in our clan's million-year history. Your Highness's valor has truly opened our eyes. It seems the noble blood flowing through your veins far surpasses our wildest imaginings. His words gradually snapped the Blood Clan nobles, still reeling in shock, back to their senses. The gaze they now fixed upon Lin Yuan in the center of the arena had completely transformed. If passing the first trial, the Weeping Corridor, could still be explained away as possessing some special protective artifact, then how could they explain the genuine, still steaming corpse of a peak S-rank anomaly lying before them? This was undeniable proof of his combat prowess. It was absolute power, beyond any possible excuse or denial. Even some clan elders who had remained neutral or even leaned toward Prince Van though now regarded Lin Yuan with genuine awe. Perhaps he truly was. Prince Fantier keenly caught these shifting gazes. Deep within his eyes, the icy killing intent had thickened to an indelible intensity. No more waiting. He absolutely must not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, the people's hearts would truly scatter. With this thought, the smile on his face grew ever more warm and sincere. Your Highness, you have already demonstrated your power through your godlike martial prowess. Then let us commence the final and most crucial trial. He raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention back to himself. As we all know, strength is indeed the cornerstone of our clan. But more crucial than strength is the purity of our bloodline. Purity represents nobility. It represents legitimacy. It represents whether we still walk upon the path of light forged by His Majesty the true ancestor. His voice was charged with incitement. Therefore, in the third trial, we shall not measure strength nor skill. We shall only verify the most fundamental. The recognition of bloodline. As his words fell, the center of the arena rumbled with a thunderous roar. A stone altar, more ancient and weathered than before, its surface etched with countless blasphemous runes, slowly rose from the earth. Upon the altar lay a mass. An indescribable, utterly depraved and corrupted thing. It resembled a massive, blackened heart corrupted and tainted pulsing slowly yet powerfully, beat by beat. Each beat sent out a visible, pitch-black ripple. Its surface was viscous and slick, covered in countless pus-filled eyeball-like protrusions. Occasionally, those eyes would open, revealing pupils filled with madness and venomous hatred, before slowly closing again. A nauseating stench, a foul blend of rust and decay, seemed capable of rotting souls, emanating from it and filling the entire arena. Foul bloodline. The moment it appeared, the stands erupted in a collective gasp of suppressed horror and sharp inhales. Countless vampire nobles instinctively stepped back, their faces betraying unmistakable fear and revulsion. Good heavens! It's the core essence of the traitor. Has Prince Fantier lost his mind? He actually brought out such a forbidden object. Terrifying. I feel my very bloodline trembling. It yearns, yet it fears. Duchess Camilla's face instantly turned as pale as paper. She stared fixedly at that filthy mass, her delicate frame trembling slightly despite herself. As an SS-rank powerhouse, she understood better than anyone just how terrifying this thing truly was. It was the primordial core left behind by a prince from ancient times who attempted to betray the true ancestor and defect to the abyssal demon god. After his fall, this core remained. A cancer of bloodlines. The natural enemy of all noble bloodlines. Touching it was out of the question. Even an S-rank peak powerhouse, exposed to its aura for too long, would have their mind corrupted and bloodline eroded. Ultimately, they would become nothing more than a fallen monster driven solely by the urge to kill. He actually wants His Highness to touch this thing? This is no longer a trial. This is murder. Blatant, unadulterated murder. The global livestreams erupted in chaos at that very moment. Holy. 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 What the hell is this thing? Just looking at it makes my sanity plummet. IP, Dragon Nation. So disgusting. These bloodsuckers are even more twisted than Little Days. IP, Dragon Nation. Conspiracy. This is a blatant scheme. That old dog Prince Vanzo never intended for Lord Lin to survive. Refusing means admitting he's a fake, but touching that thing is a death sentence. IP, Eagle Nation. Inside the arena, Prince Vanzo ignored the chaos erupting around him. With a tone of solemn compassion and righteous indignation, he declared, "According to our clan's ancient tradition, if you are truly the messenger protected by His Majesty the true ancestor, your bloodline is supreme and naturally immune to this defilement. Please, place your hand upon the tainted bloodline. Undergo the most sacred trial of our bloodline." With that, he fell silent. Only his eyes, brimming with smugness and cruelty, remained fixed upon Lin Yuan. Waiting. For his choice. Awaiting his death. The entire world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting Lin Yuan's verdict. Yet, Lin Yuan smiled. He gazed upon the writhing mass of filth upon the altar, upon Prince Vanthor seated upon the high throne, his victory already assured. A smile spread across his face, a look of pity, as if he were watching the most absurd monkey show. Not a single ripple stirred within his heart. Vanzo, is this the extent of your abilities? Using this thing to test my hand? Very well. I'll make you plunge into the deepest despair at the very moment you're most triumphant. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Lin Yuan moved. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second's delay. He took a step. One step. One step. With unparalleled calm, he walked slowly toward the altar that symbolized death and corruption. His pace was neither quick nor slow, steady and powerful. Each step seemed to tread upon the very heartbeats of everyone present. The clamor in the audience faded away. The live stream's chat froze. The entire world seemed to have been silenced. All eyes converged upon his solitary, proud silhouette elongated beneath the crimson moonlight. He stepped before the altar. He raised his right hand slowly, facing the evil aura potent enough to corrupt the gods. Then, he reached out toward the pool of blood, the filthy blood source radiating boundless malevolence. Chapter 139, The Knife Revealed, Shameless Ambush. Lin Yuan's hand rose slowly. Under the dim, blood-red glow of the arena. His palm was long and slender, with sharply defined knuckles less like a warrior's hands and more like those of an artist. Yet, it was this very hand that had just obliterated a SSS-Rank abyssal demon bat with a single punch. Now, it moved with deliberate, steady rhythm. Toward the center of the altar where the tainted blood source, embodiment of ultimate corruption and defilement pooled. Time itself seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The entire world fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The only sound was the nauseating, pulsing gurgle of that vile entity, like the beating of a demon's heart. In the audience, tens of thousands of vampire nobles held their breath. In the global livestream, billions of viewers stared wide-eyed. Every gaze converged upon this single point. Fixed upon that hand poised to touch the forbidden. High upon the throne, Prince Fantier's lips curled into a cruel, unrestrained smile, brimming with unbridled satisfaction. Beside him, the 4 S-rank peak elders, already primed for action, exchanged a murderous glance understood only by them. The vast ocean of blood energy within their bodies surged to its absolute peak. Like a flood on the verge of breaking its banks, it surged and roared with frenzied intensity. Awaiting only one signal. A signal to utterly end this farce before them. Closer. Closer still. Lin Yuan's fingertips were but an inch away from that writhing mass of filth. He could even smell it now, the putrid stench so thick it seemed capable of rotting the very soul. Now, Prince Vance could wait no longer. He refused to endure even another fraction of a second of agonizing uncertainty. He would personally eradicate this man before him, the source of endless threat and humiliation once and for all. The smile on his face twisted into a hideous grimace in that instant. He leapt violently from his throne, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. Now, this man is indeed an impostor. He has been lured by filth. His soul is about to fall into ruin. Raising his arm high, like a god meting out divine punishment, he roared with every ounce of strength the verdict he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. In the name of the Regent Prince, I sentence. The fallen shall be slain. The dagger was revealed. The moment he roared the final syllable. The most shameless and deadly killing trap, long primed and ready, detonated with a thunderous explosion. Boom! Prince Vanzo struck first. He held nothing back, unleashing his most powerful divine technique from the very start. A pillar as thick as a mountain. A pillar of dark crimson destruction, forged from his purest primordial blood energy. With terrifying might capable of piercing the heavens and earth, it erupted from his hands. Wherever the beam passed, even the most solid space groaned under the unbearable strain. It scorched a pitch-black vacuum channel that remained unhealed for ages. Its might was several times more terrifying than the abyssal demon bat's previous finishing move. At the same moment, from the four corners of the spectator stands, his 4S rank peak confidant elders launched their attacks simultaneously. Blood slaughter 10,000 soul spear. From the southeast, an elder with a gaunt face emitted a night owl-like, savage laugh. In his grasp, a black spear over 10 zhang long completely formed from the wails and tangled souls of tens of thousands of tormented spirits coalesced instantly. Every twisted face along its shaft emitted silent curses, their resentment nearly solidifying into tangible form, thickening the surrounding air. A cold gleam flashed at the spear's tip, as if it had condensed all the malice in the world. It tore through the void, accompanied by a piercing black lightning bolt, striking straight toward Lin Yuan's back. Endless blood sea prison. From the southwest, a burly elder slammed both palms forcefully onto the ground. Crash! The entire arena floor instantly transformed into a churning, bottomless sea of crimson. Countless viscous, foul-smelling crimson chains, like awakened deep-sea serpents, roared as they surged skyward from the sea of blood. Upon these chains hung countless shattered skeletal fragments, writhing like venomous snakes. From all directions, they coiled and tightened around Lin Yuan with frenzied intensity, forming an impenetrable, blood-red cage with no blind spots above, below, or on either side. It sought to completely imprison Lin Yuan, drag him into the sea of blood, and grind him into mincemeat. Curse of the Withered Dead. From the northwest, a ghostly female elder stood, her eyes streaming two rivulets of grey blood tears. She unleashed her most vicious curse, drawn from her darkest essence. An intangible, invisible yet undeniably real grey ripple. Silently traversing spatial distances, it surged directly toward Lin Yuan's soul, corroding it. Wherever the curse touched, even the hardest obsidian ground instantly lost all its luster, revealing vast patches of decayed, grey spots as if weathered by 10,000 years. Shadow soul shattering slash. Finally, from the northeast, the tallest elder leapt high into the air. In his hand, a colossal scythe 100 meters long materialized with a thunderous roar, forged from the purest essence of shadow power. The pitch-black blade seemed to echo with the wails of countless lost souls, swallowing even the light itself. Gripping the scythe of death with both hands, he channeled every ounce of strength into a downward strike aimed squarely at Lin Yuan's head. This strike was utterly silent. Yet it was utterly ruthless. Beneath the blade, light and darkness were utterly severed, as if it sought to cleave this very world along with Lin Yuan's body and soul in two. 5 attacks. All unleashed by S-rank peak masters. Each one their ultimate, most devastating killing move. Simultaneously. From 5 distinct directions. With a thunderous, earth-shattering force that left no room for survival. They pounded relentlessly toward the figure in the center, completely locked in their sights. This was a meticulously planned ambush, shameless to the extreme. A deadly net woven by the entire ruling class of the Blood Clan, a trap designed for certain death. I knew it. How despicable. These beasts. It's over. Lord Lin is truly finished this time. He's surrounded, his space is locked down, there's nowhere to hide. Hold on, Dragon Nation. At that moment, the global livestream chat was utterly drowned in a deluge of shocked exclamations, screams, and despair-filled bullet comments. Everyone could see it was a death trap. A hopeless predicament with absolutely no chance of survival. Chapter 140, The Queen Awakens, the True Ancestor's Might. Lin Yuan stood at the very center of this deadly formation, facing an attack terrifying enough to obliterate him 10,000 times over. He didn't even lift an eyelid. Slowly, he lowered the hand that had been about to touch the tainted blood source. He did not glance at the futile assaults, nor did he look at Prince Vanzo's hideously contorted face. His gaze pierced through everyone, through the dome of the arena. As if it had settled upon some distant, unseen realm deep within the folds of time and space. His heart remained utterly still. His SS-grade divine soul clearly saw the energy composition and trajectories of all 5 attacks. Riddled with flaws. What a waste. Such immense power, yet wielded with such crude skill. He resembled a master chess player observing a clumsy, aesthetically lacking game. A faint, almost pitying smile like watching a swarm of moths flying into flames flickered across his face. Smile. The next second. Those 5 world-shattering attacks were about to completely engulf him. The entire world seemed to be utterly consumed by a blinding light in that instant. Boom! 5 terrifying S-rank peak attacks struck the center of the arena with pinpoint precision, all at the exact same moment. Contrary to expectations, the cataclysmic energy explosion did not occur. Instead, an utterly bizarre, absolute stillness. Time itself seemed to be forcibly paused by an invisible divine hand. The colossal, dark crimson pillar of destruction, thick as a mountain, froze solid just half a meter from Lin Yuan. Within it, the raging, churning blood energy still surged. One could even discern flickering energy bubbles within, yet it could not advance another inch. The black spear, forged from 10,000 souls, its tip mere inches from Lin Yuan's back. It still trembled faintly, the wailing vengeful spirits clinging to its shaft. Or frozen mid-air, mouths agape. The shadow scythe that fell from the heavens, the crimson prison cage that rose from the earth, the intangible curse of decay. Everything. All of it came to a complete standstill in that instant. As if a three-dimensional painting filled with destruction and madness had been forcibly frozen in time. A three-dimensional oil painting. What happened? Prince Fantier's savage, triumphant grin froze instantly. The few trusted elders beside him all wore expressions of utter bewilderment and confusion. They could clearly sense that their attacks were still there. Their power was still there. Yet, they were utterly immobilized. It was as if the entire world had been completely sealed off by an invisible, impenetrable barrier. They tried to withdraw their power, only to discover with horror that their bodies, too, were utterly immobilized. As if billions of invisible primordial divine mountains were crushing down upon their very souls. Leaving them utterly helpless, able only to think, only to fear. The entire arena once again plunged into an eerie, suffocating silence. Just then. Plop. A soft splash. In a corner of the audience seating. A figure suddenly lost control, tumbling heavily from their seat and landing on their knees. It was the supreme elder of the blood clan, the highest-ranking elder who had been resting with eyes closed, seemingly turned to stone. He had lived for nearly 10,000 years. A living testament who had personally witnessed His Majesty the True Ancestor's reign over the world and his conquest of the 8 desolate realms. At this moment, this supreme elder, whom even Prince Vanzo would bow to with utmost respect, was now trembling violently. He abruptly opened those eyes, clouded for tens of thousands of years, his gaze first blank. Then, a fierce struggle erupted within them, a struggle screaming, "This cannot be." Once he confirmed what he saw, that struggle transformed into boundless, frenzied, and utterly terrified adoration. He stared fixedly, utterly transfixed, toward the deepest recesses of the royal palace. Toward that which had hung empty for tens of thousands of years, the supreme, true ancestor's throne. His body shook like a sieve, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He tried to rise and offer the most reverent bow toward that direction, but his legs were as limp as noodles, forcing him to kneel awkwardly on the ground. It's her. It really is her. This overwhelming pressure, this aura transcending the laws themselves. It's exactly the same as 10,000 years ago. No. It's even more unfathomable than back then. His mind raged like a storm. And in the very instant he looked toward that direction. An indescribable pressure. A force that did not belong to this world. A force that seemed to transcend the laws of heaven and earth, to transcend time and space, absolute, ancient, supreme. Supreme pressure. Without warning. Like gentle moonlight, yet like merciless tides, it descended in an instant. Unlike Prince Vanther's power, it was not violent. It was serene. As serene as the sky itself, as serene as the earth itself. Yet beneath this overwhelming pressure. Thud. 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 Across the entire arena, tens of thousands of arrogant blood clan nobles, whether a rank or S-rank. Regardless of the pride and resentment within their hearts. Their bodies, their very bloodlines, betrayed their will completely in that instant. Forced down, they knelt. Not a single one remained standing. In perfect order. Prostrate on the ground. Shivering in fear. The synchronized clang of armor striking the ground merged into a single sound to humble him, the most abject praise offered to the divine. Prince Fantaire and those S-rank peak elders were no exception. They discovered with horrified realization. Their prideful strength, in the face of this overwhelming pressure, felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Dust. Their bodies were forcibly bent. Their heads were forced down onto the cold, blood-stained ground. This was absolute suppression from the very source of their bloodline. No resistance. No questioning. The Supreme Elder wept bitter tears, his body trembling like a sieve. He gazed in that direction. At the empty throne of the true ancestor. The surrounding shadows began to gather silently and frantically, deepening. Countless blood-red, demonic rose petals materialized out of thin air, swirling and dancing around the throne. Finally, amidst the endless interweaving of shadows and demonic petals, a figure of languid, bewitching beauty, noble to the extreme. A figure of such overwhelming beauty that its mere outline could ensnare all beings. Was solidifying from ethereal form, gradually taking shape. Those exquisite eyes, seemingly containing an entire crimson starry sky, slowly opened in the darkness. The Supreme Elder mustered his last ounce of strength. Finally, from his throat, he forced out that desperate, despairing roar, a cry mingled with endless terror and fanatical fervor. The True Ancestor? Her aura has awakened. Chapter 141, The True Ancestor descends, her divine might like a prison. The true ancestor of the blood clan has awakened. The Supreme Elder's shrill, distorted howl. Like thunderclaps. It reverberated deep within the soul of every blood clan noble. The true ancestor. Awoken? What those two words signified, every vampire present understood better than anyone. He was the origin of their bloodline. The pinnacle of their faith. The sole and eternal God. And in the very instant his voice fell. Upon the true ancestor's throne, suspended in emptiness for tens of thousands of years. The transformation had reached its zenith. What had been mere profound shadows now seemed to possess life. They resembled the most humble, sentient black satin. Or like the infinitely contracting singularity before the Big Bang. Now, they slowly gathered and flowed toward the center of the throne. There, amidst the embrace of shadows. 1. 2 blossoms. Countless crimson rose petals, eerily beautiful to the extreme, materialized out of thin air. They were not physical entities. Rather, they were the embodiment of a law. Carrying a fragrance intoxicating enough to confound time itself, they swirled and danced around the throne, forming a magnificent yet ominous vortex. At the vortex's center, a figure began to materialize from the void. First to appear was a pale, slender foot perfect beyond earthly creation. Barefoot. A delicate anklet of tiny black diamonds adorned her ankle. She wore no shoes. As if no ground in this world was worthy of bearing her footsteps. Immediately after, a Gothic-inspired gown of opulent splendor, as though woven by the eternal night and crimson stars themselves. Upon the skirt's hem, countless tiny, living-like shadows flowed. At times, they coalesced into the wailing form of a dragon. At other times, they became leaping, vengeful spirits. Ultimately, they all tamed themselves, submitting to the elegant curve beneath the hem. A cascade of silver-white hair, like moonlight pouring down from the heavens. Or like a frozen Milky Way. It falls softly, reaching all the way to the ground. Even the throne forged from white bone was bathed in a sacred radiance. Finally, that face beyond description, a perfect fusion of otherworldly beauty and noble grace. When she fully materialized from ethereal form, lazily reclining upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority. The entire world seemed to become whole because of her existence. She was the eternal night. She was the rule. She was the sole deity of this realm. The queen of eternal night, Lilith. After that, only then, Lilith slowly opened her eyes of breathtaking beauty, as if containing the entire crimson starry sky. Her gaze swept indifferently across the entire scene. Her gaze was serene. No anger. No killing intent. Not even a trace of emotion. As if a deity were surveying the insignificant, dispensable specks of dust within its own garden. Yet, it was that very gaze. Wherever it fell, space trembled in silence. The laws of the universe bow in humble submission. True ancestor, don't. Before the words could finish, the 5 attacks unleashed by S-rank peak masters, attacks that should have obliterated the heavens and earth, attacks meant to utterly annihilate Lin Yuan, began. Silently disintegrate. Prince Vanzo's pillar of dark crimson destruction, thick as a mountain, was the first to collapse. It wasn't shattered. Nor was it detonated. Instead, it was erased. Like a drawing on the sand. Gently caressed by the sea, it vanished completely. Not even a trace remains. Immediately after, the blood-stained spear of 10,000 souls, forged from countless vengeful spirits. Focusing one's gaze upon the spear's shaft. Those souls, once raging with hatred and writhing in agony. The moment they met Lilith's gaze. In that brief moment, all their pain and resentment seemed to be instantly soothed. They even emitted sighs of gratitude, relief, and contentment. Then, they transformed into a sky filled with pure, luminous light and faded away. They seemed to have been liberated. The endless blood prison, rising from the earth, those ferocious, roaring crimson chains, now resembled sand sculptures baked under the sun for billions of years. Rustle. Deprived of all moisture and energy, they withered and crumbled, ultimately turning into a pile of dark red powder scattered across the ground. The intangible curse of the withered dead, under the queen's overwhelming pressure, could not even come near, completely assimilated and dissolved by that supreme bloodline aura. Finally, the shadow soul shattering slash descended from the heavens. That pitch-black blade, seemingly capable of devouring all. Mid-air, like fragile glass, it cracked with countless fissures. Crack. A faint sound. It shattered completely. It dissolved into a sky filled with harmless shadow particles, like a black snowfall. 5 terrifying attacks, each powerful enough to level this entire royal city. And just like that, under the queen's indifferent gaze, wiped clean, utterly obliterated. As if nothing had happened. Not a trace of the mundane world remained. This was no longer a mere crushing of power. This was a dimensional strike at the level of the laws themselves. Upon the lofty throne, Prince Vanzo trembled violently, his body shaking like a sieve. Forced to his knees, he watched helplessly as his most devastating attack, the one he had staked everything on, was effortlessly nullified. He gazed upon that figure, the supreme being he had believed would slumber eternally. His innermost being. His pride. His ambition. Everything he had built over tens of thousands of years was utterly shattered in this single moment. No, impossible. Why did you wake up? All for a mere human? We are your true kin, true ancestor. Vanzo's mind raged wildly, screaming in utter despair. Yet not a single word escaped his lips. Duchess Camilla knelt upon the ground. Her exquisite face radiated both the relief of having survived the ordeal and an intense fervor. She gazed at the figure upon the throne. Then she glanced at Lin Yuan, who stood calmly nearby. The last shred of doubt vanished from her heart. So, everything His Highness had said was true. The Grand Elder, meanwhile, was already weeping bitterly. He pressed his forehead firmly against the cold floor, expressing his most humble reverence. A miracle. This is a miracle only the true ancestor can perform. The Queen's gaze finally, slowly, shifted away from that flattened energy field. Then, it settled upon the one who had set all these events in motion. It fell upon Prince Fantier, who remained kneeling on the ground. That gaze remained as serene as ever. So calm. As if observing a mirror. Chapter 142, My little servant, you've finally come back. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Those 5 attacks, powerful enough to shatter the heavens and earth, had completely dissipated. In the air, only a heart-stopping sense of emptiness remained, the residue of a shattered law. In the center of the arena, Prince Fantier was forced to his knees, his body shaking violently. His face, twisted by utter terror, was filled with incomprehensible bewilderment. He tried to speak. He wanted to question. He wanted to beg for mercy, no matter the cost. Yet, under the gaze of the languid figure upon the throne, his throat felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, unable to utter even the faintest whisper. His life, his power, his ambition, all dissolved into the most pitiful of jokes in this single moment. Lilith's gaze finally, truly, settled upon him. Her gaze was calm. Like a god surveying ants. This indifference chilled him to the bone and filled him with despair more profoundly than any rage or murderous intent. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of vampire nobles in attendance and billions of viewers worldwide, Lilith did not even rise from her seat. She simply maintained her languid reclining posture upon the throne, slowly raising her jade-like pale right hand toward Prince Vanthos' direction. That hand was beautiful. So beautiful it seemed beyond earthly creation, every inch of skin radiating a moonlit glow, as if it were the most perfect work of art in existence. Her movements were deliberate. So deliberate that every person present could clearly see how each slender, elegant finger unfolded gracefully, one by one. The air thickened in that moment. As if an invisible will were rewriting the physical laws of this place. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of boredom at the interruption crossed Lilith's eyes. Then, she turned to Prince Fantier. Gently, she snapped her index finger, a finger so dazzling it could make every gem in the world pale in comparison across the void. Snap. A soft click. This time, it was very light. So light it didn't even stir a whisper of wind. But the very instant that faint sound fell, the Regent Prince Vanzo, once unmatched and at the pinnacle of SS tier cultivation. His body, starting from the center of his forehead. A minute, almost invisible. Gray crack. Crack. The crack spread like a spider web, at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly covering his entire body. The look of utter terror on his face froze completely. The last glimmer of life in his eyes swiftly faded. Finally, in a suffocating silence, the Regent Prince, who had wielded absolute power over the land of eternal night for tens of thousands of years along with his soul, his very existence, and the magnificent ceremonial robe symbolizing supreme authority he wore, all vanished beneath that single finger. Silently. Shattered into fragments. Transforming into a sky-filling, most minute ash. Scattered by the wind. Dead? Just like that, dead? Clang. In the audience, a golden goblet slipped from the trembling hand of an old duke. Its crisp shatter echoed like thunder in the deathly silence. Across the room, a stunning countess instinctively clamped her hand over her mouth. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with uncontrollable terror as her body shook violently. The Grand Elder had completely collapsed to the ground. His aged body shook violently as he murmured unconsciously. Divine punishment. This is the true divine punishment. Judgment from the source of the bloodline. This old man pays homage to the true ancestor. Duchess Camilla's beautiful face drained of all color. As she watched the ashes slowly drift away, beyond the endless terror in her heart, a faint sense of relief welled up. Relief that, at the most critical moment, she had made the most correct choice. The global livestream had already erupted into chaos. Holy! Where's he? The prince who was just standing there. IP, Dragon Nation. He vaporized. I watched him with my own eyes, erase like he was wiped away with an eraser. IP, Eagle Nation. God! This isn't power. This is a rule. That woman is rewriting reality. IP, France. Data model has collapsed. Unanalyzed, incomprehensible. Target entity's power exceeds current computational limits. Recommendation. Recommends surrender. IP, Eagle Nation Defense Ministry Analysis Team. In the arena. Having done all this, Lilith seemed as though she had merely crushed a noisy insect. She didn't even glance back at the scattered ashes. Those blood-red eyes, capable of ensnaring all living beings, finally drifted slowly across the entire arena, settling upon the soul figure still standing calmly. The next instant, her form flickered silently. No spatial ripples. No energy trails. She vanished from the throne as if she had never been there, only to materialize just as suddenly before Lin Yuan. The supreme divine might that had just frozen time and space transformed into the gentlest spring breeze the moment she drew within 3 feet of Lin Yuan. The air around them grew fragrant and sweet as she drew near. Under the utterly bewildered stares of all the blood clansmen, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, the Supreme Queen of Eternal Night extended her flawless jade-like hand, caressing Lin Yuan's cheek with unparalleled intimacy. Her crimson lips curved into a lazy, playful smile, tinged with an endless longing. In a voice only Lin Yuan could hear, soft as a lover's whisper, she spoke. My little servant. So many years have passed. Have you finally deigned to return to me? Boom! This scene. This line. Like a supernova powerful enough to detonate the entire universe, it exploded violently within the minds of every onlooker. The shock of this moment far surpassed even the impact of her earlier instantaneous annihilation of the prince. That was a display of power, but this was the subversion of a concept. The collapse of order. Holy. 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 What the hell did I just hear? IP, Dragon Nation. Servant? That godlike woman, called Lord Linshan, her servant? IP, Eagle Nation. What the hell is this insane plot twist? Even screenwriters wouldn't dare write this. I'm speechless. IP, Franchigua. I'm done. My worldview just shattered. Can freeloading really get this extreme? IP, Sakura Country. Inside the arena, Duchess Camilla was utterly frozen in place. The Supreme Elder's wrinkled old face instantly turned to stone. All the vampire nobles were rendered speechless, their minds blank, utterly incapable of thought. They couldn't comprehend. They could not fathom it. This true ancestor, the very source of their bloodline, who had just displayed apocalyptic might, obliterating an SS-tier peak prince with a flick of the finger. Why would use such a tone, almost humble, yet brimming with boundless affection, to address a mere human? What on earth was going on here? Chapter 143, Twin Sovereigns descend upon eternal night, divine reward shakes the world. Facing Lilith's teasing words tinged with a hint of resentment, Lin Yuan's face showed not a trace of surprise. He merely smiled faintly, responding in a whisper using the slang from the Weird Love game, a language only the two of them could understand. Can't be helped. After all, Her Majesty the Queen's bedchamber is the final stage. We had to pay our respects to the 8 sisters before her, one by one. Hearing this familiar reply, as if from a distant memory, the smile deepened in Lilith's blood-red, star-like eyes. Her gaze flickered with a hint of satisfaction, as if to say, good for you for knowing your place. The next moment, she rose slightly onto her tiptoes. On the forehead of Lin Yuan, who remained standing calmly, she pressed a kiss utterly intimate yet profoundly sacred. Buzz. The instant the kiss landed, an invisible contract law erupted with a thunderous roar. The Eternal Night Blood Pact, which shrouded the entire Eternal Night realm and suppressed all foreign beings, opened a backdoor for Lin Yuan alone at this very moment. As if an invisible shackle had snapped with a clack on Lin Yuan's body, shattering completely. Boom! A terrifying aura of cultivation, long suppressed, belonging to a peak SS-tier powerhouse, erupted unrestrained from within Lin Yuan. That aura was vast and pure. Within it lay the blazing intensity of the drought-demon's divine fire, the profound depths of Mangpo's cycle of reincarnation, the mystical allure of the nine-tailed fox's illusory dreams, and the boundless, earth-shattering might of Pango's bloodline. Four utterly distinct yet perfectly fused supreme auras coalesced around Lin Yuan, forming a terrifying, visible shockwave that swept across the entire arena. Under the impact of this aura, Duke Camellia and those closest to him were forced backwards several meters, unable to maintain their footing. They looked up in terror at the man. The last shred of doubt vanished from their hearts. If Lin Yuan had previously revealed an unfathomable background, then now, what he displayed was the genuine, tangible might of his own power sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with any peak SS-rank powerhouse. Having accomplished all this, Lilith took Lin Yuan's hand with satisfaction, their fingers intertwining tightly. She slowly turned, her gaze falling for the first time, truly, upon her subjects still kneeling on the ground. That gaze had regained its divine detachment and majesty. Her crimson lips parted, and in a tone as unquestionable as a divine decree, she proclaimed to the entire land of eternal night. From this day forward, Lin Yuan, I, Lilith, am his sole possession. I am the other supreme master of this eternal night castle. His will is my will. His words are my eternal night's supreme decree. The words fell. Like a decree of law, an indelible mark was etched deep within the soul of every blood clan member. The title emperor was now firmly established. Duchess Camilla was the first to comprehend. Summoning every ounce of strength, she bowed her head low and cried out from the depths of her soul, "Hail the Emperor!" The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from every corner of the arena, rising like a tidal wave. "Hail the Emperor!" Amidst this earth-shaking roar, a dazzling, boundless golden divine light suddenly tore through the eternal night realm's sky, shattering its millennia-old darkness. The long-awaited system announcement. Finally, bearing the hopes of the entire dragon nation, it descended. The cold, monumental, utterly emotionless voice of the system broadcast resounded to every corner of the world. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Yuan on forging a sacred bond with the 4th SSS tier companion, Queen of Eternal Night Lilith. Such an achievement is unprecedented throughout the ages. All realms rejoice together. In recognition, the following SSS tier mythic rewards are bestowed upon Dragon Nation. Reward 1, Holy Grail of Life mythic tier item. Description: this Holy Grail has materialized atop the core dragon vein of Kunlun Mountains in Dragon Nation. Nourished by celestial and terrestrial energies, it automatically generates water of life daily. This water can heal all mortal ailments, purify all negative conditions, delay aging, and significantly extend the average lifespan of citizens. Reward 2, Eternal Night Dark Gold mythic grade resource. Description: a colossal vein of immeasurable reserves of Eternal Night Dark Gold has materialized in the depths of the East Sea of the Dragon Nation. This metal perfectly conducts and amplifies energy, defying most physical laws. It is the core material for constructing epoch-defying technology, interstellar fleets, and extraordinary weaponry. Reward 3, Immortal Bloodline mythic tier blessing. Description: the genetic makeup of all Dragon Nation citizens will be optimized, elevating their life tier marginally and raising their potential and talent ceilings. Over the long term, this will dramatically increase the probability of prodigies emerging among the nation's new generation. Broadcast ended. The moment the broadcast concluded. Within the Dragon Nation. Boom! Long suppressed emotions erupted into the most magnificent, most frenzied celebration since the founding of the nation. We won! We won again! Lin is freaking awesome! The Holy Grail of Life? It can cure cancer? Holy! My mom can be saved. Wah! Eternal Night Dark Gold? Holy crap! This is like handing us the key to the Star Wars era. I can feel it. My body seems stronger than ever. Is this the power of the immortal bloodline? In countless cities, people poured into the streets spontaneously, waving national flags, embracing each other in tears, and chanting Lin Yuan's name. Online, the internet was already completely flooded with bullet comments declaring God Lin is the ultimate legend. Meanwhile, in other nations across Blue Star, the scene was entirely different. Eagle Nation, White House. Smack! The Don slammed his tablet onto the floor, shattering the screen instantly. Pointing at the live feed showing Lin Yuan bathed in golden light, he trembled with rage, his face turning the color of liver. Fake! This is fake news. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he alone? How could he? Before he could finish, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. Thud. His entire body fell backward stiffly. He had fainted on the spot from sheer rage. Mr. President! Call a doctor. Quick! The entire White House instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in Sakura Nation, Tianjin Nation, France, the high-ranking officials of every nation fell into a deathly silence. They knew. It was over. Completely over. The world order, at this very moment, was not merely altered. Instead, it had been utterly reshaped. Inside the arena. The clamor and commotion outside seemed utterly detached from this place. The golden divine light slowly dissipated. Lilith surveyed the global upheaval unfolding before her, a satisfied curve lifting the corners of her mouth. She waved her hand. Everyone, withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty the true ancestor. Your Majesty the Emperor. All the vampire nobles, as if granted a royal pardon, bowed respectfully before retreating like a receding tide. Soon, the vast arena was left with only Lin Yuan and Lilith. Lilith took Lin Yuan's hand once more, and their figures flickered. The two vanished instantly from their original spot. The next instant, they materialized within a magnificent palace lavish and eerie, woven from shadows and roses. This was the bedchamber of the Queen of Eternal Night. Chapter 144, The Queen's Bedchamber, Bloodline Fusion. This was the very heart of the land of Eternal Night. The supreme forbidden zone of the Blood Clan. The bedchamber of Lilith, Queen of Eternal Night. The entire palace seemed carved from solidified darkness and crimson moonlight. The vast Gothic dome was inlaid with countless black gems that shimmered with an eerie glow, like a reflected starry river profound and boundless. The walls bear ancient murals depicting the origins of the Blood Clan. These murals seemed to possess a life of their own, their figures flickering in and out of shadow, silently whispering secrets of ages past. The floor was covered with an unknown, velvety soft carpet as dark as black velvet. Stepping upon it produced no sound, as if one had slipped into the crevices of time, falling into the sweetest of dreams. The air was thick with a peculiar, sweet fragrance, a blend of the finest roses and the blood of a virgin. One breath of it was enough to intoxicate the mind and sink the soul. Do you like it here, my little servant? Lilith's languid voice murmured in Lin Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. She released Lin Yuan's hand and, barefoot like the most elegant black cat, walked to the magnificent bed carved from a single massive piece of obsidian. She sat down sideways. A cascade of silver white hair spilled down like moonlight, radiating a sacred yet eerie glow against the pitch-black bed. Her blood-red eyes, tinged with a playful smile, gazed quietly at Lin Yuan. Aren't you afraid? Her voice carried a hint of bewitching allure. That I might drain you completely, leaving you here forever?
Lin Yuan merely smiled faintly, meeting her gaze with unwavering calm.
Your Majesty, would you be willing to part with you?
Lilith faltered slightly.
Then, the laughter in her exquisite eyes deepened.
You. She shook her head gently, then beckoned to Lin Yuan with a flick of her flawless, jade-like finger. The gesture radiated supreme allure. Yet it carried an unmistakable, irrevocable command, the command of a queen.
Lin Yuan walked slowly forward, approaching the bedside.
The next moment, Lilith extended her flawless jade-like arms and wrapped them around his neck. An indescribable sensation, both icy and fiery, instantly spread throughout his entire body.
So then,
Lilith's crimson lips brushed against Lin Yuan's earlobe, her voice tinged with a seductive tremor.
Let us truly become one. Boom! The moment the words fell,
a surge of the purest, most supreme true ancestor's essence erupted from Lilith's body like a bursting starry river, violently flooding every fiber of Lin Yuan's being. This force was overwhelmingly tyrannical.
Within it lay the purest essence of the laws of darkness and the laws of life. Two seemingly contradictory forces fused perfectly within her.
Lin Yuan felt as though his body would be torn apart by this overwhelming force. His very soul trembled.
Yet, at that very moment,
the Bipanga dragon scale body within him, as if provoked and drawn to its utmost limit, let out a soul-shaking, exhilarated dragon's roar.
Roar! Shimmering, ancient golden dragon scales flickered on and off across his skin.
Like a primordial dragon starved for billions of years, it opened its massive jaws, beginning to voraciously devour and absorb the surging true ancestral essence.
One black, one gold.
Two utterly distinct yet equally supreme auras, both standing at the pinnacle of power, clashed fiercely within Lin Yuan's body, colliding and
merge.
Lin Yuan's body became the most terrifying battlefield. His bones shattered inch by inch, only to instantly reassemble. They became more resilient than divine metal.
His meridians stretched to their absolute limit, then instantly expanded, becoming vaster than rivers.
His blood boiled violently, each drop seemingly containing the power of a star. A flicker of unmistakable astonishment flashed through Lilith's blood-red eyes.
Then, it transformed into an even deeper fascination and admiration. What a powerful, physical form. Such a formidable bloodline.
She could feel the primordial energy radiating from Lin Yuan's body, nourishing her own bloodline, making the power that had slumbered for 10,000 years grow more solid and vibrant.
This was a feast of mutual benefit. Their divine souls intertwined. Their powers intertwined. Indistinguishable from one another. Time slipped away.
When the violent tidal wave of energy within the bedchamber finally subsided.
Ding!
A series of system notifications finally echoed consecutively within Lin Yuan's mind. Detected successful bloodline fusion with SSS tier companion Queen of Eternal Night Lilith. Your innate talent Panga Dragon Scale Body has absorbed a portion of the true ancestor's origin and is undergoing evolution.
Congratulations! You have acquired a new talent, True Ancestor Affinity. True Ancestor Affinity Mythic Tier, you possess absolute bloodline level deterrence against all bloodkin. Your commands hold binding force over bloodkin below SS tier. Your favorability with all bloodkin automatically elevates to worship. The moment the words faded, Lin Yuan sensed the flowing shadows within the bedchamber transform into docile pets, murmuring affectionate whispers to him. Congratulations! You have acquired the new skill, Lord of the Night.
Dark Knight Sovereign Mythic Tier, you may temporarily borrow partial authority from the Land of Eternal Night anywhere, commanding darkness and summoning the dead.
While within the Land of Eternal Night, this skill's effects are greatly amplified. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred.
The power of the entire Eternal Night Castle seemed to surge through his fingertips, rejoicing. He had become the undisputed second sovereign of this realm. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A golden gleam and a crimson light intertwined within his pupils before fading into profound darkness. He could feel his cultivation, already at the SS rank, had taken a tremendous leap forward. The aura grew deeper, more restrained, yet more terrifying. He lowered his gaze to the figure in his arms. Lilith lay lazily against his chest, her exquisite face flushed with a previously unseen glow of satisfaction and contentment. That sight alone could stir the heart of any god. Yet, amidst this peak of sensuality and sweetness,
Lilith suddenly let out a faint, melancholy sigh.
She lifted her head, and the laughter in her blood-red eyes had vanished without a trace. In their place now lay an indelible, ancient weariness and
gravity. Her fingertips traced gentle circles across Lin Yuan's chest.
Those fingertips carried a barely perceptible chill.
Little servant. Her voice remained as melodious as ever, yet now tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. Now, may I tell you a very, very long story?
Chapter 145, The Eternal Secret, The Corrupted Heart of Cain. Within the bedchamber, the enchanting atmosphere quietly dissipated with Lilith's long, drawn-out sigh. In its place settled a weight and weariness that seemed to emanate from the abyssal depths of eternity.
The warm, soft embrace in Lin Yuan's arms remained as real as ever.
Yet her gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, settling upon some distant and utterly hopeless past. A story.
Lin Yuan could feel the jade-like arms encircling him tighten unconsciously. With a hint of trembling. Tremor. All right. Lin Yuan didn't ask any further questions. He simply patted her back gently and responded in the gentlest voice he could muster. Lilith's body seemed to relax a little. She slowly rose from Lin Yuan's embrace. The magnificent Gothic gown, woven from eternal night and starlight, fell back into place, concealing curves of such breathtaking beauty they could drive the world mad. Barefoot, she walked step by step toward the deepest recesses of the bedchamber. Lin Yuan followed behind her. As she advanced, the surrounding scenery underwent an eerie transformation. The once lavish decorations faded. The sweet scent of roses in the air dissipated. Replacing it was a bone-chilling cold and deathly stillness. The murals on the walls were no longer epic tales celebrating the glory of the bloodline. Instead, they had become twisted, maddening visions of purgatory, filled with agony and wails. As if they were descending from a magnificent palace into a tomb sealed for eons. Ancient tomb. Finally. Lilith halted before a massive, heavy door forged from an unknown black metal. Engraved upon it were countless ancient, intricate blood-red runes. Each rune seemed to contain the power of a sacred mountain, emanating a heart-stopping aura of sealing. This is the place. Lilith's voice carried a hint of emptiness. She extended her pale, jade-like finger and pressed it lightly against the massive door. Buzz. The entire massive door began to tremble violently. The crimson runes, like living creatures awakened, swirled and flashed wildly, emitting a wail of strain. Open. Lilith's crimson lips parted, uttering a single icy word. Rumble. The massive gate, sturdy enough to withstand the full force of any SS-rank powerhouse, slowly swung inward under the command of a supreme will. An aura colder and more despairing than the icy winds from the deepest depths of the netherworld swept over them. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Even the Pango bloodline within his body felt a twinge of discomfort under the assault of this aura. Beyond the door, a vast, deathly silent circular altar stood. At the altar's center, 99 chains of divine law, shimmering with sacred light, extended out from all directions, firmly binding something. A heart. Heart. That heart radiated a sacred blackness, as if forged from the purest primordial darkness of the cosmos. It still beat. Thump. Thump. Each beat seemed to tread upon the pulse of heaven and earth. The entire bedchamber, indeed the entire eternal night castle, trembled softly in response. It should have been sacred. It should have been magnificent. It should have been the very source of all vampire power. The sacred relic of the blood clan, the Kane's heart. Yet, at this moment, this heart, which should have been sacred, is now layered upon layer with a grayish, decaying aura filled with an ominous and corrupted stench. Filth clinging to it relentlessly. That filth, like a living thing. Like billions of the most venomous gray maggots, it slowly wriggled across the heart's surface, ceaselessly seeping and eroding its way inward. With each penetration, the black heart twitched in agony. And that despair-inducing aura, one that made even Lin Yuan's heart tremble, emanated from this filth. Do you see it? Lilith's voice was filled with endless exhaustion. This is the true reason why I must sleep for so many years. She spoke slowly, revealing the long-buried secret. 10,000 years ago, a meteorite from beyond the realms, bearing the will of some unnameable demonic entity, streaked across the sky and crashed into the land of eternal night. That demonic will polluted the land. Ultimately, it infiltrated the sacred relic of the blood clan, the Kane's heart. I tried every possible method. The scorching of divine fire, the purification of holy light, the baptism of cosmic laws. None worked. A profound helplessness flickered in Lilith's eyes. This corruption belongs to no force of our world. It ignores all energies, disregards all laws. Its sole purpose is to erode, assimilate, and corrupt. I could only use my own primordial power to construct a seal, day after day, year after year, using slumber to slow its rate of erosion. Once I let go of the suppression, or if I can't hold it back. Lilith closed her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. The entire blood clan, every descendant blessed with Kane's heart, will be utterly corrupted by this power. They will lose their reason, their honor, everything. Become the most vile monsters, driven only by devouring and destruction. Lin Yuan stared at the tainted heart at the altar's center. He finally understood why Lilith always carried an inescapable weariness. This supreme queen of eternal night had, for 10,000 years, borne the fate of her entire race upon her shoulders alone. She wasn't sleeping. She was fighting. With her very life and soul, she waged an endless war against that terrifying, filthy force from beyond the realms. Lin Yuan's heart was deeply stirred. He slowly stepped forward. Don't approach it. Lilith's expression changed abruptly as she urgently shouted to stop him. That corruption will devour your very soul. Though your cultivation has reached SS tier, you cannot withstand it. Yet, Lin Yuan's footsteps did not halt. Step by step, he advanced to the edge of the altar. Up close, he felt the primordial evil intent of force that seemed capable of plunging the entire universe into eternal despair. An invisible mental shockwave slammed into him. Countless horrifying visions instantly flooded Lin Yuan's mind. The Dragon Nation was destroyed. All his loved ones and friends turned to skeletal remains before his eyes. Ji Tiannu, Meng Sanqi, Tushan Bacon, all his beloved women glared at him with the most venomous hatred, accusing him of utter incompetence. This force struck directly at the most vulnerable part of the human heart. It sought to drag him completely into the abyss of despair. Yet, Lin Yuan's spirit had long been tempered through countless trials of life and death, hardened as divine iron. His SS grade, Panga Dragon Scale body, granted him a foundation impervious to all attacks. Break! Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a soul-shaking roar. All illusions shattered instantly. Yet, that bone-clinging, maggot-like cold and evil intent still clung to him relentlessly. It made him feel as though his very soul was being frozen and rotting away. This thing. Indeed, it was tyrannical to the extreme. A look of unprecedented gravity spread across Lin Yuan's face. He could sense it. Relying solely on an energy-level confrontation, even he would eventually be drained of his spirit and ultimately assimilated by it. This was a conceptual level of corruption. Seeing Lin Yuan successfully withstand the first wave of assault, Lilith exhaled a slight sigh of relief, though her face remained deeply troubled. Retreat, little servant. This thing, it's unsolvable. Her voice was filled with helplessness. However, Lin Yuan's face showed not a trace of retreat. He simply stared silently at the tainted heart. Then, under Lilith's stunned and horrified gaze, slowly, he extended his right hand toward that ultimate filth, so foul even gods would flee 3 paces. He pressed down directly. Chapter 146, The Soul Antidote, The Human Emperor Banner's Tremor. No! Lilith's lazy, seductive voice, for the first time, betrayed genuine panic and disarray. She desperately tried to rush forward, to pull Lin Yuan back. But it was too late. Lin Yuan's palm, that slender, knuckle-prominent hand, like that of an artist, had already pressed firmly against that pulsating, filth-encrusted Cain's heart. Buzz. The instant of contact. A terrifying, corrupted, despair-filled evil intent 10,000 times more powerful than before. Like a black tsunami breaking through a dam. Rushing down Lin Yuan's arm, it violently surged into his divine consciousness. See. He. Fresh, soul. Powerful, flesh. Come, merge with me. Become a new vessel. Countless mad, chaotic, and utterly seductive whispers exploded within his mind like the chorus of a billion demons, seeking to utterly shatter and devour his will. All color drained from Lilith's face. It's over. Everything was over. She knew no one could withstand such a direct assault of this magnitude. Even she herself could only rely on her primordial power to passively suppress it layer by layer. And Lin Yuan, the sole glimmer of hope she had just reclaimed. He had actually used his own body to confront this ultimate terror. He would be corrupted. He would be assimilated. He would become a being 10,000 times more terrifying than Prince Fantier. Fallen monster. At this thought, Lilith's heart felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched it with brutal force. The pain was suffocating. Yet, just as that endless black tide of evil intent was about to completely engulf Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, a sudden change occurred. Deep within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. That battered human emperor banner. It was as if a supreme divine dragon, guardian of cosmic order, slumbering for billions of years, had been provoked by a vile, reckless insect crawling across its face. It was utterly enraged. An indescribable, supremely virile and radiant force as if embodying the entire human civilization, representing the most primordial order and guardianship of the cosmos, an unparalleled will. A supreme will, indescribably fierce and supremely yang, resplendent and magnificent, as if embodying the entire human civilization, representing the. It was an absolute power, conceptually diametrically opposed to all filth and evil intent. If that filth represents chaos and termination, then the human emperor banner embodies creation and legacy. Roar! A piercing, supremely majestic dragon's roar exploded within Lin Yuan's consciousness. This was no longer an illusory dragon's cry. It was the mightiest roar born from the ultimate convergence of human destiny's chi. The next instant, a beam of light not particularly dazzling, yet pure to the extreme, as if forged from the faith and hope of countless beings. Merit's golden radiance burst forth from the human emperor banner, like the first ray of sunlight piercing the darkness. That black, malevolent thought that had just been raging and roaring unchallenged within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. The moment it touched this golden light of merit, it reacted like a ghost encountering another ghost. It emitted a soundless shriek, filled with utter terror and agony. Then, like snow meeting the scorching sun, it was instantly vaporized by that golden light, swept away like withered leaves. Purified. Complete purification. Not a trace remained. What is this? A flash of realization crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. So that's how it is. Inspiration struck him, and with a single thought, He actively guided that purest energy of merit emanating from the human emperor banner. It flowed through his meridians, gathering in the palm of his right hand. Then, slowly, he infused it into the tainted Cain's heart. SSS-SSS-SSS-SSS. A series of sounds, like hot oil hitting water, suddenly rang out, making one's teeth ache. Lilith's blood-red eyes, already sunk in despair, suddenly widened in shock. What did she see? She witnessed the most mind-shattering spectacle of her entire existence. Behold! Where Lin Yuan's palm pressed down. Those indestructible, law-defying, energy-ignoring, grayish-faded filth. Upon contact with that faint, nearly invisible golden aura emanating from Lin Yuan's fingertips, it reacted as if locked onto by its natural enemy. It emitted a shrill, piercing screech, twisting and writhing in frenzied agony. Then, it was forcibly ignited, purified, and obliterated by that golden light. Finally, beneath Lin Yuan's palm, that surface of the heart, once covered in filth, a small patch, no larger than a fingernail, was revealed once more pure, sacred, black. Though, compared to the corruption of the entire heart, this was but a drop in the bucket. But this was the first time in 10,000 years. The very first time. The very first time anyone has truly inflicted effective damage. This is no longer mere containment. This is a conceptual, absolute nemesis. Lilith froze completely. Her eerily beautiful face was etched with an indescribable, extreme shock and utter disbelief. She stared at the man, his palm still pressed against the sacred artifact, his expression utterly focused. She watched the faint golden light at his fingertips, continuously weaving miracles. Her worldview, her millennia-old perceptions, long solidified by despair, in this moment, was violently, utterly overturned. Hope? This word, long forgotten for tens of thousands of years. In this instant, like the wildest of weeds, it burst forth anew from the depths of her heart. Time itself seemed to stretch infinitely in this instant. Space, too, seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Dead silence. Upon the altar, only the hissing sound of filth being purified remained. And Lilith's breath, now rapid and almost inaudible from utter shock. She stood there, frozen, utterly motionless. Her blood-red eyes were fixed, utterly fixed, upon Lin Yuan's palm. Fixed upon that faint golden light, steadily weaving miracles. Her mind went blank. For 10,000 years, she had witnessed the fall of gods. She had witnessed the birth and death of worlds. Her heart had long since hardened into ancient ice, unbreakable and utterly cold. She believed nothing in this world could ever stir such intense emotional turmoil within her again. Yet, the scene before her eyes was like a divine hammer forged from hope. It smashed her heart, frozen for 10,000 years, into 1,000 shards. Lin Yuan did not notice Lilith's emotional breakdown. His entire being was now immersed in communicating with the human emperor banner and manipulating that aura of merit. It truly works. A surge of wild joy erupted within him. He could feel it clearly. As the merit energy poured in, that terrifying primordial evil intent, which seemed capable of corrupting everything, was steadily retreating. Though the purification progressed slowly. Given the amount of virtuous energy he could currently command, completely purifying the entire Cain's heart would likely take hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years. But this undoubtedly proved one thing, a completely viable path. A broad avenue leading to true hope. Chapter 147, Tears of 10,000 Years, Shed for You. Time, as if in this moment, stretched infinitely. Space, too, seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Dead silence. Upon the altar, only the hissing sound of impurities being purified remained. And Lilith's breath, now rapid and almost inaudible from utter shock. She stood there, frozen, utterly motionless. Her blood-red eyes were fixed, utterly fixed, upon Lin Yuan's palm. Fixed upon that faint golden light, steadily weaving miracles. Her mind went blank. For 10,000 years, she had witnessed the fall of gods. She had witnessed the birth and death of worlds. Her heart had long since hardened into ancient ice, solid and cold. She believed nothing in this world could ever stir such intense emotional turmoil within her again. Yet, the scene before her eyes was like a divine hammer forged from hope. It smashed her heart, frozen for 10,000 years, into shattering pieces. Lin Yuan did not notice Lilith's emotional breakdown. His entire being was now immersed in communicating with the human emperor banner and manipulating that aura of merit. It truly works. A surge of wild joy erupted within him. He could feel it clearly. As the merit energy poured in, that terrifying primordial evil intent, which seemed capable of corrupting everything, was steadily retreating. Though the purification progressed slowly. Given the amount of virtuous energy he could currently command, completely purifying the entire Cain's heart would likely take hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years. But this undoubtedly proved one thing, a completely viable path. A broad avenue leading to true hope. Chapter 147, Tears of 10,000 Years, Shed for You. Time, as if in this moment, stretched infinitely. Space, too, seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Dead silence.
Upon the altar, only the hissing sound of impurities being purified remained.
And Lilith's breath, now rapid and almost inaudible from utter shock.
She stood there, frozen, utterly motionless. Her blood-red eyes were fixed, utterly fixed, upon Lin Yuan's palm. Fixed upon that faint golden light, steadily weaving miracles. Her mind went blank. For 10,000 years. She had witnessed the fall of gods. She had witnessed the birth and death of worlds. Her heart had long since hardened into ancient ice, solid and cold. She believed nothing in this world could ever stir such intense emotional turmoil within her again. Yet, the scene before her eyes was like a divine hammer forged from hope. It smashed her heart, frozen for 10,000 years, into shattering pieces.
Lin Yuan did not notice Lilith's emotional breakdown.
His entire being was now immersed in communicating with the human emperor banner and manipulating that aura of merit.
It truly works.
A surge of ecstasy coursed through his heart. He could feel it clearly.
As the merit energy poured in,
that terrifying primordial evil intent, which seemed capable of corrupting everything, was steadily retreating.
Though the pace of purification was slow.
Given the amount of virtuous energy he could currently command, completely purifying the entire Kane's heart would likely take hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years.
But this undoubtedly proved one thing, a completely viable path. A broad and bright path leading to true hope.
After some time passed, Lin Yuan felt the immense drain on his merit energy and voluntarily halted the purification, slowly withdrawing his palm.
Looking again,
a palm-sized area on the massive heart had been completely purified. That section radiated a profound, pure blackness, emanating a sacred aura, the most primordial essence of the blood clan. It stood in stark, unmistakable contrast to the surrounding areas still shrouded in gray filth.
Like a beacon of light in the darkness. After completing this, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, turned around, and looked at Lilith. A relaxed smile touched his lips. Looks like we've found a way to deal with it. A simple statement. Yet it was like a key. A key that instantly unlocked Lilith's emotional floodgates, pent up for 10,000 years. Whoosh!
A graceful figure, carrying a fragrant breeze, suddenly threw herself into his arms.
Lilith! The supreme queen of eternal night could no longer contain the storm raging within her. She clung to Lin Yuan, holding him tight, so tight.
The force was so intense it felt as though she intended to crush him completely into her very bones. Lin Yuan could feel it clearly. Her seemingly delicate frame was now convulsing violently, uncontrollably.
Trembling. At first, it was a silent sob.
Her face buried deep in Lin Yuan's chest. Her shoulders rose and fell. Suppressed, restrained.
But could the grievances, pain, and despair accumulated over 10,000 years truly be suppressed so easily? Soon,
the stifled sobs transformed into low, uncontrollable whimpers.
Finally,
it erupted into a full-throated, unrestrained wail.
Wah, wah, wah.
That cry held no trace of a queen's dignity.
No longer did it carry the restraint of a deity.
What remained was only the helplessness and release of a little girl.
Helpless and raw. Lin Yuan's heart was pierced by that cry.
He said nothing, only reached out and embraced her just as tightly. He let her tears soak through his shirt. He knew that at this moment, any words would be futile. What she needed was simply a place where she could let it all out without restraint.
An embrace.
Countless images flashed through Lilith's mind like shattering fragments. There was the shock and helplessness she felt 10,000 years ago when she first discovered the Kane heart had been corrupted. The despair when, after a millennium of cultivation, she had set up the holy light purification array, only to watch helplessly as the sacred light was consumed by filth. It was the helplessness when she sought aid from an ancient SSS-tier sovereign, only to receive a shake of the head and a sigh urging her to abandon hope and seek a new home. It was the loneliness of her days and years spent slumbering upon the cold throne, waging a silent, endless war with her very soul against that ceaseless tide of corruption.
Scene after scene. One by one.
Each one a crushing shackle heavy enough to break any god.
And today, this shackle, at last, shows a glimmer. Possibility.
Why? After what felt like an eternity of weeping, Lilith's voice emerged from Lin Yuan's embrace, muffled and thick with sobs.
Why, can your power purify it? Then what, exactly is it?
She lifted her head. Those blood-red eyes, which should have captivated all who saw them, were now swollen and tear-filled, red like a rabbit that had suffered the greatest injustice. Her pitifully vulnerable appearance was enough to melt even the hardest heart into softness. Lin Yuan looked at her, his heart softening. He raised his hand, using his fingertip to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye. The gesture was tender to the extreme.
Silly girl.
His voice carried a tenderness and compassion he'd never before expressed.
This isn't my power.
With a flicker of his thoughts,
the phantom of the human emperor banner flickered behind him and vanished.
A strand of pure, warm golden light as if distilled from the hopes and prayers of countless living beings. At his fingertips, it coalesced into a soft, glowing orb. He gently placed the glowing orb before Lilith.
Feel it. Lilith instinctively reached out with trembling fingertips and touched the orb. No burning sensation. No overbearing force. Only boundless warmth and profound peace. As if a wandering soul, lost for eons, had finally found its way home. That warm essence flowed through her fingertips, seeping into her very soul. It even allowed her exhausted primordial essence, weary from years of battling impurities, to feel a long-forgotten relief. This is... Lilith's eyes widened in utter shock. It is called humanity's virtue. Lin Yuan's voice carried a solemnity, as if expounding on the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. If the foreign evil thoughts polluting your clan's sacred artifact represent chaos and disorder, then this force embodies creation, guardianship, and legacy. It is the embodiment of all order within this realm. It is the only and absolute conceptual natural enemy. Humanity's virtue? Conceptual natural enemy? Hearing these words, Lilith abruptly lifted her head. In those tear-filled, beautiful eyes, a previously unseen, dazzling radiance erupted in an instant. She gazed at Lin Yuan, her eyes brimming with indescribably complex emotions. Shock, ecstasy, confusion, but above all, a light called redemption. Humanity's virtue. So that's how it is. She finally understood. Completely understood. No wonder, from the very first moment she laid eyes on him, her very blood, her very soul, had been screaming wildly, desperate to draw near him, to possess him. It wasn't merely the love that had seeped into her very bones from distant gaming memories. It was something far more primal, a yearning for hope and redemption that sprang from the very source of life itself. Longing. So he, Lin Yuan, not only her, Lilith's, one and only companion. He was also the chosen one. The inheritor. The one and only who could save her, save the entire blood clan. The savior. Realizing all this, Lilith's emotions could no longer be contained. She smiled. Her laughter blossomed like 1,000 roses bursting into bloom in an instant. That smile was so beautiful it made the entire bedchamber pale in comparison. And she wept. Tears once again cascaded like broken strings of pearls, rolling down her exquisite cheeks. But this time, they were no longer a release of despair. Instead, it was the ecstatic joy of hope descending. Little servant. She gazed at Lin Yuan with a dazed expression, her voice tinged with an unprecedented dependence and reverence. You are my master, the one this world has bestowed upon me, upon the entire blood clan, the only one. Miracle. Lin Yuan watched her tear-streaked face, still breathtakingly beautiful, and his heart softened. He raised his hand once more to wipe away her tears. There. No more tears. Now, what we should be thinking about is how to purify this big thing completely. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lilith's emotions gradually settled. She nodded firmly, her eyes reigniting with the blazing flame of hope. Yes. Purify it. Her voice regained the queen's decisive authority and majesty. To purify it completely, you alone won't suffice. We must journey to the most perilous forbidden land of the blood clan, the fallen holy mausoleum. That place is the source of the filth's descent, and the core that suppresses it. Moreover, we must locate the 3 lost auxiliary sacred artifacts. Lilith's eyes flashed with wisdom as she swiftly outlined the complete plan to Lin Yuan. The tears of the ancestor, this divine artifact, imbued with the purest power of protection, was shed by our first progenitor upon their demise, born from their unwillingness to part with their kin. The prayer of the Holy Night, a supreme scripture composed with their very lives by the ancient bloodline ancestors who worship the Holy Light, specifically crafted to counteract darkness and corruption. And the Candlestick of Oblivion, an ancient artifact of unknown origin. It is said its flame can consume all conceptual existences in the world. Only by gathering these 3 sacred artifacts, establishing the Holy Blood Purification Array at the core of the fallen holy mausoleum, and using the merit energy of your human emperor banner as its nucleus. Only then will we have a chance to utterly end this nightmare that has lasted 10,000 years. Lin Yuan listened in silence. He knew. From this moment onward, his standing in this land of eternal night had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He was no longer merely the queen's private possession, the sheltered emperor. He was the sole hope. In this battle to save the world, he was irreplaceable. Core. Gazing into Lilith's eyes, those exquisite orbs now brimming anew with fighting spirit and radiance. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Then, where should our first stop be to seek out these 3 sacred artifacts? Chapter 148, The Emperor's Audience, the Ring of Eternal Night. Within the altar chamber. Once ignited, the flame of hope blazes like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. All traces of despondency and exhaustion had vanished from Lilith's form. In their place now stood the decisive resolve and swift, decisive momentum of an SSS-tier sovereign. All 3 sacred artifacts have been lost for tens of thousands of years. Finding them with just the 2 of us is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lilith's reasoning was crystal clear. It is time for the entire blood clan to operate according to our will. She took Lin Yuan's hand, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. Come, little servant. I'll take you somewhere. Their figures flickered, vanishing from the chamber that had held 10,000 years of despair. The next instant, They had already returned to the throne hall, the very symbol of supreme authority in the land of eternal night. The hall remained as grand and solemn as ever. Yet the atmosphere was utterly different from before. Lilith did not approach the supreme true ancestor throne that belonged to her. Instead, she took Lin Yuan by the hand and led him straight before the throne. She turned to face Lin Yuan, her blood-red eyes holding a solemnity unlike any seen before. She extended her delicate hand and gently clenched it in the void. Hum. A strand of the purest eternal night primordial energy, mingled with a trace of her true ancestor's essence blood, slowly coalesced in her palm. Finally, it transformed into a ring entirely pitch black, as if forged from solidified shadows. Embedded upon its face was a magnificent gem, within which a crimson starry river seemed to swirl. A ring. The Eternal Night Authority Ring. This ring was born alongside the true ancestor's throne as singular symbol of authority. To behold this ring was to behold the true ancestor herself. The wearer commands all royal guards of the capital, freely accesses the vampire treasury, and wields half the law force of the Eternal Night realm. It is the supreme authority of the entire blood clan, second only to the true ancestor. Authority. From this day forward, you are the true master of this ancient castle of eternal night. Lilith's voice was gentle yet resolute. She personally took Lin Yuan's right hand and slowly slipped the ring symbolizing supreme authority onto his finger. A chill touched his skin, and Lin Yuan felt his very soul. Instantly forged a profound, mystical connection with the entire Eternal Night Castle and the vast Eternal Night Realm. He could sense the breath of every blood clan member within the castle. He could sense the flow of every mineral vein beneath the earth. He felt as though he had become another god. After completing all this, Lilith's face broke into a satisfied smile. Then, she made a move that sent shockwaves through the entire hall, leaving all the S-rank zombie guards standing in attendance utterly horrified. She walked with remarkable ease to the side of the true ancestor's throne, to the secondary throne symbolizing the queen or regent. She sat down with grace. And that seat, representing the sole true god, the supreme sovereign's throne. She left it for Lin Yuan. This signal could not have been clearer. From this day forward, in this realm of eternal night, Lin Yuan shall reign supreme. Transmit my decree. Lin Yuan showed no trace of courtesy. He strode forward and slowly seated himself upon the cold, domineering throne of the true ancestor forged from 10,000-year-old frosted iron and the bones of a colossal dragon. The finger bearing the Eternal Night Ring tapped lightly upon the throne's armrest. Thud. Thud. Though faint, the sound resonated like cosmic drumbeats, striking each heart with unmistakable clarity. His voice was not loud. Yet, amplified by the ring's power, it carried an undeniable authority that reverberated throughout the entire royal city. Summon all dukes and above, all clan lords within the royal city. Within a quarter of an hour, assemble in the throne hall for audience. No exceptions. Yes. The prince's undead guards trembled, then knelt in unison on one knee, responding with all their might. The decree spread instantly. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. The entire Eternal Night royal city trembled to its core at that very moment. The emperor summons? All dukes and above? Good heavens! This is the emperor's first official audience. What on earth could it be about? Countless high-ranking vampire nobles, upon receiving the imperial decree, felt an unprecedented, immense pressure and opportunity within Camelia's ducal residence. When Camilla, dressed in her finest robes, heard the herald's decree, a wild glow of ecstasy instantly erupted across her stunningly beautiful face. Quickly change my attire. The finest ceremonial attire. The emperor's first summons. This is Camelia's, our entire clan's, once-in-a-lifetime chance to rise to the top. Absolutely. We cannot afford to fail. She had staked everything on Lin Yuan. And now, this was the crucial moment to prove whether her gamble would pay off. Meanwhile, within another ancient and imposing castle, an elderly duke, his beard entirely white and his aura unfathomably deep, stood with a solemn expression. Dismissing his servants, he paced back and forth in his private chamber. The new king's ascension to the throne, great events are bound to unfold. The purification of the sacred relic is a matter of immense significance. It seems the emperor intends to use this opportunity to fully consolidate the entire blood clan. Whether this brings blessing or calamity remains to be seen. Meanwhile, within the mansions of certain clans that had once been loyal to Prince Vanzo, a pall of gloom hung heavy, a sea of despair spread far and wide. It's over. Is the emperor settling accounts with us? Quick! Bring forth the blood coral we've treasured for 8,000 years. No! That's not enough. Bring everything from the treasury. We must go and plead our case. Agitation, anticipation, reverence, dread. A whirlwind of emotions swirled, intertwined, and spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of the royal city. Yet, regardless of their inner turmoil, not a single soul dared defy the emperor's decree. Within a quarter of an hour, outside the throne hall, powerful figures had already gathered in full force. They were the true power core of the entire blood clan. Yet now, they stood like students awaiting their teacher's inspection of homework, uneasy and silent as mice. Finally, the doors of the hall slowly opened. By the Emperor's command, esteemed lords, please enter. Led by Camilla, dozens of vampire lords dressed in various splendid ceremonial robes filed in one after another. When they beheld the scene upon the throne, every single one of them felt their pupils contract sharply. There, the newly crowned human emperor sat calmly upon the supreme true ancestor throne. He did not even release any aura. Yet, that innate, almost transcendent majesty pressed down upon all present, even S-rank and SS-rank powerhouses, leaving them gasping for breath. And their own supreme ruler, the eternal Night Queen, Her Majesty Lilith, was seated beside him on the secondary throne, wearing a lazy, satisfied smile. Seated upon the secondary throne beside him, as if she were a young wife, proud of her husband. The impact of this scene was beyond compare. The last shred of doubt vanished from everyone's hearts. We pay our respects to the Emperor. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Led by Camilla, all the nobles knelt on one knee in perfect unison, their movements synchronized. Lin Yuan's gaze swept calmly over the crowd below. He did not ask them to rise. Nor did he utter a single word of nonsense. He merely thought it. 3 scrolls, composed of energy, ancient and shrouded in mystery, materialized out of thin air in the air above the Grand Hall. They were the very forms of the 3 sacred artifacts. I presume you have all heard of the true ancestors' awakening. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Yet it rang clearly in every ear present. Today, I have gathered you all here for one purpose alone. To purify the heart of Cain. He cut straight to the chase. He laid bare the greatest, most central secret of the Blood Clan. Below, an instant uproar erupted. What? Purify the sacred relic? This can't be possible? Yet Lin Yuan gave them little time to process the shock. He extended the finger wearing the Eternal Night Ring, pointing it at the 3 scrolls. His voice abruptly grew authoritative, brimming with unquestionable power. These 3 sacred artifacts are the sole hope for purifying the heart of Cain and saving our race. Now, in the name of the Imperial Sovereign, I issue my first decree to you all. Mobilize every ounce of your clan's strength. Every connection. Every scrap of intelligence. Within 7 days. Find me the exact whereabouts of these 3 sacred relics. Who can accomplish this? Chapter 149, The Forbidden Land of Fallen Tombs, husband and wife unite in battle. Within the throne hall. At the command of Emperor Lin Yuan, the dozens of dukes and princes representing the pinnacle of vampire power retreated like a surging tide, their faces lit with fervor and reverence as if granted a royal pardon or injected with adrenaline. The entire majestic hall instantly returned to its eternal, deathly silence. Only Lin Yuan remained upon the throne, and beside him, Lilith, her face radiant with satisfaction and adoration. My little servant. Lilith stretched lazily, her perfect curves breathtaking even beneath the folds of her gothic gown. Barefoot, she glided lightly to Lin Yuan's side, resting her head naturally upon his shoulder. You truly possess the majesty of a master just now. Her voice carried a hint of infatuation, one even she hadn't noticed. Lin Yuan's earlier display masterminding strategies, issuing commands, manipulating the entire upper echelon of the Blood Clan at his whim. More intoxicating than any handsome face, more captivating than any overwhelming power. Oh! At her words, a playful curve lifted the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He reached out and gently pinched Lilith's jade-like chin. So, which do you prefer, a master with authority? Or a little servant who belongs only to you? A captivating blush instantly spread across Lilith's exquisite face. Her blood-red eyes shimmered with a hint of playful reproach as she shot Lin Yuan a gentle glare. Ugh! You know perfectly well that I like. The 2 of them bantered affectionately on the throne, oblivious to their surroundings. Were any vampire noble to witness this scene, they would likely be so shocked they'd pluck their own eyeballs out. Who could have imagined? The Supreme Queen of Eternal Night, who could obliterate an SS-rank peak prince with a flick of her finger, could display such girlish, coy demeanor? After a moment of tenderness, Lin Yuan finally returned to the matter at hand. Though the mission has been assigned, we cannot simply sit idly by. A deep, piercing gleam flashed in his eyes. Lilith, accompany me to a place. Lilith froze. Where? The fallen holy mausoleum. Lin Yuan's voice was firm and decisive. What? Lilith's expression changed instantly. No. It's far too dangerous. Without a moment's hesitation, she refused outright. The sacred tomb is the source of the defiled power. Its spacetime is utterly warped, filled with unpredictable dangers. Moreover, countless ancient guardian beasts roam within, corrupted for tens of thousands of years, long since losing their sanity, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Even at my peak, I wouldn't dare venture there lightly. Her tone was filled with unquestionable concern. However, Lin Yuan merely gazed at her calmly. Precisely because of this, we must go. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. I need to see the situation there with my own eyes. I also need to test how much control my human emperor banner holds over those deeply corrupted monsters. His voice was flat. Yet it carried an undeniable confidence and composure that invited no refusal. Lilith gazed into his eyes, deep and piercing as if they could see through everything. Somehow, the worry in her heart gradually subsided. Yes. He was no longer the human who needed her protection. He was the bearer of the human emperor banner, the inheritor of the human path. He was the savior, the only one capable of ending this 10,000-year nightmare. At this realization, Lilith's heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of pride and honor. Good. She nodded firmly, her eyes reigniting with the light of trust. I'll go with you. For her. As long as she could be with Lin Yuan. Whether upon the throne or in the depths of hell. It would be paradise. Half a day later. The northernmost reaches of the eternal Night King city. A forbidden land shrouded in an eternal, grey mist. Here lies the location of the fallen holy mausoleum. Unlike the Gothic splendor found elsewhere in the royal city. Here, only endless desolation and deathly silence remained. The earth is cracked and black, as if forsaken by the gods. The sky is a dull, oppressive grey, as if at any moment a blood-red rain of despair might begin to fall. The air was thick with an aura of decay and corruption so potent it seemed almost tangible. Any being below S rank who dared to set foot in this region, their souls would be instantly eroded, twisted into mindless monsters. Two figures appeared silently at the edge of this forbidden land. It was Lin Yuan and Lilith. Such a thick stench of corruption. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense this realm brimming with malice toward all living beings. Yet, this filth, potent enough to make even an SS-tier powerhouse feel uneasy. Within 3 feet of the two, it was completely isolated and purified by an invisible force. That was the absolute domain jointly forged by the aura of Lin Yuan's human emperor banner and Lilith's true ancestor authority. Side by side. Slowly, they advanced deeper into the forbidden zone. The deeper they ventured, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly bizarre and terrifying. The ground was overgrown with countless twisted black plants, as if writhing in agony. Occasionally, one could glimpse enormous skeletal remains, weathered beyond measure over countless millennia. Judging by their shapes, these were all colossal beasts of ancient times, each possessing power that reached the heavens in life. Yet, they too had fallen in this ill-omened land. Roar! Suddenly, a roar filled with madness and savagery erupted from a nearby pile of boulders. Immediately after, the earth shook violently. Boom! The rubble pile exploded violently. A colossal figure, its size comparable to a mountain, burst forth from beneath the earth. It was a creature of profound contradiction, radiating both sacred and corrupted energies. A terrifying colossus. It possessed the body of a lion, yet bore the head and wings of a divine eagle. It should have been the sacred griffin, symbolizing light and glory. Yet, at this moment, the left half of its body, which should have been covered in golden sacred runes, is now covered by a thick layer of gray flesh that writhes like a living thing. Boils swelled and burst one after another, oozing out as sickening black pus. Meanwhile, its right half, which should have radiated divine majesty, though it still shimmered with golden radiance. But that radiance had grown wildly unstable, flickering erratically. As if, at any moment, it might be utterly consumed by darkness. Mutated sacred lion griffin corrupted. Rank, mid-tier SS class. It's him. A complex emotion flickered in Lilith's eyes. The final guardian of the sacred mausoleum. It was once the most loyal mount of our clan's first progenitor. I never imagined even it would be corrupted to this extent. Roar! The mutated griffin had clearly lost all reason. Its single, utterly corrupted, ashen-gray beastly eye had locked onto Lin Yuan and Lilith. In its perception, these two unwelcome intruders radiated a pure, life-giving energy that stirred an overwhelming craving within it. Devour them! Devour them! This was the sole thought consuming its mind. Boom! It violently flapped its massive wing, half corrupted by the same taint. It unleashed a terrifying blast of wind powerful enough to tear through steel. Its colossal form plummeted like a black meteorite from the heavens. Carrying a world-shattering might, it charged toward the two with unstoppable force. Watch out! Lilith's expression hardened as she prepared to act. A warm, firm hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It was Lin Yuan. Don't rush. His face showed no trace of panic, instead bearing a hint of calm, as if watching a good show. Perfect. Let's use it to test our new technique. Lilith froze. Then, she understood Lin Yuan's meaning. A breathtakingly beautiful smile, one that could captivate a nation, involuntarily curved her lips. All right. The next second. Facing the terrifying colossus charging toward her, Lin Yuan didn't retreat, he advanced. He took the initiative, stepping forward. He met head on the terrifying pressure that could make any SS-tier powerhouse pale with fear. His eyes blazed with divine light. His voice boomed like a divine king from the heavens, proclaiming his decree. I, in the name of the Emperor, pronounce judgment. Your corruption shall be purified by the resplendent might of heaven. Rise, banner of the human emperor. A A crimson gold banner, ancient and vast, its ethereal form seemingly bearing witness to the rise and fall of all human civilization, crashed down behind Lin Yuan. A torrent of supreme, radiant golden light, a dazzling, resplendent radiance of merit poured down like a celestial river flowing backward, transforming into a visible, golden canopy of light. It descended with crushing force, enveloping the mutated griffin from above. Roar arg! The mutated griffin let out a piercing, agonized howl, filled with utter terror and agony. The left half of its body covered in filth. The moment it touched the golden canopy, it reacted as if doused with boiling oil. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A thick plume of black smoke billowed forth. That indestructible, filthy flesh was rapidly melting away. Its savage aura weakened instantly by at least 30%. Now, Lilith and Lin Yuan were in perfect sync. She didn't even need any prompting from Lin Yuan. The moment she saw the mutated griffin suppressed by the human emperor banner, she had already struck. Her blood-red eyes instantly turned icy, brimming with deadly intent. She extended her jade-like, fair right hand. She clenched her fist lightly toward the void. Eternal night, condense. Blood spear, manifest. Hum. The boundless primal power of eternal night mingled with her purest true ancestor's blood. Within her palm, it gathered and compressed with frenzied intensity. Finally, it transformed into a spear several Xuanyuan length, its entire body radiating an eerie blood-red hue. Coiled around the shaft were countless black lightning bolts. A terrifying spear. Eternal Night Blood Spear. One of Lilith's ultimate killing moves. Go. Her crimson lips parted, uttering a single, icy word. Whoosh. That crimson spear, powerful enough to pierce the stars. Instantly, it tore through the void, transforming into a crimson streak of light too swift for the naked eye to follow. Its target was nowhere else. It was aimed squarely at the right half of that twisted griffin's body, at that very spot still radiating divine light. Energy core. Good overcomes evil. Strength overcomes weakness. Lin Yuan, wielding the human emperor banner, subdues its defiled form. Lilith, wielding the scepter of eternal night, crushed its sacred core. This was the most perfect battle plan they devised in an instant. Put. A dull thud of blade-piercing flesh. That blood-red streak of light, swift beyond measure, pierced with pinpoint accuracy the monstrous griffin's impregnable, sacred core. Arg! The mutated griffin let out another earth-shattering, despairing howl. Its massive frame stiffened abruptly. The last glimmer of life in its eyes swiftly dimmed. The sacred core was shattered. Its defiled body was purified. This ancient guardian beast, whose power rivaled that of a mid-tier SS rank, couldn't even muster a proper resistance. It was instantly annihilated by Lin Yuan and Lilith's flawless mixed doubles attack, so perfectly coordinated it seemed rehearsed countless times. Instant kill. Chapter 150, Unexpected Clues, Distant Tremors. Boom. The monstrous, mountain-like form of the mutated sacred hall griffin crashed heavily onto the parched, pitch-black earth. A cloud of dust erupted into the sky. Its life force rapidly drained away. Its one eye, a gray, lifeless orb consumed by corruption, and its other eye, a golden orb still shimmering with sacred light. At this moment, both eyes simultaneously revealed a hint of liberation. For it. This state, polluted for tens of thousands of years, neither human nor ghost, neither god nor demon, was itself an endless, torturous ordeal. Death. Perhaps that was its best fate. Lin Yuan slowly withdrew the illusory form of the human emperor banner. Lilith, too, waved her hand, dispelling the eternal night blood spear, which still radiated a terrifying aura. The two exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw a hint of a satisfied smile. And the absolute, unspoken understanding between them. Seems our coordination isn't half bad. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Naturally. Lilith tilted her snow-white, swan-like neck, a hint of playful pride in her expression. Don't you know who this queen is? True enough. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. After all, Her Majesty the Queen is my most formidable little maid. You. Lilith's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, a flicker of flustered annoyance darting through her beautiful eyes. She extended her small hand and playfully pounded Lin Yuan's chest with feigned anger. That expression bore not a shred of the SSS tier ruler's majesty. She was clearly nothing more than a lovesick young girl playfully bickering with her lover. Inside the global livestream, countless viewers watching this scene felt their hearts nearly burst from the sudden flood of romantic moments. Holy. 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 One shot? A mid-tier S-rank super boss just got one shot? Is this even human coordination? A single glance, a single move more precise than computer programming. Terrifying. Is that the point? The point is, after the fight, they're openly feeding us dog food in front of billions of us. I can't take it. I declare, starting today, I'm the head fan of the Lin God and Her Majesty the Queen CP. What? Other people's SSS tier wives are invincible battle gods fighting side by side, while mine just makes me unclog the toilet. IP, Japan. Dude, stop talking. I'm already jealous of you, IP, Korea. Amidst the uproar outside, Within the Forbidden Grounds. That mutated sacred gorgon, its colossal form, having lost all support from its powers, began to slowly weather and dissipate. Its left half, ravaged by corruption, turned into a sky filled with black ash. The right half, still radiating divine sanctity, transformed into scattered golden sparks. One black, one gold. One sacred, one demonic. Two utterly distinct forces, entangled for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, they finally returned to nothingness together. Yet, just as that colossal form was about to vanish completely. Lilith's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. She seemed to have discovered something. Her form flickered, and in an instant, she appeared where the griffin's remains had vanished. Extending her delicate hand, she made a gentle beckoning motion in the void. A faintly glowing object slowly emerged from the swirling light and ash. It landed in the palm of her hand. It was a single drop. Only, thumb-sized, solidified. Golden teardrops. The teardrop, utterly crystalline and translucent, seemed like the purest crystal in the world. Yet within them lay an indescribable, profound, immense sorrow. Merely gazing upon it was like feeling the final tear shed by a loving father for his child about to embark on a long journey, a tear brimming with reluctance and blessing. What is this? Lily S. gazed at the tear in her palm. Across her exquisite face, an overwhelming surge of uncontrollable joy erupted. The tear of the ancestor. No, it's not the whole thing. It's just the smallest fragment. She recognized it instantly. This was precisely one of the 3 sacred relics they had been searching for. So that's it. A flash of realization lit up Lilith's eyes. I understand now. This griffin was the most loyal companion to our clan's first ancestor. When the ancestor fell, it was right by his side. It must have been this griffin that, in the final moment, swallowed the single tear shed by the progenitor, unable to bear parting with his kin. And it was precisely through the purest protective power within that tear that it managed to endure the corruption's erosion for a full 10,000 years. Lilith instantly pieced together the entire sequence of events. Lin Yuan approached as well, gazing at the golden teardrop radiating sorrow. His eyes, however, flashed with the light of wisdom. A brand new, crystal-clear chain of clues rapidly took shape within his mind. Since fragments of the tear of the ancestor are here, then it means this sacred artifact hasn't been completely lost, as the legends claim. Lin Yuan's voice brimmed with confidence. I can even make a bold deduction. The most likely current location of the complete tear of the ancestor is not within this perilous, fallen holy mausoleum, but rather the deepest recesses of your blood clan's royal treasury, that vault heaped with rare treasures. It lies quietly sealed away, labeled as an object of unknown origin. This earth-shattering revelation left Lilith frozen in place once more. She gazed at Lin Yuan's face, which seemed to peer into both past and future. The reverence and trust she felt toward him, bordering on omniscience, once again surged to a new, unparalleled height. Let's go. We're heading back to the royal city. Lilith could hardly wait to verify Lin Yuan's deduction. But, just as the two were about to turn and leave, a sudden change. Suddenly. Buzz. In Lin Yuan's embrace. That symbol, which had remained silent ever since arriving in the land of eternal night. Drought-demon's divine flame 10,000 Li talisman. Suddenly, without any warning whatsoever, it erupted with an intense, overwhelming, terrifyingly scorching sensation, as if a sun had detonated within his very chest. Lin Yuan's expression changed instantly. He knew better than anyone else what this signified. This 10,000 Li talisman was deeply bound to Ji Tiannu's soul. Only when Ji Tiannu's life or emotions experienced the most intense fluctuations would such an intense reaction occur. The very next second, a thought, anxious, weakened, yet tinged with an unmistakable glimmer of joy, spanning billions of miles of time and space, crashed violently into his mind. Husband. I think I'm giving birth. Chapter 151, The Emperor's Choice, The Queen's Promise. Boom. This thought exploded like a billion thunderclaps within Lin Yuan's mind. She's giving birth? His first child. The dragon phoenix twins he conceived with Ji Tiannu. A complex wave of emotions, a mix of wild joy, nervousness, anticipation, and utter bewilderment swept over him like a tidal wave. He was going to be a father. What's wrong? A voice tinged with lazy concern sounded beside him. Lilith instantly sensed the dramatic shift in Lin Yuan's emotions. And from the talisman in his embrace, she sensed the SSS-grade divine firepower radiating an aura of aggression and dominance. That power was entirely different from her eternal night authority. Yet equally formidable. Equally standing at the pinnacle of this world. Lilith's blood-red eyes, which had been filled with tender affection, narrowed slightly. Within the bedchamber, the previously sensual and intimate atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing temperatures. The surrounding shadows, seemingly alive, froze in place. The air thickened, becoming oppressively heavy. An invisible, overwhelming aura of possessive dominance began to slowly permeate the space. She was jealous. Lin Yuan instantly snapped out of the ecstasy of impending fatherhood. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the tumult of thoughts churning within him. He knew he absolutely couldn't lose his composure now. He turned to meet Lilith's gaze, which was filled with scrutiny and danger. Without the slightest concealment. Nor did he flinch. He chose the most direct and sincere approach, confessing everything. Lilith. His voice was calm, yet tinged with an unmistakable note of regret. My first wife, Ji Tiannu. She was about to give birth. It's my child. First, wife? At the sound of those words, Lilith's pupils suddenly contracted. All traces of the lazy, exquisite smile vanished instantly from that face, replaced by a sea of icy coldness and utter indifference. As if she had transformed back into that lofty, aloof queen of eternal night who regarded all living beings as mere ants. Yours. Her crimson lips parted, her voice soft yet carrying a chill capable of freezing souls. The first? The air pressure within the grand hall plummeted. Lin Yuan could even sense the surrounding spatial laws becoming wildly unstable due to Lilith's emotional turbulence. Yet he remained unflustered. He knew that for a woman like Lilith, whose possessiveness bordered on the pathological, any deception or concealment would only invite the most dreadful consequences. He reached out and gently clasped Lilith's jade-like hand, now slightly chilled by her emotional turmoil. He looked into her eyes with sincerity. Yes. He nodded. Before I entered the eerie affair, Gaiman met you, I had already encountered her. She was the drought goddess, ruler of the Miao tribes. She was also my first contracted partner. The child she carried was my first pair of unborn children. So both in heart and reason, I am consumed with anxiety at this moment. Lin Yuan's tone was filled with sincerity. He made no excuses for himself, merely stating a fact. Lilith said nothing. She merely gazed at Lin Yuan in silence. In those blood-red, beautiful eyes, coldness and struggle intertwined wildly. Lin Yuan could feel her grip on his hand tightening with each passing moment. He knew he had to give her a reason she couldn't refuse. He took a deep breath and continued. But I also know. You just awoke from 10,000 years of slumber for me. The filth of the Cain heart is the sword of annihilation hanging over our entire bloodline. This matter is more crucial and urgent than anything else. Having become your man, having become the emperor of this land of eternal night, I absolutely cannot abandon you now, nor forsake our perilous blood clan, for personal matters. I cannot be absent when she needs me most. Nor will I ever abandon you when you need me most. Lin Yuan's voice was unwavering, resounding with conviction. Every syllable seemed imbued with boundless power, hitting hard against Lilith's heart, seemingly cold, yet utterly devoid of security. What did she fear most? Betrayal. Being abandoned once more. Yet Lin Yuan made the most solemn promise to her in the most direct and powerful way possible. He would not leave. He would stay and face this 10,000-year nightmare alongside her. Lilith's icy gaze finally began to thaw. The chill powerful enough to freeze time and space quietly dissipated. She gazed at Lin Yuan's face, etched with sincerity and responsibility. For a long time. A long while. She sighed softly. You really know how to play on my weaknesses. Her voice regained a hint of languor, yet now carried an added note of resigned indulgence. She turned her hand to grasp Lin Yuan's. There is a way for you to go accompany her. Lin Yuan froze. I could expend 1/10 of my true ancestors' primordial essence. Lilith's tone was matter-of-fact, as if discussing something trivial. To temporarily construct an unstable, crimson void passage for you, allowing a thread of your divine consciousness to traverse dimensions and descend upon the Miao lands. This way, you can be with her during childbirth, without delaying our crucial task of purifying the sacred relic. Lin Yuan's heart jolted violently. 1/10 of the true ancestor's primordial essence. What did that even mean? It could obliterate an SS tier peak powerhouse in an instant. And she was willing to pay such an immense price just so she could accompany another rival in love. Lilith. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse. Thank you. Poof. Lilith gave a light snort, turning her head away so she wouldn't have to look at him. But the faint curve of her lips betrayed a hint of sweetness in her heart. But I have conditions too. She suddenly turned her head, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Your divine consciousness may enter. But your physical body must remain by my side. Not a single step away. Until the Cain heart is completely purified. That was the Queen's command. And the most humble plea from a woman lacking in security. Agreed. Lin Yuan hesitated not a moment. He nodded firmly. I promise you. The two finally reached a new agreement. A looming harem crisis was temporarily diffused by Lin Yuan's textbook perfect maneuver. However, Lin Yuan stared at the frantically blinking group chat icon on his system panel, unable to suppress a bitter smile. The real storm was only just beginning to brew. Within the Blood Clan's bedchamber, the atmosphere had temporarily calmed. But on Lin Yuan's system panel, the group chat icon named Loving Family flashed frantically like a deathly curse. A single glance sent Lin Yuan's temples throbbing violently. A pressure more terrifying than facing an SSS tier overlord washed over him. He could vividly imagine the two jealous queens, millions of miles away, going absolutely berserk at that very moment. Chapter 152, Family Chat Explodes. 3 women, 1 drama. What's wrong? Lilith couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yuan's expression, which seemed to say, bring it on. Are your 2 good sisters looking for you? Lin Yuan gave a wry smile and nodded. Go on. A hint of amusement flashed across Lilith's face, as if she were looking forward to the spectacle. This will give this king a chance to see for himself. What kind of woman could cause you such headaches? Lin Yuan was speechless. Great. Now even his last escape route was gone. He took a deep breath, like a warrior preparing to face his fate with dignity, and slowly tapped open the group chat interface. Loving family too. Mengpa Meng Sanchi at Lin Yuan at Lin Yuan at Lin Yuan, where the hell are you? Dead? Get your ass out here. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian at Lin Yuan, husband, are you there? Pitiful fox peeking emoji. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, Lin Yuan. If you don't respond now, you better believe I'm coming to your place right this instant. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, husband, are you busy? Did Bai Qian disturb you? Fox crying emoji. Staring at the 99 plus unread messages piling up, Lin Yuan felt his head splitting. What could he do? He was desperate too. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slowly typed a line with trembling fingers. Lin Yuan at all members, I have some news to share. Lin Yuan, the celestial maiden, is about to give birth. The message was sent. The entire group chat instantly fell into an eerie, deathly silence. It felt as though time itself had stopped. However, Lin Yuan knew full well. This was merely the calm before the storm. Sure enough, the next second, the deathly silence was shattered completely. Boom! Mengpa Meng Sanchi? A barrage of question marks erupted like machine gun fire, instantly filling the entire screen. Each question mark seemed to contain enough rage to overturn the entire netherworld. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, it's about to happen? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, what the hell do you mean, Lin Yuan? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, the one in my belly hasn't even stirred yet. Why should she go first? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, fox emoji frozen in shock. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, yeah. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, sister Hanba is so amazing. Already expanding the family for her husband so quickly. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, unlike us, who can only wait at home longingly for news from our husband. So pitiful, sniffling fox crying emoji. Watching these 2 messages, one soft, one sharp, Lin Yuan felt cold sweat instantly soak his back. One domineering Yandere, demanding answers outright. A tea ceremony master, dripping with sarcasm. Who could withstand this? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, Lin Yuan. Where the hell are you? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, why aren't you by her side? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, are you out fooling around again? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, husband, where are you now? Did you run into trouble? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, you haven't come to see Bai Qian in so long. Bai Qian misses you so much. Fox emoji stretching out paws for a hug. Lin Yuan felt like he had 2 heads. He felt like a tiny boat tossed in raging waves. At any moment, he might be completely capsized. He frantically typed, trying to explain. Lin Yuan, I. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, what do you? Lin Yuan, the thing is. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, my husband, take your time. There's no rush. Lin Yuan, listen to my explanation. I wasn't fooling around. I'm currently in a very special place and can't return yet. He briefly explained his situation, how he was among the Blood Clan, seeking opportunities to repair the human emperor banner. He also mentioned Lilith's willingness to expend her essence to facilitate his divine consciousness's descent. He had hoped this explanation would calm them down a little. However, he was wrong. He was dead wrong. His explanation was like pouring a bucket of boiling oil onto a raging inferno. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, Blood Clan? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, oh, you. Lin Yuan. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, I knew it. You uncontrollable beast. You've definitely hooked up with someone new again. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, oh my. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, has a new sister joined my husband's side? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, is she good to my husband? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, has she been bullying my husband? Reading these 2 messages brimming with murderous intent and playful banter, Lin Yuan gave up struggling entirely. He slumped in his throne. Life held no meaning. Let it all end. Hurry up. I'm tired. Within the throne hall, Lin Yuan stared at the chat group on his system panel, now completely engulfed in chaos, and felt utterly drained. This was more exhausting than battling 10 SSS tier overlords for 300 rounds. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, Lin Yuan. You better tell me straight up. Who is that vampire woman? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, what does she look like? Is she hot? Is she prettier than me? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, husband, what race is that, sister? Is she fox kin? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian loves playing with fox sisters, the most innocent fox wink emoji.
Lilith, watching Lin Yuan's vividly changing expression, let her smile grow wider. She leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her breath warm and fragrant.
Little servant. Need my help?
Lin Yuan shuddered violently at the sound. He snapped his head up, meeting Lilith's expression of pure schadenfreude. A bold or perhaps suicidal thought surged through his mind.
If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's misfortune, you can't escape it. Fate must be faced sooner or later. Better to do it now. Let's get it over with. All right.
Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes.
Lilith, I'll add you to the group. You explain it to them for me.
A strange gleam flashed in Lilith's eyes.
Oh? Is that okay?
Of course. Lin Yuan had already thrown caution to the wind. He swiftly began operating on the system panel.
System notice, player Lin Yuan has invited Queen of Eternal Night Lilith to join the group chat.
System notice, group chat name changed from Loving Family 2 to Loving Family 3.
The instant this system notification appeared on the group chat interface,
the chat group, which had been erupting like a volcano with frantic messages, instantly plunged back into deathly silence.
Far away in the underworld, Meng Sanchi, seated within Mengpo's hall, stared at the glaring group invitation notification.
The soup ladle in her hand snapped with a crack as she crushed it into powder. Her face, beautiful enough to rival the underworld itself, was now covered in frost.
Eternal Night. Queen?
Far away in Qingxiu, within the sacred hall of Tushan, Bai Qian of Tushan also abandoned her languid demeanor. A gravity never before seen flickered in her fox-like eyes, eyes that seemed capable of stealing souls.
SSS tier. The two battle-hardened veteran members fell into a shared, unspoken silence at that moment. Both were secretly observing this uninvited newcomer. The group chat atmosphere grew oppressively tense.
Lin Yuan stared at the dead screen, feeling his heart nearly leap out of his throat.
He felt even more tense than when facing Prince Vance's ambush. Yet,
Lilith, the instigator of this whole mess, remained utterly composed and calm. Her blood-red eyes flickered with a knowing, playful smile as she scanned the chat history, thick with tension.
She didn't speak immediately.
This very silence itself served as the most masterful show of force.
Finally, just as Meng Sanchi's explosive temper was about to erupt once more, Lilith made her move. She didn't at anyone.
Nor did she type any words.
Instead, she calmly posted a single image. The image instantly filled the entire chat screen.
The background of the image was none other than this opulent, eerily alluring queen's bedchamber, brimming with suggestive atmosphere.
The composition was flawless. The lighting was just right. There, a man's hand. Long and powerful, with clearly defined knuckles.
On the index finger, the symbol of supreme authority, the eternal night ring, rested.
And now,
that hand was tightly enveloped by another.
It was a woman's hand.
Pale, perfect, like the finest work of art in the world.
Fingers intertwined. It was a gesture brimming with the most intense possessiveness. It was an unquestionable declaration of sovereignty. And beneath the image,
a caption in elegant blood-red cursive script reads,
Lilith, with my husband by my side, all is well.
Lilith, my sisters need not worry.
Boom. This seemingly serene and unassuming image.
This seemingly gentle and polite caption.
Like a supernova powerful enough to detonate the entire universe.
It exploded violently in Meng Sanchi and Tushan Bacon's minds.
Mengpa Meng Sanchi. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, fine. You. Lin Yuan. Mengpa Meng Sanchi, and you still dare say you weren't out carousing? Mengpa Meng Sanchi, what the hell is this place? Explain yourself. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, heartbroken fox emoji. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, fox emoji crying until fainting. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, fox emoji abandoned by the entire world.
Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, husband, your hands have been taken by other sisters.
Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian.
Baiqian's heart hurts so much.
Watching the chat group instantly erupt into nuclear chaos once more. Lin Yuan's vision went black.
He nearly fainted on the spot alongside the great leader.
But this wasn't the end.
Facing the furious barrage from the two seniors, Lilith remained utterly unfazed. With the same elegant tone, she slowly typed her second message. Lilith, my dear sisters, please do not misunderstand my husband.
Lilith, my husband is a dragon among men, the destined emperor.
It's only natural he has several sisters serving him. Lilith, at this moment, however, he is assisting me with internal affairs critical to the survival of our clan. Lilith, therefore, for the time being.
Lilith, he belongs solely to me.
Word by word.
Gentle yet ruthless. Elegant yet domineering.
Directly drawing all the hostilities onto herself.
simultaneously declaring her unshakable status as the undisputed main wife. Reading the final line on the screen, Lin Yuan knew. It was over. It was completely over. This wasn't just a minor scandal brewing in the harem. This whole harem had been wiped out. Chapter 153, The Peak of the Battlefield and the Celestial Maiden's Call. Lin Yuan slumped in the True Ancestor's throne. Staring at the chat group in his system panel, now completely engulfed in a four-way free-for-all, he felt the world spinning violently. Lilith's final line, seemingly casual yet utterly domineering, "He belongs to me alone." Like the loudest slap, it struck Meng Sanchi and Tushan Bacon squarely across the face. It had also irrevocably pushed the flames of this battlefield of demons to their irreversible peak. After a brief, deathly silence, the first to erupt was Meng Sanchi. Meng Sanchi, fine. Belong to you alone, indeed. Meng Sanchi, what the hell do you think you are? How dare you say such things in front of me? Meng Sanchi, Lin Yuan. Let her speak. When I was fighting alongside you through the 9 hells back then, where was she? When that old bastard king of the Wheel of Rebirth hunted you down, nearly shattering your soul, where was she? Meng Sanchi, now that you've made something of yourself, every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to jump out and claim ownership, huh? Every word from Meng Sanchi felt like the sharpest ice blade, brimming with overwhelming fury and the bitterness of betrayal. But before Lin Yuan could formulate a response, Tushan Baiqian's message, seemingly gentle yet far more lethal, followed swiftly. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, Lilith's sister, you mustn't speak like that. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, husband belongs to all of us, how could he be yours alone? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, I know, sister. You've just met our husband, that initial excitement is only natural. But our bond with him? It's been forged through eons of waiting, etched into the 3 live stone. That's different, you know, fox emoji covering mouth and giggling. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, besides, with this domineering sister around, won't our husband suffer? If he goes hungry, thirsty, or gets bullied by you, we sisters would be heartbroken. One plays the good cop, the other the bad cop. One unleashes a torrent of criticism, the other masters the art of subtle teasing. Their coordination is seamless. Even Lin Yuan felt his scalp tingle facing this display. Yet, Lilith remained as composed and elegant as ever. As if the other's fury and sharp retorts were nothing more than a gentle breeze caressing her face. She even had the leisure to pick up a cup of crimson liquid, whether wine or blood, freshly presented by a maid, and take a delicate sip. Only then did she leisurely type her reply on the panel. Her reply was concise. Yet, each word cut to the bone. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, at Mengpa's sister Meng Sanchi, what you speak of is the past. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, my bond with my husband requires no explanation to you, sister. All I know is that right now, at this very moment, my husband is by my side. In just 2 short sentences, directly relegated all of Meng Sanchi's contributions and hardships to the past tense. Meng Sanchi was so furious she nearly smashed her own Mengpa hall to pieces on the spot. Immediately after, Lilith tagged Tushan Baiqian. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, at Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, with my husband by my side, I only know pleasure, how could there be grievance? Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, it's actually the 2 sisters who, over such trivial matters, have caused my husband such distress. That truly is unfair to him. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, if you truly care for my husband, perhaps you should be a little quieter. How about that? Killing people, and then stabbing them in the heart. This is the true skill level of the Queen of Eternal Night. She didn't even raise her voice once. Yet with casual ease, she placed Meng Sanchi and Tushan Bacon squarely in the positions of immature and making unreasonable demands. She even cast herself as the only one who truly understood and sympathized with Lin Yuan, the perfect wife. But Lin Yuan could almost hear the sound of his other 2 wives spitting blood on the spot. Just as expected. Meng Sanchi, you. Meng Sanchi, fine. Very fine. Just you wait. Once I deliver this one in my belly, you'll see how I deal with you. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, fox emoji with fading smile. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, my sister speaks wisely. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, it was us who acted out of turn. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, then, little sister, please truly take good care of your husband. Tushan Baiqian's seemingly conciliatory words. Yet, they concealed a deeper, more subtle edge. She directly placed Lilith in the position of later arrival and caretaker. As if she and Meng Sanchi were the true masters. This war without gunpowder. Its intensity far exceeded Lin Yuan's imagination. He sensed that if he didn't step in to say something soon, these 3 ladies might just come after him through the internet. But, just as he was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to quell this war, a sudden twist. Once again, it erupted abruptly. Buzz. The drought-demon's divine flame 10,000-ly talisman in his embrace, which had only just been calmed moments ago. Once more. It erupted with a terrifying burning sensation 10 times more intense than before. This time, It was no longer a simple transmission of intent, but a plea. A thread of divine consciousness, weakened to the extreme, as if it might snap at any moment, slammed violently into the depths of his soul. Husband. I heard so much. Hurry, help me. It was Ji Tiannu. Her voice was filled with unmistakable agony. Lin Yuan's expression changed completely in an instant. Before, it had been filled with joy and anticipation. But now, it was genuine, heartfelt worry. And tension. Something was terribly wrong. Ji Tiannu was also an SSS tier sovereign. Her constitution far surpasses mortal comprehension. The birthing process may be arduous, but it absolutely should not produce such a signal one that borders on a cry for help. Unless the delivery process encountered an unexpected, catastrophic complication. Lin Yuan's heart instantly clenched. He could no longer spare a thought for the impending storm brewing in the group chat. Nor did he have time to ponder how to placate those three formidable figures. Almost instinctively, with an urgency he'd never felt before, even bordering on command, he blasted a single line into the group chat. Lin Yuan at everyone, stop arguing. Lin Yuan, the celestial maiden is giving birth. Something's wrong. There's been an incident. Just 2 short sentences. Yet, like a bucket of ice water at -200 degrees Celsius, doused mercilessly over everyone's heads. In the group chat, that tense, explosive atmosphere vanished in an instant. What replaced it was a deathly silence. Chapter 154, Divine Presence descends upon Miao territory, celestial portents emerge. Lin Yuan's command, enough with the noise, delivered with urgency and authority, fell like an imperial decree, instantly silencing the entire chat group. Whether it was the domineering Meng Sanchi, the tea art master Tushan Baiqian, or the elegant Lilith. At that moment, all ceased their rivalries in tacit agreement. They all understood perfectly well. While petty jealousies might normally spark earth-shattering chaos, but when it came to a genuine life or death crisis, especially when it concerned the safety of Lin Yuan or his bloodline, all internal conflicts must be immediately set aside. This is the most fundamental understanding of being the king's woman. Meng Sanchi, what the hell is going on? Meng Sanchi was the first to snap out of it, her voice thick with gravity. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, my lord, do not fret. Sister Hanbo will be fine. The group chat's atmosphere instantly shifted from a battlefield of chaos to a wartime emergency meeting. Lin Yuan swiftly relayed the agonized distress signal transmitted through the 10,000 miles symbol from Ji Tiannu. Lin Yuan, I don't know the specifics, but her aura is extremely weak. She must be facing major complications during childbirth. Lin Yuan, I must go immediately. Meng Sanchi, the Miao Kingdom and the Blood Clan's Dark Realm are separated by more than 1,000,000 miles, with several chaotic, bizarre planes in between. How do you plan to get there? Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, my husband, do not act rashly. This matter requires careful deliberation. At that very moment, Lilith, who had remained silent, spoke slowly. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, the passageway is ready. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith at Lin Yuan, my husband, come. Lin Yuan lifted his head. In the real world, Lilith's face bore not a trace of amusement. In its place was an unprecedented solemnity and earnestness. She had risen to her feet. Her silver-white hair moved without wind. The boundless divine might of an SSS-rank true ancestor surged forth without restraint. In the name of my eternal night, command the void of blood. Open. Lilith's voice was ethereal yet commanding. She extended her slender jade-like finger, lightly tracing a line through the void before her. Rip. Space was torn open like the most precious painting, revealing a gaping, pitch-black wound. Then, she forced forth a single drop of primordial ancestor's blood, radiant with magnificent brilliance. The moment the drop appeared, the temperature within the entire hall seemed to soar by hundreds of degrees. It contained unimaginably vast life energy. Go! Lilith flicked her jade-like finger. The drop of primordial blood instantly vanished into the spatial fissure. Boom! 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 The once pitch-black, chaotic spatial fissure, empowered by the primordial blood, began to rapidly stabilize and expand. Finally, a terrifying passage formed several meters wide, bottomless, its interior flickering with countless crimson thunderbolts and shards of space. Crimson Void Passage. Construction complete. Lilith's complexion visibly paled. Clearly, constructing such an ultra-long-range planar passage was an immense burden, even for her. Hurry! Her voice carried a hint of urgency. This portal is extremely unstable. It can only hold for the duration of a stick of incense. And it can only bear the passage of a single strand of your divine consciousness. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. He walked over to Lilith's side, gazing at her slightly pale face with eyes brimming with gratitude. Lilith, thank you. With that, he hesitated no longer. With a flicker of his thoughts, A strand of divine consciousness, condensed to its utmost limit and shimmering with a faint golden glow, slowly emerged from between his eyebrows. Then, without a second thought, it plunged into the crimson void passage, a realm brimming with unknown dangers. The passage was chaotic. It was also agonizing. Lin Yuan's divine consciousness felt as though it had been hurled into a high-speed meat grinder. Countless violent spatial eddies and crimson thunderbolts tore at his divine sense with frenzied ferocity. Were it not for Lilith's primordial power clearing the path ahead, the sheer pressure within this passage alone would have been enough to utterly annihilate this sliver of his divine consciousness. He had no idea how long it had been. Perhaps an instant. Perhaps 10,000 years. Finally, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. Lin Yuan controlled his divine sense and surged forward. Buzz. The next second, his senses finally returned. A familiar scent, a blend of medicinal herbs and the dry demon's divine fire, filled his nostrils. Countless anxious footsteps and muffled prayers echoed in his ears. He opened his eyes. He found himself suspended within an ancient, majestic palace in a semi-transparent spirit form. This was Miao, the Crimson Earth Palace, the bedchamber of Princess Ji Tian. His gaze instantly locked onto the enormous bedstead at the center of the hall, crafted from 10,000-year-old fire jade. There she lay. Ji Tiannu lay upon the bed. Her face, normally cold and exquisite, was now etched with agony. Her forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Her SSS tier boundless divine might was now extremely unstable, fluctuating wildly in intensity. Clearly, she was enduring immense agony. Beside her, several S-rank Miao elders were frantically channeling their own power into her. Yet their efforts yielded little result. Celestial Maiden. Lin Yuan's divine sense sent out an urgent cry. Husband? Upon the bed, Ji Tiannu, who had been struggling to hold on, heard that voice in that very instant. Her phoenix-like eyes, which had begun to lose their focus, suddenly burst with a radiant glow of joy. Husband! You've come! You really came! She saw that translucent figure suspended midair. Though it was merely a wisp of divine consciousness. But that familiar aura, those soul-stirring vibrations she'd longed for day and night, they couldn't be faked. Lin Yuan had come. At her most agonizing and helpless moment. He had come. An immense sense of relief instantly flooded Ji Tiannu's heart. Her body, previously tense from excruciating pain, relaxed slightly. Lin Yuan's divine consciousness instantly drifted to her side. I'm here. He extended an ethereal hand, gently caressing Ji Tiannu's sweat-drenched cheek. Don't be afraid. I'm here. His voice seemed imbued with boundless magic, instantly soothing all the restlessness and unease within Ji Tiannu's heart. And within that divine consciousness of Lin Yuan, a fusion of the supreme essences of Pangu, the Netherworld, Xingqiu, and Eternal Night. And Ji Tiannu's primordial essence, that of the progenitor of zombies, imbued with supreme divine fire. The moment they touched, it was as if heavenly thunder ignited earthly fire. As if yin and yang merged completely in this moment. Boom! An indescribable, world-creating aura erupted violently, centered upon the two of them. Beyond the Crimson Earth Palace, the skies above Miao, the once clear, cloudless sky suddenly darkened. A massive, multicolored auspicious cloud, its origin unknown, materialized out of thin air. Immediately after, the celestial energy of the entire Miao region, spanning countless miles, at this very moment, as if summoned by some supreme command, began to violently surge. Like 100 rivers flowing to the sea, it surged madly toward the Crimson Earth Palace. Celestial omens began to manifest. Chapter 155, Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix, First Childbirth Reward. Outside the Crimson Earth Palace, the sky over Miao. That multicolored auspicious cloud appearing out of thin air was merely the beginning. Like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, it sent ripples spreading endlessly. Rumble. The celestial and terrestrial energies across the entire Miao, spanning countless miles, erupted violently in that instant. No longer gathering slowly. Instead, it transformed into millions of dazzling rivers of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. They surged skyward from every direction. Roaring forth from every mountain, every river, every ancient forest. As if answering the most supreme summons, they roared with a thunderous clamor that shook the heavens and earth. All rivers flow to the sea. All streams flow to their source. All the rivers of spiritual energy surge toward a single destination, the Crimson Earth Palace, flooding toward it with frenzied intensity. This spectacular scene instantly shook the entire Miao region. Countless ancient and mysterious beings, deep in secluded cultivation, were jolted awake from their slumber. They burst from their caves, gazing skyward with faces etched with incomprehensible terror and awe. Good heavens! What on earth is happening? What a terrifying spiritual energy tide! The entire Miao region is being drained of its essence. The direction is the Crimson Earth Palace. It's the direction of the Divine Maiden. Could it be the Divine Maiden is about to break through that legendary realm? Within the Crimson Earth Palace, The sky above the bedchamber had completely transformed into a colossal, multicolored vortex of spiritual energy. At the vortex's center, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested once more. Roar! A piercing, majestic dragon's roar erupted suddenly. This sound seemed capable of shaking the ages, filled with supreme imperial majesty. Under the guidance of Lin Yuan's divine consciousness, boundless golden light of merit and the imperial fortune of the human emperor surged forth from the void. They wildly intertwined, coalescing, and taking shape. Ultimately coalescing into a 5-clawed golden dragon over 10,000 zhang in length. Its entire body was composed of the purest golden light, its scales vivid and its divine might awe-inspiring. The golden dragon of the human emperor. It was the ultimate manifestation of the human path's destiny. It was the supreme symbol of imperial authority. Almost at the same moment. Sure. A clear, noble phoenix cry followed, as if it could incinerate the 9 heavens. It was imbued with immortal divinity. Upon the bed, the long-dormant drought-demon's divine fire within Tiannu was fully ignited by the aura of the divine embryo. A crimson gold, indestructible divine flame shot skyward. Mid-air, it transformed into a divine phoenix whose wingspan obscured the sun and sky. Its plumage was breathtakingly magnificent, its entire form ablaze with eternally burning crimson gold flames. One dragon. One phoenix. One golden, one crimson. 2 sacred apparitions, born from the most primordial supreme power, appeared above the crimson earth palace. They spiraled around each other, chasing one another. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry echoed through the heavens. Auspicious energy radiated across 10,000 miles. Dragon and phoenix heralding auspiciousness. This supreme omen, existing only in the most ancient myths and legends. At this very moment, every zombie and supernatural entity within the Crimson Earth Palace, regardless of rank or location, unanimously prostrate themselves in worship toward the direction of the imperial bedchamber. Their very souls trembled violently under the dual pressure of bloodline and divine might. It was an absolute submission born from the deepest recesses of their very existence. Within the bedchamber, the S-rank Miao elders had long since collapsed in terror, unable to utter a word. They gazed upon Tiannu, enveloped by the illusory forms of dragons and phoenixes. Then they glanced at the focused, ethereal projection of Lin Yuan's divine consciousness hovering beside Tiannu. Their eyes held nothing but boundless fervor and adoration. A miracle. This was a true miracle. They were bearing witness to the emergence of a future supreme deity, or rather, 2 supreme deities. This earth-shattering phenomenon had long since transcended the boundaries of the Miao region. Like an invisible storm, it instantly engulfed the entire bizarre world. Qingqiu. Tushan Sanctuary. Tushan Baiqian, who was handling clan affairs, suddenly sensed something in her heart. She abruptly looked up toward the Miao region. A complex emotion flickered in her fox eyes, eyes that could see through all the world's illusions. Surprise. Envy. But above all, a proud sense of he truly is my husband, a pride born of shared glory. Hoof. She chuckled softly to the maid beside her. Your emperor truly never rests, does he? He manages to stir up such a commotion wherever he goes. The Netherworld. Within Mengpo's hall. Meng Sanchi, who was supervising the ghost officers as they brewed Mengpo's soup, abruptly stopped her movements. She sensed that familiar aura of human imperial destiny. And the divine essence of the Great Way, brimming with new life and hope. Her face froze in surprise. Then she gritted her silver teeth. Humph. That firestoker of a drought demon got lucky. She muttered under her breath. Yet the faint, involuntary curve of her lips betrayed a flicker of delight within her heart. Vampire Realm. Eternal Night Castle, Queen's Bedchamber. Lilith, who had been resting her eyes to guard Lin Yuan, slowly opened her beautiful crimson eyes. Her gaze seemed to pierce through endless void. Witnessing the magnificent spectacle of dragon and phoenix auspiciousness above the Miao lands. Humph. A playful curve lifted the corners of her lips. Quite the commotion. I wonder if the child born will be half as outstanding as my husband? Meanwhile, across the eerie world, in various forbidden realms unknown to mortals, countless ancient wills, dormant for untold millennia, were simultaneously roused. Humph. Such a powerful new life force. And it carries the imperial majesty of humanity? What on earth is happening in the east? Could it be that some reclusive ancient monster has been reborn? Countless powerful, obscure divine senses, filled with astonishment and uncertainty, probed out from every corner of the world. All converged upon the eastern Miao region, which had long since become the focal point of the world. But at that very moment, a cold, monumental, and unquestionable system alert echoed in the ears of every player in this bizarre world. Warning! Detected, an extraordinary, world-class special event has occurred. Event level, mythic. To ensure all players' right to know, global mandatory live broadcast mode is now activated. All player feeds and Blue Star viewers' live streams will be forcibly redirected to the event location in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. Eagle Nation. A player named Johnny, accompanied by his C-rank weird companion, was locked in a grueling battle with a group of B-rank skeletal guards deep within a gloomy ancient tomb. Hold on. We're almost at the treasure chest. He roared encouragement to his teammates. But the next second, the scene before his eyes suddenly went black. Then, a majestic panorama beyond his wildest imagination forcibly replaced his entire field of vision. A hazy, yellowish sky stretched above. Beneath it, a dragon and a phoenix. Two sacred beasts, formed entirely of pure light and energy, were circling and roaring. That overwhelming divine might, powerful enough to shatter the heavens and earth, was palpable even through the screen. Instantly, his legs buckled beneath him. With a thud, he fell to his knees. My God! The sword in his hand clattered to the ground. His eyes held nothing but endless terror and blankness. Behind him, the skeletal guards who had been ferocious as demons suddenly halted their attacks in unison. The two flickering flames of soulfire within their hollow eye sockets trembled wildly, as if they had beheld their supreme deity. Blue Star. Countless viewers watching their country's players' livestreams experienced the exact same scene at the exact same moment. Their screens were forcibly switched to that very same image that made their very souls tremble. The global chat channel exploded instantly. Holy? What the hell? Why did my stream cut out? Me too. I was just watching our country's hero take down that beautiful vampire. Where is this? The sky. There are dragons in the sky. And phoenixes. Dragons? Phoenixes? Isn't that the Dragon Nation's totem? Holy. I remember now. Lin Yuan. It's Lin Yuan. He must be making headlines again. Could it be that God Lin's child is about to be born? The moment this speculation surfaced, the entire world fell silent. Every pair of eyes was glued to the screen. Hearts pounded wildly out of control. They knew. They were witnessing history. A moment that would forever alter the world's landscape. Finally. Under the gaze of billions worldwide filled with awe, fear, anticipation, and envy. Above the Miao lands. The golden dragon of the human emperor and the divine fire phoenix, soaring and dancing in the sky, reached the pinnacle of their might. Roar! Chirp! They simultaneously unleashed their final roar, echoing across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, like two falling suns, they plunged downward with a sudden dive. Plunging straight toward the crimson earth palace below, shrouded in boundless spiritual energy. Boom! The entire world seemed to lose all sound in that instant. And in that very instant, two cries, clear and piercing, as if imbued with the primordial essence of the universe itself, cut through everything, echoing through the heavens. At the same time, the system's voice cold and monumental, yet tinged with an unprecedented tremor of excitement. And with that, a thunderous roar erupted. Chapter 156, The Fifth Myth. The Dragon Chi of the Human Emperor secures the nation's fortune. Miao territory. The Crimson Earth Palace. Two clear, piercing cries of newborns echoed across the heavens. These cries seemed to contain the most primordial essence of the Tao itself. At that very moment, the system's voice boomed, reverberating across the entire world. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Nation, Lin Yuan, and his SSS-tier companion, goddess of drought-demon, on the successful birth of divine bloodline offspring twins. This is a celebration of heaven and earth, a joy for all realms. Their achievement surpasses all before it, warranting an unprecedented mythic-grade bloodline reward. Boom! As the words unprecedented transformed into resplendent divine script, seared onto the celestial canopy, the entire Dragon Nation plunged into the most frenzied celebration. Meanwhile, in other nations across Blue Star, countless high-ranking figures of hostile factions felt darkness descend before their eyes. Their hearts felt as though gripped by an invisible giant hand. They nearly suffocated. Again? Another mythical tier? And an unprecedented mythic tier? Does this even leave room for other nations to survive? Countless hearts screamed in despair. Yet the system paid no heed to their thoughts. The cold voice continued its unquestionable proclamation of the Dragon Nation's supreme glory. Reward 1, Human Emperor Dragon Chi SSS Tier Mythical Bloodline Reward. Description: this divine artifact was born from the union of the Supreme Human Emperor bloodline bestowed upon the chosen one Lin Yuan's offspring and the Dragon Nation's national fortune. Effect 1, National Fortune embodied as dragon. Henceforth, the Dragon Nation's national fortune shall manifest as a tangible divine dragon, coiling above the capital to suppress the nation's destiny. All evils shall be repelled. As long as the national fortune endures, the divine dragon shall never perish. Effect 2, Repelling external evils. Any individual or faction harboring ill intent toward the Dragon Nation's homeland shall suffer relentless suppression and backlash from the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Chi, devastating their own fortune. The moment this reward description was revealed, every think tank and high-level official worldwide instantly felt their scalps tingle. National destiny transformed into a dragon? Suppressing the nation's destiny? This transcends material rewards. It's conceptual. Supreme protection at the metaphysical level. And those 4 characters' evil forces flee in terror sent a bone-chilling dread deep into the souls of every hostile force targeting the Dragon Nation. The moment the words fell. Dragon Nation. Above the capital city. The skies darkened. Endless, invisible forces of national destiny surged from every corner of the Dragon Nation, converging with frenzied intensity from the heavens and the earth. It transformed into a golden ocean more dazzling than the sun itself. The entire capital city was enveloped in this sacred golden light. Every citizen within the capital city instinctively raised their heads. They witnessed the most awe-inspiring and proudest sight of their lives. Behold! Within that boundless golden sea, a colossal vortex slowly took shape. At the vortex's center, a majestic golden dragon had emerged with supreme authority. It bore horns as if cast from pure gold. Its eyes shone like 2 radiant suns. Its dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, as if guiding the laws of the universe. Roar! A dragon's roar, filled with supreme majesty and dominance, echoed throughout the entire dragon kingdom. This sound was not jarring. Yet it carried a profound, soul-stirring majesty. Every citizen of the dragon kingdom who heard this roar felt their spirit surge. As if all negative emotions, all sickness and fatigue, were swept away in an instant by this single dragon's roar. Then, the majestic 5-clawed golden dragon, tens of thousands of feet long, broke free from the ocean of national fortune. It circled the capital city 9 times. Each circuit showered the heavens with golden light. Each roar made the nation's fortune grow more solid and resilient. Finally, it let out one final earth-shattering roar. Its colossal form slowly transformed into a translucent phantom as it dove downward. It did not plunge into the earth. Instead, like a guardian deity, it coiled around the entire majestic capital city. From this moment onward, the Dragon Nation possessed its true guardian beast. The Dragon Chi of the human emperor. Any petty invader daring to set foot on Dragon Nation's soil would first face the merciless wrath of this terrifying divine dragon forged from the very fortune of the entire nation. This magnificent spectacle was broadcast live across the globe, clearly visible to every eye. Within the Dragon Nation, countless citizens poured into the streets, kneeling on the ground and bowing tearfully toward the capital. A divine dragon. It's a divine dragon. Our nation is now protected by a divine dragon. I have no regrets for being born in Dragon Nation in the next life. I shall be a Dragon Nation citizen again. Long live Lord Lin. Long live the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in Eagle Nation, within a heavily guarded underground facility, a top-tier operative codenamed Ghost stood before a massive electronic screen, issuing orders. Activate Plan B of Operation Pangu immediately. At all costs, create chaos within the Dragon Nation. He was the head of the Eagle Nation's highest-level covert operation targeting the Dragon Nation. However, the very instant his words fell, the moment the Golden Dragon Emperor fully merged into the capital of the Dragon Nation. Ugh! Ghost suddenly let out a pained groan. He clutched his chest violently. An indescribable, overwhelming sense of impending doom surged through him without warning. As if, in the depths of the void, a pair of cold, majestic eyes had crossed endless space to lock onto him. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth. His entire body collapsed limply to the ground, instantly drained of all vitality. The moment his ill will toward the Dragon Nation arose, was ruthlessly devoured and annihilated by the Dragon Emperor's aura. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in every secret corner of the world harboring hostility toward the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, countless plots against the Dragon Nation were stillborn in that instant. Countless enemies lurking in the shadows met their sudden demise in that instant. Human Emperor's Dragon Chi. Its overwhelming might is plain to see. Inside the White House, the newly revived Dong Wang stared at the screen, where a colossal dragon's shadow coiled around the capital of the Dragon Nation. As the relentless stream of dire reports poured in from his subordinates, the last trace of color drained from his face. He knew. It was over. Completely over. From this day forward, the Dragon Nation was no longer a country that could be opposed by conventional means. It has become a true, divine nation. While the entire world was still reeling from the immense shock brought by the human Emperor's Dragon Chi, the system's icy voice once again echoed across the heavens. Reward 2, Civilization Inheritance Sacred Steel SSS-Rank Mythic Bloodline Reward. Description: This is the seed of human civilization. Guided by the auspicious aura of a divine offspring's birth, it will randomly manifest a lost or future extraordinary civilization legacy for the Dragon Nation. Materializing. As the voice faded, within the central hall of the National Museum of the Dragon Nation, space rippled like water waves. Hum. A soft white light materialized out of thin air. Amidst the utterly stunned gazes of all the security personnel, a colossal stone stele, 9 meters tall, crafted entirely from an ancient, unidentified stone and engraved with countless mystical patterns, slowly materialized from the void. It was the sacred monument of civilization's legacy. The moment it materialized, the steel radiated an ancient, primordial aura, as if it had endured the baptism of countless millennia. The next instant, the entire monument blazed with brilliant light. Upon its surface, countless intricate scenes began flashing by like a kaleidoscope. A civilization of immortal warriors soaring through the heavens on flying swords. A magical civilization that wove enchanted webs, where words became law. Mechanical civilizations that commanded titans to roam the cosmos. An alchemical civilization that twisted the laws of nature to turn stones into gold. Countless mighty civilizations, once confined to fantasy, flickered into existence upon the steel surface. Each flash made the hearts of the Dragon Nation's top research team members, witnessing this scene through a special channel, skip a beat. No matter which one randomly appears. For the Dragon Nation, it would mean an unimaginable leap in civilization. Finally, after an unknown span of time, the rapidly flickering images slowly came to a halt. Finally, it froze upon a three-dimensional structural diagram brimming with sci-fi and futuristic elements. It depicted an engine of unimaginably intricate complexity, embodying physics and spatial theories far surpassing humanity's current understanding by centuries. An engine. Beneath the stone tablet, a line of ancient seal script formed by light slowly materialized. Curvature drive interstellar grade. Capable of faster than light travel, spacefolding, and true interstellar exploration. Dead silence. The highest scientific command center of the Dragon Nation fell into a deathly silence. Every gray-haired, National Treasure-level scientist stared intently at the flawless curvature engine design blueprint displayed on the screen. Their breathing grew ragged. Bloodshot eyes filled their gaze. Their bodies trembled violently from sheer excitement. Warp drive. A venerable old academician trembled as he removed his reading glasses, rubbing his eyes fiercely with his hands. As if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The theory we spent our entire lives trying to crack. Is it truly laid out before us in its entirety? Heaven bless the Dragon Nation. Heaven bless our people. Ha 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 ha. At last. An elderly professor could no longer contain the ecstasy surging within him. He let out a long howl to the heavens, laughing until tears streamed down his aged face. The stars and the sea. Our journey lies among the stars and the sea. Quickly. Immediately. Right now. Establish the highest level Heavenly Palace project team. At any cost. Before I die, I will witness the launch of our Dragon Nation's very first interstellar warship. The entire command center erupted in a frenzy of scientific euphoria. At that very moment, the system's cold, monumental voice continued. It was about to announce the third and final reward. Reward 3. Chapter 157, The Rising Generation of the Dragon Nation, the Golden Age. Above the Miao lands. The illusory dragon and phoenix faded, and the celestial phenomena gradually subsided. Yet the system notification that echoed across the world did not cease. A cold, monumental voice. Carrying a barely perceptible tremor, as if the system itself were shaken to its core. It continued to announce the final, most earth-shattering reward. Reward 3, Future Blessing Golden Generation SSS-Rank Mythic Bloodline Reward. As these golden characters, formed from resplendent divine script, were etched upon the celestial canopy, the entire world fell silent for a fleeting moment. Every pair of eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the terrifying weight behind those 8 words. The system didn't keep them waiting long. Detailed explanations followed immediately. Explanation: this is the seed of human civilization's flame. Guided by the auspicious energy of a divine offspring's birth, it shall infuse the future of the Dragon Nation with an inexhaustible, ever-flowing golden bloodline. Effect: from this day forward, for the next 100 years, the soul strength, innate potential, and probability of awakening special physical traits in all newborns of the Dragon Nation shall receive an epic, discontinuous, irreversible, and monumental enhancement. This blessing shall usher in an unprecedented golden age for the Dragon Nation. Boom! If the first 2 rewards Human Emperor's Dragon Kaian curvature engine equipped the Dragon Nation with its most impenetrable defense and sharpest spear, then this third reward directly transforms the engine and operating system of the Dragon Nation's war machine. It has laid the very foundation for the Dragon Nation's dominance for the next millennium, even 10,000 years. At this very moment, in the global livestream, every Dragon Nation viewer's mind was filled with nothing but blissful emptiness. After a brief moment of dazed silence, a volcanic eruption of celebration erupted. Holy crap! The Golden Generation? Did I hear that right? For the next century, all newborns will have vastly enhanced talents? Holy crap! This means everyone in our Dragon Nation will be like dragons. I'm heading home right now. My wife better give birth to me. Must happen. To contribute to the Golden Age. Hey upstairs, if your wife isn't up for it, hit me up. I'm not afraid of hard work. Lin God. This favor and kindness cannot be expressed in words. I, Chen, swear here to erect an eternal shrine for you, offering daily worship day and night. Seconded. God Lin, eternal deity of our Dragon Nation. Amidst the torrent of comments, countless envious, jealous, and resentful remarks from other nations were interwoven. Impossible. This is definitely fake. It's Dragon Nation's psychological warfare, IP, Eagle Nation. It's over. My great Sakura Empire has no chance of catching up. IP, Sakura Nation. Why? Why always the Dragon Nation? Won't Lord Shajin intervene? IP, India. Dragon Nation, National Academy of Sciences, Institute of Genetics and Sociology. A group of gray-haired, National Treasure-level senior academicians stared intently at the massive data screen. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The Golden Generation. An esteemed academician revered as Old Xian trembled as he removed his reading glasses, wiping them repeatedly. From a sociological perspective, this is a devastating blow. Oldly, have you run the simulation model yet? He whipped his head around and barked at a young chief scientist. It's ready, Professor Qian. The scientist namely, his face flushed, his fingers pounding the keyboard so hard they left afterimages. Based on the system's vague concept of massive enhancement, we simulated using the lowest threshold. The results indicate. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling. 50 years from now, the average psychic power of our nation's new generation will surpass that of the most elite active duty SEALs in the Eagle Nation. A century from now, our ordinary citizens will be their superhumans. This. Old Qian's body shook violently. The thermos in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. But he paid it no mind. 2 streams of scalding hot tears suddenly burst forth from his cloudy old eyes. He slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet with every ounce of strength. Heaven bless the Dragon Nation. Heaven bless our people. He let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens, laughing with tears streaming down his aged face. This is no myth. This is the pinnacle of science. A leap forward for civilization. Quickly. Immediately. Right now. Establish the highest level future project team. We must pave every inch of the road for the arrival of the Golden Generation. The entire Academy of Sciences plunged into a scientific, euphoric frenzy. Meanwhile, other nations across Blue Star were plunged into utter stillness and icy despair. Eagle Nation. The White House, the Oval Office. The Dawn, who had just been revived and barely regained a faint flush of color, stared blankly at the rows of glaring golden text on the screen. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Every aide and general in the office bowed their heads, the atmosphere as oppressive as a tomb. Mr. President, reported a pale-faced intelligence chief, all our infiltration operations targeting the Dragon Nation have just failed simultaneously. All our undercover operatives met sudden, violent deaths at that very moment due to various accidents. This news became the final straw that broke the camel's back. It's over. A gray-haired 5-star general slumped powerlessly into his chair, his eyes vacant, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He muttered to himself. What we're facing isn't a nation. This is a divine nation. A rising, truly divine nation. The words divine nation struck like 2 heavy hammers, pounding fiercely into everyone's hearts. Indeed. What other nation could possess such unfathomable, near miraculous power? Its national fortune transformed into a dragon, impervious to all evils. Manifesting a curvature engine that transcends the era out of thin air. Now, it directly unlocks a century-long golden age from the very roots of its bloodline. How can we possibly fight this? What can possibly stand against this? All the schemes, all the plots before such absolute, unreasonable might seemed utterly laughable, utterly powerless. The wise one slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all traces of resentment, rage, and jealousy had vanished. In their place was an unprecedented calm and rationality. He knew the times had changed. Give up. He forced out the 2 words with every ounce of strength. Give up everything, all plans to oppose the Dragon Nation. From this day forward, the wise king surveyed the room, enunciating each word deliberately. Our sole strategy is to study, comprehend, and attempt communication with the divine nation. We must know the Dragon Nation better than anyone else. Yes, Mr. President. All the high-ranking officials stood up in unison, their expressions solemn. They knew that at this very moment, a completely new world order had begun to unfold. Amidst this seismic shift in the global landscape, the mastermind behind it all, Lin Yuan's divine consciousness, finally exhausted its last shred of power and slowly retreated from the Miao region. But he was unaware that within the Eternal Night Castle, a trial awaited him. Chapter 158, Lin Yuan's Troubles. Another battlefield? Eternal Night Castle, Queen's Bedchamber. The crimson glow on the altar slowly faded. Lin Yuan, seated cross-legged, finally exhausted the last shred of his divine consciousness, returning to his physical form from the distant Miao region. He slowly opened his eyes. Within those deep, piercing orbs lingered a trace of the domineering aura woven from the golden dragon of the human emperor and the divine fire phoenix. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over his soul, yet it was overshadowed by the immense satisfaction of having created new life. Husband. A melodious voice, magnetic and tinged with concern, sounded beside his ear. Queen Lilith of the Eternal Night had appeared beside him unnoticed. His reflection shimmered in her crimson eyes as she extended her cool, jade-like hand to gently touch his cheek. Your divine essence is severely depleted. Congratulations. You've added another pair of adorable twins to your family. Her tone seemed calm, yet Lin Yuan detected a faint, almost imperceptible tinge of envy and a hint of admiration even she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile and clasped her small hand. You've worked so hard, he said sincerely. Had Lilith not expended her true ancestor's essence to open that crimson void portal for him, he would never have reached back in time. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Between us, there's no need for thanks. Lilith shook her head gently, instinctively smoothing the slightly wrinkled collar of his shirt with an elegant, intimate gesture. But, her tone shifted, a playful curve appearing at the corner of her lips. Those sisters back home must be tearing the place apart by now. Aren't you going to go see? Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He pulled out the Human Emperor banner, and with a thought, opened that family group chat that brought him both warmth and headaches. Sure enough. During the brief moment his mind had wandered away, the group chat named Loving Family had already accumulated a bright red 99+ notification on its icon. He took a deep breath and tapped the group chat. What greeted his eyes was a chat log resembling a full-scale war. At first, the tone seemed relatively normal. After he announced that Ji Tiannu was about to give birth, Meng Sanqi and Tushan Bacon both expressed concern and offered him considerable help from their respective fields. But after news spread that Ji Tiannu had given birth to healthy twins, a boy and a girl, the tone of the entire group chat took a sharp turn for the worse. Meng Sanqi, a drought-demon goddess Ji Tiannu, congratulations on welcoming two little ones. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, congratulations, sister Tiannu. A dragon and a phoenix, truly a joyous occasion. Yet this harmonious atmosphere lasted barely 3 minutes. Meng Sanqi, still, no matter how powerful the bloodline, it all depends on who it belongs to. The child within my womb is destined to wield the authority of reincarnation, born to be the supreme ruler of the underworld. In terms of status, none can compare. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, sister, you're mistaken. All this fighting and killing is so crude, it's not the refined elegance of our fox clan. Though reincarnation is weighty, it robs one of freedom. My child with my husband shall inherit the supreme allure of my Qingqiu nine-tailed celestial fox lineage and a heart as clear as crystal. He will become the sovereign of all demons. Within the 3 realms, a single glance from him will captivate all races. Victory without bloodshed, that is the true art of imperial rule. Meng San Ti, all flash and no substance. True power is the foundation. Before absolute might, all charm is but illusion. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, oh dear, little sister, why get so worked up? Big sister is merely stating the facts. With such a dashing and charming husband, surely he wouldn't want his child to be all about fighting and killing, with no sense of romance? Lin Yuan stared at the chat log, his temples throbbing. Good grief. This is more exhausting than mediating wars between interstellar civilizations back in the game days. Has warfare evolved from claiming ownership of a husband to a whole new level of military arms race over children's future achievements and battles over educational philosophies? He kept scrolling. The flames of war soon engulfed him. Meng Sanqi, husband. At all members, Lin Yuan, listen to me. I don't care. You must prepare more innate treasures to nourish the divine soul for the child in my womb. We absolutely cannot lose at the starting line. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan by Qian, husband, look at her. All she knows is fighting and killing. Our child must be nurtured from infancy with artistic sensibilities and strategic wisdom. You must gather plenty of those heavenly immortal fruits that enhance destiny and wisdom. I'll send you the inventory from the Qingqiu treasure vault later. Lin Yuan felt his head spin. This was truly a sweet headache. Just as he agonized over how to play both sides, a new message slowly appeared in the group chat. It was Lilith. Lin Yuan instinctively glanced beside him. There, the Queen of Eternal Night reclined lazily upon her throne, elegantly swirling the crimson liquid in her goblet. Her face bore a serene, compassionate smile, as if she were a goddess listening to the confessions of mortals. Yet her fingertips danced lightly through the void, composing a message. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, greetings, sisters. Lilith extends her heartfelt congratulations to Celestial Sister on the arrival of her dragon phoenix twins. She first adopted an extremely humble posture, placing herself in the lowest position. Immediately after, a second message was sent. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, sisters, your children, one who commands the cycle of reincarnation, the other who rules over all demons, possess extraordinary talents. Lilith is truly envious. This perfectly timed flattery managed to slightly dampen the anger of Meng Sanqi and Tushan Bacon. Yet Lilith's third message delivered the true knockout blow. Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, my only wish is for my future child to grow up healthy and strong. Should the opportunity arise, I would be content if they could serve as a humble servant to ease the burdens of their esteemed elder siblings. The moment these words were spoken, The entire group chat fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. A master. This was a true master. A tea ceremony master. Lilith's words, seemingly humble to the extreme, were in fact each word like the sharpest blade, killing without spilling blood. By positioning herself as lowly as dust, she instead exposed Meng Sanchi and Tushan Bacon's demands and comparisons as those of immature children who only know how to fight over candy. Sure enough, after a mere 3 seconds of silence, Meng Sanchi and Tushan Bacon erupted simultaneously. Meng Sanchi at Queen of Eternal Night Lilith, what do you mean by that? Your tone is so sarcastic. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Bai Qian, my dear sister, your words truly make me feel ashamed. It seems our perspectives are rather narrow. However, before Lilith could respond, the two of them, as if they had planned it, simultaneously turned their attention to the culprit behind all this. The pent-up fury found its perfect outlet in that very moment. Meng Sanchi at all members Lin Yuan. Come out. Stop playing dead. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Bai Qian, husband. Settle this. Which of our children do you cherish most? Chapter 159, One Word Decides Destiny, True Names of Dragon and Phoenix Revealed. Eternal Night Castle, Queen's Bedchamber. The atmosphere froze solid with those two final, piercing questions echoing through the family chat. Meng Sanchi at all members Lin Yuan. Come out. Stop playing dead. Nine-tailed celestial fox Tushan Bai Qian, husband. Settle this for us. Among us all, whose child do you truly cherish the most? On the screen, 3 SSS tier heroines simultaneously tagged him. Each character transformed into tangible divine pressure, crossing boundless time and space to crush down upon Lin Yuan. It was a suffocating pressure capable of shattering the resolve of even ordinary deities. Yet Lin Yuan's face showed no sign of distress. He even had the leisure to calmly lift the 10,000-year blood essence nectar Lilith had prepared for him, served in a crimson crystal goblet. Under her amused gaze, he took a light sip. The nectar touched his lips, cool and refreshing, penetrating straight to his soul. His heart remained utterly still. Small fry. Nothing to panic about. This was no different from placating children, except that each of these children could casually crush an entire galaxy. His silence in the group chat stretched on for a full minute. This eerie silence instead made the 3 female leads, who had been brimming with fierce momentum, sense an invisible, heavy pressure. Their clamor gradually subsided. As if each were waiting for the true master of this household to deliver the final verdict. Finally, Lin Yuan set down his crystal glass. The base clinked against the obsidian tabletop, producing a crisp tick. The sound was faint, yet in the deathly quiet of the bedchamber and amidst the group chat, it rang out with startling clarity. At that very moment, his fingertip tapped lightly at the void. A new message appeared in the group chat. This message favored neither side, nor did it judge right from wrong. It carried only an unquestionable authority and finality. Lin Yuan at all members, today, the child of the celestial maiden and I was born. This is a great joy for the Lin family and a blessing for humanity. As the eldest son and daughter, they shall bear their rightful names, establish their proper status, and be proclaimed throughout the 3 realms. At these words, the 3 daughters froze in surprise. Bestowing names? What was he planning? Before they could ponder further, Lin Yuan's second message had already been sent. This message was no ordinary text. Each character seemed forged from cosmic runes, radiating a faint, blinding imperial golden light within the chat window. Lin Yuan, my eldest son, inheriting the destiny of the human emperor and blessed with the fortune of 10,000 generations, shall be named Lin Xian. Immediately after, a third message followed. Lin Yuan, my eldest daughter, embodying the splendor of divine fire and possessing an indomitable will, shall be named Lin Huang. Xian. The Xian from the ancient human emperor Xuanyuan. Xian signifies the imperial chariot. The ancient yellow emperor Xuanyuan rode dragons and chariots, touring the heavens and earth, ruling the 8 directions, and establishing the eternal foundation of the human race. This name symbolizes sovereignty, pioneering spirit, and the supreme authority of human imperial power. It is the direct embodiment of Lin Yuan's own legacy. Huang. The Huang from the divine fire phoenix, king of all birds. The phoenix is the immortal divine bird. Reborn from flames, indestructible and eternal, its cry shakes the heavens, its feathers burn through the ages. Perfectly aligned with the divine bloodline of the drought-demon sacred fire within Tiannu, it stands as the supreme symbol of divine lineage's nobility and eternity. These 2 names are not merely designations. They are a legal declaration. They proclaim the indisputable status of these dragon and phoenix twins as the legitimate eldest offspring within the Lin Yuan family. Their status is predestined by heaven, beyond question. In an instant, the entire family group chat fell completely silent. The tension that had been thick enough to spill from the screen was instantly washed away by these 2 names, brimming with supreme destiny. The Netherworld. By the banks of the River of Oblivion, within the Hall of Mengpa. Meng Sanchi stared at the golden characters Lin Xian on the screen. Her beautiful brows furrowed tightly before slowly relaxing. Though domineering, she was no fool. She understood the weight behind those two characters. They represented the continuation of the human emperor's legitimate lineage, a divine principle even she could not challenge. Lin Xian, what a bold claim. She muttered under her breath, lightly punching the stone table beside her. But, it does suit my son's status. Though reluctant, she acknowledged the truth. Xingqiu, Tushan Sacred Temple. Tushan Baiqian reclined against the Fox Emperor's throne, 9 fluffy fox tails swaying contentedly behind her. A flicker of brilliance danced in her alluring fox eyes. My husband's actions may seem domineering, but in truth, they have established the household rules in one fell swoop. Brilliant. Far from anger, she found herself admiring Lin Yuan's wisdom and resolve even more. She knew this man was no ordinary mortal, nor would he ever be swayed solely by emotion. He possessed his own imperial cunning. It seems I'll need to find a new way to deal with him from now on, she murmured softly, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Night Castle, Lilith gazed at Lin Yuan's profile, her blood-red eyes sparkling with fascination. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, praising him in flawless Mandarin. The choice of a sovereign. Ending emotional strife with absolute legal correctness, I admire that. After bestowing the names and commanding the room, Lin Yuan immediately sent a soothing message, his tone softening to one filled with the warmth of a husband and father. Lin Yuan, at all members, Xian and Huang are my eldest son and daughter, they deserve the most care. But you, and the children growing within you, are also dear to my heart. Lin Yuan, at all members, matters concerning the blood clan require time. Once I've resolved them, I shall return to each of you. As their father, I will ensure every child receives every resource and treasure they deserve. To make his promise feel more real, he added. Lin Yuan at Mengpameng Sanchi, upon my return, I will personally journey to the 9-turn soul-restoring cliff in the netherworld to seek a 9-turn soul-restoring herb for your pregnancy. At 9-tailed celestial fox Tushan Baiqian, I will also go to the 7-orifice immortal mountain in Qingqiu to find a string of 7-orifice Linglong Bodhi beads to awaken your wisdom. I promise each of you will be the happiest mother in the world. These words offered reassurance, promises, and concrete plans. It granted Ji Tiannu and the Dragon Phoenix twins sufficient dignity while offering the other 3 women clear expectations and tangible benefits. A storm capable of igniting a family war was thus diffused by Lin Yuan's extraordinary wisdom and skill, vanishing without a trace. The family matters have been temporarily settled. Lin Yuan closed the chat group. The stern authority of the head of the household faded from his face, and his gaze sharpened once more. He turned to Lilith beside him. Now, he said, it's time to deal with our own troubles. Tell me everything you know about those 3 sacred artifacts. Chapter 160, Imperial Decree, Seeking the Relics. Within the bedchamber, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. With Lin Yuan's final words, all warmth receded like a tide. Replacing it was the sternness and majesty befitting an emperor. Every trace of ease vanished from his face. Those deep, piercing eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seemed capable of seeing through the ages. He was no longer merely a husband navigating the affections of several wives, but one poised to grasp the destiny of an entire vast race. Emperor! Lilith sensed the earth-shattering shift in his aura and instantly shed all traces of languor and allure. Her expression grew solemn as never before. Like a queen about to report the most critical matters of state to her sovereign. Her pale hand swept upward. A complex and magnificent crimson light screen silently unfolded before them. Upon the screen lay not mere text. Instead, it was a dynamic image formed from the purest essence of the true ancestor's power, flowing with countless ancient runes. The screen itself radiated an aura of antiquity and nobility, tinged with a hint of melancholy. The ethereal forms of 3 objects slowly materialized and rotated at the center of the screen. Each radiated a terrifying aura powerful enough to send ordinary SS-tier powerhouses into a cold sweat. Purify the Heart of Cain. It requires 3 auxiliary sacred artifacts passed down from the primordial era of our clan. Lilith's voice was no longer coquettish, but filled with solemnity. The first. Lilith's fingertip pointed distantly toward the light screen. It was a single teardrop. A tear that seemed to contain countless stars, a crystal-clear tear of utmost brilliance. The tear of the first ancestor. Legend says it was formed from the soul tear of compassion shed by the first ancestor in their lifetime. Its power is purification. It can wash away all the inner demons born of jealousy, hatred, and greed. No sooner had the words left her lips than her fingers slid toward the second artifact. It was a short sword of simple, ancient design, forged entirely from an unknown holy silver and engraved with countless sacred cross patterns. Upon its blade, a holy radiance blended perfectly with the aura of the bloodline, strangely harmonious. The second item, Holy Judgment Silver. In ancient times, a false god who wielded the power of holy light sought to enslave my kind. That battle saw rivers of blood. In the end, our ancestors rose in defiance and struck that false god down from his divine pedestal. This silver blade is forged from the very core of that false god's divine essence. It absorbed the pseudo-god's divine attributes, thus possessing the supreme powers of evil shattering and judgment. It is the ultimate weapon for banishing all corrupted energies. Finally, her gaze fell upon the ancient musical score, woven as if from moonlight, its pages flowing with strange musical notes. Her expression grew profoundly complex. A mix of reverence and regret. The third artifact, Twilight Aria. It is neither weapon nor armor. Legend tells of an unnamed vampire maestro of music who, witnessing a world descend into its twilight doom, poured his final breath into composing this ultimate symphony. Within it lay the law force of end and silence, capable of suppressing all chaotic wills and restoring tranquility to all things. Each of the three sacred artifacts brims with legendary lore and possesses unimaginable power. Where are they? Lin Yuan asked in a deep voice. This, Lilith replied, is the deadlock we face now. A trace of timeless weariness and anguish flickered in Lilith's crimson eyes. These three sacred artifacts have been guarded for generations by the three oldest clans of our blood clan, the most powerful clans besides my own. But, ever since the heart of Cain was corrupted by the tainted will of that source of corruption 10,000 years ago, these three clans have also. They too suffered the most direct and severe erosion. The guardians of the tears of the ancestor are the Golden Iris clan. They were the wealthiest, most skilled in artistry and mechanical ingenuity. Yet the tainted will amplified their inner greed. It turned every duke into a sickeningly paranoid tyrant. They believed every treasure in the world could be stolen, and only the most intricate puzzles and the most sophisticated mechanisms could safeguard them. The current duke has hidden the relic deep within an unsolvable treasure labyrinth, trapping himself inside and trusting no one. Guardians of the Silver of Divine Judgment are the Knights of the Crimson Sanctuary. They were once the most fearless and glorious legion of the Blood Clan, our people's first line of defense against external threats. And precisely because of this, they became the foremost front line against the will of corruption. Over millennia of conflict, the corrupting power seeped into their very bones, transforming them from holy knights into blood knights. They forgot honor, forgot loyalty, becoming fallen puppets driven solely by slaughter. They now dwell within the abandoned Cathedral of Glory, hostile to every living being that dares to enter their domain. As for the skeletal musician, guarding the Twilight Aria, Lilith's voice grew increasingly hushed. He is a true genius, his power long since reaching the pinnacle of SS tier. But precisely because his soul is so powerful, he can clearly hear the seductive demonic melody emanating from the source of corruption. For 10,000 years, he has played day and night, using his music to counter and suppress the demonic melody. This has left his soul utterly exhausted, his personality twisted and reclusive. He shuts himself off from the outside world, sealing himself within the subterranean phantom royal city. This is the predicament the Blood Clan now faces. A dead end. The three sacred artifacts that could save them lie within the clan. But guarding them are a madman, a group of puppets, and a reclusive ascetic who has withdrawn from the world and could collapse at any moment. The relics are within reach, yet as distant as the horizon. Yet, after hearing all this, Lin Yuan showed no fear or hesitation. Instead, an unprecedented gleam ignited in his eyes. He smiled. This smile stunned Lilith, who had been filled with worry. Husband, you. A dead end? Lin Yuan shook his head gently, stepping before Lilith to tenderly tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. No, Lilith. This is not a dead end. His eyes brimmed with all-seeing wisdom and unwavering confidence. They are not madmen or puppets, they are patients. And I happen to have the cure. His inner plan crystallized with crystal-clear clarity at that moment. Retrieving the sacred relic was merely the surface. The true purpose of this journey was to cure the millennia-old ailments of these three great clans, to subjugate the most ancient branches of these three bloodlines, and to make them grateful and utterly devoted to him. What he sought was the complete submission of the entire bloodline body and soul alike. Lilith. Deliver my decree. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried the unquestionable majesty of an emperor. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedchamber, gazing down upon the vast and ancient city of eternal night below. In 3 days, the emperor shall embark on his imperial tour. Ensure all nobles of duke rank and above prepare to welcome their new sovereign. Lilith gazed at Lin Yuan straight, imposing back in his eyes, brimming with confidence and heroic spirit. For a moment, she found herself utterly captivated. She knew that a colossal storm, one that would engulf the entire Blood Clan, was about to begin, all because of the man standing beside her. Lin Yuan turned and offered her a faint smile. Then, our first stop shall be to pay a visit to that riddle-loving collector duke. Chapter 161, The Hunt. Golden Iris and the Treasure Labyrinth. The land of eternal night, the vast and boundless domain of the Blood Clan. Beyond the royal capital lay countless ancient clan territories. Among them, none rivaled the splendor and wealth of the Golden Iris clan's domain. A colossal floating city beyond imagination. The entire city seemed cast from pure gold and dazzling crystal, suspended high above the earth, perpetually shrouded in crimson mist. Countless spired Gothic towers pierced the heavens. Between these towers, intricate rainbow bridges connect the structures, constantly bustling with vampire nobles riding all manner of exotic beasts. luxurious, elegant, and brimming with artistic flair. This was the first stop on Lin Yuan's inspection tour. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight warping of space. A magnificent imperial carriage, drawn by 8 majestic nightmare beasts and crafted entirely from obsidian and blood diamonds, materialized silently beyond the floating city gates. This was the imperial carriage of Emperor Lin Yuan and Queen Lilith. The carriage had barely come to a halt. A procession of Blood Clan members in golden ceremonial robes, their demeanor humble yet elegant, swiftly emerged from the gates to greet them. At their head stood an elderly man with meticulously combed hair, a pale complexion, and eyes that were sharp and shrewd. He was none other than the chief steward of the Golden Iris clan. We humbly welcome His Imperial Majesty and Her Majesty the Queen to the Golden City. The chief steward led the procession in performing the highest honor of the Blood Clan, the chest-touching salute toward the imperial carriage. Their posture was impeccable. Yet their words carried a subtle, dignified reserve. Lilith did not appear. Only Lin Yuan descended the imperial carriage at a measured pace. His posture was erect, his gaze serene. Merely standing there, the intangible authority of a superior figure caused the chief steward's breath to catch slightly. "Where is the Duke?" Lin Yuan asked in a calm voice. "Your Highness." The steward answered respectfully. "His Grace the Duke has been waiting inside the castle for quite some time. However," he paused, a hint of perfectly measured reluctance flitting across his face. "My Duke possesses peculiar inclinations, having devoted his life to art and puzzle solving. He established a rule: any distinguished guest seeking an audience with him, regardless of rank, must first navigate the treasure maze he personally designed. This is the sole and supreme form of hospitality upheld by the House of Golden Iris." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, the global livestream exploded with reactions. "What the hell? This Duke is way too arrogant. He dares to block even the newly enthroned emperor? IP, Japan. You guys just don't get it. This is a show of force. I bet that maze is hellishly difficult. The Duke clearly wants Lin Yuan to back down. IP, Eagle Nation. Oof. Just a freeloader who rode a woman's coattails to power. Thinks he's some big shot? Face a real technical master like this, and his true colors will show. IP, Sakura Nation. Is God Lin about to tackle this challenge? Those foreigners up front are just sour grapes. Wait till they get their faces slapped. IP, Dragon Nation. Exactly. When have you ever seen God Lin suffer a loss? That composure is steady as an old dog. This is definitely another show-off stunt. I'm betting a pack of spicy noodles. IP, Dragon Nation. The livestream chat buzzed with chatter. Yet before the labyrinth, not a trace of anger could be seen on Lin Yuan's face. He even smiled. Lead the way. The simple command caused the chief steward to pause slightly before bowing even more respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Please follow me. Guided by the head steward, Lin Yuan traversed the golden paved avenue until they reached a massive, ornate ancient castle. The castle's gates were the starting point of everything. Husband. At that moment, Lilith's telepathic voice reached Lin Yuan's ears. This old duke, named Augustus, is one of the most ancient nobles of my bloodline, possessing SS tier strength. He is obsessed with mechanisms and puzzles. This labyrinth has once trapped several powerhouses of equal standing. Lilith's tone carried a hint of concern. A brute force breach would trigger the entire floating city's defensive barriers. Even for me, that would be quite a challenge. No problem. Lin Yuan responded telepathically, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Just an old man who enjoys playing games. As they spoke, they had already reached the true entrance to the labyrinth. It was a smooth, mirror-like wall of obsidian, engraved with hundreds of intricate, ancient vampire runes. Each rune emitted a faint, eerie red glow. This is the Wall of Size. The head steward explained. Within 300 breaths, you must touch 33 of these runes in the correct sequence to open the passage. Should the sequence be incorrect or the time exceeded, the wall will unleash a curse powerful enough to gravely wound an S-rank powerhouse. His words trailed off. Lilith had already furrowed her brow, the power of the true ancestor beginning to gather faintly around her. Clearly, her patience had run out, and she was poised to force her way through. Yet, a warm hand gently pressed against hers. It was Lin Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan stepped forward. He raised his hand. His slender fingers danced among hundreds of shimmering runes, as if performing an elegant musical piece. At times lightly tapping, at times gliding smoothly. His movements flowed like water, without the slightest hesitation or delay. 1, 2, 3, 33. The instant his 33rd movement concluded. Buzz. Every rune across the entire Wall of Size suddenly blazed with intense light. That heart-stopping aura of cursed energy instantly dissipated into nothingness. Clank rumble. The obsidian walls emitted a heavy mechanical clank as they slowly swung open to either side. A deep, unknown corridor appeared before the crowd. Dead silence fell over the entire room. The butler's eternally polite, fake smile froze completely on his face, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Lilith's blood-red eyes widened slightly, despite her best efforts to control them. How could he possibly know? This rune sequence was the culmination of Duke Augustus's 1,000-year-long efforts, a sequence deduced by combining ancient alchemy with chaotic mathematics. Forget 300 breaths. Even given 3 full days and nights, no one could possibly decipher it flawlessly in one attempt. Yet this man. From start to finish, it took him less than 3 breaths. This scene was broadcast live, clearly visible to viewers worldwide. The chat, which had been buzzing with heated discussion just a second ago, fell into an eerie silence that lasted several seconds. Then, like a torrential flood, the screen was flooded with comments. Fuck. What did I just see? Cheating. He absolutely cheated. IP, Eagle Nation. Impossible. This can't be real. Queen Lilith must have secretly fed him the answers. This is rigged, IP, Eagle Nation. 3 breaths? My computer takes longer than 3 seconds to boot up. This is a glitch. I'm reporting this to the system. IP, France. Unbelievable, he didn't even think. Could he be a greater puzzle master than His Highness the Duke, IP, Land of Cherry Blossoms? Ha 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 ha. Does your face hurt? At friends from Eagle Nation. Who just said Lord Yuan would show his true colors? Step right up, IP, Dragon Nation. My god of depths needs to cheat? What a joke. This is a dimensional strike on IQ, got it? IP, Dragon Country. So freaking awesome. That move was as smooth as silk, even smoother than dove. I hereby declare, from today onward, Xuanyuan is not only my husband, but also my brain husband, IP, Dragon Country. Chapter 162, Your museum's crown jewel is a fake. Beyond the sighing wall, the deep corridor revealed an entirely different world. The challenges ahead were no longer simple rune decryption. Instead, they blended alchemy, astrological divination, and even ancient creature behaviors into complex puzzles. Shadow chess. A perilous game of ancient vampire chess played against shadowy opponents without physical form. One wrong move, and the murderous illusions on the board will drag you into an endless abyss of the mind. Corridor of Darkness. Stripped of all light and sound, only absolute darkness and deathly silence remain. It tests the intruder's ultimate mastery of their own power and their rock-solid will. An ordinary S-rank powerhouse trapped within would, without special means, suffer mental collapse within days, descending into madness. Yet, all this seemed utterly futile before Lin Yuan. Whether it was the treacherous chessboard or the soul-devouring darkness, he navigated them with the ease of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly unraveling each one. Lilith followed silently behind him throughout. Yet the astonishment in her blood-red eyes grew ever more intense. At first, she had thought Lin Yuan merely happened to know the secret of the Wall of Size. But now it was clear that was not the case at all. This man seemed to know every detail of this labyrinth, a structure that Duke Augustus had spent 10,000 years crafting, one that even she found troublesome. What profound knowledge and secrets lay hidden beneath those seemingly calm eyes? Lilith found that the more she came to know him, the more unfathomable he seemed. This feeling captivated her. Finally, after deciphering the final barrier, the rainbow light barrier, which required simultaneously manipulating 7 distinct elemental energies to pass through, a massive door, carved from a single block of blood-red crystal, appeared before them. Beyond the gate lay the heart of the labyrinth. The treasured corridor. Husband, please. Lilith stepped forward and pushed open the heavy crystal door for Lin Yuan. Her demeanor now resembled that of a docile wife more than the lofty queen of eternal night. Rumble. The doors swung open. In an instant, a dazzling radiance nearly overwhelmed them, flooding their senses. Within the corridor, jewels and treasures shimmered in dazzling abundance. Ancient scrolls, pulsing with the vibrations of divine laws, hung upon the walls. Display cases held legendary weapons stained with the blood of gods and demons. Upon the high altar, crystal cores of rare beasts, each containing colossal energy, were reverently enshrined. Any single artifact from this collection, if taken outside, would be enough to unleash a bloody storm. And at the very end of the corridor, an elderly man, clad in an exquisitely luxurious golden tailcoat, his hair meticulously combed, and clutching an obsidian staff, stood with his back to them. He gazed with rapt attention at a massive painting suspended at the very center. He was none other than the current Duke of the Golden Iris clan. Augustus. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. A faint smile of approval flickered across his aged, haughty face. Remarkable. Young man, you are the third person in 10,000 years to stand before me by your own wits. His voice carried the calm authority of one long accustomed to command. You have earned the right to speak with me. Lilith raised an eyebrow, about to speak. Lin Yuan raised his hand, signaling her to hold her peace. He met Augustus's scrutinizing gaze with calm composure and remarked indifferently. The Duke's collection truly lives up to its reputation. Ah, of course it is. Augustus let out a satisfied chuckle, as if Lin Yuan's praise were the highest affirmation he could receive.
Leaning on his cane, he approached Lin Yuan, like a child showing off toys to a younger sibling, pointing to the surrounding artifacts and listing them off like treasured possessions.
See that broken sword? The Slayer's remnant. Our ancestors used it to sever the head of a false god. And that eyeball. The gaze of the abyss. It came from an abyssal lord who lived for 100,000 years. It still holds terrifying power. After his grand display, he finally pointed his staff toward the scroll at the very center of the corridor, protected by the strongest seals. His eyes instantly burned with fanatical devotion. Yet none of these compare to my ultimate treasure. The blood of the first birth. Legend says it was painted by the first progenitor of the blood clan with their very first drop of primordial true blood at the dawn of the world. Within its strokes lie the most primordial truths of our clan's life laws and power. It is the crown jewel of my golden iris clan. My greatest pride in life. Augustus spread his arms wide, his expression maniacal yet ecstatic, anticipating the look of awe and reverence on Lin Yuan's face. A deep flicker of recognition also passed through Lilith's beautiful eyes. She too had studied this painting. Whether it was the primordial aura flowing from the canvas or the miraculously divine brushwork, it was flawless. A true treasure. However, under the gaze of all present, Lin Yuan merely gazed at the scroll for 3 seconds. Then, he slowly shook his head. Amidst the stunned gazes of Augustus and Lilith, he calmly uttered a single sentence that froze the entire hall of treasures in its tracks. This painting is fake. Ha! A fake? The smile on Duke Augustus's face froze instantly. The air around them seemed to be sucked dry in that instant. The terrifying aura emanating from the SS-class powerhouse erupted like a volcano, engulfing the entire treasure gallery. Young man. His voice held not a trace of composure or elegance, only the fury of one whose pride had been wounded. Do you know what you're saying? You call it a fake? This tramples upon the lifetime honor of Augustus. It insults the eternal legacy of my golden iris clan. Today, if you cannot produce evidence that would convince the gods themselves, I guarantee that not even Queen Lilith could save you. Boom! His obsidian staff slammed down hard. The entire crystal corridor shook violently. Countless enchantments on the walls activated instantly, radiating a destructive aura. The intent to kill was palpable. Lilith, standing nearby, felt her heart clench violently. She instinctively took a step forward, the divine might of an ancient progenitor poised to unleash, ready to counter this old man's thunderous strike at any moment. But Lin Yuan remained utterly calm. He didn't even glance back at Lilith. He merely met Augustus's gaze, a gaze that seemed ready to spit fire, and shook his head. Duke, please calm yourself. If I say it's fake, I have my reasons. He extended a finger, pointing distantly at the painting. First, the technique is wrong. The background employs the 7-layer gradation technique to evoke the hazy aura of primordial blood mist, correct? Augustus snorted coldly, tacitly acknowledging the point. This was precisely one of the details he took the most pride in. Lin Yuan continued, but the 7-layer rendering technique first appeared in the Blood Clan's 3rd era, uniquely created by the court painter Andrei at that time. In the primordial era, the Blood Clan's painting techniques were crude and primitive, pursuing the direct expression of power. Such delicate brushwork was absolutely impossible. Nonsense! Augustus snapped. Who can prove such techniques didn't exist in the primordial era? It's nothing but your conjecture. Then, point 2. Lin Yuan's tone remained utterly unruffled. The pigments. The deep crimson pigment used in this painting is ground from the Blood Clan's finest dragon heart blood mixed with abyssal fire crystals, correct? Augustus' pupils contracted slightly. This was a secret known only to successive dukes. How could he possibly know? As if reading his thoughts, Lin Yuan continued. The mineral, abyssal fire crystal, is exclusively mined from the Sighing Mountains, in the eastern territories of the Blood Clan. Yet the Blood Clan's most ancient geological records indicate the Sighing Mountains only emerged from the Earth's crust during the late Second Era, following cataclysmic tectonic shifts. Which means, a playful curve lifted at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. In the primordial age, this world never possessed any abyssal fire crystals. What did you use to grind pigments? Boom! Those words struck Augustus like a bolt of divine thunder, smashing down upon his skull. The fury on his face instantly faded, replaced instead by endless pallor and utter horror. Impossible, impossible. This can't be true. You're lying. He looked like a madman, yet his voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. Because what Lin Yuan had said was the truth. Details of history he himself had never delved into, deliberately forgotten. Lilith, standing nearby, was now utterly transfixed. Gazing at Lin Yuan's composed profile, a tidal wave of emotion surged within her. This knowledge. Some of it even left her, a true ancestor, with only a vague impression. Who, exactly was he? Duke, if you still doubt, I have a third piece of evidence. Lin Yuan's voice sounded like the final judgment, sounding the last death knell. The primordial ancestor possessed a resolute yet benevolent nature. Though ruler of all creation, he never succumbed to arrogance. This is recorded in the royal city's secret chronicles of the true ancestors. Therefore, every mark he left behind bears an extremely subtle, final stroke, a gap symbolizing humility. And the signature on this painting. Lin Yuan pointed to the corner of the scroll. The brushstrokes are sharp and executed in one fluid motion, brimming with desire for possession and conquest. Trying to paint a tiger but ending up with a dog. This is the imitation of later generations, yet they will never capture the true spirit and breadth of the original master. Augustus was utterly dumbfounded. He stared fixedly at the signature. Every word Lin Yuan spoke felt like a heavy hammer, shattering his last psychological defenses into pieces. Thud. He could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. It's over. Completely over. The faith he had cherished for 10,000 years crumbled to dust in that instant. Chapter 163, The Old Duke Surrenders. The Golden Clan is incorporated. No. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Augustus roared, clutching at his last straw. Trembling, he pulled a small, ancient mirror encrusted with gems from his bosom. The Mirror of Truth. The heirloom treasure of the Golden Iris clan, capable of revealing all illusions in the world. With every ounce of strength, he aimed the mirror at the painting. The mirror did not reflect the painting's image. Instead, two blood-red characters appeared. Fake. Ah! Augustus let out a despairing wail, as if all his vitality had been drained in an instant, aging him by tens of thousands of years. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his aged face. Time passed, its duration unknown. He slowly raised his head, and the gaze he cast upon Lin Yuan had completely changed. No longer was there arrogance, no longer was there scrutiny. Only boundless, fervent adoration and awe remained. As if gazing upon an all-knowing deity who could perceive the very essence of all things. A deity. Struggling, he threw himself prostrate at Lin Yuan's feet. Holy One. You are the Holy One who perceives the origins of all things. Augustus, blind and ignorant, I have offended you. Punish me. He slammed his head hard against the icy ground. The punishment is forgiven. Lin Yuan regarded him calmly. Hand over the tears of the ancestor. Yes. Yes. Augustus, as if granted a pardon, scrambled and crawled to a wall at the end of the corridor. With his own heart's blood, he unlocked a hidden chamber. Soon. He presented a box crafted from 10,000-year-old blood jade, hands clasped reverently, before Lin Yuan. Holy One. This is the tears of the ancestor. From this day forward, I, Augustus, along with the entire Golden Iris clan and all the wealth we have accumulated over countless millennia, shall serve you as our master. Our clan vows to follow you for all eternity. A deathly silence fell over the treasure corridor. Duke Augustus, an SS-tier powerhouse who had lived for untold millennia, now bowed his head like the most devout believer, prostrating himself at Lin Yuan's feet. Behind him, Lilith watched the scene unfold, her blood-red eyes sparkling with fascination. To subdue an enemy without fighting. Without shedding a drop of blood, he had transformed a proud ancient duke into a fervent devotee. This man possessed far more than mere formidable power. He possessed supreme wisdom, the kind that pierces hearts and manipulates rules with effortless ease. Rise. Lin Yuan's voice rang out, calm yet commanding. He took the blood jade box containing the tears of the ancestor from Augustus's hands, yet did not open it immediately. Instead, his gaze returned to the counterfeit scroll. Observing Augustus's gaze, still tinged with a trace of bewilderment, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Give a slap, but also offer a sweet reward. The art of imperial governance lies in balancing favor with authority. Duke. Your Majesty. I am here. Augustus snapped his head up, his eyes brimming with excitement. Though this painting is a forgery, it is not entirely without merit. Lin Yuan's words caused Augustus to pause in surprise. The artist who forged it has mastered the craft to perfection. He himself is a supreme master, approaching the level of a sage of painting. The fact that a forgery could deceive you, a renowned collector, for 10,000 years, proves its worth in itself. You did not lose to a forgery. Lin Yuan's gaze settled upon Augustus. You merely encountered me. Boom! These words, like warm holy light, instantly dispelled the last shadows in Augustus's heart. Yes. I didn't lose to a counterfeit. I only lost to this all-knowing sage before me. This is no disgrace. On the contrary, to be defeated by such an existence is itself the highest honor. Realizing this, the ashes in Augustus's eyes were instantly replaced by blazing flames. His gaze toward Lin Yuan grew even more fervent. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Augustus, my mind has been opened. He bowed deeply once more, this time with genuine, profound gratitude and submission. Very good. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, thoroughly satisfied with his reaction. Then, in a tone brooking no argument, he issued his first decree. Augustus, receive your title. Your servant is present. From this day forth, I appoint you as the chief financial officer and royal artistic advisor to the Emperor of the Blood Clan. Within 3 days, consolidate all wealth and resources of the Golden Iris clan, compile a detailed inventory, and present it to me. Provide full logistical support for the subsequent Holy Blood Array to purify the Heart of Cain. Chief Financial Officer. Royal Chief Art Advisor. What an honor! This signifies that His Majesty not only refrains from punishing him for his past transgressions but instead entrusts him with a crucial mission. Augustus. I accept. The former Duke trembled with emotion, his voice breaking with tears. I shall not betray the sovereign's trust. At that moment, the global livestream chat exploded once more. Holy crap! He just absorbed them? Took down an entire SS-tier superclan without firing a shot? IP, Dragon Nation. Not just annexing them, he's snatched their entire treasury. This move, learned it, IP, Dragon Nation. FCK. This isn't fair. We're still outsmarting C-rank anomalies, and he's already consolidating vampire finances? How is this game even supposed to be played, IP, Eagle Nation? Seriously jealous. Why don't our players have this kind of genius, IP, Little Britain? Did you see that old Duke's eyes? He's practically a zealot. This Lin Yuan is terrifying. He's not conquering, he's performing miracles, IP, Bear Nation. Amidst countless gazes, some envious, some jealous, some reverent, Lin Yuan took Lilith's hand and stepped out of the treasure corridor. Outside the doors, all core members of the Golden Iris clan, led by the steward, had been waiting respectfully. When they saw their own duke trailing behind Lin Yuan like the most loyal of servants, a tidal wave of shock surged through every heart present. But no one dared to question. Lin Yuan came to a halt. His gaze swept calmly over the thousands of elite blood clan members below. He did not launch into a lengthy speech. With the most concise and authoritative voice, he announced the next plan. Golden Iris clan, heed my command. Yes. The collective response echoed like thunder across the heavens. Purifying the sacred relic is merely the beginning. Within our ranks, there remain kin corrupted by filth, sinking into the darkness. Our next target. Lin Yuan's voice abruptly turned cold and murderous. The blood-stained sanctuary. Transmit my decree. Duke Augustus shall personally lead the clan's private army as the rear guard and reserve force for the main army. 3 days hence, our blades shall point straight for the Cathedral of Glory. Purify the fallen, forge the sanctuary anew. The words fell. Below, a deathly silence fell. Then erupted a thunderous roar of fervent battle cries. Fight! 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 Follow the Emperor! Purge the fallen! Restore our clan's glory! Every blood clan member's eyes blazed with an unprecedented fire. Their new master did not indulge in pleasure. Instead, the moment he ascended the throne, he raised the banner of conquest and purification. This was the emperor they had longed for. Lilith stood beside Lin Yuan, silently observing it all. She watched this man who, within a single day, had completely subjugated a defiant ancient clan and infused them with a new fighting spirit. A smile of breathtaking beauty curved her lips. The future of the Blood Clan. With him, perhaps, truly usher in a new era. Chapter 164, The Crimson Sanctuary. Beneath the human emperor's banner, all beings are equal. 3 days later. Western frontier of the land of eternal night. This place once stood as one of the Blood Clan's most sacred dioceses. Now, only a desolate wasteland remained. The sky was perpetually dark red, the earth cracked and parched, and even the wind carried a foul stench of sulfur and decay. At the heart of this wasteland stood a solitary, majestic edifice. The Cathedral of Glory. Once, this was the heart of the Blood Clan's holy light faith, where countless knights of glory swore their allegiance. But now, the cathedral's soaring spire lay shattered, its stained glass windows cracked like spiderwebs. Sacred white marble statues wept crimson-black stains from their eyes, like pus-filled wounds. A thick, dark crimson mist, visible to the naked eye, enveloped the entire cathedral like a living entity. That is the materialized filth and resentment. Rumble. The dull thud of marching feet shattered the land's millennia-long silence. A mighty army, clad entirely in golden armor, appeared on the horizon. This was the newly incorporated Golden Iris Legion. At the very forefront of the army stood the imperial chariot, drawn by 8 nightmare beasts. Lin Yuan and Lilith stood side by side, gazing toward the distant cathedral, which lay coiled like a colossal, lurking beast. This is the Blood Cathedral? Lin Yuan's voice betrayed no emotion. A flicker of unmistakable sorrow and regret passed through Lilith's crimson eyes. They were once the sharpest swords and the strongest shields of the Blood Clan. To resist the corruption of that source of decay, they fought here for 3,000 years. Until the very last night became nothing more than a mindless killing puppet. Her voice carried the weariness of eons. My lord, they have lost their minds. Show them no mercy. No. Lin Yuan shook his head. They are not puppets, but patients. If they are patients, then they must be treated. With that, he gave a light wave of his hand. All troops, advance. Duke Augustus personally led 10,000 elite soldiers of the Golden Legion, surging like a golden tide toward the Cathedral of Glory. They were well equipped and their morale was high. To wage war against the fallen for the new emperor was their supreme honor. However, the instant the army entered the cathedral's kilometer radius, roar! A roar unlike any human voice, filled with madness and agony, erupted from the depths of the cathedral. Boom! 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 The massive doors of the church, forged from holy silver, were violently smashed open from within by a brutal force. The next second, countless figures clad in tattered silver armor, their eyes burning with two pools of eerie black flames, surged out of the church like a tidal wave. Fallen blood knights. Their armor still carried traces of sacred aura. Yet from the cracks in the armor, a foul, crimson-black energy seeped out, transforming them completely into mindless killing machines. For the forgotten glory. They let out a meaningless roar, charging headlong into the Golden Legion's ranks without flinching or retreating, fearless in the face of death. Clang! The crisp clang of metal echoed across the heavens. The Golden Legion's elite spears pierced the fallen knights' chests with deadly precision. Yet, that attack, powerful enough to pierce the scales of an S-rank demon beast, seemed utterly ineffective against these fallen knights. They completely ignored the wounds piercing their bodies. Allowing the black-red filthy blood to flow down the spear shaft, they instead wedged their bodies tightly against the spears. With their other hands, they swung their knight swords, now corroded beyond recognition, and brought them down with brutal force. Thud! A soldier of the Golden Legion was decapitated on the spot, without even a chance to scream. What? Duke Augustus's face paled. These fallen knights feared neither pain nor death, fighting with a ruthless, life-for-life strategy that defied all reason. In a single exchange, the well-equipped, highly trained Golden Legion was being driven back step by step, their formation suddenly faltering. In the global livestream, every viewer held their breath. Holy crap! These knights are insane. How are we supposed to fight this YP Eagle Nation? Is this the power of corruption? So bizarre, they're pure killing machines. IP Bear Nation. Oh no, oh no. The forces Abyss God just recruited are about to be decimated? What a disastrous start, IP Dragon Nation. Just as everyone thought this battle would descend into a brutal war of attrition, Lin Yuan, seated upon the imperial carriage, slowly stepped forward. He gazed calmly down upon the battlefield engulfed in fierce combat, observing the knights sinking into madness and agony. Lilith, hold the line for me. Having spoken, he turned to Augustus behind him. Transmit my command, the entire army shall retreat 300 meters and form a defensive formation. Augustus, though puzzled, immediately obeyed the command. Amidst gazes filled with confusion, anticipation, or tension, Lin Yuan stood alone, suspended before the vast army. He slowly raised his right hand. The ancient, mystical crimson gold banner that had displayed its divine might in Wolf's Den once again appeared in his grasp. The human emperor banner. To deal with these patients. Lin Yuan's voice echoed across the entire battlefield. We must use the right medicine. Before the assembled armies, Lin Yuan held a crimson gold banner aloft, his robes fluttering without wind. His calm gaze now turned utterly indifferent, as if he had transformed into a deity commanding the laws of heaven and earth. In the next instant, he raised the human emperor banner in his hand and gave it a light shake toward the sky. Buzz! An ancient hum, as if echoing from the primordial chaos, reverberated across the heavens and earth. In that instant, a crimson gold pillar of light, beyond description, shot skyward from the banner's surface, instantly tearing through the dark crimson canopy that had shrouded the wasteland for 10,000 years. Immediately after, endless golden light of merit, like a torrential downpour from the sun god, poured down from the sky, centered on Lin Yuan, engulfing the entire battlefield. That radiance was warm, majestic, and resplendent as the might of heaven. Within it lay the purest, most primordial power of human virtue. The ultimate nemesis of all filth, evil spirits, corruption, and curses in the world. Zzzzzzzzz. Sizzle sizzle. The instant the first golden ray touched a fallen knight, that impenetrable armor of corruption, like base metal doused in aqua regia, emitted a teeth-grinding corrosion sound and billowed thick black smoke. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from the knight's throat. Within that sound lay both the ultimate agony of being scorched by holy light. Yet within it lay a faint hint of liberation, a release suppressed for 10,000 years, seemingly emanating from the depths of his very soul. Bathed in golden light, hundreds upon hundreds of fallen knights were all bathed in this sacred rain of purification. The frenzied, savage aura emanating from them faded at a visible pace. Their movements grew sluggish and stiff. The black flames in their eyes flickered violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Now! From her chariot, Lilith's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Whoosh! Her figure instantly transformed into an uncatchable crimson streak of light, plunging into the battlefield bathed in golden light. She wielded no weapon. With grace, she extended her slender, jade-like hands. Her fingertips lightly tapped. Blood-red runes, forged from the power of the true ancestor, flashed across the air. Put!
A fallen knight, pinned in place by golden light, suddenly bore a crimson mark upon his brow.
The next second,
his formidable body, along with the armor corroded by filth, disintegrated and vanished without a sound, like a sand sculpture crumbling away. Not even a speck of ash remained.
Elegant, efficient, deadly. This was the true ancestor of the blood clans, art of reaping. A scene of profound eeriness and awe unfolded upon the battlefield. Above, Lin Yuan wielded the resplendent sun, showering boundless purifying golden light that crushed the entire fallen legion. Below, Lilith, transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful Grim Reaper, danced gracefully beneath the golden light. Wherever she passed, life vanished like fireworks. One handled large-scale, purification, and suppression. One handled the high-efficiency, harvesting, and cleansing. Husband and wife teaming up, the world is ours. My God! What kind of power is this? A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. IP, Eagle Nation. Too spectacular. That golden light seems to purify my very soul. IP, France. Is this the true power of the abyssal god? He wasn't even trying in the labyrinth. IP, Dragon Nation. Stop spouting nonsense, it's clearly teamwork. Abyss God lays down the debuffs while Queen Lilith finishes them off. Perfect combo. IP, Dragon Nation. Woo woo woo, I'm eating this dog food willingly. So damn cool. IP, Dragon Nation. Rear. The soldiers of the Golden Iris Legion stood frozen in awe. They witnessed firsthand how the fallen legion, which had plunged them into a brutal, relentless battle, was now being mowed down like wheat, field after field, under the combined might of the Emperor and the Queen. Sweeping all before them. Unstoppable. To follow the Emperor. That is the greatest honor of our lives. Duke Augustus, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face, knelt on one knee and paid the highest tribute to Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Every soldier of the Golden Legion knelt in unison. Their eyes burned with boundless fervor and adoration. With Lin Yuan and Lilith fighting side by side, their army swept through the enemy ranks. Soon, they reached the gates of the Cathedral of Glory. Lin Yuan, holding the human emperor banner, stepped inside. Golden light instantly flooded the sanctuary, polluted for 10,000 years. The filthy bloodstains on the walls sizzled and evaporated instantly. The twisted sacred statues shattered inch by inch in the golden radiance. Countless vengeful spirits lurking in dark corners were completely purified before they could even utter a wail. The entire church was visibly restoring its original sanctity and solemnity at a visible pace. However, just as Lin Yuan and Lilith stepped into the deepest prayer hall of the church, a foul aura, 100 times more powerful than all the fallen knights combined and brimming with utter malevolence, erupted with a thunderous roar. Who dare to disturb my lord's slumber? A hoarse, deep voice, as if echoing from the depths of hell itself, reverberated throughout the hall. Beneath the statue of the Holy Knight Commander, long since corroded beyond recognition at the hall's deepest recesses, a towering figure clad in dark gold, tattered heavy armor and wielding a two-handed greatsword engulfed in black flames slowly rose from the throne. His power had reached the staggering SS rank. Merely standing there, the dark aura he emitted forced Lin Yuan's invincible purifying golden light to retreat several inches. Fallen Paladin Commander. He has awakened. Chapter 165, In the Name of the Night, Divine Judgment Returns. The atmosphere in the prayer hall hung heavy as iron. The fallen Paladin Commander rose slowly, showing no immediate intent to act. Yet the terrifying SS rank pressure emanating from him, a blend of sacred and profane energies, two utterly opposing forces, was already warping the very fabric of space. His eyes, burning with black flames, locked onto Lin Yuan. Or rather, they locked onto the human emperor banner in Lin Yuan's hands. Purifier. A hoarse, distorted voice echoed from beneath his sealed helmet. Must die. Boom. The moment the words fell, he moved. The ground beneath his feet shattered explosively. His massive form transformed into a dark gold streak of light, moving at an extreme speed that instantly propelled him before Lin Yuan. The double-handed greatsword in his grasp, blazing with black flames, came crashing down with overwhelming force. Even before the blade touched him, the terrifying pressure, a blend of sacred slash and corrupting corrosion, made the very air groan under the unbearable strain. Watch out! Lilith cried out in alarm, instantly blocking Lin Yuan's path. Channeling the power of the true ancestor, a massive crimson rose shield materialized before her. Clang! A deafening clang that could shatter souls. The crimson rose shield trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing across its surface. Lilith's figure was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. An SS-class fallen knight captain possessed power far beyond that of the previous grunts. Ha ha ha! The paladin captain let out a maniacal cackle, relentless in his advantage. His greatsword swung upward once more, locking onto Lilith's falling form, poised to deliver the finishing blow. However, at that very moment, a hand gently rested upon his wrist. It was Lin Yuan. He had appeared beside the paladin captain at some unknown moment, his expression eerily calm. Your opponent is me. You're asking for death. The paladin captain roared, swinging his sword in a sweeping horizontal strike. That strike alone could have cleaved a mountain range in two. Lin Yuan neither dodged nor retreated. He merely extended the human emperor banner in his hand forward with a gentle thrust. There was no earth-shattering collision. The banner's surface touched the sword's blade, engulfed in raging black flames, with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle! Like boiling oil poured onto snow. The black demonic flames, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, upon contact with the human emperor banner, seemed to encounter their natural enemy. They emitted a shrill, mournful wail before rapidly extinguishing and dissipating. Even the sword itself, its dark gold blade, once tainted by corruption, seemed purified, regaining a hint of its original sacred radiance. What? The black flames in the paladin captain's eyes flickered violently. For the first time, after his mightiest power was directly suppressed, he revealed genuine shock. This is the opening. Imperial decree. A golden light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Upon the human emperor banner, the ancient and majestic character edict suddenly illuminated, transforming into a golden stream of light that instantly pierced the paladin commander's forehead. Imperial edict. Words become law, suppressing inner demons. The holy knight commander let out an agonized roar. The black flames in his eyes faded by more than half in that instant, replaced instead by a flicker of bewilderment and struggle. His frenzied assault faltered for a split second. Now! Lilith! Lin Yuan roared. Roger that. Lilith, who had already regained her footing, understood perfectly. Her figure vanished once more. The next instant, she materialized silently behind the paladin captain. Eternal night, blood sorrow. Her fingers transformed into the sharpest crimson claws, carrying boundless sorrow and the power of judgment. With pinpoint accuracy, they pierced the connection point between the paladin commander's thick armor plates at his back. Put! Black-red, filthy blood spurted skyward. The paladin captain, gravely wounded, unleashed an earth-shattering roar. But he did not fall. Instead, like a beast utterly enraged, he swung his sword in a counterattack, forcing Lilith back. His eyes were once again consumed by endless black flames. Useless! Lin Yuan's voice rang out at that moment. Everything must come to an end. He slowly raised the human emperor banner. This time, it was no longer a test. Instead, he poured forth every ounce of his peak SS tier divine soul power without reservation. Human path decree, great sun purification. Hum. A crimson gold sun, 100 times more dazzling than before, one that seemed capable of illuminating the entire netherworld, erupted within the prayer hall. Endless, viscous golden light of merit, tangible as substance, surged like a tidal wave, like molten lava, completely engulfing and drowning the massive, frenzied paladin captain. The paladin commander let out a final, agonized howl within the golden light. His dark gold armor melted away inch by inch within the golden radiance. Beneath the armor, his flesh corrupted beyond recognition by filth evaporated like ice in the sun. But, unlike the fallen knights before him, within this ultimate purification, a tall, sacred figure, emitting a soft white glow, slowly emerged from the disintegrating body. The madness and filth in his eyes had vanished completely. In their place now lay boundless clarity, liberation, and gratitude. He gazed silently at Lin Yuan. He said nothing. He only slowly straightened his body. His right hand clenched into a fist, which he placed firmly across his left chest. This was the oldest and most exalted knightly salute of the Crimson Sanctuary. With his final glory, he paid the highest tribute to his savior. Lin Yuan and Lilith watched him in silence. The knight's soul smiled contentedly at them. Then, his soul transformed into countless pure white specks of light, like dancing fireflies, gradually dissipating into the air. Completely, at rest. Ding! You have successfully purified the fallen paladin commander, earning vast amounts of humanitarian merit. However, at the very last moment before the paladin commander's soul vanished, his already ethereal fingers, mustering their last ounce of strength, pointed toward the deepest recess of the hall, the empty altar. A warning, filled with urgency, echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Beware, the relic. It has already been. The thought trailed off. Lin Yuan and Lilith exchanged a glance, their expressions simultaneously turning grave. Silence fell over the prayer hall. The final warning left by the paladin commander as he faded still echoed in Lin Yuan and Lilith's minds. Their gazes fell in unison upon the empty altar at the hall's center. That was where the sacred relic should have been enshrined. Lin Yuan took Lilith's hand and slowly stepped forward. The closer they drew, the more viscous and chilling the malevolence became, washing over them. Only when they stood before the altar. Only then did they clearly see what lay before them. The altar was not empty. Instead, a mass of, dark red, fleshy substance, seemingly alive, was slowly writhing and pulsating. That thing resembled a gigantic, deformed heart, its surface covered with countless faces contorted in agony and wailing, constantly heaving and pulsating. A source of corruption emanated from it, 100 times purer and more potent than anything they had encountered on the fallen paladin's body. At the very center of that writhing mass of flesh, a silver dagger of archaic design was embedded within. The blade, which should have been holy and flawless. Yet now, it was tightly bound by countless black-red tendrils, as if being slowly digested by this mass of corruption. Silver of divine judgment. Lilith's voice carried a hint of gravity. It's been directly corrupted by the source of the fallen. No wonder. Lin Yuan realized. No wonder the paladin captain had fallen so completely. The source of the corruption lay upon the very holy relic he guarded day and night. To reclaim it, we must first purify this substance, Lilith stated. Leave it to me. Lin Yuan stepped forward, and the human emperor banner in his hand once again blazed with dazzling golden light. Roar! The source of impurity seemed to sense a deadly threat, erupting with a piercing roar. The tortured faces on its surface instantly contorted into hideous grimaces. They opened their mouths in unison, spewing forth a torrent of black energy capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth, crashing toward Lin Yuan. A mere speck of dust dares to shine? Lin Yuan snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He wielded the human emperor banner like a spear, charging forward with the force of a world-shattering blow. With a fierce thrust, he pierced the very core of that filthy primordial essence. Boom! Vermilion gold married light erupted like the most tyrannical purifying flames, detonating violently within the filth source essence. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An indescribable sound of purification reverberated throughout the entire hall. The filthy source essence, as if doused in aqua regia, rapidly dissolved, evaporated, and obliterated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In mere breaths. It was utterly purified, leaving nothing behind. Only a wisp of blue smoke lingered, dissipating into the air. Ding! A crisp, light sound. The silver dagger, now freed from its constraints, plummeted from midair and plunged steadily into the stone slab of the altar. Silver of divine judgment. A holy radiance flowed across its blade, emanating a sharp aura that seemed to judge all evil. The second sacred artifact is mine. Holy. We won. We won again, IP, Dragon Nation. Too strong. Xuanyuan is basically a professional cleaner. No matter how filthy or depraved you are, one swing of his banner, and all beings are equal, IP, Dragon Nation. Did you notice? Lin Yuan isn't just clearing stages, he's building his own empire. First he recruited the wealthiest golden clan, now he's rebuilding the most formidable Night Order. Is he aiming to become the Vampire Emperor, IP, Eagle Nation? Seriously jealous here. Players in our country are still fighting tooth and nail over a single C-rank weird companion slot, IP, France. Lin Yuan sheathed the silver of divine judgment and turned to face Duke Augustus behind him. Duke! My lord! At your service! This place cannot remain leaderless for a single day. Lin Yuan's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. I command you to select 100 warriors from the Golden Iris clan, those most chivalrous, loyal, and fearless, to rebuild the Crimson Sanctuary. Let them inherit the glory of these fallen knights and guard this place. They shall become the first direct military force under my command, belonging solely to the Emperor. Duke Augustus trembled violently upon hearing these words, then was overwhelmed by immense elation. What an incredible trust! The Emperor's first personal guard was to be formed by his Golden Iris clan. Yes, Your Majesty. He bowed his head heavily, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion. Augustus, you shall select the most valiant warriors for His Majesty. Restore the glory of the sacred hall. Very well. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Then, his gaze turned toward the distant, profoundly dark expanse beyond the cathedral. The second sacred artifact was already in his possession. He showed no sign of pausing. All forces, heed my command. Advance to the next objective. Phantom King's City. Phantom Royal City. A city built within a vast subterranean cavern, its style both eerie and opulent. There were no guards here. Nor any trace of living beings. The entire city lay utterly desolate, shrouded in deathly silence. As Lin Yuan and Lilith's army approached the city's outskirts, a haunting, ethereal melody tinged with an indescribable eeriness and sorrow seemed to pierce the soul, drifting faintly from the deepest recesses of the royal city. That music seemed to narrate an ageless solitude. It seemed to beckon every living being that entered this place, inviting them to plunge alongside it into an eternal slumber.